Chapter 1. Did Chihiro encounter a dragon? In the continent of Douluo, within the realm of Spirit City, the broad avenues were bustling with parents escorting their children towards the main hall. This scene was not particularly remarkable, for the Spirit Hall's ceremonies for awakening children's spirit abilities were not a daily occurrence. Rather, they were conducted periodically in a concentrated manner. However, amidst these clusters of families, there was a peculiar little fellow, dressed rather oddly, who walked alone through the crowd, seemingly without the company of any guardians. While Spirit City was not devoid of orphans, these children were typically gathered and raised in a designated area in the western part of the city by the Spirit Hall. Thus, the solitary figure of a child meandering through the throng was not particularly eye-catching. Yet those with keen eyes could not help but glance back at him. The onlookers, merely casting casual glances, were oblivious to the boy's slightly quivering lips and the enigmatic expression that danced in his eyes. If only I could remain in a state of blissful ignorance, idling away at a mundane job, it would be preferable to this absurd situation of traversing into another world. In this realm of Douluo, devoid of smartphones and computers, who in their right mind would wish to cross over? Had one been able to discern the murmurs of the little boy, they would have heard such lamentations, indicating yet another individual entangled in the misadventures of transmigration. Why on earth did I end up here? Was it some half-awake individual who orchestrated this? Did they even consult the high heaven before thrusting me into this predicament? Are they aware of the esteemed figures of Fushi, NWA, and the various sovereigns of humanity? Or perhaps cast a glance at the revered Three Pure Ones? While I, Wang Yin, may not be in direct communication with them, I am nonetheless under their protection. Perhaps feeling that his grievances were insufficiently expressed, the boy Wang Yin continued to mutter under his breath. Surely, those grand figures are not simply toying with me. Are they? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, causing a chill to run down his spine, prompting the diminutive figure to shiver involuntarily. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. After all, this is merely the Douluo continent. I have perused this online novel before. Surely, I can navigate this situation with some degree of finesse, right? As Wang Yin entered the Spirit Hall alongside the throng of children, he cast a glance at the distinctive structures atop the Hall of Pope and the Douluo Hall. Something feels amiss, he pondered. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not, as Wang Yin and the other children were guided deeper into the Spirit Hall, he sensed an oddity in the demeanor of the Spirit Hall personnel, reminiscent of his own past experiences facing superior officials during inspections. Is a prominent figure from the Hall of Pope visiting today? Wang Yin did not dwell on the matter too deeply, for aside from his somewhat eccentric attire, he felt no sense of disconnection from the other children around him. It must be said, the children of Spirit City, being from this sacred domain of spirit masters, were accustomed to the presence of spirit manifestations, and thus, prior to the awakening ceremony, none had succumbed to tears or fright. As the soul awakening ceremony commenced smoothly, numerous children began to awaken their unique martial spirits. Among them were ferocious beasts such as lions, tigers, bears, and leopards, as well as various plants like flowers and trees. That a multitude of weapons, including swords and spears, made their appearance, and even insects like spiders and centipedes were not uncommon. However, while martial spirits were abundant, innate soul power was not uniformly present. Despite being in the Soul City, where a significant number of children awakened their martial spirits, instances of innate zero soul power still emerged, albeit infrequently. Among the many children who awakened their martial spirits, a diversity of innate soul power levels was evident. However, it was clear that those with higher innate soul power were quite rare, with only 2 or 3 possessing innate level 9 soul power. Wang Yin had finally managed to reach the designated spot. Before he could steady himself within the awakening stone, the personnel from the Spirit Hall responsible for the awakening had already unleashed their soul power. Golden light particles enveloped Wang Yin, causing a slight tingling sensation, prompting him to scratch his face. Will I successfully awaken my martial spirit? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a reaction within his body. An inexplicable force surged from within, transforming into waves of warmth that coursed through him, ultimately encompassing his entire being. It felt as though he were exuding heat, and golden radiance burst forth from every part of his body, instantaneously obscuring the awakening formation created by the awakening stone. Completely shrouded in golden mist, Wang Yin sensed a peculiar state within himself, an extraordinary, enigmatic, and mysterious sensation intertwined with the warmth flowing through his body and the golden haze. Miraculous streams of light coalesced before Wang Yin, forming intricate patterns that, after a brief moment, condensed into a concise passage of brilliance and vanished into his brow. The divine thunder curse? Is this a cheat? Wang Yin muttered to himself. Outside the golden mist, a middle-aged man clad in a golden threaded robe approached. The personnel from the spirit hall, astonished by the extraordinary phenomenon of Wang Yan's martial spirit awakening, immediately bowed and addressed him. Your Holiness! The Pope raised his hand, and the spirit hall personnel fell silent, aware of the Pope's presence but uncertain of his reason for being there, especially during such a remarkable awakening. Could it be that the Pope had foreseen this? Pondered the individual responsible for the awakening, though he harbored no desire to investigate further. The golden mist did not linger for long. Soon, it began to swirl, and its trajectory suggested the formation of a humanoid figure. This figure was no ordinary silhouette, for no household would feature a humanoid with an abundance of wings protruding from its back. Wang Yin did not linger on the angelic form materializing from the golden mist, as the middle-aged man in the golden threaded robe, standing nearby, seemed to demand his attention. Despite having heard no sound from outside the mist moments ago, Wang Yin instinctively recognized that this middle-aged man was anything but ordinary. Intriguing. The Pope, clad in a golden robe, gazed at the young Wang Yin, a curious smile playing upon his lips, seemingly intrigued as he uttered 3 words. Child, you possess a remarkable angel martial soul. I hold great expectations for you. May I inquire your name? The Pope appeared to strive for a demeanor of warmth and approachability, yet all Wang Yin perceived was an almost irreconcilable discord. My name is Wang Yin, he replied, without much contemplation, acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances, especially given his youthful appearance and the recent awakening of his martial soul. Child, would you consider joining the Martial Soul Hall? After a brief moment of reflection, the Pope posed his question. Who are you? Wang Yin felt uncertain about the identity of this individual and the extent of his authority within the Martial Soul Hall. Given his childlike form, it was only natural that his response might seem off-topic. I am the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, he declared, his words imbued with an unmistakable arrogance that was rather irksome. Are you Qian Xuandao? Wang Yin blurted out in confusion. Although he had read a web novel years prior, he was aware of who the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall was supposed to be. The man before him, who claimed to be the Pope, was indeed male, and having heard of the previous Pope's ascension to the position of Judgment Elder after his transmigration, Wang Yin felt compelled to articulate this. You are quite bold, Qian Xuandao replied, his expression shifting as he spoke these words. As for Qian Xuandao, he felt a persistent restlessness as he processed documents that morning, as though something weighed heavily on his mind, causing him some vexation. Draped in a rather ordinary robe, he stepped out of the Pope's palace, uncertain of his destination, guided solely by an instinctive pull in his heart. This action was not entirely without reason, although Qian Sundu's father had imparted little education. He recalled a remark made by Qian Douluo during a training session. Sometimes the stirrings of the heart are not without purpose. Upon entering the Martial Soul City, he beheld the Martial Soul Main Hall, and the feeling within him seemed to clarify, as if urging him toward that very hall. The Martial Soul Main Hall? What significance could it hold for me? Though he harbored a slight doubt, he did not dwell on it, instead allowing his intuition to guide him toward the Martial Soul Main Hall. While the Martial Soul City was adjacent to the Pope's palace, all matters concerning soul masters within the city were managed by the Martial Soul Main Hall, independent of direct governance by the Pope's palace, although the Main Hall did maintain a limited direct affiliation with it. Once inside the Martial Soul Main Hall, Qian Xuandao wandered throughout, yet failed to uncover the source of his inner stirrings. Rather than departing in frustration, he found himself captivated by the ongoing martial soul awakenings. As the anomaly during the soul awakening occurred, Qian Xuanji felt he had discovered the source of his inner turmoil. It seemed to stem from the child whose soul awakening was exhibiting irregularities, a child completely enveloped in golden mist. Upon arriving at the awakening array, as the golden mist coalesced into the form of a soul, Qian Xuanji began to comprehend the reason behind his stirring emotions. Indeed, it was an angelic soul. Though it could not rival his six-winged angel, it was certainly akin to it. The six-winged angel soul was associated with the primary divine angels of the divine realm, and upon awakening, it granted innate full soul power. Although the child before him appeared to be merely a two-winged angel, Qian Xuanji discerned that this child also possessed innate full soul power. While two-winged angels may not compare to their six-winged counterparts, they were still remarkable. Coupled with the gift of innate full soul power, this child showed great potential should nothing unforeseen occur. He was likely to gain admission into the Elder Hall. Considering these factors, Qian Xuanji extended an invitation for the child to join the Spear Hall. The Pope himself offering an invitation was an unparalleled honor. Yet, who could have anticipated that this child would so boldly utter his own name? Hey, Wang Yin chuckled bashfully, scratching his head and face in a manner that accentuated the innocence of a child caught in an awkward moment. It was not that Wang Yin was genuinely embarrassed, rather. He recognized that his words had been somewhat reckless, prompting his sheepish gestures. His demeanor was entirely natural and unpretentious, a reflection of his prior existence as a fledgling university student before his transmigration. Ah, you little rascal, are you now willing to join our spirit hall? Not perceiving anything amiss with Wang Yin, Qian Xuanji reiterated his invitation to join the spirit hall. Of course, I'm willing. What's not to like about joining the spirit hall? Wang Yin nodded enthusiastically. After all, what was the big deal about joining the spirit hall? Qian Xuanji was there in his capacity as the Pope, and by the time the spirit hall faced any calamity, Wang Yin was confident he would have acquired the means to protect himself, given that decades would pass by then. Moreover, there was wisdom in seeking refuge beneath a sturdy tree, leveraging the resources of the spirit hall to nurture his growth and utilizing its influence to make strategic moves seemed almost blissful, provided that no major misfortune befell him. Thus, Wang Yin resolved to join the spirit hall, determined to cling to this opportunity, and as for whether he would eventually part ways with it, that was a matter for the future. You arrange the necessary paperwork for him from now on. He shall be a member of our spirit hall. For the time being, enroll him in the Junior Soul Master Academy, as he is still quite young. Qian Xuanji said, having received Wang Yan's agreement to join the spirit hall, then turned to the head of the spirit hall behind him, instructing on how to proceed with Wang Yan's placement. For a talented soul master like Wang Yan, the spirit hall possesses a well-established training and educational program. Qian Xuanji merely recited the common knowledge, yet there were subtle distinctions after all. Wang Yan was endowed with an angel spirit, prompting Qian Xuanji to elaborate on certain exceptional privileges. Once you join the spirit hall, you must diligently cultivate your skills. After conversing with the hall master, Qian Xuanji felt a sense of closure, his earlier agitation quelled. He gazed intently at Wang Yin, offering words of encouragement before departing without waiting for a response. Fortunate little one, let us ascertain your innate soul power. Following Qian Sunji's departure, the hall master approached Wang Yin, his gaze reflecting a mix of complexity and fondness. From Qian Sunji's words, he discerned underlying implications, and given the extraordinary spirit possessed by the young boy, he was acutely aware that Wang Yan's name would echo within the spirit hall for some time to come. What level is my innate soul power? Wang Yin inquired, eyeing the resplendent crystal orb in his hand as he turned to the hallmaster. Level 10, fully innate soul power. Though he had anticipated this outcome, a tinge of sentiment washed over him, particularly as the orb emitted a brilliance surpassing that of many novice soul masters. Does this mean I can immediately acquire a soul ring and become a soul master, perhaps influenced by his youthful form, or perhaps simply embodying the essence of a child? Wang Yin exhibited no trace of his previous life as a 20-something man. Indeed, you can. However, first, you must accompany me to attend to other matters before we discuss acquiring a soul ring. The hall master replied amiably, devoid of any authoritative pretense. Oh, by the way, are your parents outside the main hall? I don't have parents. Wang Yin blinked, his eyes clear and unclouded. Oh, I see. Please follow me. The hall master realized his misstep upon hearing Wang Yan's revelation, but after studying the boy for a moment longer, his gaze was filled with an indescribable complexity. Wang Yin followed the hall master to complete the necessary formalities, while Qian Xuanji, upon returning to the Pope's hall, chose not to attend to his own affairs, but instead visited the Elder's Hall, specifically the judging elder within. Have you completed all your tasks for today? What brings you here? Upon seeing Qian Xuanji enter, the judging elder, Qian Douluo, expressed mild surprise, wondering why his son, usually so proud and self-assured, seemed to have been perplexed by some matter today. Father, I recall you mentioning that only our lineage of the six-winged angels remains on Douluo continent. However, today I encountered a child possessing an angelic martial soul, completely unrelated to our bloodline. Qian Sunji, disregarding formalities, furrowed his brow in confusion as he inquired of Qian Douluo, has a new angelic martial soul emerged? Qian Douluo raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. Inside the chamber of elder judgment, the discourse between Qian Douluo and his son Qian Sunji remains shrouded in mystery. Known only to them that it is only understood that upon exiting, Qian Sunji briefed a trusted confidant, leaving no further details to be disclosed. As for the third segment, how could a child possibly be devoid of trouble? Perhaps due to the perception of the martial soul hall's master, Wang Yin received exceptional attention while processing formalities, leading him to ponder that such care would likely be afforded to his own child as well. After completing the formalities at the Spirit Hall, the Hall Master took Wang Yin to the primary Soul Master Academy, also established by the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. They found someone familiar and helped Wang Yin with his enrollment. Although there was still some time before the new students officially started, the enrollment was still processed. After finishing these tasks, the Hall Master took Wang Yin directly to the Pope's Hall. Wang Yin and the Master of the main hall did not directly enter the Pope's Hall, but were stopped at the entrance by a cardinal in red. After a brief conversation between the cardinal and the Master of the main hall, the transfer of Wang Yin was completed. The discussion between the cardinal and the Master of the main hall was not particularly secretive, as they were both there due to the orders from Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji had instructed the Master of the main hall to complete the formalities for Wang Yin and take him to the Pope's Hall, while the cardinal, having received orders from Qian Xuanji, was to take Wang Yin to the soul hunting forest managed by the Spirit Hall for soul hunting. The soul hunting forest is generally maintained and protected by the two great empires. But that does not mean that the Spirit Hall does not have its own soul hunting forest. Moreover, compared to the soul hunting forests managed by the empires, the ones owned by the Spirit Hall are exclusive with absolute control. The cardinal leading Wang Yin for soul hunting is an elder from Qian Xuanji, or rather from the six-winged angel lineage, making it very secure for him to obtain soul rings. Furthermore, in addition to bringing Wang Yin, the cardinal also brought along a small team of Holy Emperor warriors as per Qian Xuanji's command. This small team consisted of warriors with a minimum cultivation level of 61, making it a formidable lineup for Wang Yin's soul ring acquisition. The journey to the soul hunting forest was not fast, as Wang Yin had awakened his martial soul less than a day ago, and he had yet to grasp many of the basics. Along the way, the cardinal needed to teach Wang Yin some fundamental knowledge about being a soul master, especially regarding the absorption of soul rings. The soul hunting forest, managed by the Spirit Hall, is not too far from Spirit City, and even though the carriage moved slowly due to Wang Yan's situation, it did not take a full day to reach. Wang Yan's soul hunting team did not rush into the soul hunting forest, but waited until Wang Yin had fully mastered the most basic skills of Soul Master before entering. After all, absorbing a soul ring is not a trivial matter, and failure in this process can also have an impact on the Soul Master. Although the soul hunting forest is just a man-made soul beast forest, perhaps because it belongs to the Spirit Hall, the soul beasts within seem to have good numbers and quality. Of course, Wang Yin himself cannot discern quality or quantity, mainly because the Red Bishop explains the soul beasts encountered along the way to him, which is why he has this feeling. Soul hunting is not something that can be rushed, especially when looking for a suitable soul beast for a soul ring. It requires patience to slowly search for soul beasts. It is unclear whether awakening the angel spirit consumed a lot of luck, but Wang Yan's luck has been somewhat low recently, as he has not been able to find a suitable soul beast for several days in a row. Either the age is insufficient or the attributes do not match. Or the attributes match, but the age is far off. The Red Bishop and the Holy Emperor warriors may have long been accustomed to this, showing no signs of impatience. While Wang Yin, after the initial excitement faded and due to his inherently restless nature, began to show signs of boredom. After staying in the soul hunting forest for several more days, there was finally a slight turn of events for Wang Yin and his group. After organizing in the morning, within less than half an hour, they found a golden lion of about 1,000 years old, and it was a female lion. Lion-type soul beasts generally have a habit of gathering in groups. Seeing one female lion suggests that there are likely other golden lions nearby, but it is uncertain whether any of those golden lions are of suitable age. However, a golden lion of around 1,000 years old has a strength roughly at the level of a soul master, and it cannot pose a threat to Wang Yan's group. Well, to be precise, it cannot threaten anyone in the group except for Wang Yan. Roar. Upon seeing Wang Yan's group, the golden lion let out a loud roar, seemingly as a show of strength. Oof. The captain of the Holy Emperor warriors snorted coldly, releasing his restrained soul emperor aura, which pressed down on the golden lion with a might that was stronger than a 10,000-year soul beast. The golden lion seemed to hesitate not at all and turned to flee, showing no regal presence of a beast king. Unexpectedly, the 1,000-year golden lion they encountered was still a female. It seems that this soul-hunting forest needs to maintain its balance. Seeing the golden lion turn and run, the Red Bishop remarked. Wang Yin lowered his head and began to understand. Lion-type soul beasts are usually found in groups, and typically a powerful male lion leads them. This female lion has already lived for 1,000 years, and the male lions would be even stronger. There are at least 2 lions in this group that are at the 1,000-year level. It's important to note that 1,000-year soul beasts are rarely seen in ordinary hunting soul forests. Even in the hunting soul forest of the Spirit Hall, where the quantity and quality of soul beasts are quite good, the power of this group of lions has indeed disrupted the balance, seeing those humans relentlessly pursuing them. This golden lioness let out a loud roar to summon her companions, intending to confront these humans. In a short while, 15 or 16 golden lions gathered together as if facing a great enemy. But no, it was a team merely as if they were facing a great enemy. They were already confronting one. Forget it, the smallest one has also lived for 500 years, exceeding the absorption limit. This group of beasts has indeed disrupted the balance. But fortunately, not much time has passed and no significant losses have occurred yet. Killing half of them should suffice. After carefully identifying this group of golden lions, the cardinal couldn't help but sigh. The soul beasts encountered in the past were mostly below the required age, but this time they exceeded it. Your Eminence, I want to try that 500-year-old one. Just after the cardinal finished speaking, Wang Yin tugged at his corner. Before the cardinal could look over, he heard Wang Yin say this. What did you say? You want to try that 500-year-old golden lion? Have you forgotten what I told you before? Upon hearing Wang Yin's words, the cardinal became anxious. The child usually listens well, but he is worried that he might not listen when it really matters, which is quite troubling. I know the absorption limit for the first soul ring is over 400 years, but I want to try that 500-year-old one. Wang Yin knew that his body had undergone a transformation during his martial soul awakening, but explaining such matters was quite troublesome. Coupled with his childlike appearance and clumsiness in speech, Wang Yin chose not to explain. The Holy Emperor warriors exchanged surprised glances at Wang Yin, then turned to the cardinal, as all their actions still had to follow the cardinal's command. Sigh. The cardinal sighed, and after a moment of thought, came up with a solution. It was just a matter of the child's stubbornness. He just needed to feel some pain. You should give it a try. I estimate that if I don't let you try, you won't be willing to give up. But remember this, once you feel you can't bear it, you must give up immediately, understand? Keep this in mind. MHM, I understand. Thank you, Your Eminence. Indeed, children who seem obedient but are actually stubborn are more troublesome. You split off a person to severely injure and capture that 500-year-old one. The cardinal adjusted the order. 004 obtains the first soul ring in front of a team of Holy Emperor warriors, all at the soul emperor level. A dozen golden lions of 1,100 years were truly insufficient. Without any climax in battle, the dozen golden lions were already either dead or fleeing, with the only one that was neither dead nor escaped being the 500-year-old one that Wang Yin wanted. This 500-year-old golden lion had not lasted 2 rounds under the hands of a Holy Emperor warrior with a martial soul of a giant ape, and it was already down, unable to move. The fleeing golden lion's wound carried such a burden and ignored its somewhat sorrowful cries for help. Here you go. I suppose you know how to finish off this little lion without me having to teach you, right? The cardinal pulled out a dagger about a foot long and handed it to Wang Yin. After Wang Yin took the dagger, he drew it from its sheath and examined it, testing the sharpness with his thumb. It was indeed sharp. However, Wang Yin did not intend to use this dagger. He had other plans. The severely injured golden lion was thrown in front of Wang Yin by the Holy Emperor's warrior. Wang Yin put away the dagger, and although the cardinal found it a bit strange, he did not intervene. Crackle! Wang Yin was suddenly surrounded by a flash of purple lightning, producing a crisp sound, followed by the roar of thunder. The purple lightning flickered around him like a spirit snake. Although Wang Yin's movements were not very large, their suddenness and peculiarity instantly attracted the attention of the cardinal and the group of Holy Emperor warriors. Moreover, with the golden lion being the only severely injured one lying there after 500 years of being dead, the cardinal and the Holy Emperor warriors divided some of their attention to stay alert to their surroundings, while the rest of their focus was entirely on Wang Yin. Ha! Wang Yin waved his right arm, and purple lightning flickered and flowed, coalescing into a ball in the palm of his right hand in the blink of an eye. With a shout, Wang Yin slapped the top of the golden lion's head, approximately at the Baihui point on a human's head. The golden lion, facing Wang Yin's attack, wanted to roar, but after being struck by Wang Yin's slap, it didn't even manage to finish its roar before it collapsed, emitting a sound that resembled a whimper of a dog being beaten. Your Holiness, is it dead or not? After the slap, the purple lightning around Wang Yin disappeared, and the golden lion lay motionless, with no yellow soul ring forming. Wang Yin paused for a moment before remembering to ask the red-clad bishop, Oh, just a little more. The red-clad bishop seemed a bit dazed. But after regaining focus and sensing the now silent golden lion, he found that it still had a breath left. Once again, using the same technique, Wang Yin delivered another slap to the same spot, but it seemed that the power of the purple lightning was stronger than before. Although this slap appeared to be similar to the last one, the aroma of roasted meat wafting from the golden lion's head and the black blood flowing from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears indicated that there was indeed a difference. Yellow light rose up, coalescing above the golden lion's head to form a dazzling, colorful yellow soul ring. Before the soul ring could fully take shape, Wang Yin had already sat down cross-legged. He understood his own situation. He was completely drained now. The red-clad bishop and the holy knight did not know what was happening with Wang Yan's purple lightning, but Wang Yin was aware that during his martial soul awakening, he seemed to have simultaneously awakened an innate technique called Divine Thunder Spell. Although it was called an innate technique, it actually encompassed a complete set of cultivation methods. What Wang Yin sensed as his own soul power was what he cultivated, while the attacks he unleashed were his soul power transformed into purple lightning. The two slaps he just delivered were the most basic application, known as Palm Thunder. Wang Yan's first Palm Thunder was executed with restrained strength, while the second Palm Thunder was unleashed with full power, draining his soul energy completely afterward. It felt as if all the marrow in his bones had been extracted, leaving him utterly powerless. To smoothly absorb the soul ring, restoring himself to optimal condition was essential, so Wang Yin immediately sat down and began meditating without hesitation. As the Divine Thunder Spell cultivation method operated, his soul energy was gradually replenished. After a good half an hour, Wang Yin finally returned to his best state, opened his eyes and looked around. The red-robed cardinal and the holy warriors were all watching him with vigilance, showing no signs of impatience. Releasing his martial soul, the two-winged angel, which was originally radiant and noble when awakened, now bore a lingering hint of purple. This hint of purple did not appear out of place. Instead, it added a sense of supreme majesty. The soul energy drew the soul ring into his body, and Wang Yin felt as if he had instantly fallen into a scorching furnace. A surging torrent rampaged within him, seemingly intent on shattering the body that confined it. At this moment, all Wang Yin could do was endure. After all, this was a soul ring that exceeded the limit of the first soul ring's age. Unless he gave up, he could only withstand the waves of impact if he wanted to survive. In the eyes of the red-robed cardinal and some holy warriors, at the moment the century-old soul ring merged into Wang Yan's body, a yellow halo appeared behind the angel martial soul's phantom, pulsing and impacting the phantom. Wang Yan's body visibly turned bright red, resembling a steamed shrimp. Some sweat evaporated into mist surrounding him, while other parts soaked through his clothes. He trembled all over, clearly enduring intense pain. The waves of impact left Wang Yin unable to do anything but maintain a clear mind, as this was the last line of defense during soul ring absorption. If he could not even hold this, the only thing left before failure would be the collapse of his physical body. Perhaps because absorbing a century-old soul ring did not involve the test of soul impact. The shocks Wang Yin experienced were aimless. After several attempts to give up and gritting his teeth to persist, the impact finally began to weaken. The Divine Thunder Spell cultivation method, which had momentarily ceased functioning due to the impact, slowly resumed its operation, while the torrent that had been weakening due to the impact disappeared even faster. From the perspective of the red-robed cardinal and the holy warriors, Wang Yan's body was on the verge of bleeding out due to multiple near-collapse moments, yet he held on. Eventually, the yellow halo around the angel martial soul phantom quieted down, leaving an exclusive mark imprinted by the light radiating from the angel martial soul phantom. Absorbing the soul ring seemed akin to a near-death upgrade in a game. After Wang Yin completely absorbed the soul ring, his body, which had been damaged by the impact, had mostly healed, leaving almost no scars. Had he succeeded in the absorption? After Wang Yin opened his eyes, the cardinal still found it hard to believe that someone could surpass their limits to absorb a soul ring and succeed. Although the fact was right in front of him, he still asked, "Is it really successful?" It's good, it's really good." Without waiting for Wang Yin to respond, the cardinal realized that Wang Yin had indeed succeeded in absorbing the soul ring. Otherwise, how could the situation be like this? Without inquiring about soul skills or soul power, they confirmed that Wang Yin was fine and had no other issues before preparing to leave the soul-hunting forest. After a day, they returned to the Pope's palace, where the cardinal reported to Qian Xuanji, and Wang Yin was brought to Qian Xuanji as well. In a detailed manner, The cardinal reported the situation of the soul hunt to Qian Xuanji, especially emphasizing Wang Yan's achievement of surpassing his limits to absorb the soul ring. The cardinal described Wang Yan's performance during the soul ring absorption so vividly that it was almost as if one could see it happening again. At least it was beyond doubt. Initially, Qian Xuanji did not show any significant reaction to the cardinal's report. But when he heard about Wang Yan wanting to surpass his limits to absorb the soul ring, he let out a surprised "oh" and glanced at Wang Yan with a somewhat unexpected expression. Wang Yan didn't know how to respond to this. He just smiled and scratched his head, using the standard move of a child who felt embarrassed for making a mistake. It's always safe to use that. You did well. I will consider your recent suggestion. You can leave now. After the cardinal finished reporting, Qian Xuanji looked up from the documents, his tone devoid of highs and lows, making it hard to detect any emotions of appreciation or displeasure. Yes. The cardinal glanced at Wang Yan standing beside him, then bowed his head in response and exited Qian Xuanji's office. Little guy, you really surprised me. This sentence was different from before, carrying a hint of amusement, as if Qian Xuanji had developed some interest in Wang Yan. Hee. Wang Yan continued to smile awkwardly. At least for him personally, there really wasn't a better way to cope, so maintaining his embarrassment for making a mistake and smiling was sufficient. As for admitting faults, as long as Qian Xuanji didn't mention it or pursue it, why should he admit anything? Moreover, he originally joined the Spirit Hall to cling to a powerful backer. Wasn't it just about surpassing limits to absorb spirit rings? What was wrong with that? If he didn't leverage the power and influence of the Spirit Hall to improve himself to the greatest extent possible, then that would be problematic. As for any other issues that might arise from this, as long as he could stay under the big tree of the Spirit Hall and develop smoothly, there was no need to think too much about anything else. You performed very well. I don't believe there will be any repercussions this time, but your performance has surprised me. You have great potential. How about becoming my disciple? Although he didn't obey and surpass limits to absorb spirit rings, Qian Xuanji didn't blame him. After all, it made sense to recruit such a talented young spirit master. If there were to be any blame, it should be directed towards one's own people. Does your holiness not have any disciples yet? Wang Yan did not reply directly, but instead asked a somewhat irrelevant question. A typical genius is still not enough to become my disciple. Although this statement was not explicitly stated, it was enough to clarify the issue. However, it could also be seen that Qian Xuanji was indeed very proud. The disciple pays respects to the master. Wang Yan directly bent down to bow. After all, he wasn't of the same generation as his parents. Moreover, he didn't have much fondness for someone like Qian Xuanji, who was a quasi-morally corrupt individual. A bow was enough, and whether his opinion would change in the future would depend on Qian Xuanji's performance. Wang Yan was not without a hint of pride. At the same time, Wang Yan also heard another piece of news from Qian Xuanji's words. Bai Bidong had not yet appeared, and the one who could be called one of the three great fortunes of this era, Yu Shaojiang, had also not shown up. Instead, it was difficult to determine the situation with Tang Hao. This token can represent your identity as a disciple of this sect, as long as you show it. No one on the Douluo continent would dare to make things difficult for you. This statement was beyond pride. It was clearly arrogance. Thank you, teacher. Wang Yan took the token handed to him by Qian Xuanji and put it into his pocket. As my disciple, you shouldn't be so shabby. This storage soul guide necklace and some gold soul coins should be considered a welcoming gift. This alone shows Qian Xuanji's generosity and arrogance. The disciple thanks the master for his care. There's a welcoming gift for taking on a disciple. The storage soul guide itself is quite valuable, and with some gold soul coins inside, there's no need to pay any apprenticeship fees. Wang Yan was very willing to say more and hoped such good fortune would come again. You're still a bit too young. There's no need for me to personally teach you unless there are problems that others can't solve. Although your talent is good, Qian Xuanji seemed unaware of his somewhat impatient ambition, or perhaps he had too high expectations for his first disciple. Master, I will arrange everything for your matters. If there's nothing else, you can leave for now. Wang Yan had just started to speak when Qian Xuanji interrupted him. Wang Yan opened his mouth, realizing that there was no need to pretend to be a child any longer, and simply walked out. Before long, Qian Xuanji's subordinates found Wang Yan and arranged for him to stay in the Pope's palace. However, this residence was not a permanent one, at least not the place Wang Yan would usually live in. He was currently assigned to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Soul Master City. Before moving to the Junior Soul Master Academy, Wang Yan underwent Soul Master assessment at the Soul Master Hall in Soul Master City. Although he had money from Qian Xuanji, Wouldn't it be nice to get a little extra? Why not take advantage of a good deal? No, this is a benefit that low-level soul masters are entitled to. How can it be called taking advantage? So, Wang Yin thought that receiving a gold soul coin once a month was pretty good. During the soul power assessment at the Soul Master Hall, Wang Yin was personally received by the Hall Master. After all, a situation like Wang Yan's was rare in the Soul Master Hall. Even if it meant losing a bit for an early investment, the Hall Master thought that was acceptable. When the soul power assessment revealed Wang Yan's level, both the Hall Master and the person who arranged for Wang Yan were a bit surprised. 13th level soul power, and after absorbing the soul ring, it jumped 2 levels. However, the two, shocked as they were, did not notice the slight twitch at the corner of Wang Yan's mouth. Is this really okay? Does this count as bringing forward Tang San's miracle by decades? While it's not common to jump a level after absorbing a soul ring, it's not unheard of. Occasionally, one might hear of it. But jumping 2 levels seems to be unprecedented. Perhaps it has happened, but it certainly hasn't been publicized. Speaking of which, why didn't the higher-ups of the Soul Master Hall know about such anomalies like Tang San decades later? After the soul power assessment, Wang Yin received a gold soul coin as a Soul Master subsidy, and then he was taken to the Junior Soul Master Academy to be reassigned. After all, there is quite a difference between a talented child soul master noticed by the Pope and a disciple of the Pope. Although the reassignment wasn't considered special treatment, it was different in some ways. At least the attitude of the principal had changed significantly. Before the school year started, although there were a few students remaining at the academy, there were not many and were all doing their own things. This situation didn't last long. As the school year began, and Wang Yin attended classes with the first-year students, the student composition at this academy was quite complex, including descendants of Soul Master Hall personnel, young prodigies recruited by the Hall, and various other personalities. There was a mix of arrogance, individuality, and more. Wang Yin even encountered someone who bullied others because their grandfather was a cardinal in the Pope's palace, but Wang Yin taught him a lesson. In the first year, very few had soul rings, and even if Wang Yin couldn't fight, he was strong enough to overpower those without a soul ring. When that person called their parents, they were initially dissatisfied with the principal's attitude, but after seeing the token in Wang Yan's hand, they left in disgrace. Since the token in Wang Yan's hand was revealed, no student dared to trouble him again. No one would be foolish enough to provoke a disciple of the Pope, especially since Wang Yin was not weak himself. Even among the many talented soul masters gathered by the Soul Master Hall, very few entered school with a soul ring. Therefore, Wang Yin had a pretty good time at the Junior Soul Master Academy, but due to the lack of entertainment on the Douluo continent, or rather, because of the age of Wang Yin's current body, life still felt somewhat monotonous. Aside from attending classes, eating, resting, and practicing things that had to be done, Wang Yin found ways to pass the time. One was practicing the use of the purple thunder in the God Thunder spell, and another was reading rare texts and magazines at the Soul Master Hall. Initially, Wang Yin was scolded by Qian Xuanji for reading those rare texts, as Qian Xuanji was worried it would interfere with his training. However, after checking Wang Yan's soul power level, Qian Xuanji realized that Wang Yan's progress was quite fast, even quicker than many examples of innate full soul power. So, Qian Xuanji didn't bother him too much after that. 2 years passed in this simple and unadorned manner. And the reason for the change after these 2 years was mainly because Wang Yin had broken through to level 20, allowing him to obtain a suitable soul ring and smoothly advance to a Great Soul Master. Great Soul Master, the 3rd level among Soul Masters, was the standard for graduating from some intermediate Soul Master academies, and Wang Yin was already nearing that in his 2nd year at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Oh wait, Wang Yin had already reached level 20 by the end of the 2nd year, so saying he was still a 2nd-year student is a bit misleading. Teacher, I have already broken through to level 20 and can obtain my 2nd soul ring to become a Great Soul Master. Wang Yin needed to report this breakthrough to Qian Xuanji, as obtaining a soul ring from hunting souls required Qian Xuanji's arrangements. And this was one of the reasons he chose to join the Soul Master Hall initially. Well, good. How many years of age do you want for your 2nd soul ring? 800 years? Or 900 years? Qian Xuanji hadn't forgotten that his disciple had absorbed a soul ring that exceeded the limit for the 1st soul ring, so naturally, the 2nd soul ring should also exceed the limit. After all, if the 1st step had already surpassed others, how could the 2nd step still keep pace with everyone else? Going further and creating an insurmountable distance from others is the true way. Teacher, I want to try absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Wang Yan's goal obviously exceeded Qian Xuanji's expectations. A 1,000-year soul ring. You have been in the Junior Soul Master Academy for 2 years. You should understand that there is a significant gap between a 100-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring. Are you confident? Qin Xuanji raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Wang Yan's words. He felt that he had already overestimated Wang Yan enough, but he did not expect that his disciple would be so confident. Teacher, I once considered the situation of absorbing soul rings for the first time. To surpass the limit in absorbing soul rings, the body's strength must reach a level that exceeds the limit. Therefore, I have specifically trained my body over the past 2 years. During the Great Assessment at our Wuhuan Hall Advanced Soul Master Academy, I compared and studied the physical strength of those senior soul respect students. And I also collected some data on the physical strength of soul respects from the Wuhuan Hall. Through comparison, I feel that my physical strength after training is not inferior to theirs, and I have a high possibility of successfully absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as my second soul ring. Wang Yin has certainly done his homework. In addition to regular extensive training, he has also used the Divine Thunder Curse to stimulate his body with thunder techniques to enhance his physical strength. While extensive training is normal as part of cultivation, using the Divine Thunder Curse to stimulate the body requires a lot of control. If the thunder's intensity is too weak, it won't have any effect, but if it's too strong, it could cause damage that isn't worth the cost. To find the right intensity, Wang Yin experimented for more than 3 months. Your performance has truly surprised me. Qin Xuanji looked at Wang Yin with some astonishment. He knew that Wang Yin was somewhat extraordinary. There was no need to mention the 2-winged angel martial soul and the purple lightning reported by his subordinates. He didn't expect that his disciple also seemed to have a considerable talent for soul master theoretical research. Good. If you can successfully absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, there will be a heavy reward waiting for you when you return. For Qin Xuanji, the better Wang Yin performed, the better it was. After all, he was his disciple, his own person. Reporting to Your Holiness the Pope. The Master of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City has urgent matters to report and needs Your Holiness to make a decision personally. As soon as Qin Xuanji finished speaking, a cardinal in red hurried in, looking anxious, as if the matters to be reported by the Master of the Spirit Hall were quite serious. Let him in. Qin Xuanji was somewhat displeased at being interrupted in his good mood, but seeing the cardinal's unusual expression, he decided to handle the matter. What is it? The Master of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City entered with a little girl. Qin Xuanji's expression changed slightly as he asked, Who is this little girl? He recognized the Master of the Spirit Hall, Wang Yin, but who was this little girl? She appeared to be around 6 years old, seemingly just having awakened her martial soul. Could she be another little genius? For some reason, Wang Yin felt something was off about this little girl, especially when he saw her light purple pupils and light purple hair. Your Holiness, please take a look. The Master of the Spirit Hall did not say much, but made a gesture pointing to the little girl. Quick, show Your Holiness both of your martial souls. Qin Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, but Wang Yan's eyes widened in an instant upon hearing 2 martial souls. 2 martial souls? Light purple hair and eyes, plus a seemingly good foundation. Bibi Dong? The Bibi Dong, the top among the 3 heroes of luck in this era. However, it seems that Bibi Dong is only 6 years old now and has just awakened her martial soul. Not even a lowly yet. Cough, 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 cough. Don't think too much. Warning for starting from 3 years old. After a brainstorming session in Wang Yan's mind, he looked at the 6-year-old Bibi Dong with a complex expression. Bibi Dong displayed her 2 martial souls, the purple-black death spider and the pale green soul devouring spider. Qin Xuanji immediately stood up from his seat. The most special case of mutated martial souls is the twin martial souls, which, once awakened, are bound to possess innate full soul power and are theoretically destined to become the strongest soul masters. Who knows about this? After the excitement, Qin Xuanji asked the Hall Master this question. This little girl was the last child to awaken a martial soul, and apart from those who were present at her awakening and the bishop who had just been here, everyone else who knew was present. Before the Hall Master could finish speaking, he was already sweating profusely. It was clear that the Hall Master had detected the hidden killing intent in Qin Xuanji's words. Seal the information, deal with anyone not present here, and leave no traces that shouldn't exist. Be swift about it, Qin Xuanji whispered to the Hall Master. Yes. The Hall Master replied, and then left. Wang Yin didn't hear clearly, but he saw very clearly. He looked at the somewhat confused Bibi Dong, feeling complicated emotions. Child, do you wish to become my disciple? Qin Xuanji squatted down in front of Bibi Dong, his tone unusually gentle. Sure, Bibi Dong immediately agreed. Becoming the Pope's disciple, even at just 6 years old, how could she possibly refuse? Wang Yin, You must not mention your junior sister's two martial souls to anyone. Remember, to anyone. Do you understand? Compared to Bibidong's confusion, Qian Xuanji was somewhat stern with Wang Yin. After all, his eldest disciple displayed remarkable wisdom. The disciple understands. Wang Yin replied, "You can take your junior sister out. I still have some matters to handle. There are some things I must remind your junior sister about, especially not to mention the two martial souls. Do you understand?" Qian Xuanji was quite satisfied with Wang Yin as his disciple, but he hoped that Wang Yin could make him even more satisfied, even though he was only 8 years old. Yes. 007 walked the path of others, leaving them with no way to walk. Qian Xuanji was quite adept at pushing troublesome matters, like teaching Bibidong, directly assigning it to Wang Yin. It took Wang Yin a long time to make Bibidong understand that she shouldn't tell others about having two martial souls. Clearly, she was someone who could become a pope and achieve godhood in the future. Why was she so stubborn as a child? Could it be because she was still young and hadn't awakened? Wang Yin wouldn't admit that it was his lack of eloquence and inability to communicate that caused him to take so long to explain this to Bibidong. However, when he thought about the matter of awakening, Wang Yin felt that after more than 20 years before his transmigration and 2 years after, it seemed he also showed no signs of awakening. Could it be that he still hadn't awakened? Wang Yin threw out this somewhat scary idea and now decided to talk about other things with Bibidong. It's truly an overestimation of Wang Yan's communication skills to entrust such matters to him, especially with Qian Xuanji, whose mind seems a bit unhinged. After finishing the most crucial matter of not mentioning the twin spirits, the red-clothed bishop, who had previously arranged for Wang Yin to hunt souls, came to find him again. Perhaps it was because he was used to it. This time, he arranged for Bibidong to accompany Wang Yin on the soul-hunting trip as well. After dragging along with the red-clothed bishop to organize matters for Bibidong, and once everything was settled in Wuhan City, the bishop led a small team of Holy Emperor warriors, taking Wang Yin and Bibidong to hunt souls. Judging by how familiar the bishop was with the tasks, he had clearly become an old hand at this. The last soul hunt took place in the hunting forest controlled by the Wuhan Hall. But this time, they were headed to the Douluo forest, one of the largest soul beast habitats on the Douluo continent, rumored to have 10,000-year soul beasts. The reason for not going back to the previous hunting forest was that there might not be suitable soul beasts left there. After Wang Yan's last hunt, the Wuhan Hall sent people to conduct a long cleaning in that hunting forest. Some soul rings were used for personnel advancement, while others were converted into resources for trade. Now, while the quantity in that hunting forest remained relatively decent, the quality had dropped significantly. If this time it was just Bibidong hunting alone, going there would be fine, but since Wang Yin was also along, the Douluo forest was a better choice. It must be said that luck is indeed high. Unlike Wang Yin, whose explosion of a seraphim spirit caused a period of bad luck. This group had not even been in the Douluo forest for a day before encountering a suitable soul beast for Bibidong, perfectly timed for absorption, with the process going smoothly. In contrast, Wang Yin had not found a suitable soul beast even after 10 days to half a month in the Douluo forest. The disparity between a non-lucky person and a lucky one was glaringly obvious, truly echoing the saying that comparing people can be infuriating. It was unclear whether Wang Yan's accumulated luck from a month had finally burst forth or if Bibidong, unable to bear it, decided to help him out. Finally, after a month in the Douluo forest, they found a soul beast that was relatively suitable for Wang Yin, and it was just over 1,000 years old. The Holy Emperor warriors did not severely injure the soul beast as per Wang Yan's request. They merely lightly wounded it for capture, after which Wang Yin tried to assess his gap in strength against the 1,000-year soul beast, although he had observed battles of soul masters. A 1,000-year soul beast was still not something that could be easily subdued by a soul master acting alone. Wang Yin had lowered his assessment of his own strength, believing he was not inferior to a soul master aside from his soul rings and soul skills. But when faced with the 1,000-year soul beast, he realized that he would struggle to even escape if alone. After barely holding on for 4 or 5 exchanges with the 1,000-year soul beast, Wang Yin was already at his limit. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Holy Emperor warriors, he would have been severely injured even without surrendering. The Holy Emperor warriors subdued the 1,000-year soul beast, and Wang Yin struck it on the head with a palm thunder. Compared to the palm thunder he used previously, the power of his current palm thunder was significantly stronger. Your Excellency, Bishop, didn't you say that a soul master's second soul ring can only absorb yellow 100-year soul rings? Why is my senior brother able to absorb this purple 1,000-year soul ring? Wang Yan's second soul ring absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring was known only to Cardinal and Wang Yin among the group. The Holy Emperor warriors had to obey orders to capture soul beasts and didn't question anything even if they had doubts. However, Bibi Dong was different, so she directly asked about it. This was because His Highness had already been different from normal soul masters since the first soul ring. The cardinal felt emotional. When Wang Yin absorbed the first soul ring, he was surprised and astonished, and he still found it incredible when it came to Wang Yan's second soul ring. "Oh, Cardinal, could you tell me more about it?" Bibi Dong, hearing the cardinal's words, seemed very curious and couldn't help but inquire further. When His Highness absorbed the first soul ring, it was I and others who hunted the soul beast for him, and at that time His Highness absorbed a 500-year soul ring. The cardinal felt that everyone present was on his side, so he spoke naturally. "But Cardinal, didn't you say that a soul master's first soul ring can only be a maximum of 400 years? Bibi Dong was even more puzzled. It was already strange that her senior brother's second soul ring was not a yellow soul ring. The first soul ring being of normal color was just that, normal. I don't know the specific reason, but His Highness indeed achieved it. This might be His Highness's secret. I didn't ask more. Perhaps you could inquire about it, little princess." The cardinal didn't have any other thoughts. He just felt that it was okay to say so. All right. Bibi Dong realized that she couldn't learn more from the cardinal, so she stopped asking. Compared to the difficulty of absorbing a 100-year soul ring back then, absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was even more challenging now. Even though Wang Yan believed he had made sufficient preparations, there were still considerable difficulties in the absorption process. Without practical experience, one would never know the gap between ideal conditions and actual situations. Through this absorption of the 1,000-year soul ring, Wang Yin understood this principle and decided that next time he would raise the estimated value by 20%. Fortunately, Wang Yin had never overestimated his abilities nor underestimated the difficulty of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Although difficulties still existed, it felt much easier compared to the times he almost gave up while absorbing his first soul ring. Sigh. Last time it was divine might, this time it's burning. Aside from the different names, if it weren't for the immunity to adverse effects added by burning, I would suspect that the twin-winged angel martial soul had mutated from the nine-heart begonia martial soul, whose two soul skills have almost the same effect. After absorbing the soul ring, Wang Yin felt a bit of loss with his second soul ring absorption. Fortunately, the two soul skills could stack and multiply, so he didn't end up at a loss. On the way back to the spirit city, Wang Yin didn't expect Bibi Dong to suddenly take an interest in him and keep asking about his soul ring situation. Was he walking the path that Yu Shaojiang would take in the future? Wang Yin felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put it into words. Did 008 really figure it out? The second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring. Not to say there won't be others after him, but at least in the various records of the Spirit Hall, there hasn't been any soul master who directly absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring as their second soul ring. Regarding the ability of the second soul ring to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, Qin Xuanji originally wanted to order a news blackout. But unless you can ensure Wang Yin is never exposed, the fact that the second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring will definitely spread. After Qin Xuanji conducted a thorough inquiry with Wang Yin, he finally felt relieved. Surpassing the limit to absorb a soul ring isn't that easy. At least based on what Wang Yin told him, it's still quite difficult to achieve what Wang Yin did. Whether it was to proclaim the strength of the Spirit Hall, or to enhance its image and popularity. One thing is certain, it definitely wasn't just to do a good deed. Qin Xuanji had someone organize the information about Wang Yin successfully absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as his second soul ring, and then spread it across the continent. As for privately, Qin Xuanji had Wang Yin provide a detailed report on his insights into surpassing the limit to absorb soul rings, which was kept confidential. Among the 4 people who knew about these 2 operations, only Douluo, Qin Xuanji, Wang Yin, and Bibi Dong were aware. Douluo came to inquire about the news after hearing the announcement, while Bibi Dong was present when Wang Yin was compiling the detailed report. "Senior brother, why didn't we mention how you absorbed your second soul ring when the Spirit Hall promoted it? You wrote it out so detailed for the teacher." Among the 4 who knew about both operations, Qin Xuanji and Douluo naturally understood the purpose behind it, while Wang Yin quickly grasped why it was done this way. Bibi Dong, however, found it hard to understand the nuances. Currently, there was still a bit of distance because of Qin Xuanji's status as the Pope. But due to their previous interaction during the soul hunting, she felt closer to Wang Yin, making her more willing to ask him about things she didn't understand. Things like this you'll understand when you grow up. You don't need to know so much now. However, remember, such matters cannot be shared with others, got it? Wang Yin looked at Bibi Dong, who was well protected by her parents, and thought that it might be better to let her have a decent childhood. So he decided not to teach her too much. As for what might happen in the future, Wang Yin felt that he had already intruded into that matter. Well, Bai Bai Dong still felt a bit regretful that her senior brother didn't tell her about this. The news coming from the spirit hall only added more waves to the already turbulent spirit master world. Some completely disbelieved it, while others were skeptical. But those who fully believed it were few. Small sects and families among the spirit master forces almost completely dismissed it, thinking that the spirit hall had released false news just to toy with people. In contrast, larger spirit master forces were more skeptical. Could the spirit hall really be making baseless claims? It's hard to say for sure. After all, such matters can be easily disproved. The spirit hall had no need to spread false information to cause chaos. If we exclude that possibility, it means that someone in the spirit hall has indeed managed to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as their second spirit ring. So how did the people of the spirit hall achieve this? Whether to attempt it or not is a difficult decision. One can imagine that attempting it would inevitably consume a lot of resources, while not attempting it could leave one's own forces weaker than others in the future. The decision-making in this regard is quite challenging, and this is precisely the goal of the Spirit Hall, or rather, Qin Xuanji. With Wang Yan's detailed report, the Spirit Hall can confidently strengthen its own power, while others will at least fall behind the Spirit Hall by one step or even more. After this incident, Qin Xuanji granted Wang Yan a small amount of authority. Although this small authority might not be enough to accomplish anything significant, it at least allowed Wang Yan to learn more about the affairs on the continent. Wang Yan used his little bit of power to do just one thing: to gather information about the three upper sects, especially regarding the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the Haotian sect. After all, the other two figures of destiny in this era were located in those two places, so it was wise to pay more attention. The action of gathering information about the three upper sects was not long before it landed on Qin Xuanji's desk. After reading it, Qin Xuanji pondered for a while, and a trace of inexplicable amusement actually surfaced on his proud and indifferent face. In the days that followed, apart from regularly checking the information from the three upper sects, Wang Yan found that his life had somewhat lost control regarding Bibi Dong. Perhaps due to both being disciples of Qin Xuanji and Bibi Dong occasionally asking Wang Yan about cultivation issues, as well as Wang Yan occasionally looking out for Bibi Dong. Their relationship surprisingly turned out to be quite good. At least on the surface, they looked like a pair of siblings. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel that Bibi Dong truly deserved to become a divine figure in the next era. Her cultivation speed was not much slower than his. It's worth noting that Wang Yan had the Divine Thunder Curse cultivation method, while Bibi Dong had nothing special, merely engaging in normal meditation. Besides her impressive cultivation speed, Wang Yan was even more astonished by Bibi Dong's progression in the academy. When Wang Yan was in the third grade, Bibi Dong was in the first grade, and by the time Wang Yan was still in the third grade, Bibi Dong was already in the second grade. By the time Wang Yan just entered the fourth grade, Bibi Dong was already in the third grade. With such a competitor, even Qin Xuanji urged Wang Yan to learn from his junior sister. However, Wang Yan was very clear about what he wanted to do. In his eyes, the most important thing to do at this stage, and even in the next one, was to stay low-key and focus on developing steadily. He was determined not to stand out too much. Occasionally, making a small appearance for a sense of involvement was enough, and there was no need for more. Therefore, while pursuing a steady development, Wang Yan discovered that by the time he had not yet graduated from the fourth grade, Bibi Dong had already joined the same class as him. Have you gone mad? Why learn so fast? While vertical development is important, horizontal development also holds a significant share, and besides, there's no need to develop vertically so quickly right now. Wang Yan thought for a moment about how he and Bibi Dong were different. She was neither a time traveler nor a reincarnated person. At her age, it was quite normal not to realize the importance of laying a solid foundation for horizontal development. He hadn't mentioned it before simply because he hadn't thought of it. But now that they were in the same class, Wang Yan naturally felt the need to remind Bibi Dong. What surprised Wang Yan was that Bibi Dong was surprisingly receptive to advice now, showing no signs of the stubbornness often seen in intelligent people. This made Wang Yan even more astonished. Could it be that Bibi Dong hadn't figured things out yet? That didn't make sense. If she hadn't figured it out yet, why was she leveling up so quickly? Unable to understand the reasoning, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, this was just a minor surprise and didn't require too much attention. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that the news about the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, awakening a defective martial soul and having a mere half-level innate soul power, had been widely circulated in the Soul Master community over the past few years. 009. Gluttonous little lowly Bibi Dong. I told you not to come, right? Why did you sneak after me again? I'm just going to hunt for souls. You don't need a third soul ring. Besides distracting me to take care of you, what else can you do? In the carriage, a cardinal in red was resting with his eyes closed while Bibi Dong lowered her head and avoided looking at Wang Yin, who appeared to be in pain from anger. This scene occurred because Wang Yin had already reached level 30 and needed to obtain his third soul ring. The situation of blaming Bibi Dong arose because she had secretly slipped out from the Pope's palace and was following Wang Yan's convoy without permission. She had already been caught twice in Soul Master City. During the second time, she even promised not to do it again, but after the convoy left Soul Master City, she set out a step behind and was caught by the Holy Emperor's soldiers as soon as she caught up. It was impossible to hit or scold her, but she still needed to be reprimanded. However, judging by Bibi Dong's demeanor, she didn't seem genuinely remorseful. It was clear she was just letting things go in one ear and out the other. Wang Yin was left with a headache from the frustration. In the past, Wang Yin had been quite sympathetic towards Bibi Dong. Although she was hopelessly in the late stages of being love-struck, her experiences were quite sad. So he occasionally looked after her like a brother caring for his sister. But Bibi Dong's behavior had become a headache for Wang Yin, especially in recent times. Though he wouldn't say she was mischievous, she certainly fit the rebellious teenager stereotype. After all, she was just a 10-year-old little girl. Why was she acting like a rebellious teenager? Senior brother, are you thirsty? Have a spiky fruit to soothe your throat. Just after Wang Yin had been talking for a while, Bibi Dong took out a spiky fruit from her storage soul guide and said this, almost choking Wang Yin. The spiky fruit was similar to the dragon fruit from before Wang Yan's transmigration and was one of his favorite fruits along with the pineapple-like cane fruit. Wang Yin usually had plenty of these two fruits in his storage soul guide, so it was clear that Bibi Dong had come prepared. Wang Yin was in despair, grabbing his hair in a mess. Your Highness, there's no need to worry so much. Even if we had one or two more people with us, we wouldn't be able to take care of everything. Little Highness, are there any fruits left? I'm feeling a bit thirsty. The cardinal opened his eyes, a hint of a smile in his gaze, but after listening to Wang Yin ramble for a while, he felt a bit overwhelmed, so he sought out Bibi Dong for some fruit to take it slow. Oh, there's still some. Bibi Dong immediately took out a spiky fruit and handed it to the cardinal. Your Highness, the fruit that Little Highness bought is really good. Aren't you going to have some? The cardinal was actually trying to smooth things over. On one hand, he was actively helping Bibi Dong escape from her predicament, and on the other hand, he wanted Wang Yin to leave him alone, as just listening was already quite uncomfortable. Sigh, headache. Wang Yin looked up and grabbed the spiny fruit that Bibi Dong had been holding out for a while. Seeing that Wang Yin no longer blamed her and was focused on the spiny fruit, she couldn't help but show a sweet smile. Smile, smile, how can you still smile? I'll take care of you when we get back. Seeing Bibi Dong look as if she had escaped a great disaster, Wang Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Senior brother, you're such a nice person. Bibi Dong knew that Wang Yan's anger had mostly subsided, so she stuck to him like a piece of gum, her little face beaming with a smile. She knew that after they returned, her senior brother would just increase her training load a bit, which was nothing, especially since he would be training with her. Get away, it's hot. Wang Yan's mouth was full of disdain, but he didn't avoid Bibi Dong getting close. On the way to the Douluo forest, Wang Yin finally thought of something. Perhaps having Bibi Dong follow him wasn't such a bad thing after all. Wang Yin once thought carefully that he, as a time traveler, really didn't seem like someone blessed with great fortune. If it weren't for the fact that he happened to encounter Qian Xuanji and was usually diligent and willing to fight hard, he wouldn't have reached his current situation no matter what. Therefore, without any great luck, he was still thinking about driving those who had great fortune away from him. Wang Yin felt that if it weren't for his recent moment of foolishness, he really couldn't find a better reason to explain his somewhat foolish actions. Wasn't it nice to have Bibi Dong by his side? Absolutely. Not to mention, just having her around was a beautiful thing, even though Bibi Dong was still quite young. Furthermore, hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings also relied heavily on luck. Even if his own luck wasn't very high, having someone with great fortune nearby would slightly improve his luck. It was probably because Bibi Dong was around that his luck had increased. After just 4 or 5 days in the Douluo forest, Wang Yin encountered one of his most desired soul beasts for his third soul ring, an 8,000-year-old three-eyed spirit cat. Normally, soul masters would absorb soul rings produced by soul beasts of around 3,000 to 4,000 years when advancing to the soul master rank. But Wang Yin was going to add an 8,000-year soul ring at the 3rd level, which was comparable to the 5th soul ring of some soul kings. The three-eyed spirit cat was a rare soul beast, and due to its mental attributes, it was smarter than other soul beasts of the same level. It was hard to even see one, let alone catch it to absorb as a soul ring. In this situation, encountering a suitable three-eyed spirit cat was truly a stroke of luck. When he caught the three-eyed spirit cat, Wang Yin couldn't help but glance at Bibi Dong a few more times. Fortunately, this little lowly insisted on coming along. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether he would even encounter a three-eyed spirit cat based on his own luck, let alone one that happened to fit his needs. A palm thunder struck the top of the 8,000-year-old three-eyed spirit cat's head, and then a deep purple soul ring with a hint of black slowly began to take shape. Sigh. If only this three-eyed spirit cat could be a little smaller, my senior brother wouldn't kill it. And who knows? I might even be able to raise a soul beast. After Wang Yin unleashed the thunder palm, he suddenly heard Bibi Dong express a hint of regret with a few words. Stirring his heart, the phantom spirit cat among soul beasts is much cuter than the three-eyed spirit cat. How about I give you one in the future? Really? I'll remember that. Senior brother, you have to keep your word. Bibi Dong didn't expect her soft mumble to be heard by Wang Yin, and she was instantly a bit excited by his promise. Have I ever gone back on my word? Wang Yin retorted. Oh, really? Last time you said you would make me barbecue, but you didn't. The time before that, you said you would make me cold drinks, but I didn't get to drink any. And the time before that, you said you would treat me to hot pot, but you didn't follow through either. Bibi Dong was counting on her fingers, while Wang Yin covered his face. Was little lowly Bibi Dong really a foodie? When the soul ring finally took shape, Wang Yin sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. However, after the soul ring was incorporated into his body, Wang Yin felt that something was off. According to his expectations, an 8,000-year soul ring would be somewhat difficult for him, but not overly so. At least he would have some ability to refine it. But now, Wang Yin only felt that the mass of soul power was very solid, seemingly conscious, and was resisting his refining actions, making it significantly more difficult for Wang Yin to absorb the soul ring's soul power. The holy eye that could play tricks was indeed unusual. The soul ring of the three-eyed spirit cat was somewhat abnormal and not easy to absorb, but all of this was within Wang Yin's prepared range. After all, preparing for soul ring absorption was never too much. However, what truly exceeded Wang Yin's normal expectations was when he shattered the soul power to transform the soul ring. A cool and strange airflow surged through his meridians straight to his head, and just as Wang Yin was about to focus entirely on absorbing the transformed soul ring, his heart tightened. He couldn't afford to continue absorbing the soul ring. He quickly activated the divine thunder spell to operate his soul power, trying to block that unconventional cool airflow. Interestingly, the soul power barrier Wang Yin set in his meridians had no effect at all, and the interception he had anticipated was not realized in the slightest. Wang Yin suddenly felt numb. Setting up a soul power barrier in the meridians to intercept the cool airflow was already difficult, and now it had passed through without any obstacles. For a moment, Wang Yin couldn't think of any better solution. He could only feel the cool and strange airflow circling around his brain, which made him break out in a cold sweat. The brain is not a place to recklessly invade. Even a small accident was something he did not want to imagine. Fortunately, the cool and strange airflow did not make too many movements. It simply circled around the brain before turning downwards. When the cool and strange airflow left his brain, Wang Yin felt that his mind seemed to be much clearer, as if something had been broken. However, before he could carefully sense what wonderful changes were happening in his brain, the cool and strange airflow had already started to act up. After leaving the brain, the airflow reached Wang Yin's right eye. Before his eye could even feel a hint of coolness, the airflow instantly became hot and boiling. Wang Yin felt as if his right eye was being filled with scalding, red liquid metal, and his entire head felt like it was in a burning hell. Originally, Bibi Dong, the cardinal, and the Holy Emperor's warriors were guarding and watching Wang Yin absorb the soul ring. But as soon as they saw Wang Yin's expression relax slightly, it suddenly turned tense and serious, and without any easing, there was a direct, abnormal movement. Wang Yin let out a cry of pain. Senior brother, Bibi Dong exclaimed. It was impossible not to exclaim. Who could absorb a soul ring and end up bleeding from one eye? In her anxiety, Bibi Dong made a move to rush forward, but was held back by the red-clad bishop with one hand, unable to move. Your Highness, do not approach His Highness. We cannot say for certain about His Highness's condition, especially since unexpected situations have arisen during the soul ring absorption. If His Highness had not actively chosen to abandon the absorption and exit the state, any interference from us might only exacerbate the issues His Highness is facing, which would be detrimental to his situation. The red-clad bishop stared solemnly at the pained and persevering Wang Yin, unsure of what situation Wang Yin was encountering, but knowing that he could not make things worse now. You all remain vigilant around, not allowing even a fly to enter. His Highness must not be disturbed by any circumstances. The Holy Emperor's warriors, upon hearing the bishop's command, silently executed what needed to be done without a sound. Wang Yin couldn't understand why such an accident occurred, but he was reluctant to give up this soul ring. However, sacrificing his own right eye for a soul ring was clearly a loss. It wasn't that Wang Yin didn't want to abandon the soul ring to save himself. But in that moment of excruciating pain, even thinking was difficult, let alone giving up on absorbing the soul ring. Moreover, the divine thunder curse cultivation method was now operating autonomously within his body, and Wang Yin had no control over it, whether actively or passively. The only good news was that the soul ring had already transformed into a solid form for more than half. After all, the divine thunder curse cultivation method hadn't stopped. After the intense pain reached its peak, it began to weaken, and after enduring the excruciating pain, Wang Yin felt a sense of relief as the pain diminished, along with a warm and comfortable bliss that rapidly increased. In the eyes of Bibi Dong and others, Wang Yin's bleeding right eye stopped bleeding, and a golden light burst forth in his right eye. That golden light increased in brightness at an incredible speed, ultimately reaching a peak where his entire right eye shone brilliantly and fiercely. Wang Yin's expression returned to normal, and he even wore a smile. If he weren't sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, Bibi Dong and the Red Bishop would have thought Wang Yin could laugh so hard he would roll on the ground. Has he encountered something good? Bibi Dong and the Red Bishop both had the same thought arise in their mind simultaneously. Wang Yin has certainly encountered something good. Otherwise, he wouldn't be showing such a joyful state. The saying, all suffering is worth, it is very suitable for Wang Yin at this moment. Although just now, his right eye was in excruciating pain, akin to a life-and-death situation. The rewards he gained after enduring the pain are also excellent. A spirit attribute eye, which is an external spirit bone, has completely fused with Wang Yan's right eye, bringing him a soul bone skill called Holy Eye. It's hard to say what the skill of the Holy Eye is, but its effects are outstanding, not at all weaker than Tang San's Purple Extreme Magic Eye, which has already reached the subtle stage in the future. Tang San's Purple Extreme Magic Eye requires him to train hard, while Wang Yan's Holy Eye will continuously evolve and improve with the enhancement of his cultivation due to the characteristics of the external spirit bone. If Wang Yin is lucky, reaching the level of a spirit bone over 100,000 years old may not be too difficult. After thoroughly understanding and mastering the abilities of the Holy Eye, Wang Yin also fully grasped the third soul ring before ending the absorption state of the soul ring. Upon opening his eyes, compared to his normal left eye, Wang Yan's right eye was dazzling with golden light. "Senior brother, what happened to your eye?" Bibi Dong exclaimed as she rushed over when she saw Wang Yin open his eyes. This time, the Red Bishop did not stop Bibi Dong, as Wang Yin was no longer in the state of absorbing the soul ring where he couldn't be disturbed. "Oh, it's nothing. I just fused with an eye similar to an external spirit bone. Perhaps it can be said that the eye itself is an external spirit bone." Wang Yin subtly turned his gaze away and closed the skill of the Holy Eye. The Holy Eye has a rogue effect called X-ray vision, but fortunately, it can be turned on and off at will, so he didn't make any major mistakes. External spirit bones? The Cardinal stepped forward excitedly, his eyes filled with the fiery surprise. Even the Holy Emperor warriors surrounding them cast eager glances upon hearing those four words. "I feel like it doesn't resemble an external spirit bone, but the characteristics of that eyeball are no different from external spirit bones. It's a pity that the eyeball transformed into energy and completely fused with my right eye when I absorbed the spirit ring. Otherwise, I could have had the teacher or the elders identify it to see if it really is an external spirit bone. Once a spirit bone is fully fused with a spirit master, even if the spirit master is killed, the spirit bone cannot be obtained again, although in most cases, it is difficult for a spirit master and a spirit bone to fully merge. It has already been completely fused. I congratulate your highness on obtaining such a rare and sought-after external spirit bone." After a moment of regret in the Cardinal's eyes, he was filled with joy for Wang Yin, his face full of smiles. "This is all thanks to the help of the Cardinal and all the warrior uncles. If it weren't for your help in capturing this three-eyed spirit cat, I really wouldn't have had this fortuitous encounter. If I achieve something in the future, I will definitely not forget the kindness shown today." Wang Yin stood up and bowed respectfully to Cardinal and the others. Yes, I won't forget the help that Your Excellency the Cardinal and all the uncles have given us." Bibi Dong echoed Wang Yin. "Your Highnesses, you are too modest. This is what we should do." The Cardinal and the Holy Emperor's warriors responded in this manner. "Your Excellency the Cardinal is overly humble." Wang Yin, who was smiling on the outside, was sneering coldly inside. Hee, this old guy. As they entered the sunset forest, Wang Yin was unsure about the degree of malice the cardinal had towards him, or how many of the Holy Emperor's warriors held ill intentions against him. However, Wang Yin was clear that it was best to stay away from these people if possible. If he could resolve the issues, that would be even better. Unfortunately, to solve these problems, it seemed he would have to wait for some time, as Wang Yan's own strength and the power he wielded were not sufficient to support the implementation of his ideas. The cardinal's earlier performance had reminded Wang Yan that his strength was still too weak. In the face of potentially life-threatening situations, he had no hard power to confront them, only methods to mitigate them. On the way back to Spirit City, Wang Yin reflected on his memories and realized that there was no method without side effects to quickly increase his strength. It seemed the only way was to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well to gather immortal herbs. However, there was a problem with this method. He was nearly blind to the situation regarding the ice and fire yin-yang well. Based on the age at which Douluo appeared in Tang San's era, Douluo should now only be in his 20s. Likely not, yet having encountered the ice and fire yin-yang well. Therefore, it was quite possible that the well and the immortal herbs inside were unclaimed, which was quite encouraging. Now he needed to think about how to reach the ice and fire yin-yang well, as it was located in the Sunset Forest. Going alone would definitely not work. He might end up as a meal for a soul beast before even finding the place. He decided to think it over carefully after returning. Wang Yin felt a headache coming on, and as for the reason for the headache, it was simply due to various factors. Sometimes Wang Yin felt he had become somewhat incredible. In his previous life, he was someone who would avoid thinking if he could, and avoid moving if he could. Now, however, he had to set aside a little time each day to think, and his body was constantly switching between exhaustion and recovery. TSK. Could it be that crossing over leads to a complete transformation of a person? Upon returning to Spirit City, Wang Yin immediately used his power to gather information about the Bailan Snake Spirit Masters. When Qian Xuanji learned of Wang Yan's actions from his subordinates, he felt a bit puzzled and did not understand what Wang Yin was up to, but he did not think of interfering. Within a month, Wang Yin had obtained information on almost all the Bailan Snake Spirit Masters across the Douluo continent. He said almost all because, despite the size of the Spirit Hall, it was still insufficient to uncover every detail across the Douluo continent. Wang Yin was pleased to find that the future poison Douluo's information indicated that although he could be considered a genius, he was still not quite enough. Wang Yin thought about the reasons, likely because he had not yet acquired the poisonous skills that could backfire on him. Senior brother, why didn't you report to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy today? I also heard that you asked the teacher for leave, saying you wanted to go train. During the period when the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy opened, Wang Yin did not attend. Instead, he took a leave of absence with Qian Xuanji, saying he wanted to train in the Sunset Forest. Qian Xuanji, for some reason, surprisingly agreed. Naturally, when Bibi Dong could not find Wang Yin at the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy, she inquired about his whereabouts. Before she could find out, she learned from Qian Xuanji what Wang Yin was planning to do, and thus ran over to ask what was going on. Yes, I discussed it with the teacher. I will be training in the Sunset Forest for a while. And the teacher agreed, so I want to be able to attend classes with you for some time. Xiao Donger, I'm really sorry about this. Wang Yinzi thought for a long time and decided that it would be better go to the ice and fire yin-yang earlier. Although it was said that Douluo wouldn't touch the fairy herbs even if he discovered the ice and fire yin-yang. Was Wang Yinzi the kind of person who could be patient? In a moment of impulsiveness, he came up with a rough future plan and went to find Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji didn't even hear Wang Yinzi reveal his plan, yet he inexplicably agreed without knowing what he was thinking. Why? Bibi Dong couldn't understand. There was no reason. He just wanted to go out. So could you please wait for me obediently in the Spirit City? Wang Yin knows that Bibi Dong is somewhat reliant on him, and he can understand her emotions. However, it's hard to say what will happen on this trip, and there's no need for Bibi Dong to follow him. Even if it takes more time, so be it. I want to go too. Bibi Dong's voice was very firm. If you were a soul master, I would definitely take you with me, but you're not. So, be obedient and wait for me in Spirit City. Wang Yin casually found a reason, but unfortunately, Bibi Dong was an independent thinker and didn't care what you said. She directly said, I'm going to find the teacher. After saying that, Bibi Dong left, and Wang Yin reached out to pull her back, but couldn't catch her. The next day, at the gate of Wuhuan City, finally fulfilled your wish? This time, there is no carriage to ride. I really don't know what you're thinking. Wang Yin and Bibi Dong left the Spirit City. As they walked, Wang Yin kept chattering, but Bibi Dong acted as if she didn't hear him at all, indifferent to his ramblings. My head hurts. Wang Yin sighed deeply, trying to comfort himself with the thought that having Bibi Dong with him would bring good luck. Senior brother, do you need me to massage your head? I heard it can relieve headaches. Bibi Dong said with a charming smile, but Wang Yin felt nothing in response. After all, he wasn't a pervert. How could he have feelings for a 10-year-old little girl? They continued on foot towards Heavendo City, and this time, Wang Yin didn't buy a carriage or anything, deciding to try walking to see how far he could go. Although there weren't any major disputes on the Douluo continent at the moment, minor frictions were everywhere, as the entire continent was in a state of slight upheaval, with bandits and refugees not being uncommon. The combination of Wang Yin and Bibi Dong, a soul Douluo and a great soul master, is already stronger than the vast majority of those they have encountered along the way. In most cases, just revealing their soul rings resolves things. And there are very few situations that require them to take action, with no circumstances where they cannot win. Wang Yin thought this might be because he has the fortunate child Bibi Dong by his side. Along the way, Wang Yin and Bibi Dong have seen a lot and felt many things. The most noticeable change is that the two of them no longer have the glamour they had in the martial Soul City, appearing just like ordinary people. Before entering the Sunset Forest, Wang Yin took Bibi Dong for a brief stroll in Heavendo City. Besides buying some necessities, they also got a jade knife, which seemed somewhat impractical. Wang Yin still understood its practicality, as it would be useful when picking the fire peach blossoms. After leaving Heavendo City, Wang Yin charged into the Sunset Forest with Bibi Dong, determined not to give up until they reached their goal. Moreover, with Bibi Dong, the fortunate child, by his side, Wang Yin was not worried about spending too much time. Unless there were some elusive concepts of fate or causality existing in the entire Douluo continent, it would be a real problem if they couldn't find what they were looking for. Wang Yin didn't rely solely on his stubbornness and luck with Bibi Dong to charge recklessly in the Sunset Forest. What Bibi Dong didn't know was that Qiang Sunji had secretly summoned the golden crocodile Douluo from the offering hall to protect both Wang Yin and Bibi Dong. If Wang Yin hadn't known about this hidden insurance, he definitely wouldn't have acted so recklessly. At the very least, he would have planned more carefully. In the Sunset Forest, the Soul Beast Forest is not like the outside world. It's not a place you can scare off just by showing your soul ring. Although the Sunset Forest isn't particularly high-end and lacks top-tier existences like 100,000 year soul beasts and even 70,000 to 80,000 year soul beasts are quite rare. There's still a good number of 50,000 to 60,000 year soul beasts. The overall quality of the Sunset Forest is still quite good, depending on who you compare it to. Compared to the Stardew Great Forest, it is certainly inferior, but if you were to rank it overall, the Sunset Forest would still be in the top tier. Upon entering the Sunset Forest, it was no different from entering any other soul beast habitat. They encountered mostly weak soul beasts, primarily around 10 years old, with only a few 100-year-old ones. However, the trees and other flora in the Sunset Forest differ from those in other places due to climatic reasons. Soul beasts are aware of who they can provoke and who they cannot. Even if their territory is invaded, if they realize they cannot win, they can still retreat. Wang Yin and Bibi Dong are not soul masters who have a thirst for slaughter. They won't chase down and kill every soul beast they encounter. Soul beasts are a scarce resource. At least they will be. Other wandering soul masters or small factions might not realize this. But soul masters from the Spirit Hall have generally been taught this in class. Even though soul beasts are scarce, if they really encounter those who are excessively stubborn, especially those with strong aggression, Wang Yin and Bibi Dong will not hesitate to strike hard. Of course, only if they can win. If they encounter a situation they can't handle, Wang Yin can only carry Bibi Dong and run. Bibi Dong's soul skills are said to be offensive, but their actual effect is more about control, while Wang Yin's skills, aside from the one that consumes the most soul power and has a controlling effect, are mainly for self-augmentation. Therefore, when escaping, it's generally Wang Yin, relying on a physique that is not weaker than an average soul beast, who carries Bibi Dong, while Bibi Dong uses her abilities to hinder the pursuing soul beasts. So far, thanks to Bibi Dong's luck, they Haven T encountered a situation where they couldn't fight or run. As they Haven T ventured deeply into the Sunset Forest and avoided encountering powerful soul beasts roaming the forest's outskirts. Wang Yin was not clear about the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The only thing he knew was that it was in a certain valley. It was said that there were not many hills or high peaks in the Sunset Forest, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. He planned to start searching from the outskirts and then gradually move inward, which is also why Wang Yin and Bibi Dong had never encountered an insurmountable situation. After all, there were not many powerful soul beasts visible on the forest periphery. If one were to say that the Sunset Forest was not large, it would definitely be a joke. Moreover, with the need to climb mountains, this added a lot of difficulty to the journey of finding the ice and fire yin-yang eye, consuming quite a bit of time. In the Soul Beast Forest, it was difficult to sleep peacefully, let alone to meditate for cultivation. So for a long period, the growth rate of soul power for both Wang Yin and Bibi Dong was quite slow. Senior brother, come here. One day, while they were resting, Wang Yin had just caught 2 rabbits when Bibi Dong excitedly called out to him, seemingly having discovered something incredible. What is it? Wang Yin found it a bit strange. What could be so exciting in this Soul Beast Forest? Oh, little kittens. It seems like they're the cubs of the rainbow, spirit cat. As Bibi Dong arrived at the location, Wang Yin saw a litter of small kittens, real little kittens, each still unable to open their eyes. He carefully checked and confirmed that they were indeed the cubs of the rainbow, spirit cat. The rainbow spirit cat is a relatively rare cat-type soul beast, known for its high intelligence but low aggression. It is famous for the variety of colors that appear in its pupils, which is the origin of its name Rainbow Eye. Although a litter of rainbow spirit cats usually has 8 or 9 cubs, their reproductive capacity is low due to long gestation periods and the fact that they are easily hunted by natural enemies during this time, making it rare for soul masters to encounter this type of soul beast. Furthermore, because this soul beast was discovered to have a bonding characteristic compared to other cat-type soul beasts, it has been highly favored by the nobility on the continent, especially by wealthy women in high society. As a result, rainbow spirit cats were heavily hunted and captured, leading to a time when people believed they had disappeared from the continent. If this litter of rainbow spirit cats were brought to the Sunset Forest, someone would definitely pay a high price for them. However, judging by Bibi Dong's expression, it was unlikely she would sell them all. She would definitely keep a couple for herself. But, senior brother, I want to raise 2 of them. What do you think? Bibi Dong looked at Wang Yin with great anticipation. Earlier, Wang Yin had mentioned giving her a purple phantom cat soul beast cub, but it seemed that Bibi Dong favored these rainbow spirit cats more. To be honest, I don't really recommend you raise them, at least not right now. Wang Yin also really wanted to meet Bibi Dong's expectations, but the reality did not allow it. Why? Bibi Dong felt a bit disappointed, but did not want to give up. We are still in the Sunset Forest, and we will be staying here for a while longer. It's not like we are leaving right now. Sometimes we can't even guarantee our own safety. You also have to take care of 2 neon spirit cat cubs that need feeding. Why do you think I wouldn't let you raise them? Unless you are planning to leave the Sunset Forest right now. Wang Yin won't indulge Bibi Dong now. After all, this place is really not a good one. It's too dangerous. Can I just put them in my 8 treasure bag? I only feed them occasionally, and I'll deal with the other matters when we go back later. Is that all right, senior brother? The 8 treasure bag is a storage soul guiding device given to Bibi Dong by Qian Xuanji, which can store living things. Unlike the bracelet storage soul guiding device Bibi Dong has that can only hold inanimate objects, as long as it doesn't affect our movements in the Sunset Forest. The rest is up to you. I won't take care of so much. Just remember, it cannot affect our actions. Wang Yin thought for a moment that having 2 more Nito spirit cats didn't seem to have much impact on his goals and actions, but he still reminded them a couple more times. Ah, thank you, senior brother. I knew you were the best. Bibi Dong shouted excitedly, completely not resembling a future pope. How did this silly and cute girl become the pope? Qian Xuanji, you are unforgivable. Wang Yin stopped paying attention to Bibi Dong and instead prepared some food. It had been a while since they entered the Sunset Forest, and the dry rations they had bought earlier were long gone. Now if they wanted to fill their stomachs, they had to catch prey themselves and then cook it. Bibi Dong happily returned to Wang Yin's side, holding 2 young spirit cats, occasionally smiling at the kittens in her arms and then gazing somewhat infatuated at Wang Yin, who was roasting a rabbit. Who? When the rabbit was half-cooked, Wang Yin suddenly looked up and shouted toward the front. Bibi Dong immediately put the young spirit cats into her treasure bag, nervously adopting a defensive posture and looking in the direction Wang Yin was watching. You 2 don't need to be nervous. We mean no harm. The bushes were pushed aside, and a group of people with martial spirits approached, including gorillas, hammers, rhinos, long spears, and flying birds. The highest among them was just 2 soul ancestors, while the lowest had only 1 soul ring. However, behind these more than 10 people, there were 2 middle-aged men who did not activate their martial spirits and showed no soul rings. Are these people from the Haoyin sect? Wang Yin looked at the hammer in the hand of one of the soul masters and recognized it as the iconic martial soul of the Haoyin sect, the Haoyin hammer. 013. Did this friend recognize it during the duel with the Haoyin sect soul master? The 2 leading soul masters, though they were nearly 30 years old, We're indeed surprised to see someone as young as Wang Yin being able to identify the Haotian hammer in such a short time. Are you hunting souls? Wang Yan's words are basically a rhetorical question. Who would go into the soul beast forest if they weren't hunting souls? Unless they are in some special profession. Very few would live in the soul beast forest for long periods. However, these people's attire is definitely not that of those special professionals. This friend has a good eye. We are here to hunt souls, but since it's getting late, we're looking for a place to rest for the night. You two must also be here to hunt souls. So why not join us? We can look out for each other. The people from Haotian sect are quite polite. They don't seem arrogant and appear very easy to talk to. As long as you don't bother my brother and me, you can do as you please. Wang Yin thought for a moment and made this response. He was unsure whether the people from Haotian sect harbored ill intentions towards him and Bibi Dong. But with the golden crocodile, Douluo, backing him up from the shadows, he felt confident that as long as he remained cautious, he had nothing to fear from these people. After all, the Haotian sect only had two titled Douluos at the moment. One was Tang Chun, who had long been absent from the world, and the other was Tang Wei, who needed to stay at the sect. The two people following them were at most sold Douluos. Completely no match for the golden crocodile, Douluo. Perhaps the golden crocodile Douluo was currently cursing him as a little brat in his heart, considering that no one on the entire continent could compare to his reckless and carefree demeanor. Wang Yin thought to himself. Wang Yin and Bibi Dong were tending to a small campfire, with two meaty rabbits sizzling and dripping oil above it. Not far away was a larger bonfire, where a group of people were gathered, enjoying their own food. Hey, you two, come over here. Just as the rabbits were about to be done roasting, the delicious aroma filling the air, someone from the crowd on the side of Haotian sect suddenly shouted towards Wang Yin and Bibi Dong, and the tone was definitely arrogant and overbearing. Wang Yin instinctively felt that something was wrong. Among that group of people, the two older individuals definitely seemed to be deacons or elders from the Haotian sect. With such people present, how could anyone be so arrogant and overbearing? Glancing over, apart from the one who was shouting, the others all appeared unfazed. Was it because they had anticipated this due to their connection with the two older individuals? Or were they being instructed by someone to probe into the situation here? Wang Yan's mood sank. It seemed that tonight would need to be a bit lively. Is there something going on? He knew very well that there was a high probability the people across were looking for trouble. But Wang Yin was thinking about how to resolve the situation without causing a scene, which seemed quite challenging. The rabbit meat tastes pretty good. Hurry up and bring some over. Can't you see we have a large group of people here? It's obvious that these people from the Haotian sect are looking for trouble, and those two old guys clearly seem to be tacitly approving of the younger one's antics. No, it might not be that they are approving of the younger one's mischief. It's more likely that the Haotian sect has some plans they want to execute. First, probing the situation here to see if they can take advantage of it. If they want something, they should come and take it themselves. Let's see if they have the ability to do so. If that is the case, as long as the golden crocodile Douluo doesn't intervene. Wang Yin felt that he and Bibi Dong might very well be unable to leave. After all, he had been too careless. However, with the golden crocodile backing him up, Wang Yin still wanted to test the strength of these young troublemakers from Haotian sect. Donger, be careful. The other side has ill intentions. Wang Yin gave a reminder to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong directly put away the roasted rabbit meat. Although the rabbit meat was delicious, there was a time for everything. It turned out that Bibi Dong was still not a qualified foodie. Quite temperamental. I'll let you know that the people from Haotian sect are not someone like you. A small-time loser can provoke. That person came straight over, and as he approached, two soul rings appeared. A tiger-shaped martial soul illusion enveloped him, causing his entire figure to change slightly. Wang Yin, whose lips curled into a smile. Since you want to trouble us, then I'll bring some trouble to the entire Douluo continent. Secret battle skill boiling. With a loud shout, the surroundings trembled, and everyone present, whether openly or secretly, turned their gaze towards Wang Yin. Wang Yin collided with the troublemaker, hitting each other hard. Aren't you a beast, martial soul? Just a mere great soul master. I can suppress you without using my martial soul. Let us see what you guys will do. It's not like there are many options anyway. I'm curious to see if you have any new tricks. This was Wang Yan's thought. In that brief moment, Wang Yin had already considered the most likely scenarios that could occur next, and had corresponding strategies to deal with them. It all depended on what the opponent would do. Here, he had to thank the external soul bone he named Golden Eye, which not only granted him the skill of Sacred Eye, but also enhanced his basic mental attributes. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to think of so many things. Endless fighting spirit. The troublemaker directly unleashed his second soul skill. Knowing from the earlier collision with Wang Yin that he might not be able to win, so he could only fight with all his might. Secret battle skill, boiling. Second stage. Wang Yin also let out a loud shout, yet he still did not unleash his martial soul, nor did his soul rings reveal themselves. But both his strength and speed had increased yet again. The concept of secret battle techniques is purely theoretical. The real advancement comes from a method of using soul power that Wang Yin developed. In order to enhance his physical strength, he had previously used the Divine Thunder spell to stimulate his body with lightning techniques. During this process, Wang Yin discovered a method of utilizing lightning techniques that involved channeling the lightning into his own body, stimulating the soul power circulating in his meridians, causing it to operate at high speed, thereby achieving effects similar to those of his first and second soul skills. Wang Yin had thought about exploring the deep mysteries of his first and second soul skills, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Although he was still persisting, he felt that he wouldn't see a day of harvest in the short term. Every punch and kick he could unleash had more power than yours. His speed was faster, and his body could take more hits than yours. Why could you possibly defeat me? When the troublemaker was exchanging blows with Wang Yin, he suddenly thought of this idea. This was originally taught to him by his elders, but now he was being taught a lesson by someone else, and for a moment he felt quite aggrieved. Moreover, he felt increasingly powerless, and defeat was inevitable. Who would willingly accept defeat, especially when your opponent hadn't even used his martial soul, and not even his soul rings or martial soul had appeared? He wanted to roar and exert all his strength for a comeback. But Wang Yin found an opportunity and punched him in the face, sending him flying before he could even finish a shout. Some people's pupils constricted. To be able to send someone flying like that, his strength must have reached at least the soul master level, right? I'll fight you. A member of the Haotian sect, who was 4 or 5 years older than Wang Yin, called out. From his tone, it seemed like he was filled with fighting spirit. 04. Defeat Tang Hao. Is the Haotian sect famous for being so shameless? But then again, ISNT that the nature of the forces on the continent that harbor filth and are insidious and malicious? Since you want to cause trouble, why not make it bigger? Don't just send a bunch of juniors to fight me. It would be best if those 2 soul sects also joined in. And even those 2 old guys couldn't help but get angry and take ruthless action. You can meditate and recover with peace of mind. When you feel ready, we can compete again. Tang Hao, 1T take advantage of you. This second one truly has that fighting spirit and pride. And Wang Yin thought who it could be, only to realize it was the invincible Tang Ritian under the protagonist. Forget it. Even if I'm somewhat consumed, defeating you is still a piece of cake. Enough talk. I'm ready to take all of you down in one go. So you guys who look down on everything can learn the hard way. Wang Yin's expression was grim as he carefully reflected on what he had just said, as if he had crossed paths with soul masters from forces like the sect. The 2 old fellows among the Haotian sect exchanged glances. Perhaps their tacit understanding was quite good, as they nodded to each other, seemingly having made a decision. You are truly arrogant. Take my hammer. Tang Hao held the Haotian hammer in his hand, with 3 soul rings of yellow and purple swirling around him. As the first soul ring flickered, he charged towards Wang Yin, swinging the Haotian hammer. Secret battle technique, boiling, second level. At this moment, Wang Yin still did not reveal his martial soul and soul rings. Although this could very likely provoke the malice of those 2 old fellows, it was still better than exposing his martial soul and soul rings. At least this way, Wang Yin felt he still had some control. His fist was enveloped in soul power, radiating golden light with flickering purple lightning, directly colliding with the hammerhead of Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. The sound of the collision echoed and resonated, resembling the clash of 2 immense pieces of metal, or like a bell being struck forcefully by a hammer. After the fist collided with the hammerhead, strands of purple lightning spread along the hammerhead and handle. Tang Hao was pushed back 4 or 5 steps, while Wang Yin remained in place, his lower leg sinking into the somewhat soft ground. This guy must have considerable natural strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unfazed upon seeing Tang San's pseudo-innate divine strength. Tang Hao might not truly believe that Tang San's innate divine strength is indeed a pseudo-one. The difference between enhanced strength through internal energy and enhanced strength through soul power is negligible. But internal energy is ultimately different from soul power, and Tang Ritian couldn't discern the problem. Again, Tang Hao shouted, swinging the Haotian hammer while his second soul ring flickered. Clearly, after noticing that the first soul ring hadn't troubled his opponent, Tang Hao utilized his second soul ring for enhancement. Secret battle skill, boiling, level 3. Even though Tang Hao had already used his second soul skill, Wang Yin still did not use his martial soul or soul power. Instead, he pushed his own techniques to the limit under normal circumstances. Indeed, the safe usage range of the boiling technique is only up to level 3, which is the limit under normal usage. Any higher could cause damage to the body. Wang Yin was surrounded by golden light, with purple lightning crackling around him. Tang Hao's Haotian hammer glimmered with a dark light, and an indescribable heavy aura was the hammerhead. A huge and muffled collision sound continued to echo. If it weren't for the battle scene between Wang Yin and Tang Hao unfolding right before our eyes, one might think there were giant cannons booming in the distance. The two were locked in a battle, displaying a state of equal strength. One moment, Tang Hao's hammerhead struck Wang Yin, and the next moment, Wang Yin countered with a punch that forced Tang Hao back, making it difficult to determine who would last until the end. Tang Hao was reluctant to use his third soul skill, which consumed a lot of energy, especially since he had already expended a considerable amount of soul power. If he couldn't ensure a decisive blow, it was better not to use the third soul skill. Wang Yin felt that this was a great opportunity, a chance to train himself, especially since opponents like this were rare, making it difficult to engage in such an intense battle. In Wang Yin's view, the foundation of a soul master lies in the physical body and soul power. As one's cultivation level rises, aspects like spirit and willpower become important, while soul skills and soul bones are merely supplementary aids. When the foundation is weak, relying on supplementary aids is like a child swinging a heavy hammer. It's easy to injure others but difficult to protect oneself. When the foundation is strong enough, even if the supplementary aids are relatively weak, they can at least ensure survival. After all, if one loses their life, there's no chance of a comeback. So preserving life is crucial. Of course, if both the foundation and supplementary aids are considerable, that would be the best scenario, but achieving that is quite difficult. So one can only focus on one aspect first. Therefore, Wang Yin believed that he wasn't incapable of defeating Tang Hao, just as Tang Hao didn't think he couldn't defeat Wang Yin. After all, one still had a third soul skill yet to be used, while the other had not revealed any soul rings from his martial spirit. Continuing to fight like this would be meaningless, as it wouldn't determine a clear winner. They might as well settle it with one decisive strike. After a collision, Tang Hao sensed his own condition. His soul power was nearly exhausted, and he could only use his third soul skill once. If he couldn't win with that, then he really couldn't win at all. He chuckled. Is that all you've got? Come on, let me see your limits. Just a mere Tang Ritian, was there really a need to give him any face? Not at all. With unwavering determination, Tang Hao shouted the name of his third soul skill. The purple light of the 1,000-year third soul ring flashed, and the dark light on the Haotian hammer surged greatly, giving it a momentum that seemed to part the seas. Forbidden combatskid, thunderstorm, a rompagine dragon charge. Since the third stage of boiling had reached its limit without harming the body under normal conditions, exceeding this boiling stage would invoke the taboo combat skill that Wang Yin was reluctant to use. As the name suggests, a taboo combat skill involved a kind of forbidden technique. Although it was renamed Thunderstorm, it actually shares the same principle as boiling. Thunderstorm is simply more powerful, but it comes at the cost of injuring oneself, which is why it is deemed taboo. As for the rampaging dragon charge that followed, it was something Wang Yin wanted to shout out. After all, he felt that in the thunderstorm state, he was like a frenzied, true dragon. Well, one shouldn't be stingy when it comes to self-praise. Tang Hao leaped into the air, using the downward momentum to enhance his imposing and domineering presence. Although he was still just a soul sovereign, Tang Hao's fighting style, relying on momentum and power, had already taken shape. Wang Yin took a step forward, raising his right fist to the sky. The purple lightning that surrounded him moved in accordance with his will, seemingly forming a dragon-shaped phantom together with him. The sound of the collision was more like an explosion, stirring up dust from the ground around. And the surface at the center of the collision sank 10 centimeters within a radius of 3 meters centered around Wang Yin. Wang Yin stood there motionless, while Tang Hao was sent flying out. The group from Hao Yian's sect moved quickly, using Tang Hao, who was about to land, as leverage. At that moment, Wang Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained a part of Tang Hao's attack. After all, Wang Yin had taken it head on. However, more of it was due to the damage from the thunderstorm, which had injured his insides. To put it simply, the saying wounding the enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 on oneself perfectly described Wang Yin's state. Adding to that the fact that he had hard withstood Tang Hao's strike, Wang Yin had suffered far more than 800, making it a significant loss. Senior brother, Bai Bidong quickly ran over to support Wang Yin, her eyes filled with concern. Senior brother, how are you? I'm fine. Wang Yin smiled and replied. But inside he was grinning, knowing that if it were like this, it would be better to expose the martial soul and soul rings. What a shame. Who is the next one from your Haoyin sect? Come on, continue. To put it mildly, compared to Wang Yin spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tang Hao was in much worse shape, so he had the right to be arrogant. 015, the Black-Wind Twin Evils of Peach Blossom Island. Let me handle this. He can't be too much stronger than Hao Di. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spitting blood. In fact, he's just barely holding on right now. So let me defeat him. A person who resembled Tang Hao among the Haoyin sect members said, I'll go and fight him. Xiao, you might have forgotten something because of how intense the battle between him and Hao was. He hasn't revealed his martial soul and soul rings. We know nothing about his soul skills, and we have no idea how many trump cards he has. The fact that he could defeat Hao solely with his soul power suggests that, aside from those somewhat mysterious combat techniques, his soul power level is at least around that of Soul Master. So this time, let me handle it. The leader, a Soul Master, analyzed the situation just now. Some who had only just realized the situation turned pale, unable to believe that the guy who defeated Hao hadn't even used his martial soul or soul rings. The two old fellows from the Haoyin sect exchanged glances, their eyes filled with relief. The younger generation seems promising, and the continuation of the Haoyin sect shouldn't be a cause for too much concern. We just need to wait for them to grow up. Hey, is your Haoyin sect really backing down like this? Wang Yin continued to be arrogant. I'll fight you. Hearing the Soul Master from the Haoyin sect say this, Wang Yin was a bit dumbfounded, knowing that these people were not thinking straight and still provoking them. Now he was in a tight spot. Sigh, if you don't court death, you won't die. Dong Er, I'll fight one more match. Just wait for me a little while longer. Wang Yin first complained about himself, then smiled and asked Bibi Dong to stay away. It was time to use their martial souls. Without using martial souls and soul skills, he wouldn't be able to win. However, senior brother, you just spat out blood. Can we not fight? I am scared. Bibi Dong looked at Wang Yin with tearful eyes, making her look pitiful. One last time. Trust me, senior brother, we'll resolve this quickly. Wang Yin sighed inwardly. Raising a lowly was a long and arduous task, especially when it came to cultivating a mighty and imposing high priestess. It was too difficult. Senior brother, Bibi Dong bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Be good. Listen to me. Perhaps this would make her grow stronger? Wang Yin thought to himself, then forcefully pushed Bibi Dong aside. I am Tang Warren of the Haoyin sect. May I ask your name, friend? Tang Warren intended to let his companions know the name of this talented soul master before him. A defeated opponent is not worthy of knowing my name. Wang Yan's expression was proud. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition might be out of fear of trouble. But Wang Yan truly avoided recognition because he was afraid of trouble. His friend was overly confident. As he spoke, Tang Warren's martial soul and soul rings appeared. With the Haoyin hammer in hand, and the 4 soul rings of yellow and purple pulsated rhythmically. Confidence comes from having the ability, while you are still not there yet. Wang Yin was speaking as he completed the release of his martial soul and the display of his soul rings. The phantom of the 2-winged angel martial soul flashed behind him, merging with him into one. At the moment, Wang Yin showcased his martial soul and soul rings. The members of the Haoyin sect erupted in chaos. A top-tier angel martial soul with 3 soul rings that were completely beyond their comprehension. What kind of monster had been nurtured by which force? Was it the Spear Hall? Only those 2 old guys thought that Wang Yin might come from the Spear Hall, as the other younger ones, in terms of both qualifications and experience, were not yet aware of the relationship between the angel martial soul and the Spirit Hall. Tang Warren shouted as he charged towards Wang Yin, swinging the Haoyin hammer as he rushed forward. Wang Yin didn't move at all. The newly acquired 3rd soul ring glowed with purple light, and in an instant, a 3-inch-long golden beam shot out from his eyes, directly targeting Tang Warren. Tang Warren didn't think of dodging because his momentum and power had already been fully accumulated. If he dodged, it would be a great consumption for him. So he used the chaotic cloak hammer technique that every Haoyin hammer soul master in the Haoyin school would use. He swung his hammer towards the golden light. But before Tang Warren could make his next move, he suddenly realized that his Haoyin hammer had no effect in intercepting the 2 beams of golden light, which pierced through the dark hammerhead and headed straight for him. With no time to think of the next move, Tang Warren instinctively lowered his head, but ultimately, it was too late. With a buzzing in his brain, he didn't feel the world spinning too much, but his vision went dark, and his body stumbled forward. Under everyone's gaze, after being struck by the golden light, Tang Warren instantly lost his original state. Wang Yin quickly took the opportunity to rush forward and executed a shoulder throw, bringing the falling Tang Wuren down to the ground. The impact with the ground would have been fine if it were the earlier softer soil, but after the earlier destruction by Wang Yin and Tang Hao, the ground was not only hard but also difficult to dig. Moreover, Wang Yin exerted force when he threw, making Tang Wuren's fall quite heavy. First, his vision went dark, and his body lost control for a moment. Then he felt his arm being locked, and it seemed as if he had flown up. After a moment of regaining some clarity, he felt dizzy and disoriented. A gust of wind brushed his face, and Tang Wuren shook his dizzy head, only to see a fist that could definitely choke him stopped right in front of his face. Huh, I concede. Tang Wuren let out a bitter laugh, and there was an undeniable sense of helplessness in his voice when he admitted defeat. Everyone, let's wrap up the entertainment before the break here. My sister and I won't disturb your rest any longer. See you next time. Wang Yin quickly returned to Bibi Dong's side, said a few words that might not be so flattering, and then turned to leave. Why does the young friend have to leave here? Didn't we agree to not disturb each other? If you insist on leaving, not to mention the dangers in the Sunset Forest. If others find out that my Haotian sect is not getting along with others and that we are being domineering, it would be hard for my Haotian sect to defend itself. The logic of a robber is just the logic of a robber, even without reason. They want to take a share. This old guy really is an old guy, either shameless or thick-skinned. Thank you for your kind invitation, senior. But my sister and I came to the Sunset Forest for training, and a little danger is nothing. Moreover, there are seniors from the sect accompanying us. So even if we encounter unsolvable problems, there is no need to worry. As for the rest, please don't worry about it, senior. Wang Yin said this, and the two old fellows from Haotian sect felt somewhat uncertain in their hearts. Who knows how many people are secretly protecting such a prodigy? They exchanged glances to communicate their thoughts. May I ask for the name of your sect, young friend? That way, we can pay a visit in the future. TSK, isn't that still probing? By the EC, on the shores of the ocean, on Peach Blossom Island, Huangchong, and the Nainin. Until we meet again. Anyway, it's just nonsense. Who knows, there might really be a legend of the Black Wind twin evildoers spreading in the Douluo continent in the future. Wang Yin pulled Bai Dong away, and the people from the Haotian sect, despite showing signs of movement, ultimately did not make a move. Allowing Wang Yin and Bai Dong to leave smoothly. Was what that little guy said true or false? An old man from the Haotian sect asked another. I don't know. I've never heard of such a hidden sect. We can only send someone to investigate. Anyway, they only have the strength of a sole sovereign at most. So the Haotian sect doesn't fear two little kids. Besides, how strong can they really be? The other old man replied. I hope so. The old man sighed. After leaving the group from the Haotian sect, Wang Yin hurried with Bai Dong until midnight when they found a suitable place to rest. He lit a small fire, and Bai Dong fell into a deep sleep in Wang Yan's arms, while Wang Yin kept watch under the starry sky. As he gazed at the stars peeking through the leaves, flashes of light occasionally crossed his eyes. Originally, Bai Dong wanted to take the night watch, especially since Wang Yin had been injured and had exhausted a lot of soul power and mental energy, making him in dire need of rest. However, perhaps because she had gotten used to listening to Wang Yin, Bai Dong ultimately did not go against him. Near dawn, Bai Dong woke up. Whether it was genuine or feigned, she seemed to have rested well. After her repeated requests, Wang Yin lay down with his head resting on Bai Dong's legs. In the past, they had also done this in the Sunset Forest, with Bai Dong sleeping for most of the night and waking up to let Wang Yin rest afterward. As the sunlight fell on Wang Yin's face, he woke up, and Bai Dong also stood up to stretch her legs, which had gone numb from being pressed down by Wang Yin. Today, we will push deeper into the Sunset Forest, although the chances of encountering a 10,000-year-old beast will greatly increase, making the challenge much tougher for us. I believe you can endure it. Last night, Wang Yin thought about the journey ahead, referencing what he knew about the situation when Tang San and the others obtained their fourth soul ring. Wang Yin felt that the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye would be even deeper inside. This wasn't because Wang Yin had made a mistake in the past, but rather because he hadn't expected it. After all, it was normal for his mind to be a bit underwhelming in a situation that had been smooth sailing. After the events with those from the Haotian sect last night, Wang Yin finally turned his mind, which had become a bit rusty from lack of use, around again. Perhaps it was because nothing had happened in the Sunset Forest before. His thoughts of finding the ice and fire yin-yang had only been superficial. Now, however, Wang Yin prioritized the search for the ice and fire yin-yang eye. I will hold on. Bai Dong's response seemed a bit too resolute, which surprised Wang Yin. What? Stimulated her. That's good, let's work hard. Wang Yin didn't think much about it, and just nodded in agreement. The two set off deeper into the sunset forest, reaching an area where soul beasts had lived for about 5 to 6,000 years. They finally stopped advancing further inward and instead began to train horizontally within the sunset forest. After half a month, although this area of the sunset forest was considerably more dangerous than before, Wang Yin and Bibi Dong had adapted. Due to this adaptation, they hadn't ventured too far within this range. No, something's wrong. While walking forward, Wang Yin suddenly stopped. He heard 3 footsteps, 2 small ones and 1 large one. The small ones should belong to soul masters, and the large one should be a soul beast. Bibi Dong had also trained her senses, and with a slight movement of her jade-like ears, she could discern the sounds coming from a distance. There was no escaping now. They had to see what was going on. Just as the thought crossed her mind, 2 figures appeared in front of them, followed by a wolf that was breathing fire. Run! Behind them was a 1,000-year soul beast, the Qingying demon wolf. One of the fleeing figures even had the presence of mind to remind Wang Yin and the others. Whether out of naivety or inexperience, it didn't quite seem like the behavior of someone trying to divert a disaster. Do you need help? Bibi Dong looked at Wang Yin. She didn't need to say anything. Just a glance was enough to convey what she wanted to say. Wang Yin didn't say a word, and purple lightning flickered around him as he unleashed a palm thunder. Logically, Wang Yin should have grabbed Bibi Dong and run away, as the Qingying demon wolf wouldn't typically turn around to chase newly encountered prey. However, when Wang Yin saw the martial souls in the hands of the fleeing duo, he had a change of heart. Before he could think much about it, not only did he lose the chance to escape, but the Qingying demon wolf was already charging at them. So, he had no choice but to greet it with the palm thunder. With the swift body of the Qingying demon wolf was struck by the palm thunder, letting out a yelp, and its pursuit came to an abrupt halt. Senior brother, it's been over 1,000 years, not quite 2,000. We can take it down, Bibi Dong said as she raised her hand and shot out a silk thread, applying a binding control on the electrified Qingying demon wolf. The only advantage of a single Qingying demon wolf was its speed. Its other most obvious traits were its extreme grudges and bloodthirstiness. Clearly, this Qingying demon wolf had become isolated for some reason. Otherwise, this social soul beast shouldn't be alone. Wang Yin raised his hand and struck the Qingying demon wolf on the waist with a stick. Even though it was a wolf-type soul beast, it still had the weakness of a copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist. The stick in Wang Yan's hand was made from a branch of a 100-year-old ironwood soul beast that he had broken off a couple of days ago. Ordinary ironwood is already quite hard, comparable to wrought iron, and the hardness of ironwood soul beasts far exceeds that of wrought iron. If that iron tree hadn't been acting up, Wang Yin wouldn't have gone to such lengths to break off a piece. With a loud bang, he first broke the Qingying demon wolf's weakest waist, then the tip of the stick pierced and exploded its 2 eyeballs. Avoiding the sharp claws of the struggling Qingying demon wolf, Wang Yin delivered another palm thunder strike to its head. With its brain fried, the Qingying demon wolf was no longer alive, occasionally twitching due to some surviving nerves, but the purple soul ring had already begun to take shape. If it had been a one-on-one fight between Wang Yin and the Qingying demon wolf, it wouldn't have been so easy. But with the initial sneak attack and the assistance of Bibidong's spider silk to bind and control it, this encounter ended quite smoothly. After dissecting the corpse of the Qingying demon wolf, they didn't find anything particularly valuable like soul bones. Perhaps the bones could be sold for some medicinal money, but Wang Yin and Bibi Dong weren't interested in that. However, they could cut off some wolf meat as reserve food, but it had to be quick, as the bloody smell would likely attract other soul beasts. Why you? You killed this Qingying demon wolf? The fleeing duo turned back and, upon seeing Wang Yin and Bibi Dong cutting the meat, looked quite surprised. Are you from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? How did you end up being chased here by the Qingying demon wolf? Wang Yin did not intend to answer their questions, as the outcome was already quite clear. I am Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and this is my elder brother Ning Zhuochuan. We previously hunted a lone Qingying magic wolf for a soul ring, which attracted an attack from a pack of Qingying magic wolves. Due to the overwhelming number of Qingying magic wolves, the elders of our sect did not take us into account. I would like to thank both of you for your timely assistance. May I know your names? I would like to express my gratitude to you both in the future. Compared to the older Ning Zhuochuan, who is a 3-ring soul sage, the younger Ning Fengji, who is only a 2-ring great soul master, is more friendly and approachable. Is he showing signs of being a cunning old fox, or is he really just simple-minded? I am Wang Tianba, the Titan King from the East Sea Peach Blossom Island. And this is my junior sister, the jade-faced demon spider, Chun Jirui. If you two have nothing else to do, You can head in this direction. It's closer to the exit of the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing the name Ning Fengji, Wang Yin did not wish to engage in further conversation. Whether he was a fox or not was not the issue. Mainly, there was nothing much to discuss with Ning Fengji. Perhaps he could have a word or two with Ning Zhuochuan, but as for Ning Fengji, it was better to skip it. Seeing that Wang Yin and Bibi Dong did not want to talk much with him, Ning Fengji felt somewhat awkward, while Ning Zhuochuan remained silent and showed no other signs, appearing rather ordinary in comparison. Interesting. Watching Ning Fengji and Ning Zhuochuan walk away, Wang Yin chuckled softly. In the information that Wang Yin knew, there was no trace of this Ning Zhuochuan. He had some guesses about Ning Zhuochuan's future direction, but he could not be sure. 017. The Eye of Ice and Fire is right below. If you have any questions, just ask. Am I really that intimidating? It seems you can't even talk to me. Wang Yin noticed that Bai Bai Dong had glanced at him several times, hesitating to speak. He could no longer hold back, wondering if all the misunderstandings stemmed from their unwillingness to clarify things with each other. It seemed that Bai Bai Dong really didn't know. Senior brother, it seems you know that Ning Fengji, but from what I know, you haven't had any contact with anyone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, let alone Ning Fengji. Why do I feel like you have a kind of respectful distance from him? Bai Bai Dong looked very puzzled. Well, I need to think carefully about how to explain it to you. Ning Fengji, this person is really interesting. He will be the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the future teacher of the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, a standard old fox, and a qualified angel investor. After all, there are definitely not many people who invest in their own daughter. Just based on this, Ning Fengji's identity as an angel investor is absolutely qualified. However, Wang Yin couldn't directly say that he knew about the situation in Douluo, a continent decades later, especially since, with his own interference, it was uncertain whether the future would still be the same. Wang Yin thought for a long time and realized that if he didn't expose any information about being a time traveler, it would be difficult to clearly explain why he respected Ning Fengji but kept his distance. However, if he did expose it, he glanced at Bibi Dong beside him. If Bibi Dong really had feelings for him, that would be fine, with her strong romantic mindset. She probably wouldn't spill the beans. But Wang Yin was worried about those elusive fates and causalities. In the face of those inscrutable fates and causalities, he really didn't have much confidence, unless he reached a level of power where he could easily break fate and causality at will. However, could this world of Douluo continent achieve that? Even if he surpassed the universe that includes the Douluo continent, Wang Yin wouldn't dare to say that he could be fearless of fate and causality. So, it's better not to say anything. Fortunately, he still possessed the advantages of a time traveler. For example, he recalled a situation from before his crossing that was quite suitable for solving the current problem. Dongya, do you believe in the concept of incompatible fates? He didn't know if Bibi Dong would believe it, but Wang Yin himself certainly did, because at least within the scope of what he knew, he couldn't explain it and could only attribute it to incompatible fates. I've never heard of incompatible fates, but I seem to understand what those words mean. You mean that after meeting Ning Fengji, you felt uncomfortable or something like that, right? Although Bibi Dong didn't know what the 8 characters were, she understood what Wang Yin was trying to express with her intellect. Yes, that's exactly it. Wang Yin had no interest in explaining what the 8 characters were, so he nodded to indicate that Bai Bai Dong was right and did not say anything more. Bai Bai Dong did not ask any further questions. A few days after their chance encounter with the Ning Fengji brothers, Wang Yin and Bai Bai Dong climbed a steep mountain wall that wasn't very high. Standing at the mouth of the cliff, they looked down to see a valley-hot spring constantly emitting steam. Through the steam, they could vaguely see that the spring water in the valley was distinctly divided into red and white colors. They had finally found it, the ice and fire yin-yang I created by heaven and earth. Seeing the situation in the valley, Wang Yin felt a sense of relief. After enduring many hardships for a long time, he was finally about to enter the final stage of his plan. Senior brother? Bai Bai Dong sensed that Wang Yin's purpose for coming here was for this place. Although she did not know what Wang Yin was really after, she wouldn't ask more. The reason she called him, that was to see how he would arrange things next. Let me take it slow. I can't make mistakes. If there is a mistake here, it could cost lives. Upon hearing Wang Yin say this, Bai Bai Dong fell silent, just watching him gaze at the sky, waiting quietly. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to stay here and wait for me for 2 days. If I'm not out after 2 days, you should call the Golden Crocodile Douluo to take you back to the Spear Hall. Do not try to find me. Do not try to find me. Do not try to find me. You must remember this. After a long time, Wang Yin ended his gaze at the sky, placed his hands on Bai Bai Dong's shoulders. and his expression turned serious. So, what's the second choice? Seeing that Wang Yin seemed unwilling to mention the second choice, Bai Dong hesitantly asked while staring into his eyes. The second choice is that I will teach you a cultivation method. Once you fully master it, you can come down with me. However, remember, I cannot guarantee that you will be safe down there for long. If something goes wrong, it could very well lead to death. Believe me, before you die, you will feel immense pain. The so-called better off dead is about that. Wang Yin did not want to say the second choice, but he felt that saying it would make both him and Bai Dong feel a bit better. I suggest you choose the first option. The Spirit Hall cannot lose 2 future leaders at once. Moreover, if I truly cannot come out, you might be able to come here later when you are stronger to collect my body. Without waiting for Bai Dong to decide, Wang Yin expressed a suggestion. The excuse that the Spirit Hall cannot lose 2 leaders was just a pretext, no matter whether it was to play with a lowly or for other reasons. After spending so long with Bai Dong, he felt a bit reluctant to let her accompany him to death. Senior brother, didn't you say there's the golden crocodile, Douluo? Can't he take us out before anything happens? As expected of the top of the luck trio of this era, her mind worked quickly. Unfortunately, Wang Yin had already considered this issue. Once signs of danger appeared, it meant that the body had already been affected to a certain extent, even if they were taken out by the golden crocodile Douluo at that time. He could not be sure whether the affected body could fully recover. This situation was real. The impact of the extreme hot and cold breaths on the body was difficult to quantify, especially after a problem arose. Minimizing damage was the only thing Wang Yin wanted to achieve now. Let us go down together. With my abilities, I can protect both of you from the impacts of those extreme hot and cold breaths. Suddenly, an old man silently appeared beside Wang Yin and Bai Dong. His expression calm, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Douluo, once we go down, we won't be able to break for at least a day and a night. Although the golden crocodile Douluo had appeared and said this, Wang Yin still wanted to remind him, just do it with peace of mind. I know what my cultivation level is. If I wasn't confident enough, I would let you go down to seek death. The words of the golden crocodile Douluo carried a hint of pride. After all, the golden crocodile Douluo was a title Douluo at level 97, one of the few masters in the world. But Wang Yin thought he was still being a bit too cautious. Since that's the case, let us go down. Wang Yin couldn't say anything else. The golden crocodile Douluo's majestic soul power radiated out, with part of it carrying Wang Yin and Bai Dong downward, while another part formed a soul power shield to protect them from the extreme heat and cold. With his own profound cultivation, the golden crocodile Douluo was able to easily resist the onslaught of the extreme cold and heat from the ice and fire duality eye. This was also why he was confident in protecting Wang Yin and Bai Dong. Although the extreme cold and heat from the springs and the ice and fire duality, I still posed a significant threat to the golden crocodile Douluo. As long as he didn't come into contact with them, he could easily stay near the springs for 10 days or half a month without any issues, which was much better than the future poison Douluo. The herbs here indeed looked quite good, but do you really recognize and understand all of them? Moreover, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. Little Wang Yin, I've been with you for so long, and I can be sure that you are looking for something here. Can you tell me the reason? Upon reaching the valley floor, all that met the eye were herbs, ranging from relatively ordinary to exceptionally rare versions, to utterly unfamiliar and incredibly precious ones. The golden crocodile Douluo felt a significant shock to his understanding, and thus his doubts about Wang Yin naturally emerged. Honored Lord, I can only answer you with one phrase regarding this place. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Also, Honored Lord, please remove the soul power shield. I need to proceed with the final phase of my plan. Regarding the question raised by the golden crocodile Douluo, Wang Yin felt it was better to remain silent. Are you sure? The golden crocodile Douluo seemed somewhat surprised. Isn't it better to have the soul power shield for protection? Young man, you're simply seeking death. Yes, I am sure, and I sincerely request the Honored Lord, no matter what dangerous actions I take next, please do not stop me. And also, please make sure to hold on to Dong. I'm afraid she might get into trouble out of excitement. Wang Yin spoke with a firm tone, and this determination surprised even the golden crocodile Douluo. What exactly is this kid trying to do? I understand now. So you could just focus on what you need to do. With that, the golden crocodile Douluo withdrew the soul power shield around Wang Yin. Thank you. Wang Yin bowed to the golden crocodile Douluo, then swiftly leaped and arrived at the extreme cold spring. When he stopped, he was right in front of the extreme cold spring, where a small spring I held a rare white herb, with several leaves stretching outwards and a straight stem rising in the middle. topped with an octagonal white flower that resembled the most beautiful ice crystal carving. This was the octagonal ice crystal grass, a highly toxic substance of extreme cold and een, and one of Wang Yan's targets. As he approached, the iron dagger he had already taken out earlier was waved by Wang Yan, and as it touched the part between the stem and the flower, he flicked his wrist with a clever twist, causing the ice-like white octagonal flower to fall onto a patch of ground, which instantly formed some ice crystals. Although the octagonal ice crystal grass released cold air defensively in response to the approaching iron dagger, Wang Yan had anticipated this. The defense only lasted for a moment. But fortunately, what Wang Yan aimed to achieve had already been accomplished. After the octagonal ice crystal grass fell to the ground, Wang Yan quickly moved toward the extreme heat spring, and, while rapidly changing locations, he switched the iron dagger in his hand for a jade dagger. Just as he arrived at the extreme heat spring and steadied himself, Wang Yan waved the jade dagger in his hand, severing a red medicinal herb that resembled a cabbage at its base. With a clever twist during the cut, the herb fell not far from the octagonal ice crystal grass. This was the fiery apricot blossom, a highly toxic substance of extreme heat and yang, and also one of Wang Yan's targets. Wang Yan walked to the position where the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot flower were cut off, taking a deep breath. Purple lightning flickered around him as iron and jade daggers appeared in his hands. In an instant, he appeared at the large flower of the octagonal ice grass, lifting it into the air, and then almost instantly appeared at the blazing apricot flower, provoking it. The two collided in midair, amidst Wang Yan's pounding heartbeat, and then fell vertically downward. Below, Wang Yan's figure suddenly appeared. The daggers vanished from sight, and he used both hands to knead the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot flower into a ball, directly stuffing it into his mouth. He only had time to remove the crucial items on him. His entire body was completely covered in red and blue colors. The clothes he hadn't had time to take off simply disappeared, and then Wang Yan lunged forward, jumping into the middle area where the extremely cold and extremely hot spring waters converged. The moment he fell into the ice and fire duality, spring water, one thought remained: perfect. Would his senior brother not die? Watching Wang Yan act with a life-or-death urgency. After he fell into the spring water of the ice and fire duality, Bibi Dong looked at the golden crocodile beside her with a conflicted expression, hesitating to ask. Just by watching his tense and orderly movements, one could tell he had been preparing for this for a long time. If he didn't have enough confidence, do you think he would do this? It's hard to say how much this kid values his life, but he is indeed willing to risk it. How should we put it? Let's just wait. It won't be too long. The golden crocodile Douluo was surprised and puzzled by Wang Yan's actions, and besides that, there was an unshakable question. Why was this kid so familiar with this place? Wang Yan obviously wouldn't speak, and the golden crocodile Douluo wouldn't know. After watching for a while, and seeing that Wang Yan seemed fine, he simply stopped observing. After replenishing Bibi Dong's soul power shield for enough endurance to last 3 days, the golden crocodile Douluo sat cross-legged and began to meditate and cultivate. In the depths of his mind, there was a vague feeling, upon careful discernment. It seemed that this strange place was beneficial for his cultivation to advance further. Knowing what was happening, Wang Yan didn't say anything and jumped into the peculiar spring water, while the remaining girl was wholeheartedly concerned about Wang Yan. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, she realized that her own cultivation was more important. Reaching level 100 was very difficult. In less than a day's time, Wang Yan woke up from the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well. He asked Bibi Dong about the time and found that he seemed to have awakened earlier than Tang San. Not in a hurry to climb out of the spring water, as soaking a little longer would have no adverse effects on Wang Yan, but rather would be beneficial for him to absorb the medicinal properties of the two herbs. Perhaps, maybe, it was because his physical quality was somewhat stronger than Tang San's. Wang Yan thought for a long time and seemed to have no more reasonable explanation. What is the golden crocodile offering? As he crawled out of the spring water, Wang Yan asked about the situation with the golden crocodile Douluo. The offering senior should be in meditation. Bibi Dong was looking at Wang Yan, and suddenly her little face turned red and shyly turned her head away, no longer looking at Wang Yan. Well, earlier when Wang Yan was in the spring water, Bibi Dong had been worried and forgot that Wang Yan was completely naked. Now seeing that Wang Yan was fine and was dressing without a care, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy glow, a beautiful scene of earthly charm. Wang Yan wasn't truly oblivious to his surroundings. Rather, he was contemplating why the golden crocodile Douluo had cultivated so deeply. Was it because he'd been touched by the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and was on the verge of breakthrough? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, and a powerful and domineering aura spread out in all directions. Wang Yin and Bibi Dong looked toward the sound, and the golden crocodile Douluo was laughing heartily. Wang Yin sensed the aura released by the golden crocodile Douluo and confirmed one thing. The golden crocodile Douluo intentionally avoided him and Bibi Dong. Otherwise, the two of them would have been on the ground, unable to get up. Bibi Dong also took a turn, but fortunately, the golden crocodile wasn't competing with people over soul power depth, so he only laughed for a minute or two before stopping. That overwhelming pressure that spread far and wide quickly retracted. Golden crocodile, what is going on? Although Wang Yin had some predictions in his heart, he couldn't help but ask one or two questions. Level 98, I have broken through to level 98. Although I was just a little short of the feeling of breakthrough before, being short is still being short. This time, I managed to break through thanks to you, kid. In the future, I will protect you in the spirit hall. The golden crocodile Douluo was clearly in a good mood, and he unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile while speaking. From his last two sentences, it was evident that this breakthrough truly made him very happy. Level 98. For titled Douluos, reaching level 95 means that every step forward is a significant qualitative improvement, and the difficulty is increasing, making the subsequent breakthroughs a daunting challenge for some people, almost like an insurmountable chasm. The reason for this disparity is that after level 90, one can still say it's a simple increase in soul power level, but after level 95, it is no longer the case. It involves a comprehensive and indispensable understanding of soul power and spiritual power realms. Soul power can be accumulated easily, and spiritual power can be slowly honed or forcibly transformed through realization. However, if one cannot comprehend and forcibly raises their level, unless their spiritual power is strong enough to control it, unexpected incidents could occur, such as a sudden explosion of the body. The younger generation thanks the golden crocodile for the kind intention, but I would rather hope that the golden crocodile could transfer this kindness from me to Donger. What does the golden crocodile think? Wang Yin wants to give Bibi Dong a safety net. How should I put it? As long as the gold crocodile Douluo is able to provide support, Bibi Dong will still grow along the foodie path that Wang Yin has developed for her. A beautiful yet slightly deranged beauty is indeed a pity. Of course, this comes with a premise. The gold crocodile Douluo must be able to provide support and timely prevent any possible dark hands from Qin Xuanji. If that is not taken into account, Wang Yin can't do anything about it. After all, he cannot guarantee that Bibi Dong will not fall victim to Qin Xuanji's schemes in the future. He can only say he will try his best to stop it. Oh, sure. The gold crocodile Douluo first showed a look of confusion, then glanced at Wang Yin, and then at Bibi Dong beside him, observing the changes in her eyes, seemingly understanding something. As for whether there would be any misunderstandings, Wang Yin couldn't care less, as long as the gold crocodile agrees. Senior brother. Bibi Dong initially thought that the gold crocodile Douluo would not agree, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. In her anxiety, she called out to Wang Yin, but was interrupted by Wang Yin's next words. Dongya, now it's time for you to take the second step in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes plan. Seeing that the gold crocodile Douluo agreed, Wang Yin didn't say anything more and turned to Bibi Dong, whose expression was somewhat anxious, interrupting her words. Me? No, senior brother. Bibi Dong hesitated at first, then wanted to say something, but was interrupted again by Wang Yin. Gold crocodile, the next part may involve some privacy regarding girls. Could you please turn around and not look this way? Wang Yin didn't even glance at Bibi Dong, directly turning to talk to golden crocodile Douluo. Are you trying to let this girl soak in the spring water too? But haven't those two types of herbs already disappeared? It seems that the other herbs don't meet the standards to enter that spring water. Golden crocodile Douluo hasn't forgotten that his mission is to ensure the safety of Wang Yin and his companion. This junior has his own methods. Wang Yin remained silent. The priority for me should be to consolidate my cultivation after advancing. You can busy yourself, but I would like to see your method. How about it? The golden crocodile Douluo's statement indicated his stance. He wouldn't be watching. There is nothing to hide about this method. Wang Yin took out a dagger and a moderately sized jade bowl from the storage soul guide. Donger, just do as I say next. No need to think about anything else. Wang Yinzheng spoke as he used his right hand to exert force with the dagger, cutting into the palm of his left hand. Drops of blood, shimmering in red and blue hues, fell into the jade bowl along the grooves of his hand. Senior brother, what are you doing this time? Before he could finish his words, Wang Yin interrupted him twice. Now, seeing that Wang Yin had injured his own left hand, Bai Dong chose not to say anything further, instead worrying about Wang Yan's current situation. It's nothing, just a part of the plan. You must listen to my instructions in a bit. Understood? Wang Yan saw Bibi Dong nodding before turning his gaze to the jade bowl. When the blood had nearly filled the bowl, Wang Yin took out the prepared cloth strip to bandage the wound he had made on his left hand. You drink this bowl of blood in one go, then take off your clothes. When you see red and blue colors appearing on your body, or feel like you can't hold on and are about to faint, jump into the confluence of the red and white spring water. Do you understand? Wang Yin raised the jade bowl filled with his own blood and handed it to Bibi Dong. Huh? Oh. Bibi Dong first frowned, then remembered what Wang Yin had just instructed her, so she took the jade bowl from him. Frowning, she drank it all in one go, while Wang Yin and Golden Crocodile Douluo turned their backs, as the following situation was not suitable for them to witness. Bibi Dong quickly removed her clothes, and other important items were placed on the ground, exposing a petite and delicate body to the air. In the blink of an eye, red and blue colors faintly appeared beneath Bibi Dong's jade-like fair skin. Enduring the intense discomfort in her body before she fainted, Bibi Dong let herself fall into the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well at the junction of the red and white colors. This was another method of achieving the ice and fire alchemical body. By drinking the blood of someone who had consumed the 8-angle profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, achieving a similar but weakened form of poisoning, and then entering the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Although it could achieve a similar effect, it would ultimately not reach the same level because it was not taken from the 8-angle profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms. Fortunately, Wang Yin had just completed the ice and fire alchemical body, and the 2 herb medicinal powers contained in his blood were still relatively abundant. As time went on, the effectiveness of this method used by Bibi Dong would decrease. Compared to Wang Yan's time, Bibi Dong consumed much less time, under an hour. Thankfully, after Wang Yan's blood was dripped again, it confirmed that the expected goal had been achieved. Golden Crocodile, would you like to try this method? It can enhance physical strength. Once I fully absorb the medicinal powers of those 2 herbs, it will be very difficult to achieve this again, or even impossible unless those 2 herbs grow again. After confirming that Bibi Dong had achieved a satisfactory effect, Wang Yin suddenly turned to Golden Crocodile Douluo and said this, but after careful consideration, Golden Crocodile Douluo refused Wang Yan's proposal. At this stage, physical strength was indeed important, but unless the gap was too great, a slight increase in physical strength was not noticeable, and there was no need for Wang Yin to draw blood again. Wang Yin did not insist further. It was better to draw less blood, after all. With so many good herbs here, it would be a pity not to take advantage of them. After Golden Crocodile Douluo refused, he instead said, "But it's a pity we don't know how to harvest herbs. If we accidentally damage them or lose their medicinal power, that would be even more regrettable. However, there is one herb that can be taken directly without worry." Wang Yin said this as he began to search among the many herbs, eventually picking up a peculiar white flower growing from a black stone. On the way back, a single celestial herb had very little effect on the Golden Crocodile Douluo. It was akin to an ordinary person consuming a bit of supplements. For Bibi Dong and Wang Yin, consuming a single celestial herb would bring significant improvements, but unfortunately, none of the 3 present had the ability to harvest other celestial herbs. Therefore, aside from the 1 heartbroken red that could be taken directly, the other celestial herbs would have to be left there if they didn't want to waste them. After all, it would be decades before someone knowledgeable could come by, and leaving them there for a while wouldn't matter, unless someone unexpected showed up. However, compared to the probability of an intruder causing trouble with the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Wang Yin believed that the chances of Tang San causing trouble with the ice and fire yin-yang eye decades later would be greater. Moreover, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had recently made a breakthrough due to his understanding of the situation regarding the ice and fire yin-yang eye and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Wang Yin, having undergone ice and fire alchemy, was not suitable for consuming other celestial herbs in a short period. Bibi Dong, although her level of ice and fire alchemy was somewhat lower, was in a similar situation to Wang Yin. Either consuming them would be of no use, or it was not appropriate to consume more, so taking 1 heartbroken red was sufficient. Is there something different about this herb? You seem quite happy. The Golden Crocodile Douluo asked excitedly after Wang Yin found the heartbroken red, and Bibi Dong also looked at Wang Yin, curious. This herb, called heartbroken red, could only be harvested from the stone by someone who wholeheartedly loves another person. The medicinal power of heartbroken red is remarkable. While it may not be able to bring the dead back to life, it is not far off, as long as there is still a trace of breath. Consuming this harvested heartbroken red can at least sustain life. Of course, there is a prerequisite. It must be consumed by the person who harvested it or their beloved. It is ineffective for anyone else. Wang Yin also didn't understand why such an ordinary-looking little flower would have such incredible effects. But the information he knew should be true. Confounded, Wang Yin could only sigh at the wonders of nature. Although there are limitations, the effects of this acacia heartbreak red are indeed extraordinary. Golden crocodile, Douluo sighed. Senior brother, can I give it a try? Bibi Dong suddenly became excited, looking at Wang Yin with anticipation, her eyes occasionally glancing at the acacia heartbreak red in his hand. Do you, a 10-year-old girl, understand what love is? Come back to talk to me about this after you celebrate your 70th birthday? Wang Yin cast a disdainful glance at Bibi Dong. It was always a good idea to give Bibi Dong a few setbacks when it came to love. Seeing her dejected expression, Wang Yin thought to himself that the effect was quite good. The journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire had come to an end, and there was no need to talk about any further trials. The original purpose of coming out for training was to reach the Eye of Ice and Fire. And since they had completed what they intended to do, it was time to return to Spirit City for proper cultivation. Led by the golden crocodile, Douluo, the three of them quickly left the Sunset Forest, rested for a day at the Spirit Hall in Tiano City, and then took a carriage back to the Pope's Hall in Spirit City. They had been out for quite a while, and it was time to return to their normal routine of study and cultivation. Wang Yin believed that after refining his body with the ice and fire, his cultivation speed would increase significantly. What is going on with the golden crocodile? The carriage was moving steadily. Bibi Dong was meditating and cultivating, while Wang Yin was contemplating how to refine his skills. Suddenly, the golden crocodile, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened them wide, and a surge of soul power surged through the carriage. Wang Yin was not immersed in cultivation like Bibi Dong, so he naturally noticed the golden crocodile's movement and asked, "What is happening?" It seemed that someone was being chased and nearly collided with the carriage. But both sides didn't possess high strength. One person was enough to handle it. Why don't you go and take a look? The golden crocodile Douluo had no intention of moving. Sitting still to comprehend the new realm was quite pleasant. Besides, Wang Yin was sufficient to handle the situation alone, and there was no rush in their journey, so he let Wang Yin go. I want to see too. Bibi Dong opened her eyes at this moment. The golden crocodile Douluo neither opposed nor supported her. It was nothing serious anyway, so if they wanted to watch, let them watch. Oh, is it bullying because there are fewer people? Can you tell me what's going on? I, Titan King Tianba, love to watch the fun the most. If you let me see something interesting, there will be great rewards. Wang Yin, this isn't about solving problems. It's clearly someone trying to stir up trouble because they feel things aren't chaotic enough. Huh. The guy with some ragged hair, tinged with a hint of green, heard Wang Yin's words, glanced at him, and sneered while turning his head. TSK, arrogant guy. Clearly someone who hasn't experienced the harshness of society. When Wang Yin said this, he seemed to forget that, whether before or after his transmigration, especially compared to the other party, his appearance was more like that of someone who had been well protected, someone who had not experienced the harshness of society. Hey, what about you guys? You look like you're part of a force. Which family, which sect, which faction are you from? The few people confronting the shabby green-haired young man, although their clothes were not entirely the same, still appeared to be fairly uniform, clearly belonging to the same group. What if something unexpected happens? One of them asked their leader. Our only target is the one who poisoned the young master. We won't care about the others. If they interfere with our actions, we won't hold back. We'll just kill them. The leader glanced at Wang Yin and Bibi Dong, not thinking much of the possibility that they could pose any threat to them, as Wang Yin and Bibi Dong looked too young based on their appearances. Hey. You really underestimate people, don't you? Just a few soul respect and soul sect members. What are you so arrogant about? You really think too highly of yourselves. Wang Yin seemed to be shouting defiantly, clearly adopting the stance of a verbal king. Ignore him. Just take this kid down. The leader said in a deep voice. Hey, I really have to get involved. Wang Yin rolled up his sleeves and tugged at his collar. Senior brother, it seems like we have nothing to do with this. Bibi Dong gently tugged at Wang Yin's clothing, giving him a soft reminder. Bibidan's words were indeed quite tactful. If someone else had said it, it would probably be, are you looking for trouble when there's nothing going on? Isn't this just being idle and looking for some fun? Wang Yan's words clearly indicate that he did it on purpose. Indeed, the journey to the Pope's Palace in the Spirit City has been rather dull, with nothing happening. Now that he finally encounters something, Wang Yin is looking for trouble for some amusement, purely because he's a bit bored. Is it possible that his previous scheming regarding the ice and fire yin-yang eyes has caused him to have some issues now? Bibi Dong suddenly had this seemingly unreliable thought as she charged towards Wang Yin, who was in the middle of both parties. This time, BB Dong was not mistaken. Wang Yin indeed has some issues with his mind. He had been planning the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and how to achieve the ice and fire alchemical body without losses, in addition to being cautious of soul beast dangers in the sunset forest. After all, the golden crocodile cannot always be on alert, and there are also rest issues to consider. With all these factors combined, Wang Yan's mind is still fine, but his mental state is somewhat abnormal. The reason Wang Yan is displaying such behavior now might not be unrelated to him releasing himself and alleviating his mental stress. 021. By Phosphor Snake Dugabom? Retreat. Wang Yin relied on his significantly superior physical strength due to training, combined with the advantages of the Thunder Spell Cultivation method, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed to the center of the two sides, instantly unleashing his soul rings. The 3 soul rings in yellow and purple were quite unexpected and shocking. The leader of the larger group suddenly gasped and immediately called for his people to retreat. Meanwhile, the young man in tattered clothes with a hint of green in his hair assumed a fighting stance but seemed somewhat relaxed, as Wang Yan's soul rings were too eye-catching, catching everyone off guard. What are you all retreating for? Wang Yan noticed that there were few people still standing there, while most were retreating, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing across his face. He moved swiftly towards the group, determined to take down this unexpected kid first. The leader issued a new command. Seeing that the opponent was relentless and only retreating was not a good strategy, especially since his side had a total of 7 people, 3 soul ancestors and 4 soul masters. Even if the opponent's soul ring configuration was beyond the norm, they should be able to handle this guy. However, ideals are one thing, and reality is another. Ideals can be very rich, but reality is always stark. Even if it seems like they have a significant advantage, one should not be overly optimistic about their ideals, because no one knows how harsh reality can be. Perhaps I might even get a lesson in what a fracture feels like. 7 soul masters, 3 soul ancestors, and 4 soul masters. This lineup should not be at a complete disadvantage against the soul master, even if that soul master had a soul ring configuration that surpassed normal standards. Yet, reality is what it is. Unexpected situations can arise, and imagined scenarios can be far from outrageous. Wang Yin unleashed a palm thunder at the moment when the 7 people got close, taking out a soul master from the soul sect. It was mainly due to his speed and ruthlessness. No one's heart could withstand the ravages of lightning. Thus, the group of 7 was reduced by 1. All 7 of them were beast spirit or weapon spirit masters, and there wasn't a single control or support type soul master among them. Not to mention, their control skills were merely soft control types. Therefore, Wang Yin was very pleased. To express his happiness, he had nothing to repay them with. So he fully activated the Divine Thunder Spell Cultivation method, with purple lightning radiating all around him. If they wanted to touch him, they would have to first face the protective lightning technique around him, while his only attacking move was the Palm Thunder. Wang Yin is like a hedgehog, no? Even more troublesome than a hedgehog. To hit Wang Yin, one must endure the strikes from the purple lightning surrounding him. It's hard to believe that someone actually managed to hit Wang Yin, only to find that their attack dealt almost no damage. Indeed, Wang Yan's already strong physical toughness has been further significantly enhanced by the ice-fire alchemy body. Although it may not be on par with some soul beasts that focus on defense, the difference is minimal. So he is not someone an ordinary group of soul masters like the 7 can handle, especially not a 3-ring soul sovereign. The purple lightning barrier makes it difficult to attack, and even if they do hit, his formidable body hardly takes any damage. Moreover, they have to withstand Wang Yan's Palm Thunder, which is far more powerful than that of others at the same level. And on top of that, the 7 had already lost 1 member at the start. Therefore, it didn't take long for Wang Yin to take down the 7 by himself. TSK, my soul power is almost exhausted. I definitely can't fight like this in the future. It's too draining. After all, there were 7 of them, and nearly half were soul masters 1 rank above me. It's impossible to say I didn't expend energy. While I had some consumption, I also looked a bit disheveled, with torn clothes, a few black and purple marks on my face, and several cuts on my arms and back. Now I can happily sit back and watch the show, right? Well, there is no show to watch now. So all that's left is to see what is going on with you all. Wang Yin had the 7 members of the group sitting beneath him like a stack of pancakes. The young man, whose clothes were tattered and whose hair had a hint of green, seemed somewhat at a loss. After all, these 7 people had been chasing him everywhere, and now they were being dealt with by someone who looked noticeably younger yet was far stronger than himself. Feeling lost was a normal reaction. I could see that the 7 of them would need some time to recover, so I asked, what kind of grudge do you have against each other? They were from the Tuin family in Emoyan City. Yesterday, the young master of the Tuin family had acted arrogantly and provoked me, so I had poisoned him a bit. In order to find an antidote, the Tuin family tried to force me with strong-arm tactics. So I took some measures against that young master. Unexpectedly, it revealed a bit of his underlying issues, which led the Tuin family to send people to kill me as a sacrifice for that young master. The young man seemed to realize that the current situation was entirely out of his control. After calming himself, he spoke clearly. However, how could one side of the story be the only thing to listen to? Wang Yin still needed to ask the 7 members of the group. After questioning each of them, he found that aside from the issue of whether the young master of the Tuin family had indeed provoked this young man, there didn't seem to be any other doubts. What kind of person is your young master from the Tuin family? Wang Yan's tone when asking questions really felt problematic, but his actions were anything but humane. With a dagger in hand, he poked and prodded, as if trying to extract something from the 7-person group. The group elaborately described to Wang Yan what the young Master Tun was usually like. Unsurprisingly, he was considered a person who was averse to good deeds, someone whose death would bring joy to all. Alas, assisting the wicked, but I have no intention of dealing with the Tun family. You can only blame your bad luck for encountering me today. Buddy, these 7 people are in your hands now. Wang Yan threw the powerless 7-member group to the youth, as such bloody deeds were not suitable for a disciple of the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. A green giant serpent spirit appeared behind the youth, and 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple emerged. With a puff, a thick purple smoke enveloped the 7-member group, and the strong corrosiveness of the purple smoke distorted them beyond recognition. Bibi Dong felt nauseated just by watching, and Wang Yin also felt discomfort in his throat, almost wanting to vomit. Phosphor Snake Spirit, what is your name, brother? Wang Yin recognized what the youth's martial soul was and thought to ask more. My name is Douluo. Thank you for today, S matters. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. I can help you once. The youth, or rather, he should now be called Douluo, looked much better than when they first met. Douluo, that's a great name. Your poison is quite impressive. It seems to have a lot of development potential. Keep practicing hard, and I hope to see you become a titled Douluo one day. Wang Yin was surprised for a moment, but there was no expression on his face. He had thought about subduing Douluo, but he only thought about it. He preferred to let Douluo slowly become that poisoned Douluo outside the spirit hall. Just a poisoned Douluo, nothing to be concerned about. Wang Yin is full of confidence in himself, and of course, he's also full of confidence in Bibi Dong. As for the possible future incident of Douluo slaughtering the city, that's a matter for the future, and there's no need to speak of future events. Whether that future is certain or not is another story. 022. Want to break through to Soul King. Under Douluo's confused gaze, Wang Yin and Bibi Dong got into the carriage, which then disappeared at the end of the road. Titled Douluo? Can I really reach that level? Douluo's eyes showed some hesitation. After all, no one can predict the future, and claiming that one can definitely achieve something usually has a 99% chance of not happening because there are too many factors that influence success. After standing there for a long time, Douluo finally came back to his senses and then disappeared at the other end of the road. No matter whether he can become a titled Douluo in the future, at least for now, he must keep moving forward. Douluo realized that whether he could become a titled Douluo in the future was not essential, but it was inevitable to continue moving forward slowly. Of course, if he could become a titled Douluo in the future, that would be even better. Senior brother, I feel like ever since you started heading to the Sunset Forest to find the ice and fire yin yang, you've become a bit strange. As if you know a lot, but also seem to know very little. It's so odd. Bibi Dong, being still quite young, couldn't hold back her curiosity for long. So not long after getting on the carriage, she began to speak to Wang Yin. Perhaps someday I will tell you everything I know and how I know it. But that will be in the future, and it can't be now. I can't say it now. Wang Yin smiled as he patted Bibi Dong's head, his eyes filled with fondness. Oh, all right. Bibi Dong didn't ask anything further. It must be the influence of a child's nature. After thinking for a while, Bibi Dong closed her eyes to meditate and cultivate. There isn't much difference between the Intermediate Soul Master Academy and the Beginner Soul Master Academy, except that the knowledge about soul masters and soul beasts is more in-depth and extensive, and there's not much else to say. Wang Yin and Bibi Dong returned to their normal study life, and apart from learning about some significant events happening on the continent, they could almost be said to be oblivious to the outside world. Although various minor frictions have occurred on the continent in recent years, whether it was conflicts between these 2 soul master families or a small soul master sect suffering a serious blow, there haven't been any major incidents. During their years of study at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Wang Yin obtained a nearly 20,000-year-old Black Soul Ring, successfully becoming a Soul Master, and graduated from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy as a late-stage Soul Master at level 47. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, has not yet become a Soul Master, but she's just one step away, currently a late-stage Soul Sovereign at level 39. Their rate of advancement has not been fast. Although Wang Yin consumed 2 top-grade immortal herbs, the 8-angled Xian Ice Grass and the Flame Fire Apricot, these herbs only refined his body and enhanced his aptitude, without directly improving his cultivation level. Bibi Dong only drank a bowl of Wang Yan's blood to complete the ice and fire alchemical body, so there was no direct increase in her cultivation level either. However, during their years of study at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Bibi Dong had absorbed the limited medicinal power from the bowl of Wang Yan's blood long ago. As for Wang Yin, after intentionally training, he had absorbed most of the medicinal power from the 2 immortal herbs, meaning that Bibi Dong had completed the process of the ice and fire alchemical body much earlier, while Wang Yin only had a little bit left to finish. As for the Heartbreak Red, it is currently lying in Bibi Dong's 8 treasure bag, still growing on that pitch-black Wujue stone, and has not been picked by Bibi Dong. She secretly tried to pick it, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. The same 3 people, Wang Yin, Bibi Dong, and the Golden Crocodile Douluo, their supporter, once again set out for the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a good place, perhaps due to some tacit understanding. When they returned to the Spirit Hall, Wang Yin, Bibi Dong, and the Golden Crocodile Douluo did not mention the existence of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and this time, they came out under the guise of going on an outing for training. Although it had been a few years since their last visit to the Eye of Ice and Fire, they remembered the location clearly. After entering the Sunset Forest, the 3 of them headed directly towards the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon re-entering the Eye of Ice and Fire, apart from some traces left from years ago, they did not find any new signs, meaning that over the years, the Eye of Ice and Fire had remained quietly developing on its own. When did Douluo discover the Eye of Ice and Fire? Wang Yin thought of this, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it didn't concern him too much, so there was no need to focus on it. Familiar with the surroundings, the Golden Crocodile Douluo entered here and quickly arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, using his soul power to absorb the extreme opposing energies of extreme cold and extreme heat. Wang Yin and Bai Dong didn't mind this, because when they entered, Golden Crocodile Douluo had already told them that he would actively absorb the extreme cold and extreme heat for his cultivation this time. Therefore, Wang Yin and Bai Dong were just busy with their own matters. After consuming 2 immortal-grade herbs along with Wang Yan's blood, Wang Yin and Bai Dong were like having a small ice and fire duality in their bodies, and have been transformed into a pseudo-ice and fire duality body. The extreme cold and extreme heat aura from the ice and fire duality was something they no longer needed to pay attention to, and there was no need for Golden Crocodile Douluo to apply a soul power shield for protection. After wandering through many herbs with Bai Dong for a long time, Wang Yin finally identified an immortal-grade herb, the Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, which was the one Tang Xin planned to give to Xiao Wu, but ultimately ended up with Zhu Qing. Wang Yin didn't know how to pick it, but he remembered how to consume this immortal-grade herb from a previous self-training session. His strategy was to eat it directly without picking it, since the main consumable parts of this herb were just the petals and stamen. After Bai Dong consumed the petals and stamen of the Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, she immediately sat cross-legged to refine the medicinal power. Given that Bai Dong had undergone the ice and fire forging body, she was expected to experience a significant boost, especially since her body had already been tempered once. Seeing that both Bai Dong and Golden Crocodile were already in their respective states and no one would pay him any more attention, Wang Yin approached a beautiful herb. Earlier, when searching for the Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, he had noticed this unique immortal-grade herb that resembled a swan's neck, the Snowy Swan Kiss. The Snowy Swan Kiss was powerful against enemies and could also be quite harmful to oneself if not careful, as it was something that would eventually be used to destroy the city of Slaughter in the future. Therefore, it was better to destroy it now. As he had done before, taking out a jade bottle, he filled it with spring water from the extreme hot spring and went to the Snowy Swan Kiss. Tilting the bottle, the spring water flowed out, and the Snowy Swan Kiss instantly vanished without a trace. Something that even the 99 divine body of the deep-sea demon whale king could not withstand, let alone a herb. As for the fire poison activated by the spring water from the Snowy Swan Kiss, that was a joke. Fire poison, in a strict sense, wasn't even a poison. It was merely akin to being poisoned when the fire elements eroded and there was no activation at all. After dealing with the snowy swan kiss, Wang Yin left, as he hadn't forgotten the main purpose of coming to the ice and fire duality by this time. Last time it was for the ice and fire forging body, and possibly to create a weakened version for Bai Bai Dong. This time, it was to consume immortal-grade herbs to enhance his soul power level. Otherwise, why would Wang Yin intentionally train himself to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal power from the octagonal profound ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom? The immortal-grade herb Wang Yin planned to consume was the strange mushroom heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. To avoid any mistakes, Wang Yin specifically sought out Yuguan, who had yet to reveal his name in the Hall of the Pope. At this time, Yuguan was still just the soul Douluo, not yet the chrysanthemum Douluo who would become Bai Bai Dong's right-hand man in the future, but he was already a chrysanthemum flower Guan. After consuming the strange mushroom heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, Wang Yin sat cross-legged to refine the medicinal power, with only one thought left in his mind: break through to Soul King. Soul King, the 6th level of the Soul Master profession, possesses 5 soul rings, and the best soul ring combination is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Becoming a Soul King means initially becoming a high-level Soul Master, and if luck is good, the Soul King has already gained some fame within a certain range. Right now, the Soul King is Wang Yan's goal. Not exactly a goal, but more like a small goal at this stage. Yes, while others may only dream of becoming a Soul King throughout their lives, it is merely a small goal for Wang Yin. If cultivated normally, Wang Yin would need at least a year, but with external assistance, this time could be shortened to just a few hours. And that external assistance was the strange mushroom, heaven-reaching chrysanthemum he had consumed. The strange mushroom, heaven-reaching chrysanthemum has large flowers, with gem-like purple petals that feel fluffy. And the flower core, nearly a foot tall, sparkles with golden light. It is a neutral immortal-grade herb, and its medicinal effect helps enhance luck and open up the blood vessels in the limbs, greatly aiding in body tempering, to avoid placing a significant burden on his body. And since Wang Yin only recognized a few immortal-grade herbs, he consumed the strange mushroom, heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. The concern about placing a burden on the body is similar to the idea of medicinal power accumulating into toxicity. Different immortal-grade herbs have their own distinct auras, and consuming a large quantity might not only fail to assist in enhancement, but could also lead to a situation akin to poisoning, which would be detrimental to oneself. Previously, the octagonal profound ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom were complementary opposites, and combined with the external tempering from the ice and fire duality eye, they achieved a balance. Although the medicinal power of those two herbs had almost been absorbed by Wang Yin, it was still best not to choose any extreme aura herbs. Moreover, the two-winged angel martial soul is holy, grand, and vast, perfectly matching the grandeur and might of the strange mushroom, heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, creating a complementary effect. Thus, choosing the strange mushroom, heaven-reaching chrysanthemum was the most appropriate choice for Wang Yin. The process of refining the medicinal power, while not as difficult as absorbing a soul ring, was still not something that could be accomplished in one go. It required a step-by-step approach. Due to the level of soul power, Wang Yin woke up earlier than Bai Bai Dong. Upon opening his eyes, he felt refreshed, and although he couldn't say he was completely reborn, he certainly felt rejuvenated. Clenching and stretching his fists, he could sense a significant enhancement in his entire physical body. Moreover, his soul power had reached a bottleneck that could only be resolved with a soul ring. Meaning Wang Yin had already reached level 50 and needed a soul ring to confirm his actual soul power level. Not long after, Bai Bai Dong also finished refining the medicinal power. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with joy. Besides feeling great physically and mentally, she had also reached the level 40 soul power, just one soul ring away from becoming a soul zone. Although both Wang Yin and Bai Bai Dong had awakened, golden crocodile Douluo remained as steady as a mountain, sitting there motionless. After all, his cultivation was profound, and a brief meditation could take a considerable amount of time. Although the tempering of cultivation with extreme cold and extreme heat was not a closed-door meditation, it still consumed a lot of time. Even though Wang Yin and Bai Bai Dong were eager to gain soul rings and know their own strength, they could only wait for golden crocodile Douluo to finish his cultivation. Wang Yin's target for soul rings starts from 30,000 years and caps at 50,000 years. The number of soul beasts of this level in the Sunset Forest is not many, but even if there is only one, it is not something that Wang Yin and BB Dong can handle. The 10,000-year soul beast soul rings that BB Dong needs can indeed be hunted by Wang Yin and BB Dong together. But for safety reasons, and because of the presence of golden crocodile Douluo, Wang Yin does not plan to hunt souls with Bibi Dong. Senior brother, what kind of rare item are you looking for again? When Bibi Dong opened her eyes, she saw Wang Yin wandering among the herbs, seemingly searching for something. In a good mood, she naturally approached him. The autumn water can promote the evolution of my golden eyes after refining and absorbing it. Of course, this is just my expectation. Wang Yin said it is just an expectation, and it really is just an expectation. After all, Wang Yin's right external soul bone. The golden eye is a soul bone and not an eye technique that can be actively cultivated. It is hard to say how much effect the Wang Chuan Xiao Shui Lu will have. However, based on what Wang Yin knows about Tang San's future use of Wang Chuan Xiao Shui Lu, even if his right external soul bone, the golden eye, does not evolve much or at all, there will at least be some enhancement in mental strength. After all, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, while being an eye technique, is also a method of mental cultivation. The Thunder Curse does have related methods for mental cultivation, called the Nine Heavens Thunder God Visualization Method. But Wang Yan's progress in cultivation is slow. He has only made some progress when merging the golden eye and absorbing the fourth spirit ring during his later years. Shi Xiao, didn't you say you were going to absorb some miraculous Shirong Tong Tianju? How did it turn into Wang Chuan Xiao Shui Lu? Bibi Dong asked. I have already refined and absorbed the Chirong Tong Tianju because I have a higher cultivation level than you and woke up earlier than you, Wang Yin replied. Wang Yin did not explain much, as it was already quite clear. But senior brother, didn't you say that immortal-grade medicinal herbs cannot be taken in large quantities in a short time? Otherwise, it would cause problems. Bibi Dong is kindly reminding me, after all. She has heard of the saying that medicine is 3 parts poison, and she has also been specifically advised by Wang Yin about this aspect. I did on purpose. After all, isn't there the ice and fire, yin-yang, spring water? Besides the recent medicinal effects of the rare mushroom and Tongtian chrysanthemum in my body, I also have some effects from the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom. Plus, with a plant of Wanchuan Chioshui Du. If something really goes wrong, it would be just right to see if I can use this ice and fire yin-yang spring water to refine it. Wang Yin knows that Bibi Dong means well, but not seeking death is not his style. While reckless behavior in other aspects is not advisable. If it's for the sake of cultivation, Wang Yin is more than willing to take the risk. Senior brother, are you thinking of courting death again? Seeing Bibi Dong's expression and listening to her tone, it's clear that this isn't the first time she has seen Wang Yin take such risks. I'm just trying to pave the way for you. The impact of the medicinal power is somewhat similar to the physical collapse caused by an excess of soul rings in the future. If I can successfully refine it, at least you'll have a reference for a way out in the future. Wang Yin Rafael Bibi Dong's hit. Hey, smelly senior brother, if you keep patting my head, I'm going to stop growing taller. Bai Dong felt a mix of emotions, but due to her modesty as a girl, she playfully resisted Wang Yan's affectionate gesture. Girl, you've grown a bit too fast recently. You're almost taller than me. Wang Yin felt a bit depressed about his height. He stopped growing after reaching 1.79 meters, while Bai Dong had already reached a height of 1.76 meters. Standing next to Bai Dong, Wang Yin couldn't deny the pressure he felt. Moreover, Bai Dong wasn't even wearing high heels. If she wore them, Wang Yin promised he wouldn't stand next to her at all. Hee. Bai Dong made a playful face at Wang Yin and didn't say anything more. After drinking 2 drops of dew from the leaves of the Wang Chuan Xiao Shui plant, Wang Yin sat cross-legged, feeling a new power surge within him. 024 5th Soul Ring. Is your senior brother not done yet? When Wang Yin was about halfway through refining the Wang Chuan Xiao Shui, Golden Crocodile Douluo finished his first round of cultivation. Seeing Wang Yin refining the medicinal power and sensing 2 different auras emanating from him, he couldn't help but feel curious. Your senior brother had already refined that extraordinary mushroom, but I didn't persuade him, and he ended up taking another Wang Chuan Xiao Shui. Bai Dong felt worried as she looked at Wang Yin. Her expression was no longer the cheerful one from before, but filled with concern and reluctance. This kid really thinks I'm dying too slowly? The reason Golden Crocodile Douluo said such things was not only because Wang Yin had recklessly consumed too many elixirs, but also because he was aware of Wang Yan's series of actions since his martial soul awakening. For instance, during his first soul hunt, he exceeded his limits to absorb a soul ring, and during the second, he directly absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, among other things. Who can say otherwise? Bai Dong pouted. She knew Wang Yin was right, but she still felt uncomfortable because she sensed she couldn't hold on to him. When a woman cannot hold onto a man, the outcome is predictable. Although Bai Bai Dong was not yet a qualified woman, her gender was still female. And even if she didn't understand some things, her nature made her feel uneasy. Let him be. The road must be forged by oneself. You all have grown quite a bit under the protection of the Spirit Hall, but relatively speaking, your experiences are still too few. So your senior brother is expanding and improving himself. Golden Crocodile Douluo watched Wang Yin for a while, feeling some insights in his heart. He was worried about potential flaws in Bai Bai Dong, the future of the Spirit Hall, so he voiced his thoughts. But could it be that your senior brother is a bit too eager? Bibi non knurstun Golden Crocodile words. Yet she still felt a bit reluctant to let go of her senior brother. As long as he doesn't die, this kid will definitely become a remarkable figure on the continent in 20 years. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't say much. His words carried an expectation for Wang Yan's future. After refining the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui, Wang Yin received both good and bad news. The good news was that after refining the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui, his external soul bone, the golden eye, underwent a significant evolution, and his mental power also increased substantially. The bad news was that even though Wang Yin tried his best to avoid the interference of the elixir's auras, it still inevitably occurred. Although the situation wasn't serious, it did happen, which made Wang Yin a bit anxious. Otherwise, why would the CC Duan Chang Hong let Bai Bai Dong vomit blood to collect it? Although the aura interference from the elixirs occurred, it didn't lead to severe toxic situations. However, Wang Yan's cultivation speed was affected, meaning that his training speed had decreased. Originally, he consumed elixirs to improve his physique, cleanse his bones, and accelerate his cultivation speed. However, due to his reckless actions, the accelerated cultivation speed had decreased, even slower than before consuming the elixirs. Too much of a good thing is just as bad. Of course, the decline in cultivation speed due to the interference of elixirs wouldn't last forever. As long as Wang Yin could completely refine and absorb the medicinal powers of all the elixirs, this situation would disappear. Moreover, consuming elixirs would eventually increase his cultivation speed, making it faster than the already improved speed. Unfortunately, Wang Yin had no idea when he would finish absorbing the medicinal power of the elixirs in his body. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom had taken nearly 6 years for Wang Yin to digest, and now, with 2 more added, the slowed cultivation speed would further extend the refining and absorption time. Facing his current situation, Wang Yin sighed at his ability to make a mess of things while wanting to give himself a good beating. Seeing that Wang Yin had finished refining and absorbing, Golden Crocodile Douluo, who hadn't resumed his cultivation, took Wang Yin and Bai Bai Dong outside to hunt for souls. What else do you need to do now that you've reached the level where you don't need to attach soul rings? Continuing to cultivate without attaching soul rings would still increase his soul power, but advancing to the next level without attaching a soul ring would be relatively slow. Therefore, it was better to quickly advance to the next level without waiting. Besides, having an extra soul ring is always a good thing, right? First, Bai Bai Dong found a 10,000-year-old cave spider as her 4th soul ring. When Bai Bai Dong stabbed the cave spider to death with a dagger, Wang Yin couldn't help but think, could this cave spider be the one Tang San absorbs decades later? Such questions would certainly have no answers because the answers were simply unfindable. Moreover, fortune is something that belongs to whoever gets it. Coincidentally, walking on someone else's path leaves them with no way to go, which is a philosophy Wang Yin has always agreed with. Not to mention, the future Tang San would obtain several elixir herbs that would be most useful at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which Wang Yin had already ruined. It might not completely ruin a major opportunity for Tang San's future, but it was close. As for whether Wang Yin would interfere with Tang San's future opportunities again, he thought it was hard to say. After all, whether Tang San could successfully reincarnate on the Douluo continent was still uncertain. Naturally, any future opportunities for Tang San would be lost if Wang Yin came into contact with them. Kid, you say you're about to become a Soul King, yet you still want to hang around in the high-level Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. Just as Wang Yin was about to finish off a suitable soul beast found among the few soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly said this. Of course not. I've already self-studied all the knowledge from the high-level Soul Master Academy. I have my own plans for personal cultivation and development, so I don't intend to go to the academy anymore. I have my own arrangements for the next few years. Wang Yin turned to take a glance at the Golden Crocodile Douluo, then swiftly ended the life of the soul beast with a dagger. As a black soul, rings slowly began to form. Senior brother, what are your plans for the next few years? Can you tell me about it? Bai Bai Dong asked while Wang Yin was still in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Don't think about following me. My upcoming situation is tailored to my personal circumstances. It's exclusively for me and may not suit you. You should honestly stay at the Advanced Soul Master Academy for another 2 years, at least. Wang Yin actually lied. He was very clear about what his next arrangement would be, which was almost suitable for the vast majority of soul masters to improve their own strength. Bibi Dong was also among this vast majority, but her soul power level was still somewhat lacking, making her unsuitable. Well, she hasn't even reached the level of a 50-level Soul King, so naturally, she is lacking and unsuitable. The soul rings produced by soul beasts with nearly 50,000 years of cultivation are certainly very powerful. After all, the minimum cultivation level for soul masters who can absorb such high-level soul rings must be at least level 70, which is the stage of a soul sage. In some cases, some soul masters, when advancing to soul Douluo, only absorb soul rings of around 50,000 years. This means that Wang Yan's 5th soul ring is already close to the 7th soul ring of a soul sage, or even the 8th soul ring of some soul Douluo. Given the situation, it's not hard to surprise some people. As for the Titan golden crocodile in Balak, it's unclear whether the increase in cultivation was due to absorbing the soul ring. But Wang Yin felt that the interference from the celestial aura within him seemed to have weakened a bit, approximately by about 1%. Upon careful thought, it might be that the celestial medicinal power was somewhat transformed during the increase in soul power level, which led to the reduction in mutual interference. Unfortunately, the sudden ability to help refine the medicinal power by absorbing soul rings, but needing to reach level 10 in soul power to absorb a soul ring, made Wang Yin feel that this method was just a waste for him. Chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. The second time he came to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he stayed for a relatively long time. Anyway, Wang Yin would not go to the high-level Soul Master Academy of the Spear Hall, and the Golden Crocodile Douluo was originally going to cultivate by relying on the ice and fire yin-yang eye. As for Bibi Dong, it seemed like she was just following Wang Yin. In 3 months, the Golden Crocodile Douluo used the extreme cold and extreme heat energies from the ice and fire yin-yang eye to repeatedly temper his soul power 9 times. Reaching a peak at this stage, to make further progress, he could only rely on time to slowly grind or suddenly have an epiphany. Slowly grinding over time doesn't necessarily have to be done at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and suddenly having an epiphany is something that is even more difficult to come by. Seeing that there was nothing more to advance to at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the Golden Crocodile ended his somewhat tense cultivation. Wang Yin and Bibi Dong didn't feel much difference in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, except that there were fewer people. The environment was quiet, with a gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, especially since one of them was a small ice and fire yin-yang eye, and the other was a weakened version of it, making it a sacred land for cultivation. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, as a place that could be considered a paradise, was indeed suitable for cultivation. But neither Wang Yin nor Bibi Dong were the kind of people who could set everything aside to focus on their training. Perhaps they could have been that way before, but with their current identities, it was no longer possible. Upon returning to Wuhuan City, the Golden Crocodile Douluo went back to the Elder Hall, while Bibi Dong went to report to the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Hall for her studies. Wang Yin, however, went to find Qian Xuanji. To be precise, it wasn't Wang Yin looking for Qian Xuanji, but Qian Xuanji who had someone call Wang Yin over. The reason was that Wang Yin submitted a plan for external training that lasted 12 years. 12 years. How many 12-year periods can a person have in their lifetime? Even more so, how many 12-year periods can a soul master, especially one who has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, have? Let's not forget that Wang Yin had only been in the Wuhuan Hall for a total of 12 years since awakening his martial soul. Now he was submitting a plan for external training that spanned 12 years. It would indeed be strange if Qian Xuanji didn't call him over. In the office of the Pope handling event documentation, what exactly did Pope Qian Xuanji and his disciple Wang Yin discuss? No one knows, but some do know that the conversation was not pleasant. After all, the roar of His Holiness the Pope was heard by many Saint Emperor warriors in attendance. As for whether there was any physical altercation or not, opinions may vary. After all, when Wang Yin came out, he only had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yin left Soul City alone in a carriage. When he departed, aside from a few people, there was no news about the Pope's disciple leaving Soul City. Balak Kingdom, Balak City, Balak Grand Soul Arena, Soul Fighting Registration Office. Name? The young lady at the registration office looked very pretty while working seriously, and of course, her appearance could be described as above average. Titan Diamond. Yes, that's right. It's the Pope's disciple who left Soul City, Wang Yin. Age? 28. Are you sure? The young lady looked up at Wang Yin with some surprise. Whose 28-year-old has such a youthful face? I'm sure. Wang Yin nodded, showing no signs of lying or blushing. If he didn't say he was 28, his soul power level would soon raise too many questions. Birthplace? Heavendo Empire, Fastnuo Province, Nodding City, Holy Soul Village. That's right. The place where Tang San would later speak and grow up to 6 years old. Anyway, it was up to him what to say. It didn't matter where he claimed to be from. Martial Soul, Lightning Element. The two-winged angel Martial Soul is indeed too iconic, so it's better not to mention it. Wang Yin didn't plan to reveal his Martial Soul right now, and since he was skilled at using palm lightning, he decided to falsely report it as a lightning element. Please test your soul power level here. The young lady pointed to the crystal ball next to her, which was a specially made testing crystal ball that could be used for any level. Level 52. All right, please pay the registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. The Barak Great Soul Arena welcomes you. Mr. Soul King, here is your Iron Soul badge. Please keep it safe, and I wish you continuous victories. Perhaps because the 18-year-old face didn't show the age of 28, the young lady provided extra attentive service and said more than she usually would. Thank you for your kind words. When Wang Yin received the Iron Titan badge, he ignored the gentle movement of the young lady's finger in his palm, causing her to look at him with a somewhat resentful expression. A few days ago, very few people knew the name Titan Iron Fist at the Balak Grand Soul Arena. But by the third day, Titan Iron Fist had gained some fame. After winning 2 consecutive matches, Titan Iron Fist faced a level 59 Soul Master who had already won 10 matches in a row, without activating his martial soul or revealing his soul rings. He secured victory solely with the purple lightning and his fists. This match not only showcased his ability to defeat an opponent with a 10-match winning streak, but also highlighted the noble background of that opponent. Over the next 10 days, Wang Yin encountered 10 Soul Kings raised by nobles in the Grand Soul Arena, winning every match. The title of Titan Iron Fist resonated throughout the Balak Grand Soul Arena, leading to packed audiences at every fight and daily matches in the main arena. After nearly 2 months of battling Soul Kings at the Balak Grand Soul Arena, and seemingly confirming the invincibility of Soul Kings, Wang Yin collaborated with the arena for a match between a level 52 Soul King and a Soul Emperor. Once Wang Yin defeated the Soul Emperor, the name Titan Iron Fist spread beyond Balak City, attracting Soul Kings and Soul Emperors from nearby cities. With the arena's cooperation and Wang Yin's eagerness to test his limits, a tournament was held at the Balak Grand Soul Arena about 3 months after Wang Yin's arrival, featuring 10 consecutive matches between Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. Titan Iron Fist reached an unprecedented peak in Balak City, the capital of the Balak Kingdom. That day, Wang Yin was exhausted after defeating 10 Soul Emperors in a row, nearly exhausting his soul power. It's worth noting that based on Wang Yin's soul ring configuration, while he might not exceed a Soul Emperor in soul power, he could certainly dominate among them, indicating that those 10 opponents were not to be underestimated. After that day, Wang Yin took a 3-day break, but during this time, the fame of Titan Iron Fist not only did not diminish, but increased significantly. As the Grand Soul Arena spread the news that Titan Iron Fist would challenge a Soul Sage 3 days later, the news of a Soul King challenging a Soul Sage reached even the king of the Balak Kingdom, who expressed curiosity and decided to attend the match in person. 026 should be Zhao Wujia's father, right? Titan Iron Fist, level 52 power-type Soul King, please advise. Standing on the Soul fighting stage, Wang Yin and his opponent exchanged formal greetings, as this was the final battle at the Balak Grand Soul Arena, and it deserved a respectful approach. Mighty Diamond Bear, Zhao Daba, level 72 power-type Soul Sage, please advise. Wang Yin's opponent was not tall, a head shorter than Wang Yin, but exuded a strong presence. Even with Wang Yin's momentum from his nearly 100 consecutive victories and the cheers from the audience, this Zhao Daba still managed to stand his ground. This was the difference of 2 major levels due to a 20-level gap in soul power. Brother, is your son named Zhao Wujia? Upon hearing the name Dali King Kong Bear and knowing his opponent's surname was Zhao, Wang Yin couldn't help but think of the future vice president of Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia, who also had the Dali King Kong Bear martial soul. How do you know? My son is not named Zhao Wujia. He is called Zhao Xiaobao. Zhao Daba suddenly changed the subject mid-sentence, and the latter name sounded rather hasty. All right, I must have remembered wrong and confused people. Based on Zhao Daba's reaction, Wang Yin had already gleaned the information he wanted. As for what Zhao Daba might be thinking or doing in the future, that was no longer Wang Yin's concern. Aren't you here for the Soul King battle? I'm standing right here. Do you still want to fight or not? For some reason, Zhao Daba's tone seemed a bit irritable at that moment. There were indeed some quick-witted individuals in the audience, and combining Wang Yin and Zhao Daba's earlier conversation, a somewhat baseless yet seemingly reasonable guess appeared in their minds. Thus, their gazes toward Zhao Daba became strange, as if they felt there was something off about him. However, the thoughts of the audience would not significantly affect those in the soul fighting arena, except for Zhao Daba, who suddenly felt a bit heavy on his head. Of course, I want to fight. Wang Yin responded with a sound, and purple lightning instantly enveloped his body. A golden light flashed in his right eye, indicating that the soul bone skill of the golden eye, the sacred eye, was also activated. However, it was evident that the sacred eye was not fully activated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just a faint golden light flickering at the bottom of Wang Yan's right eye. Great strength, Diamond Bear. Possession, great strength, true body. When Zhao Daba shouted, great strength, true body, his first 100-year soul ring flickered with light, clearly indicating that he had directly used his first soul skill. Wang Yan's speed was fast, while Zhao Dabao's speed was slow. So, when Wang Yin rushed past half of the soul fighting arena, Zhao Dabao's had just started and hadn't gone far. A humanoid purple lightning struck the dark golden bear, and a series of dull collision sounds erupted. Following that, the crackling sound of lightning filled the air as the purple lightning humanoid and the bear exchanged a punch. The purple lightning humanoid was pushed back more than 10 meters, while the bear took a step back, both stabilizing their retreating stances. In this first tentative clash, judging by the distance retreated, Wang Yin truly suffered a crushing defeat with almost no chance of a comeback. However, both Wang Yin and Zhao Dabao's knew that neither had used their full strength, and in terms of power, they were evenly matched. The reason Wang Yin retreated so much was simply because Zhao Dabao's had activated his first soul skill, the Mighty Body. Secret Battle Skill, Boiling, 2nd rank. Wang Yin directly elevated his boiling state to the 2nd level, with purple lightning surging and his own physical strength and speed also skyrocketing. Now, this special combat technique of boiling has been developed by Wang Yin to a level that is not weaker than soul skills, or in the eyes of others. This is indeed a soul skill, just not one derived from a soul ring, but a self-created soul skill. Diamond Body. Zhao Dabao was not willing to be outdone. No, he wouldn't let Wang Yin take the spotlight. After all, he was a soul sage, a notable figure on the Douluo continent. How could the comparison to a soul king be described as unwilling to be outdone? The purple lightning and the dark gold bear clashed once again. Compared to the initial probing attacks, this collision was breathtaking. Who would have thought that a level 52 soul king could fight evenly with a level 72 soul sage who had used his 3rd soul skill? Although this was not yet the peak of their combat power, one could imagine that if both unleashed their top-tier strength, it would undoubtedly be a visual feast of explosive proportions. Roar. Dark gold dominance. As the purple lightning and dark gold bear engaged in an intense exchange of blows, Zhao Dabao let out a bear roar first, and the 5,000-year soul ring lit up, amplifying the dark gold glow of the bear. Boiling. Level 3. Just as the dark gold bear was about to overpower the purple lightning humanoid in an instant, Wang Yin was not willing to be outdone either. He instantly elevated his boiling state to level 3. It was just a matter of going head-to-head. Wang Yin relished this exchange of punches. As long as you couldn't kill me, the outcome of who would win or lose was not to be decided so early. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the battle arena also began to show signs of damage. Although it was not yet at the stage of major repairs, some signs were already evident. Originally, the Great Battle Arena was meant to provide a venue for high-level soul masters gambling and life-and-death battles. But who would have thought that a fight between a soul king and a soul sage could reach a level that would initially damage the venue? Reluctantly, the Great Battle Arena quickly arranged for personnel to activate the arena's protection mechanism, protecting both the venue and the audience, whether intentional or not. After the arena's protection mechanism was activated, Zhao Dabao's 2nd soul ring flickered, and he stomped his right leg onto the ground. The 2nd 100-year soul skill, Earthquake. Boom! As if a meteor from the sky had crashed to the ground, the entire battle arena, along with all the spectator stands, shook. As expected of a soul sage, even without unleashing his martial soul true form, which is the strongest amplification soul skill, the power of his 2nd soul skill was still astonishing. Perhaps anticipating the effects of Zhao Dabao's 2nd soul skill, Wang Yin, in the form of purple lightning, leapt into the air, positioned at the center of the shockwave. He was barely affected. However, What Zhao Dabao wanted was for Wang Yin to leap into the air, while jumping allowed him to avoid the shock. Being in midair meant he had no leverage to change his position and could only take the incoming attack head-on. Zhao Dabao's 4,000-year soul ring lit up, and the bear's mouth opened wide, unleashing an unavoidable attack like an air cannon towards Wang Yin. The 4,000-year soul skill, Bear King Roar. Wang Yin in midair truly couldn't evade it, so he braced himself for the hit. The visible shockwave, like an air cannon, struck Wang Yin directly in midair, causing him to fly backward a little before falling down. Hit by the Bear King Roar, Wang Yin felt a moment of frustration. Didn't the Zhao family always focus on physical attacks? Why did this roar also contain a mental attack? Fortunately, Wang Yin's mental strength was not weak, and the mental attack barely affected him. However, physically, it was a bit hard to bear. Although boiling enhanced his body to some extent, it was not as effective as Zhao Dabao's. If it weren't for the purple lightning's resistance that weakened part of the blow, even Wang Yin's tough physique would not have fared well. As soon as Wang Yin, in the form of purple lightning, landed and steadied himself, the dark gold bear was right in front of him, catching him at the perfect moment. 027. The unfailing method of weakness overcoming strength. From the beginning until Wang Yin was at a disadvantage, this battle's shortcoming might have been skills. However, Wang Yin wasn't without skills. He just hadn't used them yet. After being hit hard by Zhao Dabao's Bear King Roar, Wang Yin finally landed and steadied himself when Zhao Dabao was already upon him, his chubby, furry, massive bear paw coming down with no mercy. The audience clearly saw that when Zhao Dabao brought down that paw, his 6,000-year soul ring lit up, indicating that he had already used his 6th soul skill. Zhao Dabao's 6,000-year soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. In this critical moment, Wang Yin didn't dodge left or right or directly confront it. Dodging left or right would lead to injury, and confronting it head-on would only be foolish. Following the howling wind of the approaching paw, Wang Yin took advantage of it and fell back. However, he fell faster than expected. As soon as his back touched the ground, his curled legs shot out straight with lightning speed, and the purple lightning in that moment was blinding. After the explosion of light, Wang Yin rolled backward like a tumbleweed for over 10 circles before stopping, gasping for breath. And the blood mixed with purple lightning splattered onto the arena with a crackling sound. As for Zhao Dabao, he staggered back a dozen steps or so, then lost his balance and fell on his rear. The moment his butt hit the ground, a surge of purple lightning erupted from him, as if struck by heavenly thunder. When the purple lightning disappeared, there was no sign of the dark old bear, just a big black bear that had been struck by lightning, probably dazed by the lightning. It took a few moments to react, and its first action was to cough out a cloud of black smoke, clearly affected by the lightning. The foot-powered palm thunder, combined with the mighty diamond palm enhanced by the 1st, 3rd, and 5th soul skills, resulted in a draw. Palm thunder, as the name implies, is thunder released from the palms. However, during his studies at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Wang Yin accidentally thought about what to do if he needed to exert great force, but didn't have time to use his hands. Thus, the technique of releasing thunder from the soles of his feet was developed. Wang Yin endured a lot of hardship to change the flow of soul power and deliver the same attack. It required a tough body to withstand it, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. No wonder you could fight 10 Soul Emperors and win. I've encountered dozens of Soul Emperors, but none of them were as difficult to deal with as you. I'm not afraid of breaking you. Next comes my strongest power, so brace yourself. After the full power collision between the Palm Thunder and the strong Vajra Palm, Wang Yin and Zhao Dabao both paused for a moment. Then Zhao Dabao spoke first, and as he did, his 7th soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring, lit up. He unleashed a soul skill unique to soul saints, the Martial Soul Avatar. The Martial Soul Avatar is a skill that signifies a qualitative change in a soul master's strength. Generally speaking, only when a soul master reaches the soul saint stage and possesses the Martial Soul Avatar can they truly compete with soul beasts of the same level. However, this is generally speaking. Some talented soul masters or extraordinary prodigies can contend with soul beasts of the same level without relying on the soul saint stage and the Martial Soul Avatar, such as Wang Yin, who far exceeds his peers. Zhao Dabao using the Martial Soul Avatar undoubtedly revealed his strongest card. There's no need to think about soul bones. Zhao Dabao and Zhao Wujia are almost certainly related, and since Zhao Wujia doesn't have one, it's impossible for Zhao Dabao to have one as well. If Zhao Dabao had a soul bone, he wouldn't possibly not give it to Zhao Wujia. Soul power surged, and the dark gold swelled, creating an eye-catching scene in an instant. The big black bear that had been struck by lightning vanished, replaced by a giant bear over 5 meters tall, standing there in a dark gold hue, exuding a fierce aura similar to that of a soul beast. This is really a problem. Wang Yin had a bitter smile on his face. Although this battle against the Soul Saint was voluntary and he had initiated it himself, at this moment, Wang Yin had to admit that fighting a Soul Saint was no joke. Forbidden technique, thunderstorm. He couldn't care less about whether the thunderstorm would harm his body. Unless he surrendered, he simply couldn't continue to fight with just his third level boiling. The true body of the martial soul was indeed a transformative soul skill for soul masters. Zhao Daba's increase in strength was no small matter. Originally, Wang Yin could compete evenly with Zhao Daba, but now he was at a disadvantage, even while using Thunderstorm. Just look at the current situation in the battle arena. If Wang Yin hadn't used Thunderstorm and was still at third level boiling, he would definitely be beaten badly. At this point, it was unnecessary to mention that Zhao Daba, the Dark Golden Bear, was slow, even though Zhao Daba was still slow in his true martial soul form. That was relative. Moreover, his power and defensive attacks were maximized, and taking a hit would not feel good at all, relying on the thunderstorm technique. Wang Yin fought against Zhao Daba for a while, but he realized that if this continued, the one who would definitely lose would be himself. After all, there was a 20-level difference in soul power, 2 major levels. Even though Wang Yan's total soul power far exceeded that of others at the same level, it was still not enough compared to Zhao Daba. He decided to wear him down, but he couldn't do it like before. Wang Yin quickly left Zhao Daba, and the purple lightning flickering on his body diminished a level, actively withdrawing from the thunderstorm state. Are you admitting defeat? Zhao Daba pursued, but couldn't catch up. Seeing Wang Yan's state decline, he asked this question. No, I just want to change my tactics. You probably haven't heard of it. It's called guerrilla warfare. As Wang Yin spoke, the purple lightning surrounding him changed, with the overall intensity of the purple lightning decreasing again. The purple lightning on his upper body became sparse, while the purple lightning on his lower body, especially on his legs and feet, became more intense. The humanoid form of the purple lightning was no longer humanoid. At least the purple lightning part was not, as only 2 legs remained. Now, Wang Yan's speed was not inferior to some agile attack-type soul masters. At least Zhao Daba felt that the opponent was even slipperier than an eel, making it impossible to catch him. Moreover, Wang Yin now attacked and retreated instantly, and his attacks were weak to the point of being negligible. Despite this, Zhao Daba did not dare to relax at all, as no one knew when Wang Yin would unleash another full-power palm lightning. Perhaps taking a hit would not be a big deal for Zhao Daba in his martial soul true form, but taking a hit would be quite troublesome, even if it was just an attack from a soul king. Wang Yin is moving at high speed with minimal energy consumption, while Zhao Dabao's has to keep his martial soul true body activated at all times. If he doesn't, he is likely to be taken out in one hit by someone as fast as Wang Yin, which quickly drains his soul power. The martial soul true body is powerful, but it relies heavily on soul power consumption. For a title, Douluo, it can last a considerable amount of time, but for a soul sage, the consumption is quite significant. Zhao Dabao's insists on maintaining his true body because he doesn't believe Wang Yin can sustain such speed indefinitely. Although Wang Yan's soul power consumption is low, his physical body will tire, and Zhao Dabao's believes his soul power can outlast Wang Yan's fatigue. However, Zhao Dabao's may not know that while Wang Yan's body can tire, he can use lightning to stimulate his body and maintain its excitement, which is just a basic application of his lightning technique. Realizing this is the critical moment for victory or defeat, the audience stops cheering and becomes increasingly tense, barely even breathing. Just as Wang Yan's lightning crackles in the soul fighting arena, Zhao Dabao's can no longer hold on. He had already consumed a lot of energy and has been using his martial soul true body continuously, which makes it normal for him to be unable to keep up with Wang Yan's guerrilla tactics. The moment Zhao Dabao's deactivates his true body, Wang Yin seizes the opportunity. The giant spirit thunder god technique stimulates specific acupoints in his body, allowing him to instantly unleash several times, even dozens of times, the power and speed. But it causes significant damage to his body, effectively a rapid enhancement version of a thunderstorm, strengthening various aspects at the cost of bodily harm. In an instant, the audience thinks Wang Yin has inflated, only to see the inflated Titan diamond throw Zhao Dabao's with a body slam, then toss the Zhao Dabao's out of the fighting arena. In the moment Zhao Dabao's is thrown out of the arena, apart from the loud thud of his landing, the audience is silent, as if their breath has been taken away. Shal, a Soul King at level 52 defeated a Soul Sage at level 72. Although this is just a competition with many limitations, it doesn't change the shock this victory brings to many, that a Soul King has defeated a Soul Sage. The 20-level difference in soul power, the disparity of two major ranks, and the distance between two soul ring skills. Saying that a Soul King defeated a Soul Sage is not something that can be easily dismissed. At least, it can be said that no one has ever heard of a Soul King winning against a Soul Sage before. It's as if a scoop of cold water was thrown into a pot of oil that had been burning for a long time. The audience erupted instantly. And after a brief pause and breathing, cheers and shouts seemed to shake the entire Balak Grand Soul arena. Wang Yin maintained the posture of throwing Zhao Daba out of the arena and slowly stood upright amidst the audience's frenzied cheers. Just when the audience thought Wang Yin was about to declare his victory, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot 2 meters away and then collapsed backwards. The audience fell silent in an instant. The previously explosive noise vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Staff from the Great Soul Arena immediately rushed over, while a support-type Soul Master, clearly focused on healing, cast a soul skill that enveloped Wang Yin. In the end, the explosion had caused Wang Yin significant bodily harm. It was a narrow victory. Zhao Daba looked at Wang Yin, surrounded by the staff of the Great Soul Arena, with a complex expression on his face. Internally, he was even more conflicted, as a dignified Soul Sage had actually been defeated by a Soul King in the arena. It was impossible not to have complicated feelings. Ladies and gentlemen, after careful examination by our Great Soul Arena staff, the Titan Great Ape has only suffered from excessive consumption and backlash from soul skills, and there is no major threat to life. However, considering that your cheers and shouts for the Titan Great Ape's victory may affect him, we kindly ask you to contain your excitement. Thank you all for your support today for the Titan Great Ape and the mighty King Kong Bear Soul Sage. Thank you. Wang Yin was carried away by the staff of the Grand Soul Arena, and a host who received the accurate news came to the stage to announce Wang Yan's specific situation amid the buzzing discussions. The news that the Titan Metal Giant had defeated the Soul Sage in Balak City spread everywhere, with both those who witnessed the match and those who did not engaging in intense discussions. Not only Soul Masters were talking about it, even commoners were discussing it. This news not only spread thoroughly in Balak City, but also reached all directions. And many factions became aware of the Titan Metal Giant's victory over the Soul Sage in the Grand Soul Arena of Balak. However, this had little to do with Wang Yin, as he was completely unaware of how others discussed or perceived the situation. After being unconscious for a day and a night, Wang Yin finally woke up, only to find numerous personnel checking on him and asking questions. Shortly after waking up, the crowd around Wang Yin dispersed, and a person dressed in luxurious attire, wearing a crown and holding a scepter, arrived. King Balak had come to see Wang Yin. Perhaps knowing that Wang Yin was currently very weak and needed rest, King Balak did not say much, offering a few words of encouragement before inviting Wang Yin to the palace for a detailed discussion once he had recovered. After waking up and spending another day and night, Wang Yin finally got out of bed. He hadn't expected the physical damage to be this significant. After another 2 or 3 days of recovery, Wang Yin had mostly recovered, and during this period, various forces that could reach him came to visit, either to curry favor or to establish good relations, but all were firmly rejected by Wang Yin. On the 4th day, when another faction came to see Wang Yin, they found that he was no longer at the Grand Soul Arena. The staff there could not find Wang Yin, but discovered a letter he had left behind, the contents of which were announced by the personnel of the Grand Soul Arena of Balak. The general content was that the Titan Metal Giant expressed gratitude for the support from all sides, but had no intention of joining any faction at the moment. He stated that after visiting the Grand Soul Arenas of various kingdoms and the 2 imperial capitals, he would definitely join one of the factions. Opting not to join any faction for now, Wang Yin was concerned about being suppressed by multiple forces joining hands or having some experts secretly manipulate him, so he could only postpone and let the factions interested in him take a step back. After all, he would eventually disappear from the entire continent for a period, and when he reappeared, he would no longer be using the title of Titan Metal Giant. Wang Yin already thought it through. After he had gone through the Grand Soul Arena in both imperial cities and various royal cities, he would disappear for a while, and then reappear as a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. As for the identity of the Titan Great Ape, it would fade into the dust of time. Once the content of the letter he left behind spread, no one was in a hurry to find Wang Yin. After all, according to what Wang Yin said in the letter, he would appear at the Grand Soul Arena in a certain royal city or imperial city, so they just had to wait. However, not everyone was waiting. there were still some people searching not only for Wang Yan's current whereabouts, but also for his past information. Leaving the royal city of the Baloch Kingdom, Wang Yan took a carriage to his next destination, the capital of the Silvis Kingdom, Silvis City, or more precisely, the Grand Soul Arena in Silvis City. Are you the Titan Great Ape from the Baloch Grand Soul Arena? When Wang Yan registered, the staff at the Silvis Arena let out a small gasp, but fortunately there were no other people around, so no one noticed the situation. Has it already spread this far? Wang Yan was slightly surprised by the staff's reaction, but it was only a little, not entirely unexpected. Although the various arenas generally do not communicate much, there's still some communication in cases like yours. Moreover, the name Titan Steel is at least somewhat well known across the continent, but I believe you'll make a name for yourself throughout the continent. The staff looked at Wang Yan with admiration, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He had seen a similar look of admiration from BB Dawn before, and it didn't feel strange then, but the admiration from a stranger made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you for your kind words, but can I register for the soul fighting competition? Wang Yan pointed out the work that the staff should do. I'm sorry, sir, but it seems I can't arrange a soul arena match for you, as your soul badge level is too high. The Silvis Grand Soul Arena cannot match you with an opponent of the same rank, meaning we cannot arrange a soul arena match. The staff member looked apologetic. Wang Yan felt a bit embarrassed about the situation. He hadn't settled his points at the Baloch Grand Soul Arena before. After winning 100 consecutive matches, he jumped directly from the Iron Soul badge to the Sapphire badge, and he was not far from reaching the Ruby badge. Finding an opponent of the same badge level at the Soul King stage was simply a pipe dream. Moreover, it seemed that Wang Yan might not find a suitable opponent in the future. While his soul power level might be sufficient, his badge level would not be. The higher-ranked Soul Emperors and Soul Saints would be grinding points at the Grand Soul Arena, and not everyone could achieve such continuous victories. After all, not everyone had the strength to maintain a winning streak, nor did everyone have the qualification to demand a unified settlement of Soul Arena points before leaving. It wasn't that Wang Yan was seeking to be invincible in the Grand Soul Arena. It was genuinely difficult to match him with opponents of the same rank and higher badge levels. Call a supervisor over. I want to discuss this with your management. In Silvis City, Wang Yan was somewhat of a celebrity, and the Silvis Grand Soul Arena still gave him some face. Before long, the staff brought in a supervisor. After negotiations, it was decided that Wang Yan would not participate in formal Soul Arena matches at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. Instead, a special stage would be set up where challengers could face the Titan King in order of arrival, with 3 challengers each day for a month. As mentioned earlier, the opponents Wang Yan faced would be challengers who came specifically to challenge him, so there definitely wouldn't be any challengers on that day. Wang Yan could only choose to accept the goodwill of the Grand Soul Arena and watch the Soul Arena matches for free. After 3 days of operations at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, the Titan King's challenge matches officially began. Although news of the Titan King's 100 consecutive victories against Soul Kings at the Baloch Grand Soul Arena had spread, those who had not witnessed the matches there were still somewhat skeptical. After all, it was quite outrageous for a Soul King to defeat a Soul Saint, and it was hard to convince people without seeing it with their own eyes. Thus, the initial challengers did not believe in Wang Yan's strength and insisted that the Titan King should experience the power of a top-level Soul King at level 58 or 59. On the first day of matches at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, Wang Yan faced 3 Soul Kings at levels 57, 58, and 59. While it wasn't entirely easy, it wasn't particularly difficult either. The level 58 control-type Soul King posed some trouble at first, but Wang Yan found an opportunity and took him out in one go. The matches on the first day created a bit of a stir among the Soul Masters in Silvis City. After all, there were spectators, defeated Soul Masters, and those waiting in line to challenge. So Wang Yan couldn't say he lacked any notoriety in Silvis City. On the second day, there were still 3 Soul Kings, and the matches proceeded without much excitement. It wasn't that the matches were uninteresting. They were indeed entertaining. However, since it was always the Titan King winning, it became somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, some spectators did not see it this way because that was what they wanted, even if the earnings from betting against the Titan King were minimal. Over the next 7 or 8 days, the Titan King's challenge matches began to attract Soul Emperors, and the Soul Masters in Silvis City started to recognize the Titan King's prowess. Additionally, some external Soul Masters came specifically to participate in the Titan King's challenge matches, making the Titan King a well-known name in Silvis City. From the initial Soul Kings to later Soul Emperors, Wang Yan's opponents were getting stronger, but for Wang Yan, the outcome of the matches remained unchanged. The bizarre Soul Masters and their unique soul skills could occasionally give Wang Yan a hard time, and sometimes he almost lost matches. but he never actually lost, maintaining his winning streak. There were Soul Saints who wanted to participate, but the rules for signing up for the challenge matches stated that the Titan King would only have one match against a Soul Saint at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. This left some interested Soul Saints feeling disgruntled, and some individuals with ulterior motives began spreading rumors about the Titan King, claiming that his victory over a Soul Saint at the Ballot Grand Soul Arena had some insider information. Wang Yin was already aware that such rumors would circulate. After all, the challenge match rules were set as they were, and it was impossible to please everyone. Fortunately, the Titan King had already gained fame in Sylvis City, resulting in both those spreading rumors and those who admired him rebutting the claims. As for how the outside world viewed it, Wang Yin continued his matches at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. By this time, the challenge match venue was basically devoid of Soul Kings, with nearly all competitors being Soul Emperors. It was understandable. Soul Kings were clearly no match for the Titan King, and with only one final match for the Soul Saints. Most participants were Soul Emperors. The Soul Emperors could exert some pressure on Wang Yin while ensuring he wouldn't be overwhelmed by it. After 99 challenge matches at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, the challenge matches were paused. The Grand Soul Arena announced that the Titan King needed 3 days of rest to adjust his condition and would face a Soul Saint in 3 days. This ignited excitement in Sylvis City, fueling a heated debate between the Titan King's detractors and admirers. In no time, everyone in Sylvis City, from nobles to commoners and slaves, whether they were Soul Masters or not, was discussing the upcoming battle between the Titan King and the Soul Saint, creating a scene reminiscent of the situation in Ballot City. 3 days later, the match between the Titan King and the Soul Saint began on the largest Soul Arena platform at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. With the audience area packed to capacity, even in every corner, there were people eager to watch the match. Unlike the previous battle at the Ballot Grand Soul Arena, this time the opponent had been studied by some individuals. Based on Wang Yan's previous match records at the Soul Arena, it was analyzed that the Titan King struggled against control-type Soul Masters, while strong attack and defense types posed little challenge for him. Therefore, to show that they weren't bullying the Titan King, Wang Yan's opponent this time was a level 72 control-type Soul Saint. TSK, TSK, TSK. Should I say you have malicious intentions, or that you're truly understanding? Before the match, Wang Yin expressed his feelings upon learning that his opponent was a level 72 control system Soul Sage. What the heck? I came to this Grand Soul Arena to participate in Soul battles, firstly to hone my combat skills, and secondly to see more Soul Masters and Soul skills. Knowing that he was not good at dealing with control system Soul Masters, Wang Yin hoped to face more of them to make up for his shortcomings. As a result, the Soul Masters from Sylvis City, who hoped for his defeat, banded together to provide him with a control system Soul Master as an opponent. However, the troublesome part was that this opponent was quite high level, being a Soul Sage, which was quite tricky. Amid the cheers and encouragements, Titan Diamond King Tian Ba, that is, Wang Yin, whose name had been deliberately spread by certain people, faced his opponent. As the Soul battle began, the opponent showed no signs of underestimating or letting his guard down, quickly activating his martial soul and cautiously shooting out Spider Silk to test Wang Yan's skills. Yes, Wang Yan's opponent's martial soul was called the Colorful Spider, which was very good at spraying Spider Silk and webs. When the opponent was a control system Soul Master, one had to be cautious, as control system Soul Masters are the most troublesome among all types of Soul Masters, even if one already knew how they would attempt to control. Especially in Wang Yan's situation, fighting against a Soul Sage with the strength of a Soul King required even more careful and prudent responses. Wang Yin and his opponent, Spider Soul Saint, both initially chose the safest approach, exchanging their lower soul power consumption for the other's maximum possible soul power consumption, relying on his higher soul power level. Spider Soul Saint rapidly used his first soul skill, Spider Silk Spray, forcing Wang Yin to dash around the arena. In contrast, Wang Yin utilized his high-speed movement and superior physical strength to counter Spider Soul Saint. As Spider Soul Saint sprayed Spider Silk all over the arena to restrict Wang Yan's movement, when Spider Silk nearly covered the entire space, Wang Yin unleashed a palm thunder on the ground, rendering all the Spider Silk useless. Some spectators who thought Titan Diamond would lose were either dumbfounded or delighted. The warm-up is over. Let the real match begin. 0-3-0. Defeat a Soul Saint again? Oh, little guy, have you thought of a way to defeat me? Upon seeing Wang Yan's expression and hearing his words, Spider Soul Saint couldn't help but smile lightly. On the surface, he appeared relaxed, but inside, he felt a sinking sensation. This was not a life-and-death battle where one side had to die for the other to win. It was merely a betting match. As long as one side admitted defeat or fell off the stage, they would lose. Since neither side could admit defeat, the only way to lose would be to fall off the stage. In the arena, it was not impossible for a Soul King to defeat a Soul Saint. As long as the Soul Saint was careless and the Soul King seized the opportunity, the Soul Saint could very well be defeated. Spider Soul Saint thought carefully. Since the match began, he seemed to have not displayed much capability and had been cautious in dealing with Titan Diamond. He shouldn't have provoked Wang Yin to say something like, "Let's officially start," right? Could it be that there was some inadequacy he was unaware of that Wang Yin had discovered? Purple lightning surged, enveloping Wang Yin entirely, leaving no gaps. As he charged straight at Spider Soul Saint. Upon seeing Wang Yan's reckless approach, Spider Soul Saint's heart tightened and his pupils constricted. His first and second spirit rings instinctively lit up and remained bright as Spider Silk and Web shot towards Wang Yin like they were free. However, despite the numerous Spider Silks and Webs launched, they had very little effect in obstructing Wang Yin. Upon contact with Wang Yin, the Spider Silk and Webs turned to powdery ash, barely providing any resistance to his advance. As the purple lightning flowed, Wang Yan's right fist instantly expanded into a gigantic purple lightning fist. Just as the fist, larger than a person, was about to strike Spider Soul Saint, his third and fourth spirit rings lit up in an instant. He opened his mouth, and a hoarse yet sharp screech echoed, while a light resembling armor covered Spider Soul Saint. The moment Wang Yin heard that sound, his clear consciousness was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the massive purple lightning fist hit the intended target, striking the Spider Soul Saint. There was a buzzing in his ears, and although his mind wasn't chaotic, he felt a bit dizzy. Wang Yin couldn't help but curse himself in his heart, thinking that he had really messed up this time. After being struck by the purple lightning fist, the armor on the Spider Soul Saint shattered instantly, and the immense impact sent her staggering backward several steps. With purple lightning crackling and flashing around her. "Little guy, you really don't know how to cherish beauty." Yes, the Spider Soul Saint is a woman. Her exact age is unknown, but she appears to be in her 30s, with a curvy figure and an enticing face. If it were scored out of 10, she would easily get a 7 or 8. Wang Yin and the Spider Soul Saint simultaneously freed themselves from their respective negative states. The Spider Soul Saint then said these words, not for any other reason, but to disturb Wang Yan's state. "There's no helping it. My reputation is much greater than yours. For the sake of victory, I can't afford to be soft-hearted just because of pity or compassion. Otherwise, I'd lose everything. However, if you're willing to become my slave, I might consider admitting defeat." Wang Yin revealed a smile, a rather mischievous and lewd one, with an already above-average appearance and decent temperament. This smile instantly ruined his image to a large extent. It was almost as if he had no image left at all. TSK. The little guy may not be very old, but his thoughts are truly beautiful. However, if you really can defeat me, I wouldn't mind being your slave. The Spider Soul Saint spoke with a very tempting gaze and tone, as if she was seducing him. "Well then, let's see if you could defeat me first." Wang Yin wasn't too interested in chatting with this Spider Soul Saint. The most important thing right now was to win this soul fighting competition. Besides, if he wanted to play with a spider, he should find BB Dong, right? Not only could he enjoy nurturing a queen, but he could also switch between 2 spider modes, which would be really awesome. Unfortunately, Wang Yin didn't even know how far he had nurtured it or if he had gone off track. "Hey, wait a minute. While I was busy talking about what would happen if I lost, what if you little one lose? What would you have to do then?" The Spider Soul Saint seemed to have changed her strategy, but from what she said, it seemed like she had some ulterior motive for coming here. Was she a soul master sent by some force that wanted to win me over? Wang Yin only had this thought briefly and then stopped thinking about it, because he had already moved again. The purple lightning expanded and intertwined, wrapping around Wang Yin while expanding into the giant shape of a 7 or 8 meter tall figure. However, this giant was very rough and could barely be recognized as a human form. This was a version of the Douluo continent's law of heaven and earth, a basic developmental version, inspired by his previous battle with Zhao Debo's martial soul true body. Hell, what a heartless little guy. The Spider Soul Saint sighed, looking somewhat resentful, as if Wang Yin had let him down. The 5th soul ring lit up, and after the Spider Soul Saint's martial soul manifested, 8 spider legs appeared behind him, spraying colorful mist that shot towards Wang Yin like a torrent. The 5th soul skill, Rainbow Mist Spray. Really knows how to give opportunities. Wang Yin smiled inwardly. Although he was completely enveloped by purple lightning, he could still see everything clearly outside. The Spider Soul Saint's 5th soul skill was triggered by soul power. and Wang Yan's Palm Thunder was very adept at spreading along the flow of soul power to launch attacks. The method of Palm Thunder was the super version of the Heaven and Earth, called Heaven and Earth Thunder Cage. Although it was called the Thunder Cage of Heaven and Earth, it merely wrapped around the entire battle arena and covered an area 10 meters above the arena. Wang Yan was not sure how fast lightning was, but he knew that the Spider Soul Saint would not have time to react. Those colorful poisonous mists, although they caused some damage, still robustly surged toward Wang Yan. The Spider Soul Saint felt numb all over and was even more numb inside because she did not see any signs of Wang Yan being poisoned after a poison mist invaded him. She could no longer hold on. Otherwise, she would be unable to operate her soul power. Just as the Spider Soul Saint decided to activate her martial soul's true form, Wang Yan's Heaven and Earth method also moved. To be precise, it wasn't moving. It was more like an explosion, causing all the purple lightning to explode. It truly was like a clap of thunder in a clear sky, leaving everyone present feeling as if they had gone deaf. When the rampant purple lightning disappeared, Wang Yan stumbled and sat on the arena, while the Spider Soul Saint stood outside the arena. If this were a life-and-death battle, Wang Yan would definitely have died. Unfortunately, this was just a betting match. Although Wang Yan had exhausted his soul power and could barely move, he had won this duel. As for the Spider Soul Saint, although she still had plenty of soul power left and had not consumed much stamina, she still lost. The specific situation was that while the Spider Soul Saint's body was numb and her soul power was difficult to operate, Wang Yan used all his strength to send her outside the arena with the impact generated by the lightning explosion, thus achieving victory. The already defeated Spider Soul Saint did not continue to unleash her martial soul's true form. Although she felt very unwilling, she had indeed lost. Compared to the last time, when he fainted for a day and a night after defeating Zhao Debao and couldn't get out of bed for more than 2 days. This time, after winning, Wang Yan's condition was merely one of exhausted soul power, which was undoubtedly much better. After calculating the corresponding points and betting profits, early the next morning, before his soul power had fully recovered, Wang Yan took a carriage and left Silva City. The Ballot Great Soul Arena had won 100 consecutive matches, and the Silva's Great Soul Arena had also won 100 consecutive matches. This habit was good, and Wang Yan had no intention of breaking it. So now he was heading to the next location. Hey, you're just leaving like this? You don't need me to be your servant anymore? The carriage was moving when it suddenly stopped. Just as Wang Yan was about to get up to see what was going on, he heard a voice outside the carriage. The same one from the Spider Soul Saint yesterday. What are you doing here? I'm not causing you trouble or taking advantage of you, am I? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Yan immediately lost interest in getting up to see what was happening, and his half-standing body sank back down. Little guy, I'm quite interested in you. The Spider Soul Saint directly came into the carriage. There were no obstacles in front of the carriage, and it continued to move. I'm not interested in you. You don't quite meet my tastes. Wang Yan was a bit bored. Don't be like that, little guy, let's talk. The Spider Soul Saint seemed quite interested. Go on, tell me your name, age, birthplace, and so on. Why are you looking for me? Just spill it all. Wang Yan wasn't interested in dealing with too many irrelevant characters in the future plot. It was too troublesome. Moreover, if Wang Yan really wanted to, there were plenty of people in the Spirit Hall who were more beautiful than this Spider Soul Saint. If he truly looked down on her, it would only be a matter of 7 or 8 points. Little guy, before asking others, shouldn't you first mention your own situation? The Spider Soul Saint appeared somewhat unhappy. Speak if you want. I don't have time to deal with you. Wang Yan spoke while closing his eyes in deep thought. My name is Louise, and I won't tell you my age, but I can assure you that I am older than you. I am from Ian City in the Kingdom of Silvis. As for why I'm looking for you, you might as well take a guess. Louise revealed a part of the information in a half-said, half-unsaid manner. You're not too young, probably around 37 or 38, but you're also not too old, certainly under 46. I won't go into more specifics. But the reason I'm looking for you is something that needs to be discussed in detail. Wang Yan opened his eyes. At your age, this level of cultivation is indeed considered top-notch talent across the Douluo continent. However, as far as I know, you are not well known, so your cultivation must have suddenly increased at some point. As for why you approached me, it should be related to your sudden rise in strength. Clap, clap, clap. The Spider Soul Saint listened to Wang Yan's words and applauded a few times in appreciation. Well said, the specifics are not far from what you mentioned. So I bet you are from a new generation of a major force. The expression on the Spider Soul Saint Louise's face was no longer joking as it had been earlier. You have been targeted, so you're not looking for me, but for the force behind me. The force that has its sights on you is not too big, but it is beyond what you as a soul saint can handle. However, entering a major force is not that easy, so you came to me. which allows you to rely on the powerful force behind me, while ensuring that the secret of your rapid strength increase is not discovered by those with ulterior motives. But have you forgotten that the factional struggles and dirty dealings within major forces are not insignificant, and may even be more disgusting? Wang Yin ultimately has a kind heart and reminds Louise in the end. But at least it's much better than staying outside the major forces. Louise showed signs of fatigue. If you've really made up your mind, it's not too late to decide. Wang Yin still didn't want to help, as it wouldn't bring him much benefit and could instead lead to more trouble. I've made up my mind, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Louise replied firmly. Here, take this token. Go to Seoul City, to the Hall of the Pope. The Holy Emperor Warrior will stop you. Show this token, and someone will find you then. I want to say more. It's up to you. You can also sell what I've just said along with this token for a good price. I believe many people will want to know about my background. After finishing, Wang Yin closed his eyes again. Louise hesitated for a moment before taking the token that was floating in Wang Yin's hand. You can leave now. With a lightness in his hand, Wang Yin retracted it without opening his eyes, saying only one sentence before falling silent. Louise looked at Wang Yin and then at the token in her hand. Without saying a word, she jumped off the carriage and headed towards Seoul City, sending such a genius soul sage to the spirit hall. I believe Qian Xuanji will pay more attention, and since her martial spirit is spider-like, it might change BB Dong's future encounters. After Louise left, Wang Yin opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling of the carriage, a glimmer of thought crossing his gaze. Having completed the planning part in Silvis City, Wang Yin continued on his original path, next to several royal capitals belonging to the Heavendo Empire, and finally to the imperial capital, Heavendo City. In the major royal capitals of the Heavendo Empire, Wang Yin's actions were no different from those in Balak City and Silvis City. He negotiated with the Great Soul Arena to hold arena challenges, facing 99 Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, with the final 100th match against a Soul Sage. Initially, including in Balak City and Silvis City, Wang Yin occasionally faced considerable trouble with Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, but fortunately, he achieved victories. As he fought more, opponents like Soul Kings and Soul Emperors no longer posed much trouble for Wang Yin, leaving only the final 100th match against the Soul Sage as a challenge. The 100th Soul Sage opponent was not randomly chosen. In fact, it was selected jointly by Wang Yin and the Great Soul Arena, as there wouldn't be just one or two Soul Sages wanting to participate in the final match. Wang Yin wasn't entirely confident of a complete victory against the selected opponent, but he also wasn't worried about a crushing defeat. Thus, he managed to go through several confrontations with the Soul Sage. Although he won each time, he ended up exhausted, with his soul power completely depleted, and in worse cases, he suffered significant physical injuries and had to lie in bed for several days. In Heavendo City, Wang Yin encountered a truly diverse range of Soul Masters, including but not limited to Hao Ian Hammer Soul Masters, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Masters, Great Strength Gorilla, Soul Breaking Spear, Diamond Mammoth, and so on. It was during the last match against a Soul Sage in Heavendo City that although Wang Yin emerged victorious, he ended up bedridden for over a month. Even after more than a month, he hadn't fully recovered, despite having visitors from his 7-treasure glazed tile school who came to check on him and provide treatment. Having successfully battled through all the royal cities in the Heavendo Empire without a single defeat, Wang Yin's title of Titan Diamond had completely resonated throughout the entire Douluo continent. Moreover, as some had anticipated, after leaving Heavendo City, Wang Yin appeared in a royal city belonging to the Star Luo Empire. There were discussions that Titan Diamond was up to something, and, in a sense, he aimed to sweep across the entire continent. However, this was merely part of the training plan Wang Yin had laid out for himself, serving more as a foundation for the subsequent stages of his training. 032. Entering the City of Slaughter. Wang Yin's final stop in the Soul Arena competition took place in the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire, where he faced off against a level 75 Soul Sage. Fortunately, Wang Yin had some advantages. After revealing the external soul bone, the golden eye, attached to his right eye, he managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Once the major factions learned that Wang Yin possessed this external soul bone, they all sent additional personnel to try to win him over. Thankfully, Wang Yin's reputation as a Titan was quite significant, and no faction rushed to take drastic measures against him. Taking advantage of this phase, where various factions were merely trying to recruit him without taking any aggressive actions, Wang Yin slipped away with the help of some hidden powers from the Spear Hall. He left almost everyone hanging, having previously agreed to end all Soul Arena competitions and join a faction. Yet he disappeared without a trace, leaving the factions both angry and intrigued, with a variety of reactions. So, where did Wang Yin, who left many factions in the lurch, go? The answer is the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter is an unusual place, a legacy left behind by the Shura god after his ascension. But this legacy has been tainted by the consciousness of another Rakshasa god. The Spirit Hall has some records regarding the feud between the Shura and Rakshasa gods. When Wang Yin expressed his intention to go to the City of Slaughter, Qian Xuanji agreed after pondering for a bit and then showed Wang Yin some scattered fragments of the Spirit Hall's records about the City of Slaughter. The records regarding the Rakshasa god's pollution of the Shura relics to become the City of Slaughter are not very detailed, and there are two main theories. One is that the Shura god killed the Rakshasa god, but some of the Rakshasa god's consciousness survived and, seeking revenge, polluted the City of Slaughter. The second theory suggests that a former inheritor of the Rakshasa god stirred up trouble and, after becoming a god, was killed by the Shura god when he refused to go to the divine realm. This consciousness then influenced later inheritors of the Rakshasa god, who polluted the Shura relics before ascending to the divine realm. Both theories have their merits and are quite similar, differing mainly in whether the Shura and Rakshasa gods ascended simultaneously or if it involved two generations of Rakshasa god inheritors. However, these are just the origins of the City of Slaughter, and Wang Yin thinks they are not particularly useful. The only thing he can think of is that Qian Xuanji wanted him to recognize the dangers of the City of Slaughter, or perhaps to dissuade him from going there altogether. Yet Qian Xuanji agreed to Wang Yan's plan to visit the City of Slaughter. As a result, Wang Yin felt somewhat confused by Qian Xuanji. What on earth is this Pope thinking all day? Why does it feel so chaotic? Wang Yan's goal in going to the City of Slaughter is simple: to obtain a talent domain to enhance his strength. The two-winged angel martial soul is not like the six-winged angel martial soul. The innate soul power of the six-winged angel martial soul can exceed the full innate soul power based on one's talent, while the two-winged angel martial soul can only reach a maximum of level 10 innate soul power. The six-winged angel martial soul can be said to come with a talent domain, the angel domain, which, even if it doesn't manifest at the beginning, will appear during subsequent cultivation. In contrast, the two-winged angel martial soul has no such thing as a talent domain. Wang Yin has been a soul king for a long time and is about to become a soul emperor. While even the weakest soul masters with six-winged angel martial souls already have talent domains, yet Wang Yan's two-winged angel martial soul remains motionless. Since he doesn't seem to awaken one, or rather, won't have one, Wang Yin thinks about creating a talent domain for himself. As for whether the talent domain would fit with his martial soul, Wang Yin believes that a lack of compatibility could actually provide a strong stimulus to his martial soul, to see if it could inspire an angel domain that resonates with him. Through connections with the Spirit Hall, Wang Yin smoothly entered the City of Slaughter. After all, the Spirit Hall and the City of Slaughter have some undisclosed private transactions. While their exchanges are not frequent, they do exist, and Wang Yin leveraged this relationship to gain entry. Since he had already learned about the City of Slaughter beforehand, and combined with his existing knowledge, Wang Yin quickly adapted mentally to everything in the City of Slaughter. As for his physical state, he just needed a little more time to adjust. Hunting soul-killing beasts and directly witnessing the bloody scenes in the City of Slaughter are still vastly different. At least, Wang Yin would absolutely not vomit over the soul-killing beasts. Wang Yan's reaction upon first entering the City of Slaughter naturally drew some crazy laughter from those who were already living in the city, as his performance was truly naive and inexperienced. If it weren't for the presence of the messenger of the King of Slaughter beside him, those people might have rushed forward to tear Wang Yin apart. Whether they could actually do that is another matter, but at least they had that thought. It seems that, compared to the City of Slaughter, the soul battles in the Grand Soul Arena appear to be somewhat more humane. Wang Yin sighed and said this. Of course, the Soul Arena battles outside are just child's play compared to the Hell Arena of the City of Slaughter. The messenger of the King of Slaughter heard Wang Yan's words and proudly replied, "Then take me directly to the Hell Arena." Wang Yan's face still bore the pallor from earlier due to vomiting. "Are you sure?" The divine light in the eyes of the king's messenger of slaughter scrutinized Wang Yin. When dealing with a serious illness, one must use strong medicine. Thinking about the inevitable bloodshed in the future, it would be better to get used to it with something harsh right away. Wang Yin felt that his body had adapted pretty well, and it shouldn't take long before he was completely fine. Well then, the messenger of the King of Slaughter looked a bit surprised, as it seemed that Wang Yan's transformation was quite significant. What further convinced the messenger of the King of Slaughter about Wang Yan's drastic change was when they entered the hell-killing field. Wang Yin directly snatched a Bloody Mary from someone's hands. Naturally, others wouldn't let Wang Yin take the Bloody Mary so easily, but after a few simple moves, Wang Yin got that cup of Bloody Mary, while the person who was robbed ended up with broken arms and legs. Why didn't you just kill him? Aren't you afraid he will come back to trouble you? The messenger of the King of Slaughter was puzzled by Wang Yan's decision to spare him, as he could have easily dealt with the opponent. Trouble me? He has to survive first. How many good people can there be in the City of Slaughter? When encountering such a scrap, I don't need to say what would happen, right? In the City of Slaughter, it could be said that there were no good people, and coupled with the nakedly chaotic and bloody survival of the fittest jungle law, Wang Yin now felt at ease. You are quite different from those people, somewhat frightening. The messenger of the King of Slaughter commented on Wang Yin, who just smiled and said nothing. The City of Slaughter is a good place. It restricts the use of soul rings, soul skills, and even soul bone skills. Here, even if you offend a soul Douluo or a title Douluo, you don't have to be afraid. As long as your killing skills are high enough, soul Douluo and title Douluo are just powerful meat pigs. Ahem. Although saying this is somewhat excessive and exaggerated, the fact is exactly that the City of Slaughter is indeed like this. Feeling that his state had fully recovered, Wang Yin asked the messenger of the King of Slaughter to take him to sign up for the competition. The combat skills he had honed in various soul-fighting fields were precisely for the current competition in the hell-killing field of the City of Slaughter. From the beginning of the first day, Wang Yin was still somewhat unaccustomed to the hell-killing field, probably because he had never killed anyone before. As the number of victories in the hell-killing field increased, Wang Yin became numb. These guys living in the City of Slaughter weren't worth caring about anyway. If released, 9.5 out of 10 would face execution, and the remaining half, although not executed, would end up locked away indefinitely. Moreover, Wang Yin had been quite diligent in participating in the hell-killing field competitions at the beginning, so he quickly became well-known. However, becoming famous in the City of Slaughter was not like becoming famous in the Grand Soul Arena. In the Grand Soul Arena, fame meant both reputation and profit. But in the City of Slaughter, it meant danger. To become famous in the City of Slaughter, there was only one way: to achieve consecutive victories in the hell-killing field. Well, if you can't achieve consecutive victories, don't even think about becoming famous. You might lose your life directly. Once you stand out in the hell-killing field, there will be people plotting to take advantage of your weakness or fatigue, as no one wants to face a strong opponent in the next match. If you really encounter one, it basically means your death. Therefore, finishing a match in the hell-killing field does not mean that the danger has ended. On the contrary, it is precisely the beginning of danger, because you have no idea how many pairs of eyes are watching you at the entrance of the hell-killing field. Wang Yin had only won 3 consecutive matches when someone ambushed him. The number of people was not many, but this situation had already arisen. When Wang Yin had won over 10 matches, he encountered a severe siege, with dozens of people surrounding him the moment he stepped into the arena. The hell-killing field does not provide any protection time for victors. The previous winner must quickly leave the arena to make way for the next match. Fortunately, Wang Yin did not waste too much soul power or physical strength in that match. It was just a siege by dozens of people. With the angel spirit attached and the divine thunder spell operating at full speed while fighting and retreating, he left with many injuries but also memorized the names of those dozens of attackers. As Wang Yan's number of victories increased, the strength of his opponents also rose. Sometimes, it was not unusual to encounter 2 or 3 soul Douluos in a single match. There was even one occasion when Wang Yin saw a title Douluo Spirit Master. It was hard to imagine what circumstances would force a title Douluo to be trapped in the killing city without leaving. Of course, it was also possible that the title Douluo was originally just a soul Douluo, but had broken through after arriving in the killing city, as he only exuded the aura of a level 90 soul power. In the killing city, soul Douluos and title Douluos who are not part of the Killing King's forces need not fear, as their soul power levels are at the rank of soul Douluo or title Douluo, but they only possess soul power levels. In the killing city, a high soul power level merely signifies the qualification to survive. Whether one can survive depends on their combat abilities and killing methods. Even with abundant soul power, one can still be killed in return. Being a spirit master is indeed a peculiar profession when they can use soul rings. A soul sage or soul Douluo can easily take on thousands or even tens of thousands of opponents. However, without soul rings, they're just ordinary people with thick soul power. Therefore, in the killing city, having soul power is only one aspect. It is not the absolute factor that determines survival. Killing ability is. After all, in the killing city, even if you're a soul Douluo or title Douluo, Lacking the ability to use soul skills makes it very easy to be killed, even when facing soul kings who can use soul skills. Fortunately, except for those under the Killing King, no one else can use soul rings in the Killing City. Those under the Killing King are the guardians of the Killing City and cannot attack those who have not violated the rules. This is the rule. Although this rule has been broken by the Killing King before, it is still the only one that can be broken and is much better than some rules outside. In that match, Wang Yan's opponents in the Hell Killing Field were quite impressive, at least at the level of high-ranking soul sages. And all of them were skilled in combat and fighting techniques. Wang Yan's physical strength was still decent, about 80 to 90%, but his soul power had been completely exhausted. As soon as he exited the gates of the Hell Killing Field, over 100 people surged forward. The dagger he used barely pierced through a few people before it snapped, as if it had struck a steel plate. In the Killing City, there were all kinds of life-saving tactics, and it wasn't uncommon to encounter those wearing steel plates. He snatched a machete, fighting through his injuries, and managed to chop down dozens, causing the blade to warp, yet there were still people charging at him with bloodshot eyes. The sheer display of power from Wang Yan was too terrifying. Many who roamed the Killing City had never witnessed such a scene. They simply couldn't rest easy until they completely surrounded him. With one arm hanging limply and dragging a leg on the ground, he supported himself with a somewhat warped knife in the other hand, looking as if he had crawled out of hell. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. It was exactly that. Within a radius of at least 200 meters, there were corpses scattered everywhere, and bright red blood flowed freely on the already blackened ground. It couldn't be said that there was any good flesh left on him. At least, it wasn't visible. Below his right eye, a strip of flesh was rolled back, exposing some bone white, as his right eye's external soul bone, the golden eye, had been targeted. His hair was matted, either with his own blood or someone else's. Some people stood at a distance with daggers, but didn't approach, watching as Wang Yan staggered away bit by bit. He found a good position for himself, hiding so that no one could find him, and then Wang Yan completely fainted from exhaustion, having no strength left to do anything else. During his unconsciousness, his injuries were left to his body's natural healing abilities, aided by the remnants of medicinal power from the elixirs he had consumed earlier. When he woke up, Wang Yan began to circulate the Divine Thunder spell cultivation method. But no matter what, he couldn't enter a state of cultivation. His head throbbed painfully, almost exploding, as a violent force continuously attacked his waking consciousness, and there was something within his body struggling violently, as if it wanted to break free. After a long wait, the violent will that was eroding his mind disappeared, and the thing inside him that wanted to emerge was also gone. Wang Yan didn't know what was happening, but he still clearly understood what he needed to do next. As he activated the Divine Thunder spell, the soul power naturally began to flow, with some nourishing his seemingly parched body, while the rest became the source for restoring his soul power. When his physical and soul power states were mostly restored, a warm energy flowed within his body, which Wang Yan was not unfamiliar with. It was a medicinal power that had remained undigested within him. A small portion of the medicine transformed into his soul power cultivation, reaching the 60th level, while most of it nourished his battered body. A wave of refreshing exhilaration surged within him, and as he carefully sensed the movements inside his body, Wang Yan felt something odd. Was this bone cleansing and marrow washing? He didn't know the specifics, but once both his body and soul power were fully restored, even with his mental strength, he felt deeply fatigued and fell into a heavy sleep again. When he awoke once more, the scabs and tattered pieces of clothing on him shed like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, and he changed into clean clothes, tidied up his hair, and went to a populated area to ask for the time. It had already been 10 days since he was injured. The Killing City 10 days later didn't seem to have changed much, except for those who ran away at the sight of him. 034. Wang Yan, who couldn't stop courting death, entered the Hell Killing Field and signed up for the competition, just in time to gather 10 people. As soon as Wang Yan entered the arena, some spectators in the hellish slaughterhouse changed their expressions, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and then they scrambled out of the venue. There were quite a few people like this. At first, the number didn't seem significant, but before long, a large crowd was fleeing, leaving only a few who managed to grab hold of someone who seemed to have just remembered to escape. After clarifying the situation, there was no one left in the audience. Wang Yan didn't think much of this situation. He merely let out a cold laugh with a hint of disdain. Wang Yan's 9 opponents? Yes, that's right, 9 opponents. The situation is that when the 9 people enter the arena, they first look at all their opponents, and upon seeing Wang Yan among them, they exchange glances and decide to form a temporary alliance. If possible, They plan to take out Wang Yin first and then deal with each other as fates. The 9 of them rush forward, and Wang Yin, sensing the aura of soul power released by the 9, locks onto a target. Not the one with the weakest aura, but the one positioned right in the middle. All of them have survived in the City of Slaughter or the Hell Arena, so temporary cooperation is certainly a must to ensure the protection of their weaker members. Otherwise, it would be difficult for one person to accomplish what a team can. Facing this situation, Wang Yin chooses to target the weakest with his instinctive thinking, believing that the others are not foolish and would likely think he intends to eliminate just one person. However, Wang Yin is different. He knows that if he unleashes his full power, taking out the one in the middle would be a piece of cake. The Divine Thunder spell is activated at full power, with purple lightning flashing just as the 9 are about to encircle him. Wang Yin heads straight for his target, using his high-speed movement and agility to evade several attacks, with a few barely grazing him. The remaining hits do not hurt him much. In an instant, the Divine Thunder spell strikes the target's forehead, and as it connects, Wang Yin uses the person's body to break out of the encirclement, successfully eliminating one while causing the remaining 8 to exhaust each other. After all, it's normal for attacks to hit allies when 8 or 9 surround one person. Especially in such a small space with overwhelming force, accidental injuries are bound to happen. To summarize, the combined efforts of the 9 are no match for him. But as Wang Yin gets stained with blood, he begins to feel something is off. His eyes become bloodshot, gradually turning completely red, and he feels a violent, brutal, bloodthirsty sensation constantly invading him. This is killing intent, born from killing too many people. Under normal circumstances, one's own killing intent can affect oneself, and this influence can vary in intensity, but in the City of Slaughter, one must not be affected by killing intent. It's important to know that the pollution from the Rakshas's divine consciousness has contaminated this place. If the influence becomes too great, one could lose their life. Spare me. Spare me. I have good things. I'll give you the things, just spare me. The last person mentally collapses, fully aware that in every match in the Hell Arena, only one victor survives, but the pressure of Wang Yan's killing intent snaps the last nerve in his mind, leading him to cry out for mercy. Wang Yan's killing intent had a strong effect on both others and himself, but he resisted the erosion of the killing intent to maintain a clear consciousness. Hearing the words of the person begging for mercy, he paused. The person begging for mercy took out a scroll made of an unknown material, covered in text, and with trembling hands handed it to Wang Yan. Wang Yan reached out to take the scroll, casually striking down the last person with a palm strike infused with lightning. According to the rules of the Hell Killing Field, only one person could survive a match, which is why the King of Slaughter later did not arrange for Tang San and Hu Laina to compete in the same match. He could not afford to offend either of their backgrounds. After eliminating the last person, Wang Yin could feel the killing intent intensifying slightly. After putting the leather-like scroll into his storage soul guide bracelet, he left the Hell Killing Field. Winning 100 matches in the Hell Killing Field is not actually difficult. The challenge lies in the ambushes after the matches and the increasing killing intent that comes with excessive slaughter. Most people can win consecutively, but fall victim to post-match ambushes. And very few who survive these ambushes can endure the increasingly potent killing intent. Along the way, no one dared to provoke Wang Yan. They all kept their distance, not daring to approach him, even though he showed signs of being somewhat abnormal. After Wang Yin found a safe location, he sat cross-legged, and the Divine Thunder spell flowed through his meridians and acupoints, protecting various parts of his body. The killing intent that continuously invaded him was intentionally guided into his body by Wang Yin. Allowing killing intent to enter the body was undoubtedly a self-destructive act. The invasion of killing intent into consciousness was already very dangerous, and letting it enter the body further increased the danger. Under normal circumstances, if one could not withstand the invasion of killing intent on the physical body after it entered, even if the consciousness remained clear, the body would still fall into demonic corruption. Of course, if the killing intent invaded the consciousness, the entire being would directly fall into demonic corruption. Wang Yin is aware of the dangers of killing intent entering his body, but he believes even more in the suppression of demonic transformation by the Divine Thunder spell. The Thunderer is the pivot of yin and yang, the foundation for commanding all things. Without thunder, there would be no way to govern the three realms. Thus, thunder is a class, giving rise to myriad forms, and is the mechanism of life and death. The universe began with the explosive intersection of yin and yang, which is also the use of thunder. Therefore, thunder manifests everywhere. The nine heavens responding thunder, the supreme deity of life and death, governs the cycle of growth and decay. Rewards and punishments of good and evil, brings clouds and rain, slays demons and subdues evil, commands thunder, illuminates the celestial heart of the great way, and alleviates the suffering of the underworld. In summary, Wang Yin believes that his divine thunder spell should exactly counteract his abnormal killing intent. As Wang Yin anticipated, the killing intent entering his body, he thought it had found a good place to invade and tempt him into demonic transformation. But under the operation of the divine thunder spell, it was utterly defeated, with no power to resist. This shows that Wang Yan's abnormal killing intent cannot be compared to his own mastery of the divine thunder spell. Otherwise, if the two were to clash, Wang Yin would indeed face serious problems. Not to mention if the killing intent were stronger than his mastery of the divine thunder spell. That would be like opening the door to a thief and directly falling into demonic transformation. The killing intent purified by the divine thunder spell was driven into Wang Yan's sea of consciousness, and his soul actively embraced the killing intent, which was another act of self-destruction. Although the risk of demonic transformation was eliminated, the side effect of a drastic change in personality and a bloodthirsty nature after being invaded by killing intent still existed. However, Wang Yin is not the kind of person who acts without preparation. At most, he was insufficiently prepared, leading to danger. The act of his soul actively rushing towards the killing intent indicates a situation of being prepared, but not adequately so. Refining the soul with killing intent, or enhancing spiritual power through it, is a radical method. In those so-called righteous sects, this approach would likely be regarded as a forbidden technique. This is different from the forbidden techniques associated with thunderstorms, which are meant for survival in dangerous situations. This is more like an act of self-destruction. 035. The stuff of evil soul masters. The soul appears to be a whole, but upon closer examination, it consists of several parts. The most fundamental part is the true spirit, followed by the 3 souls and 7 spirits that encapsulate the true spirit as the core. And the outermost layer is the spiritual power. If we consider the soul as a large tree, the true spirit is the genetic code of the tree, the imprint of life, the root of existence. The unified individual of the 3 souls and 7 spirits is a collection of consciousness, will, memory, emotion, etc., serving as the seed for the tree's growth, while spiritual power is the trunk, branches, and leaves of this tree. Wang Yin has no knowledge of specific methods for enhancing the true spirit. The improvement of the 3 souls and 7 spirits mostly comes from emotional stimulation, while training, and the baptism of time, generally falling within these 3 categories. The enhancement of spiritual power includes visualization and meditation techniques. The enhancement of spiritual power and the 3 souls and 7 spirits is mutual. That is, the improvement of spiritual power promotes the enhancement of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and vice versa. However, the true spirit is different. It relates to the 3 souls and 7 spirits and spiritual power, but there is no mutual enhancement relationship, as far as Wang Yin can think. Even the peak of Douluo continent has Tian level, where gods are merely cultivating the 3 souls and 7 spirits, still far from the level of the true spirit. Well, that was a bit off track. Let's return to Wang Yin. In Wang Yan's sea of consciousness, the soul embracing killing intent is actually just the 3 souls and 7 spirits rushing towards the killing intent, not the entire soul. However, because the true spirit is ethereal and elusive, and the manifestation of mental power is the sea of consciousness, it is not inappropriate to say that the soul embraces killing intent. Why does Wang Yin exhibit such behavior? It is because he wants to try to enhance his 3 souls, 7 spirits, and mental power. The invasion of killing intent attacks consciousness and tests willpower. As long as one can maintain a clear consciousness and firm will amidst this invasion and grinding of killing intent, it is equivalent to refining one's will and consciousness like purifying true gold. During this process, mental power will also increase with the enhancement of will and consciousness. Introducing killing intent into the body is aimed at refining the abnormal killing intent into pure killing intent. Pure killing intent is less polluted than the abnormal killing intent, but its ability to invade and grind will be enhanced. Compared to the unrefined, polluted abnormal killing intent, Wang Yin would rather be subjected to the stronger pure killing intent, as this would at least reduce the risk of falling into demonic corruption to a relatively low level. The invasion and grinding of killing intent on consciousness and willpower cannot be completed in a short time. Wang Yin has directly entered seclusion for several days, and fortunately, his physical strength is sufficient to endure. When the invasion and grinding of killing intent no longer exert significant pressure on Wang Yin, he emerges from seclusion, needing to participate in a hellish slaughter arena match to increase the amount of killing intent and raise the difficulty for himself. After all, if there's not much difficulty, the enhancement effect will not be substantial. The increase in killing intent is not simply additive. Before reaching a certain level, the rate of increase exhibits an explosive trend. Wang Yin estimates that this explosive increase will likely halt when he wins 100 consecutive matches in the hellish slaughter arena. Wang Yan's estimation is not without reason. After winning 100 consecutive matches in the hell killing field, the killing intent he possesses is almost fully formed. Although this is under certain conditions. Only at this level of killing intent can one condense the domain of the god of killing. In other words, the amount of killing intent obtained from winning 100 matches in the hell killing field reaches its limit under certain conditions. But this limit is merely the baseline for condensing the god of killing domain. Well, whether for the god of killing domain as a talent or for refining and enhancing awareness, willpower, and spiritual strength, participating in the matches in the hell killing field is essential. After leaving seclusion and replenishing his body's needs, Wang Yin headed to the hell killing field. He was a bit eager to improve his strength, but no one would misunderstand that. After registering, Wang Yin entered the competition arena and noticed that while the spectators were trembling, they did not run away like before. However, this was not important. So Wang Yin stopped looking at them and turned his attention to his opponent for this match. As he watched his opponents enter one after another, Wang Yin suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have received an item that indicated someone else's surrender, but the match was about to start. So he decided to study it later. It was still 9 people surrounding one, and Wang Yin was nearly accustomed to this situation in matches. After all, he had previously faced 5 or 6 attackers, or even 6 or 7. Now it was just 9, which was not a big deal. After the match, he felt that his killing intent had surged significantly, but he noticed that he was still a bit short of the pressure he needed to face a real challenge. Therefore, Wang Yin decided to study the item on that piece of parchment after returning. Upon returning, Wang Yin took out the piece of parchment from his storage soul guide. Before looking at what was written on it, he was first captivated by the material of the parchment. From the tactile feel and visual perception, it was confirmed to be a type of leather processed into paper, but it was not the common parchment like sheepskin. Wang Yin stared at the parchment for a while, and then a somewhat unsettling thought arose in his mind. Could this be human skin paper? Are there really so many perverts in Douluo continent? It shouldn't be, he firmly thought to himself, then looked at the text on the parchment. Fortunately, the writing on it was in the currently used language, not some unfamiliar ancient or obscure script. After reading through it, Wang Yin memorized the content and categorized what was written as taboo items, things related to evil soul masters. The main theme of the content was to practice using external objects, and these external objects included blood energy, life force, souls, resentment, extreme thought power, and the aura of sinister and malevolent entities, among others. In summary, it was a practice method that could not be shared with ordinary people. Essentially the cultivation method of evil soul masters. TSK. Does this count as doing a good deed for Douluo continent? If the soul master who originally had this item were to use it to cultivate and then escape the city of slaughter, it would be unacceptable for many people on the continent. Although that guy might not even be able to escape, as the probability of doing so is very low, Wang Yin firmly believed that he had done a good deed for Douluo continent. Unfortunately, no one was rewarding him for it. Doing good deeds without expecting rewards is not a good behavior. It could instill fear in future generations about doing good. So Wang Yin felt he could actively seek some benefits, such as chopping down a few more fallen ones in the city of slaughter. Yes, the fallen ones are those who live in the city of slaughter, and one could say there are no good people among them. Although Wang Yin did not directly destroy this thing, he also did not intend to cultivate it. Just collecting it would suffice, and it could probably be used to deceive others in the future. The city of slaughter is truly a great place, as it allows one to hone oneself and also gain a talent domain like the domain of the god of killing. Moreover, there are even kind-hearted villains who give you things that can trick others. TSK, how wonderful. Wang Yin silently gave many compliments to the city of slaughter in his heart. 036, is this the realm of angels? As the matches in the hellish slaughter arena continued, Wang Yan's killing intent kept growing. Besides the daily assaults of killing intent that eroded his consciousness and will, Wang Yin discovered a problem. It seemed like something was gestating within his body, wanting to break free. After a victory in the hellish slaughter arena, Wang Yin found a place to enter seclusion again. There was still plenty of time ahead for him to slowly acquire the talent of the City of Slaughter. And the reaction within his body had become increasingly apparent, reaching a point where it had to be addressed. Refining the killing intent, and then assaulting and eroding consciousness, and what was something Wang Yin was well versed in, and he had hardly made any mistakes. However, after completing these tasks, Wang Yin did not exit seclusion. Instead, he carefully examined everything related to himself, primarily focusing on aspects like his body. First, he checked his sea of consciousness and the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Since Wang Yin was still far from the level where he could examine his true spirit, he only checked the sea of consciousness, mental strength, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls and 7 spirits were integrated within the sea of consciousness, meaning Wang Yin could not separate them. So he checked them all together. Wang Yin's method is actually very simple. He immerses himself completely in meditation, concentrating his consciousness and spirit in the sea of consciousness. As a result, Wang Yin has 2 perspectives within the sea of consciousness. One is the perspective of the conscious spirit's mental power, which can perceive the unity of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, while the other is the soul body formed by the condensation of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, which can see the entire sea of consciousness. With both perspectives appearing simultaneously, Wang Yin instantly felt as if his brain was about to explode, or rather it already had. Even though a person has 2 eyes, they only have 1 perspective, so the information that the human brain can process also comes from a single perspective. Wang Yin suddenly found himself with 2 perspectives, and his brain went blank. One perspective was processing information just fine, but then suddenly there was another one, and he couldn't handle it. His body couldn't keep up with such a high-paced consumption. Whoever wanted to deal with it could do so. Thus, as the dual perspectives opened, the moment Wang Yin saw the unity of the sea of consciousness, mental power, and soul, everything went dark for him. His body couldn't support this operation, at least not suddenly adapting to it. Due to an emergency protection mechanism, his brain was forced offline, and Wang Yin successfully knocked himself out. This was quite something. In the past, he had attempted many reckless things without real danger. But this time, although it wasn't exactly self-destructive, it did knock him unconscious. One had to admit, city folks really knew how to play. It took a long time for Wang Yin to wake up. When he did, his mind was still a bit blank. As if he couldn't think at all. Rubbing his head, Wang Yin thought about how he had something he wasn't using. He had indeed done a good job of getting himself into trouble. After merging, the right eye's external soul bone, the golden eye, had evolved several times, gaining new small functions. How could he not have thought of that before, when he was recklessly trying to get himself into trouble? Injecting soul power into the golden eye, a perspective emerged that was neither like the sea of consciousness nor the unity of the soul. He carefully observed every detail of the sea of consciousness and the unity of the soul, even using a method similar to a distant gaze for a long time, until he completely drained his internal soul power. However, he still couldn't see anything wrong. There should be no issues with the soul aspect. Could it be a physical problem? Before restoring his soul power, Wang Yin murmured a sentence. After completely restoring his soul power, Wang Yin took a nap. Observing the sea of consciousness and the unity of the soul was indeed very exhausting, so he needed some sleep to replenish his energy. After waking up, he quickly activated the perspective of the golden eye again, but this time the target of his observation was his own body. From the tips of his hair to his heels, and then back from his heels to the tips of his hair, he went back and forth 3 to 5 times. From the outer skin to the flesh, tendons, bones, and organs, finally to the marrow and blood, and then back again from marrow and blood to flesh, tendons, bones, and skin, repeating 3 to 5 times. After draining his soul power once more, he also needed to restore his energy, but the result of checking every detail of his body was that there were no problems at all. What was going on? It seemed that both the soul and the body were fine. If these two weren't the problem, what else could it be? He checked his entire being inside and out, visible and invisible, touchable and intangible, several times, and found no issues. Where could the problem be? Enduring the feeling of depleted soul power and the physical thirst for energy, Wang Yin was puzzled. What exactly was wrong with his body? Wang Yin recalled that the first time his body experienced issues was when he was surrounded by 200 to 300 people, after which he began to have occasional anomalies. However, the frequency of these occurrences increased, reaching a point that could no longer be ignored. The soul bone had already been checked for physical issues, and there were none. The Divine Thunder Curse cultivation method had been run so many times that it counted as the most self-checks he had ever done. There were no changes from the operation of the Divine Thunder Curse, so naturally, there were no issues. Could it be that the martial soul had a problem? Excluding the soul and the physical body, which were inherent from birth, Wang Yin thought about what could be considered a part of himself that was later attached. And after ruling out the two that were unlikely to have issues, only the martial soul remained. What did that saying go? Once all impossibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. What kind of problems could the martial soul have? With this question in mind, Wang Yin fell asleep again. As for recovering soul power, he decided to let his body recover slowly. Checking the physical body consumed even more energy than checking the soul. And after thinking for a while, even with his physical condition, he could no longer endure it. When he woke up again, Wang Yin checked his soul power and found that it had recovered to about 50 or 60%, which felt sufficient for the upcoming situation. And there was no need to recover any further since he wouldn't be going out for a while. When he released his martial soul, it seemed at first glance that there was nothing wrong. It looked just like before, with no changes. Wait. The martial soul seemed to emit a wave that was connected to the physical body, the soul, and even something else. He didn't notice anything on the first inspection. But upon repeated checks, Wang Yin discovered the issue. The martial soul emitted a special wave that resonated with the physical body and soul, which was understandable since the martial soul manifesting was likely a manifestation of the resonance between the martial soul and the physical body and soul. But what was that last thing? It didn't seem to be something that existed within himself. Wang Yin continued to dig down here, calming his mind and switching his observation method to introspect the connection between his martial soul, physical body, soul, and that last element that did not belong to his existence. After observing for a long time, Wang Yin felt a stir in his heart, and the Divine Thunder spell cultivation method began to operate. His soul power communicated with his physical soul and the external elemental energy, ultimately merging into the martial soul without looking back. The soul power seemed to enter a source point of the martial soul and himself, and the feeling of resonance and fluctuation intensified significantly, while the sensation of something in his physical body that seemed ready to emerge reappeared. Following the previous steps, Wang Yin acted again, continuously channeling his soul power into the martial soul, with the fluctuations growing stronger. When the total amount of soul power he channeled exceeded what a soul emperor could possess, the fluctuations reached a point close to their limit. When Wang Yin felt that the total amount of soul power he channeled surpassed what a soul sage could hold, the fluctuations finally reached their peak. He continued to deliver large amounts of soul power to that unknown source, and after a period of maintaining that limit, it was broken, and an unprecedented sensation rapidly spread throughout Wang Yin's body, even reaching outside his physical form. A strange feeling surged in his heart, as if there was communication within a certain spatial range, amplifying himself while also suppressing some things within that range. A domain? Was this the awakening of an angelic domain? When the Thunder Palm struck down the last opponent in the arena, the killing intent emanating from Wang Yin coalesced into a vortex almost visible to the naked eye. The spectators, feeling the chilling, killing intent, fervently shouted the name Thunder Punisher. Thunder Punisher. This was the title given to Wang Yin by the fallen ones in the City of Slaughter. Wang Yin did not express dislike for it, so it spread, even though he never showed any fondness for it. The title was more due to Wang Yin's unmatched thunder techniques and the golden halo that later formed a domain. The domain Wang Yin awakened was indeed a domain, an angelic domain, considered a talent domain of the martial soul itself. It was hard to say which was stronger, his two-winged angel martial soul S talent domain or Qian Xuanji's six-winged angel martial soul S domain, but Wang Yin felt he had some understanding. His angelic domain was likely not as strong as Qian Xuanji's. The gap in soul power levels meant that Qian Xuanji's angelic domain would certainly be stronger than Wang Yin's. Moreover, there was the matter of martial soul rank. As far as Wang Yin knew, the six-winged angel was essentially at the level of a seraph, holding a high position in the divine realm, second only to the God King, while the two-winged angel was merely an ordinary angel, at best a step above a pure holy soul that ascended from an ordinary person. Of course, this was just based on Wang Yin's knowledge. He still did not know the situation of the divine realm in the Douluo continent. Even considering the future Tang San, who could casually have 4 to 8 wings, it was clear that wings did not represent divine realm rank, and the sea god seemed to be excluded from the angelic hierarchy. In any case, no matter how one thought about it, a two-winged angel would find it hard to surpass a six-winged angel. Therefore, even at the same level, Wang Yin's angelic domain should not be as strong as Qian Xuanji's and would be restricted due to the martial soul. Alas, the only consolation left was that his upper limit might be higher than Qian Xuanji's, but even that was uncertain. This was a remark Wang Yin made while contemplating the strength of his angelic domain. To master and even enhance this angelic domain skill, Wang Yin used the angelic domain in all the hellish slaughter matches from that point until now. The use of the angelic domain significantly boosted Wang Yin's already existing combat power, making it apt to describe it as adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, during the process of using the angelic domain, Wang Yin discovered a noteworthy piece of information. The killing intent enhanced by the angelic domain no longer had that polluting quality, as if it had been filtered out by the angelic domain during the enhancement process. This information was good news. Originally, Wang Yin had to exert extra effort to use the Divine Thunder spell to purify pure killing intent. But now he could directly use the killing intent to hone himself without any trouble. Now, back to the main topic. The most important thing was that Wang Yin had already achieved 100 victories in the Hellish Slaughter arena and qualified to pass through the Hell Road. Amidst the fervent cheers, the King of Slaughter appeared in the Hellish Slaughter arena. Congratulations, Thunder Punisher, for achieving 100 victories in the Hellish Slaughter arena, becoming the first 100 victory powerhouse in decades. The moment the King of Slaughter appeared, the entire Hellish Slaughter arena turned into a sea of frenzy. Except for the King of Slaughter and Wang Yin, who remained calm, everyone else was flushed and fervently shouting, as if some evil organization was holding a mobilization meeting. I have seen the King of Slaughter. At this moment, face to face, Wang Yin slightly bowed to express his respect for the King of Slaughter. Thunder Punisher, you are quite impressive, but you should know that merely achieving 100 victories in the Hellish Slaughter arena is not enough for you to be called the God of Slaughter. You still need to pass the test of the Hell Road. Do you choose to undertake this trial of the Hell Road? Of course. Even if you do not choose to take the trial of the Hell Road, you will still be a VIP in the City of Slaughter, enjoying a series of privileges such as free entry and exit to the City of Slaughter. The current King of Slaughter had never witnessed the birth of a God of Slaughter within the City of Slaughter. Perhaps he had seen it before, but was being parasitized by it. However, one thing was certain. He was still unaware of how much impact the birth of a God of Slaughter would have on him. Moreover, he did not believe that the Thunder Punisher, or rather Wang Yin, had a significant chance of passing the trial of the Hell Road. Therefore, Wang Yin did not encounter the situation with future Tang San and Hulaina. Instead, the King of Slaughter was somewhat eager to send Wang Yin into the Hell Road to meet his demise. Thus, I thank the King of Slaughter for his good intentions. I choose to venture into the Hell Road. The God of Slaughter domain was originally Wang Yin's goal for coming to the City of Slaughter, so he could not pass up the opportunity to walk through the Hell Road. Whether he could come out or not was not a concern, but he had to go through it. Otherwise, where would the God of Slaughter domain come from? Upon hearing that the Thunder Punisher was going to enter the Hell Road, the fallen ones, who had been suppressed by the King of Slaughter's words, were instantly ignited with excitement. They had never seen the opening of the Hell Road, and now they could witness it. How could they not be extraordinarily excited? However, they did not know that the opening of the Hell Road was fueled by the blood of these fallen ones. Wang Yin knew, but was not moved much. After all, they were a group of fallen ones, at least scum that deserved to die, and some deserved 1,000 cuts. So it was no big deal if more of them died. As the King of Slaughter opened the Hell Road, Wang Yin did not show much change in expression. He was only very interested in observing all the changes during the opening of the Hell Road. Unfortunately, the moment he entered the Hell Road, regardless of his physical senses or mental probing, they all lost their function and he immediately felt dizzy. Wang Yin woke up on a truncated cone and, after observing his surroundings, did not rush to walk along the small path but appeared to be deep in thought. Sure enough, whether it was the Hellish Slaughter arena with consecutive 100 victories or the Hell Road, both were parts of the Shura 9 trials. Referring to the first two trials of the Sea God 9 trials, these two should indeed be the first two trials of the Shura 9 trials. However, it could also be that the 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter arena merely serve as a qualification filter for the Shura 9 trials, while the Hell Road is the first trial of the Shura 9 trials. In any case, the Hell Road is definitely part of the Shura 9 trials, whereas the 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter arena may not be, due to the Shura ruins being contaminated by the thoughts of the Rakshasa deity. coupled with the current Shura inheritors being lost in the divine trials and being reincarnated as the King of Slaughter by the nine-headed blood-red bat king. The Shura ruins have transformed into a city of slaughter, making traces of the Shura 9 trials barely visible. At least not like Tang San's multiple divine marks on his forehead. However, the Hell Road, as part of the Shura 9 trials, still has the assessment reward of the Slaughter God domain, but lacks the Shura affinity related to the final divine position inheritance. After thinking about all this, it basically has little to do with himself, unless he later wants to inherit the Shura divine position, which would then be significant. However, as someone who once considered condensing a divine position at the 100 levels of fighting the heavens, inheriting the Shura divine position does not quite align with the path Wang Yin has set for himself, even though inheriting a divine position would save him some detours. Well, the Hell Road still needs to be traversed. After contemplating many things, Wang Yin adjusted his mood, since that his state was still at a full 10%, and then took big strides forward. 038, the intruding dragon clan deaths. What would the Hell Road look like at this moment? It can't be that the first level is the three-headed blood-red bat and a swarm of bats, while the second level is the 10-headed blazing sun snake. That should be a trial that appears decades later, right? Walking along the road, before encountering the first level's guardian, Wang Yin thought about what kind of guardian he might face. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that the probability of encountering the three-headed blood-red bat king was very low, unless the city of Slaughter raised a bunch of them. It seems that we cannot rule out the possibility that the city of Slaughter has raised a bunch of three-headed blood-red bat kings. After all, the King of Slaughter has been around for a long time, and the one parasitizing in Tang Chen's body is the nine-headed blood-red bat king. Considering the population numbers from a biological perspective, having a bunch of three-headed blood-red bat kings in the city of Slaughter doesn't seem to be a problem. A bunch is just a bunch. After all, it's just the three-headed blood-red bat king. Nothing too serious. Moreover, if one really comes out, it would be just right. As Wang Yin knows its weaknesses and Wu Ti spend too much effort looking for weaknesses. While walking and thinking, Wang Yin suddenly heard some unusual sounds, like beasts but mixed with the sound of flapping wings. What's going on? Are there land and air ambushes? Is it possible that if he got closer to below, there would also be a waterway interception? The thing or group of things making the noise was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they came close to Wang Yin. Due to the narrowness of this Hell Road, while there was indeed a land team, there were actually many crawling on both sides and the overhead stone walls, and there were also those flapping their wings. Wang Yin was not surprised by these. But what surprised him was that these guys seemed to defy the law of universal gravitation, almost pressing Newton's coffin lid down to rub against the ground. Those who were climbing on the stone wall with hands and feet were somewhat understandable. But how could those with lower bodies, clearly resembling snake bodies, also crawl around on the stone wall? Is it like a gecko's wall-climbing ability? This thought flashed through Wang Yan's mind. After all, Newton and the Douluo continent do not belong to the same system. So Newton's coffin lid could at least still hold them down. Among these creatures, those with hands and feet still showed a complete human shape, but some had lower bodies that were completely snake-like starting from the waist. Even more terrifying were those hovering in midair, with a human upper body and a snake-like lower body, sporting a pair of membranous wings on their backs, which was truly bizarre. Moreover, despite the three forms among this group, their bodies were quite similar, covered in iron-gray scales shaped like shields, with prominent muscles and pairs of eyes shining with a golden hue, with pupils swirling like beautiful patterns. I feel like I've seen these creatures somewhere before. A thought flashed through Wang Yan's mind. A roar echoed, resembling the sound of metal colliding, as creatures with wings, whether with hands and feet or in human snake hybrid forms, charged towards him. Without having time to think about where he had seen these things before, Wang Yin immediately unleashed his angel domain. Fighting first and activating the domain had become a habit for him by now. His two-winged angel martial soul was released, allowing the martial soul to possess him. Although he couldn't use soul rings or soul skills yet, the possession granted him two wings on his back, enhancing his mobility. Purple lightning flickered, enveloping Wang Yan's entire body, and a palm-sized thunderbolt struck directly on the forehead of the fastest charging creature. After landing the attack, Wang Yan did not linger. Facing a swarm of attackers and not dodging was either due to confidence in his own defense being high enough to withstand the damage, or sheer foolishness. Wang Yin is confident in his physical strength, but he is unsure whether the attacks from these guys can break through his defenses. However, in an environment like Hell Road, Wang Yin thinks it is better not to be breached. Judging by the attackers surrounding him, the majority of them, who have both hands and feet, are merely minions, with strength at most equivalent to soul respect or soul sect level. The human-snake hybrids are of the elite type, with strength probably at the level of Soul King to Soul Emperor. Although it seems that there are quite a few of these guys, numbering in the dozens or even close to 100 for Wang Yin, they're just a nuisance, at most a bit tricky, and this is mainly due to their numbers. Wang Yin is well aware that behind this group, there are also 5 winged creatures, all at the level of Soul King or Soul Emperor. Wang Yin does not believe that those winged ones lack Soul Sage level strength, and moreover, judging by the formation of 4 surrounding one, it seems that the 5 winged creatures are not all of the same level. By chance, Wang Yin got a bit of their blood on him, and his skin suddenly felt a stinging sensation, as if it were corroding. Fortunately, the lightning cleared it away in the next second. This group of creatures lacks any special abilities, possessing only pure and powerful close combat fighting strength, behaving like beasts. Just after clearing the minions and elites, the 5 higher-level monsters charged over. Luckily, these 5 did not join the previous group in the attack. Otherwise, Wang Yin would indeed have a hard time dealing with them. And in such a situation, it would be no exaggeration to say it would be fraught with danger. Just as they charged over, Wang Yin suddenly remembered where he had seen them before. To be precise, he had not seen them, but had read about them in a book. These are clearly 3 types of death servants from the Dragon Clan world. The ordinary humanoid death servant, the advanced snake-shaped death servant, and the highest-level dragon-shaped death servant among the death servants. Damn it, when did the Dragon Clan world collaborate with the Douluo continent world? What are the death servants from your Dragon Clan doing in the Douluo continent? Wang Yin directly started cursing, wondering how all these strange things could exist in the City of Slaughter. The appearance of the 10-headed blazing sun snake from the world of Douluo continent was already bizarre enough, but at least it could be understood. After all, primordial sometimes refers to the primitive era when the world was just created and living beings were ignorant, rather than some haphazardly mixed primordial world created by incredibly powerful beings. However, Wang Yin really couldn't understand why dead servants from the Dragon Clan were showing up in the Douluo continent. What kind of joke was this? Had there been dead servants from the Dragon Clan or Dragon Blood that came to the Douluo continent through some kind of portal before? But Wang Yin also thought of another possibility. In the infinite and diverse multiverse, he might have encountered a mutated version of the Douluo continent world. Fortunately, compared to these dead servants, although Wang Yin couldn't yet use soul rings or soul skills, he could still use his palm thunder and other abilities. Even though these 5 guys were all at the Soul Sage level in terms of physical combat power, and one of them was even beyond that, Wang Yin felt he could still handle the situation. After all, he had won 100 consecutive matches in the Hell Slaughter field and was already accustomed to dealing with such situations. Moreover, Wang Yin had also activated his martial soul, which provided him with additional boosts beyond just the techniques of the Divine Thunder spell. What the hell is going on? What do you dead servants from the Dragon Clan want in the Douluo continent? Wang Yin killed all the Deadpool, then said something resentfully before sitting cross-legged. After all, the consumption of soul power, just now, was considerable. Meanwhile, somewhere, amidst divine light, a somewhat cool voice uttered a few words. Dragon Clan World? The blue-eyed white dragon tablet of level 039. The first level had a Deadpool from the Dragon Clan Guardian. What kind of nonsense are you going to pull for the second level? You can't have another product from another world Guardian, right? After recovering from the first level, Wang Yin continued along the path of hell. As he walked, he inevitably thought about the first level of the path of hell he had just experienced, thinking that there shouldn't be any otherworldly products guarding the next level. Wang Yin felt that it was better not to think that way. Who knows how many things from other worlds drifted here for some reason in this City of Slaughter. What about the second level? Is there no second level? That's impossible. I'm just a nameless pawn, nothing special. I shouldn't receive special treatment. After walking for a long time, Wang Yin still didn't see the guardian of the second level, and he couldn't help but feel that something was off. As he kept walking, he began to sense something was wrong, such as the rise in temperature that he had finally noticed. Still not seeing the second level. A slight irritation arose in Wang Yin's heart. While looking around, he suddenly noticed something strange in front of the path of hell. A stone tablet? How could there be a stone tablet leaning on the path of hell? And this image is so familiar, no way. Is the second level really going to use something from another world? Given this situation, it seems unreasonable to say it's not something from the outside world, right? The blue-eyed white dragon tablet. At the moment Wang Yin saw the stone tablet, he felt that his second trial seemed to be quite unusual again. Upon seeing the patterns carved on the stone tablet, he knew his feeling was correct. How could Wang, Yin said he wasn't familiar with the designs on the tablet. After all, it was something he had once spent money to acquire, even though what he got was just some pirated copies. If he managed to get his hands on this item, no one could claim to have a more authentic Blue Eyes white dragon than him, as those cards could most seal a dragon's soul, while this one, was the original white dragon. Well, it might not actually be. Wang Yin noticed that no white dragon spirit had floated out from the stone tablet, so he studied it quite seriously. After careful examination, Wang Yin concluded that this stone tablet might just be a stone tablet because if it were really a guard, it wouldn't need the challenger to supply power to activate the sealed power within the tablet, right? Or should I just go over directly? After all, this stone tablet is either fake or requires the challenger to activate it. If I go over directly, it can't really be said that I didn't pass through, right? Wang Yin muttered a few words, then stood up and took a hard look at the stone slab a few more times. After that, he jumped and leaped over the slab on the road. This slab is not small, over a meter long. After crossing the slab, Wang Yin continued to walk along the road to hell, but after only a few steps, he suddenly paused and turned back to look at the stone slab on the ground. What if I dig this slab up? Maybe in the future, I could use this thing to go to that game world. Wang Yin looked at the stone tablet and muttered something with a hint of uncertainty. Forget it. Let's just leave it here for now. Even if the stone tablet gets smashed, it should still serve as a beacon. There's no harm in leaving it here. However, in the end, he couldn't make a definite decision about taking the stone tablet with him, and Wang Yin, feeling a bit annoyed, spoke out loud while patting the back of his head and continued walking forward. Wang Yin's figure disappeared at the end of this hellish road. At least from the stone slab, there was no trace of him. I'm really pathetic. After a little while, Wang Yin came back running, his face full of a frustrated expression. You win. With a displeased look, Wang Yin extracted a portion of the lightning attribute from his soul power, leaving only the pure angel attribute, then condensed it into a ball and poured it all into the stone slab. Then, there was no response at all. In the almost silent environment, Wang Yin looked like a big fool. If there were some black lines on his face, and a crow flew overhead, leaving a trail of black ellipses, it would be even more amusing. Cow, are you messing with me? Wang Yin seemed extremely angry. He glared at the stone slab beneath his feet, panting heavily. After a while, his heavy breathing gradually became quieter, and when it dropped to an inaudible level, a light laugh was heard. Hey, what am I getting worked up about? Was I just affected by the hidden murderous aura from the City of Slaughter? That was close. It seems that the second level is a test of temperament, so what about the third level? From what Wang Yin knew, the third level of the Hell Road was the real test of willpower, and now that he seemed to have been thrown into the second level, what kind of test would the current third level be? No matter what lies ahead, I'll just walk over and find out. Wang Yin had a smile on his face as he turned around and was about to take a step when a sudden change occurred. With a roar of a dragon accompanied by a gust of wind, Wang Yin quickly turned around and looked up. A living blue-eyed white dragon was roaring wildly. This hellish road assessment is really unreliable. It's only starting now. Wang Yin felt something was off. Could it be that the challenger really needed to activate the stone tablet? But after all, this thing was just a combination of soul marks or soul energy along with some mental power, so it shouldn't be too difficult to fight. Regarding the existence of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Wang Yin had a good guess due to his memories from before his crossing, and the rest was just because his strength was not enough to see clearly. Now that he understood the situation of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, how could Wang Yin not know how to pass this level? The Golden Angel Domain was released, and the majestic and pure killing intent roared through the Golden Angel Domain like waves of energy. Killing intent / Wang Yin uttered 3 words, and the killing intent in the Golden Angel Domain slashed towards the blue-eyed white dragon in midair like sword energy. The killing intent invaded and wore down consciousness and will. But during this process, Wang Yin not only managed to enhance the hardness of his own consciousness and will, but also discovered that he could use his will to control his own killing intent for attacks. This method of attacking with killing intent through what was named Killing Heart Slash by Wang Yin. The reason for this name was partly because Wang Yin found it catchy, and partly because of the nature of the killing intent, as it could be considered a form of mental attack. And the term Killing Heart aptly described the essence of a mental attack. As for the blue-eyed white dragon, its core, formed by the soul or soul imprint and mental power, was fundamental to its existence, making the Killing Heart / particularly suitable against it. When Wang Yin launched his attack, the blue-eyed white dragon did not fail to counterattack, but before its storm blast could fully coalesce and fire, Wang Yin's Killing Heart / had already struck it, splitting its body in 2, causing the attack to dissipate and the energy to turn to repair itself. Killing Heart, 18 slashes. Seeing that the blue-eyed white dragon could still recover, Wang Yin raised an eyebrow and unleashed the Killing Heart slash 18 times in a row. The willpower driving the killing intent relied on a special mental force within the soul, and after unleashing 18 Killing Heart slashes, Wang Yin felt as if he had fallen gravely ill. The 18 Killing Heart slashes shattered the recently healed blue-eyed white dragon into pieces, and it would likely take a long time to recover, as its core had suffered severe damage. The fragmented body of the blue-eyed white dragon transformed into white light spots and merged into the stone slab. The second level was cleared. After passing the second level of the Hell Road, Wang Yin chose to take a break. If all went well, the third level of the Hell Road would test willpower and endurance, but also required support from soul power. Therefore, there was a long way to go, and during this time, as they got closer to the blood magma pool, the corruption of the toxic killing intent would become increasingly severe. Even though Wang Yin felt that his resistance to the killing intent had reached a certain level, he still felt a bit uneasy. It was always better to prepare more. Isn't that the essence of not fighting an unprepared battle? If a little extra preparation could ensure a smooth passage, why should one endure more hardships? Recovering to a fully optimal state, with his body, spirit, and soul power all at full capacity, the Golden Angel Domain opened again. Besides withstanding it, the Angel Domain filled with a sacred and bright aura was an effective method against the toxic killing intent, which was one of the reasons why Wang Yin was referred to as the Punisher by those fallen beings. Unhurried and steady, Wang Yin walked as if he were taking a stroll, showing no signs of urgency. Nor did he appear to be in the state one should have while traversing the Hell Road. As long as nothing went wrong, there were no guardians in the final level of the Hell Road, so Wang Yin felt there was no need to put too much pressure on himself. In such an environment as the City of Slaughter, putting too much pressure on oneself could be detrimental. Step by step, but. Besides occasionally hearing the sound of bubbles rising from the blood magma pool below, the only sounds were the monotonous and flavorless sound of Wang Yin walking. Isn't this a bit unfair? After walking for quite a while, based on Wang Yin's own feeling, it should have been about 5 hours, or at least nearly 2.5 hours, yet he still hadn't reached the end. Wang Yin thought about Tang San and Hulayina in the future. By this time, there should have been an exit. Unable to figure out the situation, Wang Yin could only continue walking. Fortunately, perhaps due to the influence of the Angel Domain, the toxic killing intent had some effect on Wang Yin, but it was minimal, and even after walking for such a long time, it was not a problem. After walking for what felt like a long time again, Wang Yin sensed that this duration was probably only half of the last time. However, unlike before, Wang Yin now saw the exit of the Hell Road. Although there was still some distance to the exit, and this segment had no established path, Wang Yin felt no worry at all. His soul power was abundant. A simple martial soul manifestation was enough. After manifesting his martial soul, 2 wings sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the air, heading straight for the exit of the Hell Road. This was the advantage of having a martial soul with flight capabilities. If it were a martial soul without flight, Wang Yin would have indeed faced difficulties. Although he could think of other methods to exit, it would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Entering the white light curtain of the exit, Wang Yin felt as if he had entered an ocean formed by killing intent, and his own killing intent seemed somewhat insignificant compared to this ocean of killing intent. His own killing intent surged and released, while the external killing intent rushed in, trying to invade Wang Yin's body. The Angel Domain interacted reasonably well with his own killing intent, as they were both parts of himself, but clashed with the incoming external killing intent. The Angel Domain instinctively resisted the invasion of external killing intent, but unfortunately, the ocean of external killing intent was too vast, and the number of killing intents was overwhelming. The Angel Domain could not withstand it, and the sheer volume of killing intent created too much pressure, causing the Angel Domain to shatter into fragments of power that retreated back into Wang Yin's body. With the shattering of the Angel Domain, Wang Yin instantly felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, nearly fainting. Without the barrier of the Angel Domain, his own killing intent and the external killing intent could communicate freely. In Wang Yan's somewhat dizzy perception, he seemed to be in an immense domain where the killing intent contained within connected to his own killing intent, ultimately forming a special link with something inside him, creating a sensation akin to being within a domain in Wang Yan's perception. Is this the killing God domain? Had the external killing intents been eroded and polluted by the thoughts of the Rakshasa god? Did his own killing intent need to be purged again with the divine thunder curse? Three questions surfaced in Wang Yan's mind in succession. The first question seemed straightforward. If a domain formed by killing intent in the City of Slaughter was not the killing god domain, then it would be a serious issue. The second question, Wang Yan could not think of an answer, as he had no means to directly know if the external killing intents had been polluted by the thoughts of the Rakshasa god. So he could only purify his own killing intent with the divine thunder curse multiple times later. The third question, well, he had already decided to use the divine thunder curse to purify the killing intent during the second question. However, just to be safe, it seemed necessary to try developing a method for the divine thunder curse to purify the body and soul, as who knows if the external killing intent had polluted his body and soul. Thinking ahead, Wang Yan deemed it necessary to thoroughly purge and purify himself multiple times. Compared to the Shura god, the impression the Rakshasa god left on Wang Yan was still somewhat worse. The feeling in the ocean of killing intent was quite pleasant, and Wang Yan almost dozed off in this comfortable sea of killing intent. But fortunately, this pleasant sensation did not last long before it faded away. As the white light dissipated, he felt the solid ground beneath his feet. Looking around, he found himself in a field of blue silvergrass. Ding! Obtained the killing god domain through the hell road of the City of Slaughter. Test passed. The first trial of the Judgment God concluded. Reward, 10 affinity with the Judgment God. Total affinity with the Judgment God, 10. Just as Wang Yan was observing his surroundings, a series of sounds suddenly popped into his mind. At first, he thought the ding sound meant that a golden finger had arrived to bind some sort of system. But the subsequent sounds left him completely confused. The God of Judgment? Who is that? I'm not surprised by the Azura God and the Rakshasa God in the City of Slaughter, but which one is this God of Judgment? Thinking about the name God of Judgment, and then considering the City of Slaughter and the divine roles, it doesn't seem entirely unacceptable. But, what the hell? When did I accept the inheritance of this God of Judgment? I clearly aim to break through to the 100 levels of heavenly combat and condense my divine position. So why do I suddenly have a divine inheritance? And can someone please tell me why I passed the first test directly? Wang Yan's heart was roaring. The inheritance of a divine position is indeed a good way to enhance strength. After inheriting the divine position, one naturally has a divine position at the 100th level, and the benefits are obviously significant. As the saying goes, discussing toxicity without mentioning dosage is just playing tricks. Only talking about benefits without mentioning drawbacks is also playing tricks. Inheriting a divine position does lead to rapid improvement, but once one reaches the level of condensing a divine position, this assistance can turn into a shackle that hinders further progress. Moreover, everyone's path is different. While taking someone else's path may be faster, it can also lead to biases influenced by others. In the early stages of cultivation, one can borrow paths, but in the mid to late stages, one must walk their own path. Although the system of Douluo continent is not high, after reaching the 100th level, one should begin to understand these matters about their own path. TSK. Inheriting a divine position is truly a thing that brings both joy and helplessness. 041. The actively sought divine gift soul ring after passing through the hell road of the killing city. Wang Yan inexplicably passed the first trial of the God of Judgment. He was both happy and helpless. Of course, he was happy. The main feeling was joy. After all, it was the inheritance of a god. With this inheritance, when he reaches the titled Douluo stage, he could almost ascend directly to the 100th level without any pause, which would save him a lot of detours. This benefit is obvious. However, the helpless part is that plans can't keep up with changes. Originally, he had a well-laid plan to gradually reach the title Douluo and the 100th level, and even condense a divine position step by step, thus building a solid foundation. Coupled with the advantages of a traveler, he could potentially break through the limits of the divine king in the divine realm. But now a significant change has occurred, and whether this change is good or bad for the future is uncertain. Well, time to tidy up his emotions. One can't take advantage without being humble. Wang Yan thought to himself, and then recalled his gains during his time in the City of Slaughter, realizing that he had achieved quite a lot. His combat and killing techniques had improved. He developed a mental attack called Killing Heart Slash. His angel domain had awakened, and he obtained the domain of the God of Killing. He encountered the deaths in the Dragon Clan world and the Blue Eyes White Dragon tablet in the gaming world. His consciousness, will, and mental power had significantly increased, and he also received a divine inheritance of the God of Judgment, along with some miscellaneous gains. TSK. What a bountiful harvest. While sorting through his gains, he headed towards a more populated area. After staying in the city of slaughter for so long, he feared he might not be quite right in the head, so it was better to return to normal human society for a bit of recovery. By the way, after accepting the divine inheritance, wasn't there a chance to receive a divine soul ring? I'm already at level 60. I just need the 6th soul ring to advance to Soul Emperor. Why haven't I received the divine soul ring? After, Wang Yan's thoughts were still focused on the divine position inheritance of the God of Judgment. The divine position inheritance was likely the greatest gain Wang Yan had achieved during his time in the city of slaughter. In contemplating the divine position inheritance, Wang Yan had some references, as the future deeds of Tang San were still quite clear in his memory. He then noticed an unusual aspect, the God-given soul ring. According to Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, those who undergo the Sea God's Black Assessment will have a chance to obtain a God-given soul ring when they first reach a cultivation bottleneck during the assessment. Oh, upon careful reflection of Poseidon's words, such preferential treatment only occurs in the Sea God's assessment and is not the case for all divine assessments. Therefore, it is entirely normal that the God of Judgment did not provide a God-given soul ring. However, why does it feel so unsatisfactory? He was inexplicably granted divine position inheritance, and now that he has reached a cultivation bottleneck, he receives no assistance like a God-given soul ring. Do these gods not care about the inheritors at all? Hey, God of Judgment, could you at least provide a God-given soul ring to help break through this realm? Wang Yan is a typical example of someone who complains after getting a good deal. Having a divine position inheritance is already quite good, and others want it but can't get it. Yet here he is, nitpicking about this and that. Meanwhile, in a certain place, amidst a mysterious aura of divine light, a voice emerged. Divine gift soul ring? What is that? Oh, right, I seem to have the method to make such a thing. Suddenly realizing he was acting a bit crazy, Wang Yan quickly retracted his earlier pose of looking up to the sky and glanced around. Fortunately, there was no one else. Otherwise, he would have faced social death directly. Although Wang Yan sometimes prides himself on having thick skin and not fearing social death, it's always better to avoid it. Just as Wang Yan was about to continue on his way after retracting his pose, something unexpected happened. Ding! The inheritor continues to practice diligently, reaching the bottleneck of promotion. A divine gift soul ring is specially granted, hoping the inheritor can keep working hard and complete the divine position inheritance as soon as possible. Suddenly, a string of words popped into Wang Yan's mind, leaving him dumbfounded. How desperate was the God of Judgment to want to escape the divine realm? He thought he was supposed to keep working hard. Was there a mistake? It seemed he had realized that the God of Judgment was paying attention to him, and Wang Yan could only silently complain in his heart, wondering what kind of tricks this God of Judgment was playing on him. Just as Wang Yan was internally grumbling, he suddenly felt something was off inside him, as if some force or energy was surging. A patch of light shot out in front of Wang Yan's body. And then something emerged, a golden orb the size of a dragon's, suspended in midair. Wang Yan grabbed the bead, and the moment it appeared, he knew it was the God-given soul ring. He couldn't let it slip away. However, after securing the God-given soul ring, Wang Yan didn't rush to absorb it. Instead, he took out a small mirror from his storage soul guide bracelet. Looking into the mirror, he saw a dark golden sword-shaped mark on his forehead, which was likely the symbol of the divine judgment God's position inheritance. Seeing that the mark on his forehead was just this symbol of inheritance, Wang Yan put the small mirror away and then crushed the golden bead-shaped God-given soul ring. Golden mist surged and enveloped Wang Yan. He unleashed all his skills that could enhance his physical state to ensure he was in the best possible condition. Since he was using the God-given soul ring, he couldn't afford to miss out on getting a soul ring with an extreme longevity limit, right? The final longevity of the God-given soul ring was related to the Soul Master's demonstrated endurance. The higher the endurance, the higher the longevity of the God-given soul ring. Conversely, the lower the endurance, the shorter the longevity would be. However, looking at Wang Yan, the minimum longevity of the God-given soul ring was likely around 50,000 years, especially since his 5th soul ring was already close to 50,000 years. The 6th soul ring could not be just close to that level, especially since the enhancement of his innate domain and mental strength had further elevated Wang Yan's already abnormal endurance. The golden mist surged, forming strands of golden lines that merged into golden halos. Several golden halos pulsated like the typical soul rings during absorption, constantly impacting the Soul Master. Wang Yan's angel martial soul with 2 wings emerged, further enhancing his endurance, resulting in another golden halo appearing. Eventually, The golden halo formed a deep black soul ring, slowly encircling Wang Yin. This indicated that the soul ring transformation phase had begun, and he had already passed the most dangerous stage. Finally, Wang Yin stood tall, his two-winged angel martial soul shining behind him, with 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black, flashing around him, showcasing his soul emperor cultivation. Wang Yin still couldn't learn like Tang San, especially since he had long consciously improved the years of his soul rings, knowing that his limit was only around 80,000 years. Therefore, after reaching his limit, he would no longer seek breakthroughs, and anyway, the 7th soul ring was sufficient to bear a 100,000-year soul ring. As a result, Wang Yin's 6th soul ring was only at the level of around 80,000 years, comparable to some expert-level soul Douluo's 8th soul ring, or even some title Douluo's 9th soul ring, which was relatively strong. Although it was still quite inferior to Tang San's abnormal circumstances, if Tang San were to obtain his 6th soul ring normally, he wouldn't reach such a level. It should be noted that Wang Yin was currently only fused with 1 piece of soul bone, and there was great potential for the future. However, as Wang Yin advanced to Soul Emperor, his expression was somewhat strange. Suddenly, the black light of his 6th soul ring flashed, and a white figure appeared, with the sound of a dragon's roar echoing in all directions. A blue-eyed white dragon was flying in the air, roaring. Wang Yin's 6th soul ring, with a lifespan of about 80,000 years, has the soul skill called White Dragon Summon. That's right, the skill effect is exactly as the name suggests, summoning a white dragon. This white dragon looks just like the blue eyes white dragon seen earlier in Hell Road, which makes Wang Yin suspicious that this divine soul ring may have been made from that blue eyes white dragon stone slab. Although he has doubts, he doesn't know for sure. The most wasteful way to use the summoned blue eyes white dragon is as a mount, since Wang Yin can already fly. The main purpose of this soul skill is to summon the blue eyes white dragon as an extra helper during battles, for example, allowing the blue eyes white dragon to tangle with opponents while he retreats or to chase after someone with a windburst bomb. Overall, the 6th soul ring and the 6th soul skill are quite good, but Wang Yin always feels something is off, and he can't pinpoint what that feeling is. After leaving the City of Slaughter, although Wang Yin wasn't heavily influenced by the murderous aura there, it still had some effect, manifesting as bystanders subconsciously avoiding him in the streets out of fear. Wang Yin didn't have a good solution for this. Currently, there isn't a noble etiquette school called Yu Xian in the Heaven Do Empire's Heaven Do City, so he can only take his time to smooth it out. There is still a considerable amount of time before his planned training journey ends. So Wang Yin decided not to head towards the Spirit Hall City and instead wander around Douluo continent to dissipate the momentum and temperament he brought from the City of Slaughter. While in a crowded place, Wang Yin overheard some news during a meal. It was about a pair of disciples from the Hao Yin sect named Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who shone brightly in the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent 2 years ago, defeating the Spirit Hall, which had won 3 consecutive championships. Wang Yin was somewhat surprised by this news. Could Tang Xiao and Tang Hao really be allowed to go out and gain experience by the Hao Yin sect? Suppressing the coldness and murderous aura he unconsciously radiated, Wang Yin inquired about the Spirit Hall team and found that Bibi Dong was not among them. Upon reflection, it made sense. Tang Hao is several years older than Bibi Dong, so the chances of them meeting in the same elite competition were relatively low. During another meal, Wang Yin heard another piece of news regarding Yu Xiaojiang. It was said that the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader had low innate soul power, and despite the leader using his resources to help his son train, the progress was still slow and unsatisfactory. This time, he became well known because Yu Xiaojiang was connected to the Spirit Hall, seemingly to learn something. Wang Yin couldn't help but be stunned. Was this really the entire process of Yu Xiaojiang entering the Spirit Hall? It sounded off somehow. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang had already entered the Spirit Hall. Wang Yin looked at his clenched fists, feeling a surge of determination. No matter how things turn out in the future, as long as someone dares to go astray, Wang Yin wouldn't mind fixing that storyline that had always displeased him. After all, isn't that what a transmigrator is for? To see whether the established storyline is stronger or the interference of a transmigrator is more effective. However, Wang Yin still wasn't in a hurry to return to the Spirit Hall because there was no need for it yet. The situation hadn't reached a point that required change, especially since the Spirit Hall hadn't yet launched an attack on Sea God Island. There was still time, and Wang Yin was confident not only in himself, but also in Bibi Dong. Wandering along, Wang Yin reached the edge of the Star Forest and encountered an interesting person in a small town outside the forest. He was having a meal, Yes, once again eating. He saw several soul masters chatting up a young girl, likely preparing to hunt souls in the Star Forest. They seemed rather reckless, possibly because of this. The girl looked beautiful and had a well-developed figure, her clothes accentuating her curves, but Wang Yin sensed a hint of explosive energy from her. Just as the conversation escalated, the girl slammed her chopsticks on the table, clearly angry. Oh, she's angry now. Why not just give me a baby instead? Huh, as the saying goes, those who commit sins cannot live long. The group of men thought they were having fun, but they didn't expect trouble to arise. The girl was angry but didn't immediately strike back. As the men continued their lewd laughter with narrowed eyes, she suddenly lunged forward, her fair fist slamming upwards into one of their jaws. The man collapsed to the ground, groaning and rolling his eyes before lying still. This action instantly silenced the bustling restaurant. The other men, trembling, pointed at the girl, their mouths agape but unable to make a sound. Nearby tables, filled with onlookers, were equally shocked by how the situation escalated, while those further away were surprised that trouble could erupt in this restaurant. Do you want to die? One of the lewd men finally spoke up. I think it's you who are looking for death. If you're brave, let us settle this outside. The girl was like a lit powder keg, already ignited. It was no longer a matter of if she would explode, but rather whether she could contain herself. And it seemed she couldn't. Dear Soul Masters, our establishment is small. Please tone it down. Someone in the restaurant suggested. A few big men bullying a little girl. How rare. At this moment, Wang Yin decided to add fuel to the fire, confident that he could handle the situation and that throwing in a few more sparks wouldn't matter. You little brat, what is it to you? If you're tough, go outside. I'm not done with you today. The lewd men, just a moment ago drinking, were now shocked back to reality, their alcohol-fueled bravado kicking in. TSK, miss, need some help? The kind where I only hit people for free. Wang Yin was completely in a playful mood. No matter who it was, everyone has their moments of mischief. TCH, you're not a good person either. If you have the guts, come out and fight me, you bunch of useless fools. The girl spat at Wang Yin and then started mocking those few people, clearly confident in her own strength. Big bro, it's just a little girl who doesn't know her place. Let's take her down. The few loudmouths didn't seem like good people either, and now they were showing their fierce and menacing sides. Meanwhile, most of the people in the restaurant had turned to watch. A girl fighting against thugs was quite an interesting situation, something rarely seen, and it would be a pity not to watch. Both sides took their positions. The girl, a soul master with 2 yellow soul rings, didn't seem like she could knock someone out with a single punch, especially since the opponents had at least 2 soul elders, one of whom had a 10-year white soul ring. Girl, are you really not considering asking someone for help? Shouted someone from the crowd, fully embodying the spirit of enjoying the spectacle. Get lost, the girl shouted. TSK, little firecracker. It seemed that the onlookers, seeing the girl's low strength, didn't necessarily have bad intentions, but they definitely weren't thinking anything good either. Let me help you. Wang Yin saw that the situation was not right and directly went down to the field. 043 entered the starry forest. Wang Yin is a good person? I don't know, but Wang Yin thinks of himself as a good person. So after stirring up trouble, when he sees a girl in a weak position, he steps in. Although with his strength, it feels more like he's taking sides. Hey girl, tell me, which one of them do you want to fight? I'll take care of the rest. Approaching the girl, Wang Yan's mouth seemed a bit unwilling to be silent, looking for trouble. Before the girl could say anything, the few rowdy guys opposite, who were already loudmouthed, started to get aggressive. Sigh, whatever, I just talked too much this time. For matters like this, there's no need to say anything. If you're unhappy, just fight. This is Douluo continent, after all. Wang Yin saw the girl rushing towards him, and feeling a bit disheartened as she had no time to pay attention to him, he mumbled a few words, then purple lightning flickered in his right hand. Get lost, he shouted loudly while channeling his soul power, accompanied by the dazzling explosion of purple lightning. Although it was still far from the grand sound of heaven's punishment, there was already a faint hint of its form. Sparks flew, and thunder snakes roared. The power of Wang Yan's palm lightning was not any weaker than the 5th soul skill of a soul king, and the few guys opposite him had no chance of withstanding it. Amidst the purple lightning, several of them were either moaning or shouting in pain. In any case, none of them were feeling good. He wondered, should he eliminate them to prevent future troubles? Wang Yin turned to look at the girl beside him, and, at that moment, the girl was already in a daze. Why was the girl in a daze? It was because of the strength Wang Yin had displayed. Without a martial soul appearing, without a soul ring showing, he directly unleashed purple lightning from his palm, and its power was quite formidable. At least not something those few soul dual-level soul masters could withstand. How could such a situation not leave the girl in a daze? In fact, it wasn't just the girl who was stunned. Just look around, almost everyone who was standing there watching was in a daze. Because Wang Yan's methods were somewhat beyond their comprehension. Huh? What did you say? The girl came back to her senses due to Wang Yan's question and then asked him in a somewhat silly and cute manner what he had just said. I said, how do you plan to deal with these people? After all, they provoked you, and the final outcome should be determined by you. Wang Yan did not show any impatience when he couldn't hear the girl clearly, but instead spoke even more. Castrated. No, you. How about you just give a small punishment as a warning? The girl, straightforward and candid, just said 2 words, then seemed a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Wang Yan, stammering a few times before handing over the decision-making power regarding the punishment of those guys to Wang Yan beside her. In other words, it's up to me? Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. Didn't we decide pretty well at the beginning? You can punish them. The girl nodded. Then let's castrate them. Wang Yan said this, and the lightning in his palm stopped. Then those few people fell limply to the ground. Wang Yan's right index finger tapped continuously, and bolts of lightning, like purple little snakes, shot towards the roots of those people. Bang, 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 with a series of explosive sounds. A smell of roasted meat instantly spread out. All the men who witnessed this scene involuntarily tightened their pants, feeling quite cold. This young lady. I also spoke too much about what happened earlier. If there was anything wrong, could you, considering that I helped a little, let it go and not pursue it? Wang Yan knew that he was adding fuel to the fire, and at least at this moment, he felt guilty about it, which is why he said that. No need to pursue it further. I should thank you. If it weren't for your help, I would have been in trouble. The girl waved her hand and spoke quickly. In that case, goodbye. Wang Yan finished speaking these 2 sentences and turned around to leave without any hesitation. The girl hadn't spoken yet. It was true she was a beauty, but there were so many beautiful women in Douluo continent. Wang Yan didn't think about collecting them all. If possible, he only wanted a few well-known ones. As for the others, there was really no need. He wasn't a stallion. Sigh, watching Wang Yan's departing figure. The girl wanted to call out to him, but she only managed to make a faint sound, which Wang Yan heard but didn't pay much attention to. All right, everyone present can listen up. These few people were castrated by me. There's a reason for every grievance. And if these guys want to trouble that young lady or anyone else, please inform them that it was I, Titan King Wang Tianba, who did it. When he reached the entrance of the restaurant, Wang Yan suddenly remembered that he might not have handled everything properly, so he used his soul power to let everyone present hear what he said. Although he no longer wanted to use the title Titan King Wang Tianba, it should be fine to bring it out occasionally. He couldn't let this title disappear without a trace, especially since he had worked hard to gain fame. Among the many people present, except for those who were castrated and fainted without any reaction, the others were stunned when they heard the name Titan King. The Titan King, who had disappeared for 2 years, had appeared. That person said he was the Titan King? Someone gasped in a low voice. Absolutely. Didn't you see his earlier move? The purple lightning flickered. That's the standard combat skill of the Titan King. There are so many people on Douluo continent. It's impossible for someone so young to use purple lightning like that by coincidence. He is definitely the Titan King. Some voices were a bit fervent, and an analysis was provided. Hey, did you all hear the name Titan King just now? I think I heard the Titan King say his name is Wang Tianba. Did he just say his name out loud? Someone spoke excitedly, seemingly thrilled to learn the true name of the Titan King. It really is Wang Tianba, it sounds. Not bad. Some people had strange expressions, as if they found the name of the Titan King odd. What do you mean not bad? That's clearly exuding dominance. Someone interjected. It really is, quite dominant. The person who found the Titan King's name strange still looked odd. Perhaps no one noticed that the girl at the center of the incident had already disappeared. At this moment, the girl had run inside the restaurant, looking around but not seeing where Wang Yan had gone. She asked someone if they had seen the Titan King, but after learning that they hadn't, she asked another person, and after several people said they hadn't seen him, her expression fell a bit. This small town outside the Douluo forest was ultimately just a minor disturbance. Perhaps the name Titan King would stir a little ripple in Douluo continent, but it would have a significant impact. After the incident in that small town, Wang Yan didn't linger there, but went directly into the Douluo forest, wanting to see the 10,000-year soul beasts. This wasn't because Wang Yan was seeking death again, but rather due to considering his own strength. Although Wang Yan was only a 6-ringed soul emperor, his overall strength was at least not weaker than a 30,000-year soul beast, and he could handle a 5,000-year soul beast in a couple of exchanges before escaping. There were quite a few soul beasts over 50,000 years in the Douluo forest, but they didn't live in clusters. And the 100,000-year soul beasts were concentrated around the Lake of Life. Being cautious and careful, it was entirely impossible to go there. As it turned out, going to the core of the Lake of Life in the Douluo forest was still courting death. To put it simply, it's very dangerous because 100,000-year soul beast wouldn't have much goodwill toward humans, especially soul masters. Wanting to see a 100,000-year soul beast was definitely a foolish thing for Wang Yin to think of and do. Otherwise, who would willingly seek death? After entering the Douluo forest, Wang Yin headed straight toward the center. Initially, in the outer area, the soul beasts he encountered were only 1,000 years old, and there was no need to avoid them. Just releasing his soul power was enough to scare them away. Later, when he encountered 10,000-year soul beasts, Wang Yin became cautious because there was already a high probability of encountering powerful and erratic soul beasts. He didn't easily display his soul power because some soul beasts would get quite excited upon sensing the aura of a human soul master, and those soul beasts were usually very powerful. As he ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, Wang Yin became even more careful, as he had entered the territory of 30,000 to 50,000-year soul beasts. The soul beasts here could fight, but there were also many situations where he couldn't fight back. This was the stage of avoiding the territory of powerful soul beasts, no longer daring to cross through a soul beast's territory as he had done before. As the saying goes, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but human sins cannot be lived through. Just as Wang Yin was about to enter the area where soul beasts over 50,000 years resided, he encountered a situation he thought was very unlikely. A hammer-tailed armored earth dragon, which had at least 40 to 50,000 years of age, lay on its back on the ground, blue-purple blood flowing everywhere. With a large hole torn in its abdomen, almost completely hollowed out. The murderer who killed the hammer-tailed armored earth dragon hadn't left yet. When Wang Yin saw this scene, the murderer was enjoying a feast. Just as Wang Yin was about to leave, the murderer raised his head and glanced at him, and a chilling atmosphere suddenly surged. But after only a quick look, the dark demon evil god tiger returned to enjoying its meal. It wasn't that Wang Yin hadn't sensed the anomaly. It was just that he was overshadowed by the murderer who killed the hammer-tailed armored earth dragon. As for the means used, just looking at the layer of faint dark light enveloping the hammer-tailed armored earth dragon and the murderer made it clear. This murderer was pitch black all over, with a deeper black character on its forehead, blood-red eyes, and a pair of black wings folded on its back. Its tail, which should have been made of flesh and bone, was instead a segmented scorpion tail with a hook at the end that reflected a faint glow. The dark demon evil god tiger, one of the top soul beasts, if transformed into a martial soul, would be on par with a six-winged angel, sitting at the very top of the food chain, bloodthirsty and possessing intelligence far beyond that of its peers, with its trump card, the death arena, being nearly unsolvable in a certain sense. This guy would be quite suitable as BB Dong's soul ring. Wang Yin's body trembled, unconsciously shaking, but a more reckless thought uncontrollably emerged in his mind. The dark demon evil god tiger, such a soul beast, is extremely rare. It can be said with certainty that the one in front of Wang Yin is the same one that Tang San will encounter in the future. However, it is still not the time when Tang San is powerful. It is probably only around 50,000 years old, at the very least not less than 40,000 years. But even a dark demon evil god tiger that is only 40,000 years old still has the strength to compete with a 100,000-year soul beast. And it can run away if it can't win. In terms of soul master levels, it can at least match a high-level soul Douluo who can fight against a title Douluo. As for Wang Yin, he is just a small soul emperor, able to defeat a soul sage, and even has trouble dealing with a soul Douluo, let alone a title Douluo of a higher level. Run. He must run. If he doesn't run, he will die. Wang Yin shouted in his heart. But how could he run? Just now, the dark demon evil god tiger definitely saw Wang Yin as a dessert after a meal. After all, having been in the city of slaughter for so long, he could still sense the killing intent. This dark demon, evil god, tiger, definitely harbored murderous intent towards him. He had to run with all his might, and the direction of his escape was crucial. Even if he ran with all his strength, if he didn't pay attention to the direction, he would ultimately find it hard to escape due to the gap in strength. To get away, he had to ensure that some soul beast would intercept the dark demon, evil god tiger during his escape. Otherwise, there would be no chance of fleeing. Therefore, he directly ruled out the possibility of running outside the Douluo forest. If he ran out, it was certain that no soul beast would dare to confront the dark demon evil god tiger, as they couldn't defeat or provoke this powerful demon. So, the only choice was to continue pushing deeper inside. Without saying much, at least those 100,000-year-old beasts would definitely not allow the dark demon evil god tiger to reach the life lake in the Douluo forest. So, how could he buy himself a little time to escape? As soon as the thought arose in Wang Yan's mind, he already had an idea. A purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the palm of his right hand, while the dark demon evil god tiger lifted its head and looked at Wang Yan. What does this dessert after a meal want to do? This is what the dark demon evil god tiger was thinking. Well, although there is a slight gap from the actual expression, it is not far off. I hope it works. Wang Yan was comforting himself. With a wave of his right hand, a purple lightning beam shot out, targeting the dark demon evil god tiger. However, strangely, the purple lightning was not fast. The dark demon evil god tiger lightly jumped to the side and did not launch any attack against Wang Yan. The purple lightning maintained its momentum and struck directly onto the corpse of the already deceased hammer-tailed armored earth dragon. The purple lightning flickered and jumped on the corpse of the hammer-tailed armored earth dragon, and the power was not great, as there was no burnt smell from the meat. Instead, there was a fragrant aroma of roasted meat. Wang Yan unleashed his lightning magic and slowly stepped forward, gradually roasting the entire hammer-tailed armored dragon with electricity. As the lightning magic ceased, the purple lightning dissipated, and a mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat spread out. The dark demon, evil god tiger, which had been watching Wang Yan's every move, unconsciously glanced at the roasted hammer-tailed armored dragon, sniffing a couple of times. However, the enticing smell of the roasted meat did not seem to attract it much. The dark demon, evil god tiger, continued to stare at Wang Yan without making any other moves. Wang Yan raised his hand to scratch his hair, then took a few steps back, letting his hand fall down, and he didn't make any other movements. The dark demon, evil god tiger, leisurely returned to the chain-tail armored earth dragon, glanced at Wang Yan, sniffed a couple of times, and then opened its big mouth to bite off a piece of meat. It seemed that the taste of the meat was unexpectedly good. After quickly chewing, the dark demon, evil god tiger bit down on another piece, making its current state even more suitable to be described as indulging in a feast. When the dark demon, evil god tiger's mouth reached the heart of the chain-tail armored earth dragon, sweat began to bead on Wang Yan's forehead, and even his hands started to tremble. Boom! Just as the wide-open mouth prepared to bite down on the fragrant heart, Wang Yan shouted loudly. Startled by the shout, the dark demon, evil god tiger was about to close its mouth and roar at Wang Yan, but unexpectedly, before it could shut its mouth, an accident occurred. The fragrant heart of the chain-tail armored earth dragon exploded, purple lightning roaring and thundering, its power definitely not weaker than any Soul Emperor's full-strength attack. The dark demon, evil god tiger had decent external defense, but its mouth was relatively soft. This blow wouldn't be considered a serious injury, but it would definitely leave a significant wound, likely causing a psychological trauma that would make it think twice before opening its mouth to eat. At the moment of the explosion, Wang Yan's martial soul manifested, and with a flap of his wings, he soared into the air. In the core of the Douluo forest, Wang Yan, now airborne, no longer cared that advancing into the territory of such a powerful soul beast would provoke its attack. His mind was filled with only one thought. Faster, even faster. Purple lightning exhibited a small explosive state behind his flapping wings. The force of the explosion propelling Wang Yan forward, significantly increasing his already fast speed. Roar! Not flying too far, Wang Yan heard a tiger's roar behind him, shaking the heavens and earth with a brutal and bloodthirsty intent, causing his heart to tighten and his soul power to involuntarily accelerate by threefold. Wang Yanjin flapped his wings and continued to fly forward, not daring to stop for even a moment. Behind him, a dark demon god tiger with a completely black body, blood-red eyes, and scorpion-like tail was in pursuit. An almost intangible mental lock linked the two, as the dark demon god tiger had locked onto Wang Yan. Wang Yan couldn't care less about the mental lock from the dark demon god tiger, although his mental power was quite impressive, far stronger than other soul masters of the same rank, and almost on par with the title Douluo. It still fell short compared to the dark demon god tiger. If he mishandled it, his mind could suffer backlash, leading to a decrease in speed, and he would likely collapse on the road. Therefore, Wang Yan could only run, running like a madman, risking his life. In the core area of Douluo Forest, a miraculous scene unfolded. A soul master, not particularly powerful, was rapidly flying over the treetops with a flurry of wings. Behind him, an extremely rare dark demon god tiger was in hot pursuit. Whether it was angered by Wang Yan's frantic provocation or for some other reason, the dark demon god tiger was only running on the ground, not utilizing its wings at all. Wang Yin, in his escape, felt a bit anxious. Although the distance hadn't closed in yet, it also showed no signs of widening. Once his soul power ran out, it would be completely over. Moreover, Wang Yin found it strange that no soul beasts were attacking the dark demon god tiger. Wasn't it said that soul beasts like the dark demon god tiger were the ones everyone wanted to fight against? Wang Yin probably forgot that just because everyone shouts for a fight doesn't mean everyone will actually step in a fight. More often than not, it's just shouting. So it's perfectly normal that those relatively powerful soul beasts did not intervene. The roar of the tiger was so loud that it sounded like a thunderclap in Wang Yan's ears, making him anxious and irritable. If it weren't for the last remaining thought of escape in his heart, he would have likely already been torn apart by the dark devil, evil god tiger. Ming, did you feel any abnormal vibrations? In a certain place near the Lake of Life in the Douluo forest, a massive blue python with a pair of horns suddenly lifted a third of its body. I heard it. It seems a tiger-type soul beast got provoked by something. A gigantic black-brown giant ape next to the horned blue python responded. Yes, Ming and Ming. Although you two are still a bit away from the level of a 100,000-year soul beast, you can already speak. After all, it's not surprising for soul beasts with strong bloodlines to do some unconventional things. Ming, Ming, I also heard some abnormal sounds. What's going on with you guys? A gigantic rabbit suddenly appeared, its two erect ears twitching. Although this soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, was also a bit away from the 100,000-year soul beast level. She could speak due to her lineage. This is bad, Sister Xiao Wu. Ming, that bad guy, the dark devil evil god tiger, is heading towards the Lake of Life. Only Aunt Ro is there. We must go back immediately. The horned blue python, Ming, suddenly spoke in a deep voice, delivering the bad news. It's that bad guy. It's not easy for Mom to deal with him alone. Ming, let's hurry back. Before the titan giant ape, Ming, could even speak, the soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, rushed ahead with a flurry of urgent words. The two giant beasts and a super big rabbit quickly ran towards the direction of the Lake of Life. Stop right there. Wang Yin was flying when he suddenly felt that everything ahead was empty. The powerful aura of the soul beast that had originally appeared vanished in an instant. But right after that, an extremely gentle and beautiful voice rang out. However, how could Wang Yin stop? He was already being pulled closer by the dark demon evil god tiger due to the consumption of his soul power. If he dared to stop, he would definitely be captured by the dark demon evil god tiger. So, no matter how he heard the voice, Wang Yin continued to fly forward recklessly. In the blink of an eye, he had passed nearly 2 miles, and suddenly he saw a forest of towering trees, with a vast and overwhelming soul power spreading toward him. What a weak human soul master. How could you provoke that guy, the dark demon evil god tiger? The moment Wang Yin came into contact with that soul power, he heard the soft and gentle voice come again. But this time, there was more surprise, unexpectedness, and a sigh in the voice. As he was engulfed by this soul power, Wang Yan's speed slowed down considerably, but he had no choice but to do so. The purpose of luring the dark demon evil god tiger here was to divert disaster, so how could he not carry through with this plan? Moreover, the owner of this soul power did not seem to have much intention to stop him. It merely slowed down Wang Yan's speed. Wang Yin quickly calculated in his mind that he would just happen to stop right in front of the owner of this soul power, while the dark demon evil god tiger was probably not far behind. TSK, this should count as a direct 3-way meeting since the diversion didn't succeed. In the end, Wang Yin came to a halt and then landed in front of a gigantic soft-boned rabbit soul beast, while the dark demon evil god tiger quickly arrived behind him. Roar! The dark demon evil god tiger let out a tiger roar and pounced, but the gigantic soft-boned rabbit soul beast left an afterimage in place, instantly sending the dark demon evil god tiger flying nearly 100 meters away. The dark demon evil god tiger got up and growled, no longer attacking, while the soft-boned rabbit returned to its original position. Esteemed soul beast, I, Jr., have witnessed this ferocious beast wantonly slaughtering its soul beast kind in the Douluo forest, and after the massacre, devouring their flesh, soul power, and even souls. It is truly extremely cruel. I have been seeking like-minded allies to eliminate this harm from the Douluo forest, but unexpectedly, those esteemed soul beasts have turned a blind eye. I hope you can understand the greater good and rid the Douluo forest of this menace. Taking advantage of the opportunity to speak, Wang Yin quickly activated his brain, regardless of whether it was true or false, and decided to say it to stabilize the situation before discussing anything else. Little human, Do you believe what you just said? The soft and gentle voice came from the soft-bone rabbit's three-part mouth, carrying a tone that was both amused and slightly mocking. Esteemed one, what I said is absolutely sincere, not a word of falsehood. If there is even the slightest mistake, may I be struck by 5 thunders. No matter how others viewed it at this moment, Wang Yin at least believed what he had just said. There was no other way. This was one of the essences of deception, tricking himself as well. Hee hee, you little guy, you really are interesting. The soft-bone rabbit did not comment further. 046, not easily fooled, huh? Esteemed one, Wang Yin wanted to continue adding something, but was interrupted by the soft-bone rabbit. Let's put your matters aside for now. Compared to your issues, this guy is truly troublesome. The soft-bone rabbit was confident it could easily deal with Wang Yin, including any troubles that might arise from him. However, the dark demon evil god tiger was another story. Handling it alone was still somewhat troublesome, even though she was already a 100,000-year soul beast. Dark demon evil god tiger, retreat immediately, or I won't be polite. The soft-bone rabbit understood that even with her 100,000-year soul beast level, facing the dark demon evil god tiger, which was around 40 to 50,000 years old, would be quite challenging, especially considering the opponent's trump card, which was hard to counter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just asked the dark demon evil god tiger to retreat. Yes, the dark demon evil god tiger was indeed this troublesome. Even 100,000-year soul beasts were reluctant to engage too much with it due to the near-insurmountable nature of its life and death arena trump card. Roar. The opponent only had a 100,000-year soul beast and a small human soul master, so the dark demon evil god tiger naturally wanted to take a shot. The human soul master was too weak. Aside from being a bit annoying, it didn't warrant much attention, so its true opponent was just the 100,000-year soul beast. A single 100,000-year soul beast. Such opportunities are rare. It should be noted that during its previous visits, there was another rabbit, a giant snake, and a monkey, so missing this chance to take one down alone would be hard to come by again. Roar. Roar. However, unexpectedly, just after the dark demon evil god tiger roared, 2 more beast roars came from the other side. Aren't you going to retreat? Do you really want to die here? The soft and gentle voice now carried a sharper tone. Upon hearing those 2 beast roars, the dark demon evil god tiger showed hesitation in its blood-red eyes. And after hearing the voice of the 100,000-year soul beast before it, the hesitation deepened. Roar. The dark demon evil god tiger roared again, its voice filled with a sense of unwillingness that almost all beings could understand. Little one, this guy wants me to hand you over to it, and then it will leave. How do you feel about that? The soft-bone rabbit asked Wang Yin with a hint of amusement. Haha. I'll leave this matter entirely to the senior's discretion. Wang Yin's expression changed dramatically in an instant, and his soul power was directly mobilized. There was no need to act secretly or hide anything. It was completely unnecessary in the eyes of these soul beasts. I won't give you this human brat, so just give up on that thought. Dark demon evil god tiger, if you're going to retreat, then just stay here. The soft and gentle voice made Wang Yin pause. What was going on? What did this mean? Bad guy, get away. Don't bully my mom. A childish voice came, and a swift white figure appeared, followed by a rumbling sound. With a roar, the sounds of 2 beast roars almost merged into one. Amidst the booming vibrations, a giant greenhorn python and a massive black-brown giant ape appeared. Roar. The dark demon evil god tiger let out a roar and then turned to run, with the 2 soft-boned rabbits and the snake and python showing no intention of chasing. However, before the dark demon evil god tiger left, Wang Yin felt as if he understood its last roar. I will definitely come back, just like that classic line from the Grey Wolf King. With that, the dark demon evil god tiger's figure disappeared, and after sensing its absence, the titan giant ape let out a loud roar. Then a massive fist came crashing down towards Wang Yin. Daming, stop! The gentle voice rang out, and the titan giant ape's fist halted in midair. But the gust of wind it created made Wang Yin feel as if his face was being scraped by small knives. Aunt Ro, this is a human soul master. The sky blue bull python spoke, sounding somewhat confused. Daming, I'll handle this matter. You don't need to worry. Aunt Ro said softly, and Daming fell silent. Mom, are you okay? Are you hurt? A tender voice came, and a slightly smaller soft-boned rabbit ran over, which would later be known as Xiao Wu. Mom is fine. I'm just going to have a chat with this human brat. You and Daming can go play for now. Aunt Ro said kindly, as if there was something going on. Aunt Ro, we'll stay here. Human soul masters are cunning and treacherous, and we want to see how they try to argue. Daming spoke up again. Hee, that's fine. Aunt Ro didn't say anything further in response. Congratulations, Senior. And congratulations to all the soul beast leaders for successfully driving away the dark demon, evil god tiger. A disgrace among soul beasts, preventing its evil plot to invade the Stardow forest, and maintaining the beauty and peace that the Stardow forest deserves. I, the Titan King Tianba, am in awe of the actions of the seniors and leaders. Here, I vow to spread the righteous deeds of the seniors and leaders along the roads. No, that's not right. I won't spread it. Instead, I'll learn from the noble spirit of the seniors and leaders to contribute a little to the peace between humans and soul beasts on the continent. A long-winded speech with only one goal: to prevent these soul beasts from dominating the conversation, or else life and death would be a different matter. Regardless of anything else, the first priority was to change the topic and distract these soul beasts. Sister Xiao Wu, why do I want to beat this guy up so much? The Titan giant ape Daming whispered to Xiao Wu. Although he lowered his voice, everyone present heard him clearly. Me too. Xiao Wu nodded her rabbit head, her long ears twitching. Little brat, it seems you have quite a bit of courage. None of us scared you. Ignoring Daming and Xiao Wu's discussion, Aunt Ro looked at Wang Yan. Senior, I want to say that I'm actually about to wet my pants. Do you believe me? It wasn't to the point of wetting his pants, but it was certainly a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Wang Yan's heart was racing. Among human soul masters, you little brat stand out uniquely. Even those who are much stronger than you wouldn't behave this way in front of us. For what I can sense, you're the first one I've encountered in this state. Although Aunt Ro's words sounded like praise for Wang Yan, he just wanted to say, you might as well just say what you want to say directly. Speaking superficial pleasantries without expressing your true feelings is like a dull knife cutting flesh. It's uncomfortable. Senior, you're joking. I'm just an inconspicuous one among human soul masters. I don't deserve such praise from you. Wang Yin smiled somewhat dryly, feeling that something was off. And that feeling was growing stronger. You don't need to be nervous. At least for now, I have no ill intentions towards you. Aro seemed to be comforting Wang Yan's emotions. I'm not nervous, Senior. I'm not nervous at all. Wang Yin smiled. Well, you seem to be quite uncomfortable, so I won't say any more nonsense. Little guy, can you tell me what your martial soul is? Aru paused for a moment. Of course I can. Wang Yin knew that it was difficult to change the topic, and this was just not convincing enough. A phantom of a two-winged angel martial soul appeared behind Wang Yin. 047 revealed the plot to the rabbit. Angel martial soul, what is your relationship with the spirit hall among human soul masters? Aru hesitated for a moment before posing this question to Wang Yin. The relationship with the spirit hall? My teacher is the current pope of the spirit hall. Wang Yin sighed in his heart at how knowledgeable and sharp the other person's questions were, and revealed his relationship with the spirit hall. Why did you come to the Stardow Great Forest? I can sense that you just obtained a new spirit ring not long ago. Are you alone? A light flashed in Aru's ruby-like eyes. I did come alone. As for the purpose. At this point, Wang Yin hesitated. Should he come up with a random excuse? Or just say he wanted to see you all? What is the purpose? It seemed that this big rabbit, Aru, was tangled up in this question. Looking at Aru's expression, and then at the little dance beside him staring at him, Wang Yin felt a thought surge from the bottom of his heart. He looked up at the sky and slightly added to that thought. I came to the Stardow Great Forest precisely for the four of you. With his mind made up, Wang Yan's expression changed from somewhat anxious to calm and composed. Humans are indeed despicable and shameless. With your strength, are you coveting our spirit rings and spirit bones? Before Aru could speak, Daming had already chimed in. Stop. Do you have 2 tumors on your head? Or is your brain development abnormal? Did I say why I came to find you? If you have a problem, hurry up and get it treated. Don't flaunt your pathetic IQ here. Oh, I misspoke. There are no doctors among spirit beasts, so you can't get treated. Since he had already made up his mind, Wang Yin naturally had to play the role to the fullest. Thinking about what he was going to say, Wang Yin felt that his somewhat arrogant attitude was acceptable. Are you looking for death? Daming's greenish-blue pupils flickered with uncertainty. It could tell the good and bad words spoken by humans and naturally understood what Wang Yin was saying. Bull-headed deformed snake and this muscular monkey, listen up. Xiao will never like you. Never ever. Do you think Xiao would choose one of you two? You are absolutely overthinking it. As the saying goes, a childhood companion can't compare to a sudden arrival. It's not necessarily a spirit beast that Xiao will take a liking to. It's possible, maybe even human, a half-beast, half-human. Wang Yin thought that since he had made up his mind to do it, he might as well go all out. After all, the only trouble he might face in the future would be from the god of judgment in the divine realm. Everything else, including these 4 soul beasts, was nothing compared to that. I want to kick you to death. Xiao Wu's youthful voice was filled with more embarrassment than anger. But how could Xiao Wu possibly kick Wang Yin? without even giving Wang Yin a chance to flap his wings and fly away. Aro directly used a soul force to protect Wang Yan's body. It seems you have come to understand things that are neither in the past nor the present. Aro ignored the angry Xiao Wu and the glaring De Ming and Air Ming. The senior didn't seem surprised at all. Wang Yin didn't pay much attention to the three soul beasts beside him, who seemed to have lost their minds. The world is vast and full of wonders. Anything can happen. By the way, did you come this time to change something? Aru didn't remain silent. Instead, she naturally said these things. Her demeanor made Wang Yin think she was a reincarnator or something similar. Upon reflection, this rabbit had lived for quite some time, so it was normal for her to say such things. To be honest, I originally just wanted to take a look and did not intend to change anything. The act of changing something doesn't really depend on me, but on you. My words and actions can only influence your choices to a certain extent. It is your choices that will truly change those things. Wang Yin sighed and said that the information revealed in his words was half true and half false. Some of it was real and some was fake, but precisely because the true and false were mixed together. One could only know that there were lies without knowing which ones were false. You little guy, is it really only this little age? But then again, if you don't speak up, how can you be sure it won't affect those possible decisions? It seems that Aro is quite eager to know. Should I say it out loud? Wang Yin was not only asking Aruo, but also questioning himself. Should he really say it out loud? If he didn't, the trajectory of the future was basically clear, which would be very beneficial for Wang Yan's own growth and development. After all, he would at least have a 50 to 60 certainty about events that would happen in 20 or 30 years. If he did say it, it would align more with Wang Yan's state of mind. Since he had come this far, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to himself not to make some changes or even cause some disruption? Furthermore, regarding the matter of Bai Bai Dong, he had already decided to make a change. Once Bai Bai Dong changed, that was at least half of it. What significance was there in retaining the rest unchanged? Just say it. Didn't you just mention that the real choices are still ours? At most, what you said would only exert some external influence on us. Ultimately, how much it could influence depended neither on you nor us. Arua's voice was so gentle and melodious that Wang Yin couldn't help but imagine what she would look like if she took form. In the future, you all will die, not from the normal cycle of life and death, nor from the tribulations of soul beasts that occur once every 100,000 years. Wang Yin suddenly had a vacant expression, his eyes seemingly filled with a dead calm, devoid of any other emotional color. Oh, can you elaborate on that? Aru's tone seemed to indicate that she was not surprised at all. First, it's you. The snake and the monkey are not here, or rather not by your side. To protect her, you chose to sacrifice yourself. She transformed into a human for revenge and entered human society, met someone she liked, and after her identity was exposed, she was brought to the starry forest. This time, the snake and the monkey were indeed present, but unfortunately, they couldn't stop it and were sacrificed for the human she loved. Wang Yin only mentioned part of it, or rather, just a general idea, but did not go into specifics. As for the news, being too detailed isn't necessarily good. And what about the two Ming? Aru didn't ask for details. Instead, she inquired about the situation of the two Ming. Those two, weren't they discovered while looking for the little rabbit, and then were chased down? They helped the human that the little rabbit liked to gain strength to resurrect the little rabbit and take revenge, and even sacrifice themselves for that person. Wang Yin curled his lips. Although the two Ming brothers had bad tempers, he felt that there was no need for him to get angry with two foolish idiots. Speaking of which, that little girl who has a crush on someone is really lucky. Aru sighed. Of course she is lucky, being the child of fortune in the next era, and she has two of the three heroes of fortune from this era behind her. It would be strange if she wasn't lucky. Wang Yin also felt a bit envious. It seemed that he, as a time traveler, was doing quite poorly. Aside from becoming a disciple of the Pope and earning the title of Titan Golem, he didn't seem to have anything impressive to show for himself. Oh, he could also talk about his experiences in the City of Slaughter and the inheritance of divine status. So, would he be your enemy? Aru seemed not to intend to ask too many details. Instead, she wanted to know more about other aspects. 048. Does this count as having gotten someone to agree? Wang Yin really didn't expect Aruo to ask such a question. After Aruo finished asking, Wang Yin felt a bit dazed. Is it common to ask such questions in this situation? It really proves the saying that you gain wisdom from experience. If Wang Yin were to calculate or face such a situation himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to ask such a question. Senior, I'm already here. What do you think? Wang Yin didn't say it directly, but his personal words alone couldn't express anything without revealing his stance. So he could only be as tactful as possible. Unfortunately, it's unclear how this old rabbit has chosen. Yes, the choice has already emerged and has begun. It really is a difficult decision. Hearing that Wang Yin didn't directly acknowledge it, but instead said such words, Aro fell silent. After a moment of silence, she spoke with a soft and gentle voice tinged with a hint of heaviness. It is indeed a hard choice. One option is the child of destiny from an era she has never met and cannot see, while the other is the young man in front of her who knows certain things he shouldn't know. Choosing the child of destiny would likely mean that she and these 3 kids would face quite a bit of trouble until that child grows up. If she chooses the young man in front of her, the future troubles might not be too many. But it doesn't rule out the possibility that he could use her and the others for his own ends. After all, it concerns her own future. And Aro doesn't believe that this young man would allow the child of destiny to grow up unchecked, even though she could keep him here forever. Choosing this young man would at least ensure relative stability for the next few decades, but the future would be uncertain. If she chooses the child of destiny, those decades might not be stable, and life certainly wouldn't be as usual. It wouldn't be easy. What would the future look like then? Anything could happen in the future, and Aro didn't dare to gamble, because she wasn't alone. She had children, Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming. Not just one. I know a place where there are things that can help the little rabbit, as well as the snake and monkey, grow to the level of 100,000-year-old beast. Senior, you could likely make further progress with the things there as well. Getting through at least one heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem. Aligning with someone is driven by the benefits to be gained. Without benefits, why would anyone help you? Wang Yin understood this, so he set his price. Aro hesitated even more, finding it even harder to express her choice. There is no need to rush. Senior, I can stay here for a while. Whenever you've made your choice, just let me know which one you choose. Wang Yin was originally at a disadvantage, but now he has taken the initiative. The key is that the information he possesses is shocking enough, and the forces behind him are strong enough to make them wary and hesitant to act. No need to think anymore. I choose you. Aru's soft and gentle voice revealed a hoarseness and fatigue, completely lacking the previous calm, confident, and powerful feeling. Is it just the senior? That's fine. Then the 3 of them can wait a bit longer to grow into 10,000-year-old beasts. Wang Yin didn't expect that Aruo would really make a choice, and it would be such a choice. Maybe this is what they call good luck. Let's go. Aruo's voice seemed very tired. Go. Where to? Senior, you can definitely stay here a little longer. I'm not in a hurry to leave. You might easily sense my situation. I need to dissipate some of this coldness. And the environment here is quite suitable for that. Wang Yin looked a bit surprised. The Lake of Life was indeed suitable for someone like him, who was influenced by the killing intent of the City of Slaughter. Well, I also had some things to discuss with them. Aru didn't respond, and then took Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming to one side, ignoring Wang Yin. Although Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming were listening to the conversation between Wang Yin and Aru, they didn't understand what was being said since it wasn't very clear, and even Deming, who understood a bit more, could only make some guesses without grasping everything. Sitting cross-legged by the Lake of Life, before starting to meditate, Wang Yin heard the shouts of Deming and Ming, as well as Xiao Wu's somewhat sharp, childish voice. A wave of soul power emanated, suppressing the 3 surging soul powers that wanted to revolt. It wasn't that those 3 soul powers couldn't break through the suppression, but rather that they couldn't surpass it. Wang Yin didn't know what Aru was discussing with Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming, nor did he want to know. As long as there were no other significant changes, it would be fine. The gains from this trip were indeed substantial. Wang Yin relaxed all his mind and body beside the Lake of Life, completely letting go. Even his breathing maintained a natural state. This was Wang Yan's desire to blend into the tranquil and serene atmosphere of the Lake of Life. However, perhaps because his realm was not high enough, or maybe due to his mindset, Wang Yin could never truly integrate. After trying for a long time, he found no breakthrough. The cold aura that seeped from his killing intent had not diminished even a little, but rather his inner impatience grew. Do you want to enter a state of unity with the environment? When Wang Yin stopped to take a break, Aru, who had appeared by his side without him noticing, spoke up. Almost, but the cold aura from my killing intent is not what I desire. It's that natural aura I want. I think too much is affected by the cold aura, but unfortunately, I have the method, yet I can't achieve it. If Tang San entered the moon pavilion to wash away his coldness through the rituals of the postnatal nobility, then Wang Yin wanted to transform into a perfect state by integrating with the natural environment using a special innate nurturing method. The distinction between postnatal and innate is not about superiority. It's merely a personal choice to eradicate that invisible cold aura. Achieving unity with the environment is indeed very difficult. Such things cannot be forced. Deliberate striving can backfire. One should be more natural. Aru seemed to be intentionally guiding Wang Yan. After all, she was somewhat on his side, and it was only right to lend a hand. Were my previous attempts not natural? Wang Yan was puzzled, but at the same time, his heart had already given him the answer to this question. It doesn't count. It was still a bit too deliberate. This way, it wouldn't work. Or didn't say much, just hinted at it. Talking too much about such matters was unhelpful. Sometimes, saying too much could even be counterproductive. Take it slow. After all, there's no rush. The senior should soon become 100,000-year-soul beast, and there should still be some time before this first heavenly tribulation, right? Wang Yan is really not in a hurry. There is still time for the training plan. There are probably still about 300 years left, so there's plenty of time. Notarus, from the tone of Arua's speech, it doesn't seem like she's in a hurry either. 300 years, as long as nothing major happens. I might be gone, but my senior will still have some time to live, so indeed, there's no rush. Wang Yan really couldn't say that he would still be alive 300 years later, even though he had the inheritance of the God of Judgment. Thinking of the inheritance of the God of Judgment, Wang Yan touched the mark of inheritance on his forehead. 049, the matter in the forest. Seeing you touching that mark on your forehead, I suddenly want to ask, what is that mark? It seems quite extraordinary. Aru looked at Wang Yan touching the mark on his forehead and, curious in her heart, couldn't help but ask. It's just a mark of divine inheritance. It's nothing significant. Wang Yan wasn't very interested in the divine position inheritance of the God of Judgment. Having it was not a big deal, and not having it was also not a loss. Divine position inheritance mark? Aru's voice was filled with shock, and the rabbit head, which was almost lying on the ground, was now lifted up. That's right. The significance of divine position inheritance varies for different people. Aru was filled with astonishment, while Wang Yan was indifferent. Looking at Wang Yan's expression, Aru felt quite uneasy, as various emotions surged in her heart, making it hard to describe the complex feelings she was experiencing. What's wrong? Wang Yan didn't understand what Aru was thinking for a moment. He just felt that the way the old lady looked at him was a bit strange. So he couldn't help but ask. Aru didn't say anything, directly headbutting Wang Yan and knocking him down, then placing her two front legs on his chest. Her ruby eyes filled with an inexplicable gloom. Since he didn't sense any killing intent from Aru, Wang Yan didn't resist. Although having a giant rabbit's head pressed against his face was quite scary, he managed to stay still. So, have you inherited the position of that deity? Aru lay down beside him, her gentle and soft voice revealing no change in emotion. The God of Judgment seems to be a second-tier deity, but I don't know much else. Wang Yan thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. Level 2 gods? Is there a hierarchy among deities? Aru was somewhat curious. Of course, with so many people in the forest, there is naturally a difference in strength among them, so there will be a hierarchy. Wang Yan speaks of matters that are quite common among people, but when it comes to the divine realm and deities, which ordinary people cannot typically touch, it seems that there shouldn't be any intersection between the two. Do you know a lot about the divine inheritance? Can you tell me about it? Aru didn't hide her curiosity and asked directly. After becoming a deity, although one has an almost infinite lifespan, they can only stay in the world of deities for a period of time before they must go to the divine realm, which is where deities are meant to reside. Deities are divided into 4 levels, from top to bottom. They are the Divine King, Level 1 Main Deity, Level 2 Deity, and Level 3 Deity. Some individuals in the divine realm may not hold a divine position or corresponding divine level, but are classified into the appropriate divine level based on their strength. I don't know much more than that, but if possible, you can go with me to the divine realm to take a look when the time comes. Wang Yan glanced at Arua and pondered why she asked such a question, but in the end, he didn't refuse or hide anything, which could be considered as speaking frankly. The legendary divine realm. He really wanted to take a look. Arua merely sighed. The divine realm is just another Douluo continent. Nothing to look forward to. Wang Yan curled his lips, and from his tone, it was clear he looked down on the divine realm. Is the divine realm also unfriendly towards divine beasts? Aru clearly had a lot on her mind and directly asked this question. The senior must be at least hundreds or thousands of years old, and even over 100,000 years, with strength at the level of soul beasts of 100,000 years. How could he have spoken so immaturely just now? Wang Yan's tone was filled with an unknown meaning. You little guy, ever since the first time I saw you until now, you've really changed quite a bit. It's truly intriguing to others. Aru seemed to be sighing about something. In the future, if you spend more time with me, you'll see right through me. I'm actually quite simple and also rather uninteresting. Wang Yin didn't want to say much more about this. All right, how long do you plan to stay here? Aro seemed to sense that the nature of the conversation with Wang Yin wasn't very high, so she stopped talking. I don't know, anyway, I can't stay too long. When I leave, I'll definitely look for my senior. Isn't my senior going to leave here? I really won't leave the Lake of Life if nothing happens. My name is Ro, so don't call me senior anymore. Find another appropriate title. I got it, Ro. Aunt Ro? In a room of the Pope's Palace in Spirit City, Qian Xuanji was leaning on the desk writing something when someone knocked and came in. Your Majesty, there is new information about your eldest disciple. The visitor bowed respectfully. Oh, new information? He came out of the city of slaughter? Where is he? Qian Xuanji raised his head, but then buried it again. In a soul-hunting town outside the Douluo forest. The Douluo forest? All right, I understand. You can go now. Qian Xuanji just raised his head to think for a moment and didn't say anything more. A few days later, let's set off tomorrow. Wang Yin opened his eyes tiredly once again. It had been several days, and he still couldn't blend into the environment of the Lake of Life. Sometimes, Wang Yin wondered if the atmosphere of the Lake of Life was just not compatible with him by nature. I've said it before, you can't force it like this, Aru said, shaking her head. I've already tried very hard to let go of all my thoughts, but it still doesn't work. Anyway, the cold aura brought by this killing intent will gradually dissipate. Perhaps I really can't rush this. I can only take it slowly, bit by bit. Wang Yin felt a bit downcast and just wanted to have a good sleep, as he hadn't slept well for the past few days. At night, Wang Yin slept very comfortably, sweetly, and pleasantly, and seemed to enter into a vast world, immersed in it, as if he had transcended completely. Aru raised her head suddenly, looked at the distant Ming and Air Ming, and at the little Wu snuggling beside her, and suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. Subconsciously, she glanced towards Wang Yan's position, but strangely, although she could see it, it felt as if there was nothing there. Aru's heart tightened for a moment. Then she thought of something and relaxed again. I knew it. Such things cannot be forced. It should happen naturally. The reason was that Wang Yin had put aside all his thoughts and just wanted to sleep well, which allowed him to blend in with the surrounding environment, becoming one with the atmosphere and environment of the entire Lake of Life. The next morning, didn't tell Wang Yin what had happened the night before, leaving him to wonder why he felt that much of the cold aura had dissipated after just one sleep. Aru, along with little Wu and Ming, said their reluctant goodbyes, as they didn't know when they would meet again after this parting. Amidst little Wu's cries, the figures of Wang Yin and Aru disappeared into the shadows of the trees and grass. Somewhere near the outskirts of the starry forest, little girl, I didn't expect to see you again. It seems that heaven is helping me, wanting me to take my revenge smoothly. Several big men with gloomy and fierce expressions slowly surrounded a girl, one of them grinning sinisterly. A few scumbags, the dregs of soul masters, what if we meet? What can you do to me? The girl spoke fiercely, but her actions showed that she was constantly scanning her surroundings, clearly indicating a discrepancy between her words and actions. What can we do to you? Little girl, soon I'll make you wish you were dead. 050 left Lu Erlong. It seems something is happening. Wang Yin looked at the birds flying up from the treetops in the distance, feeling as if something was about to happen. It was a matter between soul masters, with a few people chasing one. Aru released her soul power to investigate. She had seen this kind of thing many times before and thought nothing of it. In the Douluo forest, or rather in any soul beast forest, it was not uncommon for soul masters to chase each other, either due to soul beast hunting, existing grudges between soul masters, or because of the soul bone production from soul beasts. There were all sorts of reasons, but to sum it up in one phrase, it was all for profit. It seemed that those people were about to have a direct encounter with us. Wang Yin looked at the flying birds and followed their direction, as if they were in a straight line with those soul masters. Should we avoid them? Or what should we say? If it were Aro alone, she might have directly dealt with all those soul masters, making today next year their anniversary of death. However, since she was now following Wang Yin, she had no intention of directly confronting them. Although Aro was just a kind-hearted, soft-boned rabbit by nature, she was still a 100,000-year soul beast. And in terms of attitude towards soul masters, she stood on the same front as other soul beasts. After all, human soul masters hunt soul beasts for their soul rings. And soul beasts devour human soul masters. It's the cycle of natural retribution. But now, there was a slight difference. Aro had already followed Wang Yin, a human soul master. Even though Aro was still a 100,000-year soul beast, she couldn't ignore Wang Yan's feelings. Let's see what the situation is. There are ultimately too many soul masters. Whether there are a few more or a few less doesn't matter much. However, if it has to be fewer, I hope the ones that are fewer are the ones that should be. Wang Yin is indifferent to this. Soul beasts can be categorized as evil or not based on whether they are bloodthirsty or not, let alone the complex situations of humans. It's certainly unnecessary to lose the good ones, but if the bad ones are all gone, it doesn't seem like there's much to regret. As for how to distinguish between good and bad, Wang Yin can confidently say that he can tell the difference. Is it her? Wang Yin was slightly stunned when he saw the girl running out from the bushes. What a coincidence that they met again. Yes, the girl he encountered was indeed the same one from the small town outside the Stardow Great Forest. From the look of her, it seemed she was being chased. Do you know her? Aro asked, slightly curious. After all, the Douluo continent was so vast, and there were so many human soul masters that it was often hard to run into someone familiar. Not exactly, but this girl seems interesting. If she is being chased, then I might have an idea of who those pursuers are. Aro, could you take care of those people later? They may not be the best, but they should make decent fertilizer. Seeing the girl in front of him, Wang Yin quickly thought of the most likely reason for her being chased. I understand. Aro did not refute this. It's you. What are you doing here? The girl exclaimed, whether due to her eyes being an issue or subconsciously overlooking something because of Wang Yin. She rushed towards him and asked this question. Why can't I be here? Wang Yin simply replied with a rhetorical question. Can you help me with something? Upon seeing Wang Yin, the girl's angry and anxious expression vanished completely. Little girl, are you unable to run away, or have you found a backer? The few who were chasing the girl arrived, with the one who spoke directing their gaze solely at the girl, not paying much attention to the other one and the unusually soft-boned rabbit beside her. BB brother. One of the guys who looked at Wang Yin immediately stuttered, and he also caught sight of a very unusually sized soft-boned rabbit spirit beast, causing his bladder to relax under pressure. Titan King Tianba, the one who initially spoke, finally noticed Wang Yan's presence and shouted out loud. Aunt Ro, I trouble you. Just deal with these guys. The girl was about to mention the pursuers behind her when they arrived, and what happened next exceeded her understanding. A white shadow darted out, followed by a series of muffled groans and the sound of cracking bones, and then those few people fell like a stack of dominoes, after which there was no sound at all. No soul skills were used. With our Ro's strength, there was no need to unleash any soul skills. She could simply utilize her inherent power and speed, creating an insurmountable gap. There was no necessity to use soul skills at all. If Air Ming were here, I would have him dig a pit and bury them. Otherwise, it would affect the forest. Do you have any firestones to burn them? Aro's voice remained soft and gentle, devoid of any other noise, as if she hadn't moved at all. I didn't bring firestones because I can start fire. Wang Yin released purple lightning from his hands, and then a pile of several people slowly changed under the dazzling purple light. First, their blood dried up, and their bodies emitted the aroma of roasted meat. Then came the nauseating, pungent odor, the smell of those who had been scorched by the purple lightning. In the end, a lump of black charcoal remained, and Wang Yin blew on it forcefully, causing the charcoal to turn into fine powder and scatter. If one ignored the traces left on the ground, it could basically be said that there were no remnants. Hey girl, I've solved the problem for you. How do you plan to thank me? After doing all that, Wang Yin turned to the stunned girl. Why you, why you, she, why you? You guys, the girl stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. What's wrong? Are you speechless now that you've seen a soul beast that can talk? Wang Yin was joking a bit. Soul beast, how could soul beast possibly talk? The girl stuttered a couple of times, then shouted out a complete sentence. The reason it was a shout was that the scene before her was too overwhelming, and shouting was actually a way for her to release her stress. Who told you that soul beast can't talk? Wang Yin found the girl's current state quite amusing, and the meaning of his joke didn't diminish. Who said soul beast could talk? The girl was still shouting. The lowest level soul beasts could barely cultivate soul power and couldn't even produce a white 10-year soul ring. Then there are soul beasts with white 10-year soul rings, followed by yellow 100-year, purple 1,000-year, and black 10,000-year. Of course, there are also the rarely seen red 100,000-year soul beasts, which can indeed speak. In fact, some powerful soul beasts can talk at around 80 to 90,000 years. It's truly rare and astonishing. Wang Yin pretended to be indifferent, although he himself didn't really care much. She's a 10,000-year soul beast? The girl seemed to be on the verge of choking herself. Yeah, what's the problem? Wang Yin shrugged. Is there a problem? The girl looked at Wang Yin in surprise, not daring to glance over at Aro. So the situation is clear now. I ask, you answer. Understood? Wang Yin said harshly, and the girl immediately nodded. What's your name? Lu Erlong. 051, a mother dragon follower. When the girl spoke her name, Wang Yin fell into a fixed state of contemplation, like a wax figure, but this wax figure had breath and a heartbeat. Lu Erlong. This name represents many things. She is the niece of Yu Yunjin, the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the cousin of Yu Xiaojiang. If one only looks at these points, they might not indicate much. As in the future without Wang Yin, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's lackluster performance, these would be nothing but fleeting moments. However, if we were to phrase it differently, it would be a different story. In the future, she would be a key player in the Golden Iron Triangle of Slaughter. The spiritual wife of Yu Xiaojiang, the master of martial souls, the mentor of Tang San, the sea god, and could also be called the godmother of the future soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu, and the vice president of Shrek Academy. All these identities are what Lu Erlong would possess in the future without Wang Yin, and her fame would be foundational, primarily because of Tang San's glaring prominence in that future. The moment Wang Yin heard the name Lu Erlong, he immediately thought of many things. But as the flood of thoughts surged when they receded like a tide, his mind was essentially blank, leaving little trace except for the three words Lu Erlong. Should he intervene in Lu Erlong's storyline? This was a question Wang Yin had to ponder. Lu Erlong was different from Bibi Dong and RO. One was unavoidable and could not avoid changing the trajectory, while the other was merely a background character in the original future, so changing her wouldn't matter much. As for Lu Erlong, Wang Yin had little interaction with her, just a fleeting acquaintance. There was still a chance to avoid changing things. And Lu Erlong's role in the future was neither too big nor too small. The difference between changing and not changing would still be somewhat significant. Therefore, when encountering Lu Erlong, Wang Yin felt somewhat troubled. To change or not to change. It wasn't that he wanted to change things so much, nor was it out of laziness. But if he didn't change, he felt unwilling. After all, he had traveled through time for so many years. And what was supposed to happen hadn't happened yet. Why shouldn't he change it? Why not change? Erlong? That name sounds quite interesting. Looking at your appearance and temperament, your name seems to suit you well. After Wang Yin came out of his contemplation, he looked at Lu Erlong from all angles and didn't ask any further questions, simply giving a brief compliment. Aru, who was beside him, felt a bit puzzled. What was Wang Yin thinking just now? It seemed like there was something extraordinary about this girl. Could it be that this human girl, named Lu Erlong, was related to the future he knew? Aru didn't ask Wang Yin. It wasn't the right time for such questions. She should find a moment to talk to him privately later. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Erlong felt a bit surprised. The Titan ironclad actually complimented her, even if it wasn't about her cultivation strength. Now let's talk about your martial soul and soul power level, age, height, weight, and measurements. Ahem. The more detailed, the better. Don't wait for me to ask before you say anything. Wang Yin almost accidentally blurted out something too private. Although he managed to stop himself in time, he still revealed a little. Oh, my martial soul is a fire dragon, a level 32nd ring attack-type soul master. Can I not mention my age, height, and weight? After hearing Wang Yan's words, Lu Erlong blushed a little and ultimately only mentioned his martial soul and soul power level. If you don't want to say it, then fine. Lu Erlong, I give you a choice, become my, follower, yes, a follower. How about becoming my follower? Wang Yan can't just say she wants to be my girlfriend or something like that. Relationships need to be nurtured over time. In the current situation, the only people I can accept are followers. Followers? Lu Erlong looked surprised on the surface, but inside she was quite excited. Is it possible to choose to become a follower of the Titan? This is quite an opportunity. That's right, just followers. Are you willing? Wang Yin shouldn't say too much right now. Saying too much would make it seem like he has ulterior motives. Although Wang Yin does have ulterior motives, it shouldn't be revealed. I'm willing. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment. She had considered that the Titan Iron Man might have other thoughts about her. And it was precisely because she thought of this that she hesitated. However, apart from herself, what else could possibly attract the Titan Iron Man? It seems there really is nothing else. And Lu Erlong doesn't believe that she herself truly captivates the Titan Iron Man. Although her appearance is quite good, it can't be called stunningly beautiful. It's unlikely that the Titan Iron Man would want her as a follower for any sort of reasons. Therefore, Lu Erlong thinks that it's enough for her to manage the distance between herself and the Titan Iron Man. There shouldn't be anything else. Thus, after a brief hesitation, Lu Erlong nodded in affirmation while saying she was willing. Wow, this time coming to the Stardow Forest was indeed the right choice. It's a big profit. Wang Yin was somewhat happy. He had previously taken advantage of information to obtain a roe, a 10,000-year soul beast, and now he had also acquired Lu Erlong. If he were to say that he was unlucky, Wang Yin absolutely wouldn't believe it. This was a roe, a 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit soul beast, whose strength was no less than that of those titled Douluos. You can also call her Aunt Ro. She has a very good personality. Aunt Ro, this is my new follower, named Lu Erlong. You can call her Erlong. Although both parties were present during the events that transpired, Wang Yin still introduced them to each other. He was happy, so it wasn't surprising that he might do something silly. Aunt Ro, Erlong. Lu Erlong and a Ro called out to each other, completing their introductions. Let us go. I'll take you to a good place. In his excitement, Wang Yin didn't forget about taking a Ro to the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai. Coincidentally, he had just acquired Lu Erlong, and he thought it would be nice to benefit her with the herbs from the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, which would likely win him some goodwill. As for the possibility that a Ro and Lu Erlong might betray him, Wang Yin didn't think too much about it. As long as he didn't die or fail to rise in the future, could the people around him really betray him? It was basically impossible. The strength and potential Wang Yin displayed were enough to suppress any thoughts of betrayal. He was still working hard on other aspects, and the future was promising for him, which was not just an empty statement. Erlong had just said she was a 30-level, 2-ring Great Soul Master, and she would need a 1,000-year soul ring to advance to Soul Sovereign. Just as Wang Yin turned to lead the way, a Ro reminded him. Although a Ro was a soul beast, she didn't reject the idea of hunting soul beasts. Moreover, having chosen to follow Wang Yin, there would be plenty of opportunities to hunt soul beasts in the future, so it was better to adapt proactively. For now, she wouldn't attach a 3rd soul ring. Even if she did, it would only be a little over 1,000 years, so it was better to look for a higher quality soul ring later. Attaching a soul ring wasn't something to rush. Although Wang Yin did not notice the matter of Lu Erlong being at the 30th level of the 2nd ring, it doesn't mean he didn't think more after hearing about it. Wang Yin was quite willing to invest in his own people. Furthermore, he also wanted to win people's hearts. In his daily life, Wang Yin's understanding of this term was still superficial, merely associating it with offering benefits to win people over. While it can't be said that this perspective is wrong, it is certainly shallow. Fortunately, Wang Yin generally does not harbor too many schemes when dealing with others. This has its pros and cons. The advantage is that it allows him to get along with people more easily and build closer relationships. While the downside is that with relatively fewer layers of cunning, he is more easily seen through and drawn into traps. In the world of Douluo, while it may not be filled with darkness everywhere, it certainly exists, and in a strange way, one could also say there is light and justice. Therefore, although Wang Yin is not particularly adept at winning hearts, due to his circumstances and being in such a magical world, he manages reasonably well, especially with Eru and Lu Erlong by his side. Despite having spent a relatively short time together, the relationship and connection among the three has significantly improved. As a result, the relationship among Wang Yin, Eru, and Lu Erlong is somewhat complex. One is a follower of Wang Yin, and the other is a supporter of Wang Yin, but there is hardly any clear master-servant dynamic among them. Instead, it resembles the relationships among family members. For instance, after their bond deepened, sometimes Wang Yin would deliberately say something to Lu Erlong, who would then complain to Eru. Eru would respond with a reproachful tone towards Wang Yin, making it seem like an older brother was bullying his younger sister, and the sister was telling their mother, who then scolds the son. What a strange combination. They are clearly not family, yet their relationship is much better than that of some families. However, during their interactions, Wang Yin would consciously avoid bringing up certain topics, such as Lu Erlong's mother. Although Lu Erlong has never mentioned her parents, based on what Wang Yin knows, as the illegitimate daughter of Yulum, and given her almost inseparable bond with her mother, Lu Erlong's relationship with Yulum should not be good. Yet, the personality Lu Erlong displays now does not align with Wang Yin's understanding. In Wang Yin's view, Lu Erlong's current character is not just that of a little hedgehog, but perhaps also that of a little lion or a blend of both. However, from what Wang Yin has observed, there is no sign of her original family impacting her, which makes him curious about how Lu Erlong could have a fiery temper in a future that doesn't involve him. Asking Lu Erlong about her family background seems too private, especially since they have only been getting along well for a short time. Wang Yin can only suppress his curiosity for now and look for an appropriate opportunity to inquire further. When one is looking for opportunities, finding the right moment is not very common, but it is not impossible. There are still some opportunities to be found, though they are relatively few. Lu Erlong, why do I feel like you fit the term hatred for evil quite well? It's almost as if you can't tolerate any injustice, especially when those ruffians bully the weak. Your reaction seems a bit unexpected. By carefully searching for opportunities, Wang Yin eventually found a suitable moment. But even with a good opportunity, he couldn't ask directly. He still needed to find a good reason to bring it up. Isn't it? Lu Erlong frowned. Although she didn't know exactly what Wang Yin wanted to say, she had a vague sense that something unpleasant was coming. They've all been crippled by you. While being a thug is a crime, it doesn't warrant punishing them with disability, does it? Wang Yin pointed at the few thugs huddled together, saying that they were beaten up pretty badly for being caught by Lu Erlong while harassing a young girl in the street. Just a gesture from Wang Yin made them tremble all over. The thugs were internally lamenting, "Big brother, could you not stand there and talk without feeling any pain? You didn't hold back when you attacked us just now. At most, you just didn't break our bones. It seemed like you didn't intend to hold back at all, right?" Lu Erlong, feeling impatient and confused, wondered if Wang Yin believed it was okay for officials to set fires while common people were not allowed to light lamps. Well, perhaps for the common people, this wasn't just lighting a lamp, but a much more serious act of reckless arson and destruction. So what is wrong with that? Wang Yan's response was quite straightforward and candid, but it was somewhat inconsistent with his previous remarks. "So why are you saying this to me? I'm just a bit harsher than you. It's not a big deal." Lu Erlong appeared quite indifferent. "The reason I am harsh is due to some personal issues with my understanding, but you, as a young girl, shouldn't be like this. Have your family been bullied by thugs before?" At this moment, Wang Yin was deliberately leading Lu Erlong into the trap. No, he had just been setting up the circle to draw Lu Erlong in. It is quite rare for soul masters to become thugs, and even rarer for them to be bullied by thugs, so it was unlikely that Lu Erlong herself was involved. It must be her family. Poor Lu Erlong's family. Aside from her mother, who is her only companion, there's also Yu Lumian, whom she sees occasionally. There's no need to mention Yu Lumian, but it's quite possible that Lu Erlong's mother is the one being bullied. Otherwise, Lu Erlong wouldn't just be Yu Lumian's illegitimate daughter. This has nothing to do with you. Lu Erlong seemed to be angry, coldly saying his sentence before turning to walk out of the small town. "Hey Erlong, we haven't bought what we need yet." Wang Yin had some guesses that were almost spot on upon seeing Lu Erlong's situation. However, who knew what Lu Erlong, who was sparked with some anger, would do? So, Wang Yin could only try to call out to her. After Wang Yin called out, Lu Erlong paused for a moment, then returned with a frosty expression, not saying a word. And at that moment, Wang Yin also wisely chose not to say anything further. "Alas, you few are quite unfortunate to have encountered us. She is very unhappy, and I'm also very unhappy. Moreover, considering what you have done, I'm sorry, I cannot tolerate you." Wang Yin turned to the few motionless thugs, said a few words with a wooden face, and then unleashed a palm thunder, leaving only a trace of charred powder. Oof. Seeing the situation, Lu Erlong let out a small sound, but it was just that little sound. No one really witnessed this incident. The place where the thugs were beaten was already remote, with hardly anyone around. Moreover, since some people had just seen the situation of the thugs, even fewer came to look, so it can be said that no one cared about these thugs' predicament. After purchasing goods in the market, Wang Yin and Lu Erlong left the city, as they had come to the city specifically to buy supplies. Aro, who wouldn't shrink in size, was still waiting outside the city, so the two reunited with Aro after buying their things. "How did you provoke Erlong?" Wang Yin and Lu Erlong met up with Aro for a short while, and Aro seemed to have a bit of a questioning attitude. Anyway, Aro felt that Wang Yin and Erlong were no different from Xiao Wu, Deming, and Erming. Moreover, since Wang Yin didn't put on airs, Aro's attitude was quite normal. "Maybe I said something wrong. I just wanted to chat with her more, to connect on a deeper level. But perhaps I made a mistake somewhere, and it turned out like this." Wang Yin shrugged and spread his hands. "I see." Aru didn't say much more. It's better for Lu Erlong to take the initiative in such matters, as she wasn't suited to speak extensively. Regarding the miraculous ice and fire yin-yang eye, it was probably because Wang Yan's issue was significant. The originally good relationship developed a crack that lasted a long time. During that period, the conversations between Lu Erlong and Wang Yin became quite scarce. Aru didn't comment on this. After all, in relationships, especially when feelings are not very deep, a crack can lead to serious problems, which is a common situation. Thanks to Aru acting as a mediator, while Wang Yin and Lu Erlong didn't dare to say much, they at least maintained a superficial relationship, that of follower and leader. Sometimes Aru felt a headache. These two little humans were truly troublesome. They were originally in a follower-leader relationship, yet nearly fell apart over a single sentence, which was completely inconsistent with her understanding of beast life. In Aru's perspective, The relationship between followers and leaders is fundamentally like that of a king and his subjects, which is unbreakable. Even if there are problems, it wouldn't be like this. However, the situation between Lu Erlong and Wang Yin gave Eru a glimpse into a new world, revealing how wonderfully complex human relationships can be. With Eru's presence, the relationship between Lu Erlong and Wang Yin gradually eased. Although the crack had formed, it wasn't completely repaired. At least it had returned to normal. It was at this moment that the trio, trying to avoid the main road and pedestrians, finally arrived at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang in the Sunset Forest. This place felt like it had seized the essence of heaven and earth. Eru marveled at the wonders of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang But then she emphasized her words. No, it's not just like that. It truly has seized the essence of heaven and earth. Even if one merely obtains a bit of opportunity here, becoming a soul beast of 100,000 years or a title Douluo is not a problem. If one obtains even more, while I can't say becoming a god at level 100 is guaranteed, at least dominating this Douluo continent for an era and becoming a legendary figure is definitely not difficult. Eru's evaluation of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang was high. She had praised it to the best of her ability, but people are different. She only mentioned the ordinary situation. If a genius or even a monster were involved, they should automatically elevate it by 1 or 2 levels for the corresponding situation, even for foolish individuals or soul beasts with low bloodline talents. As long as they could thoroughly comprehend the essence of this place, becoming a god is absolutely guaranteed. If their aptitude is sufficient, becoming a god is merely the beginning. Their ultimate achievement might even surpass the level of a god king in the divine realm. Wang Yin supplemented Eru's words, explaining that the ice-fire duality is based on the opposition of water and fire, evolving the fundamental principle of yin and yang's mutual generation. If one can ultimately comprehend this deeply, it is indeed possible to transcend to the level of a god king in the divine realm, but that is incredibly difficult, with a probability so low it can be ignored. Is it really that miraculous? Lu Erlong, lacking strength and the cognitive advantages of a time traveler, find it hard to understand what Eru and Wang Yin are saying, so it is completely normal for her to raise questions. It really is that miraculous. Eru replied to Lu Erlong in a tone that was both affirming and resolute. This isn't something that can be explained by mere miracles. Even a god can gain significant benefits here, potentially leading to a substantial increase in strength. If I had to describe it, this place can be seen as a weakened version of the profound mysteries of world creation, and how much one can comprehend from it depends entirely on individual talent. Wang Yin does not hesitate to express his affirmation and praise for the Eye of Ice and Fire, because it truly is fitting. You, Aunt Ro, and I haven't known each other for long, yet you dare to reveal such a place to us. Aren't you afraid? Lu Erlong looked at Wang Yin. Perhaps it was because of the previous conflict that a rift had formed, causing their relationship to be less than perfect, but maybe it was due to some other reason. Lu Erlong was clearly testing Wang Yin. Am I afraid? What am I afraid of? You and Aunt Ro are already the people I recognize. To put it simply, you're my people. I show you, my people, the things I can possess. What is wrong with that? I guess there is something not quite right with my mind. If I have good things and don't share them with my people, I would feel uncomfortable. Wang Yin is able to say these words partly based on the plots he knows, and partly stemming from his own issues. Whether you call it confidence or arrogance, Wang Yin is just that kind of person. You have a problem. Lu Erlong paused halfway through, looking at Wang Yan's eyes that shone brightly as they gazed at him, then turned his head away and gave Wang Yin a comment about having a problem. If I have a problem, doesn't that just mean I'm not normal? I admit it myself. Do you need to say it again? Wang Yin withdrew his gaze, showing a nonchalant expression towards Lu Erlong's comment, which could potentially be considered insulting by others. Lu Erlong seemed a bit dissatisfied and let out a huff. Hee. Wang Yin only smiled for a moment. Compared to Lu Erlong saying that he was mentally ill and seemed dissatisfied, Wang Yin felt more happiness in his heart. The reason Wang Yin went to see Lu Erlong earlier was partly because of his own emotions and partly to observe Lu Erlong's reaction. Based on Lu Erlong's reaction just now, Wang Yin was pleased. If nothing major went wrong, Lu Erlong had moved a few steps closer to him compared to before, which was definitely something to feel happy about. Logically speaking, such a miraculous situation should not occur, and given the tens of thousands of years of human history, as well as the time when soul beasts completely roamed the continent, this place should not be unclaimed, or I should have at least heard of such a place. Wang Yin and Lu Erlong were talking without noticing the confusion in Erua's eyes. That confusion came after her excitement upon seeing the ice and fire duality eye. While Wang Yin and Lu Erlong were speaking, Aruo thought about it repeatedly, but she couldn't figure out why, so she voiced her thoughts. According to normal logic, it makes sense, but it is just so abnormal. If it could be explored, Aunt Ruo's cultivation level would be sufficient. At least I am not yet capable. However, if I were to explore alone, it would inevitably be dangerous due to the many things I might overlook. So, Aunt Ruo, please wait for me. Once or rather our, strength has improved, we will explore this place together. Wang Yin had considered the situation that Aru mentioned, but unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Even being a pawn or a cannon fodder was beyond his qualifications, let alone anything else. But this could very likely be a trap targeting something. Aru reminded Wang Yin, Aunt Rower, think about it again. If there is a master here, and it is a trap, then what kind of strength does this master possess? I estimate that even 100,000-year-soul beast and a title Douluo would be nothing more than ants in their eyes, completely unqualified to be part of their calculations. So, just use it with peace of mind. Even if this is a trap, it won't take effect until a long time later. With our current strength, we won't even be able to meet the master of this place. Wang Yin comforted Aruo. Moreover, the future child of destiny can be said to have gained significant opportunities here, and there is nothing to worry about, so you can rest assured. These few sentences could be considered as a level of reassurance akin to a stabilizing anchor. In that case, all right, Aruo felt a bit more at ease here. 054, I can retrieve the tomboy. It seems that no one has been here for quite a while. Wang Yin and Aruo Yin descended together to the bottom of the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were located. After observing the environment in the valley, Wang Yin seemed to be inspired. Does anyone else know about this place? Aruo Yin asked Wang Yin, feeling somewhat puzzled. It seems sufficient for just one person to know about such a great location. She and Lu Erlong could be considered stable enough to gather people's hearts. But what about others? Sometimes, Aruo Yin wondered if following Wang Yin was a good choice. At least during this period, Wang Yin's various performances did not seem like a good choice, as there were problems in many aspects, and some issues were quite serious. There are two others. One is my junior sister, and the other is a rank 98 title Douluo. They won't disclose this, so I should still be able to guarantee that. Wang Yin hesitated a bit in the end, and the reason lay with his junior sister, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong should have already encountered Yu Xiaojing by now. Wang Yin was not sure what would happen between the two, but considering his own situation with Bibi Dong earlier, he was not worried about her. It's better to be safe than sorry. Wang Yin couldn't say everything was under control, but he could only say that the current developments had not encountered any major issues yet. Perhaps it was time to go back and check. Wang Yin thought to himself and mumbled a phrase. Perhaps what? He heard Wang Yin mumble something, but even with Aruo's strength, she couldn't quite catch what Wang Yin had said. It's nothing. There are many immortal herbs and heavenly materials here, but I'm not very familiar with which ones are more suitable for you two, so you'll have to rely on yourselves to choose. Wang Yin still doesn't know much about the situation here, especially regarding the names, types, harvesting, and usage of various herbs. However, he can't just give random instructions, so he can only say this, hoping that the well-informed Aru can find a way to solve this problem. Aunt Ro, how do we choose? When coming down, Wang Yin had already told Lu Erlong that his strength was too weak to take too many celestial herbs. Just one would be enough. They would discuss another celestial herb after completely digesting the effects of the first one. However, there are too many herbs in this valley, and Lu Erlong doesn't know how to choose. So he asked Aru, your martial soul is a fire dragon, which is among the top-tier martial souls, and its quality is quite high. I have looked at the herbs here, and many of them are for solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. However, the herbs you choose should also resonate with you, such as enhancing physical strength or attributes, Aru said. What Aru said was quite straightforward, and even someone with just a little knowledge of soul masters could understand it. Aunt Ro, although I can articulate these things, I do know, but I just don't know which specific herb to choose. Lu Erlong said to Aru in a somewhat spoiled manner. Although it seems a bit strange for a girl to act spoiled towards a big rabbit, it doesn't seem out of place between Lu Erlong and Aru. I don't know that many herbs either, but I have a method that sounds a bit unreliable. I'll show it to you, and you can decide whether to use it. This method is to release your martial soul and let it resonate with the aura of the herbs. The herb whose aura resonates most strongly with your martial soul is the one most suitable for you. Aru proposed a rather metaphysical method, and after hearing it, Lu Erlong couldn't help but show a conflicted expression. Can this method really work? The mystical doesn't save the non-fated, and the wealthy can't change fate. How about I help you choose a herb? That coxcomb phoenix sunflower is quite good. Its basic effects are solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. But mainly it can significantly enhance your soul power and flame intensity. Although its strong pure yang effects might conflict with your feminine body, it mainly replenishes the pure yang energy of life, which should increase your lifespan. But even if you turn into a tomboy, it doesn't matter. I can take care of that. Wang Yin saw a red, soft, trembling herb. The tips of its leaves were shaped like a rooster's comb, but overall it resembled the grand form of a phoenix. The leaf veins were a reddish-golden color, radiating a surging warmth. It was indeed a celestial-grade herb. The rooster comb phoenix sunflower. Go to hell. Lu Erlong initially felt quite good about what Wang Yin said. The relationship, which had originally been strained due to conflicts, had healed and become more harmonious. However, because of Wang Yan's deliberately spoken words afterward, while the harmony itself still existed, the harmonious atmosphere was completely ruined by Wang Yan. So how about that rooster comb phoenix sunflower? Anyway, I feel it at least matches your somewhat fierce temperament and aura. Wang Yankai ignored Lu Erlong's eye roll directed at him. This, well, TSK. Looking at the stunningly beautiful celestial herb, Lu Erlong felt a bit conflicted. Indeed, as Wang Yin said, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was very suitable for her, but it wasn't without its drawbacks. And it was those drawbacks that troubled Lu Erlong. Although she might be a bit fierce in her daily life, she wasn't going to turn into a tomboy. Moreover, who wants to follow Wang Yin, that clumsy bad seed? Then I'll just find something that suits me. Aru looked at the situation between Lu Erlong and Wang Yin, and couldn't help but smile inwardly, softly saying a word before moving among the various herbs to find the celestial herb she needed most. At Aru's level, being at the stage of a 10,000-year soul beast, she had truly entered a transcendent phase. While herbs that matched her attributes still provided significant benefits, if she considered more, those that matched her attributes would no longer be the first choice. A tomboy is a tomboy. When I become stronger in the future, I'll make sure to deal with you properly. After Aru left, Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and resolutely chose the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. However, before consuming the celestial herb, Lu Erlong and Wang Yin exchanged some harsh words. You better work hard. I won't stop training to wait for you to catch up. Besides, when have followers ever thought about dealing with their followers? Wang Yin curled his lips. This girl might have been so angered by him that her mind was a bit off. Oh, right, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower can't be chewed. It should be swallowed directly, and then the soul power should be directed. Remember, no matter what kind of pain you endure, don't give up. Otherwise, the medicine's power will turn into flames and burn you, and you could lose your life. However, great trials bring great rewards, so you must hold on. After thinking of the method and precautions for taking the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Wang Yin immediately told Lu Erlong. If Lu Erlong were to be harmed by taking the fairy herb, Wang Yin would really laugh. Lu Erlong did not respond, saying nothing more, just following Wang Yan's instructions step by step, appearing somewhat cautious, but fortunately, nothing went wrong. Seeing that Lu Erlong had already entered a meditative state to direct the medicine's power, Wang Yin turned his attention to Aro, who was carefully observing and selecting among the various herbs, looking very serious, although describing a rabbit with seriousness seemed a bit odd. Didn't she say she didn't recognize many? Hasn't she found the suitable ones yet? Wang Yin was thinking, what kind of flower thief is the most hated? Perhaps it is the one who enters a garden of flowers, but still picks and chooses. Clearly there are many unique flowers, each with its own merits and beauty. Yet this flower thief remains unsatisfied, being picky about this one and that one, deeming some unsuitable and others insufficient. Undoubtedly, Aro is such a flower thief, at least in Wang Yan's eyes. According to what Wang Yin knows, there are many herbs that meet Aro's needs, and their medicinal properties are strong enough to satisfy her requirements. Yet Aro does not think so. She skips over numerous herbs without selecting the appropriate ones. But how could Wang Yin know the actual situation? Aro's selection of herbs is not merely about matching medicinal properties. More importantly, it requires a long-term perspective and foresight. Watching Aro weave between the many herbs, Wang Yin found a place to sit down, and just as he was feeling drowsy and ready to doze off, Aro finally found the herb she wanted, appearing quite delighted. Aunt Ro, what is the name of that herb? What is its function? I saw you searching for quite a while before settling on it. Wang Yin couldn't help but ask, curious about Aro's reaction. This herb is called the 9-transformation spirit transforming grass. Its basic medicinal effect is to cleanse bones and refine the essence. It is said that it can also give soul beasts a chance to transform into human form once during their advancement to 100,000 years. The way to distinguish its quality is by counting the number of leaves. 1 leaf means 1 transformation. 9 leaves mean 9 transformations. If I am not mistaken, this 9 transformation spirit transforming grass should allow me to take human form, a Rose said, pulling the herb out of the ground with her white rabbit paw, explaining to Wang Yin, while leaving part of the root of the 9 transformation spirit transforming grass and planting it back, ensuring that this opportunity would not be lost. Transforming into a human? Aunt Ro, why do you want to transform? Your strength has dropped from that of a titled Douluo to just a soul master. Not to mention everything else is diminished. At that time, I won't be able to protect you, let alone help you with such a great supplement. Wang Yin was quite puzzled. Isn't a Ro asking to pay for her own martial skills? If what you say is true, I don't need to choose this 9 transformations spirit transforming herb. There are several other herbs here that can achieve the same effect. It's precisely because this 9 transformations spirit transforming herb is different from the others that I chose it. Don't worry, I know our situation well. There's no way I would let my strength drop to the lowest point. A Ro tried to comfort Wang Yin regarding his concerns, but despite her words, she didn't feel very confident inside. The 9 transformations spirit transforming herb. 1 transformation takes 10,000 years. It is a supreme item for washing bones and refining marrow, the best for enhancing one's essence. It is said that after 9 transformations, there will be a chance for soul beasts to transform into human form during their ascension to 100,000 years. However, rumors are not reality, and a Ro didn't know if it was true. Even if there wasn't a chance to transform into human form, Wang Yin would still choose it. After all, a Ro's original form is just a soft-boned rabbit. Although the strength gap among soul beasts after reaching 100,000 years isn't too significant, there are still considerable differences in real combat power. Moreover, a soft-boned rabbit soul beast reaching 100,000 years is already at its peak. Breaking through is nearly impossible without a special or powerful bloodline as a foundation. Therefore, a Ro is preparing for the impending heavenly tribulation and for her future. This 9 transformations spirit transforming herb is the best and most suitable for her. Just make your decision. Even if our strength drops to the lowest point, it doesn't matter. We still have our background, so we're not afraid of others coveting us. Wang Yin thought for a moment. The golden crocodile, Douluo, should help him. If the reason is appropriate, Qian Xuanji should also suppress all voices from the Wuhuan Hall to protect himself and Aru. Don't worry. Aru knew that Wang Yin was saying this because he was afraid she would overthink, and she indeed had thought too much just now. However, seeing Wang Yin's attitude, it seemed like it wasn't a big deal. After taking the 9 turns to a ling grass, Aru curled up and began to guide and refine the medicinal power, while Wang Yin sat beside her, guarding Aru and Lu Erlong, even though there was basically no one around in this environment. 2 different ethereal lights rose, each enveloping Aru and Lu Erlong. At first, Wang Yin was somewhat interested, but after a long time without any changes, he found the bubbling spring water of the ice and fire yin yang more interesting. The first to show changes was Lu Erlong, as the red light condensed into the form of a phoenix. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong's martial soul also released light and shadows at some point, and the 2 initially seemed to have some conflicts, as if they couldn't coexist peacefully. During the struggle between the fire dragon and the immortal bird, Lu Erlong fell into the most critical and dangerous moment of resisting the guiding soul power. After the struggle, the fire dragon and the immortal bird turned to coexist peacefully, even complementing and merging with each other. The fire dragon and the immortal bird each emitted their own roars, and this scene made Wang Yin ponder. Is there a saying in the West about the dragon and the immortal bird harmonizing like a phoenix? In the end, the fire dragon and the immortal bird became indistinguishable, transforming into a mass of intense firelight, burning fiercely in the air above Lu Erlong's head. The 2 sounds of the ancient dragon's roar and the immortal bird's clear call harmonized perfectly, which was an expression of Lu Erlong's transformation through the medicinal power of the coxcomb phoenix herb. Watching Lu Erlong's situation, Wang Yin knew very well that this was not simply about absorbing the medicinal power of the celestial herb. At least for Lu Erlong, this time consuming the celestial herb might elevate her as much as a second awakening of her martial soul. Even if it wasn't a qualitative change, it would definitely be a significant increase in magnitude. Sigh, is this a cheat? I didn't have such a cheat when I was with BB Dong. BB Dong might have too much luck, which prevented her from having a cheat, while I, a nameless nobody, can't have too big of a cheat. But you're doing well, truly impressive. TSK, I'm envious and jealous. Looking at Lu Erlong's performance, Wang Yin couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of world is this? Even as a transmigrator, my cheat isn't this unreasonable. Ah, Lu Erlong let out a pleasant sound, revealing her beautiful figure without a doubt. Wang Yin stared without blinking. How could he not appreciate such a beautiful sight? During Lu Erlong's absorption of the coxcomb phoenix herb, flames entwined around her, and her clothes turned to ashes. Even the foul-smelling black residue from washing bones and marrow was burned away. Thus, when it ended, she was completely naked. After absorbing the coxcomb phoenix herb, Lu Erlong wanted to share her joy with Eru and Wang Yin, but suddenly felt a cool breeze brushing over her body. Looking down, she exclaimed, "Wow, how come I'm naked?" Lu Erlong immediately covered her vital areas and looked up, only to see Wang Yin, that foolish and clumsy brat, staring at her intently. In an instant, a scream echoed throughout the ice and fire Yin-Yang Valley, even causing Eru's aura to flicker as if affected. Wang Yin rushed over immediately and covered Lu Erlong's mouth with his hand. "Stop shouting. Don't disturb Aunt Ro over there." Fortunately, he only covered her mouth and didn't touch other places. Otherwise, Lu Erlong definitely wouldn't have just struggled a bit and then stopped moving. Wang Yin arrived near Ro, taking a closer look and seemingly not affected too much. He couldn't help but pat his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn back, he saw Lu Erlong fully dressed and wielding the killing rogue, not committing crimes technique, charging towards him. Upon seeing this, Wang Yin took off running without a moment's hesitation. In the sunset forest, in a certain valley, the two types of spring water from the ice and fire duality I continued to steam as usual, with various exotic flowers and plants emitting fragrances and dazzling light. If described this way, it seemed that the ice and fire duality I was no different from the past, but in reality, it was not so. A massive colorful halo lay quietly on a patch of open ground among the many herbs, with faint breaths continuously emanating from it. Although this emanating aura was weak and might go unnoticed without careful sensing, an overwhelming and boundless unnamed pressure was spreading. And the source of this pressure was that faint aura, or rather, that halo. Aside from the strange phenomenon of the colorful halo, there were also sounds of rushing air. Following the sound, two figures were seen chasing each other. Among the chasing duo, the one in front wore white tight clothing, moving a leisurely pace that seemed quite graceful, but there were some mud spots on the white outfit, making it somewhat out of place. The one behind was surrounded by a red glow, with hints of fire energy bursting forth, clearly operating their soul power to enhance their speed to the fullest. Yet still unable to catch up to the one in front. The anger and embarrassment visible on her pretty face indicated she was pursuing the front figure out of dissatisfaction with certain actions. The colorful halo was Ro, who was still absorbing medicinal power and undergoing transformation, while the white and red chasing duo naturally represented Wang Yin and Lu Erlong. The reason the two were silently chasing each other was that they didn't want to disturb Ro. Bad people's opportunities are akin to that saying about cutting off someone's financial path. Both harbor unresolvable hatred. Even though the two had a good relationship with Ro, it was still not acceptable. If an accident were to occur, even if Ro did not act out, it would become a thorn piercing the flesh of the relationship among the three. As they were chasing, Wang Yin suddenly stopped and Lu Erlong, using the little soul power left, quickly caught up and delivered a heavy slap aimed directly at him. How could Wang Yin allow Lu Erlong to hit him, especially when there was still a considerable gap in their strengths? Just as Lu Erlong's hand was about to land on his face, Wang Yin grabbed Lu Erlong's wrist, stopping the slap about 10 centimeters from his face, unable to fall or rise. Don't think it's over just like that. Lu Erlong had been seen by Wang Yin in such a vulnerable state. There was no way this could end after chasing for so long without landing a hit. Even if the heavens came down now, they couldn't stop Lu Erlong's desire to tear Wang Yin apart. Seeing that he couldn't slap down, Lu Erlong glared at Wang Yin's detestable face with fiery eyes and, without thinking, swung her other hand for another slap. Wang Yin once again caught her wrist. Both hands were now suspended in front of their faces. Just as Wang Yin was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill under him. Looking down, he saw that Lu Erlong's foot was already halfway up to kick him. If Lu Erlong managed to kick him, how would it end? Even though Wang Yin prided himself on having trained his body for a long time, with every part of him having been exercised, he couldn't just let Lu Erlong kick him. He couldn't guarantee that he would be fine if he got hit. He clamped his legs together to catch Lu Erlong's kicking foot. Lu Erlong struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. The remaining foot that was on the ground could no longer kick, and if this went wrong, he would be taken advantage of by this foolish and clumsy villain. I really didn't mean to look at you before, It wasn't intentional. It was just that when you were absorbing the cock-escombe phoenix sunflower, you were covered by the red light. I didn't expect it. I only looked over when I heard you wake up. I was just worried you might have an accident. Even if it was unintentional, it's still a mistake. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Yan's attitude was quite sincere, but to Lu Erlong, it only made his anger rise threefold. You were wrong. So why didn't you admit it sooner? You made me chase after you for so long. To show his apology, Wang Yan said, I'll take responsibility for your third soul ring. Once Aunt Ro is done, we can go outside to hunt for your soul. I'll find and kill the appropriate soul beast for you as compensation. Okay? When you admit your mistake, it's not just about attitude. There should also be compensation. After all, you were the one who suffered a loss. You can't just say sorry and not show any other signs of remorse. He added, if you want me to hit you, you can't use your soul power to block it, and then I won't be angry. Strangely enough, Lu Erlong, who had just been furious, was now quite calm. Wang Yin looked into Lu Erlong's eyes and inexplicably felt a sense of dread. But let us make it clear, no slapping the face and no kicking in the groin. Wang Yin knew that he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger, but he still had to ensure his safety in other aspects. Lu Erlong nodded with a cold look on her face, and Wang Yin released her wrist and feet. Lu Erlong relaxed her wrist and rubbed her feet, then suddenly swung a punch at Wang Yin, who instinctively curled up and protected his head. Whatever, this step was inevitable. There was no escaping it. If Lu Erlong held her anger inside, it would be even worse. However, Wang Yin took note of everything. He allowed Lu Erlong to hit him now, but in the future, he had already vowed in his heart to definitely deal with this mother Tyrannosaurus, including but not limited to the bedroom, living room sofa, kitchen dining table, and balcony railing. What was that saying? Revenge must be taken. But Wang Yin might have forgotten that the root cause of him being hit by Lu Erlong was because he had seen certain things that he shouldn't have at that moment. After being beaten for quite a long time, yes, it really was a long time, Wang Yin instead remembered something. Could Lu Erlong's anger partly stem from her mother? Considering Lu Erlong's identity as an illegitimate child and the seemingly not-so-harmonious relationship she had with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, Wang Yin felt he was on the right track. Lu Erlong, exhausted, withdrew her fists and found a rock to sit on, panting heavily. Wang Yin looked over and clicked his tongue. She was dripping with sweat and breathing heavily. But unfortunately, since she was a female Tyrannosaurus, otherwise the scene would definitely score full marks. Just then, that burst of colorful aura exploded, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky, an overwhelming and magnificent aura pouring forth. A giant soft-boned rabbit radiated brilliant light, soaring into the air and hovering midair. Was this about to become a god? Wang Yin couldn't help but mutter. What kind of transformation had Aru undergone? Was the phenomenon really that astonishing? But it hadn't been long. There shouldn't be such a drastic change, compared to Lu Erlong, who was just stunned and surprised beside him. Wang Yin was filled with doubts. If it weren't for these doubts, he wouldn't have muttered that line about becoming a god. A suppressed aura gathered from all directions. Although Wang Yin and Lu Erlong were not very powerful, they could sense it clearly. An oppressive intent directed straight at Aru, and what they felt was merely the leakage of that oppressive aura. The sky visibly darkened, reaching a level of gloominess akin to ink. Silver lightning flickered from the dense dark clouds, and when the thunder suddenly appeared, there was a faint red light radiating. This was the heavenly tribulation, Aru's heavenly tribulation. Originally, it would have taken just a few hundred years, but after consuming the 9-turn spirit transformation herb, Aru's few hundred years had directly been brought to the present. In the midst of the tribulation, the soul beasts in the setting sun forest trembled and lay flat as the sky changed. While the soul masters hunting the soul beasts curiously observed the sudden changes in the sky. It wasn't just the setting sun forest. The surrounding areas could also see the drastic changes in the sky and flickering lightning. Even the city of Tiando was experiencing unusual changes. Although Tiando City was somewhat far from the setting sun forest, they could still see the not-so-dramatic changes occurring there. But the heavenly might emanating from the thunder tribulation was very real. At least the soul saints and soul Douluos in Tiando City sensed it clearly, not to mention the title Douluos. In several places in Tiando City, powerful soul masters took to the air, gazing towards the setting sun forest, their eyes shining with divine light, pondering who knows what. Not everyone was merely watching. Some sensed that something was amiss and immediately called their subordinates, either notifying their backers or dispatching subordinates to organize teams for reconnaissance, or both. As the center of this storm, the sky above the ice and fire yin-yang, I had already sounded the alarm for the heavenly tribulation, with silver lightning like thunder snakes crackling towards Aru. At first, the lightning strikes were somewhat paused and not very fast, but this situation didn't last long. The lightning began to form a continuous silver thunder waterfall. Like raindrops during a downpour, Aru consistently used the same method to face the arrival and strikes of the heavenly tribulation, operating her soul power to form a shield, resisting the violent forces of nature. As the silver thunder waterfall formed, Aru's soul power, which could originally recover quickly, began to run out. From initially being able to recover quickly to later not being able to keep up, the gap in recovery speed and consumption speed further widened. At this moment, Aru felt that the heavenly tribulation had reached a peak. In other words, as long as she could get past this peak stage, she would have alleviated most of the danger. However, heavenly tribulations were not so easy to pass. Aru looked at the scale of the thunderclouds from the beginning to now, and sensed that her soul power was already over half consumed. She sighed in her heart. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to get through this thunder tribulation. The silver thunder waterfall gradually came to a stop, the sky still dark, but the thunderclouds condensed in size. As the thunderclouds continued to change, the flickering lightning within shifted from silver-white to a mix of red and purple. This meant that when the silver lightning struck, red light accompanied it, and this change increased the power of the thunder tribulation by at least 2 levels. Aru's soul power was depleted by the end of the silver thunder waterfall, and she could no longer maintain her flight in the air, clearly falling when she descended. "Aunt Ro, how are you?" Wang Yin and Lu Erlong simultaneously ran to Aru's side. Lu Erlong, with a concerned expression, inquired about Aru. His eyes and face filled with intense worry, while Wang Yin remained silent, fully channeling his soul power into Aru's body to help her recover her soul power. Due to the differences between human and soul beast bodies, the effectiveness of Wang Yan's actions was quite limited. He could only input soul power into the broader meridians of Aru's body, relying on her to refine and absorb it during her recovery. In the face of Lu Erlong's concern and Wang Yan's efforts, Aru said nothing, silently working to restore her own soul power. At such a critical moment between life and death, who had the mind to say anything else? Aru understood in her heart that she would not be able to overcome this thunder tribulation today. If this thunder tribulation were merely the life and death tribulation of a 100,000-year soul beast, Aru would have already passed it. However, this thunder tribulation was not just about the life and death tribulation of a 100,000-year soul beast. It also included a special transformation tribulation known as the 5-9 transformation tribulation. Having consumed the 9 transformation spirit grass, Aru genuinely found a slight probability of transformation, not a complete transformation into human form to start anew, nor a superficial transformation after a breakthrough, but a real transformation between human and beast forms. If it were otherwise, how could she face the special 5-9 transformation tribulation? The 5-9 transformation tribulation consists of 9 rounds and 45 lightning trials, with increasing difficulty from 1 to 9. If one passes, they can simultaneously possess both human and beast forms. If one fails, they perish, just like the normal life and death tribulation of a 100,000-year soul beast, where there are no other possibilities. Moreover, because the 5-9 transformation tribulation is a special thunder tribulation, its power is naturally extraordinary, at least on par with the recent 100,000-year soul, beast, life and death tribulation. Now, Aru was about to face this thunder tribulation, having exhausted her soul power and not even having recovered to 10%, just as she managed to recover to 20% soul power. The thunder of the 5-9 transformation tribulation came crashing down. The silver lightning appeared like a spear of judgment from above, carrying boundless red and purple divine power, striking directly at Aru. The first round was endured. The second round of 2 strikes was also endured. After withstanding the 3 strikes of the third round, Aru clearly showed signs of being unable to hold on. After the 4th round of 4 strikes, Aru was on the verge of collapsing, and in the next moment, she might fall directly. By the 5th round of 5 strikes, Aru could no longer withstand it. Her soul power barrier was torn apart, and the lightning struck directly at her physical body. The pain was excruciating, penetrating to the bone and soul, and it felt like it could become even worse. Her originally fair and translucent body was charred black, emitting smoke, and a burnt smell rushed to her nose. However, the thunder tribulation was not over. Indeed, the 5-9 transformation tribulation continued, clearly indicating that Aru was still alive. Otherwise, this heavenly tribulation would have ceased. The 6th round of 6 strikes thundered down, yet Aru, who was supposed to endure the tribulation, remained motionless. Lu Erlong saw a flash of purple lightning, as if something had darted past. And then the 6 strikes of lightning had already descended, the dazzling light blinding him. At the moment the thunder's power was released, red and blue light erupted, instantly covering the flowers and grass in the valley, also protecting the anxious Lu Erlong. The 3-colored lightning flickered and exploded on the red and blue shield, which seemed to have its own consciousness, as an inexplicable force threw a charred object and a flickering purple lightning object out of the valley. As the blinding light disappeared, Lu Erlong looked around. Aru's charred body was gone, and Wang Yin was also missing. He hurriedly searched, but couldn't find them. He saw the thunder from the sky strike down once more, landing outside the valley, and Lu Erlong hurriedly ran toward the valley's exit. Wang Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling the chaotic state inside his body, and lamented that the heavenly tribulation was hard to endure. The Faraday electromagnetic cage didn't seem to work well in this Douluo continent fantasy world either, although 99 of the power had been guided to dissipate into the ground. The tiny remaining bit still bore down on Wang Yin, and the 8th round of 8 thunderbolts was about to come. Looking at the thunder tribulation clouds shrinking into a small ball, Wang Yan's face turned bitter. What kind of thunder tribulation was this? It simply didn't want people to live. The 8th round of 8 thunderbolts, a specially enhanced version, crashed down. After the heavenly tribulation ended, he thought about helping. Earlier, when he saw Aru unable to withstand the strikes of the thunder tribulation, Wang Yin had already decided to help her bear the thunder tribulation and had thought about how to do it. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a problem he had contemplated before. Although heavenly tribulations weren't common in the Douluo continent, based on the fact that soul beasts would face heavenly tribulations after 100,000 years, and that Tang San chose not to pursue the Do Tian 100 levels, but instead ascended to godhood, Wang Yin considered the possibility of himself facing a tribulation. Regarding the heavenly tribulation, Wang Yin thought about how to resist it. First, using soul power as a barrier was the most normal method, and it was also the method Aru had used before. Then there was the option of finding or refining weapons to counter the heavenly tribulation, which could be considered an upgraded version of the former. However, both of these methods required strong cultivation to support them. What if he couldn't achieve this due to the overwhelming power of the heavenly tribulation? Wang Yin found inspiration from Tang San's Buddhist Fury Tang Lian in the future. The main destructive power of Tang San's Buddhist Fury Tang Lian comes from gunpowder, as its powerful explosive force generates immense kinetic energy that directly breaches defenses to cause damage. Since gunpowder can be used, why can't lightning rods and Faraday cages be used? Wang Yin thought a method. The lightning rod required preparation in advance, but since the possible time for his tribulation was still too far away, he didn't prepare for it. As for the Faraday cage, Wang Yin first expressed his gratitude for the physics and chemistry he learned before crossing over. Although he had mostly returned what he learned to his teacher, he still had a bit of memory left. He had forgotten the basic principles, but fortunately, he had a vague impression that he could gradually explore. Wang Yan's Douluo continent version of the Faraday cage was developed, but I don't know the specific effects since it was developed in the City of Slaughter, and there was no way to test it. The first test was Aru's tribulation. To put it simply, the experiment was very successful, but the power of the tribulation was too great. Wang Yan's continent version of the Faraday cage was ultimately just a mutated version and couldn't match the original power, so he still got injured. The lightning of the tribulation was guided into the earth by Wang Yan's purple lightning shield, but it seemed to activate the defense mechanism of a special place like the ice and fire duality eye. Wang Yan and Aru were thrown out, and all the lightning that hadn't been guided yet struck Wang Yan's purple lightning shield. Clearly, Wang Yin couldn't withstand it, but this was due to an unexpected situation. He had cleverly passed one round of tribulation with the help of others, which evidently angered the tribulation mechanism, causing Aru's 8th round of the 9 transformation tribulation to instantly escalate to another level. Looking at the thunder crashing down, Wang Yin felt his soul power barely above half, and could only pray that this time there wouldn't be any accidents. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, Wang Yin couldn't retreat now. He was already part of the thunder tribulation. The purple lightning shield, evolved from the Faraday cage, instantly expanded, forming a huge purple lightning barrier with a diameter of several dozen meters, tightly pressing down on the earth. In addition to this outer layer, Wang Yin also set up a smaller shield that only covered him and Aru, still connected to the ground. With 2 layers of shields, Wang Yin had to thank his external soul bone, the golden eye, for providing enough mental power to control the soul power for defense. A total of 23 beams of red and purple light flashed as silver lightning struck down. The massive shield only held for a second before the soul power was completely drained, and the incoming lightning turned into a lightning mass. With 99 of its power consumed by the outer shield, leaving only a tiny bit to impact the inner shield. Fortunately, Wang Yin had already made preparations. The outer shield had a soul power connection, while the inner shield was maintained by a fixed amount of soul power. The remaining bit of the tribulation lightning consumed the inner shield, leaving just a little to strike Wang Yin and Aru. It was the most real feeling of being electrocuted. Luckily, the power had been reduced to the minimum and was completely within the bearable range. So Wang Yin still had the strength to keep his mind clear and operate the Divine Thunder spell cultivation method to refine that faint bit of tribulation lightning into his own soul power. The thunderclouds of the tribulation hadn't dissipated. Only a small mass remained. Wang Yin felt that the tribulation should be a bit stronger, but it wasn't. It maintained the original overall strength, just that the 9th round of thunder was placed in the 8th round. Wang Yin had a strange feeling, as if that remaining bit of thundercloud could strike down another bolt of lightning, but this time the target wouldn't be Aru, but himself, as if he had been locked on. This could be considered a case of self-inflicted suffering. Wang Yin muttered to himself. He knew very well that if he didn't take action, at most, Aru, who should have lived for another 10 years, would have died early, and Xiao Wu's hatred would fall on him. But now that he had acted, the thunder tribulation was coming for him. Feeling the little soul power left in his body, Wang Yin didn't know what to say. Was this finally the end of his own life? A bolt of lightning struck down, and as the dark clouds of the thunder tribulation dissipated, Wang Yin clearly saw that this last bolt of lightning was aimed directly at him. What else could he do? He set up a purple lightning shield. He could definitely withstand it, but how long could he endure? How much power could he withstand, and how much would be left? Wang Yin had no confidence in these matters. His dwindling soul power was once again exhausted, and before he could gauge how much power was left. In the last moment before the thunder of the heavenly tribulation struck him, he thought the cultivation of the divine thunder curse should give his body some resistance to lightning, right? In the valley of the ice and fire to Ei, Lu ere long saw the dark clouds of the thunder tribulation disappear, and a 7-colored light beam descended from the sky, carrying a mysterious aura. Just by sensing that aura, one could understand in their mind that it was a combination of life and creation. However, the light beam was strange. It split off midway, but after a brief moment, the light beam disappeared. Outside the valley of the ice and fire to Ei, 2 charred objects, one large and one small, were cracking and making sounds. The once seemingly hard blackened shells cracked along some folds, and a 7-colored mist began to radiate. 2 humanoid figures gradually emerged from that 7-colored mist, which were none other than Aru and Wang Yin, who had just completed their tribulation. Wang Yin had no time to feel the changes in his body or the thoughts in his mind, but hurriedly looked over at Aru. After all, the main subject of this transformation calamity was Aru, not himself. Amidst the colorful mist, Aru had her eyes closed, seemingly experiencing the various wonders after the transformation. Wang Yin, however, twitched his lips. Here we go again? As the colorful mist dissipated, Wang Yin saw an even more beautiful scene than the last time, as the previous scenery had seemed a bit immature. Without thinking too much, or rather unable to think too much, Wang Yin found his intact bracelet storage soul guide, took out a set of clothes, and ran over to cover Aru. TSK, the beautiful view was covered up. Aru also opened her eyes, looking a bit dazed as she glanced at Wang Yin, then looked down at the clothes wrapped around her body and Wang Yin's arm encircling her. After a moment of shock, she said softly, "Thank you." There was no scream, nor anything else. Aru simply said those 2 words of thanks gently. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Wang Yin raised his hand to scratch his head, while Aru held onto his robe to prevent it from slipping. "This time, thank you. 059, it seems I have mutated." Aru's survival was quite clear when she was about to die after enduring another round of heavenly tribulation. Wang Yin helped block the tribulation. Perhaps it was due to the mechanism of the lightning tribulation, or maybe because Wang Yin's strength was not very strong. The tribulation did not become stronger overall. In any case, Aru survived. But how did Wang Yin survive? This part is somewhat unknown. Although Wang Yin did fend off the last bolt of lightning, and may have some resistance to lightning due to practicing the divine thunder spell, it cannot explain the fact that he still could not withstand that bolt of lightning. perhaps at the moment of near death. The reward from the light pillar after the transformation tribulation revived Wang Yin, or maybe the inheritance of the god of judgment helped him. After all, no one saw it, and it's unclear if it helped, but at least it's a possibility. Of course, all of this is irrelevant now. The heavenly tribulation has already been passed, and there's no need to dwell on it too much, unless more heavenly tribulation lightning is coming, which seems to be the case. Regardless of all that, the important thing is that he won to be struck again. He has truly survived the tribulation. At this moment, he should be happy and joyful. However, while there is some happiness, there is more awkwardness. Why awkward? It's because during the tribulation, his clothes disappeared. And after the tribulation, he was left completely naked, especially Aro, who originally wasn't wearing clothes. It seems she also couldn't directly manifest clothes after the tribulation. Wang Yin, having previously experienced being hunted by Lu Erlong because of this, had already made efforts to cover up, but, well, it was quite limited. You're following me, right? And in the future, you'll have to face the child of destiny. Given that you're willing to be with me in this situation, how can I let you down? For my own people, I should at least do my utmost. Wang Yin felt a bit awkward facing Aru's repeated thanks. Perhaps it was a shadow cast by Lu Erlong, or maybe it was because he thought of certain things. Wang Yin always had the feeling that Aru would beat him up the next second for not wearing clothes after just crossing the tribulation. Why do I feel like you're quite nervous? Aru asked, grasping her robe, while ensuring that no other parts were exposed to Snow White. Beautiful arms emerged as she adjusted her robe, making sure it wouldn't fall without having to hold it. Elia. Erlong lost her clothes due to taking the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower, and when she woke up, I instinctively looked over, and then she was quite relentless. Just now. Cough. I'm afraid Annie Rowe will give me a beating. Wang Yan's eyes darted left and right, refusing to make eye contact with Aruo. So what did you see? Aruo chuckled, and this made Wang Yin even more flustered. If Aruo had kept a straight face, Wang Yin might have been able to accept it better. I didn't see anything at all. I swear I didn't see anything. Wang Yin waved his hand and shook his head, firmly refusing to acknowledge the facts he had seen. If he didn't see it, then he didn't see it. Why swear about it? Aruo seemed to really not care, and Wang Yin thought for a moment that this situation might not be impossible. Although I was on the brink of death during my tribulation, I was still very aware of what was happening outside. Your efforts, Erlong's worries about me. Let's go back. Erlong should be looking for us. Wang Yin remained silent, while Aruo spoke a seemingly unrelated monologue, and Wang Yin decided to keep his thoughts to himself. After all, he couldn't lay everything bare. As the heavenly tribulation disappeared, the red and blue light shields in the Ice and Fire 2E Valley vanished. When Aruo and Wang Yin returned, they saw Lu Erlong approaching from outside the valley. TSK, it seems that the Ice and Fire 2E has its own consciousness, but it's rather stingy. Once they returned to the spring by the Ice and Fire 2E, Wang Yin said this. The reason he said this was that while they were coming back, an inexplicable wave transmitted something into their minds, indicating that they were not allowed to undergo tribulation in the Ice and Fire 2E anymore. You nearly destroyed the Ice and Fire 2E. If they didn't deal with you directly, it was just because they were in a good mood. Aruo rarely teased Wang Yin. Cough. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about the gains from this time in the Ice and Fire 2E. Wang Yin changed the topic, noting that there are indeed some differences before and after the crossing. Or perhaps there's an issue with his Douluo continent version of the Faraday cage, which causes damage to the surroundings. This makes it hard for Wang Yin to continue speaking. Let me start. Lu Erlong spoke up first. Although she was unclear about what Wang Yin and Aruo were discussing, she was interested in sharing her gains from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Since they were all on the same side, there was no harm in discussing the situation. My soul power has increased significantly, about twice as much, and my fire attribute has improved a lot. It seems my body martial soul has also made great progress, but I can't describe it specifically. I still need a soul ring to advance to Soul Master. Don't worry about your third soul ring. I said I'd take care of it. As soon as Lu Erlong mentioned her third soul ring, Wang Yin immediately spoke up. You can go die. Lu Erlong retorted angrily, and Wang Yin promptly fell silent. I also gained quite a bit. I can switch freely between human and beast forms. In human form, I'm completely human, and in beast form, I'm still a soft-bone rabbit, unlike some 10,000-year-old beasts that only have a human appearance after transforming. I have a good piece of news to mention. My strength has been fully retained, at least at the level of a title Douluo. When I use my power in human form, 9 soul rings appear, but there are no soul rings in beast form. Rose smiled slightly as she watched the interaction between Wang Yin and Lu Erlong. That smile was truly motherly. As long as your strength is retained, at least we don't have to worry too much about safety. However, I'm a bit unclear. I might perhaps kind of seem to have mutated. Wang Yin had been speaking smoothly at first, but he stuttered a bit towards the end, making it sound very awkward. This performance immediately drew the attention of Ro and Lu Erlong. Mutation? Is it karma for your evil deeds? Lu Erlong, perhaps still feeling unhappy with Wang Yin, made a disdainful comment, rolling her eyes charmingly. Please elaborate. Ro was more curious about what was going on with Wang Yin. With a sound similar to a quick arm swing, a pair of snow-white wings spread out from Wang Yan's back, as if his martial soul had manifested. Isn't it just martial soul manifestation? What's the big deal? Wait, you have no fluctuations of soul power at all. Even releasing a martial soul should feel different. Moreover, this is a martial soul manifestation. Lu Erlong was saying this dismissively when she suddenly felt something was off. At this moment, Ro was already closely examining Wang Yan's condition. It seems I have merged with my martial soul. The soul rings and wings seem to exist within my body, but I can't quite explain how. I can use them with just a thought. Wang Yin spoke and performed a demonstration. With a change of thought, his wings and soul rings were directly retracted and released, completely different from the way normal soul masters use their martial souls and soul rings. It was as if he was permanently using his martial soul's true form, but it was different. It was more like my current situation. After checking, Arua came to this conclusion. 060 How to guard the ice and fire duality, I and you, are the same? Wang Yin felt a bit confused by Arua's statement. Yes, like me, but because I'm a transformed soul beast. I retain two forms and can switch between them freely. As for you, it's because you are a human soul master with a martial soul, having only one form. So after the tribulation, the transformation baptism fused you with your martial soul. Arua explained it simply and clearly, but left people feeling a bit bewildered. Why is this happening? Why such a strange change? The main subject of the tribulation isn't me. Why am I also undergoing the baptism after the tribulation? Compared to the profound mysteries contained in this change, Wang Yin wanted to know why he, who was just helping with the tribulation, got mixed up in it as well. This is unknown. I only understood the situation during the transformation tribulation of 59, so it's hard to say if it has happened before. For us three, not knowing what will happen in this situation is quite normal. Perhaps this transformation tribulation of 59 is the kind where several people in the tribulation will have several people receiving the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Although Wang Yan's focus might seem a bit shallow, Arua still tried to give him an explanation. After all, this is someone willing to risk their life for the tribulation. Sigh, it's troublesome. First, I was inexplicably given a legacy by God, then followed by Aunt Rua. I thought my luck had turned, but now this has come up. This is clearly not a turn of luck. It's as if the heavens are treating me as a test subject to toy with. Given his recent experiences, Wang Yin felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint where the mistake was. Given a legacy by God? What is going on? In the previous topic, Lu Erlong couldn't interject, but when he heard Wang Yin mention something he hadn't heard before, he couldn't help but ask a couple of questions. Didn't you ask him about the mark on his forehead? He never tells you. That is actually a legacy mark of divine position. It signifies that he has accepted a legacy of divine position from a deity. Arua rolled her eyes at Wang Yin, thinking he was taking advantage of the situation. The other two present were not falling for his act. So will he become a god in the future? After Arua's explanation, Lu Erlong became more interested. As long as he passes the tests set by the deity in the divine position legacy, he should be able to become a god. Arua didn't know all the details about inheriting divine positions, but she knew quite a bit. With someone like him, bad, lazy, foolish, and clumsy, how could a deity look at him and even pass on a divine position? Lu Erlong's tone was a bit sour, mixed with some disdain. Who knows? Arua smiled again, her smile as usual, genuinely ant-like. Wait a minute, Aunt Rua, you clearly know all this. Why didn't you tell me when I asked him back then? Lu Erlong suddenly remembered this point while feeling sour. Mainly because you never asked Aunt Rua, right? If you don't ask, why would Aunt Rua tell you these things? To make you envious and jealous? Or make you catch a cold? Wang Yin suddenly interjected, and after hearing this, Lu Erlong directly summoned his martial soul, channeling his soul power into his fist. A surge of fiery intent brought up the temperature, and he swung his fist straight toward Wang Yan's face. You die for me. Perhaps just throwing a punch wasn't enough to vent his anger. Lu Erlong shouted out loud. Stop making a fuss. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Facing the punch aimed at his face, Wang Yin easily caught it. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Catching Lu Erlong's attack was a piece of cake for Wang Yan. Hearing that Wang Yan wanted to talk about serious matters, Lu Erlong snorted resentfully and then stopped. Aro also dropped her smile and became serious. The situation from the previous tribulation can be said to have far-reaching implications. Although we can't be sure, it's always better to be prepared. We can't determine how many forces and soul masters will come here to investigate, but it's necessary to be on guard. I don't need to elaborate on the special and precious nature of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Once it's recognized by other soul master forces or rogue cultivators, conflicts are bound to arise. The current issue is how to protect this place, and honestly, relying only on the three of us, I don't want this place to be too entangled with the Spirit Hall. Why don't you want the ice and fire yin-yang eye to be too entangled with the Spirit Hall? Lu Erlong asked, puzzled. Haven't I told you about my relationship with the Spirit Hall? Wang Yan looked at Lu Erlong with a somewhat surprised expression. No. Lu Erlong shook his head. Aunt Ro, you haven't talked to her about this either? Wang Yan looked at Aruo. I thought you had talked to her about it. Aruo also stated that she hadn't mentioned this matter to Lu Erlong. Actually, the name Titan King Wang Tianba is a pseudonym I use while traveling outside. My real name is Wang Yan, and my identity is the eldest disciple of the Pokchin Shuanji of the Spirit Hall. So, do you understand now? Wang Yan awkwardly explained to Lu Erlong why he hadn't mentioned it before. I understand now. Lu Erlong fell silent for a moment, then responded nonchalantly. Wang Yan didn't pick up on the significance of this statement, but Aru furrowed her brows. So I was thinking, can we guarantee that the Eye of Ice and Fire will completely belong to the three of us, just relying on our strength? Wang Yan saw Lu Erlong's response and shifted the topic back. As the saying goes, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. All good things are mine. Sharing is impossible. Although Wang Yan wasn't exactly that selfish, comparatively speaking, having the ice and fire duality eyes for himself was the best outcome. Aru was also lost in thought. For a moment, the three fell into a quiet silence, with only the sound of the ice and fire duality eyes, spring water, steaming in the entire valley. After a while, Lu Erlong looked up at Wang Yan, who was frowning beside him, and then turned to who was also frowning on the other side. Can I ask why we should let the ice and fire duality eyes completely belong to us? Lu Erlong suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence among the three. What else could it be for? Good things should naturally be in our own hands. We are all one family, so there's nothing wrong with that. However, within the Spirit Hall, factions are intertwined, and outside the Spirit Hall, various forces are in conflict. We must have our own solid foundation as a base to develop and strengthen ourselves, and only then can we do what we want to do. Wang Yan expressed what he had thought. Can we do anything? Lu Erlong continued to ask. At least within our capabilities, although there are limitations, there will be relatively fewer constraints. Wang Yan did not raise his head. Aunt Ro was equivalent to the strength of a tidal Douluo. Could it be that she couldn't defend this place? Hearing Lu Erlong's question, Wang Yan was instantly dumbfounded. That's right, Aunt Ro is indeed an existence comparable to a tidal Douluo. What kind of status does a tidal Douluo hold on Douluo continent? In terms of quantity, they are basically equivalent to the kings of various kingdoms and principalities, but in terms of strength, they are above the kings of those kingdoms and principalities. Why not mention the kings of empires? Because there are only 2 kings of empires. So, how many tidal Douluos are there on Douluo continent in plain sight? Including those exposed by the Spirit Hall, and some who are vaguely still around, there are probably around 6 or 7. 1 from Haotian sect, 2 from 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, 1 from Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, 1 from each of the 2 major empires, and about 2 or 3 from Wandering Cultivators. From this quantity, tidal Douluos are basically the stabilizing force in major factions, and they usually do not appear unless necessary. Generally, only Soul Douluos and Soul Saints make public appearances. If not for these major factions, the visible strength would be even lower. Therefore, considering this, as long as the ice and fire yin-yang eye does not expose its unique preciousness and other aspects, then a single Aunt Ro is enough to protect it. Moreover, in the future plot that Wang Yan knows, there are indeed people who know what Douluo is doing with the ice and fire yin-yang eye. But it is no longer in Douluo's hands, right? No. To outsiders, the ice and fire yin-yang eye is merely a medicinal garden for Douluo. Speaking of this, Wang Yan recalled another thing. There are actually not many people on Douluo continent who have a high understanding of herbs. In the future, Poison Douluo is known as the tidal Douluo who knows the most about poison, guarding his treasure mountain without realizing it. Moreover, this professional poison user is even less adept than Bibi Dong, whose poison automatically increases with her strength. There is also the future leader of the Paklan, or rather the entire Paklan, which excels at alchemy and poison making, but still has its limitations. Although they have accumulated a lot of knowledge about herbs and poisons, they lack sufficient high-level materials. As for more, Wang Yin racked his brain and thought again. At this time, besides the Paklan, which is very skilled in herbs and poisons, there are no larger factions. Additionally, there are only a few wandering soul masters, and the highest strength is only that of Soul Saint. Considering all aspects, with Aunt Ro's presence confirmed, it seems that there are no tricky troubles at all, and there is no need to worry about someone crazily trying to snatch the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. TSK, I really was blind to the obvious. As long as I reveal Aunt Ro's card, there would basically be no one who would dare to act recklessly. Wang Yin patted the back of his head, looking as if he was thinking, how did I not realize this? How could I be so stupid? It turned out, I was just a card. At this moment, a Ro sighed softly and said, her tone somewhat resentful, looking at Wang Yin with intense grievance. Aunt Ro, I was wrong. I'm here bowing to you, hoping that you, being magnanimous, will let me off the hook and just treat me like a fart. Upon hearing a Ro's tone and words, and seeing that look in her eyes, what else could he do but admit his mistake? He kept saying nice things, especially since he really didn't think Aunt Ro was holding a grudge. It was just a harmless joke after the problem was resolved. However, even though it was a joke, Wang Yin recognized that there were some inappropriate aspects in his words, so his attitude was still quite clear. Specifically, while his lower body was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, his upper body was directly lying down, with his face still a little above the ground. All right. You're grown up now. Get a bit serious. Don't lead my heir long astray. Seeing Wang Yin like this, a Ro couldn't help but laugh. But since they were family, or rather, all on the same side, she also brought Lu Erlong into the conversation. I wouldn't he learn from him? No scum. And so stupid. Lu Erlong snorted proudly, but as he turned his head to snort, he cast a sideways glance at Wang Yin. I have to say a word to you. Don't you know that saying? Stupidity is contagious. Aunt Ro has long since developed her worldview and immunity, while you just wait to be infected by my stupidity. Wang Yin recalled a line from character in a game before he traveled, though he forgot the exact line. He was quite certain of its general meaning. Stupidity is contagious. I won't be infected by your stupidity, Lu Erlong retorted. All right, Erlong, don't be angry. And you mustn't say that anymore. Aru began to mediate, gently pointing her delicate, green onion-like fingers at Wang Yin, urging him to be quiet, though her tone was quite gentle. Well then, the Eye of Ice and Fire needs Aunt Ro to guard for a while. My combat power is neither high nor low, so it doesn't have much deterrent effect, and Erlong still needs a suitable third soul ring to advance to Soul Ancestor. Therefore, Aunt Ro, I trouble you to guard here for a while. If anyone comes, just drive them away. If they are really unreasonable and forceful, that's fine too. Erlong and I will go hunt for soul rings. Wang Yin had a solution for the Eye of Ice and Fire, and was thinking about what to do next. Why don't you two wait a bit longer? Although there aren't many powerful soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, there are still some, so there's still danger. Once the problems here are completely resolved, I'll accompany you. Aru had no objections to Wang Yin's arrangement for her to guard the Eye of Ice and Fire, but she was somewhat worried about Wang Yin and Lu Erlong's situation. Don't worry, Aunt Ro. My strength is originally not weaker than those 30,000 to 40,000 year-old soul beasts. Even if I encounter a 50,000 to 60,000 year-old soul beast, I can still escape even if I can't defeat it. Moreover, after helping you transcend the tribulation this time, I feel that I've gained some improvements after merging with my martial soul. Although the Sunset Forest is dangerous, I'm confident that as long as it's just me and Erlong, it won't be a problem. Wang Yin looked confident. You wouldn't really abandon me and run away if you encountered danger, would you? Over here, Wang Yin was full of confidence, while Lu Erlong directly undermined him. Am I the kind of person who would leave you behind and run away alone? Wang Yin felt a bit defeated. Erlong, I can still guarantee this. After all, he dares to directly rush in to help me during the heavenly tribulation, which is a life-threatening matter. It's basically impossible for him to just throw you down and run away when encountering a soul beast he can't defeat. At this moment, Aro spoke up for Wang Yin. All right then, I'll go with you for Aro's sake. Lu Erlong glanced at Aro beside him, fell silent for a moment, and then nodded. Well, Aro, I'll go with Erlong now. The sooner we go, the sooner we come back. During this time, please take care of things here at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Oh, by the way, take this. If anyone from the Spirit Hall threatens you, or if any soul master forces you with their power, just take this out. Wang Yanzheng was speaking when he took out a token and was about to hand it to Ru. Little one, haven't you thought that someone might think I got this after killing you? Besides, didn't you say you didn't want to get involved with the Spear Hall? Moreover, how many forces dare to threaten a title Douluo alone? Ru did not take the token. Well, that's true, then I won't give it to you. Wang Yin scratched his head, realizing that he indeed hadn't thought of it. Oof, stupid is just stupid. He didn't know if Lu Erlong's actions could be considered a backstab. But Wang Yin felt hurt. Did Ling Lu Air send out another good person card? That 1,000-year-old erosion flame red python just now would have been perfect. Why did you let it go? In the sunset forest, Wang Yin and Lu Erlong were walking through the shaded woods. But since Wang Yin had just released a soul beast that was very suitable for Lu Erlong was somewhat dissatisfied. A soul ring produced by a soul beast over 1,000 years old is something that normal soul masters would attach, but you are different. You have consumed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, and your soul power and fire attributes have both significantly improved. So a soul beast just over 1,000 years old is not suitable for you. Wang Yin didn't say much about Lu Erlong's lack of ambition. As the saying goes, one's vision determines the limits of their understanding. Compared to Lu Erlong's situation, Wang Yin clearly knew a bit more. Then tell me, what kind of soul beast is suitable for me? Lu Erlong asked irritably. First of all, your martial soul is a fire dragon. So the first criterion for attaching a soul ring is that it should be a dragon or sub-dragon type soul beast. Secondly, it should have a fire attribute, and next, it should be closely related to fire attributes. The least suitable would be those opposite to fire attributes. All of this is under the first standard. We won't discuss anything outside of that. And that erosion flame red python just now is a sub-dragon type fire attribute soul beast, which is indeed quite suitable for you. But in my opinion, it's still not enough. Wang Yin is quite talkative on this topic. Not enough years. Lu Erlong looked at Wang Yan's expression and understood clearly. Are you kidding me? Oh, getting smarter? Wang Yin said with a somewhat annoying tone. Don't make me hit you. Lu Erlong raised her tightly clenched little fist. But in Wang Yan's eyes, that little fist really had no deterrent power. It was indeed due to insufficient experience. The Rooster Crest Phoenix Sunflower was said to be a heavenly treasure, which was not an exaggeration at all. Its enhancement for you, at least based on what I've seen, is absolutely significant. It can exceed the limit of absorbing soul rings for the third ring, which is completely achievable for your situation. By the way, don't you only have one martial soul? When Wang Yin said this, he thought of the strange phenomenon displayed by Lu Erlong when absorbing the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower. It can only be said that some people's cheating is completely unreasonable. Which soul master doesn't have just one martial soul? Lu Erlong felt that Wang Yan's last sentence was completely nonsense, proving to be both stupid and foolish. The majority of martial soul mutations, or even the vast majority, are negative mutations. A small portion are neutral mutations, and only a very small part are positive mutations. Among this very small part, there is a type of mutation known as dual martial souls, which means possessing two martial souls. Wang Yin seemed to be in a good mood, chatting endlessly in the sunset forest while hunting soul rings for Lu Erlong, creating almost no tense atmosphere. But what did that have to do with me? I only have a fire dragon martial soul. Lu Erlong knew that understanding more about soul masters was beneficial, but at this moment, they were in the soul beast forest hunting for soul rings. She didn't understand why Wang Yin was bringing this up, especially after just discussing why the erosion flame python wasn't suitable. If we ignore the flaws of having twin martial souls, then what is the strength of twin martial souls? That's right, it is very likely that he could have a martial soul with a full 10,000-year soul ring, compared to twin martial souls. How could ordinary soul masters compete with soul masters of the same rank who have a full 10,000-year soul ring? Since they can't compete, can the gap be narrowed? Of course it can. Surpass the current limits and absorb soul rings. Wang Yanzheng was speaking when Lu Erlong suddenly interjected. That's right. It's about surpassing the current limits to absorb soul rings. Being able to do this would narrow the gap with soul masters who have twin martial souls with a 10,000-year soul ring, while also widening the distance from those with normal soul ring pairings. However, achieving the ability to surpass the current limits to absorb soul rings is very difficult. So let me test you. How can one achieve this? The reason Wang Yin asked this is that he knows Lu Erlong is already thinking while he speaks. Taking the Coxcomb Phoenix Flower, Lu Erlong's voice was somewhat hesitant, seemingly lacking confidence. Yes and no. Taking the Coxcomb Phoenix Flower is only suitable for fire attribute martial soul masters, and not for all soul masters. Taking rare treasures is just one method, and it comes with prerequisites. Either you have resources or you have opportunities. But what if you have neither of these? Wang Yin continued to guide Lu Erlong in thinking about the problem. I don't know. Lu Erlong was quite straightforward and directly gave up on thinking. From my experience, absorbing a soul ring first requires withstanding the impact of the soul ring's soul power. Only then can one refine the soul ring to advance. The impact of the soul power is quite interesting. It's like a sourceless stream of water that surges for a while and then ends. And the end of the impact marks the beginning of the refining phase. You should have some understanding of this. So have you figured it out? Every soul master is very clear about the situation of refining and absorbing soul rings, but not every soul master thinks about it. Strengthening the body to withstand the impact of soul power that exceeds the current limit allows one to absorb soul rings beyond the current limit. Lu Erlong didn't completely abandon her thoughts and shared her ideas. That's right, but having just this idea isn't enough. It also requires practice to verify whether the idea is correct. However, the problem is whether it's achievable or not, meaning that this experimental process might involve some sacrifices. Wang Yin continued speaking, but before he could say much, Lu Erlong interrupted him. This is a matter of gambling on luck. I don't know if I'm the first to take this risk, but I believe I won't be the last. Any gain must come with a price. Though this price might be a bit too high, I have a clear conscience knowing that my success has not relied on the sacrifices of others to pave the way. Wang Yin does not deny that some people have sacrificed their lives to verify certain things. Whenever there is exploration of something that poses a life-threatening risk, there will always be those who fall along the way. However, you haven't shared your successful experiences, but have instead allowed others to fail and sacrifice. Suddenly, Lu Erlong became a bit agitated, perhaps even overly so. If you're trying to condemn me for this, there's really no need. If I could sit in the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I would make my successful experiences public to the entire Spirit Hall. If I were the ruler of the Douluo continent, or if I had already become a god and was about to ascend, I wouldn't mind sharing my successful experiences with everyone. Can you understand why that is? Wang Yin knows that there has always been a discord between him and Lu Erlong, like a thorn embedded in the flesh, uncertain if it is poisonous or harmful in other ways, but it certainly brings no benefits, because they are not your people, not your own. Lu Erlong's voice is somewhat low, seemingly lacking enthusiasm. Yes, they're not my people, not my own. I don't deny that someone in my position might be more straightforward, but I am not that kind of person. I can't do it. Tell me, am I shameless? By the end, Wang Yan's voice is even lower than Lu Erlong's just now. And Lu Erlong? Silent. So, I will take care of my own people first, and the others can wait until later. Wang Yan was somewhat disheartened. You're a good person. Damn, I've been given the good person card again. 063 was ambushed by a face-stealing spider. Why aren't you happy? After conversation, just now, Wang Yin wore a gloomy expression, almost pouting like a soy sauce bottle. Lu Erlong, somewhat confused, couldn't help but ask. Aside from children, not many people would be happy to be called a good person. Wang Yin glanced at Lu Erlong and said something that left people a bit confused. Why? Lu Erlong asked, surprised. Saying someone is a good person is likely because one can gain benefits from that person without paying a price. Once a moral benchmark of selfless dedication is established, how many people will still do good deeds? Although he didn't think being a good person was bad. And he certainly didn't consider himself a bad person. Receiving praise as a good person always felt contradictory to Wang Yan's beliefs. That's not what I meant, Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Lu Erlong hurriedly defended himself. But for a moment, he couldn't find the right words to express what he thought, leaving him momentarily speechless. I understand what you mean. Compared to those so-called great evils, or those who are usually selfish, I am indeed a good person because I still have a conscience. I see things in black and white, but I always want to stand in the gray area. If one day I stand at the pinnacle, I might become a good person despised by everyone. All right, this topic seems endless. Wang Yin continued to ramble on. A good person despised by everyone? How could a good person be despised by all? Lu Erlong was puzzled, because I might truly be a good person at that time. But I'm still just a person, not perfect, so there will definitely be people who criticize me, even say they want to beat me or kill me. By then, it will be you, my follower, who helps me fend them off. Wang Yin didn't want to discuss this any further, so he shifted the topic to Lu Erlong. What if at that time, I also want to beat you? When Lu Erlong said this, Wang Yin realized that his earlier rant wasn't in vain. The results were promising, and with continued effort, they might achieve mutual happiness. Then you can find a private place to fight me. Here, as a suggestion. The bed in the Martial Soul Hall is big and soft, perfect for a man and a woman to fight. This clearly indicated that he wasn't being serious, but since they were already off track, it didn't matter to go further astray, at least not discussing those earlier topics. You can go die. Lu Erlong was instantly furious, this stupid and clumsy brat. Her fair and tender little hand clenched into a fist and directly smashed toward Wang Yan's chest. But well, while her expression wasn't good, it wasn't too bad. So she decided not to strike after all. Wang Yan nimbly dodged, but did not block directly. Thus, it seemed as if the scene from before, with the duality of ice and fire, was being replayed. A man and a woman, one in front and the other behind, one running and the other chasing. Just as they were running, Wang Yan suddenly turned around, his whole body erupting in purple lightning, and two pure white wings spread out, instantly wrapping around Lu Erlong like a cocoon. Golden and white halos expanded in a circular fashion in all directions. A small white object flew over like a remnant shadow, and as it flew, it unfolded from a mass into a web that descended. The purple lightning-encased wings shot out a bolt of purple lightning, completely destroying the web. What happened? The sudden change caught Lu Erlong off guard as Wang Yan held her in his arms. Just as she was about to struggle, she saw the serious expression on Wang Yan's face, and her initial question turned into a soft inquiry. There's a soul beast attacking. Wang Yan was not clear on what specific soul beast it was. He only sensed a bit of danger and reacted. However, based on the subsequent readings from the domains of the angel and the god of death, as well as the mental detection, it seemed that the attacker was a spider-type soul beast. After releasing Lu Erlong, she was momentarily dazed. The cocoon of wings also opened up, and there was not much difference around them. Only a small black mark on the ground indicated that they had just been attacked. Wang Yan looked around and found nothing in the two major domains of angels and killing gods, but the feeling of being targeted lingered. The one who dared to launch a direct attack and could spit out spider webs, while being so good at hiding, was most likely the face-devouring spider, though it wasn't certain. However, the face-devouring spider had the highest probability. Unable to locate the ambushing soul beast, Wang Yan could only speculate on what soul beast might be watching him. Among the spider-type soul beasts, there were indeed a few that could ambush, hide, and spit out spider webs. But among these types, the most troublesome and aggressive was the face-devouring spider. This face-devouring spider must have allocated all its skill points to stealth. After confronting this hidden spider soul beast for quite some time, Wang Yan was certain it was definitely the face-devouring spider. Otherwise, it wouldn't have maintained its position for so long. During this time, Wang Yan's two domains and mental strength had continuously probed the surroundings but detected no anomalies, which had to be said, demonstrated the considerable skill of the soul beasts. After a considerable amount of time, Wang Yan detected a slight abnormality. It indeed was a face-devouring spider, but it seemed to have given up on hunting and wanted to leave. You damn thing, it's one thing to ambush me. But after wasting so much of my time, now you want to leave? No way. Wang Yan let out a cold laugh, stretched out his right arm, and grabbed Lu Erlong, directly tucking him under his armpit like a small toy, before charging straight at the human-faced spider. Lu Erlong was completely bewildered, wondering what was happening. Who am I? Where am I? The human-faced spider was also confused. What was going on? There's a counterattack? It spat out a web again, hurling it towards Wang Yan, who was rushing forward, while the spider itself quickly moved in the opposite direction of the web. Before the web could unfold, a palm lightning struck down, creating a charred mess on the ground, which was then stomped on by the already approaching Wang Yan, reducing it to ashes, leaving no trace behind. What a twist. Previously, it was a man and a woman, one chasing the other, but now it was one bug and two people, one in front and two behind, running and chasing. This guy, is he that fierce? At first, Lu Erlong was tense because of the surprise attack from the human-faced spider, and after a prolonged standoff, he was on the verge of breaking under the pressure when suddenly he was tucked under Wang Yan's arm and began chasing the human-faced spider. This sudden change left Lu Erlong bewildered, but after figuring out Wang Yan's actions and seeing the soul beast being pursued, Lu Erlong was even more confused. Everyone knows what kind of soul beast the human-faced spider is. It's not just difficult to deal with, it's extremely difficult to deal with. However, Lu Erlong saw Wang Yan chasing the human-faced spider, while he himself was in such a difficult position. In fact, at this point, the human-faced spider was even more bewildered. Was the human soul master behind it normal? The human-faced spider had 8 legs, and its body structure was quite unique with extremely sharp legs, making it capable of moving effortlessly across all terrains. If an average soul master and the human-faced spider were to run in a complex terrain, it would be quite impressive just to keep up, let alone consistently follow behind the human-faced spider. But Wang Yin wasn't just an average soul master following the human face spider. With two large wings flapping behind him and some soul power in operation, he soared into the air, carrying another person with him. You think the human face spider can navigate any terrain? I'll just fly up, not competing with you on complicated ground. And my field of vision is much wider and farther. Can you still escape? Several palm lightning strikes fell, and the human face spider could only spit out webs to block them. It wasn't that it didn't want to dodge. It simply couldn't, so it could only defend. However, it didn't manage to block many of the palm lightning strikes. Wang Yin's palm lightning was relatively low in power, but not insignificant. Each strike required the human face spider to expel a normal amount of webbing, and the total number of times a human face spider could spit out webs in a day was quite limited. Or rather, all spider-type soul beasts had a limited number of web-spitting opportunities per day, excluding those spider soul beasts that didn't have this ability at all. Human soul masters could make their soul skills virtual or real through soul power, but soul beasts could only rely on their physiological structure. The difference was indeed huge. Another palm lightning struck down. This time, the palm lightning was enhanced, increasing its attack range significantly while keeping the attack intensity the same. Faced with such an attack, the human face spider couldn't dodge and fell limp to the ground. The purple lightning flickered in Wang Yin's palm, and as the soul power surged, the purple lightning transformed into a long shape, which could abstractly be seen as a spear. By channeling soul power into the soul ring, one could condense a weapon-like form, but automatically triggering soul power was quite difficult. Achieving the automatic manifestation of soul power into a weapon-like form required not only high soul power control, but also a strong mental acuity. And this process or method was called soul power modeling. The purple lightning spear shot out from Wang Yin's hand, aimed directly at the struggling human face spider that was trying to get back up. A miraculous scene unfolded. Halfway through, just as the purple lightning spear was about to strike the human face spider, it suddenly dissipated into a cloud and gently landed on the spider, causing the already weak and barely standing human face spider to flop down to the ground once more. Lu Erlong witnessed this amazing situation, but didn't express any reaction. Although Wang Yin was clumsy, foolish, and extremely lecherous, he was capable of creating something special in terms of martial souls, which Lu Erlong found unsurprising. After all, someone who had been undefeated in over 1,000 battles in the Great Soul Arena must have some unique qualities. However, secretly, Wang Yin wiped away the non-existent cold sweat of embarrassment. He knew all too well the reason why the purple lightning spear had dissipated just before hitting its target. Insufficient mental power and inadequate soul power control were both issues. Fortunately, no one questioned it, so he managed to save face. Boom! Wang Yin stepped on the back of the face spider, which was struggling again, causing it to have a third intimate contact with the ground. This time, compared to the previous two, the force was somewhat heavier, stirring up a lot of dust and fallen leaves. As for the slight cracking sound when casually stepping on the face spider, it was merely the chitin on its back unable to withstand the pressure, a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. With a hand, he summoned flickering purple lightning, the modified version of Thunder Palm, and slammed it down. This strike was solid, but it didn't have an immediate effect. Wang Yin flipped over with Lu Erlong and jumped down. At the moment of landing, the purple lightning erupted on the face spider, and after a dazzling flash of lightning, the face spider turned black as coal, its body emitting wisps of delicate black smoke, with a faintly pleasant aroma wafting through the air. He set Lu Erlong down, folded his wings, and approached the charred face spider. He locked his hands into a joint, exerted force, and separated the two segments, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. With some translucent white meat steaming with a delicious scent. Would you like to give it a try? Wang Yin grabbed a piece of meat and handed it to Lu Erlong. Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? Seeing Wang Yin already devouring the meat, Lu Erlong felt somewhat tempted. After all, the meat of the thunder-exploding human face spider was really fragrant. His small, rosy mouth pouted slightly, as if he was swallowing, and suppressing his urge to take it, Lu Erlong hesitantly asked. The human face spider, like most spider-type soul beasts, has its venom sacs located in its fangs and stingers. The webs are poisonous due to the added soul power, but the normal body parts are not toxic. Moreover, even if there is poison, it has been destroyed by my lightning cooking, so there is absolutely no risk of poisoning. Wang Yin patiently explained to Lu Erlong that although it was fragrant and delicious, this human face magic spider was quite large, and there was no rush to finish it in just 1 or 2 bites. Hearing Wang Yin say this, Lu Erlong took the piece handed to her by Wang Yin, took a small bite, as if afraid of hurting it, but to her surprise, it was indeed quite tasty. However, there was a problem. This human-faced magic spider clearly had a cultivation level of at least 20 to 30,000 years, and it should have been living among soul beasts of 40 to 50,000 years. How did it end up in the realm of 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts? Was it wandering nearby to hunt? But this place seemed to be quite close to the Eye of Ice and Fire, which was a location for crossing heavenly tribulations. While the two were enjoying their meal, Wang Yin suddenly raised his head and muttered these thoughts, his brows furrowed as if he couldn't figure it out. I don't know. Hearing Wang Yin mumbling, Lu Erlong looked up from her meat, staring blankly at him for a moment before glancing at the meat in her hand and continuing to eat. All right, this was already showing signs of being a foodie. Sooner or later, she would be led into a pit. Although he couldn't understand it, Wang Yin didn't think much more about it, just assuming that this human-faced magic spider had wandered over after the heavenly tribulation ended. After all, it was quite normal to say so. The behavior of soul beasts would never completely align with the expectations of human soul masters. Wang Yin, do you think we should bring some back for Aunt Ro? When Lu Erlong realized she couldn't eat anymore and saw that Wang Yin was still eating, she asked, "If I only thought of this after I was full like you, Aunt Ro probably wouldn't get a bite at all. Don't worry, I've already saved some aside. Otherwise, do you think this meat would disappear so quickly?" After Wang Yin finished speaking, he burped and then stopped eating. Instead, he took apart the entire magic spider into pieces. Oh, seeing Wang Yin say this, Lu Erlong responded softly, her face slightly flushed. When she noticed that Wang Yin wasn't looking at her, she slowly regained her composure. "Should we take a break? After eating and drinking enough, I don't want to move." After Wang Yin finished dismantling the faceless demon spider, he sat down on the ground. Well, for some reason, Lu Erlong's agreement sounded a bit hesitant. Perhaps it was because they were full and felt drowsy, but the two of them rested for quite a while. So long that the 10,000-year soul ring formed by the faceless demon spider automatically dissipated. When the soul ring dissipated, a piece of purple, shimmering object fell straight to the ground. What was it? 065 luck was on his side. Just as that purple, shimmering object fell to the ground, Wang Yin arrived at its side and picked it up, examining it closely. Some things happen quickly while others take time. Compared to Wang Yin's quick pace, Lu Erlong was much slower. By the time Wang Yin was already exclaiming in admiration, Lu Erlong had just arrived at the scene. This object was crystal clear and translucent, with a slight twinkle of starlight in its purple hue, as if it were carved from amethyst by a top master using exquisite techniques. While it may not be described as flawless, it could at least be said to be a treasure among treasures. The object was neither too big nor too small, but its shape was somewhat unusual. The central part resembled several stacked vertebrae, with 4 extensions on each side that looked like ribs but were segmented, resembling more the legs of the faceless demon spider. An external soul bone, the 8 spider lances? Wang Yin clicked his tongue, filled with joy and exclamation as he recalled the name, though it carried a sense of dissatisfaction. External soul bone? Lu Erlong was a bit confused when she heard Wang Yin speak. Well, she was already used to it. If there came a day when she couldn't hear something she didn't understand from Wang Yin, that would be the real abnormality. Besides the 6 main soul bones from the arms, legs, head, and torso, there's a type called external soul bones. Unlike the almost permanently fixed quality of the main soul bones, the quality of external soul bones increases as the soul master's strength grows. And this piece of soul bone was what is referred to as an external soul bone. Wang Yin barely got to the point. Although he mentioned some information about the external spirit bone, it was still not enough. "Are you sure this is not a torso spirit bone, but an external spirit bone?" Lu Erlong directly contradicted him. She hadn't dealt with doctors before, and although she didn't know much about this, the human torso bones include the vertebrae, sternum, and ribs. And this piece of spirit bone clearly looked like a torso spirit bone. You might not be aware of some details, but the doctor mentioned that the torso refers to parts of the body excluding the limbs and head, and in the context of soul masters, the torso spirit bone only includes the vertebrae. Although this external spirit bone overlaps with the vertebrae to some extent, it still belongs to the category of external spirit bones as a whole. At a glance, Lu Erlong seemed like one of those students who don't pay attention in class. But it's also possible that the teachers at the Junior Soul Master Academy didn't explain it thoroughly. All right, I understand. Lu Erlong looked at the spirit bone in Wang Yan's hand with some anticipation. No soul master would not be excited about spirit bones. The most obvious benefit is that merging with a spirit bone can enhance strength and increase potential. Moreover, if the quality of the spirit bone is good, it can significantly raise a soul master's limits, which seems to fall under the category of increasing potential. Regardless of the situation, merging with a spirit bone is generally a good thing, even if the attributes between the soul master and the spirit bone aren't perfectly compatible. It can at least enhance strength. And now, a spirit bone was right in front of them, and Lu Erlong, being a soul master with a very normal mindset, naturally hoped to merge with this spirit bone, although the greater likelihood was that it would be absorbed by Wang Yin instead. It wasn't that Lu Erlong didn't entertain the thought of taking the spirit bone from Wang Yin, but as soon as that thought arose, she dismissed it herself. Let's not even mention whether she could take it from Wang Yin. The current situation was more about whether Wang Yin wanted to give it to Lu Erlong. After all, there are many instances where soul masters have turned against each other over spirit bones. What a pity, I have an angel martial soul. You have a fire dragon martial soul, and Aunt Ro is, a transformed rabbit spirit. None of them are suitable. However, it's good that Xiao Dong has a spider martial soul. It would be quite fitting for her to merge with it. I can give it to her later. Erlong, I'll keep this spirit bone for now. I can assure you that I will definitely give you a high-quality spirit bone that matches you in the future. While looking at the spirit bone in his hand, Wang Yin showed a regrettable expression. None of the three here were suitable for this spirit bone. Although Bei Bei would be a good match, unfortunately, he wasn't here. But it didn't matter that he wasn't here. They could always give it to him later when they meet. However, since Lu Erlong was right beside him, he couldn't just ignore her feelings. He needed to put the spirit bone away while also comforting Lu Erlong's emotions. Right now, it seemed like Wang Yin was just talking without any real action, merely putting on a show. But if he didn't even put on a show, that would be too hurtful. Wang Yin knew this, so at least he had to say some nice words to maintain appearances. Of course, he planned to make it up to her later. No matter how well he maintained appearances, if there were no real benefits, it wouldn't work. Therefore, Wang Yin genuinely intended to compensate Lu Erlong with a high-quality spirit bone. The spirit bone Lu Erlong needed was similar to the spirit rings she required, preferably from fire attribute dragon type or sub-dragon type soul beasts. Although it might be hard to find, they still had a relatively long time, so there was no rush. As long as he could make it up to her, that was fine. Really? It would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed. Although this wasn't the best meat, at least it was meat, and it was definitely better than a drawing of a pie or a bare bone. But unfortunately, circumstances were beyond her control, and Lu Erlong could only trust the promise Wang Yin made. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I would gain much from lying to you. The fact that we stumbled upon an external spirit bone indicates that our luck has been pretty good lately. We've also rested for quite a while. Whether you can find a spirit bone now is uncertain, but finding a spirit ring that suits you is still very likely. Now that the surface work was done, Wang Yin decided to shift the topic. If they kept discussing this, it might lead to problems. It was just right to bring up Lu Erlong's need to hunt for a soul ring. Although Lu Erlong still felt a bit unsettled about Wang Yin's words, she accepted them. Having Wang Yin's promise was better than having nothing, and she noticed that Wang Yin seemed to be a bit different. Perhaps it was a prophecy, or it might really be that their luck was just right during this period. After walking for about an hour and a half, Wang Yin and Lu Erlong encountered a molten scale spearhorn python that was hunting. The molten scale spearhorn python is a soul beast with a somewhat irritable temperament, but not overly fierce. It has a snake-like body, but is extremely large, with scales resembling molten rock, and it has a horn on its head that looks like a spear tip. This horn can unleash fiery attacks. Indeed, the molten scale spearhorn python is a fire attribute soul beast. Moreover, snake and python-type soul beasts can be classified as subdragon species, and given its just over 2,000 years of cultivation, it would be very suitable as Lu Erlong's third spirit ring. Thus, Wang Yin set his sights on this molten scale spearhorn python that was swallowing its prey. Compared to this molten scale spearhorn python, which was actually 500 years old, Lu Erlong was definitely no match for it, but it was also definitely no match for Wang Yin. Without giving it any chance, Wang Yin struck first with a palm thunder. Well, there was no choice. Palm thunder is the most basic technique and is the easiest to use. Fortunately, Wang Yin controlled his strength well. He only incapacitated it with electricity instead of killing it. Lu Erlong was also decisive, swiftly drawing her knife, and a purple spirit ring quickly formed, ready to be absorbed. Looking at Lu Erlong, who was still calmly absorbing the spirit ring, Wang Yin turned his head to observe the surroundings. Absorbing a spirit ring is a very dangerous activity. Although Lu Erlong had greatly improved after consuming the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower, she was still surpassing her limits to absorb this spirit ring, which inherently carried significant risks. The inner danger of absorbing a spirit ring is the impact of the spirit power, which is the main threat. Additionally, there are external dangers, such as interference from human soul masters or wandering soul beasts. These may or may not occur, but in any case, there is an element of danger present. So, during the absorption of a spirit ring, inner dangers are unavoidable, and it's best to minimize external ones. Usually, one would have reliable companions to guard against external threats. Of course, if one is alone, it's best to find a relatively safe place, as you never know if some soul beast might come after the scent. Is it easy to absorb a spirit ring from a molten scale spearhorn python that is over 2,000 years old? If it were a normal soul master, let alone absorbing it, they would be lucky to not end up destroying themselves before they could even speak. However, Lu Erlong is different. She had previously consumed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, which gave her a significant boost. Although she still faced some troubles, they were within a manageable range. After going through the most dangerous phase of the Soul Ring's soul power impact, Lu Erlong had already reached the stage of refining and absorbing the Soul Ring's soul power. This phase is dangerous, but not as perilous as the previous one. After all, as long as one is careful, there shouldn't be any major problems, unless external factors compromise safety. Fortunately, with Wang Yin eliminating risks, and due to what seems to be a streak of good luck, he performed his role as a guardian quite easily, with no unexpected incidents occurring. He only needed to keep an eye on the surroundings, and even after he set up a purple lightning shield for Lu Erlong and released 2 domains, he remained still. With the 2 domains activated, more than 90% of dangerous situations could be eliminated, and with the protection of the purple lightning shield, even if they encountered a soul beast with particularly strong stealth abilities, there would be no accidents due to not being able to detect it. After about an hour, a purple soul ring enveloped Lu Erlong, radiating the same aura as her original 2 yellow 100-year soul rings, indicating that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring. After Lu Erlong becomes a soul master, will there be any physical mutation? As Lu Erlong had basically completed the absorption of the soul ring, a thought suddenly arose in Wang Yan's mind. Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon Martial Soul is a parallel mutation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul. And the reason the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect can maintain its position as the strongest beast martial soul in the continent is that it possesses not only a powerful martial soul, but also the ability to partially transform into a dragon after reaching the 3rd ring. Compared to normal beast martial souls, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul masters effectively have access to part of their true martial soul early on, giving them a significant advantage in battles of the same rank. Even when both reach the Soul Sage level and gain the ability to manifest their true martial soul. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul boasts higher quality and stronger explosive power. However, that is specific to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Although Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon martial soul is a mutation of it, whether she retains the ability to partially transform into a dragon after the 3rd ring is uncertain. Erlong, can I ask you something? Seeing Lu Erlong had opened her eyes, Wang Yin hesitated slightly before speaking. Go ahead. Lu Erlong, who had just finished absorbing the soul ring, hadn't had the chance to feel her enhanced power as a soul master before hearing Wang Yan's voice. I feel that your Fire Dragon martial soul is quite similar to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, and the latter can partially transform into a dragon after the 3rd ring. Can you do that? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just asking. Wang Yin added a clarification, unsure of how Lu Erlong felt about it. Is that so? Lu Erlong didn't say much, only asking rather blandly. This question seemed quite casual, but Lu Erlong's reaction was anything but. Her right arm suddenly swelled, stretching her clothes tightly. Fortunately, her outfit was relatively loose and had good elasticity. Otherwise, she would soon either have to change clothes or expose her arms. Her fair and delicate little hand transformed in an instant, with veins bulging and turning red. Then, amidst the flickering flames, red shield-like scales began to grow, and her soft yet firm nails morphed into sharp, cone-like shapes. Well, loose and elastic clothing couldn't save it from being destroyed. It survived the first round of deformation, but not the burning of the flames. Luckily, only one sleeve was burned, avoiding more damage. Hold on, let me study this carefully. Wang Yin rolled up his sleeves and then directly grabbed hold of Lu Erlong's right hand and arm, carefully examining them. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Seeing Wang Yin grab him without hesitation, Lu Erlong was startled and wanted to pull his hand and arm back. But Wang Yin held on tightly, making it impossible for him to move. With no other choice, Lu Erlong could only ask with concern. Ordinary fire and ice attribute damage basically doesn't harm me, similar to fire immunity and ice immunity, but the physical damage caused by fire and ice attribute attacks is effective. Not noticing anything particularly special, Wang Yin concluded that he didn't have enough strength to uncover the secrets of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul's transformation at level 70. You're just telling me such private things directly? Lu Erlong was somewhat surprised. What Wang Yin had just said was definitely a core secret that no soul master should expose. Yet Wang Yin just said it so openly. Huh? Oh, those? They're not important, and besides, you're mine, so it's nothing to worry about. If you feel uncomfortable, you can choose to confide in me or have a heart-to-heart talk as compensation. After Wang Yin regained his senses, he put on a nonchalant expression, not even asking Lu Erlong to keep anything confidential. Seeing Wang Yin like this left Lu Erlong speechless. What kind of person is this? Lu Erlong felt a sense of despair inside. Could he really follow someone like this? Is there really hope for the future? It seemed that ideals and reality were always too far apart. If it weren't for the fact that he was certain that Titan King Wang Tianba was this person in front of him, Lu Erlong felt he would never have joined the same team as Wang Yin. I think you're overthinking it. Lu Erlong opened his mouth and finally said this disdainful remark. Then let's go back. I wonder if Aunt Ro is still worried about us at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Wang Yin didn't say anything about Lu Erlong's attitude. After all, there wasn't much to say, and it was better to return to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye sooner. Get out of my way. Just as they returned to the vicinity of the valley where the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye was located, Wang Yin and Lu Erlong heard a Ro's voice. Sharp and commanding, resonating with great force. Some people really are in trouble. Wang Yin muttered a few words, and Lu Erlong expressed his agreement. From the sound, it was clear that A Ro had encountered some mentally unstable people, whose pig has run out of the pig pen. Just as A Ro was confronting a group of people across from her, a figure suddenly appeared in midair, slowly flapping two large wings. The people confronting A Ro were not many, just about 20 or so, but each one was tall and stout, resembling human tanks, with their bodies nearly uniform in thickness, bald heads, and small eyes. A Ro stood at the mouth of the valley, exuding an aura that was only about as strong as Contra. The previously tense atmosphere of the standoff suddenly became even more charged with hostility due to an unexpected remark. Little girl, don't be ungrateful. One of the tank-like guys, who seemed to be the leader, spoke disrespectfully. Clearly, A Ro had already had a conflict with these guys before Wang Yin arrived. Aunt Ro, why don't you reveal your strength directly? Wang Yin landed beside a Ruo with Lu Erlong. We still need to travel on the continent, so it's not wise to hold grudges against too many people. A Ruo completely ignore the ruckus from those guys. Aunt Ruo, you're overthinking this. Just like between human soul masters and soul beasts, as long as you have strength, what does it matter if you offend someone? You still have to put on a smiling face when necessary. Wang Yin was still curious about why they could confront each other. After taking a look, he realized that their side had misunderstood. They had clearly stated before sending Lu Erlong to hunt for souls that the strength and reputation of a title Douluo were absolutely sufficient, and no one would dare to ignore a title Douluo. However, for some reason, A Ro had messed things up. Hey, have you all whispered enough? Is a soul Douluo that impressive? Do you believe I can flatten this place with the Elephant Armor sect? The one who looked like the leader, seemingly fueled by anger, appeared even more arrogant. Elephant Armor sect. Isn't that impressive? Isn't it just one of the lesser sects? What are you being so arrogant about? Looking at Wang Yin, he was even more arrogant and reckless than the opponents, speaking without courtesy. Let's make a move and let them know the strength of our Elephant Armor sect. With a command from the leader, over 20 members of the Elephant Armor sect unleashed their respective martial spirits and soul rings. The ones at the forefront were all representing the signature martial spirit of the Elephant Armor sect, the Diamond Mammoth, while the remaining 20 or so were various other beast martial spirits, all tough and sturdy. Aunt Ro, your strength is equivalent to a title Douluo, and I am not weaker than a Soul Emperor. Even the weakest among us, Erlong, is absolutely strong within the same rank, so don't think too much, just crush them. Those from the Elephant Armor sect, a Soul Sage, and several Soul Emperors, while the rest were merely Soul Kings and Soul Masters. These individuals could be considered quite capable on the continent, but compared to our Ro's strength, they were insignificant. Since you are seeking death, then I won't hold back. After hearing Wang Yan's words, A Ro also decided to go all out. Her voice, powered by soul energy, roared like thunder. and an overwhelming aura instantly filled the entire sky and earth. So what if they're soul sages? When facing a tidal Douluo, they're no different from little chicks. Easily dealt with. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings appeared around our row, showcasing her strength in human form. Tidal Douluo. The members of the Elephant Armor sect were all dumbfounded, dropping to their knees one by one. Did they want to kneel? Of course not. Under the pressure of a rose tidal level aura, the weaker ones directly knelt down, while the Soul Sage and several Soul Emperors from the Elephant Armor sect were forced to kneel by our rose soul power. Your Highness, we were blind and did not recognize your greatness, and we offended you with our words. Please, Your Highness, consider that this is our first offense and spare our lives. The Soul Sage no longer resisted, only using his soul power to make his voice louder so that our Ro could hear him. Aunt Ro, there's a saying, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Instead of letting those people keep an eye on the Soul Master forces here, it's better to be ruthless. The members of the Elephant Armor sect begged for mercy, and Wang Yin directly reminded our Ro. So what do you think we should do? Wang Yin is still the one in charge among Wang Yin, Ro, and Lu Erlong. After all, Ro follows Wang Yin, while Lu Erlong is merely Wang Yin's follower. However, Ro's strength is so high that it makes the situation seem like Wang Yin isn't in charge. The people from Xiangjia sect are not aware of this. Wang Yin is considering the relationship between the three, but Ro understands the intricacies of the situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have overthought things earlier. They can only send half of their people back, and those returning must leave behind 1 arm and 1 leg. Whoever spoke among those people just now will lose their tongue. While saying this, Wang Yin did not look at Ro or Lu Erlong, but kept his gaze fixed on the people from Xiangjia sect. So ruthless? This is Ro. Is it really that ruthless? This is Lu Erlong. Because of this small change, the pressure Ro exerted on the people from Xiangjia sect wavered, causing them to break out in cold sweat. They could detain all of them, injure one, and let them go, allowing the people from Xiangjia sect to pay money or other things for their release. But where would we find the manpower and leisure to do that? Wang Yin proposed a relatively mild method, but they did not use the conditions of this method. Ru and Lu Erlong fell silent. Only half of you can go back. It is up to you to decide who can return. However, those who go back will leave behind an arm and a leg. And for those who spoke just now, leave your tongues behind too. There was not much silence before Ru spoke up, suggesting Wang Yin's first plan. Upon hearing Ru's way out, the people from Xiangjia sect fell silent. Although this way out was quite brutal, it was still somewhat acceptable. This option, while lethal, was relatively good. At least not everyone was left behind. One must know that if this situation occurred in the Xiangjia sect, they wouldn't dare say their leader wouldn't leave all those who offended the Xiangjia sect behind. Before long, or even in less than a while, those people made their choice, and those left behind were all non-diamond mammoth martial souls from the Xiangjia sect. You don't need to rush to leave. It wouldn't be too late to see the fate of those left behind before you go. At this moment, Ru spoke again. Wang Yin took out a dagger, made a cut in his palm, and let the blood drip into a jade bottle. After more than 10 drops fell in, Wang Yin bandaged his hand. He handed the jade bottle filled with blood to Ru, who wrapped it in soul power and sent it to the people of the Xiangjia sect. The liquid in this jade bottle was for those who would remain. 1 drop for each person. Just as the people from the Xiangjia sect were looking at the jade bottle, unsure of what to do, Ru's voice came again. The ones who would stay nervously opened the jade bottle, only to find it was just blood, which puzzled them, but they had to follow the instructions. When the last person consumed the blood, the first person started to have a reaction, seeming to be in extreme pain, with strange red and blue colors crawling across their surface. Soon, the others also began to show abnormalities. In the end, these people either self-immolated into ashes, froze into a lump, or became half ashes and half frozen. You can leave. The survivors scrambled away. After the Xiangjia sect left, Lu Erlong looked at the dust raised by those fleeing and, for various reasons, said softly, "Is this really okay? There's nothing to be okay about. The world of Douluo continent is inherently one where the losers exit and the winners take all, and it respects strength above all. Even if you stand against the whole world, what can you do? As long as your strength is great enough, the entire Douluo continent will have to kneel down. For them, just being alive is already a stroke of luck." In Wang Yan's eyes, there was a hint of nostalgia, a reminiscence of the world before his crossing. That world indeed had many imperfections, but at least it appeared clean on the surface, while the Douluo continent was merely barbaric, cloaked in the guise of civilization. "Let's go back," he said. "The people from the Elephant Armor sect have already scared off some, and there will be more." The Elephant Armor sect is one of the 7 major sects of the current era, with considerable strength that cannot be underestimated. Although there are no title level top experts, there are still a few who are Soul, Douluo, and the number of Soul Masters in the Soul sect is also not small, making it a first-rate Soul Master force on the continent. Yet, such a force and a small team, led by a Soul Sage, consisting of about 20 to 30 people, and ended up losing half of them, with the other half appearing miserable. It's not to say that they are completely defeated, but at least forces of similar caliber, as well as those of second and third tier, dare not reach out to the Eye of Ice and Fire. On the way back to the Elephant Armor sect, various spies from different factions, both open and hidden, saw the miserable state of the Elephant Armor sect members. Those spies from factions weaker than the Elephant Armor sect did not dare to approach, fearing unnecessary trouble, while those from factions unafraid of provoking the Elephant Armor sect were different. "Gentlemen, I greet you." A man dressed quite ordinarily stood before the group of remnants from the Elephant Armor sect, an action that seemed inconsistent with his plain attire. "We are from the Elephant Armor sect. Do not think that just because we are severely injured, we could be easily manipulated." This was not spoken by the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, as the leader no longer had a tone. "Gentlemen, do not be angry. Anger can harm your health. I just want to ask what situation you encountered to end up like this. If needed, I can have my people take care of you. I am Shi Chang'an from the Golden Lion sect. Although we have had disputes over benefits in the past, I believe there are some matters we can still face together. The Golden Lion sect, like the Elephant Armor sect, is one of the 7 major sects of the current era and is also a member of the lower 4 sections. Shi Chang'an is not an unknown figure. At least the leader of the Elephant Armor sect knows this name, just never having met him in person before. There is no need to trouble the Golden Lion sect with care. Although we have suffered a great disaster, we can still return. A word of advice. That existence over there is not to be trifled with, and has a very bad temper, striking hard. Seeing his own leader nod, indicating it should be fine, and considering his own situation, he gave this reminder to show face to Shi Chang'an and the Golden Lion sect. "Thank you for the advice." Shi Chang'an is very grateful. "I have some simple pain-relieving and blood-replenishing medicine here. If the members of the Elephant Armor sect trust me, they can take it to alleviate their discomfort temporarily." Upon hearing the advice, Shi Chang'an's previously serious expression became even more serious, and he then took out some medicinal packets from his storage soul guide. "Thank you very much." The main speaker among the Elephant Armor sect fell silent for a moment, then took the medicinal packet and, after expressing gratitude, left with the leader, while Shi Chang'an from the Golden Lion sect did not stop them further. "Did you hear? That existence over there is not to be trifled with. The leader of that group from the Elephant Armor sect, I know him. He is a Soul Sage, but he has lost an arm and a leg, and even his tongue. That existence is at least a soul, duh. However, based on the previous anomalies, even a title Douluo might not be able to create such a disturbance. We should not go empty-handed to meet the seniors." Once the members of the Elephant Armor sect were far out of sight, some individuals dressed with lion head patterns gathered together, and then they heard Shi Chang'an's voice. The conversation split into 2 threads, each expressing a different perspective. "I heard that Shi Chang'an from the Golden Lion sect is not as arrogant and proud as the others from his sect. It seems to be true. However, one should be cautious of flattery. If there is no good reason, it could be a trap. Boss, do you think we can use the medicine in those packets?" The members of the Elephant Armor sect, seeing they were far from Shi Chang'an, had the main speaker approach the leader who had lost his tongue. The leader of the Elephant Armor sect was furious internally, cursing the ancestors of this person in his heart. After cursing, he realized that 3 or 4 generations of this person's ancestors were actually the same ancestor, and finally nodded helplessly. Shi Chang'an from the Golden Lion sect was rumored to be somewhat of a smiling tiger, but at this moment he should not harbor any ill intentions. So there's no need to worry too much about the medicine being problematic. As the members of the Elephant Armor sect walked toward the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, more people became aware of the situation. Some smaller factions directly stopped their investigations, realizing it would only add trouble for themselves, while some medium-sized factions decided to wait and see. The larger factions were trying to find ways to build relationships with the figure mentioned by the Elephant Armor sect. The members of the Elephant Armor sect were just the first wave, and not all of the first wave, plus they were few in number. So not everyone knew about the Elephant Armor sect's tragic state. After the departure of the Elephant Armor sect, several groups from different factions came to the Eye of Ice and Fire, as there had been unusual occurrences there, likely related to the previous celestial anomalies. For these several groups, there was no need to trouble a row to take action, as Wang Yin felt a bit restless, and, coupled with Liu Erlong just having recently obtained his 3rd spirit ring, Needing more practice to control his third spirit skill, Wang Yin took Lu Erlong to handle these groups, both to relieve his restlessness and to train Lu Erlong's strength. Among these groups, there were not many Soul Emperors, and even the Soul Kings were few. In total, they did not match the members of the Elephant Armor sect. With Wang Yin present, Lu Erlong did not encounter any dangerous situations. However, Wang Yin was somewhat dissatisfied, as his restlessness was not resolved, so he had to sit down in meditation to refine his temperament and mindset. The reason Wang Yin felt restless and wanted to take action was entirely due to the influence he experienced in the City of Slaughter. If this influence could not be resolved, it would always be a problem to some extent. After dealing with several more people, the Eye of Ice and Fire finally became quiet for 2 days. After all, some had suffered significant losses, and it was unlikely that everyone would rush in recklessly. Naturally, they had to think of ways to investigate the situation without suffering too much harm. Ultimately, it was the previous celestial anomalies that had stirred too many people's hearts. Senior residing here, I am Shi Chang'an from the Golden Lion sect, here to pay my respects with a gift. I understand that this may disturb your tranquility, and I hope you can forgive me. While cultivating, Wang Yin and the others suddenly heard a voice coming from outside the valley. Don't say I didn't warn you. The saying goes, when poor, no one asks. When rich, distant relatives come. This reflects the coldness of the world, but it's not just that. When a row underwent a tribulation, it caused a stir that shook the surroundings, prompting many forces to send out spies to inquire about what had happened. Especially after the incident with the Xianjia sect, smaller forces remained silent, as whatever had occurred would inevitably have nothing to do with them. Once entangled, they risked being utterly destroyed. Medium-sized forces hoped to glean some information. The continent was not exactly peaceful, and any advantage would be welcome. If things went awry, medium-sized forces had the ability to cut ties to survive. After all, in the eyes of those at higher levels, they were merely a side dish. The larger forces, essentially top-tier groups, aimed to thoroughly investigate the situation, especially regarding the Xianjia sect. Even if they couldn't get to the bottom of it, knowing bits and pieces would suffice. If there truly was a presence that could stir the winds and rain among various factions, establishing good relations would never hurt. Because of all this, the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, which had been quiet for 2 days, was in trouble again. Of course, the Ice and Fire Duality, I wouldn't voice any complaints. It was Wang Yin who found it bothersome. This time it wasn't about picking a fight, so how should it be handled? Seeing Wang Yin's impatient and helpless expression, Lu Erlong and Aro couldn't help but smile slightly, but the matter still needed to be dealt with. Moreover, due to the status of the Golden Lion sect in the Douluo continent, Aro had to step in to handle it. How to deal with it was what Aro meant when she asked Wang Yin. From now on, this mountain will be the territory of our Supreme Hall. I am the Supreme of the Supreme Hall, and you are members of the Supreme Hall. We are a hidden force and do not wish to associate with any other forces. Remember this point. Our Supreme Hall does not want any relations with any forces. There is no need to elaborate further, right? Wang Yin tapped his forehead and then expressed his basic coping strategy, which was simply to avoid any involvement with other forces, ultimately ensuring that those forces wouldn't even come near the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The rest would be up to me to handle. Aru rolled her eyes at Wang Yin, thinking that he just didn't want to think, was it really necessary to be so perfunctory? Aunt Ro, do you have any good ideas to add? But you should let me know first to see if it's appropriate. Well, our Supreme Hall does not want to get involved with any forces, and we also hope that no forces will come looking for us. We have no knowledge of the phenomena caused by the previous heavenly tribulation. We know nothing and do not want to know. Building on what was already said, Wang Yin added a bit more, as what he had just mentioned might have been too simple. I understand, I get the general idea. If Wang Yin were to continue speaking, it would still be about avoiding entanglement with other forces and not wanting to expose the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye to others. So Aru didn't expect him to say anything more. Directly releasing her nearly boundless aura, Aru's cultivation, equivalent to a tidal Douluo, was clearly revealed. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings automatically emerged, and with a gentle movement of her body, she naturally soared into the air, crossing over the valley's entrance. Junior Jean Shizong, Shi Chang'an, pays respects to Your Excellency. Such an overwhelming, irresistible aura was something Shi Chang'an had encountered before. He had seen tidal Douluo in the past, so he could recognize the aura of a tidal Douluo. Moreover, as a high-ranking soul master, his eyesight was quite good, allowing him to see the 9 soul rings very clearly. From now on, this mountain will be the gate of my judgment temple. Before I came here, The temple master ordered me to clarify to all of you that this temple does not participate in any continental disputes, does not engage with any forces, does not make friends or meet guests, and has closed its mountain gates. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to return so as not to put me in a difficult position. Aru's voice, amplified by her soul power, was clear even from a distance, and Shi Chang'an heard it distinctly. We will obey your excellency's decree. I apologize for the previous disturbances, and I hope your excellency and the temple master can forgive me. I will take my people back now. Shi Chang'an of the Jin Shizong was very straightforward, bowing and waving his hand to lead his subordinates back. Of course, he dared not say anything more. It would be truly strange if he did. Just a few days ago, the situation of the Xiangjia sect was still fresh in his memory. Luckily, this excellency was easy to talk to. If it had been someone difficult, they might have been killed without a word. As they walked back, Shi Chang'an pondered that the Xiangjia sect must have encountered someone from the Judgment Temple who was hard to deal with, along with some mishaps, resulting in everyone being injured. Moreover, judging by some marks that wouldn't last long, it seemed that quite a few had been left behind completely. Of course, it was also possible that those from the Xiangjia sect were simply blind and provoked even the easygoing ones, leading to such an outcome. Steward, are we really going back like this? One of Shi Chang'an's subordinates, hidden among the trees and bushes, couldn't help but question. Have you forgotten how those from the Xiangjia sect looked a few days ago? That was a title Douluo. Even if they killed us, the sect master wouldn't say anything. As for why, think for yourself. Shi Chang'an was not impatient with this subordinate. He simply offered a brief reminder. Once the people from the Jin Shizong had walked far away, disappearing into the shadows of the trees, Aru retracted her overwhelming aura and returned. How did I do? The first thing Aru asked upon returning was to inquire about Wang Yin. Amplified by her soul power, her voice was clear, and both Wang Yin and Lu Erlong heard it distinctly. Aunt Ro, why did you say we are the Judgment Temple? Didn't you say we are the Supreme Hall? People's focus on a matter truly varies. Lu Erlong's question left both Wang Yin and Aru speechless, even causing Aru's smile to stiffen. The name of the force doesn't matter. What matters is that we don't want to be entangled with outside forces, and we certainly don't want any forces reaching out to us. Aunt Ro actually said it well. On the surface, it's just a title Douluo speaking, so the master of the Judgment Temple will only become stronger. A force with at least 2 title Douluo soul masters will likely mean that no one else will come to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye in the future except for us. Wang Yin first explained to Lu Erlong what was important, and then spoke about the reasonable points made by Aru. However, it is clear that there are definitely more than just the Golden Lion sect in this place, so I trouble Aunt Ro to make another trip, turn the volume up to the maximum, and let as many people hear it as possible. Otherwise, there will be other forces coming over next. After discussing the good points mentioned by Aru, Wang Yin shifted the topic and brought up a point that had not been addressed. And this point needed to be handled by Aru. I am the elder of the Judgment Temple, the scarlet-eyed Douluo by Ro, and I hereby announce to all that the Judgment Temple has opened in the Sunset Forest, will not participate in any mainland disputes, will not ally with any forces, will not make friends or meet guests, and will close the mountain gates. Anyone who dares to intrude, do not say that I did not warn you. Aru stood directly in midair, and the voice amplified by her soul power resonated for dozens of miles. Truly worthy of being a title Douluo, Lion Chang'an in a certain place side like this. In the Sunset Forest, there are quite a few humans, or rather soul masters, especially since Aru's tribulation triggered a celestial phenomenon. The number of humans in the Sunset Forest has increased significantly. However, after Aru announced the existence of the Judgment Temple, the number of other soul masters with ulterior motives in the Sunset Forest, aside from the soul masters hunting souls, dropped to a very low level. Who can afford to provoke a title Douluo? How many soul masters can withstand the pressure of a title Douluo? And how many soul master factions can withstand the threat of a title Douluo? Even though it is known that the events in the Sunset Forest cannot be solely handled by a title Douluo, no one dares to investigate further. It has been made very clear that if anyone dares to cause trouble, a title Douluo will take action. The specific number of title Douluos in the Judgment Temple is unclear, but there is at least one, plus the unknown palace master mentioned by the scarlet-eyed Douluo. That makes 2. A force with 1 title Douluo is already a top-tier force in the continent. If there are 2, although still within the top tier, it becomes a force that no one dares to provoke. Because a major force that has been wounded and is determined to engage in underhanded dealings can only lead to a lose-lose situation. Therefore, all the spies sent out by various factions returned, and some who understood the situation also left the Sunset Forest. leaving only those who were still unaware of the dangers and held onto fantasies. The ice and fire yin-yang, I was relatively quiet, except for the occasional unwise individuals who came knocking. These individuals, while not lacking in high-level soul master strength, were indeed few, as those who could cultivate to high-level soul masters had already been tempered in the soul master world, and there were seldom any who were truly ignorant. Wang Yin dealt with these unwise individuals one by one and hung them outside the valley, arranging them neatly. Within a few days, the ice and fire yin-yang, I became completely quiet, and Wang Yin and the others decided to leave. As staying at the ice and fire yin-yang, I was not a long-term solution. Staying at the ice and fire yin-yang, I was quite good. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very suitable for cultivation, but one cannot just rely on hard training. Without reaching a certain level, the subsequent path would still be difficult. Aru was in this situation. Wang Yin felt he was close to reaching his goal, while Lu Erlong was still far away. Moreover, the Yang Extreme Hot Spring was very suitable for Lu Erlong's cultivation, but after taking the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Lu Erlong did not need to rush to improve. Instead, she needed to thoroughly digest her recent gains. Those with high strength would not come here, and those with low strength could only stay for a while after arriving at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In short, as the matters regarding the ice and fire yin-yang I were mostly resolved, Wang Yin appeared eager to leave. You haven't returned to the spirit hall for a long time. I can understand your eagerness to go back, but it seems that's not the only reason. On the way, Lu Erlong asked Wang Yin, "You don't understand. You know too little. If you knew more, you wouldn't be like this." Of course, if you really knew more, I would have to consider changing my approach. Wang Yin didn't say much. His mysterious demeanor was both intriguing and annoying. TCH, what would happen if I knew more? Lu Erlong expressed disdain. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Too many words lead to loss. Anyway, you wouldn't want to know. After all, I'm not a good person and don't shy away from using insidious means. If we say Wang Yin is tight-lipped, he really hasn't revealed much. But if we say he's loose-tongued, he always leaves a gap. Regarding the situation between Wang Yin and Lu Erlong, Aro said nothing. Even when Lu Erlong asked her privately, Aro only declined, claiming she knew nothing. However, whenever Wang Yin and Lu Erlong bickered, Aro always had a smile at the corners of her mouth, looking very amiable as she watched them argue, giving off a maternal vibe. On the way back to the spirit hall, nothing significant happened, but there were no major disturbances. There weren't any overly powerful opponents that would require someone like Aro to intervene. Wang Yin easily dealt with those of average strength or in groups, while those with lower strength were all assigned to Lu Erlong. Speaking of which, after consuming the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Lu Erlong's strength skyrocketed astonishingly. After absorbing the soul ring from the melted scale horn python and advancing to soul master, Lu Erlong's soul power level reached an astounding 39. And it was quite a bit beyond that, not far from level 40. Under normal circumstances, after a soul master absorbs a soul ring and advances, they can usually increase their level by 1 with the help of the soul ring's power. In fact, for weaker individuals, there might not even be a change in level before and after absorption. However, Lu Erlong shot up like a rocket to over 39. Even if it's because she exceeded the limit in absorbing the soul ring to gain an extra level. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower still gave Lu Erlong around a 7-level boost in soul power. When Wang Yin saw how Lu Erlong refined and absorbed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, he thought that most of the medicinal effects were used to enhance her body. But when Lu Erlong revealed her soul power level, Wang Yin realized he had underestimated the potency of these celestial herbs and felt a sense of dread for his earlier reckless behavior. Thankfully, it only affected her cultivation speed and didn't cause any severe backlash. Although consuming celestial products was primarily to consolidate one's foundation. Later examinations by Aro revealed that Lu Erlong's soul power was still slightly unstable and needed more rigorous training to solidify. Because of this, Lu Erlong would often run behind the carriage, and any low-level roadblocks were all thrown to her, as it was a good way to hone her soul power and combat skills through physical training and real battles. Upon entering Spirit City, they didn't linger long, heading straight to the Spirit Hall to report to Qian Xuanji before discussing anything else, as it would seem inappropriate otherwise. To Wang Yan's surprise, when he met Qian Xuanji, he also encountered another familiar stranger, the Spider Soul Saint, Louise, whom he had previously defeated. Louise was working as Qian Xuanji's secretary, which struck Wang Yan as odd, but it didn't seem like a big deal, so he didn't express much. As for Wang Yan bringing a Spider Soul Saint like Louise to the Spirit Hall, and now recruiting a titled Douluo, Qian Xuanji was quite surprised. noting that his disciple was quite capable of attracting a title Douluo. Qin Xuanji was only surprised by Wang Yan's recruitment of a title Douluo and didn't show much else. Of course, Lu Erlong also surprised him, as being 39 at just 16 or 17 years old made her an undeniable genius in the Spirit Hall. There were no praises or accolades, but no suppression either. Qin Xuanji simply asked about the situation in a nonchalant manner, which was already quite telling. There were no specific arrangements for a row. She was just told to follow Wang Yan. Lu Erlong, on the other hand, was a bit different. Qin Xuanji mentioned that she needed to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy at the Spirit Hall for further studies. Wang Yan thought about it and nodded in agreement, and Lu Erlong didn't seem to have any objections. After leaving the Spirit Hall, the three of them, Wang Yan, Aro, and Lu Erlong, headed towards the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Firstly, for Lu Erlong's enrollment, and secondly, to meet Bibi Dong. As they reached the academy entrance, Wang Yan saw Bibi Dong coming out at the same time as another person, who looked decent, slim with black hair, displaying both melancholy and stubbornness. But unfortunately, he was a male. In this situation, it would be impossible for Wang Yan not to react. After all, Bibi Dong was like his own prize cabbage. Little Donger, Wang Yan called out, "Senior brother." Bai Dong was in the middle of a debate with someone when she suddenly heard her name. Upon seeing who called her, her face instantly lit up with a smile, and she rushed over, bouncing like a koala and hanging onto Wang Yan. The encounter took Wang Yan by surprise. Bai Dong's direct leap into his arms was unexpected, but he felt that it was quite nice. Wang Yan didn't notice that beside him, Aro appeared slightly dazed upon seeing this scene, as if she realized something was off, while Lu Erlong looked even more dumbfounded, not expecting the closeness of this pair of siblings. What caught Wang Yan's attention was that Bai Dong seemed very happy to see him, regardless of the reason. Of course, if it was as he predicted, that would be the best. Besides Bai Dong, Wang Yan also noticed another person, the young man who had just walked away with Bai Dong. There seemed to be a hint of loneliness on his face, but beyond that, Wang Yan suddenly felt indifferent and didn't look any further. All right, there's still many people here. A girl should be a bit more reserved. And haven't you gained some weight? I feel like you put on quite a bit. As long as the feelings in his heart were felt, that was enough. After all, they were still outside. Bai Dong's overly excited emotions and actions might cause her some trouble. However, he couldn't ruin Bai Dong's good mood, so he thought of some other reason to divert her attention, like mentioning her weight. Or have I gained weight? You're talking nonsense. Sure enough, Bai Dong blushed and jumped down from Wang Yan. Her little face was red, but it was unclear whether she was flustered or angry, or just excited. I haven't gained weight. I'm just teasing you. You're still so easy to tease about this weight issue. Wang Yan had a look of helplessness on her face. It was just that she had teased her when she was younger, saying that if she gained weight, no one would want her. How did it become such a taboo topic? Senior brother, didn't you say you would be out training for 12 years? It's only been a little over 5 years, not even 6. Senior brother, you haven't even lasted half the time. Seeing that, Wang Yan seemed to be at a loss. Bibidong's face showed a hint of happiness, and then she suddenly seemed to think of something, teasing Wang Yan with her big eyes. If you don't come back soon, I feel like the cabbage I worked so hard to raise when I was a kid is going to be taken by someone else. How can I not be anxious to return? Wang Yan's words were a bit too obvious, and a row next to him revealed a knowing expression. Lu Erlong shot a disdainful glance at Wang Yan, while the young man had a more complex expression, seemingly filled with some anger. Senior brother, what are you talking about? As for Bai Dong, her originally rosy little face turned even redder, and she pounded her small fist against her chest. However, when she spoke her words of questioning, they sounded more like a spoiled pout. All right, I was just joking with you. Aren't you going to introduce me? This is your classmate? Wang Yan ruffled Bai Dong's hair, making it a bit frizzy. Bai Dong, not pleased, hit Wang Yan a couple of times. But it was clear that the force was not painful, indicating she wasn't really angry. His name is Yu Xiaojiang. He came to our spirit hall a few years ago, wanting to borrow ancient books for cultivation. However, we can't just let people look at our spirit hall's resources for free. For some reason, the teacher made an exception and allowed him to enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. I happened to notice that he seemed suitable for researching Soul Master theories, and I was just debating some issues with him. Bai Dong tidied her hair and then shot a glance at Wang Yan before introducing Yu Xiaojiang, who was with her. Oh, I see. Then you should work hard and strive to develop good theories. Seeing that Bai Dong didn't seem very close to Yu Xiaojiang, Wang Yan was pleased and casually remarked, Hey, senior brother, I remember your understanding of Soul Master theory is quite solid. Why do you seem uninterested now? Bai Bai Dong wasn't surprised by Wang Yan's attitude. If he wasn't interested, he would be indifferent to anyone. How to put it? Soul master theory is a very broad subject. If I really wanted to study it thoroughly, I estimate that even 9 lives wouldn't be enough, so I prefer to focus on cultivation. As for soul master theory, as long as it's efficient, that's fine. Besides, when my strength increases, researching soul master theory will be much easier. Wang Yin estimated that if his martial soul quality had been poor and his innate soul power inadequate, he might have walked the path of theoretical research. However, thinking it over, he realized that it might not have happened anyway, as being a powerful soul master is a better fate, especially with the ice and fire yin-yang right there. I see. Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully after listening to Wang Yan's words. Xiao Donger, let me introduce you to this person. This is Aunt Ro, a 94th level titled Douluo, a formidable powerhouse. Since Bibi Dong had finished introducing Yu Xiaojiang, Wang Yin felt he should introduce the 2 people beside him as well. They had been ignored for quite some time. Although it had been years since they last met, and there was excitement in catching up, he couldn't forget about the others. A 94th level title Douluo? Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised when she heard Wang Yan's words. She often saw the title Douluo elders from the Spirit Hall, but precisely because she saw them frequently, she understood what being a title Douluo meant. It was surprising for Wang Yin to return from his travels with a title Douluo. Hello, Aunt Ro. I am a junior sister of your senior brother. My name is Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong greeted Aunt Ro with a hint of shyness, but also with confidence. Hello. Aunt Ro responded with a smile and a nod. And there's this one too, a 16-year-old little genius, Lu Erlong, a 39th level assault system Soul King. Well, I shouldn't call her a little genius. Rather, she is a greatly enhanced genius, as our Spirit Hall hasn't seen many talents like her before. Wang Yin was about to end the conversation, but after a slight hesitation, he still mentioned Lu Erlong's specific situation without making it clear. Are you saying that she also consumed a celestial great herb at the Eye of Ice and Fire? Noticing the inexplicable tone in Wang Yan's words, Bai Bai Dong did not greet Lu Erlong. Instead, after casting a wary and quick glance at Yu Xiaojiang, she leaned closer to Wang Yin and began to whisper. Well, I see that her talent is quite good, and she matches well with someone, so I decided to take her as my follower. Wang Yin nodded. Follower? Bibi Dong curiously circled around Lu Erlong, examining him from top to bottom. Senior brother, do you really want to take on a follower? Or do you just like some kind of vibe? With a teasing tone, Bibi Dong looked at Wang Yin with a somewhat mischievous expression. What have you been learning these past few years? Haven't you learned anything properly? Wang Yin slapped Bibi Dong on the forehead, making it turn red. It hurts. Stinky senior brother, you made me stupid. What should I do if no one wants me? Bibi Dong protested, rubbing her forehead while punching Wang Yin twice. Don't worry. If you really become stupid, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Anyway, it won't be much different from raising a little pig. Wang Yin had an indifferent expression. I'll kill you. Bai Bai Dong bit down on her white teeth and hit Wang Yin a couple more times. Hello. Bibi Dong. After finishing with Wang Yin, Bai Bai Dong greeted Lu Erlong. Hello, I'm Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's face looked slightly abnormal. It's after school now, right? Let's go eat together? Wang Yin looked at Bai Bai Dong, Ro, and Lu Erlong good. The 3 spoke in unison, then looked at each other, seemingly sensing something was off. That person, Yu Xiaojiang, right? Do you want to join us for a meal? At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was still standing there. And Wang Yin couldn't completely ignore him, so he called out, No, I have something to do, so I won't join you. After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang turned and left, his back looking somewhat lonely. At this time, Lu Erlong suddenly said, This person is a bit strange. 072. How about being a teacher? Wang Yin casually responded to Lu Erlong's remark. How could this person not be strange? Senior brother, what do you mean? Seeing the mysterious expression on Wang Yin's face, Bai Bai Dong couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Do you want to know? Wang Yin looked at Bibi Dong, who had a curious expression. MMHM. Bibi Dong nodded. Do you all want to know? It wasn't just Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong and Arua also had curiosity on their faces. I can guess some things, but since I don't know everything, I'm a bit confused. Lu Erlong didn't say anything, but that one sentence was already enough to explain the issue. Arua, due to her experience, could guess some situations, but since she didn't know about Yu Xiaojiang's matters, combined with Wang Yan's attitude, she naturally wanted to know. He was expelled from the sect due to his aptitude issues and some other problems. But the more proud and arrogant a person is, the more they want to achieve remarkable accomplishments to prove themselves when they are suppressed. In this process, if a noble person who seems to have no disdain for him interacts with him daily, wouldn't he think that his persistence, hard work, and efforts attracted that person? and that there is a great possibility that this person likes him because of these reasons? Wang Yin didn't say anything explicitly. I don't like him at all. With that brain of his, he can't even compare to the senior brother. He's as stubborn as an ox every day and has a really bad temper. If I didn't see a bit of potential in him, I wouldn't even bother talking to him. As soon as Wang Yin finished speaking, Bai Dong immediately made her stance clear. She knew very well who Wang Yin was referring to, and because she was aware of it, she felt the need to say something. I never said you liked him. It's just that he's the one being delusional. When a person believes they are trapped in an endless dark cage, even if the light that shines and has nothing to do with anything else, that person will still believe in something to survive. This is the result of the most basic survival needs of every living being. Wang Yin knows that his BB Dong does not like you, Xiao Jiang, at least not now, let alone anything else. However, for some matters, it's still possible to give a subtle warning. So why does he think that the opposite sex would like him? Aru's face shows even more confusion. The reason every life wants to survive is due to a more fundamental need, which is to pass on their own information. In other words, knowing that one cannot achieve immortality, one wants to exist in another form. Specifically, in terms of life, this is expressed through reproduction. Wang Yin suddenly realized that he seemed to have some talent in another aspect. I won't pay attention to him anymore. Clearly, Bibidong's thoughts on what Wang Yin said are profound yet easy to understand. After all, the angle Wang Yin approached these words is related to her. People like this are not very mentally healthy. Be careful of them turning dark. Wang Yin had previously told BB Dong stories about becoming 3 times stronger when corrupted. Although his tone was somewhat teasing, it was a genuine reminder for BB Dong to be cautious. Let him be. I won't pay him any more attention. Besides, senior brother, I still have you, right? You'll protect me, won't you? BB Dong leaned in close to Wang Yin's face, seemingly trying to please him with a bit of a pout. If he really did become corrupted, I would probably be one of his targets, but I actually hope he does so that we can see something different. Wang Yin gently rubbed BB Dong's hair and comforted her. Should we still go eat? I'm really hungry right now. Lu Erlong broke the ambiguous atmosphere between Wang Yin and BB Dong. She had been thinking more about Wang Yan's words earlier, but didn't have the chance to interject. Okay, let's go eat. Wang Yin was pulling BB Dong, with Lu Erlong and Aru following behind. BB Dong had a joyful expression on her face, while Lu Erlong appeared somewhat sullen. Aru noticed the interesting dynamic among the 3 in front and couldn't help but smile. Before long, it was BB Dong who was leading Wang Yin, as she eagerly suggested that a new restaurant had opened in Wuhuan City, one that would suit Wang Yan's taste perfectly. The restaurant had an interesting name called Spicy Flavor. It seemed that BB Dong often came here to eat, as she was directly led to a private room. Wang Yin initially wanted to see the menu, but BB Dong ordered quite a few dishes right away and sent the ordering waiter away before Wang Yin finally had a chance to look at the menu. Compared to the lively and excited BB Dong, Aru's calm and gentle demeanor was quite ordinary, but Lu Erlong was different. While he wasn't completely unlike his usual self, he was still quite different. Come on, senior brother, this is definitely to your taste. After the dishes were served, BB Dong had already said such lines and served food more than 10 times. Although she didn't forget to talk to Aru and Lu Erlong, it still felt a bit unusual. Wang Yin also noticed one thing. When he served food to BB Dong, she was very happy. When he served food to Aru, BB Dong showed no unusual reaction. However, when he served food to Lu Erlong, BB Dong seemed to be a bit off. Is this how a familiar affection develops? Wang Yin thought a bit more about BB Dong's situation. During the meal, Lu Erlong suddenly changed her usual demeanor after being silent for a while, smiling and engaging in conversation with BB Dong, which altered the atmosphere at the dining table. BB Dong seemed to be making an effort, and Lu Erlong was not to be outdone. Wang Yin, lacking insight, did not understand the dynamics at the table, while Aru observed everything, her smile growing wider as she watched Wang Yin, who was focused on his meal. Overall, the dining atmosphere remained quite harmonious, and this harmonious vibe lasted from the beginning to the end, even extending to subsequent events. Senior brother, are you planning to train hard this time or study under the teacher? After the meal, Lu Erlong mentioned the matter of enrolling in the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Martial Soul Hall on their way there, and BB Dong asked Wang Yin, "Did you not say before that I seemed a bit different than before?" I've mainly been working on eliminating those differences during this time, returning to my natural state. Now I suddenly have an idea. Should I become a teacher at this academy? Wang Yin suddenly thought that whether before or after his time travel, he was always the one being educated. Why not switch positions and become the one educating others? What subject can you teach then? Lu Erlong suddenly chimed in. Practical training. Don't forget, I have the title of Titan King outside. Wang Yin directly chose what he should be best at right now. Oh right, seeing your brother's achievements in various soul-fighting arenas are, if not unmatched, certainly unprecedented. But how are you going to arrange for this great deity, Aunt Ro? You can't just let a titled Douluo follow you around like that. Bye-bye Dong suddenly brought up a Ro. Is Chi Sun Ji not normal? Isn't it good for Aunt Ro to always follow me? In case of any natural disasters or misfortunes, at least Aunt Ro can save me. Wang Yin was initially a bit confused, but after thinking of a possibility, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Could this girl be jealous of Aru? It shouldn't be. As this thought was rather outrageous, Wang Yin didn't really believe it, so he erased the idea from his mind. After all, how often do such natural disasters occur? Senior brother, you don't actually like Aunt Ro, do you? Bibi Dong's eyes widened. What on earth are you thinking about all day? Wang Yin slapped Bibi Dong away. Aunt Ro, don't take what Xiao Donger said to heart. Although I had my doubts for a moment, I cannot let a Ro think too much. Perhaps overthinking isn't entirely a bad thing, but that thought was quickly discarded by Wang Yin. He chuckled. It's fine, Donger is quite adorable. A Ro smiled, appearing not to be angry at all. They went directly to the academy's president and explained the situation. With the order from Qian Xuanji, the president happily assisted Wang Yin and the others in handling matters for Lu Erlong. Just as they finished the relevant procedures for Lu Erlong, someone sent by Qian Xuanji arrived, looking like there was something important. However, Wang Yin was puzzled about what could be so urgent that Qian Xuanji remembered it only now. The person sent by Qian Xuanji was also unclear about the situation, only urging Wang Yin to hurry. Due to this, Wang Yin, feeling confused, briefly explained things to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong before returning to the papal hall with a Ro. Teacher, what do you need me for? Upon seeing Qian Xuanji, Wang Yin naturally had to ask. Although our spirit hall communicates with various forces from time to time, strictly speaking, we haven't had any formal exchanges with them for a long time. Therefore, I think it's time to send an exchange delegation to visit the major forces, Qian Xuanji said, pausing after speaking. Teacher, what position do you want me to take in this exchange delegation? Since Qian Xuanji said this, it meant he intended for Wang Yin to be part of the delegation, and Wang Yin understood this, which is why he asked. Your task is simple. You will just be the main organizer of the exchange delegation. I will assign the specific matters to the two elders, but since you are my disciple, it's time to let the other forces see you. However, I still hope you can learn something from this experience after all. You're my disciple and quite close to my position. Qian Xuanji expressed great expectations for Wang Yin, which surprised him. This Qian Xuanji seemed a bit unusual. I will not let my teacher down. Although Wang Yin felt that Qian Xuanji's behavior was abnormal, he still made a verbal promise. However, it was merely a performance and did not guarantee anything in reality. You can leave for now. Remember to prepare well. Once the exchange delegation is fully formed, I hope my disciple can shine at that time. Qian Xuanji seemed very much looking forward to it. I understand, teacher. Wang Yin didn't say much. Anyway, Qian Xuanji was definitely a bit abnormal in his presence. He could go down first. It seemed that he suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. And Qian Xuanji had a somewhat dispirited look on his face. Disciple takes his leave. Wang Yin left here. What does your teacher want from you? After coming out from Qiang Sunji, Wang Yan's expression was neither joyful nor anything else. It just didn't look right. In this situation, Aru felt it was necessary to ask. Wang Yin explained to Aro about the exchange delegation that Qian Xuanji and he discussed. However, Aro noticed that as Wang Yin spoke, his brows were becoming increasingly furrowed. This shouldn't be considered a bad thing. Why are you frowning so tightly? Aro was somewhat puzzled. I found that my teacher seemed to be somewhat different from my memories of him. Wang Yinchao looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. So he said something that wasn't very obvious in meaning, but Wang Yin knew that Aru would understand what he was saying. Why was that? Aru murmured in confusion. I can't figure it out either, and that's why I've been frowning all along. Qianshuan's performance is indeed a bit surprising. Could it be that he has really changed his character? Wang Yin didn't think so. Could it be that your teacher, like you, knows something? Aru suddenly proposed a seemingly unlikely, but actually quite possible scenario. It doesn't seem likely. If he were like me, he wouldn't be this way. Wang Yin shook his head at Aru's suggestion, believing the possibility to be small, even saying it was a bit too small, mainly because Qiang Sunji's demeanor didn't seem a match. What could it be then? Dismissed as impossible by Wang Yin, Aru had to keep thinking. There's no choice. We've come this far, so we can't help but think more. After all, this is not only related to Wang Yin, but it might also involve herself, and even Xiao Wu and the others in the Stardew Forest. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we cover it with earth. I lean more towards the idea that Kiang Sunji is not as I remember. After all, the fragments of my memories regarding Kiang Sunji are really too few, so it's normal for there to be some errors. Wang Yin would say this because he feels too weak. If he had enough strength, he could just take a Ruo by Dong and Lu Erlong and leave without a second thought, without needing to consider all this. Aren't you afraid of unexpected events? Ruo was quite surprised by Wang Yan's decision. If something unexpected happens, there's nothing we can do. Our strength is still too weak. Not to mention other things. Aunt Ruo, if you were to face Qian Sunji one-on-one, you could probably just escape, and at most, I could only avoid Soul Saint and maybe escape from Soul Douluo. As for Xiao Dong and Erlong, there's nothing more to say. Saying this, it's clear that our side is indeed very weak. However, it's not a big deal. Aunt Ruo, trust me, even if there are unforeseen circumstances, I believe I can rectify the situation and handle it. Wang Yin was confident about this. After all, if it were a bet on the future, the entire Douluo continent probably could now bet him. Well, since I put all my hopes on you. Her didn't say much more, but just that one sentence indicated her attitude and stance. Don't worry, I will definitely not let those who believe in me down. In response to Aru's choice, Wang Yin naturally had to react as well. After leaving Qian Xuanji and finishing his conversation with Aru, Wang Yin began to think about how to deal with the possible events that might occur in the future, most of which were related to Qian Xuanji. After all, what he was most worried about was not the future Tang San, but the current Qian Xuanji. However, Wang Yin felt a bit disappointed because he realized that he only had a slight possibility of coping, and the chances of being able to handle it perfectly did not seem very high. But it was still somewhat acceptable. At least it wasn't completely without means of coping. In the following few days, Wang Yin seemed to be a free person, wandering around aimlessly all day. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was wandering everywhere. Mainly, he was being influenced by Bibi Dong. Besides attending classes with Bibi Dong, Wang Yin was dragged around by her for the rest of the time. During such times, Aru followed from a distance, neither getting too close nor too far, just trailing behind. Perhaps what made Bibi Dong somewhat unhappy was Lu Erlong. During these few days, Bibi Dong was practically inseparable from Wang Yin, except for private matters like sleeping and using the bathroom. However, that didn't mean there weren't others around. There was also Lu Erlong. If Aru was just following at a comfortable distance, then Lu Erlong was like a glaring spotlight. Wang Yin noticed this himself. In these days, whenever Bibi Dong needed something, she would look for Wang Yin almost for various matters, while Lu Erlong seemed to be closely watching Bibi Dong. As soon as Bibi Dong sought Wang Yin, Lu Erlong would appear as well. Before Lu Erlong showed up, Bibi Dong was exceptionally excited, but once Lu Erlong appeared, Bibi Dong's enthusiasm would drop at least a notch. It was as if Lu Erlong was a thorn in her side, or rather, they seemed to be adversaries. At first, Wang Yin didn't think much of it. After all, girls can have conflicts among themselves, and it's not unusual for two girls to have such a clear rivalry. However, later Wang Yin noticed something different. Bibi Dong was still fine, but Lu Erlong seemed to be really at odds with Bibi Dong, especially when Bibi Dong wanted to flirt with him. Lu Erlong was always the one who disrupted the mood. Wang Yin was very supportive of Bibi Dong wanting to flirt with him. How could he not support such a thing? It was something that not only needed support, but also required active cooperation. However, while Bibi Dong was being proactive, Wang Yin was cooperating, yet there was still Lu Erlong causing trouble. Wang Yin could predict that Bibi Dong liked him. After all, although he hadn't been particularly obvious in the past, he had done enough for such a result, or rather, for such a clear tendency. It wasn't surprising at all. As for Lu Erlong, could she possibly like him? Wang Yin is uncertain about this. After all, the time spent together is too short, and the two often bicker, making it hard to determine anything. At least Wang Yin himself cannot be sure. If Lu Erlong likes him, is that a good thing? Wang Yin would definitely say yes, as he is not the type to push away those who like him. In fact, the more the merrier. However, with uncertainties, Wang Yin finds it a bit difficult and is unsure of what specific measures to take. Regarding these matters, Wang Yin can only express that there is plenty of time ahead. Perhaps having 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines is out of reach. But finding a few more should still be possible. Wang Yin has considered the idea of having multiple wives. As for the present, let's just leave it at that. He and Bibi Dong are currently only engaging in some flirtation, maintaining a close relationship without revealing too much too soon. As for Lu Erlong, he can just take his time. After all, he can't let the meat that's already near the pot escape. Even if he has to tie her up, he needs to keep her close. As for feelings, they can be nurtured slowly. As long as they are not too distant from each other, it's fine. Compared to the potential thousands of years of lifespan in the future, Wang Yin and these young people, who are even under 20, are really too young. It's not feasible to always wander around with Bibi Dong, so Wang Yin decided to engage in practical training with her, and Lu Erlong also participated, while a Rose sat nearby watching the three. Should they do it again? Wang Yin knocked Lu Erlong to the ground, and Lu Erlong shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't fight back anymore, but he simply had no strength left. He was breathing heavily, enveloped in a layer of white sweat. His hair was wet, and even his lips were slightly pale. In this condition, Lu Erlong really should rest instead of continuing. If he went on, it would harm his body. Dongya, are you rested? Do you want to practice some more? Supporting Lu Erlong to sit aside and handing him water, Wang Yin directly asked when he noticed a somewhat unhappy expression on Bai Dong's face. No more, no more. I'm still not recovered. Bai Dong shook her head. Just now, she was hardly in a better state than Lu Erlong was now, and there was no need to ask if she wanted to continue. Wang Yin had dragged her to this point against her will. Regarding Wang Yan's earlier performance, Bai Dong felt a bit annoyed, thinking that maybe she had been too nice to her senior brother these past few days. As for why Bai Dong was treated this way, in Wang Yan's words, it was because she focused only on cultivating her soul power and honing her physical body while neglecting the application of combat skills, resulting in the cultivation of clumsy strength. Clumsy strength is power that cannot be controlled or is hard to control. It may have some use in battle, but honestly, it's not very helpful and is more likely to become a burden. Wang Yin doesn't have any good methods to eliminate his clumsiness. Only the simple and crude way of practicing against Bibi Dong, allowing her to take hits and then reflect on her understanding and fully control her own clumsiness. In this process, Bibi Dong performed quite well, but Lu Erlong's performance was even more impressive, as Lu Erlong had very little clumsiness. Senior brother, how is the issue with your cultivation speed decline due to the conflict of medicinal power going? Bibi Dong wanted to shift Wang Yan's attention. After all, although Wang Yin had held back when they fought, it still hurt a lot, but fortunately, there were no lasting injuries. I guess it's resolved. It's basically not affecting my cultivation anymore. Wang Yin also sat down and drank some water. He had also expended energy. So, are you going to break through to level 70 soon? What kind of 7th spirit ring do you want to add? I've heard from my teacher and some elders that the 7th spirit ring is the most important among the 4 key spirit rings. Bibi Dong was quite invested in this. There's no rush to break through to level 70. I plan to merge my 2 domains before thinking about becoming a spirit saint. Speaking of which, you should have awakened your innate domain by now, being a spirit king and all. Wang Yin was quite clear about his cultivation path. His current plan was to eliminate the influence of the City of Slaughter and then merge the angel domain with the God of Slaughter domain. Only after these two would he consider breaking through to Spirit Saint. Having more innate domains isn't necessarily better, while having 2 domains looks impressive. Due to their respective characteristics, Wang Yin could feel a deep-seated conflict. If this issue isn't resolved now, it will become more troublesome later. I awakened the Death domain after breaking through to Spirit King. Bibi Dong had nothing to hide about this, even with Lu Erlong and a row present. Then you and Erlong should work hard. While improving your cultivation, remember to enhance your combat skills. When the time comes, I'll take you to the City of Slaughter to obtain the God of Slaughter domain. In Wang Yin's view, the God of Slaughter domain was quite compatible with Bibi Dong's Death domain, and Lu Erlong was also very suitable for the God of Slaughter domain, making it necessary to obtain it. 075 conversations in the carriage, easy and pleasant days generally don't last too long. This might not have any basis, but many people have likely experienced this feeling. When Wang Yin was informed that he was to depart with the exchange delegation, he was momentarily dazed. Has it really been such a short time? Upon careful reflection, it had already been 5 or 6 days. He thought it had only been a couple of days and wondered why the preparations were made so quickly. When the exchange delegation set off, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong came to see him off. The 2 couldn't go along, and even if they wanted to, not to mention Qian Xuanji wouldn't agree. Wang Yin wouldn't either. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong didn't go, but a row followed Wang Yin and even shared the same carriage with him. The exchange delegation was not small. There were 2 elders from the Spirit Hall serving as deputy leaders, 16 cardinals who were members of the delegation, most at the Spirit Saint level, with 4 at the Spirit Douluo level. The above were the main members of the exchange delegation, along with some attendants and guards. The attendants need not be mentioned, but the guards consisted of 3 teams of Holy Emperor warriors. In terms of overall strength, The Spirit Hall's exchange delegation was undeniably powerful, at least not weaker than the top 3 sects, as the top 3 sects only had 2 titled Douluos in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect in actuality. Your Highness, the 5th Elder and the 6th Elder sent me to ask where we should set our first stop for the exchange visit. Not long after leaving Spirit City, a holy emperor warrior came to Wang Yin to inquire. Tell the 2 elders that I am still young and inexperienced, and I will follow their arrangements. However, I suggest that our first stop for the exchange visit should be the Heaven Do Empire. If the 2 elders ask for reasons, just say that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Haotian sect, the top 3 sects, are all within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. That would be troublesome. Wang Yin didn't care much, said a few words, and then stopped. The messenger, the holy emperor warrior, saw that Wang Yin was already complaining, so he left. Your reasoning is quite perfunctory. Unlike Wang Yin, who sat in a careless manner, our row in the same carriage behaved like a proper young lady, even though she hadn't really learned how to do so. Those 2 elders clearly just wanted to test the waters. Although I am the Pope's eldest disciple, I am merely one of the candidates for inheriting the Pope's position. Xiao Donger and those elder disciples are also candidates, but my and Xiao Donger's chances are slightly greater since we are both the Pope's disciples. After saying this, Wang Yin seemed to let out a helpless sigh. Isn't your strength already far beyond those elder disciples? In fact, those elder disciples seem to be inferior to Xiao Donger. Aro didn't quite understand the intricacies of this. Strength is just one aspect of the assessment. As long as you meet a certain standard, it's sufficient. Unless one's strength can truly convince everyone. But such cases have only existed in the history of the Spirit Hall with one person. Unfortunately, that Pope only served for 2 or 3 years before dying due to reckless cultivation. To become the Pope, you first need nominations from the Pope and the elders, followed by evaluations of strength and other aspects. Strength serves as the basic screening criterion, and finally, there's a vote among the Pope and the elders. Of course, this process is usually quite abbreviated, as elders typically don't have the time to take on disciples for no reason. It's rare for 2 or 3 people to be nominated in one generation. Most of the time, only one Pope disciple is nominated, leaving no other choices. Given your situation, as long as you put in a little more effort and learn how to handle the affairs of the Spirit Hall, I don't think those elder disciples can compete with you. Aro seemed to be encouraging Wang Yin. Aunt Ro, stop joking. I know very well what a lazy person I am. If it weren't for various coincidences, I might be running a bookstore and tea shop in some small town, just leisurely living my life. A wry smile appeared on his face, as Wang Yin recalled how he woke up with his martial spirit and was suddenly confronted by the Qinshuan flying dragon. He knew that his relationship with the Spirit Hall was now inextricably linked, unless he were to disappear. But how could that be? Running a bookstore and tea shop in a small town seems like a pretty good life. Regarding Wang Yan's statement, Aro neither expressed belief nor disbelief. So, let Xiao Donger take on the role of Pope. I have no interest in it. I just want to manage my own little piece of land well and live comfortably. Wang Yin speaks very freely, but his perspective is quite narrow. Am I in your territory? Aru liked Wang Yan's metaphor somewhat, although she didn't quite understand it. She could generally grasp what Wang Yin meant, and the metaphor was quite interesting. In the past, it wasn't the case, but now it is. As for Xiao Wu and Daming Erming, we can talk about them later, since that time won't be too far off anyway. Wang Yin had already made this point clear enough. What time is this? Aru frowned, as if she thought of something. A major event, a significant event that will affect the future for a long time. But don't worry too much, Aunt Ro. This major event won't involve Xiao Wu and the other 2 for now. Seeing Aru start to frown, Wang Yin immediately explained. Aren't you afraid that those 2 elders or someone outside will overhear this? Upon hearing Wang Yin say this, Aru seemed to temporarily set aside her worries and change the subject, also reminding Wang Yin. Aunt Ro, let's not discuss whether others dare to eavesdrop. You're still a title Douluo. If someone were really eavesdropping, you wouldn't be telling me this, would you? Besides, I'm always using 2 domains, right? Although I still have no clue about domain fusion, I've already developed some small tricks regarding sound shielding and soul power fluctuations. Wang Yan's situation is quite interesting. Sometimes, when trying to accomplish something, there are no ideas at all, yet various unrelated things are somehow produced. I had never heard of the concept of field integration before, let alone anyone achieving it. You don't have to force yourself too much. After all, there's a saying that where there's a will, there's a way. You don't need to worry too much. As for what Wang Yin is doing, Aru has also participated, but the main events are not happening to her. Even though Aru is quite powerful, she is helpless. After all, with her experience of transforming from a 10,000-year spirit beast into a human. She hasn't mastered a single field, let alone field integration. It's fine. I'm just idle and can take the opportunity to practice my control over my own field. Wang Yin appreciates Aru's concern. Speaking of the exchange visit group, having 2 elders and those red row cardinals is indeed beneficial. There is no need to worry about major issues, and minor ones aren't a concern either, as the elders and cardinals handle everything directly. Wang Yin is happy about this. He has no worries and just needs to focus on his cultivation. If he gets tired of cultivation, Aru is there to chat with him, making life quite enjoyable. Unfortunately, without lively young girls like Xiao Dong and Erlong by his side, Wang Yin feels a bit of tension is missing from his life. The exchange visit group from the Spirit Hall headed straight towards Tiando City, but after entering the territory of the Tiando Empire, a team of soldiers from the Tiando Empire approached them. Long before the exchange visit group set off, the Spirit Hall had already communicated with major forces, and later provided the specific itinerary. So this situation is not surprising. Why do we stop? Just under 500 miles from Tiando City, a small incident occurred, and the convoy suddenly came to a halt. Wang Yin, who was meditating with his eyes closed in the carriage, opened his eyes. Since he had been focused on his cultivation, he was unaware of what had happened. However, although he didn't know the specifics, the commotion outside suggested it was not a trivial matter. I don't know. Aru was also in deep meditation and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. When Wang Yin asked her, she shook her head, indicating she was unclear. What's going on? Seeing that Aru also didn't know, Wang Yin lifted the small curtain of the carriage window to inquire with the personnel accompanying them. Your Highness, there are troops from the Tiando Empire conducting military exercises ahead, blocking our intended route. The accompanying personnel answered in detail, as that was all he knew. Military exercises? When do they start? Which troops from the Tiando Empire are involved? What is the purpose of the exercises? Upon hearing that it was a military exercise by the Tiando Empire, Wang Yin furrowed his brows immediately. The route for our exchange visit group to your Tiando Empire had already been agreed upon, and now they have a military exercise blocking the way. This seems intentional. Your Highness, it seems they just started yesterday. The exercises are led by His Highness the Third Prince Xueming and the Baiyan Corps, as well as the Rose Corps led by Duke Gordon of the Tiando Empire. It is said that the purpose is to guard against external forces launching surprise attacks. The subordinates are still quite reliable. They answered Wang Yan's questions quite thoroughly. Guarding against external forces launching surprise attacks. How interesting. What do the 2 elders say? What should we do about the current situation? As soon as Wang Yin heard the name, he knew that the military exercise in front of him was just a drug gourd. The 2 elders were very angry, but they only sent the commander of the escort army of the Tiando Empire to negotiate, without stating what to do now, just asking them to wait in place. The accompanying personnel did not embellish or add any other irrelevant details. Were the elders still in their carriage? Regarding the answer from the accompanying personnel, Wang Yin did not comment, but inquired again about the situation of the 2 elders. Yes, Your Highness. The accompanying personnel replied. Aunt Ro, I want to stir things up. Do you want to join in and have some fun? Wang Yin put down the curtain, revealing a slight smile on his face. He had guessed some of the purposes of this military exercise of the Tiando Empire, so he thought about getting involved. Stirring up trouble? What trouble? Aru was relatively unclear about these matters, especially since Wang Yin was smiling, which made her somewhat puzzled. Please come with me. After saying this, Wang Yin directly stepped out of the carriage, jumped down from the horse-drawn carriage, then turned around and extended his hand. Aru bent down, took Wang Yan's hand, and jumped down as well. Elders, do you mind if Ani Ro and I come in and sit for a while? Wang Yin and Ro arrived at the carriage of the 2 elders. Wang Yin lifted a corner of the curtain and peeked inside with a smile on his face. It's His Highness and Elder Chi Tong. Of course, we don't mind. Please come in and sit. The 5th elder and 6th elder were initially fuming, but upon Wang Yan's sudden appearance, their expressions transformed into smiles. Ro, after all, was a title Douluo. Although she was just following Wang Yin, and the Spirit Hall hadn't given her any specific arrangements, Qian Sun Ji still granted her the title of an elder, which couldn't be ignored. His Highness usually doesn't go out much. What brings you 2 old fellows here today? Is it that you're facing difficulties in your cultivation? No problem. As long as we can answer, we will definitely explain it clearly. The 5th elder appeared warm and friendly. Although there might be some conflicting interests between Wang Yin and him, as well as the 6th elder within the Spirit Hall, they still understood things clearly in other matters. There's no need for the 2 elders to be like this. I've never been one to beat around the bush. I came here because you 2 should know what this is about. I just want to see what the commander guarding the convoy will say when he returns. Wang Yin had no other thoughts. He came here just to stir things up a bit. Oh, I see. The two elders exchanged glances and said nothing more. After a short while, the commander of the escort army came over. Elders. Your Highness? The commander of the escort army had seen Wang Yin before, but he hadn't seen him in front of the two elders of the Spirit Hall. You can speak. I'm listening. Wang Yin glanced at him. I have met with His Highness the Third Prince and Grand Duke Rose. His Highness the Third Prince and Grand Duke Rose expressed their sincere apologies for blocking the route of the visiting delegation. But the military exercise involves too many people and has already begun, so it is too late to call it off. Therefore, His Highness the Third Prince and Grand Duke Rose hope that the elders and His Highness can understand. The words spoken by this person seemed somewhat formal and scripted, and Wang Yin even doubted whether he had memorized them long ago. But it is also quite fatal. Elder Lu, don't be angry. General, didn't His Highness the Third Prince and Grand Duke Rose invite us to observe their military exercise? Wang Yin only persuaded Elder Lu once, and then turned to the officer who was escorting the exchange delegation. The Third Prince and Duke Rose mentioned this, but seeing that the elder was not in a good mood, I didn't say anything. The officer leading the escorting troops is quite interesting, so please lead the way, General. The three elders and I are very interested in this military exercise and hope to have a look. Wang Yin said a few words, and the officer looked puzzled. Although Aro was confused, she suppressed her feelings and did not express them. The two elders merely raised their eyebrows, somewhat unclear about Wang Yan's words and actions. Your Highness, this will affect our normal progress and meeting time, the officer reminded Wang Yan. It's fine, military exercises are not frequent, especially under the command of His Highness the Third Prince and Grand Duke Rose. As for delaying the schedule and meeting time, I believe the Emperor won't mind too much with someone as young as me. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire is quite old, and Crown Prince Shui Yi has been in the position for nearly 20 years. In that case, Your Highness and the three elders, please follow me. The officer led the way ahead. Your Highness. Elder 5 and Elder 6 simultaneously called out, stopping Wang Yin from getting off the carriage. Elders, just come with me. Any issues, I will handle them. It won't involve you too. Wang Yin smiled and said, Your Highness, do you understand military warfare? The fifth elder questioned. I don't know much about military warfare, but I wonder if that Third Prince and the Rose Duke understand what absolute firepower suppression means. Wang Yin had an inexplicable smile on his face. Absolute firepower suppression? Elder 5 and Elder 6 exchanged confused glances, both looking bewildered. When they saw Aru's calm expression, they called out to her, Elder Qidong, do you know what absolute firepower suppression means? Despite Aru's serene demeanor, appearing unconcerned by Wang Yan's words, she actually didn't understand either. However, all she needed to do was to fully trust Wang Yan. There was no need for her to comprehend it. I don't know, but we'll find out soon enough, one Tiwi. The first part of Aru's statement left Elder 5 and Elder 6 feeling somewhat dazed. Even you, who spends all day with him, don't know. Then, the latter part of Aru's statement enlightened the two elders. It was true, not knowing was fine. They could just follow along. When they arrived at the military exercise observation post, the atmosphere inside was bustling, with various messages being relayed continuously. A massive sand table was set up in the middle, with people constantly modifying various details on it. Those with a bit of knowledge could understand that the constantly changing sand table represented the real-time situation of both sides during the military exercise. The red and blue markers on the sand table intermingled, with various symbols crisscrossing. It was clear that the military exercise had entered a high-intensity, interactive state from the very beginning. It was hard to say which side would win. Even in a real war, it would be difficult to determine the outcome. Standing beside the sand table were His Highness the Third Prince, the Rose Duke, and three elders from the Spirit Hall. They were the highest authorities present, but not the commanders of the military drill, serving more as observers. His Highness the Third Prince, the Rose Duke, and the three elders from the Spirit Hall have arrived to observe the military exercise. The officer escorting the troops directly brought Wang Yin and the others to the observation post. Wang Yin understood that this was something the Heaven Do Empire had arranged in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Welcome, welcome. The two armored figures by the sand table simultaneously looked up and said the same words. Judging by their ages, the younger one was the Third Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, while the older one, with graying hair, was the Rose Duke. In fact, they could also be distinguished by the patterns on their armor. The swan pattern symbolized the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, while the thorn rose pattern belonged to the Rose Duke's family. Can the three elders and His Highness understand military warfare? Can you evaluate the temporary strengths and weaknesses of both sides? After some polite exchanges, everyone gathered around the sand table. The third prince of the Heaven-Do Empire spoke these words, and Wang Yin knew the main event was about to begin. It's worth mentioning that the Douluo continent was currently unstable, with soul master forces attacking each other, and the two great empires occasionally experiencing small conflicts with various kingdoms. Only the Spirit Hall had been relatively quiet, seemingly lacking ambition, which was inconsistent with its vast strength and influence. The third prince's question seemed to test the Spirit Hall's intentions. Some things cannot be hidden, especially when pretending to be ignorant. Pretending to understand requires only a superficial grasp, and it is difficult to discern unless one reaches a certain level. However, pretending not to understand, even if one is knowledgeable, can be easily distinguished. After all, it is much more challenging to pretend not to understand than to feign understanding. About military warfare, it's better for His Highness to speak. Ein Elder 6 should refrain from speaking rashly. Elder 5 and Elder 6 didn't think too much about it at this moment, because they truly didn't understand. But did Wang Yin really understand? Wang Yin doesn't understand either, but isn't war just about fighting? The two elders of the Spirit Hall are so engrossed in their cultivation that they have no idea. Before he crossed over, he had talked about this with classmates and friends. Do you have any insights, Your Highness? The third prince of Tiando is not young anymore. After all, as long as his father is alive, he can only be a prince and nothing more. I don't have any insights since I don't understand it either, but, well, this military exercise, TSK, it really is foolish. Wang Yin smacked his lips, and his comments were quite cutting. Oh, what do you mean by that? The third prince of Tiando couldn't suppress some irritation in his voice, while the elderly and gray-haired Duke of Roses remained calm, simply shifting his gaze on the sand table to Wang Yin. This military exercise was indeed an exercise, training the troops, as the situation on the continent could develop in various ways. It is essential to train an army that can be deployed for a large-scale battle. When it comes to fighting, the most important factors are food supplies and equipment, followed by the soldiers and commanding officers. Since they are all from the Tiando Empire, I won't elaborate much on food supplies and equipment. There shouldn't be much difference between the two sides. If you want me to speak, then I will. But what I say is just some empty talk, as Wang Yin truly doesn't understand. So, I'll just say a few bland things. What about the soldiers and commanding officers? The third prince of Tiando pressed on with a question. The soldiers on both sides are quite similar. After all, it's an exercise and strong confrontations are better. So the quality of the soldiers should be decent. It's just a pity about the commanding officers, TSK, to successfully deceive others. One must not let them remain outside the situation. Instead, they should be drawn into one's own thought process, which increases the chances of successful deception. How about the officers? The third prince of Tiando didn't miss a word. When the food supplies and equipment and the soldiers are nearly equal, winning depends more on the capabilities of the commanders. This is similar to the teamwork of soul masters, in a situation where both sides are of similar strength and engage in a head-on clash. It entirely depends on who can hold out longer. I can only say that putting two pigs in those commanding positions wouldn't cause any problems. Wang Yin had nothing to say. As long as there were no issues with the front lines, the remaining one could be criticized wildly without any consequences. Finding some faults was already an achievement. It was indeed a command problem. The voice, tinged with a sense of melancholy, belonged to Duke Rose. For two nearly identical armies, it really tested the art of command, much like in a team battle where two teams had equal strength, relying on the control-type soul masters to manage the situation. How to feign weakness to lure the enemy into a trap, how to ensure that a relatively weaker position could eliminate a relatively stronger one, and how to preserve one's advantages while nibbling away at the opponent's forces. All of this tested the command and control skills. From the situation on the sand table, the infantry was cutting at each other, and the cavalry was clashing. I truly didn't see any art of war command. The third prince of Tiando fell silent. He was not unaware of what Wang Yin had said, but it was unusual for someone deemed inexperienced to point out problems, especially when he was trying to boast about the army's strength. If His Highness encountered this situation before the battle, what would he do? Duke Rosegorn asked. Delay time to avoid war, while seeking out powerful soul masters to implement a decapitation tactic. If it was already too late, then gather the soul masters in the army. Form a sharp unit to hide, and wait until the enemy was fully engaged before striking. Of course, I really don't understand these things. I'm just talking nonsense, and it may not work. Wang Yin was casually rambling, making some sense but lacking sincerity. You guys don't need to know too much. Actually, in my opinion, putting soldiers from both sides on the battlefield to fight is really stupid. After finishing his nonsense, Wang Yin added another remark. Xiao Yan. At this moment, Aruo spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of reminder. Aunt Ruoh, I'm not joking. It's really very stupid. I'm also quite puzzled. Clearly, the ones with high combat power in the Douluo continent are soul masters, but during wars, we hardly see many soul masters, or rather, we can't see the significant role they play at all. Wang Yin knew that a Ruoh was reminding him, but at that moment, he really couldn't hold back. Partly because the Heaven Do Empire situation was just to irritate him, making him very unhappy. Partly because Wang Yin really wanted to complain. Indeed, in this world, ordinary people make up the majority, and soul masters have only played a part in the development of human civilization. However, if we only talk about wars, the war between humans and soul beasts is manageable. But the critical point is that in wars between humans, soul masters actually have little effect. Can you believe this? The people present were gradually drawn to Wang Yin's increasingly loud voice. If I were in a high position, I would definitely assemble a group of powerful soul masters, with the soul masters at the front and ordinary soldiers at the back. The soul masters would deal with the opposing nobility and management tier, then open the city gates for the ordinary soldiers to take over and defend, engaging in multifaceted warfare, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. I would call this a blitzkrieg. Hearing Wang Yin say this, the fifth elder and sixth elder exchanged a subtle glance, their eyes flashing with brilliance. Besides blitzkrieg, I have two other tactical arrangements, but they all fall under absolute firepower suppression. Upon hearing the term absolute firepower suppression, the fifth elder and sixth elder became even more energized. May I ask, Your Highness, what is absolute firepower suppression? However, before the fifth elder and sixth elder could speak, someone else asked first. This person was just a very inconspicuous junior officer in the observation post. Absolute firepower suppression actually relies on the absolute combat power of soul masters, forming an absolutely high-powered soul master team, with at least soul saint rank and soul do being quite common, while title Douluo might not be impossible. This is the prerequisite for absolute firepower suppression. Wang Yin, as a soul master, combined with the unique, extraordinary system of soul masters in Douluo continent, and with not much scientific development, what else can absolute firepower suppression rely on, if not on soul masters? Your Highness, can I understand this absolute firepower suppression as utilizing a high-powered soul master team to conduct a saturation soul power strike against the charging soldier army? It's still that unremarkable little officer. Yes, but this is only part of a large-scale battle. As long as high-level soul masters have sufficient soul power, they are virtually unstoppable on the battlefield. After a saturation soul power strike, when the opponent barely gathers their forces, led by high-level soul masters and with some elite cavalry holding back, they can break through the opponent's formation, and then all infantry can press forward to pursue. However, they must not kill them all. Some must be left for the opponent. Although Wang Yin doesn't understand much about warfare, he does understand the importance of spreading disappointment and even despair among the enemy. There is also another tactic, a variant of the decapitation strategy combined with the previous blitzkrieg, which is quite interesting. It involves attacking the opponent's important cities, especially the imperial capital and royal city, which are the most crucial power centers, followed by various strategically important cities. The goal is to conduct large-scale attacks on those power centers and the cities defending them. Casualties are not important. What matters is the extent of the destruction, ensuring that they're incapable of organizing any defense for a certain period of time. Wang Yan's rambling came to an end, and the entire observation station fell into silence. Although Wang Yan's various methods were somewhat impractical, they couldn't be said to lack reasoning. These methods were good, but they were too fanciful and did not align with the reality. In the midst of the silence, Duke Gordon, the Rose Duke, spoke up. Indeed, they did not align with reality. There are not that many high-level soul masters compared to the vast number of basic soldiers and mid-low level officers, while those with a large number of basic soldiers and mid-low level officers do not have that many high-level soul masters. Therefore, even if someone in the past thought of these methods, they could never be realized. Wang Yin was able to come up with these methods because he had naturally considered why they had not appeared in the Douluo continent. Indeed, the third prince of Tiando seemed to come to his senses and said with a bit of emotion, yes, what's your name? Wang Yin was not caught up in these years, but instead looked at the young officer who had just asked him what absolute firepower suppression was. The young officer looked quite surprised. Your Highness, my name is Adolf, he replied. Adolf, from the Hitler family? Wang Yin raised an eyebrow. Could this group be the so-called F-Rare who had drunk the Mengpa soup and was reincarnated into this Douluo continent? No, that's not right. That German F-Rare is foreign and not under the jurisdiction of Yama. and he wouldn't have access to the Mangpa soup. Indeed, some people call me Adolf, but I belong to the Lurdexi family. Which family does the Hitler family belong to? In response to Wang Yan's question, this little officer named Adolf replied, the Hitler family was exterminated 3,000 years ago by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who discovered their intention to collude with the abyssal demons to destroy the Douluo continent. However, this matter did not spread widely. And I thought you might be a descendant of that family. Nonsense, that was just talking out of one's hat. Wang Yan was only afraid that too much would be said and it wouldn't correspond. Your Highness, I am from the Lurdexi family, not the Hitler family. The little officer's face turned ashen. Your Highness can distinguish clearly, but that Pope of the Spirit Hall truly understood the greater good and saved the Douluo continent from peril. However, why isn't this matter spread? The third prince of Tiando opened his mouth. On the surface, it seems there is nothing wrong, but in fact, he was testing the truth of the matter. The people nurtured and grown in this world, colluding with abyssal demons to destroy the world. Isn't that akin to colluding with outsiders to kill one's own father and mother? What else there to promote? Moreover, once it spreads, there will always be some reckless people who will approach the abyssal demons, not knowing how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Those beings are the epitome of bloodthirsty, soul-devouring, extreme depravity and evil. Isn't it just a bluff? As long as you say that this matter is only found in some fragment of the Spirit Hall, it can't be investigated. Your Highness, could you elaborate on the matter of the abyssal demons? Duke Gordon of the Rose said this. Wang Yan raised an eyebrow. It was just a failure to showcase military strength. Changing the topic was fine, but don't you think it's a bit awkward? There's no need to elaborate on the abyss demons. The method of summoning demons to build a world passage has been completely destroyed by the Spirit Hall. The Pope at that time noted this incident and even actively erased the memories of all those who participated in the extermination of the demons. Therefore, the probability of encountering abyss demons in the future is extremely low. There's no need to understand those things. Just knowing this is enough. The more one says, the more mistakes one makes. Wang Yan didn't want to elaborate further and just wanted to end it quickly. In that case, the old man would not ask more questions. He ordered at the fastest speed that regardless of what was happening, they must clear a path for the Spirit Hall's visiting delegation to pass through smoothly. Duke Gordon sighed regretfully and issued such an order. After leaving that observation post, the visiting delegation's convoy quickly passed through the middle of the military exercise. After some twists and turns to get through the original route, the time taken was about the same as going around. So, why go through the middle instead of taking a detour? This involves a somewhat trivial issue of face. Someone from the Tiando Empire wanted to use this to embarrass the Spirit Hall, and Wang Yan and the others managed to crack it. Although it seemed inconsequential on the surface, some people were already breaking cups in private. Aside from a military exercise blocking the road, the remaining path was quite smooth, and there was no talk of being obstructed. Even when passing through areas with poor security where bandits roamed, no one dared to attack the convoy. Did they want to rob? No, that would be seeking death. When the convoy arrived at Tiando City, the elderly emperor of Tiando sent Shui Yi, who had been in the position of crown prince for a long time, to welcome them. After the incident of the military exercise blocking the road, Wang Yan returned to a low-profile state, not drawing attention or speaking much. Even when meeting Shui Yi and others, Wang Yan only smiled throughout the encounter, hardly speaking at all, leaving most matters to the 5th and 6th elders. After all, these two were titled Douluo, and their strength alone was enough to earn the courtesy of the emperor of the Tiando Empire. Not to mention their positions as elders of the Spirit Hall and members of this visiting delegation. What kind of person is Wang Yan? Being the Pope's top disciple is not a low status, but not many people know about his strength. However, due to his age, it seems that even if it is not low, it is not high either. And considering his age, what can he really understand? He is just a name in the exchange delegation. So even if Wang Yan does nothing, not many people will criticize him. Elders, could you please give your junior a heads up? Can I skip that banquet? After entering Tiando City, I first met with Shuya under his guidance. After a brief conversation, I was led to settle in. During the settling process, Wang Yan approached the two elders. Your Highness, this. The 5th elder fell silent, while the 6th elder didn't finish his sentence. If we don't go, then we don't go. After all, we don't need to give the Tiando Empire any face. It's just a bit arrogant, nothing serious. We can handle the specific matters ourselves, as it's basically just routine and not a big deal. After a moment of silence, the 5th elder said this. Mainly, it was Wang Yan's previous performance at the observation station that changed the 5th and 6th elders' views of him. Moreover, since they are all from the same camp when going out to the Tiando Empire, it won't affect major matters. Thank you, elders. Aunt Ro and I will just stroll around Tiando City, and there wouldn't be any issues. Wang Yin still wants to express his gratitude, as it is the proper thing to do for the two elders. Previously, Wang Yin had indeed been to Heaven-Do City and had shone brightly there, but at that time he did not use his real name. He went by the title of Titan Diamond. However, during that visit to Heaven-Do City, Wang Yin spent the entire month in the Great Spirit Arena and did not actually stroll around the city. This time, he came again, and since he had no particular cultivation plans and no significant tasks, it could be considered a funded trip. You mentioned that you were famous in the Great Spirit Arena before, so there should be many people in Heaven-Do City who recognize you. But why is that not the case? Wang Yin pulled a Ruo out, and a Ruo asked Wang Yin why he wanted to come out. Wang Yin mentioned that he hadn't properly explored Tiando City before. A Ruo then asked about the situation. Yes, logically speaking, it's normal for the third prince of Tiando not to know me, as he is said to be leading troops outside. It makes sense that Duke Gordon and those officers wouldn't go to the Great Spirit Arena either, but the nobles I saw today shouldn't be like that. Upon hearing a Ruo's question, Wang Yin also sensed something was off. When he initially used the alias Titan, he didn't hide his face or anything, so logically, someone should recognize him. But why did it seem like no one knew him? Could it be that they didn't react right away? After all, he had been in Tiando City for several years now. Wouldn't anyone pay attention to his Soul Emperor for a long time? Regarding his doubts, Wang Yin proposed this possibility. That is true, but could it be possible that someone recognized you, but didn't take any action? A Ruo suggested another possibility. A Ruo, you might as well say that they think I joined the Spirit Hall after gaining fame. No. The Pope's acceptance of disciples wouldn't be unknown to them, so they might think that I was a disciple of the Pope who came out to practice. Wang Yin realized something was off as he spoke, and there should be some overlap with what a Ro had mentioned. But no matter what, didn't they not show anything? We should be cautious after all. We can't ignore such a problem too much, but there's no need to worry too much either. Since you are the main organizer of the Soul Hall's exchange delegation and a disciple of the Pope, a Ro comforted Wang Yin. Worrying too much and planning too much is not good either. A Ro knew that Wang Yin had seen some situations of the future, but she didn't want him to plan too much, otherwise the variables would be too great, which wouldn't be beneficial for Wang Yin or herself. That's true. Once a genius Soul Master, now his identity is that of a disciple of the Pope who doesn't understand etiquette and manners. Let's see how they act. Anyway, I shouldn't be afraid. A little further away are two titled Douluo elders from the Soul Hall, and nearby is you, Aunt Ro. They should be the ones worrying. Originally, Wang Yin wasn't considered foolish, and with a Ro's reminder, he became more open-minded. So where are we going now? Seeing how Wang Yin thought, a Ro asked where they were going to shop. Although a Ro had never experienced shopping, it seems she had an innate understanding of it. Let's go to the big auction house and see if there are any good items there. First, let's take a look at the dirty and ugly lives of the nobles who indulge in luxury, and then we can go to the marketplace. After all, we will be in Tiando City for several days, so there's no rush. Wang Yin suggested, then let's do as you say. Aru didn't have much to object to. Strolling into the grand auction hall, Wang Yin showcased his financial strength, which wasn't high but also not low. After all, besides having some money of his own, Wang Yin also possessed other crystal coin cards that functioned similarly to credit cards from before his travels. Guided by a waitress, Wang Yin and Aru arrived at the auction stage. On their way to the auction stage, Aru pinched Wang Yin, mainly because he was being reckless. The maidens inside the grand auction hall were quite dazzling, which Wang Yin was aware of, but knowing was one thing, and seeing was another. When he felt a bit dazzled and confused, Wang Yin foolishly glanced at Aru beside him. Before any bad thoughts could even form in his mind, Aru pinched his waist. And in that instant, Wang Yin felt that the world was filled with malice. He hadn't even had that evil thought yet. Okay. In the grand auction hall, the vast majority of items being auctioned were not closely related to Soul Masters, or rather, they were just ordinary items, with ordinary referring to things like soul guide devices and soul bones. Whether it was ancient relics excavated from ruins, rare flowers and herbs obtained from exploring deep mountains and ancient forests, rare treasures caught and salvaged by seaside fleets, or exquisite and powerful handicrafts. As long as they weren't closely related to Soul Masters, they were generally considered ordinary items. Ordinary items were few, but not non-existent. Soul guide devices and soul bones, or anything else related to Soul Masters, although they occasionally appeared and didn't seem to be in short supply, were more highly regarded due to their association with Soul Masters. These things don't seem to be of any use to you, right? After sitting at the auction stage for a while and watching a few items being auctioned off, Aru was a bit puzzled. They're useless, but isn't this just to experience and see? It's always good to broaden our horizons, especially since we came out just to wander around, Wang Yin said as he pressed a button on one of the auction items in front of him. The item he pressed was a set of black gold secret pattern rings, consisting of 13 rings in total. They all appear black, with a stunning and elegant golden pattern on the outer circle. It was said that 12 of these rings were crafted by top masters using rare black gold and gold, blended with the original ones excavated from ancient relics. There weren't many interested parties for this auction item, and Wang Yin only pressed the button out of interest from before his time travel. However, how should one put it? It was unclear whether Wang Yin was lucky or unlucky, or if he was just a victim of being a big spender. The few interested individuals showed little enthusiasm, so the bidding was slow. If it weren't for the possibility of the item being sold and a slight increase in price, the auctioneer might have already called it. The price had reached a point where no one was willing to bid anymore, and the auctioneer thought there might be a slight chance to raise it further. At that moment, Wang Yin pressed the button, raising the price a bit. The few interested parties, who weren't planning to spend too much money, decided to give up after Wang Yin stirred things up. No matter how eloquently the auctioneer spoke, no one raised their bid again. Originally, these 12 master-level handcrafted rings would have seen a small increase in value due to their ancient relic status, and one of the interested parties would have likely purchased them. However, with Wang Yin's bid exceeding their budget, the rings ended up in his hands. You really just came to spend money, didn't you? Seeing Wang Yan's situation, Aro was a bit speechless. Wasn't the plan to just shop and have fun? Now it seemed like a money-burning endeavor. Although Aro had not taken human form for long, she had a correct understanding of money. Save where you can and spend where you should. Wang Yan's behavior just now was wasteful. Shopping would involve spending money, but perhaps here it would cost a bit more. After Wang Yin took the photo, he also felt like he had lost out. It was just a set of rings, and he had spent quite a bit of money on them. Sigh. Aro sighed, as she could see all of Wang Yan's little details. Although he hadn't transformed for long, Aro understood how to read between the lines. Based on the time she spent with Wang Yin and the subtle changes in his expression, she noticed. It was clear to her that he also felt he had lost out. However, the photo had already been taken, so what more could be said? Wang Yin said a few words to the maid, and then she left. Not long after, the maid who had just left returned, holding a rectangular box with both hands. After receiving the box, Wang Yin opened it to find 13 rings arranged neatly inside. This thing, I estimate that the packaging is included in the starting bid, and it definitely has a considerable premium. Wang Yin showed it to Aro. After all, it was your money being spent. Suddenly, Aro didn't want to comment on it. She had just realized that there was no need to talk about such trivial matters. Aunt Ro, you should take one. These rings weren't sparkling, and Aro wasn't an ordinary woman, so she wasn't very interested. Just as she was about to hand them to Wang Yin, he thought that Aro should also take one to wear. Who were you originally planning to give these rings to? For some reason, Aro suddenly remembered the situation when she and Wang Yin had followed the maid in the big auction house to come here. Before her thoughts could fully clarify, the question came out of her mouth. Xiao Donger and Erlong, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Without thinking, she blurted it out, and in the end, Wang Yin asked, it might not be appropriate for me to wear one. Aro directly refused. What's inappropriate? Maybe it is indeed a bit inappropriate. Wang Yin spoke without thinking, and before he had said half of what he wanted to say, he suddenly remembered what was inappropriate and paused, changing his words. In fact, if one only looked at Aro's appearance after her transformation, probably very few people would refuse her. After all, such a gentle and stunning beauty would attract even women. However, once one thinks about Aro having a daughter, it might deter quite a few people, but not necessarily. After all, some people's inherent nature suggests that having a daughter makes it even more appealing. But what if she were a transformed rabbit spirit? Then there would probably be very few left. Aunt Ro, when did you start your spiritual cultivation? Just when the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Wang Yin suddenly asked, seemingly unconcerned. Oh, I encountered a moon spirit fruit not long after I was born, so I started very early. Upon hearing Wang Yan's sudden question, Aro began to reminisce and share her story, but before she could say much, she suddenly stopped. Hey, Aunt Ro, why did you stop? Did you forget what happened next? Wang Yin didn't look over at Aro. Although he felt a bit guilty inside, he still appeared indifferent on the surface. Well, there were no other people around, so there was no need to worry about anyone hearing something they shouldn't. However, Aro did not respond to Wang Yin. He was thinking about asking again when he suddenly felt a low pressure around him, as if he could hardly catch his breath. Oh no! Wang Yin was startled and turned to look at Aro, who was smiling gently at him with a gaze full of tenderness. In an instant, Wang Yin felt as if he had turned completely cold, so cold that he couldn't feel any warmth at all. Cold sweat began to roll down his forehead, and the clothes on his front and back were soaked with the sweat that had seeped out. Aunt Ro, I was wrong. Looking at her Ro's smiling face, Wang Yan's expression was quite complicated. It was neither crying nor laughing, and it was hard to tell if he was smiling at all. Don't you think some private matters should only be discussed in a very private space? There are too many people here. After we go back, can I come to your room to talk slowly? Is that okay? If only the sound was heard, a Ro's voice could easily lead some weak-willed individuals to their downfall. But Wang Yan was not one of them. Even with Wang Yan's experience of the bloodshed in the city of slaughter, facing a Ro at this moment, he felt that he had truly pushed his luck this time. Truly, he lived up to the title of a master of self-destruction. It was well-deserved. 081 Ultimate Deep-Sea Silver Wang Yan pleaded for mercy, but it was useless. Aru was angry and didn't care whether he pleaded or not. Whether she would forgive him or not, they could talk about it when her anger subsided. After whispering for a long time, Wang Yan saw that it had no effect, sighed, and turned his gaze to the auctioneer who was still conducting the auction. He had been feeling down for a while, wondering why he was asking questions out of nowhere. This was not how one should seek death. Wang Yan's feelings were quite complicated. The next auction item was exceptionally rare, but unfortunately, it was still in its raw material form and had not undergone any polishing or refining. Just as he managed to pull himself out of his gloomy mood, Wang Yan turned to see that Aru was still ignoring him, so he had no choice but to focus on the auction item. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to an extremely rare and exotic metal, top-quality, deep-sea, sunken silver. As the auctioneer spoke, he lifted the red cloth, revealing two pieces of gray stone of varying sizes. The larger piece was about the size of a human head, while the smaller piece was about the size of a half-adult's fist. Dear guests, allow me to elaborate a bit more. Many of you may not know that deep-sea sunken silver, as a rare metal, is produced in extremely small quantities and is generally found only in the depths of thousands of meters in the sea, rarely appearing on land. Given the scarcity of this metal, its quality is naturally high, possessing both high hardness and toughness. Even a small amount mixed into ordinary metal products can elevate the original metal's quality by several levels. Items made from such rare metals, whether armor or weapons, will undoubtedly be of top quality and will hold a status akin to a family heirloom due to their intrinsic value. Although there have been auctions for metal raw materials at major auction houses, it was rare for this particular auctioneer, despite his extensive experience, to encounter such a somewhat bizarre situation. Therefore, when introducing these two pieces of top-quality, deep-sea sunken silver, his usual eloquence seemed to falter, at least not matching his past performance levels. Now, let us proceed to the bidding phase for this top-quality, deep-sea sunken silver. Please, dear guests, seize this great opportunity and do not miss out on such a wonderful chance. The starting bid for the top-quality, deep-sea sunken silver is 10,000 gold soul coins. The bidding begins now. Although the auctioneer had given a little hype about the top-quality deep-sea sunken silver, the actual audience for such metal raw materials was quite small. The appraisers on-site had suggested selling it to the Blacksmith Association of Gongxin City, saying that might fetch a better price. How should one put it? As an auction house, how could they not try to auction off what they had received? Even if it went unsold, they could still choose to sell it to the Blacksmith Association of Gongxin City, right? Although there was still a chance of selling it at a low price. The top-quality deep-sea sunken silver was not expensive when it was received, with a starting bid already being more than 10 times that price. As expected, as the auctioneer had predicted, if the top-quality deep-sea sunken silver had already been a finished product, perhaps more participants would join the bidding. However, as mere metal raw material, there were not many people interested in winning the bid. It seemed that most were just casually watching. Just when the price of the top-quality deep-sea sunken silver stopped moving, suddenly, a bid was raised from a corner of the white VIP area. The auctioneer's face remained calm, but his heart skipped a beat. He might have encountered someone who truly wanted it. Regarding the situation, not only the auctioneer on stage, but also Wang Yan felt a bit puzzled. Was there really someone knowledgeable in this auction house today? But regardless of whether that person was knowledgeable or just trying to gamble as a middleman, Wang Yan directly pressed a button to increase the bid by 1,000 gold coins, bringing the price of the top-quality deep-sea sunken silver to 61,000 gold soul coins. Wang Yan decided to raise the bid. At first, he thought about how this item could be used to make the heavy rain pear blossom needle, but he didn't have any manufacturing blueprints for it. However, under the influence of his desire to collect, he thought that good things must be in his hands, which prompted him to raise the bid. Still at the same position, he added another 1,000 gold soul coins. The other bidders couldn't help but smile knowingly. Was there another challenger? In the auction house, when two or more parties are interested in the same item, they keep raising the bid, eliminating opponents based on their financial strength, until only one person ends up with the item. However, the last one standing might also be a fool, as this bidding war could very well be a trap set by an adversary. As others raised their bids, Wang Yin followed suit. After all, he had plenty of money, so why not spend it? After Wang Yin and that person exchanged several rounds of 1,000 gold soul coins, the other party seemed to lose interest in playing with Wang Yin and directly added 10,000. Wang Yin took a look and thought, oh, so we're competing, huh? Before the crossing, he had no money, so he could only look at things without buying. Now that he had finally thought about spending a little money after crossing, someone was trying to compete with him. He couldn't let that happen. Absolutely not. He calculated in his mind how much money he had and directly pressed the button to increase the bid by 10,000 3 times. Although he intended to show off a little, money was still his own, not something that came easily, so Wang Yin only increased the bid moderately. He didn't know if the other party ran out of money or what, but after Wang Yin raised the bid by 30,000 gold soul coins, that person stopped increasing the bid. Therefore, a large and a small piece of deep-sea sunken silver were successfully acquired by Wang Yin. What are you going to do with this? When Wang Yin won the deep-sea sunken silver, a row spoke up. Although she spoke, Wang Yin could sense the stiff anger in her words. What else? Just having fun with it. Deep-sea sunken silver can be considered a good item, right? I like to collect good things, even if I don't need them. It's better to have them stored away in my storage soul guide than to have nothing at all. Wang Yin scratched the tip of his nose with his right index finger and spoke about one of his flaws. Do you like to collect anything that's good? To Wang Yan's surprise, Arua asked again. Not really. It mainly depends on whether I take a liking to it. Although, sometimes my taste might not be that great. Once I like something, I want to have it. If I can't get it, I don't feel quite right. Even though not getting it might not make much of a difference in the end, maybe it's because I didn't have money in the past. I want to grab everything good. As he said this, Wang Yin thought about his situation before he time traveled. At that time, the family conditions were not good, and he truly had no money. Forget about good things. He couldn't even bear to buy ordinary ones. What's the deal with the ice and fire dual eyes? Arua's train of thought seemed to jump around, and she brought up the ice and fire dual eyes. Isn't that just about not wanting others to touch something good? It's my stuff. Even if I waste it myself, I don't want anyone else to lay a finger on it. If things get serious, I wouldn't even want them to think about it. After all, who doesn't have a sense of territory, even if it's just about items? Wang Yin finished speaking and chuckled twice. What about me? What situation do I count as here with you? Turning to look, Aro's eyes, which originally sparkled with warm light, were now as clear as water. Wang Yan's heart suddenly sank. 082, a page of gold paper. When Aru asked this, Wang Yin immediately felt that he was in a dilemma. Whether to speak or not was problematic. If he said something, what could he possibly say? What could he say to prevent Aru from feeling alienated? Yes, Wang Yin believed that his response could very likely lead to Aru distancing herself from him. Even if Aru still stood in the same camp as him, she could be a hidden bomb, and no one could be sure. If he chose not to say anything, well, that could greatly increase the possibility of her becoming a hidden bomb. Language is a skill that Wang Yin didn't learn before his journey, and for various reasons. He also didn't learn it after his journey. Fortunately, he was decent in his conduct and dealings. Otherwise, no matter how he chose to remain silent, at least he couldn't compare to BB Dong. Aunt Ro, you are one of us, or rather, you are mine, Wang Yan's. This point is indisputable, right? Even from the very beginning, when we established our relationship, we should have been inseparable, the kind of reliable relationship where we can trust each other's backs. Wang Yin didn't know how exactly to express this, so since he didn't know, he thought it might be better to just say whatever came to mind. Aru also understood his situation fairly well. He thought she would get it. If she really didn't understand, then perhaps their fate had reached its end. But Wang Yin could feel that it wouldn't just end like that. You're barely passing. Aru didn't look at Wang Yin, but instead focused on the item being auctioned, her tone carrying a hint of reflection. Wang Yin didn't respond to Aru's words. He was reflecting on whether he should sometimes rein in his loose tongue, at least to avoid saying inappropriate things. After a few more auction items, Wang Yin saw that the next item on stage was a brooch. A very beautiful piece of jewelry with a silver frame inlaid with sparkling gems. It was already quite stunning, and Wang Yin felt it would suit Aru very well. It would be a beautiful sight if she wore it. So Wang Yin bought it. After purchasing it, he called a maid to bring the brooch directly to him. Once it was in his hand, he handed it to Aru beside him. Is this for me? Aru looked quite surprised. It was indeed unexpected. She initially thought Wang Yin bought the brooch to give to Bibi Dong after returning, or perhaps even a Lu Erlong, but she never expected it would be for her. I felt this brooch really suits you, Aunt Ro, so I bought it. It's just a not-so-expensive gift. I hope you like it. Wang Yin thought to himself that it could also be seen as an apology. Then I'll accept it. Aru first showed a hint of hesitation on her face, then looked a bit conflicted, and finally sighed in relief as she accepted the exquisite and beautiful brooch and directly pinned it on herself. It did indeed look quite beautiful. After Aru put on the brooch, Wang Yin took a couple of glances and complimented her. Are you still going to bid on anything? If not, let's go out. However, Aru didn't seem inclined to thank him for the compliment. Let's wait a bit longer. There might be some good items coming up. Wang Yin didn't know if there would be any good items next, but since he was already there, how could he leave without sitting a bit longer? After over 10 auction items that were relatively ordinary, Wang Yin began to feel a bit bored. He couldn't understand how those who were rumored to hold out for a long time in large auction houses managed to endure. Did they just stay in their seats eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving themselves? Well, this seat was quite comfortable. Eating and sleeping would be no problem, but relieving himself might require going to the restroom. Huh, what is this? After a few more auction items, when Wang Yin was about to lose his patience, the next item immediately caught his eye. It was a page of paper woven from gold thread, but it didn't shine brightly. Instead, it had a heavily weathered, ancient appearance with characters engraved on it. And it seemed the ink used was unknown, as there was no sign of fading. This item was a family heirloom that a fallen noble had sold to settle debts. And after several transfers, it arrived here. According to professional appraisal, this was a piece of paper woven from gold thread, inscribed with unknown mysterious characters and patterns. Unfortunately, no one knew the meaning of these characters and patterns, making it an extremely mysterious item. If the esteemed guest had a passion for collecting, this might be a good choice. That was the auctioneer's introduction. What's wrong with this gold paper? Aru was right next to Wang Yin, and she could immediately sense if something was off with him. Nothing much. I just want to bid on this thing, no matter how much it costs. Wang Yin's eyes were bright and penetrating, radiating a compelling confidence that was hard to refute. After all, it was your own money. If you wanted to bid, just go ahead. Perhaps it was the first time Aru had seen Wang Yin like this, and for a moment, she was somewhat taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she ran her fingers through her hair, and her voice seemed a bit unnatural. The bidding began, and some people started to raise the price. But Wang Yin made no move. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly resting. At this moment, Wang Yin wasn't giving up on securing that page of gold paper after saying he would. He was waiting for the right moment to strike, waiting until there were fewer bidders before making his move. At the same time, closing his eyes was a way of waiting for the opportunity, as well as contemplating some matters. The mysterious characters and patterns on that page of gold paper were unknown and unclear to the people of Douluo continent. But as a transmigrator, how could Wang Yin not understand? Those mysterious characters were simplified Chinese characters from before his transmigration, and the patterns were somewhat magical, not entirely resembling the talismans of the Sanqing sect from before. At first, Wang Yin was stunned. How could there be such characters and patterns? But then he thought about it. The dragon blood death servant and the spirit stone of the blue eyes white dragon had already appeared in the dragon world. So having a page with these simplified characters and talisman-like patterns didn't seem like such a big deal after all. He had always felt that this Douluo continent world was not so simple, and now it was even more evident. At the very least, this Douluo continent world was not isolated. Was it a Douluo continent multiverse with infinite parallel worlds? Or a multiverse composed of infinitely many different universes? Or perhaps an infinite chaos containing countless multiverses? Or, more crazily, was it all contained within a box, with that box holding infinite chaos, and each chaos containing infinite multiverses? Each multiverse made up of infinite parallel worlds? This seems to be getting a bit too far-fetched, and if the world were really that vast, starting from a Douluo continent, TSK, can I still be considered a qualified transmigrator? Am I just playing around? Wang Yin opened his eyes. No matter how vast the world is, the most important thing right now is to secure that piece of gold paper. No matter how much he thinks, he currently doesn't have the strength to explore. It would be better to find a way to grow quickly. Suppressing his wild fantasies, Wang Yin calmed himself and pressed the button to start bidding. 083, an unusual Wang Yin. That piece of gold paper eventually fell into Wang Yin's hands. After winning the bid for the gold paper, Wang Yin left the auction with a row and entered a room. This room contained the deep-sea silver he had bid on earlier, and the freshly acquired gold paper was just placed down. Do you recognize the characters and patterns on this gold paper? After putting away the deep-sea silver, Wang Yin picked up the gold paper and began to study it, showing no intention of leaving immediately. Seeing Wang Yin seem to be reading it carefully, Aro couldn't help but feel curious. However, Wang Yin did not respond to Aro, even though he heard her question. Wow, this thing is really interesting. After examining both sides of the gold paper, Wang Yin let out a sigh of relief. Do you recognize these characters and patterns? After asking once with no answer, Aro noticed Wang Yan's serious demeanor and felt it would be inappropriate to interrupt him. So she snacked on some fruit or drank tea while waiting for him. When Wang Yin finally spoke up, Aro inquired again, Aunt Ro, do you know what this piece of gold paper represents? Seeing the light shining in Wang Yan's eyes, Aro instinctively asked, what does it represent? Everything. Wang Yin uttered 2 words. Everything? Aro, coming back to her senses, responded skeptically to Wang Yan's words. Yes, everything. Wang Yin was not joking. The content on this piece of gold paper was minimal. It only detailed 2 talismans, but from these 2 talismans, Wang Yin saw much more. First, regarding the talismans themselves, the 2 talismans were the Spirit Banishing Talisman and the Golden Light Protective Talisman. The former can interfere with the operation of spiritual energy and vital energy, while the latter activates the user's own power to form a golden light shield. The gold paper not only detailed the process of making the talismans, but also the techniques for using them with one's own strength, the principles of using the 2 talismans, and their disassembly and analysis. It can be said that this piece of gold paper is not weaker than Wang Yan's own Divine Thunder spell. It might even be stronger. These are the basics derived from this page of gold paper and the 2 talismans, along with some speculations based on this page and the 2 talismans. The speculations are related to Wang Yan's earlier thoughts about how vast the world is. Otherwise, they wouldn't explain the content on this page of gold paper. Wang Yin is unclear about how vast the world is, but it definitely cannot be small. It must start from an infinite number of multiverses. Wang Yin feels that this piece of gold paper has little to do with the Douluo continent world. It may just have arrived here by chance. Moreover, there should be more than just Wang Yin as a transmigrator, but based on Wang Yan's situation over the past 10 years. There seems to be only him in this Douluo continent world, or at least no other transmigrators have been revealed yet. The vastness of the former world ignited Wang Yan's desire for accelerated cultivation, while the issue of the number of transmigrators made him more worried and further solidified his determination to grow quickly. As for what all of this will lead to, I won't ask too much, but no matter what, I will stand by your side. Aro has no idea what Wang Yin is truly thinking or what he has in mind, but she can see that Wang Yin seems different from before. Thank you, Aunt Ro. Wang Yin could only say this in response to Aro's concern and strangeness, as the thoughts in his heart were not something he could express right now. After all, for Aro and the others, some things were too far-fetched. Originally, he thought that transmigrators were extremely rare, or that the world weren't many. But the Dragon Blood Deadpool and the Elven Stone Tablet had already hinted at something. Now, with the addition of this piece of gold paper, Wang Yin couldn't completely ignore it. Who knows if one day a reincarnator from the main god space might suddenly appear to investigate the anomalies in this Douluo continent world. After putting away the gold paper, even though he had completely imprinted its content in his mind, it was still better to keep it in his hands. It was best not to let others see it. Aunt Ro, let's go back, Wang Yin proposed. Okay. Naturally, Aru would not oppose Wang Yan's suggestion. On the way back, Aru noticed that Wang Yan's pace seemed a bit quick, as if something were chasing him from behind. His steps unconsciously became larger, and the frequency of his strides increased significantly. Extending her mental power to probe the surroundings to the best of her ability, Aru did not find anything unusual. But Wang Yin indeed appeared very tense, not just on the surface, but a fear that seemed to stem from deep within him flowed through his entire being. What was going on? Was there something on that piece of gold paper? Aru, who had lagged behind Wang Yin by 3 to 5 steps, moved her lips, her voice barely audible. Upon returning to the place arranged by the Tiando Empire, Aru saw Wang Yin head straight to his room and close the door. Aru, who followed him to his door, was tempted to knock and go in, but after thinking it over, she let out a soft sigh and returned to her own room. Once inside his room, Wang Yin went straight to the bed, took several deep breaths, seemingly to stabilize himself. Following the memories in his mind, his soul power quietly circulated, flowing in a specific route, creating a wave of soul power that represented the chaotic normalcy. The Forbidden Spirit technique was feasible and usable. Wang Yin murmured softly. Soon after, He dissipated the recently circulating soul power and fluctuations, recalling the basic principles of the Golden Light Talisman, one of the spells of the three pure ones. The Golden Light Spell. Due to his practice of the Divine Thunder spell, Wang Yin quickly entered a meditative state, with his soul power flowing and operating along with the Golden Light Spell in his mind. Unlike the purple Divine Thunder he could perceive during the training of the Divine Thunder spell, this time, Wang Yin perceived a magnificent and vast golden light. This practice did not last long. After running through a few cycles, feeling no issues, Wang Yin ended it, also murmuring a phrase. But this time the content changed to the golden light spell being feasible and usable. What a pity, whether it was the Divine Thunder spell or the Golden Light spell. They both seem to have some incompatible attributes with Xiao Donger. Even if the training speed is relatively slow, it should still be useful, right? Have I walked into some misconceptions before? After murmuring that it was feasible and usable, Wang Yin suddenly sighed, and just as he was sighing, he felt a flash of inspiration in his mind and directly tapped his head twice, thinking, what was I thinking before? It's not just me who needs to improve. There are others who need to improve together too. The others should just be Xiao Donger, Erlong, and Aunt Ro now, right? Wang Yin muttered softly to himself, pushed open his room door, and came to Ruo's door, raising his hand and knocking a few times. Come in. Without any mental shielding, Ruo immediately sensed with her mental power that it was Wang Yin. Though she was curious about why Wang Yin had come, she still let him into the room. Is there something going on? After Wang Yin came in, Ruo was puzzled by his arrival and asked, could it be because of what was said at the auction? 084 teaches the Golden Light spell, which has a bit of a problem. Wang Yin didn't seem to have anything major going on. Then you say it. Ruo was quite direct, though she felt a little nervous inside. Aunt Ro, please cast a soul power barrier to cover the whole room. While speaking, Wang Yin activated the purple thunder shield, enveloping the entire house. At the same time, two fields, one white and one gold, expanded, perfectly covering the whole room. Is there something important happening? Seeing Wang Yan's actions, Ruo's slight unease vanished. With such a commotion, it was definitely not trivial. As the soul power barrier was cast, Ruo asked seriously, can we say it's a big deal? After all, what I'm about to give you is of at least the same value as a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone combined for the entire Douluo continent. For some, its value could even be equivalent to the inheritance of a divine position, compared to the meditation training method that had been used for thousands of years, and compared to Tang San's future Xintian skill that could lead to innate cultivation. Wang Yin was about to present a technique that could ensure one's life. The first two options indeed seemed a bit lacking, not up to par. What exactly is it? At this moment, Ruo's expression became somewhat overly serious. Do you remember the piece of gold paper I bought at the grand auction today? Wang Yin didn't say what it was, but instead brought up the piece of gold paper he took today, suggesting that some background should be introduced. Was it the mysterious characters and patterns on that piece of gold paper? The only peculiar thing about that gold paper that Ruo could think of was indeed those characters and patterns. That's right, Aunt Ro. Weren't you asking me if I recognized those characters and patterns? Now I can clearly tell you that I recognize all of them, and for certain reasons. After considering our future, I feel it is necessary to teach you a part of what is on it. Wang Yin didn't elaborate too much on other specifics. If he were to explain everything, it would indeed be too much. Us? Teaching me? The moment those two questions were voiced, it was clear that Ruo's focus had strayed a bit. There are four of us. You, Aunt Ro, Xiaodong, and Erlong. If you can completely convince Xiaowu, Daming, and Erming, they can also join us. Although Ruo's focus had deviated and seemed quite scattered, Wang Yin was able to keep up with her extremely jumpy line of thought. Is it very dangerous? When it came to Xiaowu and Daming Erming, Ruo's first consideration was the level of danger. I can only say it might be very dangerous. Although there was a high possibility, Wang Yin didn't want to conclude the matter definitively. Then let's just stick to the four of us. After some hesitant and conflicted thought, Ruo decided to exclude Xiaowu and the others. All right, next, I will teach you a cultivation technique called the Golden Light spell. Wang Yin didn't say anything about Ruo's decision. He wasn't a dictatorial person and didn't see the need to force anything. Golden Light spell? Hearing the name Wang Yin mentioned, Ruo was a bit surprised. Okay, I'll first explain the cultivation mindset of the Golden Light spell. Once you've memorized it completely, I will teach you the specific cultivation route. Having said that, Wang Yin immediately began to explain the mindset of the Golden Light spell, which is the incantation from the Sanqing sect regarding the Golden Light spell. Wang Yin chose to teach the Golden Light mantra instead of the Thunder mantra he practiced because, compared to the Thunder mantra, The Golden Light Mantra is more fundamental and has a broader applicability in cultivation. Although both belong to the Taoist school, Wang Yin felt it was better to teach the Golden Light Mantra for certain reasons. The practice of the Golden Light Mantra focuses on preserving life and vitality, just like the Thunder Mantra, but the two have different developmental directions. The Golden Light Mantra manifests as versatile golden light that can both attack and defend, while the Thunder Mantra displays purple lightning. There are similarities between the two, or rather, the foundational aspect of preserving life and vitality is almost the same, nearly identical. The difference lies in the branches that extend from the foundation. No, it should be said that they are like leaves. The main trunks of both are also quite similar. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Wang Yin, who practices the Thunder Mantra, to complete the Golden Light Mantra circulation and verify it. I have completely memorized the core method of the Golden Light Mantra. After Wang Yin recited it a few times, Eru was able to say it quite well, with only some details missing, which were primarily due to cultural differences in understanding. After providing targeted assistance to help Eru memorize it for a while, she was able to recite it perfectly. Yes, it was somewhat mechanical recitation, not complete understanding and mastery. For Eru, mechanical recitation was simpler than complete understanding, as some differences are fundamental and cannot be eliminated in a short time. It requires gradual influence over time. After Eru recited the complete core method of the Golden Light Mantra, Wang Yin began to teach her the specific cultivation route, which is the flow path of soul power through the body's meridians. Aunt Ro, let us go to the bed. The bed is more spacious, allowing both to sit cross-legged. While sitting on the sofa would be a bit cramped, sitting on the floor is also possible, but Wang Yin directly moved over, not thinking of this matter. On the bed? What do you want to do? The atmosphere of teaching the Golden Light Mantra was immediately disrupted by Eru's two sentences. Seeing Eru's wary expression, clutching her collar, Wang Yin was speechless. Are you still that mature, steady, gentle, and beautiful, Eru? Speechless as he was, Wang Yin patiently explained to Eru why they should go to the bed, but looking at Eru's consistently cautious demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if he might really be a pervert. On the bed, Eru and Wang Yin sat cross-legged, one in front of the other, but not with both hands pressed on Eru's back, nor was it the kind of seductive cultivation process that requires undressing. Wang Yin merely placed his right index finger against her back. Following the steps Wang Yin had repeated several times before, they focused and closed their eyes, carefully experiencing the routes of soul power flowing within their bodies. A pure and dense, unusual soul power surged from the center of Eru's back, first following the original flow path of her own soul power for 2 cycles, which Wang Yin had mentioned was to familiarize herself with the specific situation. Eru felt a bit resistant to this familiarity because it almost exposed her entirely. However, after thinking it over and seeing that Wang Yin had no malicious intent, she finally convinced herself. After becoming familiar with the situation, Wang Yin mobilized the soul power he input into Eru's body, starting from the dantian and moving along until completing the first cycle. After completing the first cycle, Wang Yin noticed something that surprised him a bit. According to Wang Yin's understanding, there is a step in cultivation to open the 8 extraordinary meridians, which serves to facilitate the circulation of vital energy throughout the body. Although a person should have unobstructed vital energy flowing throughout their body as long as they are alive, the communication between the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians is not entirely blocked. However, the flow between the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians is minimal. Apart from ensuring the normal operation of life, it cannot fully display its intended effects. To use a metaphor, the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians are like transportation routes. There are no obstacles between the 12 regular meridians, while there are barriers between the 8 extraordinary meridians and between them and the 12 regular meridians. To ensure that the 8 extraordinary meridians and the entire body are truly unobstructed, without any barriers, and to fully develop one's body, there is a concept of opening the 8 extraordinary meridians in cultivation. While helping Eru memorize the operational cultivation route of the Golden Light Mantra, Wang Yin was surprised to find that within Eru's human form, the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians were quite broad, flowing with a vast and powerful soul power. However, the mutual communication between them was still similar to that of ordinary people, just barely sufficient. This was somewhat strange, theoretically, with Eru's title Douluo strength, even relying solely on her pure strength. She should have been able to establish a connection between the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. Yet Eru did not. Was it due to the cultivation system? The only reason Wang Yin could think of was this one, compared to cultivation methods like the Thunder Curse and the Golden Light Curse. The cultivation system inherited in Douluo continent, which has lasted for thousands of years, is indeed somewhat unsatisfactory, crude, and rudimentary. If he thought this way, it seemed understandable why there would be such a situation within Eru's body. A stream of soul power had been circulating within Eru's body dozens of times. If Wang Yin hadn't continuously input his own soul power to maintain the initial soul power he had infused, that soul power would have long been refined by the soul power within Eru, gradually withdrawing his guiding influence. Eru began to deliberately control her own soul power to operate along the route it had traveled dozens of times. It was initially slow, but gradually picked up speed, eventually surpassing the level Wang Yin could keep up with. Once he realized he couldn't keep up, Wang Yin immediately stopped supplying soul power and withdrew his fingers that were pressed against Eru's back. If he didn't withdraw in time, his soul power would be completely drawn in by the vortex formed by Eru's high-speed running soul power through this connection, and all his soul power would be drained. Assuming Eru knew some other techniques, once his soul power was drained, the next step would be to absorb life force. Compared to Eru, who had the strength and life force equivalent to a titled Douluo, Wang Yan's life force, which far exceeded that of the same rank, wouldn't be much. It could easily be completely drained. If he were drained in a sensual manner on the bed, Wang Yin would endure it and accept it. But if it were his cultivation that got drained, then that was a different story. Does it feel a bit exhausting? That kind of feeling where the body is strong and full of energy, but the spirit is weary and low. Wang Yin retracted his finger, replenished his soul power, and then opened his eyes. After waiting for about an hour, he noticed that Ero had finished her cultivation, so he immediately responded, Ero had nothing to refute regarding Wang Yan's words, as she was indeed in such a situation. Compared to the soul power meditation method that could almost replace rest, this golden light spell cultivation method, if practiced intentionally, was much more efficient than the soul power cultivation method, but also consumed more mental energy. Therefore, it was sufficient to maintain a normal state. There was no need to sustain a high cultivation speed, as the normal state already surpassed the speed of meditation cultivation. It was still necessary to discuss these common matters. I understand, and I will take it slow, Ero replied. After all, although the principles were similar, the actual circumstances varied, and one needed to experiment gradually to find what was suitable. Next, I will guide your soul power to do something else. Ero, just let go of your control over the soul power. You only need to feel it carefully, and it will be done soon. As he spoke, Wang Yin placed a finger against her again. Although Wang Yin did not specify what he was going to do, Ero did not ask, but allowed him to proceed. Mobilizing the entire soul power of a titled Douluo was not a simple task. Even for someone like Wang Yin, it was quite exhausting, as this was not just a matter of guiding the cultivation route. Even during the cultivation process of spells like the Divine Thunder spell and the Golden Light spell, it generally did not involve circulating vital energy and soul power through the extraordinary meridians. It only flowed and cultivated within the 12 main meridians, while the extraordinary meridians were more affected merely due to the cultivation process. Therefore, breaking through the extraordinary meridians was usually done intentionally after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Wang Yin was aware of this because there were explanations in the Divine Thunder spell, while there were none for Ero's cultivation of the Golden Light spell. Moreover, Wang Yin had already discovered that Ero had a relationship between the extraordinary meridians and the 12 main meridians, so it was necessary to break through, as whether the extraordinary meridians and the 12 main meridians were connected meant a lot. The vast and mighty soul power began to circulate. In Wang Yan's perception, it was akin to heavenly might, consciously and violently entering the extraordinary meridians, directly breaking open the connection with the 12 main meridians. This was the benefit of having sufficiently high soul power cultivation, if one lacked cultivation. Breaking the relationship between the extraordinary meridians and the 12 main meridians would require external pressure or condensing all of one's cultivation to break through. However, if one's own cultivation was sufficiently high, then breaking through was a simple matter. Every time a channel in the extraordinary meridians was opened, the cultivation level would increase significantly. And this increase was quite substantial relative to the overall cultivation level. This led to the situation where every time Wang Yin opened a channel in Ero's extraordinary meridians, a considerable portion of the soul power would no longer be under her control. Fortunately, Although Aro was mentally exhausted and weak, she was still able to maintain control, and no problems arose. In the extraordinary meridians, the Ren meridian and the Du meridian were interdependent, and they were usually opened simultaneously. However, compared to the other extraordinary meridians, these two meridians were particularly difficult, and the difficulty of breaking through was much higher, leading to the notion that breaking through the Ren and Du meridians indicated mastery. Due to the relatively high difficulty of breaking through, the increase in cultivation afterward was also significant. With Aro's profound cultivation, the difficulty of breaking through was almost negligible. But after the breakthrough, her cultivation surged dramatically, causing Wang Yan's external control to be suddenly broken. It was similar to a mental impact attacking others. But because his own spiritual power was not as strong, it backfired on himself. Wang Yan's control was thus shaken off by Aro's cultivation, resulting in a backlash. Wang Yan only felt a buzzing sound in his mind, and then the whole day turned upside down, and he knew nothing more. Aro was also momentarily busy with her suddenly increased cultivation. Though she was not in a complete panic, she was still a little flustered. Following the cultivation path of the Golden Light spell, after completely subduing her own cultivation, Aro discovered that her cultivation had reached a level equivalent to level 95. It was at this moment that Aro noticed something was off with Wang Yan behind her. After waking up from a coma, her back was wet and sticky, with a strong smell of blood. When she reached out to touch it, she confirmed it was not water or any similar liquid. Looking at her hand, it was already stained red. Forgetting about her exhaustion and her somewhat unstable cultivation, Aro hurriedly went to check on Wang Yan's condition. First, she placed her hand on his wrist, carefully inputting a stream of soul power to check Wang Yan's physical condition. There were slightly some soul power soul rings, but his spirit seemed to have suffered some trauma, not too serious, but not light either. As for the rest, there were no major issues. After careful consideration, Aro concluded that Wang Yan's condition was likely due to the backlash from her rapid increase in cultivation. Realizing this, she breathed a sigh of relief, glad that there was no major problem. Gently, she adjusted Wang Yan's body on the bed, maintaining a standard resting posture, then grabbed his right wrist and input another stream of soul power into Wang Yan's body. Unlike the previous stream of soul power, which was merely to check his condition, this time Aro's input was meant to stabilize Wang Yan's condition. Although she could not wake him from his coma, suppressing the chaotic soul power caused by the backlash was still an easy task for Aro. Easily suppressing the chaotic soul power within Wang Yan, allowing it to naturally sort itself out, Aro then released his wrist. "You little rascal, you really are a bit troublesome." With her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness yet mixed emotions gazing at the unconscious Wang Yan, Aro felt her heart could never calm down. The unconscious Wang Yan resembled his usual solitary self, quiet and still, as if he had been abandoned and forgotten by the entire world, remaining in such a vast place. Not interacting with anyone, Aro stared at Wang Yan for a while, sighed, then got off the bed and went to the living room, changing out of her blood-stained clothes into a new outfit, then grabbed a quilt and lay down on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Although the bed was quite large, sleeping on the same bed, whether others knew or not, Aro felt a bit uncomfortable at heart. A night of deep sleep passed in silence. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Although she was unclear about what had happened, a thought arose in her mind. She had just woken up and it was time to get up. The thought of getting out of bed surfaced, but the bedding was too warm, making her reluctant to get up and want to just lie there. However, Wang Yan felt that something seemed off. It seemed to be the sleeping environment. Wang Yan is not particularly sensitive to beds, but when entering a new environment, there is always an adaptation process. Right now, Wang Yan is somewhat unaccustomed to this resting environment, although the bed is indeed quite comfortable to sleep on. As his mind began to turn, Wang Yan glanced around and confirmed that this was definitely not a resting environment he was used to. It seemed to be Aunt Rose's room. The question of why he was in a Rose room didn't trouble Wang Yan much. He simply realized that he was in a Rose room, and immediately recalled what had happened in this room last night. It appears that after fainting yesterday, he had directly slept through the night in that state. Wang Yan sat up. Although the bed was really comfortable, being unaccustomed to it was still being unaccustomed to it, with both coexisting yet counteracting each other. Wait, where's Aunt Ro? Looking at his mostly intact clothes, Wang Yan was getting out of bed when he suddenly realized he hadn't seen a Ro's figure since waking up. Feeling somewhat flustered, Wang Yan spotted a Ro lying on the sofa, still fast asleep. He immediately moved quietly, not intending to wake the still, slumbering Ro. Wang Yin cast a layer of soul power barrier around her to ensure his actions and sounds wouldn't disturb her. As the sunlight hit her eyes, a rose slowly opened them, feeling all her fatigue dissipate, and now she was full of energy. However, she was a bit surprised by the presence of this soul power barrier. This barrier didn't provide much protection. It could even be easily broken with a poke. But with a rose's strength, she quickly understood the barrier's function. It was merely to prevent the person inside from being disturbed by the outside world. Aunt Ro, you're awake? Come on, breakfast is ready. Ro noticed a figure in the kitchen. It was Wang Yin. As she walked over, Wang Yin turned his head and said, as soon as Ro got up, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she would definitely break the soul power barrier. And as soon as there was an issue with the barrier, Wang Yin would immediately notice. Wang Yin made a simple breakfast, cooking 2 bowls of thin porridge, and the fried eggs and bread were the same, only 2 portions. The taste was pretty good. After finishing breakfast, Ro said the first sentence of the day. What are your plans today, Aunt Ro? Is it to consolidate your cultivation or something else? Regarding Ro's evaluation of the breakfast taste, Wang Yin didn't say much, but instead asked this question. Consolidating my cultivation, I suppose. My cultivation has suddenly increased quite a bit, so it's better to master it more thoroughly. Ro's expression was very calm, seeming no different from usual. All right, I'll clean up these things and then head back. Wang Yin put away the bowls and chopsticks, turned around, and went to wash them, just like back home before he traveled. After Wang Yin turned around, Ruo's gaze towards him changed slightly, similar to last night. Her feelings were complex and hard to articulate. Initially, Ruo's choice to leave the Starry Forest with Wang Yin could only be considered a collaboration. Saying that Ruo was following Wang Yin was quite a stretch. However, as they gradually interacted over time, Ruo found that her perception of Wang Yin seemed to have changed significantly, and this change occurred without her realizing it. Could it be influenced by fate? Ruo recalled her conversations with Wang Yin in the Starry Forest, one of which was about how this intruder's fate compared to those children of destiny. But, how should one put it? These things are destined to be unsolvable. Without reaching a certain level or strength, one is bound to find no answers. Let it take its course. We will take it one step at a time. For things that are difficult to comprehend, Ruo had no good solutions, so she could only proceed step by step. Aunt Ruo, I'm going to cultivate as well. There's no rush with cultivation. It's just about consolidating my skills. You can take your time. No need to hurry. Wang Yin seemed to be a bit different from usual. Once he closed the door and truly left, Ro sighed once again. Back in his room, Wang Yin went straight to bed. The beds provided by the Tiando Empire for guests were indeed quite comfortable. As for AE, there was nothing more for now. Xiaodonger and Erlong would need to return to the Spirit Hall to discuss things later. So, what Wang Yin needed to focus on now was the fusion of domains and breaking through to Soul Saint. Moreover, he already had some thoughts about the fusion of domains. Sitting cross-legged on the bed and pretending to meditate, Wang Yin didn't directly enter a meditative state, but instead sorted out his own situation. Things should be prioritized based on their importance, so he needed to arrange them accordingly, and reviewing his own situation would help him make better arrangements. Regarding the issue of domain fusion, Wang Yin thought about it and couldn't find anyone who had done such a thing. Originally, there was no one in the storyline of Douluo continent who had done this, and after his reincarnation, he hadn't heard of it either. Even when he searched through rare books, he couldn't find a single word about it. However, just because no one had done it didn't mean Wang Yin couldn't. He could be considered the first person to try it. When he first thought about the fusion of domains, he had such a notion, and now that he had some ideas, this thought arose in him again as he attempted the fusion of domains. Initially, Wang Yin had no clear idea about domain fusion. He merely released his 2 domains and tried to force them to converge and overlap through his will to achieve the goal of domain fusion. However, it was clear that Wang Yin had failed, continuously trying to fuse them, but failing repeatedly. Just yesterday, when he verified that the Golden Light spell could be used during cultivation, he found a possible breakthrough for domain fusion. The Golden Light spell and the Divine Thunder spell could be said to belong to the same sex cultivation methods, both being profound techniques that aim for the preservation of life. Their foundational roots and main structures might not be completely identical, but they had a similarity degree of 99. Because of the close similarity in their foundational roots, Wang Yin was able to verify the Golden Light spell so smoothly. Otherwise, resolving conflicts between cultivation techniques is not easy. The most obvious manifestation of such conflicts is that changing cultivation methods requires abandoning previous efforts. From this, Wang Yin saw the possibility of domain fusion. if the conflict in cultivation methods was due to the techniques themselves. Wang Yin could cultivate the Golden Light spell so easily because the foundational roots of the Divine Thunder spell and the Golden Light spell were not too different. So what about domain fusion? Domains are manifestations of one's life and cultivation affecting the external world. Of course, cultivation is secondary, while one's life is primary. It can be said that the improvement of cultivation leads to an elevation of life levels. And even if there is no qualitative change, it will still have an impact on the external world. The range of this impact on the external world is the range of one's domain. Talent domains can be said to be special due to one's life, thus having an impact on the external world. Some soul masters who possess domain soul skills have reached the conditions for their life to influence the external world due to special circumstances when absorbing spirit rings. It can be said that compared to talent domains, domain-type soul skills are special cases. Wang Yin has two domains, the angel domain, which is a talent area awakened through acquired stimulation and active exploration, fundamentally rooted in Wang Yin himself, and the killing god domain, which is also a talent area of Wang Yin, but is added on later. So what is the essence of the killing god domain? Wang Yin delved deeply into this. Firstly, the essence of the killing god domain is not the killing intent, although the killing intent is a result of excessive slaughter in the city of slaughter. The fundamental aspect of the killing intent is still Wang Yin. Secondly, the essence of the killing god domain is not related to the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter or the Azura god or Azura god position. These are obvious and do not need further explanation. Therefore, excluding these, Wang Yin can only conclude that the essence of the killing god domain is the same as that of the angel domain. Both are rooted in oneself. The difference lies in that the angel domain is due to the angelic bloodline or angelic martial soul contained within himself, while the killing god domain is transformed by the rules of the Azura inheritance using his own killing intent. Since the essence of both domains is within oneself, both should be parts of oneself influencing the external world, merely separated due to their different external attributes. If the fusion of the Golden Light spell and the Divine Thunder spell is about seeking common ground while reserving differences, then the same goes for fusing domains. As long as the internal foundation is the same, even if the external attributes differ, they can be integrated into one, as fundamentally they are the same thing. After thinking through this, Wang Yin completely clarified his thoughts, and the method of fusing the domains became clear. Find the common root of the two domains, and from there unify their different external attributes, integrating the two domains into one, with the method of fusing the domains identified. The next step is to find the root parts of the two domains. However, finding the root parts of the two domains is also a challenge. Fortunately, although it is a challenge, Wang Yin has ways to address it. Before his transmigration, when Wang Yin was still innocent, he learned quite a bit about the situation in Douluo continent, including information on how to refine skills, which seem to be called 3,000 refinements. When Wang Yin was able to develop techniques like the boiling thunderstorm, he had used 3,000 refinements quite a bit, as any self-created soul skill development is rooted in the soul master's understanding of soul power and soul skills. The reason why techniques like boiling thunderstorm resemble his own soul skills is largely due to their prototypes being derived from his soul ring skills. Continuously releasing and retracting his two domains, this time it was different from before. Previously, he would force a fusion after expanding them, but now he simply expanded both to the limit he could control, then sought to explore the common wave parts of the two domains. The constant expansion and retraction of the domains might be an accident once or twice, but doing it many times is abnormal. Aru, who lives next door, knows these two domains belong to Wang Yin, so she didn't pay much attention. However, others were different. Soon, a few people arrived at Wang Yin's door, as they clearly sensed that the two distinctly different domain auras originated from this room. Among these people were members of the Wuhuan Temple's exchange delegation, soul masters from the royal family of the Tiando Empire, and a rogue soul master residing here for other important matters. The soul masters standing in front of the door did not enter, nor did they knock. They stared at Wang Yan's door for a while, and then someone raised a hand but didn't knock, while another opened their mouth but didn't say a word. A piece of paper was stuck on the door, which read, "In training, please do not disturb. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Let's go back." Finally, one member of the Wuhuan Temple exchange delegation spoke first. "If the prince is merely training, then let's just go back," said the soul master from the Tiando Empire royal family, as he had already explored the limits of these two domains and found no secrets of the Tiando Empire. "Is the Wuhuan Temple this arrogant here?" The rogue soul master expressed some dissatisfaction with Wang Yan's arrogant attitude on the paper, and perhaps due to previous conflicts with the Wuhuan temple. His words were not very polite. You just became a soul saint not long ago, while my prince is still a soul emperor. You can easily push the door and enter. Would the high-ranking members of the Wuhuan temple indulge a rogue? That was impossible. So if you have the ability, go test that prince's temper. Oomph. The rogue soul master angrily left. What else could he do? A soul emperor with domain skills is not weaker than a soul saint, especially when the other party has just entered the rank of soul saint. He wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Compared to the topic of fusing domains, consolidating cultivation is simply too easy. Even if the cultivation level has increased significantly, it is not considered a difficult task. To strive for perfection. Aru specially trained for a few more days, refining her cultivation to an extremely pure and solid state. Even so, when Aru finally emerged from her training, Wang Yin was still in the midst of his cultivation. However, compared to the initial situation, it seemed that Wang Yin had entered a deeper state of cultivation based on the release of his two domains. Aru inquired about Wang Yan's situation from those around her, and then sat cross-legged at the entrance of Wang Yan's room, seemingly guarding there like a door god or protector. Regarding Aru's situation, some people in the outside world could understand, while others could not. There were discussions about it, but fortunately, not many were talking about it openly. Wang Yin was unaware of the outside situation or even anything about Aru, as he had completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Numerous mysteries regarding martial souls, soul rings, soul skills, and domains appeared before Wang Yan's eyes, causing him to feel an involuntary joy, making him forget the passage of time during his training. How can this feeling of joy be described? If it must be described, it is probably akin to the joy Wang Yin felt when he was studying before his transmigration, constantly gaining knowledge. That feeling of joy cannot be appreciated without undergoing a period of lonely and desolate training, and that very feeling perfectly matches Wang Yan's current situation. The exchange delegation's time in the Tiando Empire was only 10 days. It was neither long nor short. However, how could Wang Yan's training, which was akin to seclusion, possibly end in just 10 days? Therefore, when the exchange delegation had completed all their activities in the Tiando Empire and discovered an issue, that is, the initiator of the exchange delegation, Wang Yin, had not yet emerged from his training, they couldn't just leave the initiator behind. It was fine if the initiator didn't appear at the farewell banquet, as there were two titled vice envoys present to support things. But it was unacceptable for the initiator to be absent when it was time to leave. The matter of soul master cultivation, especially in such a closed-door situation, can be interrupted, but there's a saying, interrupting someone's opportunity is like killing their parents. A soul emperor being able to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time surely indicates that it is not a trivial opportunity. If one were to rashly enter, even two elders from the Wuhuan Hall would likely feel it inappropriate. Moreover, one should consider who is guarding the door of Wang Yan's room. That is a titled Douluo. With a titled Douluo personally overseeing it, how many would dare to intrude? Therefore, a miraculous scene unfolded in the Heaven Do Empire. The exchange delegation had already gone through a farewell banquet, yet the people did not leave and instead remained in the designated area. After nearly a month, there was finally movement at the door of the room where Wang Yin was located. The door was slowly pushed open from the inside, and a very weak and emaciated person emerged from the room. Successful? Just as there was movement at the door. Aro also finished her watch and stood at the entrance waiting for the person inside to come out. Wang Yan's plans are known to Aro, and she knows quite a bit about them. When it comes to whether Wang Yin will succeed in merging realms, Aro refrained from saying anything discouraging like that's impossible, instead offering her support. However, when she saw Wang Yan's appearance, she was taken aback, followed by a surge of heartache and a hint of reproach. It was just a closed-door retreat. How could it have turned out this way? It's merely cultivation, and he shouldn't be torturing himself like this. Why make it so hard on himself for just one retreat? I succeeded. Wang Yin, looking scruffy and a bit disheveled, grinned and revealed news that could shock all the top soul masters. However, a gust of wind blew, causing Wang Yin to sway slightly, and Aro hurriedly stepped forward to support him, preventing him from falling. Aunt Ro, look, Wang Yin spoke, and a dim golden glow unfolded, spreading out a circular area. Within this area, there was both the sacred majesty and suppression of the angel domain, as well as the chilling destruction and deadness of the god of death domain. Moreover, the feeling this circular area gave off was clearly a level above both the angel domain and the god of death domain. Quickly retract it. You need to replenish energy and nutrients now. and you really need a rest. Don't waste yourself anymore. However, Aru had no mood to appreciate the new domain Wang Yin formed by merging the two domains. She was now worried about Wang Yin's body. Before entering seclusion, Wang Yin was not unaware that he might have to cultivate for a long time, so he did make some preparations, though not too many. At first, Wang Yin knew to supplement himself, but as his training deepened, it became normal for him to replenish every 2 or 3 days, especially during the last stage of his cultivation when he went 5 or 6 days without any supplements. If it weren't for the support of the Soul Emperor's cultivation, Wang Yin would definitely be on the verge of collapsing back. I feel great right now. After a while, I can have a big meal. Let me tell you, Ani Ruo, my new domain is really strong. Merging once is equivalent to a qualitative evolution of a domain. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, Wang Yin overlooked his body's needs. So, even though he looked like he was about to die at any moment, the light in his eyes was like little suns, extraordinarily vibrant. Shut up. You must listen to my arrangements now. No talking, just obey my orders. Seeing that Wang Yin was about to prattle on endlessly, Aru's face instantly turned cold, like the eternal ice of the extreme north, directly interrupting Wang Yin. Aru, usually gentle and graceful, was now unrecognizable, and Wang Yin was not so much scared as he was stunned. Aru's demeanor resembled that of Bibi Dong when she became Pope in the future. Little did Aru know, Wang Yin was currently thinking about this. Wang Yin, who was not particularly strong to begin with, had now become thin and weak due to his seclusion training. Under Aru's pressure, he was like a frail little chick being held in her grasp, as if it were about to have its head chopped off, feet hacked, and body stewed for soup. Under Aru's strong pressure, Wang Yin showed no intention of resisting, and according to others' descriptions of Wang Yin during this process, it seemed he even enjoyed being strongly pressured by Aru. It made sense, as someone who loved spicy food before crossing over. How could Wang Yin not have a bit of a masochistic tendency? After all, spicy food is a form of pain, and eating spicy food is seeking suffering. Under Aru's pressure, Wang Yin consumed some food, which was a supplement that Aru had suggested the two elders personally supervise, specially prepared for Wang Yin's situation. Of course, there were other plans in place, as no one outside knew what Wang Yin would be like when he emerged. After eating, Wang Yin cleaned himself up a bit, at least looking much cleaner, and then Aru forced him to rest. This rest lasted for 3 days and 3 nights without waking, meaning Wang Yin slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. When the Seoul Hall's exchange delegation left Tiendo City, the Tiendo imperial family put on quite a show, with Prince Shuya personally leading some aristocrats and officials to see them off. Have you always been hungry? Looking at Wang Yin, who had not stopped eating since waking up from 3 days and 3 nights of sleep, the 2 fist-sized fruits in his hands had now turned into a piece of smoked meat. After Wang Yin woke up, the exchange delegation began to set off, heading towards Qibao Mountain, where the Qibao Glaze sect was located, according to the order Wang Yin had previously set. Perhaps because others hadn't paid much attention to Wang Yin, they felt nothing unusual about him after he woke up. But Aru was different. She had been by Wang Yin's side since he woke up, so she could clearly tell if something was off with him. What is wrong with Wang Yin? It's just that she keeps asking about not being able to eat enough. Following Wang Yin, Aro saw her preparing a lot of things before getting on the carriage. Aro wasn't sure exactly how much, but after Wang Yin came out of the kitchen, basically everything she could eat was gone, and she didn't see Wang Yin's mouth stop moving. It wasn't about not being full, but rather replenishing her body's deficits. I've been consuming my body's reserves for a month now. Even if I Haven Tea successfully merged the 2 domains, it's time for me to break through. If I keep pushing, I might not survive. How should I put it? Although it's quite impolite to talk while eating, Wang Yin did just that. Fortunately, Aro didn't mind and was rather curious about how Wang Yin could speak so clearly while eating. As Wang Yin said, this has been almost a month of closed-door training, and she really hadn't replenished herself properly, especially in the latter half of this period, where she was purely relying on her past training to hold on. It's not that closed-door training can't be interrupted, but the spiritual pleasure obtained during training has obstructed Wang Yin's normal bodily needs. Moreover, merging domains, like other things, requires continuous effort. It's a process that can diminish over time. The previous concentrated training was like a vigorous charge, while this time, with a clearer direction, it's already in a weakened state. If interrupted midway, it would be a complete depletion. Since she can already see the goal ahead, it's best not to stop, as no one knows whether the next closed-door session might be interrupted for other reasons. It's best to succeed in one go. Therefore, Wang Yin thought, as long as my body can hold on, I'll keep pushing until it reaches the brink of collapse if I don't succeed. It turns out that a soul emperor level body and cultivation are somewhat inadequate for this. If a normal soul emperor were doing this, they would have collapsed long ago. Fortunately, Wang Yin had worked hard on her body and cultivation. Although her cultivation still belongs to the soul emperor level, her body far exceeds that of a soul emperor. Otherwise, she might really have had to interrupt this time. Luckily, this time she succeeded directly, and now she just needs to focus on improving her cultivation to break through to soul sage. Additionally, due to this closed-door training, Wang Yin gained quite a few insights into the mysteries of martial souls and soul rings during the process of merging domains. She has found a new direction for breaking through to soul sage, which is different from the original path of soul master advancement. However, you were so weak before. You still have a long way to go now. Can your body handle such binge eating? Aren't you afraid of ruining your body? Back to the point. Our row still couldn't help but worry about Wang Yan's incessant eating. One thing is clear. After a serious illness or something similar, a person cannot immediately overindulge or binge eat because the body can't handle it and will have problems. The concept of being weak and unable to absorb nourishment is somewhat related to this. As for Wang Yin, since waking up, aside from the little time spent looking for food in the kitchen, her mouth hasn't stopped moving since. Our Ro's worries are not unfounded. Aunt Ro, don't worry. I know my body well enough. I'm in control. Indeed, Wang Yin is very life-conscious. She wouldn't do this without certainty. The reason she dares to do so is that she has confidence. During her closed-door training, while merging domains, Wang Yin comprehended an ability that is not too related to domain merging. While exploring the common roots of the two domains, Wang Yin accidentally made breakthroughs in the method of the Divine Thunder Curse and her own vital energy consumption and growth. Vital energy is essentially life force. And Wang Yin managed to sustain this long because she consumed a large amount of her stored life force. The reason it's said that Wang Yin relied on her cultivation to sustain some time is that the improved method of the Divine Thunder Curse has somewhat slowed her life force consumption, allowing her not to be depleted after a month. Since she can slow down her consumption, extending it would mean that replenishing life force would be quicker and without side effects. This is reflected in the fact that, although Wang Yan's body is weak, her binge eating has not had any adverse effects. Instead, her life force has greatly replenished. This is actually part of the application of the Divine Thunder Curse's dual life-saving aspect. However, compared to normal cultivation, this part is relatively advanced and cannot be used without a certain level of cultivation or specific digging. Wang Yin just happened to find and use it by chance. Really? Although Wang Yin said there was no problem, our Ro still looked unconvinced. Well then, let me teach you something that might be useful in the future. If I forget later, Aunt Ro, you can help me teach Xiao Dong, and Long, thinking carefully. Slowing down life force consumption and quickly replenishing life force without side effects is very useful. So Wang Yin felt it necessary for our Ro and her people to master it. The application of the Divine Thunder Curse in terms of life force consumption and replenishment mainly lies in its dual life-saving aspect. So the Golden Light Curse can also be used similarly. Teaching it is basically understandable. After summarizing the specific method, Wang Yin taught this application to our Ro. After all, our Ro is a top-level titled Douluo with a high level of cultivation, so she easily understood and mastered it. You little rascal. Achieving the merging of two domains in closed-door training is already impressive. I didn't expect you to have other unexpected gains. You must be the child of destiny. After learning it, our Ro looked at Wang Yin with a mix of admiration and surprise. I might not really compare to the child of destiny. After all, Aunt Ro, you know that at your level, advancing to the next small tier requires comprehension, whether it's of laws or other aspects. But the child of destiny only needs to add soul rings to increase soul power. Comprehension? What is that? They don't need it at all. It's clear that Wang Yin is referring to the future Tang San, who, after becoming a titled Douluo, has a relatively simple upgrade path. But it's not difficult either, just a matter of breaking through those levels where one might be stuck for decades. What will you do about that future child of destiny? Erase them before they grow up? Hearing Wang Yin's teasing tone about the child of destiny, Ro couldn't help but feel curious. Who knows? There is still some time before he is born. And I don't know how I'll deal with that child of destiny. Up to now, there is still quite a bit of time before Tang San truly appears in this world. Wang Yin feels that by then, she will probably be fearless of any risks, as long as she can keep progressing. Aren't you afraid of unexpected events? Seeing that Wang Yin seemed somewhat indifferent, Ro was even more puzzled. I am. But what good does it do to be afraid? As long as my strength is strong enough by then, I can push through anything. After hearing this, Wang Yin appeared very confident. You're that confident? Aro looked at Wang Yin with a somewhat strange gaze. I'm that confident. You have to believe me, okay? Aunt Ro. Wang Yin just nodded and didn't say much. The convoy was lined up in pairs, traveling along the wide road, the wheels rumbling over the hard ground. But the intricate structure at the connection between the axle and the carriage ensured that the passengers inside felt little to no bumps. The headquarters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is located on Seven Treasure Mountain, with its landmark building being the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Fortress. Seven Treasure Mountain is not far from Heavendo City, and from a military strategic perspective, they are in a mutually advantageous position. The location of the SEC's headquarters in such a unique geographic position illustrates the unusual relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the royal family of the Heavendo Empire since its establishment. It is said, or rather rumored, that the founding patriarch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was sworn brothers with the founding emperor of the Heavendo Empire. So how close is Seven Treasure Mountain to Heavendo City? It is also said that a tidal Douluo, flying at full speed, could reach the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Fortress from Heavendo City in just a few hours, at most a little over half a day, certainly less than a day's time. However, there is still a significant difference in speed between a tidal Douluo flying at full speed and the pace of the convoy. So the Wuhuan Hall's visiting delegation took 2 or 3 days to reach the foot of Seven Treasure Mountain after departing from Heavendo City. When they arrived at the foot of Seven Treasure Mountain, Wang Yin, along with Ruo and the 2 elders, got off the carriage, as the welcoming party from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was right there at the foot of the mountain. The esteemed guests from the Wuhuan Hall have traveled far and wide. Please allow me to lead you up the mountain for arrangements. The 2 leading figures from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were an old man and a young man. The old man appeared to be around 50, but had a faint aura of sharpness about him, exuding a presence similar to a Ruo and the 2 elders of the Wuhuan Hall, clearly a title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The young man next to the elder was the one who had just spoken, and he happened to be Ning Fengji, someone Wang Yin had seen before. You are Ning Fengji? Originally, it should have been the 2 elders who spoke, as Wang Yin, the principal, was not supposed to be involved in the matters at hand. However, before the 2 elders could say anything, Wang Yin jumped in with a question. Your Highness knows me? This somewhat unexpected situation left those nearby momentarily stunned. And Ning Fengji was particularly puzzled, prompting him to ask, where is your elder brother Ning Zhaochuan? Shouldn't he be more qualified to stand here than you? Wang Yin didn't say whether he knew Ning Fengji or not, but what he said made it quite certain to others that he had met and recognized Ning Fengji and his elder brother Ning Zhaochuan. Doesn't your Highness know? When Wang Yin mentioned his elder brother Ning Zhaochuan, Ning Fengji first appeared stunned, then his eyes were filled with sorrow. Should I know something? Upon hearing this, Wang Yin felt that he should know something. However, when he looked around, everyone else was just watching him, and Ning Fengji, seemingly unchanged, no. There were still some people whose emotions were off, but they were all from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Perhaps your Highness has been focused on cultivation. My elder brother passed away a long time ago due to an accident during a soul hunting expedition. Tears shimmered in Ning Fengji's eyes, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. Oh, he died. How'd he die? Did he encounter a powerful soul beast and got scattered or absorbed a soul ring he couldn't bear? Regarding the matter of Ning Zhaochuan's death, Wang Yin was not particularly surprised. After all, for what he knew, the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be Ning Fengji, not Ning Zhaochuan. He originally thought that Ning Zhaochuan just couldn't compete with Ning Fengji, but now it seemed that he had probably perished before he had a chance to grow up. However, it's also uncertain. Who knows if there was some foul play during the process of Ning Zhaochuan's soul hunting? Wang Yin sometimes was quite willing to speculate on others with the worst intentions. It was during the process of searching for soul beasts that they encountered a powerful soul beast attack. At that time, the situation was critical, and the protection from the sect was inadequate, resulting in his elder brother suffering fatal injuries and not lasting long. While saying this, Ning Fengji spoke with sadness and a pained expression, showing deep brotherly affection for Ning Zhaochuan. I see. Your elder brother really had bad luck. Wang Yin had a very unsociable and unapproachable demeanor, especially when discussing the sorrowful matter of someone's passing. His appearance was quite infuriating. Perhaps it was this infuriating look that made the titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have a poor impression of Wang Yin. Not wanting to see his face at all, when forced to see him, he would quickly glance over and give a slight glare in annoyance. It seemed to be true what His Highness said. Perhaps his older brother was just unlucky. Although it was very sad, Ning Fengji still attentively led everyone into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Fortress, where the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and another title Douluo were waiting for Wang Yin and the others. The current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School appeared very hospitable and seemed to be a friendly and kind person. Even though Wang Yin maintained a cold expression, the leader still smiled and exchanged a few words with him. Since it was already approaching evening when they arrived at Seven Treasure Mountain, there weren't too many miscellaneous arrangements after entering the fortress. They simply held a welcoming banquet, followed by the current leader personally arranging accommodations for Wang Yin and the others. Wang Yin was somewhat surprised that the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School personally attended to him, Ero, and the two elders. After all, this person's status, while not quite equal to that of the Pope of the Spirit Hall or the two great emperors of the Tiando and Xinglu, was not far off. Thus, Wang Yin felt that it was rather unusual for him to act this way. Your Highness, it seems that something is not quite right with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Please be sure to be cautious. After the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School left, the two elders approached Wang Yin. Thank you, elders, for the reminder. I will remember it. Wang Yin didn't need these two to remind him. If he still couldn't see anything wrong in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Fortress based on the previous situation, then he really would be a bit foolish. After the two elders left, Ero also came over. Aunt Ro, are you going to tell me that this Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect seems a bit strange? Before Ero could speak, Wang Yin said first. Yes, it always feels off, as if something is being concealed, and I can't see it clearly. Before she could open her mouth, she heard Wang Yin say this, and Ero was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and described her feelings. Something is being concealed? It's hard to see clearly. Aunt Ro, what do you mean by that? Is it your intuition or some other special sensory feeling? Just now, the three of them had communicated with the two elders. Although they didn't say much, they roughly understood each other. Both Wang Yin and the two elders only felt that something was wrong. And it was all based on the behavior of the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ero's description made Wang Yin notice something unusual. It seemed that Ero's feeling of something being off did not come from the actions of those people, but rather from another type of intuition or perhaps a woman's sixth sense. Wang Yin wasn't sure, but felt it necessary to ask more. It should be intuition, right? Although he could tell that those people were acting strangely, he didn't know what exactly was off. However, it seemed like some kind of voice or something was telling him that they were hiding something, wanting to conceal it from outsiders. This kind of subtle voice should be considered intuition. Eru couldn't quite determine whether what she felt could be classified as intuition, because she felt it wasn't like so-called intuition. It should be intuition, or it could be described as a kind of instinct exclusive to animals. However, I prefer to call it animal instinct. After all, Aunt Ro, you are different from me and other humans. Compared to me and other humans, you are a specialized form of being, and you should maintain a certain sensitivity to danger that you had as a soul beast. Wang Yin vaguely remembered that there was some explanation about this before he crossed over, but it was a long time ago, so he only remembered the general idea, not the specifics. So, if I transformed into the form of a soft-boned rabbit, do you think I would be able to sense that concealed place directly? Regarding Wang Yin mentioning his relatively unique aspects, Eru didn't think much about it. Instead, she pondered more about the outward extension he mentioned. A concealed place? Wang Yin's focus was on a seemingly casual remark made by Eru. What exactly was being concealed, he was unclear about, but regardless of what it was, he thought it must be happening somewhere, and that place should also be obscured. After reflecting on what she had just said, Eru realized that her words seemed to inspire Wang Yin, who began to smooth out the furrow in his brow caused by his thoughts. If that's the case, then what is concealed should still be within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong reaction, revealing abnormality to us newcomers. Feeling like he had found some direction, Wang Yin voiced his thoughts. Should I try transforming into the soft-boned rabbit? I feel it could work. For some reason, Eru seemed a bit excited when she mentioned transforming into the soft-boned rabbit. Let's not talk about whether it would be useful or not. Even if it is useful, so what? If they don't want us to know, there's no need to probe too deeply. We can just carry out our exchange visits smoothly. There's no need to stir up trouble, especially since we only have a few days. Although he was curious about what had happened at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Wang Yin didn't want to get involved, as it was unlikely to affect the entire continent. As long as it didn't hinder his cultivation, it wasn't worth worrying about. You're right. We don't need to wade into murky waters. Eru thought for a moment and managed to suppress her curiosity. As long as it didn't affect her, who cared about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? By the way, Ani Ruo, Have you ever considered that when you're in human form, you emit the aura of a tidal Douluo? But what about when you transform into the soft-bone rabbit? Wouldn't it be the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast? In order to dissuade Aru from transforming, Wang Yin felt he needed to put in more effort. After all, while the soft-bone rabbit was fluffy and cute, how could it compare to the beauty of a stunning woman? I can actually answer that. When I transform into the soft-bone rabbit, I do emit the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, no longer that of a human tidal Douluo. Perhaps it was because they had spent more time together. Aru seemed easily led off topic by Wang Yin. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect currently has at least 2 tidal Douluos, and we have 2 in our convoy as well. If you reveal the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, I'm sure the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will take measures to direct everyone's attention to us. At that point, curiosity could lead to trouble, and instead of uncovering the hidden situation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, we might end up in hot water ourselves. Wang Yin's words are not without reason, and he is not trying to scare Aro. After all, there may be situations in the future where she needs to transform her form, so it's important to think ahead and prepare. I admit I was a bit short-sighted just now, only thinking about transforming into the soft-boned rabbit form to reminisce about the past life of a soul beast. The gentle and graceful Aro suddenly said something like this, which really caught Wang Yin off guard. Could it be that they are indeed a mother and daughter? Although their personalities are quite different, Aro and the future Rogue Rabbit Xiao will ultimately share a common origin. Aunt Ro, I feel like this is a pure idea of self-destruction. If we really don't want to live well, you can do this. I will provide you with an immortal item, and then you can sacrifice your soul rings and soul bones to me while preserving your soul. The immortal item can ensure that your physical body won't die, and you can cultivate again, so it won't waste your profound cultivation. Wang Yin felt it necessary to make Aro aware of the seriousness of the situation, but as soon as he said those words, he regretted it, realizing he shouldn't have said it that way. Are you still thinking about my soul ring and soul bone? Or rather, it's not just thinking, it's coveting. When he said this, he didn't know what Aro was thinking, but Wang Yin felt like he was in a bit of trouble. If I said I hadn't thought about it, Aunt Ro, you definitely wouldn't believe me. After all, I thought about it more than once when we first met. Wang Yin felt that perhaps he could still save the situation, not letting it end instantly. But what about now? Regarding Wang Yan's attempts to make amends, Aro remained non-committal. What I just said reflects my thoughts. If something were to happen, you might be able to save your life with this method. After all, you have relatively sufficient means to ensure your survival and growth, and probably not many people would care about the soul beast after the sacrifice, if they knew that Een could come back to life thanks to the seeds after the sacrifice. Those from the Spirit Hall would surely think of taking advantage of the chaos to seize it. No, I can't let this go without giving you a good beating. It just doesn't feel right. Aro, fuming, rolled up her sleeves and approached Wang Yin. Before long, Aro left, leaving behind a large-eared panda in Wang Yan's room. Chapter 092, Enhancing with Evil Techniques? As the old saying goes, let the secretary handle it. Although Wang Yin didn't have a secretary, as the leader of the exchange delegation, he had 2 tidal Douluo-level elders as deputies. Although Qian Xuanji might have intended for Wang Yin to learn something, Wang Yin had no such awareness. He felt he was just tagging along to gain experience, pushing everything onto the 2 elders, and everything would be fine. Occasionally showing his face for appearances was enough. The next morning, after having breakfast with Aro and the 2 elders and some people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Wang Yin and Aro started wandering around the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Fortress. However, Ning Fengji followed them closely, claiming to be there to introduce the fortress to Wang Yin and Aro as one of the top 3 sects. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was not far from being the leader of the Soul Master world, with only the Spirit Hall and the Hao Ian School being able to surpass it. As a holy place that most soul masters long for, the Spirit Hall is undeniably grand and majestic, with its architecture exuding a sense of inclusiveness and vastness. In contrast, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Fortress combines 2 styles. From the outside, it appears as a heavily fortified stronghold, providing a strong sense of security, unlike the Spirit Hall, where the sense of security comes from the guarding warriors. Compared to the imposing fortifications of the exterior, the interior of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Fortress is magnificent, adorned with dazzling pearls and jewels, with gold and silver visible everywhere, and numerous jade stones, pearls, crystals, and diamonds, making it seem almost beyond description in its wealth. As if it was completely built from small amounts of money, the shimmering pearls and jewels dazzled the eyes. Not only Aro, who was seeing such a scene for the first time, But even Wang Yin, who usually thought he had quite a bit of money, was almost completely immersed in this world of luxury. If it weren't for the fact that it would be inappropriate to take anything, Wang Yin and a row would definitely have tried to take some. Seeing that Wang Yin and a row were captivated by the opulence, Ning Fengji maintained a polite and gentlemanly demeanor on the surface, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was enough to indicate everything, filled with pride and a hint of disdain. Perhaps because every corner was too lavish, Wang Yin and a row unknowingly wandered for quite a while, and it seemed Ning Fengji forgot to remind or guide them, allowing them to roam freely. Aunt Ro, it seems there is an empty space behind here. After looking around for a long time, it was natural for Wang Yin to touch things, but when he reached a certain spot, he suddenly exclaimed, empty? A Ro was taken aback, her hand also moving to touch it. No, you can't touch that. That's an area off limits for visiting. Ning Fengji's expression suddenly changed, especially after glancing around. His face turned dark as if it could drip water. Seeing a Ro reaching out to touch it, he raised his hand to swat it away. If you can't touch it, then don't. What are you trying to do? Take advantage? Show some respect. But before Ning Fengji could swat a Ro's hand, Wang Yin quickly stepped in front of her and grabbed Ning Fengji's descending hand. Apologies, it was my mistake. This is our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's special storage for gold coins and other items. It's a secret vault that is off limits for visiting. I hope your highness and this lady can understand. It's getting late. It's time for lunch. Ning Fengji seemed to realize he had overreacted and immediately changed his attitude and expression. However, perhaps due to his lack of skill, Wang Yin and a Ro felt that Ning Fengji's expression seemed insincere. All right, after wandering for so long, I'm indeed a bit hungry. I suppose Aunt Ro is the same, right? Lead the way. I was too focused on looking at the things on the wall to remember the way. Wang Yin glanced at the wall of the empty space with a look of disdain as he spoke. Sigh, I really want to see what a mountain of gold coins looks like. Aru sighed, her face showing a hint of regret. There will be opportunities in the future. Perhaps today could be the day. If we can have the least Sect Master Ning Fengji and Sect Master Ning explain it, maybe we'll get to see it. And perhaps we could even see a small hill made of jewels. After all, we don't intend to take anything, just to take a look. I believe Sect Master Ning, being so understanding, would agree. Wang Yin comforted a Ro, saying, if both of you really want to watch, I can mention it to my father. Maybe it can really happen. As Ning Fengji, who was leading the way, said this, he turned back to look at Wang Yin, but his gaze seemed more like he was observing something. Then it will be more trouble for you, less for the Sect Master. Wang Yin had a happy expression on his face. Not a bother. Not a bother. Ning Fengji responded a couple of times, and then turned back to continue leading the way. Behind Ning Fengji, where he couldn't see, Wang Yin and a Ro touched their fingers together, exchanged glances, and shared a knowing look. During lunch, there were 8 people at the table. Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and his father, the Sect Master Ning. 2 titled Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who were well known as the Douluo and Douluo, and the other 4 were Wang Yin, a Ro, and 2 elders from the Spirit Hall. As the host and guests enjoyed their meal, Ning Fengji and his father brought up Wang Yin and a Ro's request to see the treasure vault. The current Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was taken aback at first, then showed an apologetic smile, saying that it was indeed inappropriate. Wang Yin and a Ro took the hint and said they wouldn't insist on seeing it anymore, as the usual scenery of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was enough to enjoy. After lunch, Wang Yin and a Ro made an excuse that they needed to take a nap, and then returned to their assigned room. However, when no one was paying attention, Wang Yin quickly ran to a Ro's room. Aunt Ro, I'm here. After Wang Yin entered the room, he noticed that Aruo seemed to be deep in thought, and he couldn't help but call out softly, just come over. Can't you be sure it's there? Aruo shot him a glance. I'm sure it's there. I'm quite confident in my ability to detect my domain, not to mention that I also use my mental abilities to explore inside. Wang Yan's face showed a confident expression. Go ahead and seek death. Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't seek death? Aru complained to Wang Yin irritably. I'm not seeking death either. I've already reduced the domain and spiritual power to an extremely weak level, and there aren't any particularly powerful soul masters in there. Speaking of which, it's quite strange that some of the soul masters in there are in very abnormal conditions. Wang Yin defended himself with a remark, then steered the conversation back on track, which was what the two of them should be discussing. Not normal? What do you mean? Aru revealed a hint of curiosity. The strength of those soul masters wasn't high. The strongest was only at the soul sect level. However, their soul power aura gave me a somewhat rapid and inflated feeling of improvement. and I could clearly sense that they seemed to have lost a significant amount of vitality. Wang Yin described to Aro the situation he detected with his domain and mental power. Could it be that they were using some kind of wicked method to enhance their cultivation? Did they use life force to significantly boost their soul power? If that's the case, it truly is wicked in the eyes of those who consider themselves righteous. Hearing Aro's words, Wang Yin couldn't help but stroke his chin. Self-proclaimed righteous? What are you thinking? Seeing Wang Yin mumble to himself, Aro's expression suddenly changed. How should I put it? It seems I could develop a method that sacrifices life force for soul power cultivation myself. But when I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem evil at all. Wang Yin didn't think much of the method of sacrificing life force to enhance soul power. After all, he had seen various forbidden techniques in novels before crossing over, most of which involve consuming life force for temporary or permanent cultivation boosts. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that the forbidden technique he developed, Thunderstorm, has a lot of potential in this regard. However, compared to that, Thunderstorm is somewhat inferior. It's just a very ordinary forbidden technique that causes significant damage to the body, but it doesn't reach the level of directly consuming life force. However, if Thunderstorm could be developed to the point of consuming life force to enhance cultivation, there is a high probability it could exceed the original level of combat power enhancement. Tell me more about it. Aro noticed that Wang Yin's expression was genuinely heartfelt, thought for a moment, and decided to probe Wang Yin further. I have developed some fairly good combat techniques and forbidden techniques based on soul power, but once they exceed a certain limit, they can cause significant damage to oneself. But Aunt Ro, you shouldn't have forgotten the things I obtained by chance while closing myself off to merge my domain, right? The secret combat techniques developed by Wang Yin, such as the boiling forbidden technique and Thunderstorm, have been used very little since leaving the City of Slaughter. However, the fact that they're used infrequently does not mean they are useless. It's just that there are fewer battles now. Therefore, you think that since it will harm your body anyway, it might be better to sacrifice vitality directly to exchange for an increase in combat power or soul power cultivation, especially since you have methods to replenish vitality through food. On top of what Wang Yin said, Arua's comments seem to be more about refining the ideas. Yes, that's right, but sacrificing vitality for a temporary boost in combat power is probably easier to manage, given past experiences. However, achieving a permanent increase in soul power cultivation seems more difficult, as it feels like taking too big of a step relative to my foundation. Wang Yin now has a complex feeling of both happiness and distress. He is happy that it seems he is about to uncover new knowledge in the field of soul masters, but distressed that delving into this particular area seems quite troublesome. After all, if this is truly researched, it looks like it would require his vitality to fluctuate significantly. Not to mention how much preparation is needed. Wang Yin is worried about whether his body can handle it. Is Wang Yin's body strong? Of course, it is very strong. Although his soul power is only at the Soul Emperor level, Wang Yin's physical body is at least comparable to that of a Soul Douluo. Even with such physical strength, Wang Yin does not dare to say that his body can withstand the back-and-forth bounces of life force and health points. If it were just that, it might not even be considered evil magic, perhaps just skirting the edges. After listening to Wang Yan's words, Aru gave such an evaluation. Actually, I can also reach the level of evil magic, such as developing a method to exchange life force for improvement in cultivation, and then further developing the method of replenishing life force through eating to the extent of devouring the vitality of other lives. The combination of the two would be absolute evil magic. By the way, isn't the human face demon spider and the dark demon evil god tiger also using such methods? Driven by a desire to shock with words, Wang Yin couldn't help but let his thoughts wander and finally thought of the level of evil magic. I advise you not to do this, even in an environment where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Excessively evil soul beasts will still face joint attacks from other soul beasts. The human face demon spider is a case in point. If it hadn't already become a powerful entity by the time we found the dark demon evil god tiger, it would have long since turned into a pile of bones. Aru's expression was serious and grave, not allowing any hint of jest. Aunt Ro, how should I put it? Having something is different from not having it at all. We can assure you that we have no malicious intentions, and even if we have evil magic, it is only sealed away and not used. However, we cannot stop others. When faced with powerful evil or nearly unstoppable, life-threatening dangers, I hope we have something to fight back with. Knowing full well that evil magic is undesirable, its effects are obvious. A weapon that could lead to total destruction should be prohibited, but sometimes it is something that one must have on hand. If you insist on developing such evil magic, I will not support you, but I will not stop you either. I just hope you do not forget what your original intention was, and do not let the desire for power and control cloud your judgment. Wang Yan's situation is naturally recognized by Aro, but not opposing does not mean supporting. It merely means not opposing at all. If one loses their mind in the midst of power and desire for control, what difference is there between me, the spider demon, and the dark demon tiger? I have my own goals, and power is merely a means to support me in achieving those goals. I can still distinguish between these things. Wang Yan knows what he wants. It's good that you know this, but I'm a bit curious about your goals. Can you tell me about them? Aro was somewhat surprised by Wang Yan's awareness. After all, it's quite rare for someone so young to see these things. It's hard to explain specifically, but if I had to say something, it would probably be to find a few good-looking wives and then live together without disasters until whenever I no longer want to live. Speaking of this, Wang Yan seemed a bit casual. Living until one no longer wants to live. Do beings really have times when they don't want to live? Aro is somewhat puzzled by this, considering that she has lived for quite a while herself, which in terms of human lifespan translates to several hundred or even thousands of generations, yet she still hasn't had enough of living. So when would she ever have thoughts of not wanting to live? Probably never, because living is so good, the world is so vast, and the scenery keeps changing. One should not get bored just because they have lived for a long time. Who knows? The world is so big, so full of everything. There must be those who have lived to the point of not wanting to live anymore. Perhaps they're all trying various methods to end their lives. Wang Yan also doesn't have a standard answer. Anyway, he should be living for thousands of years and still want to be alive. So how many beautiful wives do you want to find? Wang Yan was somewhat surprised as Aro quickly shifted from a state of confusion to one of curious teasing. Well, I would need to find several. Speaking of this, Wang Yan showed no embarrassment at all. Aren't Xiao Donger and Air long enough? Aro seemed very interested in this. I think that should not be enough. Then I wish you your dreams come true. Thank you for your kind words. Get lost, shameless, and not feeling embarrassed at all. In the end, Aro seemed somewhat angry. 094, talking about the immortal life of eternal youth. How about an afternoon break? Your Highness? Is the rest just right? It's about the time Wang Yan said he finished his nap. As soon as he opened the door, Ning Fengji was already standing at the door without knowing when. It's okay just like that. Wang Yan's face showed a hint of drowsiness from just waking up, but he felt a bit of secret relief in his heart, glad to be back in his own room. Otherwise, there might have been some small problems. Your Highness, we've pretty much explored the entire Seven Treasure Glaze Castle, but there are still many places to visit on Seven Treasure Mountain. I wonder if your Highness would be interested in taking a look? Ning Fengji had refused to visit places like the Treasury. And while the Seven Treasure Glaze Castle was not small, it wasn't very big either. They had basically finished exploring it in one morning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in such places while wandering around. Aunt Ro, what do you think? Shall we go see other places on Seven Treasure Mountain? As Ning Fengji spoke, Aru also came out. Wang Yan naturally wanted to ask her opinion. After all, it wasn't much fun alone. It was more exciting with scenery and beautiful women. Sure, I have no objections. I'll follow your lead. In this situation, Aru prioritized Wang Yan's wishes, as it was not a private matter, and their public relationship needed to be clear. In the front were 2 guards from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, followed by Ning Fengji leading the way, then Wang Yan and Aru, with 2 more guards bringing up the rear. Although Seven Treasure Mountain was the residence of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, the area occupied by the Seven Treasure Glazed Castle was actually quite small, just a corner of the entire mountain. Despite the vastness of Seven Treasure Mountain, there were no powerful soul beasts, but 10-year and 100-year soul beasts were not uncommon. While 1,000-year soul beasts were rare, they could occasionally be seen. Of course, the most common were ordinary wild animals without soul power. Not only were there ordinary wild animals, but also 10-year and 100-year soul beasts living there, plus the occasional appearance of 1,000-year soul beasts. So it couldn't be said that there were no dangers on Seven Treasure Mountain. As the young lord of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, Ning Fengji was naturally a standard auxiliary soul master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul, which had a combat power rating of 5. Wang Yan and Aru were guests of the Martial Soul Hall's exchange group, so when encountering wild beasts or soul beasts blocking their way, it was best for the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect to handle it. The wild beasts and soul beasts on Seven Treasure Mountain, while appearing more feral compared to the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, also seemed to be quite fearful. Even top predators like lions, tigers, bears, leopards, wolves, and eagles would actively avoid Wang Yan and the others, who did not emit the pressure of soul masters. Wang Yin and Eru found this phenomenon quite interesting. So Wang Yin couldn't help but ask Ning Fengji about it. But Ning Fengji's answer made Eru somewhat unhappy. It turned out that the reason for this situation on Seven Treasure Mountain was that the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect regularly cleared out the stronger soul beasts, which was also why thousand-year soul beasts could occasionally be seen. The stronger ones had already been eliminated by the sect. Moreover, every now and then, when someone wanted to hunt wild game, the Seven Treasure Glazed sect only prohibited indiscriminate slaughter of those wild beasts and soul beasts. However, over time, the wild beasts and soul beasts on Seven Treasure Mountain developed a clear fear of humans, regardless of whether they were soul masters or not. Humans really are a significant threat. Eru said this with an apparent implication, but since she didn't state it clearly, it didn't cause much reaction. On the other hand, Ning Fengji's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something more. Survival of the fittest. It was just that humans were currently stronger and interfering with natural selection. If humans continued down this path without change, they might either suffer a backlash from nature, whether humans would exist after that was uncertain, or face nature without fear. At that time, soul beasts would no longer be essential for soul masters' advancement and would be protected as rare life forms. Of course, perhaps soul beasts would have other paths as well. Wang Yin could understand what Ero meant by that statement. After all, Ero used to be one of the soul beasts. Although she had undergone a special transformation now, she had not completely shed her identity as a soul beast. It was entirely reasonable for her to say that. While he could understand, as someone who had lived 2 lives as a human, Wang Yin still felt the need to defend humanity. What humans do is merely for their own survival and the continuation of their race, which is a necessity of life. Of course, there are definitely wrongs in this, but should be viewed dialectically. Is everything just for survival? Regarding what Wang Yin was saying now, combined with some past conversations he had occasionally had with Ero, she raised such a question. However, judging by Ero's expression, it was clear that she was puzzled and found it hard to understand. Perhaps, but because living forever is too difficult and would disrupt a natural dynamic balance. Even if immortality were to occur, it would be rejected from this world. So many times, it is more about the continuation of life. After all, the continuation of bloodlines can be considered a form of immortality in a certain sense. When discussing such issues, Wang Yin realized that some things from his past life were quite useful. And what about you? The 3 simple words seemed to convey a straightforward meaning. But among the 7 people present, only Wang Yin and Ero could understand what it truly meant. The other 5, with 4 guard from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, were not interested in this topic, while Ning Fengji was quite interested in probing further. However, Wang Yin and Ero wouldn't say too much to him. He probably just wanted to know in a vague way. As for me, I'm just pursuing immortality. But if it's truly unattainable, I would find a few more wives and have more descendants. I'm actually a person who is easily satisfied. If one ignores Wang Yin's talk about immortality, he is not much different from the majority of people, appearing rather mundane. TCH. Ero rolled her eyes at Wang Yin, scoffing, and chose not to speak further. May I ask, Your Highness, do such immortal beings truly exist in this world? Seeing that Wang Yin and Ero had stopped talking, Ning Fengji felt a bit conflicted for a moment before he decided to ask Wang Yin. After all, Wang Yin was still here, and asking Ero might lead to trouble. There should be, but it's quite difficult for your Ning family of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Wang Yin looked at Ning Fengji and noticed that although Ning Fengji was not young anymore, he still had the vigor of youth. Huh? Why? Ning Fengji was taken aback by Wang Yin's words, but perhaps out of unwillingness to accept it, he asked, Why? The world itself fundamentally does not allow for eternal life without aging or dying, so this path is not viable for your Ning family. Another method would be to achieve a certain level through cultivation to attain immortality, but I estimate that this path is also unlikely for your Ning family, as it would require cultivation to at least the level of 100-tier Do Tian. There is no need to say more. Wang Yin was very clear that Ning Fengji could understand what was going on. The former will hardly occur unless the world's operation goes wrong. As for the latter, at least up to now, the Ning family has not cultivated to the level of a title Douluo. As for the future of Ning Rongrong, because of the unexpected arrival of Wang Yin, whether she could become a god has become an uncertain matter. 095 has never experienced regret. 100-tier Do Tian. That really is too difficult. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Ning Fengji sighed, his voice full of regret and unwillingness. From the founding first-generation sect master to Ning Fengji's father, every generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's sect masters has remained at the 79th level of soul power. although it has been proven that through continuous cultivation, their soul power is far beyond 79 levels. They have never broken through to the 8th level. If they can't even reach Soul Douluo, there's no need to think about title Douluo. As for the realm of 100-tier Do Tian, one can only say that the 7-treasure glazed tile school has thought about what it would be like to reach that realm. It is estimated that across the entire Douluo continent, and even including the surrounding islands, it has been a long time since anyone has broken through 100 levels. TSK, 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 the road is long and arduous. Wang Yin suddenly became very sentimental and wondered to himself if he hadn't inherited the Judgment God's legacy. Would he be stuck for decades due to some other reason? Breaking through to level 100 of Do Tian is indeed difficult, but with His Highness's talent and ambition, along with the support of being a disciple of the Pope, achieving the title of Douluo shouldn't be too hard. However, that is not the case for me. Breaking through level 80 is already a fantasy. Hearing Wang Yan's sentiments, Ning Fengji silently compared himself to him, feeling quite dissatisfied. No matter the status, position, or soul power cultivation, Ning Fengji meticulously compared them in his mind, and all he felt was dissatisfaction. There are indeed many opportunities on the continent. Some of them might solve the issues of your 7-treasure glazed tile school. But unfortunately, such opportunities usually require personal effort to obtain. Your father, Sect Master Ning, can't just run around. Your elder brother is already gone, and as the young Sect Master, you also can't roam freely. How interesting. In the end, Wang Yin realized he might have said too much, so he suddenly changed the subject and ended his speech. Ning Fengji perked up both ears to listen, fully engaged. But Wang Yin suddenly stopped talking. The feelings of reluctance and regret he initially had now added a hint of melancholy. I've already taken off my pants. And you give me this? Scumbag. A somewhat resentful look shot towards Wang Yin, but Ning Fengji noticed Wang Yan's half-smiling face, as if there was a teasing glint in his eyes. Instantly, a chill ran down Ning Fengji's back. He was surprised at his own loss of composure, and even more astonished that he was completely drawn in by Wang Yan's words. Something he had once spent a lot of energy trying to break free from. This Wang Yin is not easy to deal with. This thought kept resurfacing in Ning Fengji's mind. In fact, I once saw on a fragment of a scroll that if someone could achieve or inherit a first-level divine position, they could bring 2 close individuals to the divine realm to share eternal life. Wang Yin noticed that Ning Fengji seemed a bit absent-minded, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, as if suddenly interested, he revealed a piece of news. Your Highness, is this true? The question did not come from Ning Fengji, but from one of the 4 guardians of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Wang Yin glanced around and found that the other 3 guardians were also subtly glancing at him. Of course it's true, but just like in the divine realm, no one has been able to achieve this for a long time, let alone at the first-level divine position. Moreover, if I can't achieve it, there's no need to expect my descendants to do so. Don't they have wives and children? Besides, achieving a first-level divine position is already a time-consuming task. If I want to rely on my descendants, I need to live a very long life. Wang Yin didn't hold back because of the other person's status. Instead, he seemed to show a lack of arrogance typical of someone in a high position. Your Highness, that joke is quite cold. Ning Fengji chuckled a couple of times. You didn't deceive him? At that moment, a Ro also spoke up. What was said afterward indeed had the tone of a cold joke, but it was a fact. However, Aunt Ro, do you think I need to deceive him? Even if he is deceived, I was the one who was deceived first. After all, I saw it on a torn page, and what I said was merely the content on that page. To strengthen his argument, Wang Yin spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, as if to say there was nothing he could do if they didn't believe him. However, rather than thinking too far ahead about things that may never happen, I suggest those with poor cultivation talent find ways to make their short lives more exciting, so they don't feel like they've wasted their time in this world. Suddenly, Wang Yin shifted his tone and began to speak words that seemed somewhat inspiring. What does your Highness think would constitute living a wonderful life, so as not to feel that this journey was in vain? At this moment, Ning Fengji seemed to play the role of a good supporter, skillfully echoing Wang Yan's words. Let me share a thought from my past. When I was quite immature and naive, if one cannot stand atop a mountain, looking down on all beings, then one should choose to blend into the bustling world, becoming as insignificant as dust. Others might think that their life spent climbing, neither high nor low, justifies their existence. But for my former self, if I couldn't become the highest, it would be better if I had never existed. Wang Yin expressed a naive thought from his student days before time travel. and it felt particularly childish when said out loud. Fortunately, he now has a thicker skin and could say it without blushing. But what about now? Aru's 4 simple words posed a very obvious question. It felt like a deliberate jab at Wang Yin, straight to the heart. He had clearly stated that he was referring to the past, making it obvious he didn't want to talk about the present. So is there really a need to ask about it? A somewhat speechless Wang Yin looked at Aru, just in time to meet her pair of autumn water-like beautiful eyes that held a hint of a smile. With a snap, Wang Yin covered half of his face with his right hand. Now that I'm mature, the idea of a warm family life with a wife and children sounds nice. If I could marry a few more wives, that would be even better. It's unclear who Wang Yin was rolling his eyes at, but aside from him, Aru and the others present all laughed. The 4 guards of the 7 treasures glazed sect laughed somewhat painfully, as they had to hold back their laughter to avoid losing their composure. Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wang Yin to say such a thing, and then couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times, trying to restrain himself, but failing, though thankfully his laughter was somewhat contained. As for Aru, she seemed to have succeeded in her scheme. Unlike her usual gentle and graceful demeanor, she now smiled like a cunning fox that had stolen meat. Alas, it's a pity that my strength is still too low. If only there were a way to quickly enhance my abilities, then even the teacher wouldn't be able to control me too much. Wang Yan's tone suggested a sense of regret. The enhancement of soul power has never been a matter that can be rushed. If one seeks to reach the sky in one leap, the price to be paid will be something you cannot bear. Upon hearing Wang Yan say this, Aru was about to respond, but caught Wang Yan's glance just in time. And understanding, she kept what she intended to say to herself. The 4 guards of the 7 treasures glazed sect did not notice that their young sect masteress I had twitched slightly. Regret comes only after experience. Oniro, I haven't even experienced it. Do you think talking to me about this is useful? Wang Yin curled his lips. It seemed that the words had entered his ears, but not his heart. In the Bailizu fort of the 096th district, I heard my father and Uncle Jian talk about how if one's soul power is rapidly increased through external means, although the level rises, the foundation becomes unstable, making it difficult to break through to higher realms later on. Given your current status, you shouldn't be in a hurry to enhance your soul power, right? At this moment, Ning Fengji spoke in a somewhat probing tone, and Wang Yin could sense that Ning Fengji seemed to be holding back something. Let me put it this way. A person's potential has a limit, if it's exhausted all at once. The height one can achieve may not be as high as what can be reached through gradual cultivation. However, if it is not completely consumed and the foundation is not harmed, the potential can be gradually replenished. Whether to maintain a steady pace in cultivation or to start fast and then slow down is always a personal choice. The gains and losses are only important as long as one does not regret their decision. Hearing Ning Fengji ask him this, Wang Yin knew that Ning Fengji was starting to take the bait. Aren't you afraid of regretting it? Suddenly, Aru asked. Wang Yin turned to look. This time, Aru was not so much coordinating with him as she was clearly inquiring. I've already made my choice, so I will naturally bear all the consequences. What is there to regret? Since Aru asked so clearly, Wang Yin had to respond just as clearly. As for Ning Fengji, he was already involved and was thinking about other matters. You need to understand one thing. You do not only represent yourself. Aru knew exactly what she was saying, and she was also aware that Wang Yin understood her words, while Ning Fengji did not know what she and Wang Yin were discussing, which is why she said it. It's just a way to pave the way for them. After all, the talents of those who come later are not inferior to mine, and in the future, there will be successors to carry on my legacy. Wang Yin seemed very relaxed while speaking. Unreasonable. This time, Aruwa seemed genuinely angry. She huffed and walked away, her body trembling, her heart far from calm. The 4 guards nearby felt somewhat puzzled. They hadn't paid close attention to the conversation between Wang Yin and Aruwa, so they naturally had no idea what was going on. Even if they had listened carefully, they might not have understood. As for Ning Fengji, he appeared to be struggling to think about something, and that matter seemed quite important, not at all like someone who was carefully observing Wang Yin and Aruwa's conversation. They had not been climbing Qibao Mountain for long before the group of 7 decided to return the same way, although a few of them were soul masters. Going uphill was easy, but coming down was difficult. Plus, since they had taken a nap before coming, it made sense to head back after climbing for a while. Otherwise, they might not make it back before dark. Your Highness, if, in the case that you happen to obtain a secret technique of an evil soul master, would you use it? On the way back to Qibao Lili Fortress, Ning Fengji's expression was conflicted for quite a while, and it seemed he finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. However, the change in Ning Fengji's expression was quite subtle. If Wang Yin and Ruo were particularly attentive to Ning Fengji's every move, they might have noticed, but at least the four-guard from Qibao, Liuli's sect, didn't pick up on anything. Evil Soul Master Secret Technique? That depends on what kind of technique it is. If it involves draining the life force, soul, and flesh of others, I ask you, what about those death row inmates? If it's purely at the cost of one's own self, haven't I already said, just don't exhaust everything? Wang Yin's mood was fairly good. Although Ruo was somewhat upset, Ning Fengji's question made him a bit happy because it meant Ning Fengji was fully engaged now. And all he needed to do was wait for things to develop naturally. I have learned from you. Ning Fengji seemed to have understood a lot, no longer showing that conflicted expression he had before. Power is such a thing. Used rightly, it is righteous. Used wrongly, it is evil. In this human society and natural world, if it disrupts the interests of the majority or destroys the balance of nature, then you are evil. Conversely, you are righteous. The Evil Soul Master Secret Technique is just misused in the wrong place. What a pity. My teacher 1T let me touch it. At this moment, Wang Yin felt it necessary to stoke the fire a little more. As long as he didn't appear too obvious in his intentions, Ning Fengji, who was already engaged, wouldn't catch on. Your Highness is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing Wang Yan's statement, Ning Fengji couldn't help but admire him, while others adhered to common unspoken rules. Wang Yan just said it outright. Heh, I just speak plainly, it's nothing serious. At this point, certain matters came to an end. Some of the things Ning Fengji thought about became clear, while Wang Yin simply waited for things to develop slowly. During dinner, it was still the same few people, and the atmosphere was lively as usual, but perhaps it was just an illusion. There seemed to be a vague, inexplicable ambience during this meal. After dinner, the four members of Qibao, Liuli's sect, accompanied Wang Yin, Ruo, and the two elders, settling them in before leaving. Not long after, in a certain secret room of Qibao, Liuli Fortress, Fengji, are you sure that Wang Yin is intent on using the Evil Soul Master Secret Technique to rapidly enhance his cultivation? Old Bone, Fengji has made it clear. Do you really need to ask again? Old Hag, I am confirming the authenticity of the information. You know nothing. The two elders, let us not argue now. Let us think about whether we should plot against that Wang Yin. That Wang Yin is young, but his cultivation level is not low. If he has reached this point without coming into contact with the Evil Soul Master Secret Technique, it can only be said that he is somewhat against the heavens. Indeed, if such a prodigy really grows steadily, I'm afraid neither I nor the old hag can compare. Although the old bone dragged me into this, it's true. For the future of Qibao Liuli's sect, it is necessary for us to take action. After all, it's not rare for us to plot against each other in secret. It's just that we don't know how important this Wang Yin is to the Spirit Hall. Then should we just deal with him directly? Or should we follow Fengji's suggestion and let him rush his cultivation? The latter. If it's the former, no matter what, our Qibao Liuli's sect will be implicated. But if it's the latter, even if the Spirit Hall knows we took action, they can't go public about it. I agree with the old hag's view. In that case, tomorrow I will trouble Elder Gu to take action, and Fengji, I hope everything goes smoothly for you tomorrow. Father, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, let us review the situation again, just to avoid any mistakes. After all, this matter is not trivial. All right, let us review what we need to do tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the Qibao Liuli Fortress, this time it was Wang Yan's room. Two elders, what brings you here? Is there something you need? The fifth elder and sixth elder suddenly came over, and Wang Yin felt a bit puzzled. There shouldn't be anything that would bring them both here, right? Your Highness, we heard some people from Qibao Liuli's sect say you were eager to quickly enhance your soul power level. The sixth elder asked, and Wang Yin was somewhat dumbfounded. Were the people from Qibao Liuli's sect this talkative? The fifth elder and sixth elder suddenly had a bit of a scandal with Wang Yin. But that was within the Spirit Hall. If it concerned the whole Spirit Hall, the two elders were still very concerned about Wang Yin, just like now. Rest assured, two elders, I said that on purpose. With a slight turn, Wang Yin understood what the two elders were thinking, and his heart warmed slightly. On purpose? Yes, on purpose. The reasons are hard to explain clearly to the two elders, but as long as they understand one thing, I, Wang Yin, am the Grand Pope as eldest disciple and wouldn't do foolish things. Sometimes, what you hear isn't necessarily true. It seems your Highness has something planned against Qibao Liuli's sect. One could say that, but I have only set a trap. The specific gains will depend on how things develop. I'm not too clear on the outcome. I'm just fishing. Then your Highness should be cautious. Those from Qibao Liuli's sect are all old foxes and might see through something. Thank you for your concern, two elders. 097, a roll of parchment. Your Highness, I suddenly remembered that the scenery at a certain place on Qibao Mountain is quite nice. How about we go there this morning? After having breakfast, the two elders, Sect Master Ning, and the sword Douluo of Qibao Lily Sect went off to discuss matters, while the other boned Douluo went out. Ning Fengji continued to accompany Wang Yin and Arua. All right, good scenery can uplift one's mood and keep one's state of mind in a good condition. It can promote the cultivation of soul masters, just like a simulated cultivation environment. Wang Yin didn't think too much about it. After all, he was just here to have fun with the exchange delegation. He knew that Ning Fengji was much more familiar with what was interesting on Qibao Mountain. Is there really such a saying? That beautiful scenery can assist in creating a simulated cultivation environment? Wang Yin often came up with some novel ideas, and Ning Fengji had a vague feeling about it. Naturally, the cultivation of a soul master mainly relies on meditation. The state during meditation can influence the efficiency of cultivation to a certain extent. When a normal person is cheerful and calm, their cultivation will progress faster. Conversely, if they're gloomy or even evil, those who maintain strong desires and obsessions will cultivate faster, while the opposite is true. This is something newly researched by our Spear Hall. In fact, this isn't something that Spear Hall came up with. It's just what Wang Yin was casually saying. However, it's not entirely baseless. The psychological effects from the world before his transmigration weren't without impact. In a world like Douluo continent, which involves the extraordinary and a certain degree of idealism, the influence of psychological effects would only be greater. Spirit Hall is indeed impressive. However, is it okay for His Highness to casually say such things? Ning Fengji initially expressed admiration, but only he knew how genuine that admiration was. Such concepts are indeed useful, but their impact is relatively limited. Moreover, the emphasis on calmness and tranquility during meditation is the same as what I said. It's just that our Spirit Hall has taken it a step further. In any case, someone will discover this later, and whether I say it or not doesn't change anything. Seemingly indifferent, Wang Yin waved his hand dismissively. This really was indifference. After all, he wasn't sure if it had any effect, but the theory should be correct. However, for Spirit Hall to state it so confidently was still impressive. Ning Fengji's expression didn't seem feigned. Oh, by the way, where are the 4 guards from yesterday? I haven't seen them today. It's been a little while since we left Qibao Lily Fortress, but those 4 guards from yesterday are not with us. Wang Yin couldn't help but ask. Yesterday, during dinner, it was mentioned that this person is also a title holder, and since His Highness is also a high-ranking soul emperor, there is no danger on Qibao Mountain. So my father sent them to handle another matter, regardless of whether the situation is really like that. Ning Fengji said it this way. It sounds reasonable, but if a distinguished guest encounters danger on the territory of Qibao Lily Sect, it's probably not right for the guest to handle it themselves, right? Oh, I see. If it's not right, then it's not right anyway. Wang and wouldn't say anything. Connecting the dots, it's possible that they're preparing for something today. After all, Wang Yin wouldn't forget that he had set a trap for Ning Fengji with his words yesterday. This trap wasn't too big or too small, at most. It would involve the sect master of Qibao Lily Sect and the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. As Ning Fengji continued walking, they arrived at a grove of yellow-leaf trees. This grove had a unique character compared to the rest of Qibao Mountain. While the rest was lush green, this area presented an autumn scene, with thick fallen leaves on the ground. What is that? While walking through the grove of yellow leaves with Ning Fengji, Wang Yin suddenly noticed something was off. After all, with a peculiar external soul bone shaped like an eye, Wang Yin not only had a much higher spiritual power than others of his level, but his vision was also quite good. Although Aro was highly skilled, she seemed disinterested and was not looking around like Wang Yin. It seems like there is something, but I can't see it clearly. Ning Fengji squinted in the direction Wang Yin pointed, but he couldn't make it out clearly. It was a person's white bones. Naturally, Aro turned her head to look as well. If Ning Fengji couldn't see clearly, she wouldn't be able to either. Ning, it seems like Qibao Mountain is not very quiet. Wang Yin patted Ning Fengji's shoulder and then strode towards the white bones. Qibao Mountain is so large that our Qibao Glaze sect only occupies a relatively small area. This place is already considered outside the area patrolled by the sect. If anything unusual happens, the sect may not be able to know immediately. Ning Fengji was explaining this. Oh, I see. Wang Yin didn't say much more. Just walked towards the humanoid skeleton, with Aro and Ning Fengji following behind him. As they got closer, it became clearer that it was indeed a human skeleton, sitting in a crouched position, leaning against a tree. Judging by the fallen leaves around the leg bones, This person must have died a long time ago. This seems to be a case of revenge killing. Ning Fengji said this as he approached. Indeed, the ribcage of the skeleton had obvious signs of fractures caused by external force, and there were also marks from swords and knives on the arm bones, clearly indicating signs of a vendetta. Hey, Wang Yin suddenly expressed out, and then leaned down, carefully pinching something with 2 fingers before lifting it up. Is this parchment? Ning Fengji looked at the item Wang Yin had picked up and could only ask since it wasn't in his own hands. It was indeed a roll of parchment. Wang Yin responded with a sound, and then looked with interest at the contents of the parchment. Aru and Ning Fengji also leaned in on either side of Wang Yin, looking at the parchment. This seems to be the cultivation secret method of the evil soul master. Just as they were looking, Ning Fengji suddenly spoke up. Wang Yin seemed too busy to pay much attention, only casually responding with a couple of hms. Aunt Ro, I guess I have some great fortune, right? Look, just yesterday, we were talking about the secret techniques of the evil spirit masters, and today I encountered one. Although he knew this was quite unusual and likely arranged by someone, Wang Yin acted as if he didn't notice anything at all. It seemed somewhat like he was showing off to Ro. Oh, Ro responded indifferently, not saying much more, and her expression revealed nothing. Seeing that Ro didn't want to elaborate, Wang Yin buried himself in reading again, then suddenly took out paper and pen from his storage soul guide, completely transcribing the contents from the parchment. Here, Brother Ning, although this thing was discovered by me, it ultimately belongs to the 7 Treasures Mountain, so I can only keep a copy for myself. The final ownership should be with your 7 Treasures glazed sect. Wang Yin finished copying the words on the parchment and surprisingly handed it to Ning Fengji. This is not good. This should belong to whoever discovers it first. This is your highness's thing. I can't take it. Ning Fengji was obviously taken aback and quickly declined. Your highness, holding on to something like this makes me feel uneasy. After some initial reluctance, the parchment ultimately ended up in Ning Fengji's hands. But he felt quite embarrassed and kept wanting to pass it back to Wang Yin. Here, you take it. Besides, although I discovered this, it should actually belong to the 7 Treasures glazed sect. I've already copied it, so this parchment is of no use to me. If your 7 Treasures glazed sect really doesn't want it, I can help you burn it. Seeing Ning Fengji insistently bringing it up, Wang Yin felt quite annoyed. Although he wanted the secret technique of the evil soul master, he could just write it down. He didn't need to take the original parchment. This. Hearing Wang Yin say he would burn the parchment, Ning Fengji opened his mouth but didn't say anything, looking quite reluctant. Since you're reluctant, then take it. Anyway, only the 3 of us know its origin. If your 7 Treasures glazed sect feels it's inappropriate, you can keep it as a part of your sect's heritage and only use it when absolutely necessary. As long as you don't harm innocent civilians and soul masters. Who cares whether you practice this evil soul master technique? Wang Yin was very clear that the people from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school had used this thing before, but it had not been overly exposed due to certain circumstances. Moreover, Ning Fengji was also aware of this. He was merely putting on an act in front of Wang Yin. Well, I'll just accept it for now. Ning Fengji looked like a little submissive. If it weren't for the knowledge of the hidden secrets of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, which were definitely related to this evil soul master's secret technique, Wang Yin would even doubt if Ning Fengji was inherently like this. Let's leave it at that. Isn't there a beautiful scenery ahead? Let's go see the view. His tone revealed a hint of impatience. Wang Yin was also performing for Ning Fengji. He didn't believe that today's events were a coincidence, nor did he believe that Ning Fengji wouldn't discuss with his father and the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Ning Fengji led the way to the best viewing spot. Standing at the location he mentioned for enjoying the beautiful scenery, it was indeed magnificent. Of course, it would have been even better without Ning Fengji's earlier chatter. This spot was at the edge of a mountaintop. Just a few more steps forward was the cliff, with a concave cliff wall below. Looking ahead, the hills twisted and turned, sprawling across the land, majestic and grand with ever-changing scenery. The trees were lush and green for miles, resembling a rich emerald. Standing at this prime viewing point, it felt as if everything was within reach, with all things beneath one's feet, and an uncontrollable surge of ambition and grandeur arose within. The emotions within resonated with a certain consciousness in his mind, stirring something deep within his body. The 3 elements resonated in subtle ways, transforming from nothing to something, gradually expanding from small to large. A unique wave spread from Wang Yin, proclaiming its voice to the entire world. Wang Yin's anomaly went unnoticed by Ning Fengji, as his cultivation was still insufficient. However, Eru quickly sensed the unusual fluctuations emanating from Wang Yan's body and, without thinking much, transformed her form and grabbed Ning Fengji by the collar at the back of his neck, pulling him backward. "Your Highness, what's happening to him?" The sudden change caught Ning Fengji off guard, and he found himself a considerable distance away from Wang Yan. It must be an epiphany. Eru didn't elaborate much, focusing her soul power through her eyes to carefully observe Wang Yan's movements. An epiphany? Your Highness's talent in cultivation is truly astonishing. Ning Feng Tc Kit. However, seeing that Eru ignored him, he chuckled awkwardly to himself. A circle of dark golden light expanded, seemingly becoming formless, but when soul power was applied, it became extremely evident. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. 6 soul rings appeared one by one, swirling around Wang Yan, creating rhythmic pulses. Among these 6 soul rings, the 6th one felt distinctly different. If one focused on it, they could almost hear a dragon's roar echoing in their mind. Purple lightning flickered, and streams of purple lightning danced around Wang Yan, exuding a menacing aura that hinted at immense power. 2 pure white wings unfurled from Wang Yan's back. When those broad wings gently flapped, a gust of air surged. And combined with the purple lightning, the gentle flapping added an extra element of wind and thunder. What is he trying to do? Strange phenomena continuously appeared around Wang Yan, but it was obvious that he wasn't trying to do anything. This left Eru feeling somewhat confused, prompting her to mumble to herself. Golden light emerged, dazzling and radiant, exuding a sense of divine holiness, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. However, compared to the true arrival of a deity, this sense of divine holiness seemed too weak, even less imposing than that of a typical title Douluo. The Sacred Judgment Domain, a fusion of the Angel Domain and the Killing God Domain, pulsed with the 6 soul rings, the purple lightning of the Thunder Curse, and the 2 wings of the Angel, all shining with bright and holy golden light, moving simultaneously. Yes, it was all moving. Although they were all part of Wang Yan's strength, to outsiders, they appeared as one single movement in that instant. Then Wang Yan began to change. The dark golden sacred judgment domain fully manifested, and 2 pure white wings were infused with golden light, a significant portion of which solidified on Wang Yan's body, resembling a perfectly fitting battle armor. The purple lightning became even more closely attached to him, and finally, the 6 soul rings successively merged into Wang Yan's body, starting with the first yellow 100-year soul ring, followed by the second and third purple 1,000-year soul rings, and then the black 10,000-year soul ring. When the final 6 soul ring merged into Wang Yan's body, a new situation emerged. A clear and resounding roar of a giant dragon echoed, and a white giant dragon figure flew out from Wang Yan's 6th soul ring, gradually solidifying in the dazzling golden light, then lifted Wang Yan into the air. The golden light illuminated all directions, its brilliance in an instant more blinding than the sun, causing Eru and Ning Fengji to be unable to see. When the golden light dissipated, Wang Yan still stood there, as if nothing had happened. What has happened? It was impossible that nothing occurred. As the recent changes were still affecting the surroundings, it seemed the only thing that hadn't changed was Wang Yan himself. Eru was unsure of what transformation had taken place within him. Although it didn't seem like a bad change, she couldn't shake off her worries and ultimately asked, "I should have found the opportunity to break through to Soul Sage." Wang Yan smiled faintly, and that smile naturally tugged at people's hearts. Eru felt a sense of comfort in her heart, and even Ning Fengji, who was slightly farther away, was somewhat affected. "No, your aura has changed, and it has even influenced me." Eru spoke again, as she clearly sensed that she had been influenced by Wang Yan, and the reason was just a smile from him. "Yes, it seems that I just entered a peculiar state, perhaps a special unity of heaven and man. At that moment, I could feel my own strength, although it was somewhat weak and the shackles on my body were quietly fading away. It was precisely for this reason that I said I had found the opportunity to break through to the Soul Sage." Wang Yan still just smiled, but inside, Eru felt both comforted and a bit horrified. Unbelievable. After a long time, Eru finally managed to say 4 words. 099 has broken through to Soul Saint. What a congratulations to your highness. Congratulations to your highness. The road to Soul Saint is smooth. At this moment, Ning Fengji also stepped forward, expressing his congratulations with just the right amount of envy, not making anyone feel annoyed. As for jealousy and hatred, Ning Fengji might have felt that way, but he didn't show it. Brother Ning's talent is excellent. Achieving Soul Saint in the future will naturally be easy. with a great hope of breaking through the limitations of the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda to become a soul, or even a title, Douluo. Since everyone was congratulating him, Wang Yin naturally couldn't keep a cold face and remained silent, politely responding a few words. However, what Wang Yin said was really just small talk, because he remembered that in the future, it seemed Ning Fengji did not break through the limitations of the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda, even with the connection to Tang San. Should he try to use a divine product to subdue Ning Fengji and the seven treasures glazed tile school? As soon as the thought arose in Wang Yan's mind, he dispelled it himself. Not to mention the probability of subjugation, just the series of problems that would arise afterward was enough to give Wang Yan a headache. So it's better not to think about subjugation. Anyway, as long as he becomes strong enough in the future, Ning Fengji will have to be obedient. If he were only looking at the scenery, it would be quite dull, although he had a beauty like a roe by his side. There were no cameras or anything to capture the moment. Thus, they didn't stay long, and the three of them returned. When they arrived at the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Ning Fengji bid farewell to Wang Yin and Ero, saying he had matters to discuss with his father. It was clear that he was going to discuss the secret methods of the evil soul master. Wang Yin understood this and returned to the arranged room with Ero. Are you sure you want to use this evil soul master secret method? As a special form of the 100,000 year soft bone rabbit soul beast. Ero's strength was top-notch in any form. Although she couldn't keep in mind for long, she had memorized the evil soul master's secret method word for word. Well, after I break through to Soul Saint, my advancement will be different from that of normal soul masters. The sooner I enter, the sooner I can comprehend the differences. Besides, my strength is neither high nor low, which is quite troublesome. It will be good to improve quickly. After all, even breaking through to title Douluo is just a matter of soul power accumulation. With this shortcut, there's no need for slow cultivation. Wang Yin had made up his mind to use the evil soul master's secret method for rapid improvement unless some irresistible external force intervened. Have you forgotten? Rapidly increasing strength can be unstable, and you might reach a standstill at some point. Ero was aware of Wang Yan's stubbornness, but due to various reasons. Some things had to be said. I know, but the issue of instability can be resolved. I just want to have enough strength to do what I want in the future. With an expression of unrepentance, this was no longer mere stubbornness. It was obstinacy. Are those things really coming soon? Hearing Wang Yan's words, Ero couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart, her words laced with concern and hesitation. Although they may not be right in front of us, they're certainly not far away. If I continue to improve at the same slow pace as before, it will definitely not be enough. Thinking about the background story of Douluo continent, Wang Yin felt uneasy. Some things cannot just be watched. Who knows if they might accidentally return to their original trajectory. Wang Yin didn't like that original trajectory at all, so it was better for him to grasp some matters completely on his own. Is this what you call slow? You're only in your 20s and already a soul emperor. How many human soul masters can compare to you? If this is considered slow, then the vast majority of soul masters should be ashamed to death for their slow cultivation speed. Noticing that Wang Yin seemed to be showing signs of vanity, Ero couldn't help but retort a few times. However, Aunt Ro, you might not have considered the reasons behind my rapid improvement. The resources provided by being a disciple of the Pope, guidance at the title Douluo level, surpassing limits to absorb soul rings, tapping into the fortune of great people, and seizing opportunities meant for future children of fortune. Combining all these factors, given my martial soul aptitude, I should be able to reach even higher, but for now, this is all I have. By laying out his situation, it seemed understandable that Wang Yin had reached his current level of cultivation. Sometimes I wonder, do people like you, who continuously cultivate and improve their strength, overlook some beautiful scenery that should be visible? Ultimately, Ero hoped that Wang Yin wouldn't rush forward, as a chosen method was too concerning. Aunt Ro, you should understand that seeing beauty but being unable to grasp it, ultimately regretting and reminiscing, is the saddest thing. As long as I am strong enough, even if I overlook or forget, I can still recover. But the premise is that I must be strong. I must have that kind of strength. After saying so much, Wang Yin still did not give up his idea. You go ahead and cultivate. I will protect you. At that moment, Ero felt she had nothing more to say or advise. She could only do her part to help Wang Yin, which also helped herself. At this time, Wang Yin and Ero had already arrived at Wang Yan's room. Wang Yin walked straight up to Ero, their distance no more than 20 centimeters apart. What's wrong? The unique scent belonging to Wang Yin filled her nose. Looking up at Wang Yin, who was a head taller than her, Ero paused to ask, but she did not make any moves to create distance. Thank you, Aunt Ro. Wang Yin suddenly hugged Ruo tightly, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling deeply. A captivating fragrance overwhelmed him. Ruo was caught off guard by Wang Yan's sudden action, her arms lifting up with nowhere to place them. After hearing Wang Yan's words, she gently patted his back a few times to offer comfort. I love you, Aunt Ruo. I'm going to break through to Soul Saint. Suddenly, Wang Yin grabbed Ruo's arms and pushed her away from his embrace. Before Ruo could voice her confusion, Wang Yin smiled and said something, leaving her stunned. Before she could react, Wang Yin quickly pecked her cheek and then declared he was going to break through to Soul Saint, turning around and in the blink of an eye, sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of focused cultivation as his soul power surged. Once Wang Yin began his cultivation, Ruo finally came to her senses and let out a small exclamation, seemingly affected by a mix of excitement and shyness. The beautiful woman stood there in a daze, a faint smile suddenly lighting up her face, her cheeks blushing like rosy clouds, making one feel an irresistible urge to take a bite. After regaining her composure, Ruo raised her hand, feeling a desire to scold Wang Yin, but soon realized he had already entered a meditative state. This little rascal. He really is a little brat, Ruo said tenderly, clearly not angry. What's going on? My prince is relying on that evil soul master's secret technique to enhance his soul power cultivation? Elder Wu and Elder Lu exclaimed in unison. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they might have thought it was some supernatural event. Their expressions reflected disbelief and fear. It was no wonder they felt that way. The Spirit Hall was originally founded on suppressing evil soul masters, and they had always eradicated any that appeared or exiled them to remote places. The fact that the disciple of the Spirit Hall's leader was using the evil soul master's secret technique to enhance his cultivation was simply ludicrous. If this had been a private act done in secret, the Spirit Hall could have covered it up, as they had ways to rectify the cultivation of evil soul masters. But now that it was known by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and especially by their own people if this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Spirit Hall and the Soul Master community across the continent. They had to stop this. They couldn't let the prince do such a thing. The thought of stopping Wang Yin from practicing the evil Soul Master's secret technique arose in both Elders Wu and Lu's minds. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. This matter had to be nipped in the bud. At the same time, it was necessary to issue a stern statement to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if they had to concede a little privately. This matter must be limited to the few people present, at most adding the Pope to that list. Master Ning, Sword Douluo, we have urgent matters to attend to. We must excuse ourselves. At this moment, they needed to deal with Wang Yin first, as he was the root of the problem. As long as Wang Yin did not practice the evil soul master's secret technique, even if something leaked from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall could easily deny it and let the world witness it. After speaking, Elders Wu and Lu left directly, not waiting for Ning Fengji and Sword Luo to respond, seemingly forgetting they were in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's territory. Elders, some matters cannot be rushed. We need a reasonable solution, otherwise it might backfire. Ning Fengji's father glanced at Ning Fengji, secretly praising him for a job well done. He then exchanged a look with Sword Luo, both old foxes sharing the same expression, confirming one thing. Delaying the two elders of the Spirit Hall would give Wang Yin more time to cultivate that carefully prepared evil soul master's secret technique. Thus, Ning Fengji's father, with good intentions, attempted to call out to the two Spirit Hall elders. As for how to handle this, Old Six and I have a plan, but this is a private matter of our Spirit Hall. So please, Master Ning, keep it under wraps. Elder Wu and Elder Lu didn't look back. Only Elder Wu's words lingered as the two moved further away. Ning Fengji's father was unwilling to let them leave so quickly. Elders, Master Ning, we can discuss this later. Otherwise, we might suspect that you are involved with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and our prince. Before he could finish, Elder Wu spoke again. Humph. Ning Fengji's father fell silent, while Sword Douluo snorted, showing their firm stance and indicating that their matters had nothing to do with Wang Yin. Just then, Douluo appeared as the two elders of the Spirit Hall walked away. Sword Douluo and Douluo teamed up to set up a soul power barrier. Ning Fengji's father praised his son, saying, "It's still thanks to your father and Uncle Jian's planning. I just recklessly changed the plan, fearing it might disrupt the normal progress." Ning Fengji didn't dare to take credit. Praising you is just that. Your performance deserves such praise from your father. Both Sword Douluo and Douluo looked at Ning Fengji with admiration. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded, conveying a sense of urgency that could only be rivaled by someone desperately trying to open a bathroom door that was stuck. Aruo glanced at Wang Yan, who was in a meditative state, his soul power rising steadily. However, as his soul power increased, Wang Yan's life force was diminishing at the same rate. She quickly set up a soul power barrier to prevent any outside interference with Wang Yan's breakthrough. With a click, the door opened, and Aruo stepped out of Wang Yan's room, only to close the door behind her immediately. Is a prince practicing the evil soul master secret technique? Although the door opened and closed quickly, Elders Wu and Lu had already seen Wang Yan in the midst of his cultivation. Remembering what Ning Fengji had said, they felt they understood what Wang Yan was doing. If the two elders have no major matters to discuss, please leave for now. Xiaoyan is currently in seclusion to break through to Soul Saint and cannot be disturbed. Aruo knew that these two elders were here to stop her, but she didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It seemed that Ning Fengji had told them everything after he left. Elder Qi Tong, answer me first. Is the prince practicing the evil soul master secret technique? Elder Wu's anger was evident, his expression twisted in rage, which was the best description of his current demeanor. I said, Xiaoyan is breaking through. There's nothing urgent that needs to disturb him. Even if there is something important to discuss with the prince, it must wait until after Xiaoyan's breakthrough. The Spirit Hall's crackdown on evil spirit masters is something Aru knows about. Although the elders, such as the 5th and 6th elders, do not reject the secret methods of evil spirit masters, openly displaying them in front of outsiders is a serious taboo. Therefore, if it can be delayed, it should be. If it cannot be delayed any longer, then at most they would have to put on a show, but it must not interfere with Wang Yan's breakthrough. This is Aru's strategy. Red-eyed elder. The 6th elder shouted angrily, his voice echoing throughout the 7 treasure glazed tile school. A pressure of tidal laws might instantly envelop the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school, with 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, appearing around him. What do you want? To delay Xiaoyan's breakthrough? Aru was sure that the pressure of tidal law would not break through the layer of soul power barrier and would not interfere with Wang Yan's breakthrough. Faced with the 6th elder's aggressive pressure, Aru was not to be outdone. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, also appeared around her, and another wave of tidal Douluo's pressure emerged in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Red-eyed elder, you have gone too far. The 5th elder shouted angrily, and the same 9 soul rings appeared again, creating a third wave of tidal Douluo's pressure. It seems things are getting out of hand. Ning Fengji, his father, naturally felt the 3 waves of tidal Douluo's pressure. Hey, they seem a bit reckless. Bone Douluo chuckled lightly, and together with Sword Douluo, they unleashed their own tidal Douluo's pressure, protecting the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school and its people. 3 of you, this is my 7 treasure glazed tile school. If you want to fight, take it outside. Sword Douluo's voice was stern and cold, and although he was not close, his voice was projected through soul power, resonating throughout the 7 treasure glazed tile school. What more can be said? Are the 2 of you looking to make this joke even bigger? Or do you want to completely disgrace the Spirit Hall? Aru coldly questioned the 5th and 6th elders. Red-eyed elder, when I return to the Spirit Hall, I will definitely report this matter to His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering. Be careful. The 5th elder, realizing that he had made too much noise and that Wang Yan was currently cultivating, decided it was better to resolve matters with the 7 treasure glazed tile school first. After making his threat, the 5th and 6th elders left. Little guy, your path ahead is going to be difficult. Seeing the 5th and 6th elders leave angrily, Aru sighed softly. She was unclear about how the 5th and 6th elders negotiated with the people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but judging by the situation, the 7 treasure glazed tile school was assured not to disclose Wang Yan's practice of the evil spirit master secret method. However, the attitude of the 5th and 6th elders toward Aru was not good. After all, in their eyes, Aru not only did not stop Wang Yan from cultivating the evil spirit master secret method, but also provided him with assistance. During Wang Yan's cultivation, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning, along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, came to visit once, saying that if there was a need, they could just ask, and as long as the 7 treasure glazed tile school could do it, they would fully support him. Facing the goodwill expressed by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Aru politely declined, as she was aware that the 7 treasure glazed tile school did not have good intentions. Although Aru had played a role in Wang Yan obtaining the evil spirit master secret method, both Wang Yan and Aru could be certain that their success was not only due to their scheming, but also greatly because the 7 treasure glazed tile school itself did not have good intentions. This is not to excuse Wang Yin, but to say that in this situation, no one is a good person. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's later feigned kindness was merely to see how their plan developed. It was a situation where both sides were trying to outsmart each other. Wang Yin pretended to leave a flaw to make the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School think there was a profit to be made. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School got involved, throwing the evil spirit master's secret method to Wang Yin, who then quickly broke through using it to do things he wanted with more certainty. On the surface, it seemed that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School did not suffer any losses, but sometimes one cannot look too closely. Wang Yin quickly rose to power with the evil spirit master's secret method, and in the future, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School might not be excluded from Wang Yin's plans. It's a trade-off of taking a small loss now to gain benefits later, which is still a deal worth making. However, the situation seemed to be a bit unexpected for everyone because they sensed something unusual about Wang Yin during his cultivation. Normally, when a soul master reaches the point of needing a soul ring to break through, if they do not have a soul ring, their soul power would stagnate at a certain point, and only by obtaining a soul ring can their soul power continue to grow. Taking Wang Yin as an example, he should have reached level 70 and stopped growing, needing a soul ring to break through to above level 70. But the abnormality was that Wang Yan's seclusion lasted too long, and after reaching level 70, his soul power continued to grow instead of stopping. How could he continue to break through without obtaining a soul ring? The fifth and sixth elders were confused, and the same confusion was shared by the others from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even Aru, who knew Wang Yan's foundation the most, could not guess his situation. Aru knew about the divine bestowed soul rings that could be rewarded during the divine position inheritance assessment when a soul ring breakthrough was required. Wang Yin had mentioned the details of the divine position inheritance assessment to her, and he had already used it. His sixth soul ring was one. The divine bestowed soul ring could only be granted once unless the assessment ended, while coincidentally reaching the need for a soul ring breakthrough again. However, Wang Yin did not meet the conditions for the divine bestowed soul ring to be issued again. When Wang Yin emerged from seclusion, Aru once again saw him looking emaciated. Yet his soul power was vigorous while his life force was extremely weak. Food, I want food. The first thing Wang Yin said when he came out was that he was hungry, as if a starving ghost had crawled out of hell. When they learned that Wang Yin had come out, the fifth elder and the sixth elder arrived along with Ning Fengji and his father, who brought Ning Fengji and sword Douluo with him. Before these people could ask anything, Aru stopped them, saying that since he was already out, they should wait until Wang Yin finished eating to discuss everything. However, what these people didn't expect was that Wang Yin took a full 3 hours to eat, completely depleting the food reserves of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His speed was truly astonishing. Finally recovered. After a full 3 hours, when Wang Yin had finished eating all the food reserves, he finally spoke again. But by this time, no one was asking anything because everyone present was stunned. Aru didn't seem surprised, but given her deep understanding of Wang Yin, there was really no need to ask, as this wasn't the first time she had seen him go from emaciated to full. The fifth elder and the sixth elder had seen Wang Yin go from emaciated to full before, but they didn't know his specific situation. And this time it was so obvious, right in front of them, that it would have been strange if they weren't shocked. To what level had he cultivated? The first question came from Aru. 77th level. I am now a 77th level soul saint. Wang Yin revealed a shocking piece of data. From nearly level 70 to level 77. That's at least a 7-level increase in soul power, and it's a 7-level increase at the soul saint level. Not the lower levels like soul master or soul ancestor. So why didn't you go hunt for the 7 soul ring and break through to soul saint? The 5 or 6 elders who came back to their senses, along with the 4 members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also began to ask their doubts. This question involves the private area of my cultivation, and I cannot disclose it. The crowd showed expressions of regret, and even Aru was no exception. Then, can you talk about how you transformed from your appearance after seclusion to what you are now? This question was asked by Ning Fengji's father. Well, that's simple. I believe everyone present has read that article on the secret methods of evil soul masters, which discusses transforming one's life force into soul power to enhance cultivation. So, the way I looked when I first came out of seclusion was because I had consumed too much life force, and now, of course, I've replenished my life force by eating. Wang Yan's answer made the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall and the 4 from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School feel quite eager. The question that Ning Fengji's father asked was answered by Wang Yan. Was Wang Yan's answer correct? Of course it was correct, but the key is, how did he achieve it? Wang Yan said it very simply, but no one really knows how to achieve it, at least among the people present. Besides Wang Yin and Aro, the other 6 cannot do it, and even Aro can only do it because of Wang Yin. After that, there was a moment of silence. There were only 2 questions. One was how to continuously break through without a soul ring, and the other was the changes in Wang Yin after his retreat. But one wouldn't he speak, and the other wouldn't he go into detail. What else could there be but silence? 102. Please let Sword Douluo give some guidance. Elders, my time in seclusion to break through to Soul Saint should not be short. Has the exchange visit with the 7 treasure glazed tile school concluded? In the midst of the quiet silence, Wang Yin suddenly spoke up. Yes, Your Highness. Is there something else? The 6th elder was first puzzled, then thought for a moment, wondering what the Pope's disciple wanted to do. Elders, since everything has concluded, I was thinking of doing something to wrap up this event. Wang Yan's words left others a bit puzzled, not to mention the 5th and 6th elders. Even Aro showed a hint of unexpected confusion. How does His Highness want to conclude? Just as everyone was wondering how Wang Yin would wrap things up, Ning Fengji directly asked the question. The reason Ning Fengji asked this was quite simple. Instead of thinking about it himself, he might as well just ask, especially since this disciple of the Pope seemed quite proud and wouldn't hide his thoughts. I just recently made a breakthrough, and I happen to need to assess my strength. Among those present, the Sword Douluo should have the highest cultivation level, so I would like to ask Sword Douluo to give some guidance to the younger generation. May I ask if Sword Douluo would be willing? When Wang Yin said this, everyone present, except for Wang Yin, was thinking the same thing. Goodness, challenging the Sword Douluo. Is he serious? Who is the Sword Douluo? He is the chief protector elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, known as the owner of the continent's #1 attack type martial soul, the 7 killing sword. His martial soul is famous, and he is one of the highly renowned titled Douluos on the Douluo continent. Just from these titles, one can see that the Sword Douluo is not simple. His strength is extremely terrifying. Although he may not be at the top among the titled Douluos, he is at least among the front ranks. And what about Wang Yin? He is the eldest disciple of Pope Qiang Sunji, with only this one title to his name, and his strength is only that of a newly advanced soul sage. With this, he wants to challenge the Sword Douluo. He must have lost his mind. To put it bluntly, the younger generation does not know their place and foolishly seeks to challenge the long-established Sword Douluo to make a name for themselves. Oh, right. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a challenge, since Wang Yan's original words were merely to ask the Sword Douluo for some guidance, which can be seen as a junior seeking advice from a senior. That doesn't quite qualify as being unaware of one's own limitations. Even so, to put nicely, it's just that the young calf is not afraid of the tiger. He is still too young and does not know his own strength. Your Highness, we should discuss this matter further. Elder 5 advised Wang Yan. However, he did not directly name anything. After all, while the identity of the Pope's disciple is far less than that of an elder, Wang Yin still holds the position of the head of the exchange delegation, while Elder 5 is merely a deputy. In such an almost external situation, it is not appropriate to say too much. Okay. Just as Elder 5's words had not completely settled, the Sword Douluo replied with 2 words. Brother Jian, His Highness was just joking. Let us not take it seriously. Elder 5 quickly interjected. Hey, Elder 5, this is a good thing. It's nothing serious. Besides, it's just asking for some guidance. It's not a big deal. Ning Fengji's father stopped Elder 5. Elder, I am serious. Wang Yin seems to be quite unconcerned about the situation. It's just a small matter, which can allow the younger generation in the sect to witness the prince's strength and also showcase some of the power of the Spirit Hall and our 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Sword Douluo also seems to agree. This, sigh. The 5th elder feels as if he is caught in a dilemma, unable to say a word, and can only let out a sigh in the end. Now, the matter is settled. Following that, the few people present discussed the specific details of how the Sword Douluo would guide Wang Yan. Ultimately, this matter is neither big nor small and still requires specific arrangements. Aren't you afraid that during that so-called guidance, the Sword Douluo might take some underhanded action against you? After the discussion, everyone went about their own affairs. On the way back to the room, Ruo asked Wang Yan. He won't do that. There are people in the Spirit Hall stronger than him. If he really left any tricks, it would be hard not to be discovered, and it would also be handing the Spirit Hall a handle to hold against him. Even if the Sword Douluo wanted to act foolishly, Ning Fengji, his father, would remind him not to do so. Wang Yin has considered this matter, and after thinking it over, he believes that if the Sword Douluo really did something underhanded, it would truly be a disgrace. With the Sword Douluo's pride and the various interests of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, it is impossible for him to resort to such tactics. Your Highness, You used the secret method of the evil soul master for this breakthrough, right? The fifth elder and the sixth elder were accompanying Wang Yin and Eru, and in their haste, they forgot to ask about this matter. It just so happens that only these four from the Spear Hall are here, making it a good opportunity to inquire about it. Yes, regarding this, Wang Yin seems to have no sense of guilt and answered directly. Your Highness, you are being foolish. The sixth elder appears to be blaming Wang Yin, his expression a mix of regret and helplessness. I did on purpose. This evil soul master's secret method has long been in the hands of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but due to improper use, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School suffered losses. Coincidentally, I also wanted a way to quickly enhance my strength, so I set a small trap, and then this evil soul master's secret method came into my hands. Wang Yin seemed unfazed by the reactions of Elder 5 and Elder 6, wearing a calm expression. Was it intentional? Our spirit hall already possesses such evil soul master secret techniques. Why would His Highness need to go to such lengths? Elder 5's current situation is best described as earnest and sincere. The teacher won't allow me to use the evil soul master secret techniques, so I can only find another way. Besides, if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School really wants to use this matter to slander the reputation of the Spirit Hall, then I will have to discuss how Ning Zhuochuan ended up in such a predicament. The news from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School claims that Ning Zhuochuan had an accident while hunting souls, but only those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School know the specific situation. If they make an issue out of this, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will also have a hard time explaining, especially since they also possess the evil soul master secret techniques. As long as His Highness knows how to handle things, that's good enough. Seeing that Wang Yin didn't seem to be acting on a whim, but was instead thinking things through, Elder 5 and Elder 6 decided not to say much more. However, once they return to the Spear Hall, they should still inform Qian Xuanji about what needs to be said. Inside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Castle, news quickly spread that the leader of the Spirit Hall Exchange Delegation, who is also a disciple of the Pope, wishes to consult with the Sword Douluo. The time is set before the exchange delegation departs, and the location is the training ground of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Castle. Although it was said to be before their departure, the exact time had already been confirmed. After all, the exchange visit had concluded, and they were just waiting for Wang Yin to finish his seclusion before leaving. The next morning, almost everyone at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Castle, except for those who still had duties to perform, headed to the training ground. The audience seats in the training ground were packed with people. Despite the crowd, there was no sense of chaos. Instead, an atmosphere of excitement yet restraint enveloped every corner of the training ground, creating a somewhat eerie feeling. On the training platform, two figures stood opposite each other, the main characters of today's event, Wang Yin and the Sword Douluo. I have much higher cultivation than you, so you go first. Since the senior has said so, then I want to hold back. As soon as the words fell, a flash of purple light flickered across the training platform. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the breaking of stone. Waves of sound rippled outward from the training platform, visible to the naked eye. Soul masters with higher cultivation could shield their ears with soul power, while those with lower cultivation couldn't even cover their ears in time. Feeling dizzy and nauseated, the high-level soul masters clearly observed the situation on the training platform. Wang Yin launched a punch at the Sword Douluo with incredible speed, and as his fist swung out, purple lightning flickered to enhance its power. However, the Sword Douluo's response was simple. He summoned the 7-kill Sword Martial Spirit, activated his soul power to amplify and harden it, perfectly blocking Wang Yin's punch. When the fist collided with the 7-kill sword, a wide-reaching shockwave followed, set up a soul power barrier. Ning Fengji, his father, unleashed the aura of a peak soul sage at level 79, accompanied by the best soul ring combination. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, stabilizing the discomfort of the audience while issuing commands. Initially not activating the soul power barrier was a careless oversight. Who could have thought that sparring would require one? A translucent soul power barrier covered the entire training platform. On the training platform, Wang Yin retracted his fist and stepped back. That punch just now was equivalent to a full-force strike from a strong attack-type soul master. But for you, it should have been just a basic full-powered physical strike with considerable power. The Sword Douluo commented on Wang Yin's previous punch. Senior, next I will gradually increase my strength in my attacks, and I hope you won't mind offering more guidance. Wang Yin did not respond to the Sword Douluo's evaluation. That punch was merely equivalent to a full-powered physical strike after spirit possession, and the purple lightning was just an effect of the Divine Thunder spell in operation. Come on, Let me see how talented the Pope's disciple really is. The sword Douluo did not underestimate Wang Yan, but he realized that his initial estimation of Wang Yan was actually too low. Wang Yan's true strength was likely above what he had originally estimated. Secret battle technique, boiling. First level. Wang Yan's voice was clear, and everyone present could hear him. As soon as he finished speaking, those who knew more immediately felt a stir in their hearts. Those whose hearts were stirred focused intently on the stage, their eyes not blinking. Behind Wang Yan, a pair of wings unfurled, and the purple lightning became even more dazzling and explosive, with 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appearing around him. A burst of purple lightning shot towards the sword Douluo at an eye-blink speed, followed by a series of thunderous explosions. On the fighting platform, a dazzling purple lightning surrounded the sword Douluo, continuously attacking, while the sword Douluo used his 7-kill sword martial soul to defend in all directions. Wow! The strength of this prince from the Spirit Hall is incredible. A Soul Emperor of the same level is definitely not his opponent. Of course, a Soul Emperor is no match for him. He is a Soul Sage of level 77. Soul Sage? But doesn't he only have 6 soul rings? Although his soul ring combination exceeds the optimal configuration, having 6 soul rings shouldn't allow him to break through to Soul Sage. How would I know? The Sect Master and the Vice Sect Master said he is a level 77 Soul Sage. Can the Sect Master be wrong? To be a Soul Sage without a 7 soul ring is really rare. The audience was buzzing with voices, and although the sound were not loud individually, the sheer number of people made it considerable, still unable to drown out the sounds from the fighting platform. After the sound from the fighting platform was isolated by a soul power barrier, only the loud explosions remained. Vibrations and other noises were absorbed by the barrier, effectively reducing the chances of audience members being accidentally harmed. The 3 elders is the Titan Giant, who once made a name for himself in the major royal city soul fighting arenas, really a disciple of the Pope, Ning Fengji and his father, along with Bon Ru and 2 elders from the Spirit Hall, plus other high-ranking members of the exchange delegation and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, sat in the front row, and this was what Ning Fengji's father asked Ru and elders 5 and 6. Based on Wang Yan's words and his combat style, it was hard for the higher-ups of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School not to think that the Titan Giant was the same person as Wang Yan. We just found out as well, Elder 5 said, managing to calm his surprised expression slightly. When the Titan Giant made a name for himself in the major royal city soul fighting arenas, the Spirit Hall had indeed sent people to recruit Wang Yan. But no one expected that the Titan Giant was actually the Pope's eldest disciple. Remembering that he had once defeated a Soul Sage, and now Wang Yan, at level 77, was continuously and steadily unleashing attacks comparable to a peak Soul Douluo, it didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Elder Chi Tong already knew. Compared to Elders 5 and 6, who were still trying to calm their astonishment, Aru appeared quite calm, and this abnormality prompted Ning Fengji's father to ask a bit more. At that time, I didn't know Xiao Yin, but I do know a bit about his situation. Seeing Aru's unwillingness to elaborate, the others did not press further. What was the use of asking about past events? It was better to focus on the current situation on the fighting platform, which was real-time information. Secret battle technique, boiling. Second stage. With Wang Yan's voice ringing out again, the purple lightning became even more violent, and 2 pristine white wings began to flap vigorously, joining the attack. I forgot to ask, what is this secret battle technique? It feels like a self-created soul skill. I don't know. It should be a self-created soul skill. However, I think I heard that a very famous Titan Giant became renowned because of this secret battle technique, boiling. Could that Titan Giant be this prince? It's possible. The first time Wang Yan mentioned the secret battle technique, those who knew more thought of it, and by the second time, even some ordinary people had realized it. This attack has already surpassed the scope of a Soul Douluo. It can rival the attacks of a Title Douluo. It's hard to believe that this little guy is only a Soul Sage. Bon Douluo sighed softly. Not only that, the Titan Giant's secret battle technique, boiling, even has a 3rd stage, and there's an even more powerful forbidden battle technique, Thunderstorm, which he hasn't used yet. Ning Fengji's father couldn't help but add, "You may have overlooked one thing. The prince hasn't even used his soul skills yet." Elder 6 said this, not knowing if he was showcasing Wang Yan's strength or leaking secrets. TSK, let's just watch slowly. Elder 5 merely clicked his tongue, not saying much more. Boiling. 3rd stage. Not long after, Wang Yan's voice once again came from the fighting platform, and the secret battle technique boiling was used at its highest level. I feel that this secret battle technique should be usable by everyone, even for support-type soul masters. Perhaps after using it, they would have some self-protection capability. At this moment, while the front row was observing the situation on the fighting platform, Aru suddenly spoke a few sentences. As soon as Aru finished speaking, everyone watched more closely, especially those from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It has seemed so. After watching for a while, Douluo voiced his agreement. When Wang Yan activated the second stage of boiling, he had already reached the level of a tidal Douluo. By the time he reached the third stage of boiling, his strength was already comparable to the combat power of a tidal Douluo, enhancing himself with the first two Soul Rings abilities. Now, after using his soul skills, Wang Yan's combat power had risen 2 more levels, elevating him slightly above the tidal Douluo level, roughly equivalent to the strength of using the third and fourth Soul Rings to enhance himself. Of course, these comparisons are just with ordinary tidal Douluos, generally around level 92. But even so, it's still remarkable. It's important to note that this is compared to tidal Douluos, who are the pinnacle of soul masters on the Douluo continent. Indeed, it's never been stated that self-created soul skills and soul ring abilities cannot stack. Normally, the enhancement from soul ring abilities can stack, and naturally, self-created soul skills should be able to stack with soul ring abilities too. Ning Fengji's father sighed, and the others in the front row of the audience came back to their senses due to this sigh. That's right. Who said that a 100 enhancement is the maximum and cannot be increased further. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda at 7 rings can achieve a 100 enhancement. Does that mean that a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul that breaks through 7 rings can only enhance by 100? Although the specific situations differ, the principle remains the same. Incredible. The Spirit Hall has truly nurtured a genius. If nothing unexpected happens, 20 years from now, I wouldn't be surprised if this child leads the Spirit Hall and dominates an era. Douluo sighed softly. The 5th Elder and 6th Elder had looks of comfort and admiration on their faces. Such a prince can be wholeheartedly assisted. The other members of the Spirit Hall exchange delegation, upon seeing Wang Yan's combat strength on the martial arts stage, regardless of whether they were soul saints of the same rank or soul Douluos of a higher rank, all expressed their admiration. At least, they couldn't reach this level. A desperate strike might be possible, but such sustained and stable performance was absolutely out of the question. This little guy really surprises people. A Rose silently admired in her heart, not voicing it. In a Rose understanding, there aren't many soul beasts in the Stardew Forest that can display such strength. Even those that can stand against 10,000-year soul beasts for 100 years, like the Great Ming and Second Ming, are somewhat lacking. Currently, the only soul beast that can do this in the Stardew Forest is probably just the Dark Demon Evil Tiger. The domain of sacred judgment. Activate. A faint dark golden light appeared, covering the entire martial arts stage. The talent domain. This change on the martial arts stage made those audience members with some knowledge unable to sit still. They understood what the talent domain meant. Domain-type soul skills are relatively common. Although there aren't many, they aren't unseen either. However, pure domains, even those that occupy soul ring positions, are rare. And ordinary soul masters almost never have them. Even among tidal Douluos, such cases are few. The talent domain is a rare occurrence. Only those with extraordinary talent can possess a talent domain. What kind of soul master can be called someone with extraordinary talent? At the very least, they can grow to become a tidal Douluo, and with normal rise, they can become the trendsetter of an era, and with a bit of greater fortune, they can be even more extraordinary. Of course, this refers to those who inherently possess a talent domain. Those who acquire a talent domain later, while still impressive, are relatively lesser. It's worth mentioning that Qian Xuanji belongs to that category of having a talent domain, but not being effective in it, and quite ineffective at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been like that in the original storyline. Absolutely a genius. Ning Fengji's father's thoughts could not be contained. On the martial arts stage now, even the Sword Douluo was somewhat flustered. Facing an opponent of tidal Douluo level, even the Sword Douluo had to be cautious. The previous situation of only using the 7 killing sword for defense was long gone. As Wang Yan's strength increased step by step, the Sword Douluo transitioned from a somewhat restrained defense to actively attacking, then to full strength response, and finally to being fully immersed in the battle. One could say that the Sword Douluo truly felt the trouble posed by Wang Yan. In the midst of a full-speed attack, Wang Yan suddenly let out a loud shout, almost all his strength concentrated at a single point in his right fist. And then he unleashed it all toward the Sword Douluo without holding back at all. At that moment, the Sword Douluo adopted the most conservative strategy. With a flash of the 7th soul ring, he actually used the soul skill of true body of the weapon spirit. Perhaps it was a case of great sound and silence, or it could be for other reasons. But Wang Yan's punch collided with the spine of the sword Douluo's 7-killing sword, and surprisingly, no sound emerged. In silence, Wang Yan, flickering with purple lightning, retreated to one side of the martial arts stage, panting heavily, while the sword also stepped back 2 or 3 paces. Was this really just a level 77 soul saint? At this moment, the sword Douluo on a martial arts stage felt somewhat dazed. He couldn't understand how. Even though he wasn't attacking and was merely defending, he was still using the true body of the weapon spirit. Yet a level 77 soul saint managed to force him back. The audience erupted in excitement. The sword Douluo had actually been pushed back. This was different from before, where retreating was necessary due to the need for counterattacks, but now, in this hard clash, the sword Douluo had actually been forced back by Wang Yan. "I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat." At that moment, Wang Yan suddenly raised his right hand and said this, and in the blink of an eye, the martial arts stage, whether on the stage or in the audience, fell completely silent. He admits defeat just like that? They were just fighting fiercely a moment ago. This was the voice of nearly everyone present. There were indeed those who thought more deeply. After all, Wang Yan still had 4 soul rings whose soul skills had not been revealed. Is it really over just like this? The sword Douluo knew that Wang Yan hadn't used all of his strength, and this match was clearly initiated by Wang Yan for guidance yet. It ended like this. It wasn't that it couldn't continue, but rather that there was no need to keep fighting. The junior's limit was probably just this, and continuing would only be a matter of forcing through on sheer will. This was merely to seek advice from a senior, and stopping here was sufficient. Wang Yan did not believe that he was incapable. After all, his cultivation was just not as good as that of the sword Douluo. In other aspects, the sword Douluo might not be stronger than him. "You are quite good." Facing Wang Yan's remarks, the sword Douluo fell silent for a moment, left a comment, and then turned to leave. Chapter 105. The inheritance of the god position of a salted fish with smiles all around. The Wuhuan Temple Exchange Delegation left the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and headed to their next destination, the Haotian sect in Haotian City. Strangely enough, both the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, as the top 3 sects, were located on mountains. While they weren't necessarily built in easily defensible terrains, they were relatively difficult to attack. In contrast, the Haotian sect felt somewhat unique among the top 3 sects, as its base was located in a city named Haotian City. Haotian City was not large and could not be ranked as a first-tier city. However, due to the presence of the massive Haotian sect, the city's reputation was on par with those first-tier cities. Even though Haotian City was small, it had a population of tens of thousands, a significant portion of whom were members of the Haotian sect. As the first Soul Master sect on the continent, the Haotian sect had a considerable number of members. Compared to the more than 10,000 members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Haotian sect's membership was nearing 20,000, making it a substantial Soul Master organization. This was due to the fantastical nature of the Douluo continent. In Wang Yan's world, before he crossed over, such large-scale gatherings of non-governmental organizations would definitely be suppressed. "Aunt Ro, I want to quit." While practicing, Wang Yan suddenly stopped. Before Aunt Ro could express her surprise, he spoke up. "Quit? What do you want to do?" Aunt Ro had anticipated Wang Yan might say something like this, but she didn't expect him to actually dare to act on it. "Although using that secret method to enhance my cultivation is quite dangerous, I've found that I somewhat enjoy that feeling. Once you've tasted the shortcut of taking a backdoor compared to the normal step-by-step effort, even if there are significant side effects, few can resist trying it again. Even if the shortcut has severe side effects and is life-threatening, there will still be people who attempt it again. And Wang Yan is clearly one of those people. You don't care about your life." Aunt Ro didn't intend to persuade him because she knew she couldn't change Wang Yan's mind. If she could, many things could have been avoided. However, she still felt the need to remind him to ensure he considered everything comprehensively to avoid any unexpected situations. "I was thinking of perfecting that secret method. After all, it's hard to find evil soul masters, but evil soul beasts are relatively easier to find. For instance, the human face demon spider and the dark demon evil god tiger. By observing and studying them, I can improve the secret method to absorb the vitality of other life forms and convert it into my own soul power cultivation. That way, Aunt Ro, you won't have to worry about me risking my life." Wang Yan shared his thoughts. After expressing what was on his mind, he noticed that Aru was staring at him intently, her eyes wide open and not saying a word. At first, Wang Yan felt that something was slightly off, but as time passed, he began to feel a chill creeping up his back. "Aunt Ro, What's wrong? Aru's unusual behavior made Wang Yin feel uneasy, and he couldn't help but ask, hoping to ease the obviously strange atmosphere. No, it wasn't just strange, it was clearly wrong. I feel that the destined child of fortune for the future should be gone. Facing Wang Yan's hand that was almost waving in front of his face, Aru blinked without any change in her expression and calmly said this. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor, and even more different from the worried look she had when stopping some of Wang Yan's thoughts in the past, Aru's expression was very calm, like a robot with no change in expression. Why? Aru's change in demeanor made Wang Yin secretly tense. No reason. I just want to ask you, do you plan to give up the inheritance of the God of Judgment? When she asked, Aru pointed at the mark on Wang Yan's forehead that represented the inheritance of the divine position. I don't even know why the inheritance of the God of Judgment came to me. Moreover, strangely, since the last exam ended, it hasn't made a sound. It's not that I don't plan to accept it. It should be said that it seems to have given up on me. Perhaps the God of Judgment is hoping I'll hurry up and meet my end, so it can find a more suitable successor. When it comes to this divine inheritance, Wang Yin felt nothing but helplessness. If the God of Judgment hadn't found someone more suitable than him, then it must have some lazy attributes. Do as you wish. Anyway, with your stubbornness, I can't persuade you. Aru's words made Wang Yin feel a bit embarrassed, and he could only smile awkwardly. However, just as he was smiling, Wang Yin suddenly stopped and, in response to his unusual behavior, the mark on his forehead glowed with wisps of light. Ding! Soul power level has broken through to level 70. Test passed. The second test of the God of Judgment is over. Reward: affinity with the God of Judgment increased by 10%. Total affinity with the God of Judgment is 20%. Ding! Successfully fused the Angel Domain and the God of Killing Domain. Test passed. The third test of the God of Judgment is over. Reward: affinity with the God of Judgment increased by 15%. Total affinity with the God of Judgment is 35%. Ding! Through enlightenment, changed the original cultivation advancement method and succeeded in advancement. Test passed. The fourth test of the God of Judgment is over. Reward: affinity with the God of Judgment increased by 15%. Total affinity with the God of Judgment is 50%. With 3 consecutive dings in his mind, Wang Yin was almost stunned. Aunt Ro, the God of Judgment hasn't given up on me yet, but I feel that this God of Judgment seems a bit off. Wang Yin smirked, and then Ro understood that there must have been a change in the inheritance of the God of Judgment's position. At this moment, Wang Yan's mind was a complete mess. Initially, the inheritance of the God of Judgment had come in a disordered manner and unexpectedly passed the first test of divinity. Later, the situation of receiving the Divine Soul Ring was also extremely abnormal. After that, there was silence. The inheritance of the God of Judgment was completely in a state of silence, with only the mark on his forehead indicating Wang Yan's connection to the God of Judgment's inheritance, while everything else seemed unrelated. Before the divine examination today, if one had to say there was something different, it would probably just be that there were a few more complaints about the inheritance of the God of Judgment. Could it be that the assessment of the God of Judgment still needed the successor to urge it along? Wang Yin murmured to himself, and Ro could roughly guess Wang Yan's situation just from that one sentence. Aunt Ro, I'm sure that this God of Judgment also hopes I can quickly improve my cultivation, and the sooner, the better. Suddenly, Wang Yan's expression became serious and solemn. However, Ro did not speak. Her changing expression was enough to convey everything. Are you kidding me? Aunt Ro, I'll go talk to the 2 elders. We want to follow the exchange delegation to Hao Qian's sect. With that, Wang Yin stood up and dashed out of the carriage. No one, even those close to him, could stop him. If they were distant, it was even easier to let him go. Therefore, it was not impossible for Wang Yin to separate from the exchange delegation. The 5th elder and the 6th elder had thought about restraining Wang Yin, keeping him in the group to complete the exchange activities. But Wang Yin mentioned something that left them both helpless. Even the Pope Qian Xuanji could not stop Wang Yin from going out to train and cultivate. Not long after Wang Yin left the 5th and 6th elders, he and Ro departed from the convoy. However, they did not walk together but acted separately. Wang Yin's destination was the Stardow Forest, while Ro was returning to the Spirit Hall. The reason Ro was going back to the Spirit Hall was partly to inform Qian Xuanji about Wang Yan's situation at the request of both Wang Yin and the 5th and 6th elders, and partly at Wang Yan's request to ensure that Ro would protect Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Compared to Ro, who already possessed the strength of a tidal Daw, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were far too weak. To avoid unnecessary potential issues, it was necessary for Ro to accompany and protect them. After all, Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong were both significant figures, one being referred to by Wang Yin as one of the three fortunate heroes of this era, and the other originally supposed to be connected to one of the other fortunate heroes. Their fate could not be underestimated. Children of fate, or children of the plane, are not without tribulations. They simply find it difficult to die in the face of calamities. However, this does not mean other problems won't arise. Having someone as powerful as a Ro around would help avoid many unnecessary issues, such as what might have happened to Bibi Dong or Liu Erlong being left at the altar. However, it was said that the elders of the Elder Hall and those bishops of the Soul level mentioned that Qin Xuanji seemed to have gotten involved with the Spider Soul Saint. Louise. Wang Yin was pleased with this situation. The main reason for bringing the Spider Soul Saint Louise to the Spirit Hall, instead of keeping her by his side, was for this very purpose. I got a bit sidetracked. There was a third small reason for a Ro's return. Wang Yin had gained a lot from this exchange delegation, and some things needed to be allocated to his people, since he did not plan to run with the group anymore. It was better to let his people quickly grasp things that could rapidly enhance their strength. Wang Yin ran all the way into the starry forest, but did not venture deep inside. He just wandered around the outskirts, specifically looking for those so-called evil soul beasts. At first, he would only observe the evil soul beasts from a distance. When the evil soul beasts began to hunt, Wang Yin would start to approach, but he still did not intervene, merely watching. Of course, he wasn't just passively observing the evil soul beasts hunting. If they encountered trouble while hunting, Wang Yin would lend a hand, suppressing the struggles of the prey to help the evil soul beasts feed. This assistance was done secretly. Although it would alert the evil soul beasts, their hunger often overpowered their caution, especially when they were unsure if they would successfully hunt after abandoning their current target. Even if the evil soul beasts remained vigilant about their surroundings, they would still go after their original prey. When the evil soul beasts were feasting, Wang Yin became busy, although this busyness didn't seem particularly troublesome. For example, when a blood-sucking demon spider caught its prey, its feeding method involved biting into the soft parts of the prey with its sharp mouth parts and completely draining the blood, leaving a dry corpse. What Wang Yin did was to activate the external soul bone, golden eye, in his right eye at the moment the blood-sucking demon spider was feeding. He wasn't just observing its feeding behavior. He was also deeply analyzing the profound mysteries of how the blood-sucking demon spider enhanced its cultivation while consuming its prey. The specific principles couldn't be directly seen, but the way of soul power operation that allowed the blood-sucking demon spider to perform these actions was something Wang Yin could observe through the golden eye. Once he fully understood the process of the blood-sucking demon spider enhancing its cultivation while feeding, Wang Yin would find a place to enter seclusion. The methods of evil soul beasts were suitable for soul beasts but not for human soul masters, and Wang Yan's seclusion was to solve this incompatibility. He had considered raising an evil soul beast for detailed research, but that method was quite troublesome. It was easier to just follow and observe an evil soul beast. However, how should one say it? The knowledge from soul beasts was indeed difficult to transfer to human soul masters. At least, after observing the blood-sucking demon spider as a sample. Wang Yin couldn't achieve that. Although he gained a lot of data from the blood-sucking demon spider and accumulated some experience, it was still far from enough. Wang Yin needed more data related to evil soul beasts. After exiting seclusion, Wang Yin continued to observe other evil soul beasts, primarily focusing on the process of their feeding and enhancing their cultivation. This included, but was not limited to, various types of demon spiders, such as the human-faced demon spider, as well as phantom tigers, blood-sucking demon worms, soul-eating demonic beasts, and so on. Based on Wang Yan's observations and statistics, combined with his past studies and knowledge about soul beasts, he concluded that there were roughly two major categories of evil soul beasts, those that feed on flesh and blood, and those that devour souls. Among them, flesh and blood-eating evil soul beasts were predominant, while soul-devouring ones were mostly of the mental attribute. Since mental attribute soul beasts were inherently rare, this led to a relatively low number of evil soul beasts that devoured souls, which was Wang Yan's viewpoint. This period of observation lasted about 5 years, starting from when Wang Yin left the original Spirit Hall exchange delegation and ending when he compiled and revised the complete method of converting life force into his own cultivation. This was a considerable amount of time. Even Wang Yin did not expect to spend so long on it. It is worth noting that when he initially merged domains, something so fantastical and without foundation, he spent significantly less time compared to these 5 years. especially considering that he had the reference of evil soul beasts this time. Could it be that someone interfered back then? Wang Yin has thought about this issue and believes it is highly likely that the God of Judgment is interfering, as he feels that the sacred judgment domain he has fused with may have similarities and overlaps with the divine domain of the God of Judgment. However, the 5 years have not been wasted. He has at least succeeded. During these 5 years in the Douluo forest, Wang Yin did not always focus on one thing. He occasionally went out to avoid becoming a wild man. When he went out, he also gathered information about the situation on the continent, ensuring that his research did not cause him to become out of touch with the realities of the continent. In these 5 years, Wang Yin hasn't heard too many major events, and the few things worth his attention are the failure of the Spirit Hall's expedition to Sea God Island, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall traveling across the continent, and the rising fame of the Haoyin twin stars. Regarding the failure of the Spirit Hall's expedition to Sea God Island, the initial purpose of the exchange delegation was to pave the way for the expedition. But it was a significant matter that ultimately revealed clues and was discovered by others. As for the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall traveling across the continent, Wang Yin paid a little attention and noticed that Lu Erlong was following her. And Ero also showed signs of protection, but nothing happened. So he didn't worry too much about it. Compared to the failure of the Spirit Hall's expedition to Sea God Island and the Holy Maiden's travels, Wang Yin was actually more concerned about the Haoyin twin stars leaving the sect for training and traveling across the continent. When Wang Yin went to the Douluo forest to study and perfect the evil soul master's secret technique, he did have the idea of intercepting Tang Hao. After all, Yin was quite tempting, being a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. However, for some reason, whether it was the child of destiny favored by heaven in the next era, or a time traveler not matching up against the child of the plane, Wang Yin did not encounter the transformed Yin in the Douluo forest. Logically, Yin should have originated from the Douluo forest, as it is the most suitable habitat for 100,000-year soul beasts, being the foremost among the 3 major soul beast gathering places. Even the blue silvergrass, known for its strong vitality, would struggle to survive in the other 2 relatively extreme environments. However, Wang Yin did not encounter Yin in 5 years, which made him affirm one thing. Yin was indeed not a soul beast from the Douluo forest. In fact, Wang Yin should have realized that if there were 100,000-year or nearly 100,000-year blue silvergrass soul beasts in the Douluo forest, there would have been corresponding news long ago, but in reality, there wasn't any. However, it was still a bit of a lapse in Wang Yin's thinking, as he didn't think to ask Ero directly whether there were any 100,000-year blue silvergrass soul beasts in the Douluo forest. That would have clarified everything. Now, it shouldn't be long before Qian Xuanji chases after Tang Hao. It's time to return, but before leaving, it's also time to raise his cultivation. The evil soul master's secret technique has been perfected, so it wouldn't do to not take action. Before leaving the Douluo forest, Wang Yin instead ventured deeper into the inner areas close to the core of the Douluo forest. In this area, the age of the soul beast was at least around 30,000 years. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive in this region. Wang Yin was a level 77 soul saint 5 years ago, and 5 years later, he is an 82 level soul Douluo. Aside from the change in soul power level, there are only slight changes in appearance. During these 5 years, Wang Yin did not use the secret methods of evil soul masters to convert vitality into soul power, as the Douluo forest cannot be considered a safe place, making it necessary to maintain peak status. Nevertheless, even so, Wang Yin maintained a speed of 1 level increase in soul power per year during the Soul Saint to Soul Douluo phase, which is quite rapid. It should be noted that among soul masters of the Soul Saint and Soul Douluo levels, it is basically impossible for anyone to achieve a level increase every year unless they are exceptionally gifted and have sufficient resources. The normal situation is a level increase every 2 to 3 years, or even 4 to 5 years, and there are those who may never break through in their lifetime. Therefore, Wang Yin's rate of 1 level per year, achieved purely through diligent training without utilizing external resources, is quite rare. In the past month or 2, the soul beasts near the core area of the Douluo forest seem to be somewhat weak and irritable, a contradictory situation that has occurred frequently in a short period, causing confusion among some soul masters and leading to chaos among some soul beasts in the forest. The culprit behind this phenomenon is Wang Yin, who has been absorbing the vitality of other lives to enhance his own cultivation, which is the effect of the perfected secret methods of evil soul masters. Wang Yin is not incapable of targeting human soul masters, but he feels he cannot cross that line unless the target is someone who is destined to die. However, when it comes to soul beasts, he has no qualms, as he does not kill them. Their mutual slaughter does not concern him. Well, this makes Wang Yan's actions somewhat akin to being responsible for the killing, but not for the burial. Subtly, it seems there is a tendency for the soul beasts in the Douluo forest to riot. At this moment, Wang Yan also stopped, as he felt that if he continued, it might provoke a riot among the soul beasts, or even trigger a beast tide. Additionally, through his efforts during this period, his soul power has just reached level 90, the minimum for a title Douluo, and due to Wang Yan's uniqueness, he does not need to attach soul rings to advance from Soul Saint. So it can now be said that Wang Yan is indeed a title Douluo. It is not that Wang Yan does not want to advance further, but the soul beasts in the Douluo forest are too on edge. If Wang Yan stirs things up further, it could lead to problems. Even as a title Douluo, being surrounded by soul beasts can be quite troublesome. During this period, a considerable number of people have encountered problems while hunting souls. Although Wang Yan is unaware, it is related to him, as this situation has arisen because of him. Let's go. In the end, Wang Yan said 2 words to the Douluo forest, not knowing what mood he was in. Halt! This is the Holy Spirit Palace. No entry. When Wang Yan arrived at the entrance of the Pope's palace, the Holy Spirit Knights guarding it stopped him. Blocked at the entrance, Wang Yan scratched his head and then pulled out a token as if he suddenly understood something. Your Excellency, the Holy Spirit Knights immediately knelt to pay their respects. There's no need for formalities. I'm going in. Wang Yan put away the token and used his soul power to support the Holy Emperor warriors who were half kneeling. Upon entering the Pope's palace, Wang Yan asked someone about the whereabouts of Qian Xuanji and then went straight there. It had been a long time since he last came back, so it was necessary to check on Qian Xuanji first. Stop. Who are you? Why are you running around here? Wang Yan just passed by a doorway, and then the sound of the door opening and closing echoed. A childish voice came from behind him. Hearing such a voice, Wang Yan frowned immediately. Since when did the Pope's palace have children? He turned around and saw a delicate and cute little girl standing there, looking like a porcelain doll. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with luxurious, flowing golden hair and a pair of big, watery eyes that seemed to speak. With Wang Yan's limited vocabulary, he could only describe her in such general terms. Are you asking me? At that moment, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he felt he had guessed who this little girl was. Otherwise, who could she be? The little girl tilted her head, her eyes rolling around as she looked Wang Yan up and down, showing no signs of fear or trepidation. Completely unlike a typical 5 or 6-year-old. Little girl, didn't your parents tell you that before asking someone who they are, you should first introduce yourself? Wang Yan suddenly had a playful thought in his mind. His mother said that because strangers could be bad people, one shouldn't tell their name to strangers first. The little girl took 2 steps back while speaking. Wang Yan suddenly felt a bit at a loss for words. Xiao Xue, I found you. A melodious voice came from nearby. Wang Yan turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar person, Spider Soul St. Louise. Mom. The little girl turned her head, then ran over and jumped into Louise's arms. Is this your daughter with the teacher? Wang Yan looked up and down at Louise, TSK. With her voluptuous curves and enchanting features, one word, very alluring. You are. Your Highness. Louise was initially a bit wary and hesitant, but soon recognized Wang Yan. Chapter 108, Little Snow and the Big Bad Guy. It seems we need to change this title. Hearing Louise still call him Your Highness, Wang Yan's expression was somewhat off. Well, Louise felt a bit unsettled inside. After all, she had come to the Spirit Hall smoothly because of Wang Yan. But now the situation was like this. Let's get to know each other again. I am a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. My name is Wang Yan. May I ask for both of your names? Wang Yan's expression was dull and uninteresting, as if he were facing a stranger. I'm Louise, your teacher's wife. And this is our child. Her name is Qian Ruxue. Wang Yan, nice to meet you. Louise initially felt a bit shy, but then became quite composed. Wow, Mom. You two seem a bit strange. Little Qian Ruxue said this in Louise's arms, causing Louise's previously calm face to turn slightly red. Indeed, the situation looked playful, and it was suggested by Wang Yan, with her going along with it. Qian Ruxue, that's a lovely name. Little Schwerer, how old are you this year? I'm your dad's disciple, so you should call me brother. Wang Yan found it better to change the subject rather than feel awkward with Louise. So he directly started talking to little Qian Ruxue. Of course, my name sounds nice. It was given me by my dad, mom, and grandpa together. The little girl, Qian Ruxue, had a somewhat proud and conceited demeanor. Can you tell me where your dad, my teacher, is? At this moment, Qian Rushue was only 5 or 6 years old, and Wang Yin was merely teasing the little child. You can't call me little Schwer. Louise just held Qian Rushue, smiling as she watched Wang Yin talk to her daughter. If I don't call you little Schwer, what should I call you? I'm your brother after all. By the way, you have an older sister named Bibi Dong, do you know her? When Wang Yin said this, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. In that future where he and Louise didn't intervene, it seemed that Qian Ringshu was indeed called by Bibi Dong as sister. I know, Sister Dong, but I just want to call you brother, you big bad guy. Qian Ringshu clenched her small fist and shook it at Wang Yin. Why? Why am I the big bad guy? It felt somewhat amusing in his heart, wondering what kind of expression future Qian Ringshu would have when she grew up and saw this childish scene. Because you're the big bad guy, and I don't even know you, hum. In the end, the tsundere little Qian Ringshu turned her head away, looking like she didn't want to talk to him. Wang Yin had a somewhat helpless expression on his face. Before he traveled through time, even if he wasn't favored by children, it shouldn't have been like this, right? After crossing over, he hadn't seen Bibi Dong showing any dislike towards him when she was young. Xiao Yin, you just got back, right? Louise called out to Wang Yin, still feeling a bit unaccustomed. Yes, just got back. I was about to go meet the teacher, but I was stopped by Xiao Schwer. Wang Yin adjusted his expression. You can't call me Xiao Schwer, you big bad guy. Mom, you can't talk to this big bad guy. As soon as Qian Rinshue heard Wang Yin mention her again, she immediately fluffed up like a little cat. But it wasn't out of fear. It was out of anger and embarrassment. All right, my little treasure, your teacher. His Holiness the Pope should still be in his usual study. You can go look for him there. Louise first comforted little Qian Rinshue with a smile and gave her a kiss on her tender little face. And then she started talking to Wang Yin again. Thank you, I'm off now. Wang Yin bent down. Louise didn't say anything more. Turning around, Wang Yin left Louise and Qian Rushue and headed towards Qian Xuanji's position. Mom, is he really my dad's disciple? Isn't my dad's only disciple Sister Dong? Once Wang Yan's figure had walked far away, little Qian Rushue nestled in Louise's arms and asked softly, Of course he is your dad's disciple. It's just that he doesn't often come to our papal hall, and he isn't a bad guy. If it weren't for him, your mom might not have met your dad. Louise recalled her conversation with Wang Yin back then. Aside from age, height, and appearance, he hadn't changed much from before. Really? Mom, can you tell me about it? Little Qian Rushue's curiosity was piqued. A child like Qian Rushue should have a happy childhood, right? She probably wouldn't be going undercover in the Tiando royal family at the age of 8 or 9, would she? As Wang Yin walked on the road, he was still thinking more about Qian Rushue, especially since he had just parted from her, and the storyline version of Qian Rushue had quite touched Wang Yan's heart. Knock. Knock, knock. Gumin. Qian Xuanji was reviewing and correcting documents, and when he heard the knocking, he spoke without looking up. As if sensing something, a strange feeling of familiarity surged in Qian Xuanji's heart, and he couldn't help but look up, seeing a very familiar person looking at him. Teacher. The familiar person only called out to him, and it was Wang Yin. You brat actually know how to come back. Qian Xuanji saw Wang Yin and felt a mix of anger and relief. I remember when Aunt Ro came back, I asked her to send you a message. And you know my situation, right? And here I am back. Wang Yin, although he was quite displeased with Qian Xuanji deep down, had been a teacher and disciple for many years, and even if their feelings weren't very deep, they were still better than those with some others. Hearing Elder Wu and Elder Lu say that you advanced to soul saint without a soul ring? What is going on? What is your current cultivation level? When Wang Yin left, he used the excuse of wanting to improve his strength, and after the exchange delegation ended, Elder Wu and Elder Lu would report on the situation. So naturally, Qian Xuanji learned about Wang Yan's matters. As for advancing without a soul ring, I don't know the specific reason. It was quite inexplicable. At that time, I suddenly entered a peculiar state without knowing why, and when I came out of that state, I felt like I had lost a certain kind of shackles. Afterwards, I used the Evil Soul Master secret technique to improve my cultivation and found that I could do it without a soul ring. Wang Yin had no intention of lying or deceiving. It was simply the truth, and he wasn't clear about what would happen at that cliff back then. I see. Although Qian Xuanji had doubts in his heart, he didn't ask further. So what is your current cultivation level? Just at level 90. Wang Yin was not very concerned. Level 90. Are you already a title Douluo? Hiang Sunji widened his eyes, looking quite surprised. Well, after that change, I broke through to title Douluo without any bottlenecks. But I've spent most of my time observing evil soul beasts and haven't really focused on cultivation. So I'm only just at level 90 now. Wang Yin did not reveal that he had perfected the Evil Soul Master's secret technique. Absurd. Yes. Qian Xuanji shouted in anger. and Wang Yin just lowered his head to admit his mistake. But that was all. Qian Xuanji did not scold him further. Go find the grand offering and practice with him for a while. Qian Xuanji arranged for Wang Yin after a moment of silence in the room. 109 Dialogue with Qian Douluo. Is Qian Xuanji smart? This is a question worth pondering. If Qian Xuanji were not smart, it would still be possible for him to become a titled Douluo after all. The potential of the six-winged angel martial soul combined with the angel god's test would be enough, but it would be impossible for him to become a pope. The position of pope in the spirit hall is not exclusively for the angel Qian family. Even with the Qian family's status as the serving family of the angel god, lacking strength and political ability would only allow him to be an elder in the elder hall. Therefore, it can be said that Qian Xuanji's intellect is indeed sufficient. However, Qian Xuanji's cleverness seems to be limited to political capability, as he lacks understanding of human relationships, which Wang Yin can easily see. The best proof of this is the tragedy of Bibi Dong in the original Future storyline. If Qian Xuanji truly understood human relationships, such events would never have occurred. Yet, they did, indicating that Qian Xuanji's cleverness is somewhat lacking. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Qian Xuanji's foolish actions resulted from the influence of calamity. To achieve sustainable development for the continent, it is necessary to reach a peak of fortune similar to Tang San's in the next era, which is why the current era sees the entanglement of the three heroes of fortune and Qian Xuanji. Perhaps it can be said that for the future development of the continent, a conclusion to the current fortune is needed, while also laying a foundation for the future. Therefore, the three heroes of fortune suffer greatly due to Qian Xuanji, the source of calamity, and in the end, Qian Xuanji's death is entirely due to his identity as the calamity's bearer. However, this assertion denies the claim that Qian Xuanji is not smart. It is merely the result of fate. Qian Xuanji's foolishness stems from the calamity influencing his mind, leading to enmity with the three heroes of fortune, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Regardless of whether Qian Xuanji is smart or not, from Wang Yan's current understanding of him, Qian Xuanji cannot be considered foolish. Yet, it cannot be ruled out that Wang Yan is somewhat lacking in intelligence in certain aspects, as he truly cannot understand why he has been arranged by Qian Xuanji to practice with the grand offering when he is already a level 90 title Douluo. Are you saying that your teacher arranged for you to practice with me for a while? Wang Yan met Qian Douluo, who had been residing in the elder hall to serve the elders for many years. He was an unusual-looking old man. Yes, when Qian Douluo asked about Wang Yan, he naturally had nothing to hide. Do you know why your teacher sent you to me? This question truly caught Wang Yan off guard. Why? I don't know. This question left Wang Yan somewhat confused. He had thought about it, but couldn't come up with an answer, as he didn't know where to start. When you awakened your martial soul, it wasn't just Jierer who had a reaction to you. With this, Wang Yan suddenly recalled the first time he met Qian Xuanji when he was suddenly confronted by the flying dragon. A reaction? If it wasn't just one person, could it be the teacher and the great elder? Upon hearing Qian Douluo mention a reaction, Wang Yan realized that Qian Xuanji's sudden confrontation with him was not without reason. Indeed, that day, Jierer suddenly felt disturbed and went to the Martial Soul Hall in Martial Soul City. It was only after meeting you that he lost that feeling, while I was left with a strange sensation that was a mix of chaos but filled with hope. In fact, I was there when you awakened your martial soul. I just didn't show myself. Do you think it was your teacher's idea to accept you as a disciple? No, that was my suggestion to him. Wang Yan learned a lot from what Qian Douluo said and cleared up many doubts, but new questions also arose in his mind. Then I should thank the great elder. Although he had doubts in his heart, Wang Yan didn't voice them, as it wasn't suitable to do so. On the surface, he still appeared quite respectful, as Qian Douluo should have long been a 99th level peerless Douluo. Stop pretending. I know exactly what kind of temperament you have, little guy. According to the information that has been passed up, I see it clearly. You are the kind of person who is unruly, defiant, arrogant, ignorant, cruel, unpredictable, and greedy. To be honest, if it weren't for that initial strange feeling that made it hard for me to act against you, I would have long since turned you to ashes. As Qian Douluo said this, he was animated and lively, completely shedding the dignified demeanor of someone in a high position for many years, resembling more of a hot-tempered old man from the streets. Ah, thank you for not killing me. Wang Yan faced such a Qian Douluo, opening his mouth for a long time without knowing what to say. At my age and with my level of cultivation, any whim or special feeling in my heart is not without reason. I cannot bring myself to act against you, nor can I allow others to act against you, and I must follow this feeling to teach you. Do you understand why this feeling makes me want to teach you? It can be heard that when Qian Douluo said these words, There was a biting intensity in his tone. Because when you think about taking action to eliminate me, you will feel a sense of future destruction. Not your own destruction, but the destruction of the angel family and the spirit hall. Conversely, when you teach me and bestow kindness upon me, the future will move in the opposite direction. There's a sense of panic in his heart. But Wang Yin is very clear that what he says should be right. So he endures the panic inside and speaks it out. He is not wrong at all. Do you know what I'm thinking now? Douluo suddenly appeared as if enlightened after a fit of rage, his voice calm and devoid of joy or anger. He really wants to act against me, but the feeling in his heart does not allow it. He is very unwilling but helpless, with the previous words being affirmed. Wang Yin felt less panicked. But I can actually take action. Douluo's tone shifted, carrying a hint of killing intent. But you won't, because rather than saying you choose what is beneficial following your feelings, it is more accurate to say you're following the choices given by fate. You know that sometimes not being able to act is not because you can't, but because it is truly impossible. There is no hope to be seen. You fear the consequences of your actions, so you will not act against me. Wang Yin felt that Douluo in front of him had a somewhat fierce exterior, but a timid interior. How wonderful it would be if you were a member of the Qian family. Douluo took a breath, stared at Wang Yin, and sighed, his words revealing a sense of regret. I could be considered a member of the Qian family too. After all, I am now a disciple of the master and have long been labeled as part of the Qian family. These few words were purely Wang Yin trying to provoke Douluo. There is no need to say such things anymore. If you have the heart and intention, it will be enough to treat Schweder well in the future. I can also vaguely sense who the future should belong to. Douluo's words made Wang Yin feel a sense of dread. If Douluo could do these things, then what about others? Is the judgment god also because of this? Wang Yin was a bit hesitant to think too deeply and didn't dare to investigate further. Next, you will follow me to cultivate. Do you know what you need to cultivate? Douluo asked Wang Yin. I don't know. Wang Yin shook his head. Although he was just a two-winged angel, he was ultimately an angel martial soul. So what he needed to learn from me was to control and use his own angel martial soul. The daily training of 110 was essentially about taking hits. Ever since his conversation with Douluo, Wang Yin's life suddenly calmed down. This calmness was different from the previous peace. It was a tranquility under external environmental pressure, rather than the inner peace he had experienced before. However, Wang Yin did not maintain this state for long, as his inner state of mind did not match the external living environment. Even though Wang Yin had already reached the level of a 90th level title Douluo, it was still quite easy for issues to arise. Therefore, after realizing the problem, Wang Yin actively adjusted his mindset, changing his originally lively mood into a calmness that matched his life. The reason for this was that Douluo was too powerful. Even though Wang Yin had broken through to the level of a 90th level title Douluo, there was still a huge gap between him and Douluo. According to Douluo, a 90th level Wang Yin had an overall strength equivalent to a 96th level title Douluo, and it was at the peak of that level. But that was all there was to it. Douluo's evaluation was that the progress was minimal. Why did Douluo have such an evaluation of Wang Yin? From what Douluo said, it all started after the return of the exchange delegation. When the 5th elder and the 6th elder returned and reported to Qian Xuanji, they then provided Douluo with a detailed description of all Wang Yin's circumstances, especially the battle where Wang Yin challenged the sword Douluo. Both the 5th elder and the 6th elder recounted it 3 times each, making it 4 times when including the report to Qian Xuanji. After hearing it multiple times, Douluo did not say much at the time, only sending the 5th elder and the 6th elder back, but internally he formed a comprehensive evaluation of Wang Yin, estimating him to be at a normal level of 92 to 93 or 93 to 94. As for why such a level could produce a performance like the sword Douluo's, it was because the sword Douluo had held back at that time. Although his true strength could not be concealed, he could still fool ordinary people. On one hand, it was to show weakness to the spear hall, and on the other hand, it was to cover up the abnormalities within the 7-treasure glazed tile school at that time. Well, getting back to the main point, going from the strength of a 77th level soul sage to that of a 93rd level title Douluo to a 90th level title Douluo with 96 level strength. One could not say that Wang Yin had made no progress, but one could also argue that his progress was not that significant. According to Douluo, Wang Yin's strength should be at the level of 97 to be considered normal, otherwise it would not align with the potential Wang Yin had shown initially. Regarding this, Wang Yin also wanted to vent his frustrations. This was already quite good, okay? Although he had become much stronger due to luck or seizing opportunities, His own configuration was still insufficient. If only he had 3,100,000 year soul bones, then achieving the strength of a 97th level title Douluo wouldn't be impossible. However, Wang Yin did not voice these thoughts because the angel's sacred sword in Qian Douluo's hands was extremely sharp, leaving no opportunity for Wang Yin to argue back. Speaking of this, one must mention the methods Qian Douluo used to teach Wang Yin. If one were to ask who knows the best and fastest way to master one's own strength, what would they say? Wang Yin is definitely the one who can answer this, and he can answer the question very succinctly. So what is the answer? Getting beaten up. That's right, getting beaten up. Wang Yin's daily routine follows the training of Qian Douluo, which is also his daily routine of getting beaten up. Qian Douluo tells Wang Yin that his understanding of the angel spirit has been quite good, but he hasn't fully utilized it. Instead, he has relied on other methods to stimulate the angel spirit. So Wang Yin needs to fight solely using the angel spirit itself. Therefore, the God Thunder Curse and such cannot be used at all. Even the soul rings and self-created soul skills are strictly forbidden by Qian Douluo. He can only use the abilities of the angel spirit itself. But what abilities does the angel spirit have? After being beaten for almost a year and a half, Wang Yin found that the abilities of his angel martial soul were quite impressive. Holy Light Baptism allows for self-healing. Holy Light Strike is a spell attack. The Angelic Holy Sword can be both a spell and physical attack. The Spear of Judgment has effects similar to the Angelic Holy Sword. And the Holy Shield Defense provides dual protection against physical and magical attacks. The Angelic Holy Might is a means of weak control and self-augmentation. These abilities are rooted in the angel martial soul itself and can be used even without soul power. Of course, if soul power is utilized, the power or effects of these abilities will be even more significant. With the abilities of the angel martial soul developed, Wang Yin's overall strength has seen a significant increase, although he still remains within the level 96 range. Haha, big bad guy, today is another day of being justly punished by Grandpa. Wang Yin was once again beaten to the ground, bruised and powerless, by Qian Douluo, and once again, Qian Rushua stood in front of him, mocking him to her heart's content. This scene was not the first time. Wang Yin had lost count of how many times it had happened. Ever since Qian Rushua awakened her martial soul, being mocked by her every day had become an unavoidable daily routine. Qian Rushua's talent was astonishing, possessing innate soul power at level 20. Qian Douluo searched through all the records but could not find a similar case since the highest recorded innate soul power was only level 15. As a top-tier martial soul, the six-winged angel martial soul was related to the angels of the divine realm, so innate soul power was not something that could simply be represented by level 10. However, an innate soul power level of 20 had never appeared before in the six-winged angel martial soul. Qian Douluo spent 3 days personally finding 2 suitable soul rings for Qian Rushua. And those 3 days were the happiest for Wang Yin in the past year and a half since he wasn't beaten during that time. After those 3 days of brief happiness, Wang Yin's life became even more unbearable than before. After being beaten by Qian Douluo, he had to endure Qian Rushua's mockery as well. At that moment, Wang Yin didn't even want to open his mouth, so he could only silently endure the various taunts from the little girl. The reason for this situation was that Qian Douluo had told Qian Xuanjia that Rushua was the most likely candidate to obtain the long-awaited Angel 9 trials of the Qian family, so he would personally teach her. At first, Wang Yin wanted to retort to Qian Rushua's daily taunts, but after getting beaten to the point of not wanting to move his mouth, he ignored her. Later, Wang Yin became more open-minded, thinking that she was just a little girl. If he took her seriously, he would lose, so he let Qian Rushua continue her daily mockery. However, Wang Yin was also curious. Didn't Qian Rushua find it annoying? After so much time, it was just the same few lines repeated over and over. Wang Yin felt like his ears were about to get calluses from hearing it. Yet, Qian Rushua could keep talking, which made Wang Yin sigh in admiration that those who could become gods were indeed not ordinary people. In the past year and a half, Wang Yin had been diligently practicing under Qian Douluo's guidance. Or rather, he could say he was getting beaten every day, and he hardly inquired about any news from the outside world. The only time he felt a bit unsettled was when he heard that Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong had entered the city of slaughter together. However, unlike the original storyline, after Qian Xuanjia learned about this, he sent someone to negotiate with the city of slaughter to ensure the safety of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong in all aspects. One day, as Wang Yin lay on the ground, not wanting to move, before Qian Rushua could start her daily mockery, he spoke up and asked, "What good cultivation secret method can a big bad guy like you have?" "I'm not going to learn it." Qian Rushua sniffled, Her expression, while thinking, was quite cute. But the next second, her demeanor changed to a mischievous little witch. Oomph. If you don't want to learn, then forget it. Wang Yin was taken aback and couldn't help but think, was he out of his mind? Why did he suddenly say such a thing? Is the cultivation secret you want to teach Shui'er the method of using purple lightning? Qian Daolu asked beside him. Not at all. The reason he regretted saying that was partly because Qian Daolu was still here. It seems you have mastered quite a bit. But it's a pity that having too much knowledge can hinder your advancement after a certain point. Qian Daolu didn't seem overly curious about the cultivation secrets Wang Yin had mastered. Instead, he used such words to admonish him. After all, in his eyes, Wang Yin had too many miscellaneous skills and lacked focus when dealing with angelic martial souls, which prevented him from fully utilizing his strength. Old man, what you said is not entirely wrong. At least it doesn't fit your strength. Wang Yin's address changed as he followed Qian Daolu's training over time. Oh, you brat. Tell me, what do you think? Qian Daolu didn't agree or disagree with Wang Yan's rebuttal. He was instead curious about Wang Yan's thoughts. Cultivation is a straightforward process of addition and subtraction. In the initial stages, one should learn less, as this is about laying a foundation. Learning too much can hinder progress. Then, during the advancement phase, one should be broad, seeing and understanding more, accumulating diverse knowledge to expand and improve quickly. At this point, Wang Yin paused. Seeing that Qian Daolu didn't refute him, he continued. Then it requires refinement, finding what suits oneself best, using that as the core to enhance and develop. But one should still learn and comprehend more. When one reaches a point where one can encompass everything based on that core, one has reached the peak. Up to this point, all cultivation is about addition. Wang Yin stopped again, wanted to see Qian Daolu's reaction. What about subtraction? Qian Daolu timely provided Wang Yin with an appropriate response, but it was not a question. The foundation of subtraction begins when addition reaches its peak. Although the all-encompassing is based on one, the greatest simplicity often comprises the simplest elements that form a not-so-complex whole. Thus, the initial core is the seed, and the all-encompassing has grown into a towering tree, with the fruit of the tree being the final result. Compared to the previous practice of addition, Wang Yin spoke relatively little about subtraction, as he felt he had not yet reached that level and was still merely at the stage of broadening. This was indeed a novel statement. Does that mean I'm still at the Jingyi stage? Qian Daolu muttered to himself. 8-year-old Qian Ruxue looked at Wang Yin, who was lying on the ground with a bruised face, and then at her somewhat distracted grandfather, scratching her head in confusion. Grandpa, do you really believe what that bad guy says? He isn't even as strong as you. Qian Ruxue did not understand the meaning of Wang Yan's words, but that did not stop her from thinking that her grandfather had been deceived by Wang Yin. Shui'er, at least what your brother said is not entirely wrong. Being interrupted by Qian Ruxue, Qian Daolu's contemplative demeanor was also disrupted, yet he did not blame her, instead smiling. He is not my brother. He is a big bad guy, Qian Ruxue said angrily. Old man, didn't you notice that I mentioned a few problems? Ignoring Qian Ruxue too much, Wang Yin had already sat up at this point. After all, compared to the pitiful sight of lying on the ground with a bruised face, it was better to look normal, and besides, Wang Yin had already mastered the holy light baptism to a certain extent. Problems? Hearing Wang Yan's words, Qian Daolu carefully recalled what Wang Yin had just said about the practice of addition and subtraction. You actually said it twice. With Qian Daolu's intelligence, it was not difficult to discover the issues in what Wang Yin had said. That's right, I said it twice. In summary, cultivation is a process of continuous repetition of addition and subtraction, starting from a single basic learning that gradually increases, and then slowly decreases to 1 after reaching a certain level. When it decreases to 1, the first repetition process begins, which is the second increase and decrease, continuously cycling back and forth until infinity. Wang Yin felt a bit troubled when he said these words, as it seemed he had not yet reached the first process of subtraction. Is there no end? Qian Daolu voiced his confusion, as he noticed that Wang Yin seemed to have left his thoughts unfinished. Old man, do you think this world has an end? Wang Yin did not answer Qian Daolu's question directly, but instead asked a seemingly unrelated question. How could the world have no end? In Qian Daolu's view, this should not be a question at all. So what do you say is beyond the end of the world? Wang Yin regretted asking the question, realizing it was the wrong one. He didn't know, but to Wang Yan's surprise, Qian Daolu's answer was unexpectedly astonishing. In fact, I asked the wrong question, and what I was thinking might not be right either. Faced with such a Qian Daolu, Wang Yin felt a bit awkward. Then why not share your thoughts? Qian Daolu didn't pursue the matter further, and instead encouraged Wang Yin to talk. Douluo continent is just a part of a vast sphere, which you should know. Beyond the sphere lies an almost endless void and countless other spheres like this one and suns. You should have known about these old men long ago. Wang Yin started from the basics. I have seen it in the records left by the angelic deity. Douluo directly stated the sources he knew. This at least includes the totality of the endless void and countless planets, which I refer to as the universe. Beyond the universe, there is vacuum or other forms, as well as countless other universes similar to ours. However, those universes may not necessarily be the same as ours. The sum of this is called the multiverse. Then there's the endless multiverse, and then countless endless multiverses, which continue to repeat, cycling endlessly without end. Wang Yan's descriptive language is not very strong, making it easy to find faults. In such a vast world, it truly evokes a sense of despair. Dao sighed, feeling that his own world is so insignificant compared to the one described by Wang Yan. So I would say what I think may not necessarily be correct. Wang Yan shrugged. For Douluo, such a topic might indeed be somewhat despairing. It seems that your future won't be limited by becoming a god in the divine realm. Douluo looked at Wang Yan with a hint of appreciation. But it is still very difficult and far away. Wang Yan sighed. But as long as he doesn't die, he can always continue moving forward. Douluo was actually encouraging and comforting Wang Yan. So, old man, you need to help me build a solid foundation. Wang Yan had a playful thought. I will do my best. To his surprise, Douluo actually responded like this. Xiao Qi and Ringshu cried, and Bibi Dong had returned, along with Lu Erlong. They came back from the city of slaughter. As soon as they returned, they almost got into a fight with the Holy Emperor's warriors guarding the Pope's palace. Once they entered the Pope's palace, mosquitoes and flies avoided them within 3 to 5 meters, and people fled within 20 meters. Even Aru was only following them from a distance, not daring to get too close. Although the two had a pretty good relationship with Aru, she couldn't adapt to the murderous aura they exuded, which was so thick that it felt like she could smell the blood. Even though Aru knew that the two didn't have any other intentions towards her, they just wanted to get close. The first person to approach Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong within 20 meters was Qian Xuanji, as he was the first titled level figure to be alerted. Other Soul Douluos and Soul Saints could barely handle facing Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong due to the overwhelming murderous aura. Even Qian Xuanji had to use absolute strength to suppress them, and the angel domain was already deployed to resist and suppress the overflowing murderous aura from Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Their killing god domain automatically countered. But in terms of hard strength and cultivation, they were still lacking. So even though their killing god domains fused to resist Qian Xuanji's angel domain, they were still suppressed. Qian Xuanji frowned as he watched Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong continuously resisting his angel domain, thinking about how to resolve the issues with them. If the influence of the city of slaughter wasn't resolved, these two would be like ticking time bombs. Lu Erlong was better off. His fire dragon martial soul was strong enough, especially after consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which provided a substantial boost. His aura was grand and domineering, and although his murderous intent was intense, it was relatively manageable. At least, in Qian Xuanji's view. Lu Erlong was unlikely to fall into the path of an evil soul master. But Bibi Dong was different. Both of Bibi Dong's martial souls were high quality, with the Spider Emperor martial soul being a top-tier martial soul, but one was associated with death and the other with soul devouring, both leaning towards evil and darkness. Coupled with the constant erosion of murderous intent, Qian Xuanji couldn't shake the feeling that Bibi Dong seemed to have tendencies towards becoming an evil soul master, or that a part of her had already fallen into that state. Follow me. Qian Xuanji couldn't keep suppressing the two any longer. He remembered someone else who came from a city of slaughter but seemed to be less affected, and that person happened to be in the Pope's palace. He then brought Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong to where Douluo was beating Wang Yan. Yes, the person Qian Xuanji had in mind was Wang Yan. However, there was a small incident. As soon as Qian Rinchua saw her father, she excitedly ran over and directly dashed into the still volatile angel domain and killing god domain, which had stabilized but were still in a confrontation. The intense murderous aura frightened Qian Rinchua so much that she cried out loud. Coincidentally, while she was crying, her six-winged angel martial soul was stimulated by the killing god domain and murderous intent, and under the assimilation of Qian Xuanji's angel domain, it seemed to naturally awaken. Normally, Qian Rinchua's angel domain would awaken with a rise in strength, but due to the abnormal circumstances and various stimuli, especially influenced by Wang Yan, who had been training the capabilities of the angel martial soul, her angel domain unexpectedly awakened at this moment. This surprise caught everyone present off guard, including Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji, as they thought Qian Rinchua's awakening would require her to at least be a soul sovereign or higher. Did they just come out of the city of slaughter? Although the killing god domain and the overwhelming murderous intent were obvious, Qian Daolu still asked for confirmation. Yes, I have already sent someone to negotiate with the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, and the king of slaughter assured their safety. But I estimate that in reality, they must have killed quite a bit inside. Each of them has likely killed more than Xiao Yan. Qian Xuanji's expression was serious because Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong's murderous intent had become abnormal, indicating that they had killed too much in the city of slaughter, exceeding a normal range. Being beyond this range made it very likely for them to be eroded by murderous intent, sinking into bloodthirsty desires and falling into the path of evil soul masters. In the past, his eldest disciple Wang Yin had actively trained in the secret methods of evil soul masters and even went to the Stardow forest to refine these methods. Now, with his younger disciples Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong having killed excessively, they were at high risk of becoming evil soul masters, causing Qian Xuanji to start doubting himself. Let them practice with me as well. Anyway, this kid has mastered almost everything he should, and he can find time to teach them how to control their murderous intent and manage the killing god domain, Qian Daolu suggested. Then I'll take Shuer away. I'm afraid they will influence her. Qian Xuanji naturally had no objections to Qian Daolu's suggestion, but he was a bit worried about his daughter, so he wanted to take her away. When Qian Xuanji said this, the crying Qian Rinchua nodded in agreement with her father's words. Her originally watery big eyes now reduced to mere slits from crying. Better not. Xuaner's cultivation talent is very high, and her future achievements will surely surpass mine. She needs to build a solid foundation from a young age, and right now, her training hasn't been too much, so let us add training for her angel domain. If Qian Daolu hadn't discussed the vastness of the world with Wang Yin, he would have likely allowed Qian Xuanji to take Qian Rinchua away. But now that they had exchanged ideas, Qian Daolu no longer believed that the angel god was the pinnacle of the angel family. He hoped Qian Rinchua could reach a peak he had never imagined before, even if that peak might not exist. Shuer is only 9 years old, and their killing god domains are a bit. Qian Xuanji hesitated. Was it appropriate to send a 9-year-old child to the Heaven Do Empire before? I'm always here. There won't be any problems, Qian Daolu asserted firmly. All right then. Qian Xuanji didn't say anything more, comforted Qian Rinchua for a while, and then left. You brat, have you finished greeting them? Come over and teach them how to control their murderous intent and manage the killing god domain. Qian Daolu looked at Wang Yin, who had run off to chat with Eru, and felt inexplicably irritated. As soon as Wang Yin saw Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, he realized Eru had also returned. But since Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were working hard to resist Qian Xuanji's domain, it wasn't a good time to reminisce. So Wang Yin, who had just been beaten up for a short while, energetically ran over to Eru to chat. Aunt Ro, you should get a bit closer to them. Even if they initially kept their distance from you after coming out of the city of slaughter, after such a long time, they will want to get closer to you. Besides, isn't it a good opportunity for you to sharpen your own will? Once Qian Xuanji left, no one was there to suppress Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong's killing god domains and murderous intent. Qian Daolu was merely protecting Qian Rinchua. So even if Wang Yin was only thinking of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, he had to go over. Okay, Erua nodded. When Qian Daolu saw Wang Yin and Erua approaching, he said a few words and then took Qian Rinchua away first. Qian Rinchua still needed to adapt, so it would be better to come back later. You two really know how to stir things up, Wang Yin said as he walked up to Bai Dong and Lu Erlong, unsure what to say. Both of them forced out a rather stiff smile. Even though they were exceptionally beautiful, that stiff smile, combined with the overwhelming killing intent, was not something an ordinary person could truly appreciate. For the time being, you are not allowed to use any abilities related to your martial souls, including martial soul, soul rings, soul skills, soul bones, etc. Everything is prohibited. Besides, no one here has any ill intentions towards you. Oh, and you're also not allowed to use the killing god domain. Killing intent is fine, but that's it. Wang Yin knew that the two of them must be feeling pretty good to see him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have smiled shyly after he spoke the first word. However, after spending a long time in the city of slaughter, and due to a series of events after leaving it, the two could only manage that smile. Although Bibi Dong still had a cold expression on her face, her nodding action revealed some remnants of her past. So, shall we just focus on soul power cultivation next? Compared to Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong seemed to be more rational at this moment. In the time to come, aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, you will only have two things to do. One is to practice the golden light incantation, and the other is to spar with me. Do you understand? Wang Yan's words are not without reason. The practice of the golden light spell focuses on preserving life, while enhancing one's own cultivation, effectively refining one's soul and mental strength. Currently, the situations of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are that their cultivation is decent, but under external influences, their souls and mental strength are insufficient and need more training. To be precise, in their upcoming practice of the golden light spell, they will focus primarily on the sexual function aspect of the spell, while the life function aspect will be secondary. The sparring with Wang Yan is meant to release the tension in their nerves in the killing city. It is inevitable that their nerves will be tightly strung. Otherwise, various dangers and accidents could lead to fatal consequences. After all, the safety assurances of the King of Slaughter are not infallible and do not disrupt the apparent rules. Those who come out of the killing city are noticeably sensitive to every movement in the outside world. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was not or was less affected simply because of his experiences in both lives before and after his crossing. Even the killing city had little impact on him. Therefore, Wang Yan chose the method of sparring, allowing Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong to release and alleviate their tension at a relatively adaptable pace. This also stems from Wang Yan's considerable confidence in his own strength, as those who can emerge victorious from the killing city possess quite good killing skills. Wang Yan was quite confident about this. On one hand, he had gone through this step himself, and, on the other hand, the beatings he endured under Douluo in recent years were not in vain. It was clear that he had resisted but was unable to win, which led to him being beaten. Understood. Bai Dong and Lu Erlong both nodded simultaneously to indicate that they understood. Now let's start. Use all your strength to defeat me. Or kill me. Behind Wang Yan unfolded two pure white wings. Unlike Douluo, Qian Sunji, and Qian Rinshui, who released their six-winged angel martial soul abilities, Wang Yan merely had two wings appear. According to Douluo, Wang Yan's state should be a permanent martial soul true body state, a complete and permanent fusion of the martial soul with himself. If one were to say that after the martial soul true body, he still fought as a human soul master using soul power to transform into a soul beast, then perhaps it could be said that Wang Yan had evolved into an angel through acquired means. However, when it came to the training battle, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong seemed unresponsive, but when they heard Wang Yan say the word kill, both of them appeared to suppress some impulse in their mind simultaneously. If you don't make a move first, I will. Seeing that the two didn't seem to be making a move and were holding back, Wang Yan quickly added. Then the two charged directly at Wang Yan, and with a flash of cold light, each took out a short blade. Using blades was indeed not a good thing, as it easily led to bloodshed. However, what Wang Yan considered a good thing was that neither of them used their martial souls or soul power. They simply charged up, attacking with their physical strength and the short blades in hand. A golden light flowed around Wang Yan, covering him and condensing into the shape of armor. The short blades slashed and stabbed, colliding with the golden light armor on Wang Yan, producing a metallic clashing sound. The attacks were decent, but still not enough for me. Of course, this might be because I used my martial soul ability, or perhaps you are too weak. Without your martial souls and soul power, this is all you can do. Facing the relentless attacks that could be described as a storm, Wang Yan merely supplemented the uncovered areas of his golden light armor with a thin layer of golden light, and that alone was enough to withstand the attacks. Is this all the strength you have? You can't even make me step back. This is really not good. It seemed that mere commentary was not enough to satisfy Wang Yan. He was in the mood for some verbal attacks. Shut up. Lu Erlong appeared to be forcefully holding back something, while Bibi Dong, who was with Lu Erlong, remained silent but looked quite similar in demeanor. Oh, you're so weak you don't want me to speak? Erlong, this habit of yours is not good. Xiaodong, do you have such a habit? If you do, I can help you correct it next. Just as he was saying this, Wang Yan raised his hands and struck Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong each, directly knocking them back. I told you can't do it. Wang Yan saw the two being beaten out and started talking again. However, as soon as Bibi Dong steadied herself, she kicked off forcefully, heading straight for Wang Yan, with her short blade aimed directly at his face, releasing a chaotic and violent killing intent. In an instant, the domain of the god of death was unleashed. The moment the short blade in Bibi Dong's hand made contact with Wang Yan's hand, which was covered in a golden light membrane, Bibi Dong suddenly shifted her stance, adopting a position that combined both defense and attack. However, It appeared as though she passed right through the center of Wang Yan's body without a trace of blood. When Wang Yan's figure solidified, Bibi Dong was thrown back a distance of about 10 meters before landing, not getting back up. While the only change in Wang Yan was that his right hand had somehow transformed into a blade shape. Lu Erlong gritted his teeth and charged at Wang Yan again. While Ro, who had been watching from the side, ran over to Bibi Dong and discovered that Bibi Dong had been knocked unconscious. Wang Yan continued to mock while fighting, and Lu Erlong could no longer hold back. However, just like Bibi Dong, while he was freely releasing killing intent and activating the god of death domain, Wang Yan knocked him out with a swift chop. You know how to control your strength, right? Aru couldn't help but ask Wang Yan, who was already carrying Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Although Aru had rarely had close contact with them since they left the city of slaughter due to the killing intent, the relationship among the three had not developed any barriers. How could I not know how to control my strength? Don't worry, I just knocked him out. You can go out first. After placing Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong on the bed in Bibi Dong's room, Aru, who was following Wang Yan, suddenly spoke up. Sorry to trouble you, Aunt Ro. Wang Yan tapped his index finger on his nose, realizing what Aru was about to do, and that what she was going to do was not suitable for him to see right now. So after speaking, he left. After stepping out and closing the door, Wang Yan thought he would be able to hear some noise, but the soundproofing of the door and windows was quite good. He couldn't hear anything from inside the room at all. After a short while, as soon as the door made a sound, Wang Yan instantly turned into someone waiting outside the door. However, after waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, he glanced at Aru with a bit of guilt. Are you just waiting for me here? After Aru came out, she found Wang Yan standing there, but there was a strange sense of incongruity that she couldn't quite place. Just as she noticed Wang Yan looking at her, she couldn't help but ask, They should be in a deep sleep, right? What Wang Yan didn't expect was that Aru's first words actually gave him an excuse to shake off his earlier actions. It seems they are in a deep sleep, but do you really know how to control your strength? Aru seemed a bit worried and repeated her previous question to Wang Yan. How can I not know how to control my strength? What they need is relaxation, but the influence of the city of slaughter on them is indeed too great. It's hard for them to fully relax, so I can only help them a bit. After a few sessions of complete relaxation and with an environment different from the city of slaughter, they should recover quickly. Wang Yan explained his purpose for doing this. If he didn't explain, he felt that Aru would ask again. I see. Knowing that Wang Yan wasn't acting without reason, Aru felt relieved. Aunt Ro, it seems you've gotten quite close to the two of them. Seeing the expression on Aru's face, Wang Yan felt a bit emotional. They've known each other for several years now. At first, he treated them like Xiao Wu, but as time went on, it felt more like a friendship across generations. Haha, our relationship is indeed good. Speaking of this, a hint of nostalgia appeared on Aru's face. After a while, maybe you can go see Xiao Wu. I want to create some commotion in the Stardow Forest. Having been away from the Stardow Forest for many years, Aru probably hasn't returned in a long time, as she's been busy with other matters. Create some commotion? What kind of commotion? After all, the Stardow Forest was Aru's former home, and with Xiao Wu, Deming, and Erming still there, it was impossible for Aru not to worry. At that time, it will only be me, Xiao Dong, and Erlong, along with you. Aunt Ro, just the 4 of us, without bringing anyone else. When the time comes, along with Deming and Erming, we will deal with the 3 brothers of the Thousand June and Emperor and that dark demon evil god tiger. Wang Yan briefly discussed personnel allocation and goals. What exactly is it for? Although Wang Yan explained clearly, Aru still does not understand what Wang Yan's purpose is. Additional soul rings can increase a soul master's basic attributes. Although I haven't added any additional soul rings since becoming a soul sage, the additional soul rings still have a certain enhancement effect on me, and I won't give up on them. The Qianjun and Emperor trio, which has fully maxed out strength and defense attributes, is very suitable for me. Yes, Wang Yan can advance without additional soul rings, but that doesn't mean he can't add them. It merely changes the requirement to a choice. For the sake of his own strength and future considerations, Wang Yan believes it is necessary to add soul rings to the 7th, 8th, and 9th positions. There's no need to elaborate on the quality of the Qianjun Ant Emperor trio. Using them as soul rings won't cause Aru any discomfort. And the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is even more suitable. The Qianjun Ant Emperor trio should now be around 80,000 years in strength, which means you can indeed add them. But is the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger intended for Lu Erlong? After leaving the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong have both reached a bottleneck and need additional soul rings to advance. However, Bibi Dong needs a 7th soul ring, while Lu Erlong needs a 6th soul ring. Yes, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, with its unique evil attributes and a trace of evil god power, is very suitable for Dong'er's martial soul, and its quality is also quite good, making a decent choice. Moreover, I currently possess excellent angelic abilities that can ensure Dong'er absorbs it smoothly. There are major goals and specific action measures, which Wang Yin has naturally thought of. It's quite difficult. Even if the dark demon evil god tiger has only a few thousand years of cultivation, its soul ring quality and absorption difficulty won't be inferior to a 100,000-year soul ring. The only difference is in the soul ring skill. Are you really going to let Dong'er absorb it as a 7th soul ring? As a fellow soul beast, Eru has considerable knowledge about the dark demon evil god tiger. And despite Wang Yan's lengthy explanation, she still feels a bit worried. I'll take care of everything, Aunt Ro, you can rest assured. If possible, I actually want to add a suitable 100,000-year soul ring for Dong'er as the 7th soul ring, so that can be said to max out the basics at once. In Wang Yan's vision, his own 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings should also be added with 100,000-year soul rings, but it seems there aren't that many 100,000-year soul beasts, which makes it difficult. However, Wang Yin is fortunate to know that in the future, Tang Xin has a moment where he turns non-100,000-year soul rings into 100,000-year soul rings. So Wang Yin thinks of trying to see if the crossover aura combined with Bibidong's luck aura can achieve that. Dong'er is arranged, but have you considered the situation with Lu Erlong? Eru treats Bibidong and Lu Erlong equally, but she might lean a bit more towards Lu Erlong, as they have known each other longer. For Lu Erlong's 6th soul ring, I plan to find a suitable soul ring around 50,000 years. And the subsequent 3 soul rings will be sought together with Dong'er in the sea. Wang Yin had already planned for this. Going to the sea, there are indeed more soul beasts in the ocean, but there are also quite a few powerful soul beasts in the sea. Eru reminded Wang Yin. It's precisely because there are many powerful soul beasts in the ocean that I want to go. My goal is to ensure that the last 3 soul rings for both of them reach the quality of 100,000 years. And only in the ocean can there be so many 100,000-year soul beasts. Upon hearing Wang Yin say this, Eru suddenly fell silent. Seeing Eru's silence, Wang Yin didn't say much more. After all, discussing this felt quite fanciful. You have quite the ambition. After a while, Eru finally spoke. Because only in this way can they both have enough qualifications to inherit the divine position, even if they do not rely on themselves to reach the 100th level of battle. If it weren't for your special situation, Aunt Ro, I would have arranged it as well. Wang Yan's goal is quite significant. Then I can only wish you all the best in becoming gods. Eru's voice sounded a bit lost. Don't worry, Aunt Ro. When the time comes, I will take you to the divine realm with me. If possible, I will also bring Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming along. If I can't do these things, I won't find peace in my heart. Wang Yin made a promise. 115, 1 year, work hard, and work even harder. Wang Yin was dealing with the joint attack of Bibidong and Lu Erlong while seemingly effortlessly chatting. All right, let's end today's training here. When Bibidong and Lu Erlong were already panting, Wang Yin finally allowed them to stop. After they stopped, they immediately found a place to sit down and began today's practice of the Golden Light spell, while a rose stood guard beside them. Xiao Shui, how's it going? Did you work hard in today's practice? Wang Yin, who felt a bit aimless after stopping to teach Bibidong and Lu Erlong, approached Qian Rinxue. Mind your own business. The proud little Qian Rinxue huffed and went to find Qian Douluo to continue her training. It had already been a year since Bibidong and Lu Erlong returned from the City of Slaughter, and 6 months ago, Wang Yin had already reached a level of ability with the angel martial soul that was recognized by Qian Douluo. So he no longer needed to follow Qian Douluo for learning. From now on, he would focus more on self-understanding and improvement. During these 6 months, little Qian Rinxue initially followed Qian Douluo to learn the basics of soul master training. Then, when Qian Douluo happened to see Bibidong and Lu Erlong practicing the Golden Light spell, he brought Qian Rinxue along to learn the spell from Wang Yin. Yes, Qian Douluo also learned the Golden Light spell. Perhaps due to his own solid mental cultivation, he showed profound skill from the start. But once he reached the peak corresponding to his cultivation, his progress nearly came to a halt. Thus, in addition to training with Qian Douluo, Qian Rinxue had also taken up practicing the Golden Light spell. However, it seemed that due to her good talent, Qian Rinxue made significant progress in the Golden Light spell, and her soul power cultivation also improved greatly, resulting in rapid training speed. In comparison, Bibidong and Lu Erlong's training was somewhat monotonous. Besides practicing the Golden Light spell, they only sparred with Wang Yan, and if they couldn't suppress their killing intent during the spar, they would be knocked out by Wang Yan's hand strike and fall into a deep sleep. At first, Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong would almost always be knocked out due to their inability to control themselves, but over time, Liu Erlong was the first to show the ability to control her situation, followed by Bibi Dong. Logically speaking, Bibi Dong's talent for training was superior to Liu Erlong's. But due to the nature of her martial soul and the inadvertent use of the evil soul master training during their time in the City of Slaughter, Bibi Dong was relatively less adept at controlling her killing intent than Liu Erlong. Fortunately, after such a long training time, both Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong could fully control their killing intent and would no longer be affected by it. As for Wang Yan, since he gained Qian Daoliu's recognition 6 months ago, he focused his training on the Divine Thunder spell. After all, he only needed to train the 5th soul skill, Qian Yu Liu Guang, and the right eye external spirit bone, Golden Eye. Everything else would improve along with these abilities. During this year of training, not much happened on the continent, with only 2 notable events. One was that Tang Hao from the Hao Ian sect had a feud with the Spirit Hall over an incident, and the Spirit Hall issued a statement that they would thoroughly pursue the matter. Wang Yan, who learned some details, did not react much, only realizing that the tragedy of Tang Hao was about to unfold, and the child of destiny for the next era, Tang San, was also about to arrive. The other interesting event was that Douluo suddenly rose to fame due to a series of incidents, and his strength had significantly improved to the level of a title Douluo. But he ultimately faded away into the Heaven Do Empire, with the specific situation not even the Spirit Hall being very clear about. After learning about Douluo, Wang Yan found it quite interesting, as there were some discrepancies between Douluo's events and his original memories. According to Wang Yan's estimation, the ice and fire yin-yang should now be in Douluo's hands, but he was unsure if Douluo had set up a poison formation around it. Previously, he thought of ways to keep the ice and fire yin-yang in his possession, but now that it seemed it might not be in his hands, Wang Yan did not have much of a reaction. First of all, Douluo was reclusive and eccentric, rarely communicating with others, and even if he did, it was infrequent. So once he knew the actual situation of the ice and fire yin-yang and possessed it, not many people would be aware. Moreover, being held by Douluo, the ice and fire yin-yang essentially had an additional guardian. As for concerns about not being able to retrieve it, Wang Yan was not worried about that. Whether the ice and fire yin-yang would come back was not a problem at all. He had also advised Aro, Bibi Dong, and Liu Erlong that it was better to leave the ice and fire yin-yang with Douluo for now, as nothing major would happen, and there was no need to worry. In summary, the above is the more important information from this year, and perhaps some important details not mentioned might appear later. It's been a year. When are we going to the Stardow Forest? Aro, who was guarding Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong, asked Wang Yan again about an old question. A year ago, Wang Yan had said it would be some time, and after Aro waited for 2 months without any news, she inquired again, to which Wang Yan replied that they needed to wait until Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong's situation stabilized. When Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong's situations became somewhat stable, Aro asked again, and Wang Yan said it still wasn't stable enough and that they would have to wait a bit longer. Afterward, as Bibi Dong and Liu Erlong stabilized, Aro began to inquire more frequently. Wang Yan believed Aro's situation was due to missing Xiao Wu, as Aro had not seen Xiao Wu since leaving the Stardow Forest with Wang Yan, which was quite incredible but indeed true. Therefore, Wang Yan did not show any impatience towards Aro's continuous inquiries. The day after tomorrow, let's prepare the necessary things tomorrow, and we'll set off the day after tomorrow. After all, we don't know if it will go smoothly, so it's still necessary to prepare a bit. Aro thought there would be no precise news this time either, but Wang Yan surprisingly provided accurate information. Really? After asking so many times without getting a precise answer, Aro instinctively found it hard to believe, so she asked again. Of course it's true. Also, Aunt Ro, you haven't seen Xiao Wu for quite a while since coming out of the Stardow Forest. Should we buy some gifts for her? I estimate that Xiao Wu's childish nature would probably really like those little snacks from the human world. Wang Yan suggested. That's right. Otherwise, Xiao Wu might complain about me as her mother. Aru's face showed a loving smile. Since you, Aunt Ro, have left, Xiao Wu should have grown a lot. After all, she has left her parents' protection. She should have, right? Who knows? Maybe she hasn't changed at all? Aru's voice was somewhat uncertain, and her expression became a bit hesitant. After transforming into a human, Aru's sense of time was no longer much different from that of normal humans, unlike before when she was indifferent to time in her spirit beast form. Therefore, After hearing Wang Yan's words, Aru felt a bit nervous and flustered, as she didn't know how Xiao had changed over the years and feared that there would be a gap when they met. Fortunately, Wang Yan reassured Aru a lot, and after Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong recovered, they also comforted Aru, which made her worries and fears less severe than at the beginning. After a little over a day of preparation, Wang Yan, Aru, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong set off for the Stardo Forest. They only informed Qian Daolu about this and did not report it to Qian Xuanji. The only other person who knew was Qian Renshua, who was training with Qian Daolu. Grandpa, they should be back soon, right? Qian Renshua asked after Wang Yan and the others left, having just finished a short training session. They're just going to add soul rings. It won't take too long, Qian Daolu replied, not thinking it would take much time, as he believed that even hunting those spirit beasts over 50,000 years old wouldn't take long. So our plan is to first add the 6th soul ring to Erlong, while at the same time finding Xiao Wu and Deming, then suppress the Qianjunan Emperor and his brothers, and finally deal with that dark demon evil god tiger. On the way, Wang Yan explained the plan to Aru, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong. Got it, it's quite simple. Bibi Dong seemed somewhat unconvinced. After shaking off the influence of the Slaughter City, Bibi Dong returned to her previous state, and it was clear that she no longer exhibited the dignified elegance of the Spirit Hall Saintess, at least not in front of Wang Yan. Ouch! Due to her somewhat dismissive attitude, Wang Yan directly flicked her forehead, and Bibi Dong covered her brow, looking pitiful with teary eyes, pretending to be innocent. If you keep acting like this, I might have to deal with you. Although Wang Yan found Bibi Dong's lively and cute demeanor quite nice, he felt that it didn't suit her. Bibi Dong should embody a more domineering, queen-like temperament, so while he enjoyed it internally, he still pretended to be stern with her. Oomph. Stinky senior brother. Seeing that her act of looking pitiful and cute was ineffective, Bibi Dong huffed in a spoiled manner and turned to hug Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong seemed to have become as close as sisters, or even closer, more so than real sisters. From what Wang Yan learned from Aru, during the time he was in the Stardo Forest, the two were still in a phase of bickering over trivial matters and not really getting along. However, after a certain day, their relationship suddenly eased and became very close. Aru was unclear about the specifics, and even after asking, she couldn't get to the bottom of it. Then they went out together for training, their relationship improved, and after coming out of the Slaughter City, Aru, being the first to see them, felt that their relationship had reached an astonishing level, although she couldn't specify what that level was. I'll say it again. Among the spirit beasts we're going to hunt this time, only Erlong's uncertain target should be relatively easier. The Qianjun Ant Emperor and his brothers are all together, and they are tougher than 3 titled Douluos. The dark demon evil god tiger is even more troublesome. If we're not careful, there could be casualties. Aunt Ro, you don't need me to remind you. You two must keep this in mind. Wang Yan reiterated once again. Got it. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong said in unison. But from Wang Yan's perspective, it was hard to say whether the two actually absorbed what he said. After entering the Stardo Forest, the 4 of them headed straight for the core area where Xiao Wu and Deming were located. But they were slightly off course because they needed to find a 6th spirit ring for Lu Erlong. According to what Aro said, there was a red devil-winged snake in a certain part of the Stardo Forest that was around 50,000 years old, primarily fire attribute with a secondary dark attribute. A subdragon-type spirit beast, known for its violent temperament and inclination towards killing, making it very suitable as Lu Erlong's 6th spirit ring. Moreover, from Aro's perspective, eliminating such a spirit beast would also benefit the stability of the Stardo Forest. However, after Aro's detailed description, Wang Yan recalled a snake in the Stardo Forest that he had once provoked significantly. He remembered it because the snake was entirely crimson with rare black patterns and had wings. Additionally, it had a really bad temper and remained unruly even after he had absorbed its life force. Wang Yan naturally wouldn't pamper such a temperamental spirit beast. After all, it was still unruly despite having its life force absorbed. He thought that perhaps he hadn't absorbed enough. So he ended up almost dropping its ranking to 50,000 years before stopping, and only then did the snake behave, when Aro led them to the location, which was the territory of the red, devil-winged snake she mentioned. Wang Yan looked around at the somewhat familiar environment and confirmed that this unfortunate snake was indeed the one he had encountered before. Based on the conditions within the territory, Aro deduced that the red, devil-winged snake hadn't changed its territory. It just hadn't settled down in one place and seemed to be wandering around due to some influence. Hearing Aro's analysis, Wang Yan awkwardly touched his nose, as it seemed like this was somewhat of his doing. However, he didn't voice these thoughts. as it was not good to cause trouble in someone else's territory, especially in the context of the soul masters and spirit beasts on the Douluo continent. Wang Yin and Ero concealed their presence, allowing Lu Erlong and Bai Bai Dong to release their auras to attract the red demon-winged serpent. Before long, the red demon-winged serpent slithered over, flicking its tongue. The tall trees did not hinder the serpent's movement, as it was moving atop the treetops, and it seemed to be very fast, possibly due to its wings. The moment the red demon-winged serpent appeared, Wang Yin acted immediately, not giving the serpent any chance to react. He wrapped his hands around the serpent's slightly slender tail and began to slam it back and forth, causing it to become disoriented. It wasn't that Wang Yin was too brutal. It was because Ero had mentioned that this creature held grudges, and Wang Yin knew he had enmity with it. Moreover, Bai Bai Dong and Lu Erlong were relatively weaker, so it was better for him to take action. He threw out a dozen golden long swords, pinning the red demon-winged serpent in various places, rendering it unable to move and even preventing it from opening its mouth to spit fire or poison. Lu Erlong was also decisive, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the serpent's eye, ending its life. All this may sound simple, but the fundamental reason lies in Wang Yin's immense strength. Although the red demon-winged serpent was powerful, comparable to a high-level soul Douluo, it encountered Wang Yin, who gave it no chance. It should be noted that Wang Yin's combat power had been recognized by Douluo, a 99th level peerless Douluo. Such a gap meant that if it were a child of destiny, it might have thought about escaping or even gaining some advantage. But the red demon-winged serpent had no such thoughts. The 50,000 year soul beast naturally produced a soul ring of that quality, which would normally be placed in the 8th position, becoming the 8th soul ring. However, the 50,000 year soul ring produced by the red demon-winged serpent was used by Lu Erlong as her 6th soul ring. To an ordinary person, this seemed like courting death. Yet, the truth was that Bai Bai Dong and Wang Yin, who accompanied Lu Erlong, had one with a 53,000 year soul ring and the other with an 80,000 year soul ring. Either of these soul rings could serve as the 8th soul ring for a soul Douluo, and Wang Yin's could even serve as a considerable portion of a title Douluo's 9th soul ring. Is it really difficult to absorb a soul ring that exceeds the limit? Yes, it is indeed very difficult. After all, the entire soul master cultivation system of Douluo continent does not have the concept of actively tempering the body. It only involves meditative enhancement and the slight attribute increase from soul rings. The first difficulty of absorbing a soul ring that exceeds the limit is having a strong body capable of withstanding the impact of the soul ring's soul power. For ordinary soul masters, who mainly rely on the slight attribute enhancement from soul rings, attempting to absorb a soul ring that exceeds the limit is simply wishful thinking. It's a reckless endeavor. The second difficulty in absorbing a soul ring that exceeds the limit lies in having powerful spiritual strength or sufficiently firm will. Strong spiritual power ensures that one does not faint during absorption, thus avoiding danger, while a firm will guarantees that even if the spiritual power is insufficient, one will not suffer issues due to soul impact. Although soul impacts are generally associated with 10,000-year soul rings, if the soul power impact of a 100 or 1,000-year soul ring is relatively strong, without sufficient spiritual power and will to support it, one cannot form effective resistance, making the absorption of the soul ring likely to fail. These 2 points are the key difficulties in absorbing a soul ring that exceeds the limit, and Lu Erlong happens to possess both. Initially, she had the foundation from the celestial great herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and continued with persistent training, later receiving the enhancement of the golden light spell. Additionally, due to her past experiences, Lu Erlong's spiritual strength and will are much stronger than an average person, and she also had the support of the golden light spell later on. Therefore, Lu Erlong had the foundation to absorb a 50,000 year soul ring as her 6th soul ring, but whether she could successfully absorb it on her own remained uncertain. However, Wang Yin believed that with his support, there shouldn't be any issues. From Lu Erlong's expression during the soul ring absorption, it was evident that it was somewhat challenging. After all, the red demon-winged serpent was known for its brutal and murderous nature, and being ambushed and killed, this soul ring was filled with a significant amount of malice. Seeing Lu Erlong's difficulty, Wang Yin began to intervene. He couldn't wait until a crisis occurred to act. That could lead to problems. He connected with Lu Erlong's mind, then helped mobilize her relatively weaker soul power to resist the furious and unreasonable soul ring's soul power, taking the opportunity to refine it. Ultimately, it was just a remnant soul resisting with its soul power. Wang Yin was merely helping to withstand it, allowing Lu Erlong to endure it on her own. As the quality of soul rings absorbed in the future would be higher, and the difficulty would also increase. Logically speaking, with Wang Yan's assistance, it should have been fine. But in the end, a small accident occurred. As we all know, the Tyrannosaurus rex has no wings, and naturally, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul has no wings either. Thus, the fire dragon that evolved from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul would also not have wings. However, Lu Erlong grew wings. After absorbing the 50,000 year 6th soul ring, Lu Erlong stood up, her martial soul manifested, her arms and two long, rounded legs transforming into robust dragon-like limbs. Her clothes tore apart, and two membranous wings extended from her back, reaching over 5 meters. With a gentle flap, Lu Erlong lifted off the ground. The martial soul's phantom behind Lu Erlong was a long, fit crimson giant dragon that roared towards the sky, its wings spread wide. Resembling Lu Erlong's form closely, differing only in their respective appearances, as Lu Erlong was currently in a half-dragon, half-human form, while the phantom behind her was a complete giant dragon. This red demon-winged serpent was not simple. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. Wang Yin looked at Lu Erlong, whispering softly, his eyes fixed without blinking. What is so complicated about it? Bibi Dong glanced at the fluttering Lu Erlong, then at the captivated Wang Yin. She approached Wang Yin and waved her delicate white hand in front of his eyes. If this red demon wing snake were just a sub-dragon-type soul beast, even with a high age, it wouldn't promote Erlong's martial soul to such an evolution. The fact that it could allow Erlong's fire dragon martial soul to completely upgrade to the flame giant dragon form means that this red demon wing snake definitely has the blood of a giant dragon within it. Wang Yinzheng was speaking when he swatted away the hand that Bibi Dong was waving in front of him. Then Bibi Dong pouted in a huff, lifted her foot forcefully, and brought it down. Wang Yin couldn't help but cry out in pain, having been interrupted mid-sentence. Isn't Erlong's figure nice? Bibi Dong's voice was somewhat dissatisfied. Nice. It's okay, I guess. It's just average. Wang Yin blurted out, but instantly changed his words. Turning his head, he saw Bai Dong glaring at him angrily. Even though the clothes on Lu Erlong were made of a non-flammable and highly elastic silk, the changes in his upper body were still somewhat too drastic. After all, the pair of membranous wings extending 5 meters out was definitely beyond the elastic limit of the clothing. Therefore, Lu Erlong, floating in mid-air, was fine below the waist. Even his swollen legs were still covered by clothing. However, the upper body was completely exposed, and the key point was that Lu Erlong's figure was remarkably impressive, which made it no wonder that Wang Yin was staring at him without blinking. Pervert! Bai Dong angrily stepped on Wang Yan's foot again. But Lu Erlong was busy adapting to the power within his body and couldn't stop. Fortunately, there were no other people around. The only one who could act like a pervert was Wang Yin, his own person. Lu Erlong landed, and Bai Dong wrapped him up with clothes. She whispered a few words in Lu Erlong's ear, then pulled aside a cover to block the view of Lu Erlong getting dressed. Hiss, Erlong, that pair of membranous wings should be a soul bone, right? After Lu Erlong got dressed, he kicked Wang Yan's foot again in the same spot as Bai Dong. But feeling a bit guilty, he didn't T-dodge. Yeah, it's a soul bone. Lu Erlong, feeling a bit embarrassed by Wang Yan's interruption, was momentarily stunned. Did he only care about my wings? Bai Dong naturally heard what Wang Yin said, and then whispered something in Lu Erlong's ear. Do you really think senior brother is looking at your wings? Lu Erlong and Bai Dong both glanced at Wang Yin and then pinched the soft flesh on either side of Wang Yan's waist, seemingly just to join the fun. Ro also followed suit, but only pinched Wang Yin on his lower back. Aunt Ro, you too. Let's go. It's not far from Xiao Wu and the others. Wang Yin hadn't finished speaking when Ro, with no change in her expression, said this. Bai Dong and Lu Erlong exchanged glances, sensing something was off. Something was definitely wrong between A.E. and Wang Yin. The initial setbacks of the 118 plan. After arriving at the location where Xiao Wu and Deming were, the enormous rabbit, Xiao Wu, hopped into Ro's arms. Due to the size difference between Ro and Xiao Wu, Ro struggled to even hold Xiao Wu's head. The Titan great ape roared joyfully to the sky, and Deming emerged from the water, only to see Ro and then Wang Yin and the others. Human, why are you here? And you brought others? After exchanging some words of longing, Deming approached Wang Yin. Oh, I'm here to ask you and Deming for help. Just as Bai Bai Dong and Lu Erlong were watching the emotional scene between Ro and Xiao Wu, Deming's sudden question shattered the mood. Realizing the familial drama was gone, Wang Yin stated his purpose for coming, as there was nothing to hide. Help? Help with what? Do you want us to help you hunt soul beasts? Deming's initial questions were filled with confusion, but the last one seemed to indicate it had figured things out, and Wang Yin could clearly hear the disdainful sarcasm in its tone. Yes, I'm indeed talking about hunting soul beasts. I know that as a soul beast, you wouldn't want to help a human soul master like me hunt soul beasts, but I think once I mention the target soul beast I want to hunt, you might agree, right? The provocation was not too obvious, but Wang Yin was slightly hinting at it. However, it seemed his skill was a bit lacking. Oh, I would agree. How could I possibly agree? Tell me. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Deming was obviously unwilling, but it thought a bit more. Even if it didn't want to listen, with a Ro present, it was impossible not to listen, so it might as well just lay it all out. The three brothers of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. What do you think? As far as I know, both the three brothers of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger have their eyes on you. The three brothers are eyeing your territory, while the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is not only eyeing your territory, but also you three themselves. Am I wrong? Originally, if Deming and Air Ming chose to help Wang Yin, it would have resolved some troubles they faced. You are not wrong, but they are ultimately soul beasts. Why should I help you? Can't you go by yourself? Deming's meaning was clear. It preferred to face future troubles alone rather than join forces with Wang Yin against their opponents. Do you think a Ro would help me hunt them? Aren't you worried that a Ro might get hurt in the process? This was supposed to be a mutually beneficial situation. Although it was more advantageous for Wang Yin, Deming disagreed. So Wang Yin had to become a bit more unpleasant. Or rather, resort to any means to achieve his ends. Even though a Ro's strength increases after transforming, can you really match up to Deming and Air Ming? Do you think Xiao Wu and I can stop a Ro? The matter of a Ro transforming had already been mentioned, but Wang Yan's strength was unrelated to a Ro and Xiao Wu, so it hadn't been discussed. At that time, Wang Yin was merely a six-ring soul emperor, and over the years, even human soul masters wouldn't have improved much, so Deming naturally thought Wang Yin was not strong enough. Hee. Do you think I can't compete with you in a one-on-one fight? If it weren't to reduce the high-level soul masters from the Spirit Hall coveting you in the Douluo forest, if it weren't to ensure a high chance of success, do you think I would come find you? Wang Yin released 2 wings shimmering with purple lightning, and 6 soul rings danced around him, showcasing the strength of a level 95 titled Douluo. Yes, Wang Yin was already at level 95. After determining what he wanted to do, Wang Yin began to frantically exploit the resources of the Spirit Hall to enhance his strength, striving for a smooth progression. If it really came to a dead end, he could always restore himself by consuming the life force of soul beasts, so he didn't mind the slight losses during this process. Thus, with the support of Qin Douluo and Qin Xuanji, who failed to persuade him otherwise, Wang Yan's soul power level rapidly rose to 95, and his combat power had reached the level of 98. He even defeated the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, in a sparring session. Such achievements were quite impressive, but compared to the future Tang San, they seemed somewhat lacking, as Wang Yin was missing the enhancement from 3 soul rings' basic attributes. Xiaoyan, don't fight with Deming. If it really doesn't work out, think of another way. Seeing that a major confrontation was about to break out, a Ro spoke up. All right, Aunt Ro, I'll listen to you. After hearing a Ro's words, Wang Yin looked at Deming, who was staring at him, seemed to think for a moment, and did not refuse a Ro's request. Aunt Ro, did you come to him so that we could help him hunt the 3 brothers of the Thousand Genes, Ant Emperor, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger? Seeing Wang Yin agree so easily, Deming looked at a Ro with a somewhat reproachful and aggrieved expression. Of course not. I actually wanted to come back to see you all for a long time, but I couldn't leave due to some matters. This time, I returned because he has plans in the Douluo forest, stopping Xiao Wu and Air Ming, who wanted to refute Deming. A Ro explained a few things, but didn't say much more, as saying too much in this situation could be counterproductive. Forget it. I was just thinking of having you lend a hand. Aunt Ro, I'll find another way and won't trouble them. Let Dong Air and Air Long stay with you here. I'll go prepare for other things. Seeing the situation between a Ro and Deming, Wang Yin realized there was a problem, so he could only think of another solution, but fortunately, there were other options available. Xiaoyan, don't leave just yet. Deming, the 3 brothers of the Thousand Genes, Ant Emperor, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger are the biggest threats to us. Now that I'm following him outside, the 3 of you are even more in danger. Why don't you want to lend a hand? A Ro called out to Wang Yin, who was about to turn and leave, and persuaded to Ming again. Aunt Ro, let's forget it. Wang Yin no longer holds much hope for the great Ming. And upon reflection, even if he were to act alone, it wouldn't be impossible. It would just involve some risk. If he moves carefully and swiftly, the risk can be significantly reduced. If help is needed, what do I, Xiao Wu, and Ming need to do? I wonder what thoughts the great Ming's azure giant lantern eyes have conjured. Xiao Yin? Ro turned to look at Wang Yin. Plans are with Wang Yin, and Ro doesn't know the details, as she had been preoccupied with thoughts of returning and hadn't paid attention to what Wang Yin had said. When dealing with the three brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, you and Ming, along with E, will suppress two of them, while I handle the third. As long as we keep them from escaping or affecting me, it'll be fine. For the dark demon, evil god tiger, you just need to prevent it from fleeing. To be honest, these tasks aren't particularly difficult. The most dangerous part would be when suppressing two of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor brothers, where we might face their desperate resistance. For Yi's sake, I agreed. As soon as the great Ming finished speaking, Ming followed up with a yes, while Xiao Wu shouted that she also wanted to help. In the icy fire duality I spring, the power is indeed in their hands. Looking at the three creatures that had become alert due to the presence of this human soul master and the soul beast mixed team, Wang Yin thought about how to quickly but painfully resolve the situation with the three brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. Their strength seems to have undergone a rapid breakthrough, all surpassing 90,000 years, making the situation quite troublesome. The great Ming said solemnly. During their journey, Wang Yin, the great Ming, and others exchanged information about the three brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. According to the great Ming, each of the three brothers approaches the level of 90,000 years, with individual strength not inferior to that of an ordinary human titled Douluo, and even their combined strength surpasses that of 3 human titled Douluos. However, upon closer observation, they discovered that the three brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor had apparently broken through for some reason, each measuring about 3 meters in length, definitely surpassing the 90,000 year threshold. 90,000 years is a significant milestone among 10,000-year soul beasts, and when breaking through, there is typically a calamity-like challenge, making it rare and difficult for a soul beast to reach 90,000 years. Therefore, the great Ming originally thought that the three brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor shouldn't be at the 90,000 year level at this time. But Wang Yin felt a surge of joy because if they were below that level, he wouldn't have to worry about being unable to absorb 3,100,000 year soul rings at once. Absorbing 3,100,000 year soul rings at once is almost tantamount to seeking death. Even if they were mutated from 90,000 years to 100,000 years for some reason, it would still be a sure path to disaster. According to the original plan, Great Ming, you and Ming along with E will be responsible for suppressing 2 of them, while Xiao will stay far away with Dong and Long to protect themselves. By the time they arrived, the soul beasts in the territory of the three brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor had all fled, as the soul beast auras of Great Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu clearly indicated that they were looking for trouble with the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor brothers. Other soul beasts wouldn't dare to interfere in such a situation, so there was no need to worry too much about the safety of Bai Bai Dong and Lu Erlong. All right, let's go. As soon as the great Ming finished speaking, Ming charged forward. It seemed like a reckless charge, but let's not forget that Ming is a Titan giant ape. Whether due to the type of soul beast or the Titan bloodline, it was destined that Ming wouldn't just be a muscle-bound monkey, though his fighting style might resemble that of a mindless brawler. As he approached the collision distance, Ming suddenly paused, his massive hands forming fists the size of half a room, and he slammed them into the ground. Instantly, the area within dozens of meters sank 2 to 3 meters deep, activating the gravity field. Following closely were the Great Ming and Wang Yin, who unleashed their slow field and holy judgment field. Ro was last, acting as high mobility support. The gravity field has a deceleration effect, while the slow field is designed to slow down, and even Wang Yan's holy judgment field has suppressive and weakening effects. Under the combined effects of the 3 fields, the movements of the 3 brothers of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor were immediately hindered, even though their speed, after mutation, was comparable to that of agile soul beasts. Following the original plan, the Great Ming and Ming each blocked one of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperors, leaving the remaining one for Wang Yan. Unlike the Great Ming and Ming, who could physically engage with the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, Wang Yin avoided any contact, as he lacked confidence in facing such a soul beast. The thousand-gene ant, much like the blue silvergrass, is considered useless among soul beasts. But after achieving a certain level, it becomes very troublesome. The blue silver emperor possesses astonishing vitality and near-immortal capabilities, while the thousand-gene ant boasts unparalleled defense and strength. With an exceptionally thick bloodline and terrifying defensive capabilities, Wang Yin had no doubts about his combat power. But when it came to a soul beast at the level of a title Douluo, he couldn't guarantee that all his attacks would be effective. Therefore, he was well prepared for this. With a swipe of his hand on the storage soul guidance device, more than a dozen white jade bottles glowing with red light appeared in Wang Yin's hands. The bright red glow indicated that they possessed the ability to burn intensely. Utilizing his much greater speed compared to the Thousand Junan Emperor, while Deming and Erming were just making contact with the other 2,000 Junan Emperors, Wang Yin swiftly arrived above the third Thousand Jun Ant Emperor. Before it could react, Wang Yin threw down the dozen or so jade bottles. As the jade bottles approached, the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor reacted, dark golden light enveloping its body as it unleashed its soul power to try to deflect these mysterious objects. However, Wang Yin would not let it have its way. A series of not particularly powerful purple lightning strikes hit the jade bottles, causing them to shatter and spill red liquid all over the Thousand Junan Emperor. The red liquid ignored the soul power and dark golden light that erupted from the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor, or rather, it simply burned through it. Upon landing on the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor, a sharp, eerie scream akin to the wails of demons from the abyss immediately echoed. Xiao had to cover her ears with soul power to block the sound, yet she could still hear it, indicating the extent of the damage inflicted on the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor by the red liquid. As for the closer to Ming, Erming, Wang Yin, and Aro, they were even more affected. Even the other two furious Thousand Junan Emperors were momentarily unable to attack due to the sound. The red liquid that achieved such great results was the scorching Yang spring water from the ice and fire Yin Yang well, an extremely hot and toxic substance. In a future without Wang Yin, this was the very thing that Tang San had used against the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. And even the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King's nearly completely transformed body was affected, let alone this mere 90,000-year-old Thousand Jun Ant Emperor. Even if this Thousand Jun Ant Emperor was known for its defense, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, a dozen small bottles of scorching Yang spring water were not enough to eliminate a Thousand Jun Ant Emperor. But Wang Yin didn't just take this little bit from the ice and fire Yin Yang well. He had taken a considerable amount. Wang Yin struck again, throwing a jade bottle radiating blue light with the same quantity as before. This time, the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor showed no reaction and was directly hit by the jade bottle. The bottle shattered, unleashing an intensely cold chill, this time from the freezing spring water. Deming and Erming concentrated their domains on the other 2,000 Jun Ant Emperors, preventing the frenzied ones from reaching Wang Yin. Meanwhile, Wang Yin also pushed the Sacred Judgment domain to its limit. Though it was slightly weaker than the other two domains due to its range, Wang Yin approached the twitching Ant Emperor, tormented by the ice and fire 2E ice spring water. It still had a lot of vitality, but it had lost the ability to resist. The power of the ice and fire 2E ice spring water was somewhat beyond Wang Yin's imagination, and he didn't expect such extraordinary effects. Placing his hand on the immobile Ant Emperor's head, Wang Yin activated the perfected Evil Soul Master's secret technique, and a vast amount of vitality was continuously devoured, absorbed, and refined by him, completely resolving the three Ant Emperors. As that immense vitality surged into his body, Wang Yin felt as if he were lying in the womb of life itself, with every part of him rejoicing. Wang Yin had quickly raised his strength to level 95, but ultimately, it left some aftereffects on his body. Therefore, instead of hurriedly converting this life force and his soul power to enhance his strength, Wang Yin quietly enjoyed the comfort in his body. While Wang Yin felt comfortable, Deming and Erming were not, because their opponents, the two Titan Ant Emperors, were going berserk. The two large and four small pairs of eyes glowed red, filled with furious anger towards Wang Yin's actions. After all, Wang Yin was a level 95 title Douluo, and the speed at which he consumed life force was quite rapid. Soon, he had absorbed a quarter of it, and every part of Wang Yin's body showed signs of satisfaction for being full. Upon receiving such signals, Wang Yin activated the Divine Thunder Curse, which served as a driving backend, instantly increasing the speed of the evil soul master's secret method of devouring life force by several times. The spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang, I had already been exhausted by this time, but the tortured Titan Ant Emperor had also stopped moving, lacking even the strength to twitch, let alone resist Wang Yan's absorption of its life force. When Wang Yan's soul power reached a peak, the Titan Ant Emperor under him had become completely still, its eyes lost their luster, and its entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of grayish white, with not a trace of life force left, all devoured by Wang Yan. A soul ring slowly condensed, with a rich black color interspersed with a very obvious red hue. This color of the soul ring was the standard appearance of a soul ring produced by a 90,000-year soul beast. Ming, go and help Ming suppress the other Titan Ant Emperor. Let that Titan Ant Emperor come at me. After dealing with the one in front of him, Wang Yan began to deal with the second one. He did not immediately absorb the soul ring, because he needed to absorb 3 soul rings together to achieve a mutation upgrade. And sitting there to absorb the soul ring, while letting Ming and Ming block for him, would definitely be a behavior that would let down his teammates. It should be noted that he originally only asked them to help suppress a bit. But now the situation had escalated to a point where they had put in a lot of effort, and there was no need to let them down further. Ming, utilizing his agility advantage of not being affected by the domain, hopped over to Ming, while the Titan Ant Emperor that had lost its opponent did not go after Ming, but instead charged straight at Wang Yan. However, due to the restrictions of the domain, this charge did not pose much of a threat to Wang Yan. Following the same method as before, Wang Yan threw out the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. This charging Titan Ant Emperor did not lack the will to dodge. But due to the influence of the domain and Wang Yan's intentional control, it was quickly subdued by Wang Yan. However, before it could be devoured of life force, the third Titan Ant Emperor, which was only being suppressed and obstructed, encountered a problem. Not good, it's going to self-destruct. We have no way to stop it. Dalming shuted at Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked up and saw that the breath of that Titan Ant Emperor had begun to go berserk, a faint aura of destruction rising. Seeing the situation, Wang Yan froze for no more than a second, or rather, he had less than a second to think before taking urgent action. 2 dazzling golden lights shot out from Wang Yan's eyes, and the speed of the golden light was so fast that there was no time to blink. It struck the head of the third Titan Ant Emperor. The faint aura of destruction instantly dissipated, and the Titan Ant Emperor's increasingly violent breath also vanished, its 3-meter-sized body thudding to the ground, motionless. A soul ring, black with a hint of red, slowly condensed, having been killed by the 2 beams of golden light shot from Wang Yan's eyes. The life force of the remaining 2 Titan Ant Emperors was not absorbed by Wang Yan, but was instead transferred through Wang Yan to Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Eru, Xiao Wu, as well as to Ming and Ming. To be precise, it was absorbed by Wang Yan, but then given to others. Since this life force was distributed to them by Wang Yan, aside from Lu Erlong showing a slight increase in soul power level, the others did not show much change. Bibi Dong should also have had a certain increase in soul power level, but due to reaching a bottleneck without a soul ring, even if she had a boost, it wouldn't show until she added a 7th soul ring. As for Eru and the others not showing much, it was purely because their strength was too deep, making any changes less noticeable. Wang Yan's soul power directly activated 3 soul rings that were black with a hint of red. Whether he could successfully mutate and upgrade them to a 100,000-year soul ring depended on this moment. However, as soon as these 3 black-red soul rings entered his body, Wang Yan immediately regretted it, feeling that he had somewhat overestimated himself. The combined soul power of the 3 soul rings completely dispersed the refining power Wang Yan had, nearly disrupting the divine thunder curse, and his body felt like it was about to explode. The phantom of the 2-winged angel automatically appeared above Wang Yan's head, and the 6 soul rings quickly began to pulsate rhythmically, while the previously retracted sacred judgment domain also automatically unfolded. In an instant, Wang Yan completely gave up on resisting the refining absorption. Even the divine thunder curse was halted by him, and then a dark golden light enveloped his entire body tightly, including every part of his body's surface and interior, with the internal organs, blood vessels, meridians, brain, bones, and even every muscle wrapped securely in dark golden light. At this moment, Wang Yan resembled a golden statue that had been stored for a very long time, except this golden statue was still trembling continuously. The angelic phantom above Wang Yan's head also began to stir, as a pure white light enveloped him. This was the ability of the holy baptism that Wang Yan had mastered to an extreme level, capable of healing and restoring himself or others. He activated the golden light spell, which was simpler and more fundamental than the divine thunder spell, and also more durable and practical. Coupled with Wang Yan's finely tuned control, it could be said that he protected every part of himself, allowing the combined soul ring's soul power to impact him while waiting for it to exhaust itself before cleaning up the aftermath. Even though the golden light spell boasted an extraordinary defense, it seemed to be struggling somewhat. After all, a single soul ring soul power was no match for Wang Yan, but 3 combined exceeded his total. Roxia, do you think senior brother will be able to absorb it smoothly? Bibi Dong asked with concern, looking at the trembling little golden figure of Wang Yan. Believe in him. At this point, there is no room for doubt. Besides, you should have seen quite a bit of his reckless cultivation by now. Roxia, too, felt uncertain. The soul ring's soul power was firmly trapped within Wang Yan's body, unable to break through or escape. Somehow, the remnants of the 3 brothers of the Ant Emperor found their way into Wang Yan's sea of consciousness. With a flash of angelic holy light, only the pure soul power that could be refined and absorbed remained from the 3 remnants. The immense soul power within Wang Yan, after the remnants were eliminated, also quietly ceased its movement, unable to disappear. The unwilling dark demon, evil god Tiger, whose total soul power was still less than the combined soul ring power, was completely absorbed by Wang Yan, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of level 96. Wang Yan's breakthrough to level 96 did not come without understanding of his realm, but according to Douluo. Given Wang Yan's unique state of completely merging with his martial soul, even without any comprehension of realms, reaching level 99 would not be a problem. As for whether he could directly ascend to level 100, Douluo did not comment, as he himself was still stuck at level 99. The color hadn't changed. After successfully absorbing 3 soul rings, the first thing Wang Yan did when he opened his eyes was to check his last 3 soul rings. They were still black with a hint of red, not the 3 red 100,000-year soul rings Wang Yan had expected. It's fine that they didn't change. This was already almost enough to kill me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been shattered to pieces. Moreover, 3 soul bones. Aren't they much stronger than Tang San's 3 red 100,000-year soul rings? Yes, the 3 brothers of the Qianjun Ant Emperor produced 3 soul bones, each one from a different Qianjun Ant Emperor, belonging to 3 different positions. These 3 soul bones all came from the Qianjun Ant Emperor, and the one most suitable to absorb them was Wang Yan, who had absorbed the Qianjun Ant Emperor soul rings. Additionally, among those present, they were the closest to Wang Yan, and no one was jealous, so after the 3 soul bones were dug out, they were placed with Wang Yan. If I had absorbed these 3 soul bones before absorbing the soul rings, wouldn't I have avoided this near-tragic event? This time, Wang Yan muttered aloud. You just directly absorbed 3 soul rings. Wasn't he that dangerous? Aru asked softly, her voice tinged with concern. Senior brother, are you hurt? Bibi Dong immediately leaned over, checking Wang Yan all over. Are you okay? Lu Erlong also expressed her concern. There was a sense of playing with fire. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been done for. Fortunately, everything has passed, and not only was I fine, but I directly ascended to the peak of level 96. Ah, Xi O Dongya. It feels so itchy. Seeing that Wang Yan didn't seem to have any problems, Aru and the others finally relaxed. The 3 soul bones consisted of a torso bone and left and right arm bones. Wang Yan didn't hesitate and, while they were still warm, directly absorbed them. With the powerful enhancement of these 3 90,000-year soul bones, Wang Yan's basic physical attributes significantly increased, especially his strength, defense, and endurance, which surged again on top of the increase from the soul rings, though relatively, the increase in his speed attribute was somewhat less. Of course, the increase in his basic physical attributes was only part of it. The most gratifying thing was that Wang Yan's soul power level broke through to 97, although Yan made much progress within that level. Now, Wang Yan felt confident enough to challenge Douluo. While he might still not be a match, it would definitely be no problem to fight and then escape. After all, the gap between levels 97 and 99 was too great, at least comparable to the difficulty between level 95 and level 97 being 4 times greater, and that is saying it lightly. So, Wang Yan was really curious about how Tang Sen managed to escape from the already godlike Qianrenxue. The protagonist's halo is just too powerful, and Qianrenxue must have let him go, This can't be explained by simply going easy. Of course, there was also the reason that Qian Renshua, upon becoming a god, was running around without having mastered anything properly. After resting up, without further delay, Wang Yin and his group, led by Daming and Erming, went to find trouble with the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. The location of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, could be considered the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The reason it was here was that there were basically no powerful soul beasts, allowing it to hunt and feed freely, and it could quickly escape the Stardow Forest when chased by soul beasts. Given the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger's strength, a few powerful soul beasts generally wouldn't be able to pursue it effectively, but once the numbers truly increased, the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger would still have to flee. Fortunately, the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger was quite intelligent. Under the attention of many powerful soul beasts, it could suppress its killing instincts, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to remain in the Stardow Forest at all. However, no matter how intelligent the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was, it could never have imagined that human soul masters would unite with soul beasts to hunt it down. And the reason was simply to covet its suitable soul ring. After moving to a certain position, slightly beyond the range of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's perception of Daming and Erming's aura, only the auras of Wang Yin and Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong remained, while Daming, Erming, Xiao Wu, and even Eru had concealed their auras to the utmost extent. Daming and Erming each blocked one direction of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, leaving the remaining direction for Wang Yin, while Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong stayed with Xiao Wu, although not too far apart. Although the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was only at 50,000-year cultivation, its strength was by no means inferior to Daming and Erming alone. In fact, in a one-on-one situation, it was even slightly stronger than Daming and Erming. It should be noted that even though Daming and Erming were not yet 100,000-year soul beasts, they still possessed strength comparable to that of a title Douluo among human soul masters. What does this mean? It means that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, with strength equivalent to a soul sage among human soul masters, could defeat a title Douluo. But if that were all, Wang Yin wouldn't have made such a big fuss just to deal with a Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, because he could also achieve the strength to fight a title Douluo, although he might be slightly inferior to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The main reason was that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was too cunning and intelligent, and its skills from the Death Arena were excessively abnormal. Plus the fact that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's inner core truly touched Wang Yin's heart. With all these factors combined, Wang Yin had to be cautious. Compared to the troubles faced with the three brothers of the Qianjun and Emperor, Wang Yin completely suppressed the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger on his own, while Daming and Erming and Eru only played a role in alerting and obstructing. Wang Yin was able to easily suppress the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger because, on one hand, his strength had reached a crushing level, and on the other hand, it was due to his two-winged angel martial soul. The two-winged angel martial soul might not be as powerful as the six-winged angel martial soul, but that was only in terms of the level of the angels. Disregarding level, Wang Yan's two-winged angel martial soul was even much stronger than the six-winged angel martial soul. If it were a battle of the same level, Qian Xuanji truly couldn't rely on his six-winged angel martial soul to suppress Wang Yan. The sacred and light attributes of the angel martial soul just happened to counter the evil and dark attributes of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. And it was a relationship where whoever was weaker would be countered. In terms of raw strength, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was far inferior to Wang Yan. Thus its strength, comparable to a title Douluo, could only be exerted to about 70 to 80% at best. In reality, even achieving 70 to 80% of its strength was a luxury for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, because Wang Yin discovered that after merging and upgrading his Holy Judgment domain several times, it countered the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger even more strongly than the Angel Martial Soul. The Death Arena was no longer usable due to Daming and Erming's influence. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger had no chance to activate at all, faced with such a crushing situation. Even the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's intelligence could only slightly delay the inevitable. If the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger could speak right now, it would probably howl at the sky, lamenting its unfortunate fate. However, judging by its constant roaring, it was clear there was a reason for that. It was incredibly unwilling. 1-2-2. An unexpected incident occurred. The wings were torn off, the scorpion tail was removed, and the blood-red eyes could no longer open. Wounds of all sizes were spread all over the body, but the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger still could not find an opportunity to escape. Let alone an opportunity to escape. The dark demon, evil god tiger, couldn't even manage to reduce its injuries. Roar! The dark demon, evil god tiger roared. But it was so powerless. The roar was filled with anger and unwillingness, yet it was helpless. It cannot be said that the dark demon, evil god tiger is not powerful. In fact, Wang Yan's strength is greater than its own. And the old opponents like Ming Er and Douluo blocked all escape routes for the dark demon, evil god tiger. The dark demon, evil god tiger could only fight hard, but it simply could not compete with Wang Yan. The trump card of the life and death arena was something the dark demon, evil god tiger had considered using, but to fully unleash it required time. The simplest requirement was to accumulate energy, but Wang Yan never gave the dark demon, evil god tiger the chance to gather strength. Moreover, Ming Er and Arual were lurking nearby. If the dark demon, evil god tiger really conserved its strength to prepare this powerful move, they would definitely take action. At that time, it would be a small matter if it couldn't successfully activate it. But if it were to be backfired by its sole skill, it would be like lifting a stone to smash its own foot. Doesn't it feel like even wanting to commit suicide is difficult? For some reason, Wang Yan suddenly stopped and said this. The dark demon, evil god tiger was taken aback. Indeed, just like an ordinary person. A vivid and expressive look of being stunned appeared on its large tiger face. Sorry, I won't give you any chance. Wang Yan knew that the dark demon, evil god tiger used its scorpion tail when launching the death arena. So he had already forcefully torn off the scorpion tail of the dark demon, evil god tiger early on. However, taking advantage of the moment when Wang Yan suddenly stopped to speak, the dark demon, evil god tiger appeared momentarily stunned on the surface, but was actually seizing that tiny opportunity to gather power. The scorpion tail had been ripped off, yet the dark demon, evil god tiger was still gathering power. What was it planning to do? Wang Yan had no idea, but he knew that stopping it was definitely the right thing to do. Before the dark demon, evil god tiger had completed its accumulation, while saying a few words, Wang Yan's hands were already in motion, executing two moves that were absolutely the most restraining against the dark demon, evil god tiger. A holy strike with his left hand and a palm thunder with his right hand. Although they were different techniques, when Wang Yan executed them simultaneously, there was not the slightest hint of awkwardness. It was very natural and harmonious. The holy strike and palm thunder struck the dark demon, evil god tiger at the same time. And, just as it was about to complete its accumulation to the minimum usable level, the lightning attribute disrupted this process, causing the accumulated power to no longer be under the dark demon, evil god tiger's control. The dark demon, evil god tiger was hit back by this power, neither strong nor weak, while the holy strike's holy attribute collided and annihilated with the dark demon, evil god tiger's evil attribute, delivering a secondary blow. Seeing the dark demon, evil god tiger, which was now without the ability to counterattack, Wang Yan suddenly thought of a question. Without the scorpion tail, the evil god hook that released the death arena, the dark demon, evil god tiger's inner core should not escape, right? If the inner core didn't escape, then wouldn't that mean the protagonist from the neighboring world of the Heaven Pearl had been eliminated? After thinking this through, Wang Yan realized that if the protagonist from the neighboring world was gone, then so be it. After all, the divine realm wouldn't allow that giant crab to recklessly destroy the vast continent. At least for now, it wouldn't concern him too much. Just as he pondered this, Wang Yan noticed that the dark demon, evil god tiger had again seized a tiny opportunity, and its movements were not small. Just as Wang Yan was about to deal with the dark demon, evil god tiger directly, the dark demon, evil god tiger opened its mouth and spat out a thick phlegm. Not just any phlegm, but a ball of extremely evil energy wrapped around a pearl flickering with strange light, directly aimed at Wang Yan's face. As soon as the dark demon, evil god tiger released this ball of energy and the strange pearl, its battered body collapsed to the ground, and wisps of gray gas coalesced into a black soul ring with a gray glow. However, no one noticed the process of the soul ring because Wang Yan and the others were attracted by another event. The energy and strange pearl that the dark demon, evil god tiger spat out before dying. Due to the close distance, facing the attack from this evil energy and pearl, Wang Yan chose to dodge, but just as he avoided it, he reached out to grab it. The dodging action caused his follow-up grabbing motion not to achieve the expected effect. But Wang Yan did not give up because the inner core of the dark demon, evil god tiger was that flickering pearl. With a push from the ground instantly caved in, and Wang Yan's body charged toward the escaping inner core of the dark demon, evil god tiger. In that moment when the inner core was about to appear, Wang Yin understood the dark demon evil god tiger's plan. The frontal attack was a ruse. The real intention was to seize a tiny opportunity to escape. Otherwise, their Wu Ti had been that ball of evil energy. Moreover, at the moment of dodging, Wang Yin felt an abnormal fluctuation within the evil energy. As Wang Yin got closer, the energy wrapping the dark demon evil god tiger's inner core suddenly vanished, replaced by a dark, sucking hole that appeared right in front of it. Senior brother, Xiao Yin, bad guy, be careful. Different names and warnings sounded at the same time, but this did not prevent the unexpected from happening. The inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger had already rushed into the black hole, and Wang Yin followed suit, accelerating into it. Just as Wang Yin entered, the black hole vanished instantly, and even someone as fast as a roe could not stop it. Senior brother, Bibi Dong cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground as if she had lost her anchor, while Lu Erlong's face displayed worry and despair equal to Bibi Dong's. However, unlike Bibi Dong, she still had the strength to support Bibi Dong a little. Aunt Ro, will brother still come back? Facing those eager eyes, a Ro turned her gaze away, only to see another pair of eyes reflecting the same longing. He can come back. Turning completely around, after a tremor of her body, a Ro firmly declared. Xiao Yin has never lacked miraculous events. Not to mention, have you forgotten? He also has the inheritance of a judgment god. Just the judgment god alone Wu Ti let him die. As for whether he can come back, I can't say for sure at this time. By the end, a Ro's tone also carried a hint of confusion. Right? Senior brother still has the divine inheritance mark. He will definitely be fine. Bibi Dong muttered absent-mindedly, and Lu Erlong's eyes also shone with light. Sister Dong don't forget what he once said. Even if a divine inheritor encounters an accident, there is still a possibility of being guided to the divine realm by the deity. You need to absorb this soul ring first, then we can cultivate together. By then, whether to find him in the divine realm or in another world, it's all possible. Compared to Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong was much more composed. After all, that was just the way it was. In contrast to Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong seemed more infatuated. Regardless, after Wang Yin disappeared, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, a Ro, and Xiao Wu were initially stabilized, and soon Bibi Dong successfully absorbed the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger, becoming a soul sage over level 70. So, what about Wang Yin, who disappeared due to that black hole? Where did he go? 1, 2, 3, in the vast continent, the Tiangong Empire. What met the eyes was an expansive and desolate darkness. Of course, this darkness was not pure. After all, Wang Yin could see sparkling points of light adorning that pitch-black curtain. From Wang Yan's perspective, as soon as he entered the black hole, he grasped the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger. And as soon as he grabbed this inner core, Wang Yin keenly sensed that there was a quite complete soul of the dark demon evil god tiger within it. Perhaps this was why the black hole closed so rapidly. The dark demon evil god tiger's soul had originally hoped to close the black hole quickly, using the spatial cutting ability during the closure to slice Wang Yin. Even if it couldn't kill him, at least it could take a piece of flesh from him. However, the dark demon evil god tiger's soul did not anticipate that Wang Yan's actions were too swift. By the time the black hole closed, Wang Yin had already completely entered, and this action not only failed to achieve any effect, but instead delivered itself completely into Wang Yan's hands. Without waiting for the dark demon evil god tiger's soul to react, Wang Yin, in a hurry, used a palm thunder to directly envelop the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, annihilating the soul within, which transformed into a mass of pure spiritual power. Moreover, due to the nature of this inner core, this spiritual power was effectively locked inside. Just after completely obliterating the soul of the dark demon evil god tiger, Wang Yin turned around and was dumbfounded. Where was the black hole he had come through? Obediently, in his eagerness to seize the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, Wang Yin forgot that the existence of that black hole was extremely short-lived. Originally, it would quickly disappear without the control of the dark demon evil god tiger's soul, but with a little push from the soul of the dark demon evil god tiger, it lingered. Well, Wang Yin couldn't go back now. In this situation, Wang Yin didn't dare to move recklessly. His ability to remain so calm and have time was entirely due to a protective force that the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger autonomously emitted. It was originally meant to guard against Wang Yan's attacks, but before it could even prepare for that, the soul vanished, leaving only a protective force to shield Wang Yin and the inner core. Wang Yin continuously infused soul power into the inner Dan to ensure his safety. A portion was stored within the inner Dan, but some was consumed, and the protective power remained unwavering. Perhaps this protective power is one of the most fundamental functions of the inner Dan. As for why Wang Yin did not take any other actions, just look at the various bright scratches constantly appearing on the shield formed by the protective power, and it should be clear. Those are likely traces of spatial debris rubbing against the shield. Additionally, there were various strange lights flickering outside the shield, with flowing spatial fragments of different sizes and shapes. And beyond that was a pitch-black space. Before long, Wang Yin, who tightly held onto the inner Dan of the dark demon, evil god tiger, exited the pitch-black space within the shield and arrived in a vast, desolate darkness adorned with faint light points. After looking around, Wang Yin could not determine where he was. If his initial guess was correct, this might be in some part of space within the Douluo universe, but it should still be within the control range of the Douluo god realm. After all, the dark demon, evil god tiger, did not have enough energy to directly escape the control of the Douluo god realm. Perhaps the distance to those faint light points was too great. Wang Yin could hardly perceive any signs of movement between himself and the protective shield of the inner Dan. By the way, does our big boss not provide any assistance? Just letting the successor run around aimlessly? Wang Yin's heart was very calm, which is why he had the leisure to make sarcastic remarks. The main target of his sarcasm was that judgment god. After all, that was the closest to him. As for the big shots of the human race like Fuxi, Niuhua, the three sovereigns, the five emperors, and the religious figures like the three purities and Buddha, they felt a bit distant from Wang Yin. What is this situation? Just when he was feeling bored, Wang Yin suddenly sensed that the protective shield required a surge of protective power, as if it had encountered something. At first, he only felt movement, and the source of this feeling was the faint light spots in the desolate emptiness. Suddenly, those light spots began to move one by one, and the more they moved, the faster they became. Consequently, the soul power consumed by Wang Yin also increased. The light spots started to draw lines on the dark, desolate curtain, and these lines gradually elongated. When the lines reached their extreme length, Wang Yin could see those lines drawn by the light spots from all angles within the protective shield. And at that moment, his soul power had been consumed to less than half. Just as Wang Yin sensed that he was about to exhaust his soul power and the protective shield would shatter, a strange and sudden vibration occurred, as if a stone had been placed on a slingshot pulled to its limit. A feeling of leaping surged from the depths of his heart. The consumption of the protective shield was still enormous, but Wang Yin had already exhausted his soul power. Now, he was burning his life force to convert it into soul power for consumption. Wang Yin dared not rely on the energy inherent in the dark demon evil god's inner core. The lines formed by the light spots quickly shortened back into light points, and then without pause, they once again stretched out into lines. When Wang Yin felt that his hard-earned life force had been consumed to less than half, the elongated line shortened again, and the speed of shortening displayed a linear state. When the line was about to return to being a light point, Wang Yin saw that he was about to collide with a planet. However, what Wang Yin thought his heart was to thank the heavens, because he only had about 10% of his life force left, and he did not collide with the first star he saw, but rather with what appeared to be a life planet. At the moment of colliding with the planet, the protective shield formed by the protective power of the dark demon, evil god's inner core, shattered instantly, faster than an egg hitting a stone, more like poking a soap bubble with a finger. Fortunately, after the shield broke, Wang Yin discovered that he could breathe, although it was somewhat difficult due to the high speed. The holy shield protection and the golden light spell activated, and at that moment, it was clear that these skills capable of defense were more reliable. Additionally, unexpectedly for Wang Yin, after activating his holy shield protection and golden light skills, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere and enveloped him completely. The silver lightning made Wang Yin feel a bit tingly all over, and he was also a bit dazed. Fortunately, Wang Yin was already able to sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth, which replenished him. Otherwise, he would have to consume more life force. The energy of the lightning surged into Wang Yin's body, creating a feeling akin to being in a mother's embrace that swept through all his senses. Combined with the massive consumption of life, force, and mental energy earlier, the external lightning striking him and this internal feeling clashed, causing Wang Yin to faint unexpectedly. Hiss! When Wang Yin woke up, he felt as if he had been drained of all energy. Everything in front of him was blurry, and his ears were buzzing. He felt terrible. Who are you? Where's this? Although he felt terrible, Wang Yin still noticed some people not too far from him. However, due to his poor state, he couldn't see what they looked like at all. There seemed to be two groups of people. One group had only one man, while the other group had several women. I am Zhou Xiaoping, and this is the starry forest outside, the Heavenly Bao city of the Heavenly Bao Empire. The man's voice had a hint of vigilance, while the women remained silent and alert. Heavenly Bao Empire? Where is that? Wang Yin felt a bit confused for a moment, only sensing that the name Tiangong Empire sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it clearly due to the chaos in his mind. What about the vast continent? Do you know that name? The man asked tentatively. Wang Yin shook his head. What a big problem. Where did this wild person come from? I can understand if the Tiangong Empire doesn't know, but to not even know the name of the vast continent? Could this be a fool? Seeing Wang Yin shake his head upon hearing the name of the vast continent, one of the seemingly arrogant women sneered. However, whether you're truly foolish or just pretending, I don't have time to waste with you here, fool. You can slowly talk with this waste here. We're leaving. With that, the proud woman led the others away. Wang Yin had no reaction to this, as if the arrogant woman was performing a solo act. What a joke. Once we're married, I'll make sure you regret it in bed. After those women had walked far away, a young man who hadn't left showed a fierce expression, looking somewhat embarrassed and angry. Hey, do you have any food? Wang Yin wasn't ignoring those people just now. He simply didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He was just checking his own situation, and now that he has finished checking, he naturally started to speak. To be honest, Wang Yin's current condition is very bad. His soul power seems to have automatically recovered a bit, but his life force is down to less than 10%. His sea of consciousness and body are a complete mess. If it weren't for his originally profound cultivation and strong physique, he would have been finished a long time ago if he were someone of a lower level. Are you asking me? Do I look like I have anything to eat on me? The young man who hadn't left pointed at himself. No food. Then forget it. What's your name? Do you know how I ended up here? Wang Yin has somewhat recovered at this moment and is now clearer about the person in front of him. This person is dressed decently, has an ordinary and honest-looking face, resembling a simple-minded person. He appears to be of an age, but his vitality seems to not match his apparent age. My name is Zhou Xiaopeng. Yes, I'm Zhou Xiaopeng. Your appearance is quite unusual. You fell down after being struck by multiple lightning bolts. But buddy, thank you so much today. If you hadn't suddenly dropped down, I would definitely have been in trouble today. The honest young man, Zhou Xiaopeng, has a somewhat ingratiating expression on his face. Family members know their own affairs. The honest Zhou Xiaopeng's real name is Zhou Weiqing, a well-known figure in the Tiangong Empire. Today, he coincidentally ran into his fiancée, Yi, who was bathing in the wild and disdained him. If it weren't for Wang Yin suddenly falling from the sky, the attack from the beadmaster that his fiancée Yi unleashed would surely have hit him. The reason Zhou Weiqing shows an ingratiating expression is that he feels he has encountered an opportunity. Would an ordinary person fall from the sky? Would an ordinary person be struck by lightning? Would an ordinary person be fine after being struck by lightning and then getting hit by a beadmaster's attack? He has never heard of such a person from his father. Clearly, in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, Wang Yin is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, the other party seems to be in a situation where they know nothing and need help. If he helps this person, could it potentially solve his own problem of blocked meridians and inability to cultivate? There is a significant possibility. Struck by lightning? Could it be some kind of will from another plane? It seems I haven't felt any kind of plane suppression or anything like that. Wang Yin looked at his pitch-black appearance, relieved that the storage soul guide had not encountered any issues. He could clean himself up and change clothes later, but the most urgent matter was to sort out the chaotic situation inside his body. Buddy, I don't have any food on me, but there is plenty of game in the starry forest. Do you want me to get some for you? Zhou Weiqing heard Wang Yan's quiet mumbling about some plane's will and plane suppression, which sounded quite impressive. It was certainly a good idea to befriend him. All right, I'll meditate and recover first, and then I will give you a reward. He glanced at the honest-looking boy and confirmed that this guy appeared youthful, but his vitality was still lacking. At most, he was just a teenager. You don't need to give me a reward. You've helped me a lot today. It's only right that I help you in return. No need for rewards. Zhou Weiqing quickly waved his hand. If they were intentionally befriending each other, then there shouldn't be any talk of rewards. Being generous first would create a better rapport, making it easier to make friends, whether they were peers or potential romantic interests. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. After Zhou Xiaopeng walked away, Wang Yin looked around. It seemed he was on an official road, although there was a forest nearby. Zhou Xiaopeng had entered without any cultivation, which didn't seem to indicate any danger. So it should be fine to cultivate by the roadside. First, he visualized the nine heavens thunder god image to stabilize the chaotic situation in his sea of consciousness. Soon, He untangled everything, and after that, he felt much clearer and more awake, with his thoughts becoming significantly clearer. Next, he activated the thunder spell to straighten out his disordered body. After completing all these, he didn't pay attention to the additional injuries or vitality loss for the time being, as those weren't issues that could be resolved quickly. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoping's food was almost ready. 2 roasted rabbits glistened with oil, and there was a pot made from unknown leaves boiling some plants, resembling a soup. Everything was nearly done. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Wang Yin opened his eyes, his stomach let out a loud growl, catching the attention of Zhou Weiqing, who was busy nearby. The reason for the loud noise was that Wang Yin was indeed very hungry, and also because of his depleted vitality. Food was the simplest way to replenish it. You're really hungry, aren't you? This soup still needs to wait a bit longer, but this rabbit is good to go. Here, eat up. Though my cooking skills can't compare to those top chefs, it's definitely passable. Zhou Weiqing wasn't exaggerating, as after taking a bite of the roasted rabbit meat, Wang Yin found it quite tasty. You said your name is Zhou Xiaoping, right? While eating, Wang Yin asked, as figuring out where he was also quite important. Yeah, I already told you that when you just woke up, and it seems like you don't even know about the vast continent. You wouldn't be from the vast continent, would you? Zhou Weiqing nodded. First continent, Zhou Xiaoping. Is this the Tiangong Empire? Wang Yin suddenly remembered another very iconic name he heard after waking up. Oh, what's wrong? Seeing the look of surprise on Wang Yan's dark face, Zhou Weiqing felt a bit confused. The cultivation celestial pearl, right? Wang Yin quickly asked. It's not just the heavenly beads. Compared to the extremely rare heavenly bead masters, there are many more ordinary bead masters and spirit bead masters. Isn't this common knowledge? Zhou Weiqing's face still showed confusion, but his heart was extremely shocked. These were clearly just common knowledge that everyone knew. How could this person seem so unaware? It wasn't that he didn't know, but rather that he knew very little. You haven't practiced yet, have you? Wang Yin looked a bit serious. Yes, is there a problem? Zhou Weiqing had a puzzled expression. Is there a problem? It's a big problem, all right. 125, Zhou Xiaoping. Do you want to practice? No, it's not a problem. I'm just a bit surprised that I ended up here. It really is a twist of fate. Wang Yan's expression was hard to read, which made it quite intriguing for others. However, Zhou Weiqing didn't press too much on the matter, as he felt he couldn't afford to provoke this big shot. Moreover, it was common knowledge in the Tiangong Empire that Zhou Weiqing couldn't cultivate, and unlike Di Fuya, Wang Yin didn't label himself as useless. Since Zhou Weiqing wanted to build a good relationship, he asked the appropriate questions about Wang Yan's situation while avoiding others that might be inappropriate. Aren't you eating? Is the barbecue not to your taste? Seeing Wang Yin lost in thought, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but express his concern. As the saying goes, those who take from others are more likely to be agreeable, and having eaten his food would surely make conversation smoother. To facilitate better communication, he thought it was essential to eat more. Stopping after just a couple of bites wouldn't do. I'm just thinking about some things. You don't need to worry about me. Wang Yin waved his hand, still lost in his own thoughts. According to Wang Yan's memory, after the dark demon, evil god's inner core escaped from Tang San, it ended up with Zhou Weiqing, who then rose to power and ultimately defeated the final great monster, the Lord of the Underworld. At the same time, Tang San, who had gone to the divine realm, also emerged. What is most worth investigating is the timing of Tang San's appearance. Based on that soliloquy, the end of the Heavenly Pearl transformation story was already approaching the era of the Peerless Tang sect. After all, Tang San's daughter had already appeared. How could this be? When he left the Lost Star, Tang San was at most still a cell, and now, in the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 years had passed. What about Xiao Donger and Lu Erlong? How were they doing? Wang Yin dare not think deeply. However, it was fortunate that there was still some way out. After all, according to Tang San's soliloquy at the end of the story of Tianjubian, the situation where the Shura under his command was killed by the flames had already occurred. Yet, Tang San referred to them as Xiao Ji and Xiao Lai Yin, suggesting that Ji Dong and Lai Yin might not hold the positions of the two divine kings of good and evil for long. So the question arises, the story of Tianjubian indicates that nearly 10,000 years have passed in Douluo continent, and Ji Dong and Lai Yin should have happened nearly 10,000 years ago. Why does it seem like it occurred not long after that? Whether it's the synchronization of the next year in the divine realm or the next time in the divine realm, the time gap is too large. After all, even 10,000 days is over 27 years. Could it be that the yin-yang crown world and the divine realm are synchronized in time? This is simply ridiculous. All right, I can't discuss the time issue. It involves too much complexity. For now, Wang Yin found it hard to understand, so he decided to follow the story's chronological order. Following the chronological order, he only needed to consider the worlds of Douluo and Tianzhu. The timeline of Tianzhu Bian is undoubtedly after Douluo, so it is necessary for Wang Yin to determine whether the Tianzhu world he is in is still the Douluo universe he traversed into. After Wang Yin traversed into Douluo, it's not that the changes were enormous, but at least there were quite a few changes. At the very least, the situations between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang have changed. The disgusting matters between Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang, and Qian Xuanji have completely disappeared. Therefore, Bibi Dong would no longer have any thoughts of destroying the world. No, that's not right. The overall situation in Douluo is that Tang San seeks revenge and destroys the Spirit Hall. Even if the events involving Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang have changed, it still does not alter the fact that Tang San will eventually seek to destroy the Spirit Hall, as the Spirit Hall has long had the ambition to unify the continent. In this case, even if Wang Yin sees who the god is that ultimately resolves the Lord of the Underworld, he still cannot be sure whether he is in the universe after his traversal. Oh no, everything is locked down. Does this mean he will never see Xiao Dong, Ere Long, and Aunt Ro again? Wang Yin thought for a long time and realized that he seemed to have reached a dead end. Regardless of whether he was in that universe after the initial crossover, it seemed that he could only see Tang San as a possibility. Based on his understanding of that Tang San, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to ask anything useful. Even if he met Bibi Don, Lu Erlong, and Ro Yi in the Divine Realm, it wouldn't necessarily help, as there are infinite parallel universes with all kinds of possibilities. Unless I could reach the so-called state of being free and unfettered in all time and space. However, if I could reach that level, I could just go back directly, even to the exact moment when that black hole had just closed. Moreover, reaching such a level of freedom in all time and space is incredibly difficult. Even under the best circumstances, it would take an immense amount of time to achieve. Wang Yin was mumbling to himself, a hint of loneliness appearing on his dark face. Do you have something on your mind? Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt that the environment around him had changed, but looking left and right, it seemed nothing was different. The only change was in the temperament of the person he wanted to befriend. It seemed he had discovered something not so good, and his mood was somewhat down. Wang Yin sighed. Zhou Xiaoping, I want to ask you something. What is it? Zhou Weiqing replied promptly, though somewhat surprised. If there is something that is very difficult to achieve with almost zero possibility and requires a long time of effort to pursue, would you still do it? At that moment, Wang Yin felt confused and indecisive. He wasn't someone with a strong will, and suddenly facing such a big change, it was understandable for him to have such a mindset. Is that thing absolutely necessary? Zhou Weiqing didn't rush to answer. Not necessarily. If I don't do it, at least for a considerable time, nothing significant will happen, and it seems I can make up for it in other ways. However, it still feels a bit unsatisfactory. After all, it's different, and it's hard to deceive myself. Compared to Tang San, Zhou Weiqing might be more suited to talk about such matters. Moreover, Zhou Weiqing had not yet obtained the chance to rise with the inner pill of the dark demon evil god tiger, so for now, Wang Yin still had some control. Perhaps because of Wang Yin, Zhou Weiqing did not receive the inner pill of the dark demon evil god tiger that he deserved. From his perspective, it seemed that Wang Yin might have just traveled to the future, still within the Douluo universe right after his arrival. If it were me, I probably wouldn't do it. After all, I can't cultivate, and if I force myself to do it, I might lose my life. But if it were you, you should be able to, since you can cultivate. Zhou Weiqing thought for a moment and said this. Is that what you think? Wang Yin glanced at the seemingly serious Zhou Weiqing. Well, of course. Zhou Weiqing nodded. I understand. Without saying much more, Wang Yin lowered his head to continue working on the roasted rabbit meat. So, do you want to do it? With a hint of caution, Zhou Weiqing asked tentatively. Take it slow, there's no rush. Perhaps things aren't as bad as I think, he added. Wang Yin carefully looked at Zhou Weiqing. He indeed did not possess the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, while Wang Yan's was still in his storage soul guide. Oh, Zhou Weiqing did not ask further. Zhou Xiaoping, do you want to cultivate? Taking in disciples to borrow luck? Cultivate? Is it really possible? I was born with blocked meridians. Is there really a chance for me to cultivate? Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt that the fragrant roasted rabbit meat in his hand had lost its appeal. The phrase tiger father, dog son was all too clear to Zhou Weiqing, as he and his father perfectly embodied its meaning, because he could not cultivate, not to mention being subjected to disdain and ridicule. At least cold sarcasm had not ceased since Zhou Weiqing became aware of his surroundings. At home it was fine, but outside, who knew Zhou Weiqing? Whenever mentioned, it was always that waste who can't cultivate, and compared his father, it truly illustrated what tiger father, dog son meant. Due to this environment, Zhou Weiqing's father, Zhou Xuanyo, was very worried about whether his son could survive without him, thus subjected him to various training, even throwing him to rogues and drunks to learn how to survive better. All of this was caused by Zhou Weiqing's inability to cultivate. If he could cultivate, Zhou Weiqing would definitely not be like this now. Even if he were a bit slower than normal people, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Originally, Zhou Weiqing chose to befriend Wang Yin because Wang Yin was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps there was a way to solve his cultivation issue. Although he didn't hold much hope, at least he would get to know a prominent figure, which was still a positive outcome. However, when Zhou Weiqing actually heard Wang Yin ask if he wanted to cultivate, he was excited for a moment, but then quickly calmed down due to past experiences. Because his situation was not the same as ordinary people. Even if ordinary people couldn't cultivate into the bead body, they would still have 1 or 2 layers of heavenly power, while Zhou Weiqing's meridians were completely blocked, leaving him with no heavenly power at all. Since I've asked you, I naturally know about your blocked meridians and inability to cultivate, but since I've asked this, do you think I can't solve your cultivation issue? Not being clear about his situation of being struck by lightning upon entering this world, the heavenly pearl change was different from the Douluo continent, and the heavenly power cultivation system was also different from the soul power cultivation system. Zhou Weiqing was even more different from Tang San, so Wang Yin could still accept teaching Zhou Weiqing. Moreover, by involving Zhou Weiqing in the storyline of heavenly pearl change, on one hand, he could learn and master the heavenly power cultivation system here, and, on the other hand, more importantly, Wang Yin might be able to borrow Zhou Weiqing's luck as the son of fate to recover from his injuries and even further improve his cultivation. Additionally, heavenly pearl change is just a part of the Douluo universe, and not a significant main part. Even if it faced some narrative consequences, the losses wouldn't be too severe, and he could still accumulate relevant experience. Really? Zhou Weiqing seemed to still not believe it. I have no need to lie to you. Wang Yin also chose to prove something, and he was only doing this because he happened to encounter Zhou Weiqing. If Zhou Weiqing really didn't work out, Wang Yin could find another relatively close person, Shengwan Binger, who is also a beautiful girl. However, we have only just met, and I don't even know your name. In fact, I haven't been of much help to you, having only prepared some food and answered a few very simple questions. No merit, no reward. Or, as the saying goes, offering kindness without reason is suspicious. Zhou Weiqing, who once learned how to survive by following rogues and rascals, did not believe he had any particularly striking qualities that would catch someone's eye. If you really feel it's inappropriate, then forget it. Although Zhou Weiqing is the child of destiny, others are not incapable either. After all, Shengwan Binger and Tanner also possess great fortune, just not as much as Zhou Weiqing. No, I want to cultivate. Please teach me how to cultivate. Since I seemed somewhat reluctant or rejecting just now, and had some doubts about Wang Yan's intentions, it would be more appropriate for Zhou Weiqing to lower his stance at this moment. Let me recover a bit. My current state is not suitable. Although Zhou Weiqing's situation could be considered resolved, Wang Yan's condition was not right, making it inappropriate to immediately help Zhou Weiqing with cultivation. So he needed to recover a bit more. Yes, master, please eat more. There are still 2 wild chickens cooking under this firewood, and they are pure wild. Quite delicious. Wang Yan's dark face showed no signs of deceit, and it seemed that he could really solve the problem of not being able to cultivate. Zhou Weiqing knew that his luck had turned around and felt that befriending him was the right move. Therefore, Zhou Weiqing didn't mind showing more goodwill, even if his current behavior might seem like he was trying to flatter Wang Yan. What's the big deal? You don't have to, never mind. Call me whatever you want. He initially thought about not letting Zhou Weiqing call him master, but then he realized that if he didn't let Zhou Weiqing call him master, it might affect their relationship and the potential for borrowing luck. So, Wang Yan allowed Zhou Weiqing to call him master. Besides, if he remembered correctly, Zhou Weiqing was only 13 years old, while he was already in his 20s, which was quite a significant age difference. Calling him master wouldn't be a loss for either of them. Master, you should try this soup. I guarantee it's absolutely delicious. Seeing that Wang Yan didn't object to being called master, Zhou Weiqing felt a surge of joy in his heart, as their relationship had grown a little closer. Although Wang Yan didn't look very old, Zhou Weiqing thought to himself that if someone had been able to solve his cultivation problems in the past and was willing to teach him, he wouldn't mind calling him master or even grandpa. To be honest, Zhou Weiqing's cooking skills were quite impressive. Those so-called decent chefs were probably only at this level. Master, now that we're full, should you teach me how to cultivate? After finishing the rabbit and wild chicken, as well as a small pot of soup, Zhou Weiqing appeared somewhat shy, fidgeting with a bashful expression. If one didn't know that Zhou Weiqing was fundamentally a rogue at heart, they might be deceived by his honest and simple appearance combined with his bashful demeanor. Are you in a hurry to go home? Wang Yin glanced at Zhou Weiqing and then asked casually. Not in a hurry. Zhou Weiqing quickly shook his head. He still remembered the incident when he accidentally saw Di Fuya taking a shower. If it weren't for his master suddenly falling down, he might have gotten into trouble. Moreover, Di Fuya would definitely report him after returning, and Zhou Xuanio, that heartless father who didn't care much for his son, would surely make Zhou Weiqing feel the sting of the whip. It was precisely because of these things that Zhou Weiqing had originally decided to enlist. So he really wasn't in a hurry to go home. Just wait, I said I would teach you, and I definitely will. My stomach is fine, but I need to tidy myself up a bit, and I still have to think about how to solve your problem appropriately, right? Wang Yin isn't too anxious about his own injuries, so why are you, Zhou Weiqing, in such a hurry? As for the master, I told you I would teach you, and I will definitely teach you, at the latest by tomorrow. After all, I still need to recover my strength to be more confident, and you wouldn't want any problems when I help you resolve your meridian blockage, right? Wang Yin waved his hand, directly interrupting Zhou Weiqing, who wanted to say something else. No need, master, you're busy. Zhou Weiqing quickly shook his head. You're just a registered disciple. After eating and drinking enough, Wang Yin first cleaned himself up. After all, stabilizing his physical condition was the most important thing at the beginning, so he hadn't paid attention to his dark appearance. Now that he had the time, and there shouldn't be any major issues for the time being, it was necessary to address his personal hygiene. Not far away was a small lake, the same one Zhou Weiqing had intended to play in, but had inadvertently seen his fiancée bathing in. However, there was no one there now. After cleaning himself up and changing into new clothes, the transformation was a stark contrast between a barbarian and a feudal noble. He spread his spiritual energy to search around, but found no beasts with cultivation, which were the celestial beasts of this world. The purpose of searching for celestial beasts was to replenish his lost vitality. Although the Stardust Tree could also work, powerful celestial beasts were more suitable. If it were a plant like the Stardust Tree, which had no extraordinary power, Wang Yin would need too much of it. For now, he couldn't replenish his vitality, but at least he still had about 10 years of life left, so he didn't have to worry too much about dying at any moment. The most important thing right now was probably to restore his soul power, and as for those injuries like the loss of vitality, they could be dealt with slowly since they didn't harm his essence. By the time Wang Yin completely replenished his soul power when he opened his eyes, the stars were already filling the sky, and Zhou Weiqing could no longer hold back his drowsiness and had fallen asleep, leaning against a stardust tree. In this situation, it was best to continue recovering. Wang Yin had no other matters to attend to for the time being, so he began to use his soul power and holy light to cleanse and heal the injuries on his body, most of which were caused by being struck by lightning after arriving in this world. Fortunately, Wang Yin practiced the divine thunder spell, which reduced his body's damage from lightning attributes. Although he had sustained quite a few injuries due to fainting, they were ultimately not too severe, so healing and recovery were not too troublesome for him. When the sky brightened, Zhou Wei woke up to find Wang Yin still sitting cross-legged in meditation. So he went to catch some game to prepare breakfast, which was something a disciple should do. By the time Wang Yin opened his eyes, although the injuries on his body had not fully healed, a part of them had already been treated. At this moment, Zhou Wei's breakfast was also nearly ready. Master, you're awake? Zhou Wei noticed Wang Yin moving and immediately came over. After we have breakfast, I will help you resolve the blockage in your meridians that prevents you from cultivating. Do you have a method to cultivate heavenly power? Wang Yin knew that Zhou Weiqing had a form of immortality cultivation technique. Although he didn't need it himself, it wouldn't hurt to broaden his understanding of cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Weiqing had not yet obtained the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, so he was still the same untrained Zhou Xiaoping. Originally, Zhou Weiqing was able to survive and successfully cultivate the immortality technique largely due to the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger. By the way, Wang Yin had a bit of an intention to test Zhou Weiqing, as he still hadn't told him his real name. I have a technique called the immortality technique, but I don't have it with me. Master, should I go get it? Zhou Weiqing answered quite straightforwardly. No need, I was just asking. It's not necessary for you to have a cultivation method right now. I just want to see if you have any resources for further cultivation after your blocked meridians are resolved. Now come over and sit cross-legged. I'll help you clear the blocked meridians. Zhou Weiqing quickly approached Wang Yin and sat down opposite him. Turn your back to me. This simple action clearly conveyed the message that Zhou Weiqing was a complete novice in cultivation, or perhaps he simply didn't understand what was happening. Oh. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Zhou Weiqing immediately turned around. After both of them were seated, Wang Yan focused his mind and energy, reaching the best state possible. He then made a fist with his right hand, but extended his index finger, placing it against Zhou Weiqing's back. A vast and majestic energy surged from Wang Yan's body into Zhou Weiqing, who clearly felt all the powerful and sacred sensations. For others, clearing block meridians might not be an easy task, but for Wang Yan, it wasn't particularly difficult, as the specific cultivation method of the Divine Thunder spell was to circulate energy, and Wang Yan had been cultivating for over 20 years. Wang Yan's cultivation level determined that opening up the meridians was not difficult. The only slightly challenging part was Zhou Weiqing's relatively low tolerance for pain in his meridians. Wang Yan had to ensure that he didn't damage the meridians, but his mental strength and control over soul power were quite high. Therefore, for Wang Yan, helping Zhou Weiqing open his meridians was not considered difficult. It just seemed a bit troublesome due to the limitations. Before long, Zhou Weiqing's meridians were already open, and since opening the meridians would lead to an increase in cultivation, Zhou Weiqing directly reached the 6th level of heavenly energy. There were already beads swirling around each of his wrists. I had become a heavenly bead master, surpassing both the bead master and the body bead master. After Zhou Weiqing opened his eyes and saw the abnormality on his wrists, he couldn't help but cheer with joy, being just a child after all. Excited, Zhou Weiqing wanted to give his master a grateful hug, but before he could take 2 steps toward Wang Yan, he was struck by a wave of soul power and fell into the lake. You should clean yourself up first. While opening the meridians, Wang Yan also performed a cleansing of Zhou Weiqing's marrow and bones, causing all the impurities in Zhou Weiqing's body to be expelled, resulting in a rather unpleasant smell. If it weren't for the excitement of becoming a heavenly bead master, Zhou Weiqing wouldn't have overlooked this matter. Master, let me take you to my home. You can meet my dad and mom, and by the way, I want to tell my dad that his former useless son is now a heavenly bead master. After the cleansing, Zhou Weiqing looked even more presentable than before. Just right, I want to see how your cultivation method works, but there's no rush. I previously used my mental power to scan the area within 100 miles and found a genius with much better talent than you. It's not too late for me to take on a disciple and then go to your home. The other genius that Wang Yan mentioned is naturally Shangwan Binger. Master, the cultivation method I spoke of is not far from here, but are you planning to add a junior sister or a junior brother for me? At first, Zhou Weiqing felt a bit embarrassed, but in the blink of an eye, he shifted to the other genius Wang Yan mentioned. No, if I successfully take on a disciple, she will be your senior sister. You're still just my registered disciple for now. Although Zhou Weiqing is quite good, Wang Yan is a man, so he still feels that having a female disciple is more pleasing to the eye. Huh? No way. Master, I'm still a registered disciple who entered first. My talent should be considered pretty good, right? Zhou Weiqing felt a mix of emotions. Do you really think your talent is good? Wang Yan looked at Zhou Weiqing's eyes with a hint of amusement. This is all thanks to the teacher. Zhou Weiqing forced a smile. Because he originally couldn't cultivate. If it weren't for Wang Yan, he would still be a waste. Don't just stand there. Go get your cultivation method first. Wang Yan phone kicked Zhou Weiqing in the butt, but since he held back, it didn't hurt. Yes, master. 128, Shangwan Binger. One must learn to be content. Otherwise, if there are too many desires and not enough capability, it will be fine if only some regrets are left in the end, but if it's too late for regrets, those things from the past cannot be retrieved. Zhou Weiqing understood this very well, so he was already quite content with his current situation, accompanied by his master. Having obtained the immortal technique he had hidden away, Wang Yan flipped through the immortal divine skill after receiving it. This skill, while not entirely ineffective, has a significant downside. The practice and intent of the immortal divine skill possess merits, but success largely depends on luck or one's own life protection ability. For an ordinary person, practicing the immortal divine skill would definitely lead to what the general outline states, the certain death skill, unless one possesses a top-tier item with 15 luck attributes. However, how could someone with such an item be an ordinary person? The conditions for successfully practicing the immortal divine skill are rather harsh. Although it can be said that when a cultivator reaches a certain level, the immortal divine skill becomes almost risk-free. At that level, the skill's usefulness diminishes significantly. Not to mention that the upper limit of the immortal divine skill is not that high. Indeed, the upper limit of the immortal divine skill only reaches the 9 pearls of the Tianzhu Bian world, with a Tianshu strength of 36 levels, roughly equivalent to the peak of Soul Douluo or a newly entered title Douluo. At this point, it has reached its limit, and further improvement would rely solely on personal exploration. The immortal divine skill is truly a deceptive practice. This skill is not suitable for you if you practice it. I reckon your father should prepare for your funeral at any moment. How about I teach you another cultivation method instead? Without the inner of the dark demon, evil god tiger, unless Zhou Weiqing finds another similar opportunity, practicing the immortal divine skill would mean certain death for him, as even a child of fortune cannot withstand 36 near-certain deaths. Wang Yin also did not plan to cultivate this immortality technique, but he could still absorb its essence. After all, what Wang Yin needed more now was other things as support for his insights. There was no need to rush pure strength improvement. So, Master, when will you pass down the cultivation method to me? Zhou Weiqing didn't think much about Wang Yan's words, because if there were really no issues with this technique, it wouldn't have ended up in his hands. No need to rush. It won't delay your cultivation. Wang Yin was pondering whether to pass on the 12 Meridians Great Zhou Tian Heart Method to Zhou Weiqing or something else. The 12 Meridians Great Zhou Tian Heart Method is a cultivation method that Wang Yin developed by combining the Thunder Curse and the Golden Light Curse. It is very basic yet comprehensive, suitable for beginners and sufficient for a title de law. Moreover, when split, it can be transformed into several other cultivation techniques. However, due to its basic and comprehensive nature, it lacks distinctive features, and after cultivation, practitioners need to develop other abilities themselves, which is quite different from the highly unique, undying divine skill. Upon arriving in Tiangong City, Wang Yin did not take Zhou Weiqing into the city, but instead headed towards the military camp. Master, what are we doing here? Zhou Weiqing asked, confused as he followed behind. Taking in a disciple, Wang Yin succinctly said, come to the military camp to take on disciples? I suppose this master of mine is quite unique. Zhou Weiqing, who was following behind, couldn't help but mutter to himself, who are you? This is a military stronghold, and outsiders are not allowed to approach. Although it was just a recruitment place, there were still responsibilities to uphold. I came to find the only Tianzhu master here. Wang Yin only has memories of Shangguan Binger in his mind, so he naturally cannot call out her name directly. Looking for our camp leader? What's your name? What is your relationship with our camp leader? What do you need from our camp leader? I need to report this before I can let you in. This soldier is quite capable. Hey, I say, what is wrong with you? You, Zhou Xiaopeng, shut up. The soldier is doing his job well. And Wang Yin could tell from Zhou Weiqing's tone that he had become a bit arrogant due to his cultivation. Master, if you say any more, you might as well go home. I can't teach you. Zhou Weiqing still wanted to say something, but Wang Yan's expression turned cold. My name is Wang Yan, and I have no relationship with your camp leader, but I'm also a Heavenly Pearl Master and need to discuss some cultivation issues with your camp leader. There is no other reason. Wang Yan is just that direct. Although he has not fully recovered, his strength is not low, and defeating a king-level Heavenly Pearl Master is not a problem. The soldier went in, and not long after, he came out with a stunning young woman. You are the Heavenly Pearl Master Wang Yin looking to discuss heavenly power cultivation with me? Follow me. The stunning young woman, Shangguan Binger, looked Wang Yin up and down, then turned and walked away, completely ignoring Zhou Weiqing beside her. Master, can she still become your disciple if she treats you like this? Following behind Shangguan Binger, Zhou Weiqing whispered beside Wang Yin. Less talking, more observing. Wang Yin only replied to Zhou Weiqing with 4 words. But he saw that the white, jade-like ears of Shangguan Binger in front of him moved, clearly having heard their conversation. Sigh, being ugly means no rights. Zhou Weiqing lagged a step behind and sighed softly. You come in with me, and you wait at the door. When Shangguan Binger entered the room, her slender fingers specifically pointed at Zhou Weiqing. Master me? Zhou Weiqing looked towards Wang Yin. You just wait here for a bit. Since you have nothing to do, you can get familiar with this place. It might take some time, and if you really find it boring, you can go home first and then come back. Wang Yin has his own plan. I will wait for you outside. Zhou Weiqing replied quickly. As he entered the room and glanced around, Wang Yin understood that this was Shangguan Binger's personal room. Speak, what do you want from me? You are the 3rd Heavenly Jewel Master of the Tiangong Empire? As soon as Wang Yin walked in, Shangguan Binger, sitting at one side of the table, spoke up. I just want to borrow your place to cultivate for a while. You shouldn't be busy, right? Are you interested in seeing how I cultivate? Wang Yin did not answer Shangguan Binger's question. Take your time, please. Although she had doubts, Shangguan Binger did not say anything else. She wanted to see what Wang Yin was up to. She didn't think the other party would do anything. After all, she was the 2nd Gem Master of the Tiangong Empire. Wang Yin did not say anything further, but instead took out the undying divine art and carefully flipped through it several times. After closing his eyes to rest for a moment, He transformed the soul power that was originally operating according to the thunder spell cultivation method into the operation route of the undying divine art. To be precise, it was Wang Yan's modified version of the undying divine art, combined with the thunder spell and the golden light spell. Facing the strange Wang Yan, Shangwan Binger did not show any impatience. Instead, she felt a bit curious because his behavior was quite odd. Even though she was a 15-year-old girl, she couldn't help but let her curiosity take over. Suddenly, Shangwan Binger felt a vast and powerful aura emanating from Wang Yan, so strong that she could hardly breathe. However, she sensed that he seemed to be aware of it, and thus reined it in considerably. Then, Shangwan Binger witnessed a scene that exceeded her understanding. Beads of essence began to bounce out from Wang Yan's wrist. When the essence beads reached a total of 9, Wang Yan's aura paused for a moment, and then a pearl-like elixir formed in his chest. After the successful formation of this elixir, Wang Yan's essence beads increased by 2 more. In the time it took to eat a meal, Wang Yan had 11 beads on his wrists. Shangwan Binger had a feeling that these celestial pearls were just recently cultivated by Wang Yan. According to the celestial pearl world, I should be a celestial emperor-level celestial pearl master. Wang Yan felt that his cultivation had been transformed into the celestial pearl cultivation system, and he sensed that his soul rings and soul bones had not disappeared. They were still within his body. Although Wang Yan's words seemed to reveal many things, one could see a lot from the conclusion of the celestial pearl transformation story. In this world, there were basically no gods that would pay special attention, and unless it was due to the Lord of the Underworld, it was unlikely that any god would even glance at it unless they wanted to pass down their divine position. May I ask what brings you here, senior? Shangwan Binger was completely shocked by Wang Yan's cultivation and was no longer concerned about anything else. Compared to my disciple, your cultivation is strong and weak. But even if I have just switched to the celestial pearl system, it is enough for me to guide you. However, there is too much I don't know about the celestial pearl system, and I need to open a gap from you. So, girl, would you be willing to be my disciple? With Wang Yan's cultivation, there was no need to be overly cautious in this world. After all, there were not many celestial emperor-level celestial pearl masters in this world, and there was only one visible celestial god. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. But my identity is such, and I also have a mother at home. I can only thank you for your good intentions. Although Wang Yan provided a reason, Shangwan Binger still had her reservations. It's no trouble. Since I came to find you, I have naturally considered all these things and want to delay you. Moreover, I will guide you in your cultivation, and you will teach me the common knowledge of celestial pearl masters. It's mutually beneficial. The title of master and disciple is just a formality that won't tarnish your reputation. You can rest assured. How about I accompany you home to ask your mother for her consent? With these words, Wang Yan's tone carried a hint of threat. With such great affection from the senior, it would be inappropriate for me to decline any further. Respectfully, I shall comply. Please allow me to bow to you as my master. Shangwan Binger sensed the meaning and determination in Wang Yan's words. After a moment of silence, she decided to become Wang Yan's disciple. There is no need for formalities. I already said, we are mutually beneficial. The title of master and disciple is just to avoid any hindrance to your reputation. Wang Yan waved his hand, causing Shangwan Binger to bend down. Thus, the story of the Heavenly Pearl became chaotic from the start due to Wang Yan. After taking Shangwan Binger as his disciple, he taught Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger their respective cultivation methods in the military camp. Zhou Weiqing naturally learned the 12 meridians of the great Zhou Tian heart method, while Shangwan Binger learned the golden light spell. After the teachings, Zhou Weiqing led the way, with Wang Yan and Shangwan Binger following behind. Arriving at the doorstep of General Zhou Shunyu of the Tiangong Empire, upon entering Zhou Weiqing's home, there was a display of maternal affection, followed by the entrance of Zhou Shunyu, where Zhou Weiqing introduced his parents to Wang Yan and Shangwan Bing. Once everything was made clear, when Zhou Weiqing's parents invited Wang Yan and Shangwan Binger to stay for dinner and overnight, Wang Yan declined, as Shangwan Binger's home was also in Tiangong City, and she had some matters to attend to. Shangwan Binger's family was different from Zhou Weiqing's, as her mother was an even more formidable heavenly pearl master than Zhou Weiqing's father, having come from the vast palace of the Central Empire on this continent. Upon entering her home, Shangwan Binger took the initiative to smooth things over, but the hot-tempered Tang Xian was not as easygoing as Shangwan Binger. If Shangwan Binger hadn't mentioned Wang Yan's emperor-level strength in advance, a direct fight would have been inevitable. Thus, Tang Xian, like a protective hen facing an eagle, watched Wang Yan with hawk-like eyes, questioning his background. If it weren't for Wang Yan's relatively good temper, And since he was primarily focused on healing and recovering vitality, he would have definitely suppressed Tang Xian. After a difficult clarification, Tang Xian finally felt relieved but still threatened, saying that if Wang Yin harmed her daughter, she would tear a piece of flesh from him, even at the cost of her life. Wang Yin didn't take this to heart, as Tang Xian's strength was somewhat distant from his own, and even with injuries, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave unless Shangwan Binger's father and uncle showed up. Even then, it wouldn't be a problem for Wang Yin to leave. Thus, Shangwan Binger stayed at home for a while, and Wang Yin also stayed at Shangwan Binger's house for this long, as he had nowhere else to go. Seeing that Wang Yin seemed to be telling the truth about just taking on a talented disciple, Tang Xian relaxed a bit, but still felt the urge to go find Shangwan Binger's father, something she had to do for her daughter. Due to the recruitment period in the new soldier camp, Shangwan Binger took Wang Yin to the Tuo Palace of the Faili Empire, while Tang Xian probably went to the Central Empire after ensuring her daughter was all right for a short time. Under Shangwan Binger's guidance, Wang Yin visited the Tuo Palace, and only after imprinting a single skill did he come out, as he didn't need to understand too much. Seeing the imprinting of intention pearls was sufficient, and the same went for the shaping of body pearls. The imprinting of intention pearls is somewhat similar to the additional spirit rings in the martial spirit system, but there are significant differences, making it worth studying. Although they were no longer in Douluo continent, it was still possible to study, as cultivation sometimes requires learning from various sources. However, the imprinting of intention pearls was simple, while the shaping of body pearls encountered some issues. Since shaping masters are quite rare, they tend to be rather proud, and with Shangwan Binger not having enough money, some conflicts arose. Faced with the stubborn and irritable master Hu Yin, Wang Yin directly released his strength in his courtyard. Tang Xian's temper was bad, but that was her own disciple's mother. Who did this fat ball think he was? A master-level shaping master? He wasn't even a divine master-level shaping master. And he was provoking a heavenly pearl master. He probably didn't know how to write the words seeking death. Upon witnessing Wang Yin's strength and facing his threat of, if you die, everything of yours belongs to me, Master Hu Yin knelt down and was then coerced by Wang Yin into selling him 2 copies of shaping blueprints for 2 gold coins. Master, if you keep doing this, well, I do if you leave. After spending some time together and getting to know Wang Yin's temperament, Shangwan Binger dared to show a bit of her temper in front of him. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl. Don't worry, when I leave, I'll help you break through to the Heavenly King level. I still have that strength. Wang Yin thought that, at worst, he could find some trouble with those villains in advance and then devour their life force, which would not only restore his own life force, but also enhance Shangwan Binger's strength. After all, those villains were definitely not pitiful characters. Each one of them could be said to have committed crimes against humanity and crimes of world destruction. Although it was still considered an attempt, they could already be sentenced to death and executed immediately. Similar to the imprinting of the Yizhu, Wang Yin successfully condensed the body pearl in one go and then put away the condensation scroll. He could study these well. Perhaps he could develop a soul bone armor set in advance. Although Wang Yin currently only had 4 soul bones, it seemed that the golden eye could not form part of the soul bone armor set. Of course, what Wang Yin most wanted to study was the automatic birth mechanism of the heavenly pearls in the heavenly pearl system. Since the soul rings in the martial soul system relied entirely on soul beasts, which was quite a disadvantage. Even though he had left the Douluo continent, Wang Yin still could not let go of martial soul cultivation. Do you still have the funds and resources to make the condensation scroll? After the condensation was successful, and seeing that Shangwan Binger still needed time, Wang Yin approached Master Hu Yin Alba and asked what seemed like a somewhat unclear question. Senior, what are you going to do? Hu Yin Alba's chubby body trembled, and he instantly broke into a sweat on his forehead. I'm not doing anything. I just want to carefully observe the process of your supreme condensation scroll, preferably starting from the low level. Of course, if there is something even lower than low level, that wouldn't be a problem either, if you can help me with this. How about I assist you in managing your body and help you advance to the 9 pearl upper intent? Although he had carefully experienced the process of body pearl condensation, Wang Yin still wanted to learn more about how the condensation masters created condensation scrolls. Senior, please don't joke about this fat guy. Feng Yu, standing nearby, wanted to ease the situation around Hu Yin Alba. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Wang Yin had a serious expression on his face. Senior, what are you trying to do? Hu Yin Alba felt a bit uneasy. I'm not trying to do anything, just getting to know the condensation scroll better. If he were to explain it clearly, it would take a lot of words. Hu Yin Alba was just an unfortunate supporting character, not worth paying too much attention to. especially since Wang Yin wasn't letting him act for free. Facing the powerful Wang Yin, Hu Yin Alba and Feng Yu had no choice but to follow Wang Yan's instructions. The resources and gold they lost could be earned back. But if they lost their lives, they would lose everything. Neither of them had disciples yet. Hu Yin Alba had initially planned to take Zhou Weiqing as a disciple, but that was likely no longer possible. Only with the inner pill of the dark demon evil god tiger could Zhou Weiqing have 6 types of attribute transformation into a stone cat's eye. As it stood, Zhou Weiqing had only inherited his father's dark attribute. For a period of time afterward, Shangguan Binger focused on the condensation of the second body pearl, while Wang Yin, apart from sleeping and other necessities, basically spent every day with Hu Yin Alba. To be precise, it was Hu Yin Alba who was making the condensation scroll, and Wang Yin was using his golden eyes to observe closely. When Hu Yin Alba could no longer hold on, Wang Yin would step in to help him recover. Seeing that Hu Yin Alba didn't seem to be in too much danger, Feng Yu decided not to follow anymore, as it was quite boring watching a condensation master make scrolls. After Shangguan Binger successfully condensed the second body pearl and had to return due to her duties, Wang Yin finally let Hu Yin Alba go. Before leaving, Wang Yin used an improved Evil Soul Master secret technique on Hu Yin Alba, transforming his excess fat into heavenly energy to benefit him, and then, with additional life force gathered, helped Hu Yin Alba break through to the level of 9 pearl intent realm. Wang Yin and Shangguan Binger left from Hu Yin Alba's place. Hu Yin Alba had been seriously ill for half a month. If it weren't for his improved strength, he might not have survived. It's likely that Hu Yin Alba no longer wants to see Wang Yin and Shangguan Binger again. Master, why have you been watching Master Hu Yin make scrolls these days? You've almost driven him crazy. Although Shangguan Binger has a face like a mature woman, she, like Aru, is gentle yet strong in character, and at this moment, she is complaining about Wang Yin. The Condensation Master and the Condensation Scroll are very interesting. By using certain rules or celestial power matrices to imprint preset shapes onto the body pearl, and then utilizing spatial power to mold the body pearl into the preset shape, it can become armor components and weapons for the Celestial Pearl Master. If done properly, by harnessing the power of heaven and earth to shape the body pearl and imprint the laws of the world, it is likely to directly condense into a set of divine-level armor and weapons. Wang Yin did not directly answer Shangguan Binger's question, but instead talked about his experiences watching Hu Yin Alba create scrolls these days. Teacher, is a heavenly pearl master with your level of cultivation really that profound? After hearing Wang Yan's words, Shangguan Binger fell silent for a moment, as she hadn't expected him to say such things. I might be the only special one. Others may have thought about it, but they haven't left any record. Hu Yin Alba has had a tough time with me recently, but I have improved his strength. If he can shake off this shadow, it's not impossible for him to cultivate to the heavenly Tao force. After saying this, Shangguan Binger did not say anything further, because although Wang Yin acted recklessly at times, he was not without principles. When they returned to Shangguan Binger's camp, Zhou Weiqing arrived, having been thrown into the archer's new recruit's camp by his father. On one hand, it was to train in the army, and on the other hand, it was to follow Wang Yin and Shangguan Binger for cultivation. A heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. The entire heavenly Bao Empire couldn't compare to him. If it weren't for good luck, such a thing would not have happened. Shangguan Binger did not need to worry too much about the new recruit training, but she still needed to be present for the new recruit competition. Wang Yin became a personal guard by Shangguan Binger's side, while Zhou Weiqing was to participate in the new recruit competition, seemingly still on track. During the new recruit competition, Zhou Weiqing still stood out, as his flashy moves were truly refreshing and memorable. When heading to the southern border of the heavenly Bao Empire, the army naturally encountered an attack from the Klisi Empire. However, unlike what had originally happened, Wang Yin made his move. Before the attackers could cause much chaos, Wang Yin took action. The vast heavenly force spread out, and one by one, the attackers were lifted into the air. Then, using the secret method of the Evil Soul Master, a total of about 20 attackers became a pile of withered corpses. These attackers mainly targeted Shangguan Binger, and daring to ambush one's own disciple was akin to seeking death. Of course, before absorbing them into human corpses, he still asked for the necessary information and intelligence. That night, a camp raid occurred, which Zhou Weiqing was originally involved in, but now it was just Wang Yin and Shangguan Binger. There was no heavenly pearl master more powerful than Wang Yin on the other side, and there wouldn't be for the time being, so the camp raid went smoothly. However, on the way back from the camp raid, Wang Yin suddenly remembered that it was during this period that Zhou Weiqing encountered the sacred heavenly spirit tiger, Tian'er. So when returning from the camp raid, Wang Yin walked back with Shangwan Bing'er, tossing and playing with the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, while also infusing it with heavenly force to emit the core S aura. Although Wang Yin did not remember exactly how Zhou Weiqing and Tian'er met, he still knew why the person and the tiger encountered each other. The aura emitted by the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger seemed evil and cold, which made Shangwan Bing'er uncomfortable. Then Wang Yin held her small hand, transmitting the angelic sacred light aura of heavenly force. After trying to pull away, but failing, Shangwan Bing'er thought to herself that he was her master, so she blushed and allowed Wang Yin to hold her hand. On the way back, Wang Yin and Shangwan Bing'er encountered a pack of prairie sky wolves, and once again, Wang Yin took action to resolve the situation, leading to the same fate as those attackers. After gaining this boost of vitality, Wang Yin only recovered a bit of his life force, but fortunately, his injuries were gone. Master, your methods seem quite evil. Seeing Wang Yin use such methods again, although she had heard his explanation before, Shangwan Bing'er still felt a bit scared. It was originally a form of sorcery, but this kind of thing depended more on how you used it and whether you could maintain your original intention. Wang Yin didn't say much because he saw his target for tonight's seduction. A nearly pure white 1-foot-long little tiger with light blue patterns and a pair of dazzling eyes like sapphires. Its small size made it even more like a cute creature. When the little guy arrived and suddenly saw the smile at the corner of Wang Yan's mouth, his heart skipped a beat, but his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the bead in Wang Yan's hand. Zhou Weiqing, who had been left out, noticed that the little guy seemed hesitant and didn't dare to approach, so Wang Yin released the aura of his angelic martial soul. In an instant, Shangwan Bing'er was enveloped by a warm, divine aura, while the original cold and evil aura was kept at bay. In the eyes of this little creature, or rather, the sacred heavenly spirit tiger, the other party emitted a sacred aura that was very similar to its own, almost indistinguishable. And the bead in the other party's hand seemed to attract it greatly. Little guy, come here. As long as you come over, this thing will be yours. Seemingly excited by the hunt and bolstered by the angelic aura, Wang Yin let go of Shangwan Bing'er's hand and beckoned the little tiger to come into his arms. Master, it seems to be a cub of a tiger-type heavenly beast. Is it really okay to lure it like this? Aren't you afraid of provoking its parents? Seeing that her master seemed to prefer the little creature, Shangwan Bing'er didn't even notice the hint of jealousy in her words. I feel that this little guy's attributes are quite similar to mine. There's a strong affinity. Besides, I'm just helping you find a companion for the future. After all, when you grow up, I probably won't be around anymore. As for its parents, as long as they don't reach the level of a heavenly emperor, there won't be any issues. Wang Yin knew that Tian'er's parents were both celestial beings with powers stronger than his own, but that wasn't why they couldn't leave Snow God Mountain, so he just casually mentioned it. Master you. Upon hearing certain words from Wang Yin and reflecting on the time they've spent together, Shangwan Bing'er felt somewhat moved. Don't worry, there is still quite a bit of time left. You are my disciple, and I will make sure everything is arranged before I leave. There won't be any problems. If everything is properly arranged, in Wang Yan's expectations, it would allow Shangwan Bing'er to reach the heavenly transformation level. I understand. In the end, Tian'er couldn't resist the temptation of the dark demon, evil god tiger's inner core and suddenly pounced into Wang Yan's arms. But the inner core was not obtained by Tian'er. Wang Yin fiercely activated the evil, cold aura and then flew away with Shangwan Bing'er and Tian'er. Little fellow, let me give you a name. Although Wang Yin was flying in the air with others, he felt quite relaxed. The little tiger, Tian'er, didn't speak but looked at Wang Yin with bright eyes, while Shangwan Bing'er curiously glanced over, wanted to see what name this adorable little creature would be given. You're so white, let's call you Xiaobai, how about that? Perhaps the name Xiaobai really wasn't great. As the little tiger Tian'er directly reached out with its paw to scratch Wang Yan's face in dissatisfaction, fortunately without revealing its sharp claws. All right, no more teasing. Xiaobai isn't a good name. I know it sounds bad. Seeing how beautiful your eyes are, just like the sky. Let's call you Tian'er. What does that sound? Wang Yin was talking nonsense, but in fact, he just wanted to call out the name Tian'er. The little white tiger Tian'er showed a look of surprise in its sky-blue eyes and then nodded humanely. Master, Tian'er is so smart. It shouldn't just be a simple heavenly beast. Its parents might really be at the level of the heavenly emperor. Shangwan Bing'er was impressed by the performance of the little tiger Tian'er and couldn't help but remind Wang Yin. It doesn't matter, even if it is at the divine level. What does it matter? This little guy should be more concerned about my inner core. Tian'er's mother is suppressing the underworld seal, and the father is stationed at Snow God Mountain, so they won't come out. Besides, there are people chasing after Tian'er. So Wang Yin wasn't worried about any powerful heavenly beast coming over in the short term. Inner core? Master. Isn't the one you have supposed to be the heavenly core that only exists in heavenly beasts above the sect level? Shangvan Bingya Asket Kuliusli. Oh, heavenly core is what you call it in your world. We have very few of those where I come from. Only a very few soul beasts and soul masters have them. We don't have a unified term for this kind of thing. I call it an inner core. According to your terminology, calling it a heavenly core isn't wrong either. After all, it is something that comes from a soul beast. Wang Yin answered casually, Our world? Yours? Soul beasts and soul masters? Master, aren't you from the vast sea continent? After Shengwan Binger asked, she suddenly remembered that her master's 11 body orbs and 11 heavenly orbs seemed to have been cultivated in front of her. But she had forgotten to ask at that time. Because Wang Yin let something slip, he might not have paid much attention, and with Shangwan Binger's inquiries. Tian'er also turned her gaze towards Wang Yin. I am not from a vast sea continent. The vast sea continent belongs to the heavenly orb world, which can be referred to as heavenly orb star. If the culture of the vast sea continent becomes the mainstream of heavenly orb star, it might be called vast sea star. I come from a place called Douluo continent, a world of martial souls, which might now be called Douluo star. There, the practice involves martial souls and soul power, and the extraordinary energy creatures are called soul beasts. This inner core was birthed by a powerful soul beast known as the dark demon, evil god tiger. After hearing all this from Wang Yin, Shangwan Binger felt her head was in a mess, seemingly very confused and hard to believe. Little Tiger Tian'er felt similarly, but due to its tiger form, one could only see its sky-blue eyes flickering with spiritual light. Master, can you tell me about the martial soul world, Douluo continent? After quite a while, as if she finally sorted out some clues, Shangwan Binger made this request. Sure, since you are going to resign anyway. I will tell you about the Douluo continent when you practice in the future. Although Wang Yan's intervention prevented Shangwan Binger from realizing her own lack of ability, she still recognized that her cultivation was insufficient. Thus, she still had the idea of resigning to focus on her training. After staying in the border camp of the Tiangong Empire for almost half a month, due to the significant impact of Shangwan Binger's resignation, Zhou Xuanyo came personally to issue the orders from Tiangong City. Because of Wang Yan's presence, the plan for Shangwan Binger and Zhou Weiqing to go to Tiangong camp was cancelled, replaced only by some kind words. After all, the Tiangong Empire genuinely could not afford to provoke a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. And even the Zhongtian Empire and the 10,000 Beasts Empire could not ignore the Heavenly Emperor's scrutiny. After explaining most of the matters clearly, Wang Yin took Shangwan Binger and Little Tiger Tian'er and left the border of the Tiangong Empire. Next, there were still matters to restore vitality, guide Shangwan Bing, and research divine power to attend to, and Wang Yin did not want to waste too much time. Regarding Zhou Weiqing's arrangements, Wang Yin had also made some plans. He split the 12 mainstream Great Zhou Tian Heart method into about 10 different levels of cultivation methods and gave them to Zhou Weiqing, letting him see the opportunity to operate. Wang Yin did not care about the specific situation. As for everything else, Wang Yin did not get involved anymore. After all, compared to Zhou Weiqing, Wang Yin preferred Shangwan Binger, who could uplift his mood and was pleasing to the eye. Moreover, Wang Yin wanted to see how much Zhou Weiqing could grow when manipulated in this way. Could the child of destiny still grow into a legendary figure after losing initial opportunities and being disrupted by others early on? Wang Yin is looking forward to the developments. Perhaps he can get involved in the Douluo continent during the time of the Absolute Tang sect in the future and see the fate of another child of destiny. However, upon returning to Shangwan Binger's home, nothing had started yet, and he unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate. Shangwan Binger's father, Shangwan Tianyue from the Vast Palace. During their first meeting, Shangwan Tianyue did not have a good expression, immediately cursing him to die soon. It was understandable, as his wife, who had left with their young daughter after an argument, suddenly returned and scolded him severely upon their first meeting. After finally calming her down, he found that his daughter seemed to have been deceived by someone else. This was truly unfortunate. If it weren't for his daughter's situation, his wife and young daughter might never have returned to him. Since seeing Tang Xian again, Shangwan Tianyue had been under a lot of pressure. After all, his wife had returned, and he couldn't let her disappear again. With all the pent-up anger, it was strange for him to have a good expression upon seeing the person who deceived his daughter. However, Shangguan Tanyue noticed that the opponent seemed to be significantly stronger than him, but he could also sense that the other party's vitality was severely depleted, indicating that they indeed had little time left to live. "You're not capable," he said, "burning your life to gamble with death. The outcome is uncertain." "Who are you? Binger's father? Where do you come from? What is your purpose?" "I am Binger's master. Our relationship isn't deep, but as a father who has not raised her, perhaps you should explain your intentions here." Shangguan Tianyue's strength was not inferior to his own, but it would not be easy for him to win. After all, the Heavenly Pearl system was much more complete than the Martial Soul system, and since Wang Yin had only recently changed his cultivation, he had merely reached a level of cultivation without any corresponding equipment or skills. Moreover, Shangguan Tianyue came from the vast palace of the Zhongtian Empire, which could be considered the leading place among the 5 sacred grounds. If there were no grievances, it would be great. If he could utilize some resources to enhance his own strength, that would be even better. "I am Shangguan Tianyue, Binger's father. I have come to take Binger back to the vast palace in the Zhongtian Empire for focused cultivation. Your strength is profound and could serve as a mentor to Binger. You must have heard of the reputation of the vast palace. If you could accompany Binger and me back, that would be excellent. After all, with your strength, you could easily become a senior elder in the vast palace." Ultimately, it was still Wang Yan's strength that was sufficient. Initially, Tang Xian did not know Wang Yan's specific strength, but now Shangguan Tianyue could see it quite clearly. It was precisely for this reason that Shangguan Tianyue said such things. After all, as the other side said, if it really came to blows, he would not be a match. In a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to distinguish who would win. Anyone could end up lying down. "You should go back for now. I won't let Binger leave with you so easily. 3 years. After 3 years, I will take Binger to the vast palace in the Zhongtian Empire." This was his first disciple. How could he just let them take her away? Even if he were to go, it would have to be after he fully regained his strength. By then, even Shangguan Tianyong, fully equipped with the vast infinite set, would not be able to stop him. "I am Binger's father. Do you think I am easy to bully?" Shangguan Tianyue's expression grew colder and darker. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. "Tang Xian, don't think about taking Binger while I'm fighting with her father. If I truly wanted to make things difficult for you, you should be the ones chasing after me right now. Binger, Tianer, take care of her for now." Saying this, Wang Yin placed the little white tiger he had been holding into Shangguan Binger's arms. "Divine Heavenly Spirit Tiger, you are from the Snow God Mountain of the Beast Emperor Nation." Shangguan Tianyue immediately recognized Tianer's true form when he noticed him, looking at Wang Yin as if he were an enemy, ready to attack at any moment. "Once you've fought with me, you will know whether or not I am from the Snow God Mountain of the Beast Emperor Nation. Tianer, if Tang Xian makes a move, remember to run away quickly with Binger. You must want the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, right? Let us go to the sky and test our strengths." After giving Tianer some instructions, ignoring his shocked expression, Wang Yin directly spread a pair of pure white wings and soared into the sky. Shangguan Tianyue gritted his teeth and followed him up. "Binger, how did this little guy get to know you?" Ignoring what was happening in the sky, Tang Xian was more concerned about how Shangguan Binger had met Tianer. "You're the little one. By age, I'm actually older than you." The little white tiger, Tianer, spoke human words, transforming from his small tiger form into human form before Shangguan Binger's astonished gaze, looking even more stunning than her. However, that was all he said. Tang Xian did not speak further with Tianer, who was only looking up at the sky, unsure if he was watching the battle above. While the fight above was invisible, below was a standoff. In this situation, Shangguan Binger explained how she had met Tianer and emphasized how Wang Yin treated her as his disciple. However, in her account, Shangguan Binger intentionally concealed some of the true circumstances of Wang Yan's 2 incidents at the border, such as the attackers and the grassland skywolf, only mentioning that they were killed without saying they were drained to husks. So it seems, this Wang Yin doesn't really have any ill intentions towards you. After listening to Shangguan Binger's account, Tang Xian only said this. After a short while, Wang Yin and Shangguan Tianyue descended. Wang Yin appeared to have undergone no significant changes, just that his aura had slightly increased compared to before, while Shangguan Tianyue had blood at the corners of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. "Go back. Remember what I told you, and don't take it lightly." Wang Yin remained calm and composed, as if it had no effect on him at all. "Ha-mp-ha, Xiania. Let's go." Shangguan Tianyue was furious and glared fiercely at Wang Yin, but then something unexpected happened. "Shangguan Tianyue, when did I ever let you call me Xiener? I want to go back with you. Wherever Binger goes, I will go. I will always look after Xiener. You go back by yourself." Tang Xian's temper was evident as she directly approached Shangwan Binger. Xiana, you. Shangwan Tianyue didn't expect this turn of events and was instantly filled with rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. You wait for me. After leaving that fierce remark, Shangwan Tianyue turned and left. He actually just walked away. Tang Xian's expression was somewhat desolate, and Shangwan Binger stepped forward to comfort her, while Tianer just pouted. There are more important things he needs to do. We should leave as well. Your strengths are still a bit too weak. Wang Yin glanced at Tang Xian and thought for a moment that this was Bing Heir's mother, and said this. What could possibly be more important than me and Bing Heir? Tang Xian's voice seemed to carry a tone of heartbreaking sadness. You'll understand in the future. But for now, your goal as a trio is to enhance your strength. The Emperor level isn't too much, and the God level isn't too little. If you can get infinitely close to the heavenly transformation level, that would naturally be the best. Wang Yin didn't explain more. After all, with a God-level powerhouse like the Lord of the Underworld in the Underworld space, he himself didn't dare to say he was 100 confident. He couldn't really rely on the people from the Divine Realm, right? It's really bragging without a script. Why don't you say we all change levels every day? Regarding what Wang Yin said, Tian Air felt that this Wang Yin definitely had a problem with his mind. Is it that easy to reach the Heavenly Emperor or the Heavenly God level? Even the Heavenly King level isn't easy, okay? You will know in the future. But now you are in my hands, so everything can only follow my lead. A big move is coming. Wang Yin's training process with Guan Binger, Tianer, and Tang Xian was quite rough, and the specific methods were very simple, with almost no real value. Guan Binger's daily routine involved practicing, then sparring with Tang Xian, followed by treatment from Wang Yin, and continuing to spar or meditate. Occasionally, Wang Yin would arrange for her to battle against beasts of the same level or slightly stronger. Tang Xian's daily routine was even more monotonous. After defeating Guan Binger, she would focus on meditation. However, her training method was changed by Wang Yin to be the same as Guan Binger's Golden Light spell. As for Tianer, her daily task involved nurturing her bond with the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, which was assigned to her by Wang Yin. Tianer initially approached because the evil and time attributes of the inner core attracted her, and the gathering of the 4 sacred attributes could potentially yield a sacred power containing the attribute of creation. Even if sacred power wasn't condensed, just gathering the 4 sacred attributes would still greatly benefit their training, though it wouldn't be as effective as the sacred power itself. Therefore, Wang Yin wanted to see if Tianer could independently complete the process of condensing sacred power, but it seemed not possible, as he felt Tianer was merely holding the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger and training through the beast method every day. Among the 4, Wang Yin's main task during this time was to replenish his life energy deficit, although condensing sacred power would likely fill the life energy deficit easily. Wang Yin felt it was safer to first replenish his life energy deficit in the vast continent, absorbing the life energy of the heavenly beasts to replenish his own life energy was not as significant as the commotion in the Stardow Forest. Wang Yin deliberately controlled the intensity to avoid attracting attention. This routine did not last too long, maybe about a year, and just as Guan Binger, Tianer, and Tang Xian were getting used to this training life, the weakest among them, Guan Binger, reached the level of a 3-pearl upper celestial master. Unlike Wang Yin, who didn't need to imprint intention pearls, Guan Binger still needed to imprint intention pearls to increase her skills and enhance her strength. While visiting a nearby imprinting palace, Wang Yin suddenly thought of an unsettling idea. Over the past year, it seemed that he had only focused on training Guan Binger and the others, and their progress did not seem significant. Moreover, there seemed to be no news about the Blood Red Prison and the Valley of Affection. Wang Yin needed a large number of heavenly beasts to replenish his life force, but due to various reasons and his current strength, he had only recovered about 20%. However, the Ink Palace had a vast number of heavenly beasts, and the other empires were reluctant to cause trouble there. But it seemed there was no hesitation in causing chaos at the Blood Red Abyss's Denon Empire's Ink Palace. By the way, if things escalated, it could be a way to deal with the heavenly pearl masters of the Blood Red Abyss, effectively weakening the opponent's power in advance. The subordinates of the Lord of the Underworld couldn't be overlooked either. They would also become targets later on. Therefore, perhaps because of the restlessness that comes from stillness, Wang Yin took Shangwan Binger directly to the Denton Empire, causing trouble while replenishing his life force, and also enhancing Shangwan Binger, Tianer, and Tang Xian's strength. Well, enhancing strength would come later. The priority was to address the issue of life force depletion first. The first target was the Ink Palace of the Denton Empire. which was closest to the blood-red abyss. After Shangwan Binger performed the third pearls in tin imprinting, Wang Yin entered. Soon, Shangwan Binger, Tian'er, and Tang Xian, who were waiting outside the Ink Palace, noticed that the Ink Palace was in chaos. First, more than half of the buildings in the Ink Palace were suddenly overturned, and various heavenly beasts, strong and weak, large and small, broke free from their restraints, rushing in all directions to escape. Before long, Heavenly Pearl Masters arrived to suppress this situation, which hadn't happened in decades. However, strangely, the Heavenly Pearl Masters from the Blood-Red Abyss hadn't even had the chance to showcase their strength. Some of them suddenly disappeared. And even a Heavenly King-level expert was knocked out before he could finish his threatening words by a sudden powerful figure. Fortunately, this unexpected strongman left with 3 people, appearing quite mysterious. On one side were the exceedingly powerful Heavenly Pearl Masters, and on the other were the heavenly beasts that needed to be suppressed. Moreover, compared to that unknown Heavenly Pearl Master, even the Heavenly King-level heavenly beasts appeared somewhat weakened due to long-term suppression. Therefore, no one pursued the suddenly appearing strongman. Most chose to stay behind to suppress the rampaging heavenly beasts, trusting that the Blood-Red Abyss would handle the matter of their missing Heavenly Pearl Masters. As it turned out, the instigator of this incident was none other than Wang Yin. The disappeared Heavenly Pearl Masters from the Blood-Red Abyss had been dealt with by Wang Yin using his methods. After covering enough distance, Wang Yin completely devoured those Heavenly Pearl Masters from the Blood-Red Abyss. This time, the harvest was good, and Wang Yin's life force had recovered about 20%, estimating that the Ink Palace of the Denton Empire could replenish his life force without needing to create chaos completely. In the following period, the Denton Empire experienced a series of unexpected events, with powerful Heavenly Pearl Masters from the Blood-Red Abyss suddenly going missing or the Ink Palace experiencing heavenly beast riots. This series of events pointed to one thing. Someone, or rather a force, was specifically targeting the Blood-Red Abyss and the Denton Empire. The Blood-Red Abyss was significantly agitated, with notices and wanted orders flying everywhere, and harsh threats being issued. The Heavenly Pearl Masters within the Sacred Ground either returned to the Sacred Ground or scurried around the Denton Empire under the leadership of powerful Heavenly Pearl Masters, attempting to catch the troublemakers. The 4 major sacred grounds, the Vast Palace, Snow God Mountain, Heavenly Evil Cult, and Love Valley, first expressed their concern, and then quietly observed from their own territories while subtly adjusting their own strength and defensive measures. Only a few high-level figures from the Vast Palace and Snow God Mountain might have known something about the situation. The Denton Empire and the Blood-Red Abyss were frantically searching for the culprit. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't provoke other empires and sacred grounds, their Heavenly Pearl Masters would likely have gone directly to search for the culprit. What made the Denton Empire and the Blood-Red Abyss even more furious was that even with their intensified search efforts, Heavenly Pearl Masters continued to mysteriously disappear, and the locations of these disappearances couldn't be determined. The only piece of good news for them was that only 2 Ink Palaces remained without any incidents. This farcical situation continued for nearly a year and a half. Eventually, the Heavenly Pearl Masters from the Blood-Red Abyss and the Denton Empire stopped going missing, and all activity ceased. In the end, the Blood-Red Abyss and the Denton Empire issued a permanent wanted reward to conclude the matter. As for the mastermind behind this series of events, Wang Yin, he was now in the territory of the Feili Empire, specifically at Huyan Alba's location. The issue of life force depletion had been resolved, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor level. Shanggong Bingar, Tionar, and Tang Xian had been forcefully raised to the peak of the 9-pearl level using the secret techniques of the Evil Soul Master. If there were no accidents, Shangwan Binger might be on the verge of failure, as she didn't have a bloodline like Tian'er's. Being pushed too fast, if she couldn't keep up later on, the 9 pearls might be the pinnacle of her life. With the strength issue initially resolved, Wang Yan's next plan was to condense holy power. This process was not suitable to be done in the Vast Palace, so he came to Huyan Alba's place. Indeed, Wang Yin was taking advantage of the situation, as this was also a chance for him to study the formation of body pearls. Moreover, Wang Yin was not coming empty-handed this time. He had brought valuable items from the Heavenly Pearl Masters of the Blood-Red Abyss. Master, are we here to find Master Huyan? Wang Yin's plan was not discussed in detail with Shangwan Binger, Tian'er, and Tang Xian. Generally, when there was something to be done, Wang Yin would mention it, and since the 3 of them were not strong enough, they had to follow Wang Yan's arrangements. So, it was not surprising that Shangwan Binger would ask such a question. They were looking for Huyan Alba. The previous incident had caused quite a stir, and it was necessary to find a place to take a breather. Moreover, your strength was boosted by me in a single moment. Although it is solid and well-defined, it ultimately did not come from your own hard work. Your control over celestial power is insufficient, so during this period, you should focus on cultivating and refining your celestial power. Wang Yin was still very patient with Shangguan Bing'er's questions. What about me and Aunt Xian? Tenor asked eagerly when she did not hear any arrangements for herself and Tang Xian from Wang Yin. Your strength hasn't improved much relatively, so you don't need to spend energy refining celestial power. Just spend more time with Sister Tang Xian to study how to condense holy power. I will participate in this as well. For the time being, condensing holy power is the most important task. The matter of condensing holy power had already been mentioned during their previous training. At that time, Tang Xian was somewhat skeptical, but due to Wang Yan's depleted vitality, he did not explain much, allowing Tian'er to cultivate on her own. This time, they had to take it seriously. The convergence of the four holy attributes could create miracles, which was inherently elusive, and condensing holy power felt unreal. Besides, I really don't know how to use this heavenly core. Tian'er couldn't help but complain. She had thought of ways to attempt what Wang Yin said about condensing holy power, but all had failed, and Wang Yin did not allow her to refine and absorb it. Take it slow. We have enough time, so there's no rush. Wang Yin just offered a few simple words of comfort, but his mind was racing with thoughts about his own two sacred attributes, divine and spiritual. If he could truly refine and absorb the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, would he be able to gain its bloodline and thus uniquely gather the four major sacred attributes? Xiaoyan, you often say that time is relatively abundant. What exactly do you mean by that? Tang Xian and Wang Yin had established a fixed relationship as elder sister and younger brother. Their relationship being neither too close nor too distant, just a bit more intimate in their titles. You'll know what you need to know when the time comes. There's no need to ask again about this. This wasn't the first or second time Tang Xian had asked. Although her inquiries were not frequent, they were certainly enough. And Wang Yin always responded the same way. Because of this, Tang Xian's temperament was somewhat at odds with Wang Yin, which was also why their relationship wasn't too good, even with Shangguan Bing'er in the middle. When Feng Yu knocked on the door of the courtyard of Hu Yin Ao Bo, he opened it, and upon seeing the face of the person leading the group, his pupils suddenly constricted. Wang Yin had left a deep impression on him, and Hu Yin Ao Bo back then. He was a celestial emperor-level powerhouse. You really haven't left. Upon seeing Feng Yu open the door, Wang Yin smiled. It felt quite good that they were still here. Please come in. Hu Yin Ao Bo is inside the courtyard. Hearing Wang Yan's first sentence, Feng Yu couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. I'm sorry, Hu Yin Ao Bo. This change in mindset was mainly due to Hu Yin Ao Bo contemplating leaving after Wang Yan's departure, but after being persuaded by Feng Yu, he decided to wait a few years before making a decision, especially since he had found a suitable disciple to pass on his family's ancestral skills. To his surprise, Wang Yin had returned. Truly, one misstep could lead to eternal regret. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. After clarifying with Hu Yin Ao Bo that he would stay here for a while, Hu Yin Ao Bo first turned pale, then forced a smile. When Wang Yin threw him some good items he had obtained from the Tianju masters during the commotion in the Danton Empire, Hu Yin Ao Bo finally perked up. After all, he wasn't just taking free food and lodging. Having more people around brought some extra liveliness. Wang Yin threw quite a few items to Hu Yin Ao Bo, and Hu Yin Ao Bo had also encountered a fair number of good things. At a glance, he could tell that many of the items Wang Yin tossed over had considerable value, and in any case, he probably wouldn't be at a loss. Thus, Wang Yin and his group of four settled down at Hu Yin Ao Bo's place. Shangguan Bing'er devoted herself to cultivation every day, quickly advancing her heavenly power to the 9-pearl level. Tian'er and Wang Yin spent their days brainstorming ways to gather the four holy attributes and condense the holy power, while Tang Xian was supposed to condense the heavenly pill to the heavenly king level, but due to Wang Yan's request, he had not yet started on that and instead researched alongside Wang Yin and Tian'er. After focusing on research for over a month, Wang Yin, Tian'er, and Tang Xian had basically made no progress in condensing holy power. Even bringing Hu Yin Ao Bo and Feng Yu into the mix didn't help. It could only be said that shape condensers and ordinary upper-level body sect pearl masters were of little use in this regard. They wondered, if I were to refine and absorb the inner Dan of the dark demon evil god tiger, could I potentially gain the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger, thereby uniquely gathering the four holy attributes? During a dinner together, with no progress made, Wang Yin recalled this previous thought. From the experiences of heavenly Pearl Masters and Pearl Masters refining and absorbing heavenly cores, there are cases where they gain additional bloodlines of heavenly beasts. But it is uncertain whether they would possess the corresponding heavenly power attributes of those beasts. As heavenly Pearl Masters and Pearl Masters generally choose heavenly cores of the same attribute for refining and absorption. Regarding Wang Yan's statement, Tian Er and Tang Xian provided some somewhat useful basis. So, would the heavenly cores of top-tier heavenly beasts contain the essence of the beast's bloodline? Wang Yan asked. There might be. After all, my strength is not very strong yet, and these situations basically belong to the core secrets of celestial beasts, which generally won't be leaked out. I don't know for sure, but I feel there should be some. Tian Er did not give a definite answer. So, is there any method on the Snow God Mountain for refining and absorbing celestial beast cores to successfully integrate celestial beast bloodlines? Forget it. You wouldn't know even if I asked. Wang Yang just finished asking and immediately negated his own questions. However, I think I may have found a method to refine and absorb the heavenly core and integrate the heavenly beast bloodline, though it is somewhat troublesome and may not necessarily succeed. Wang Yin suddenly recalled the matter of merging the angel domain and the killing god domain, which could be considered as completely integrating an external element into oneself. Moreover, the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger should definitely contain the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger, or at the very least, a strong bloodline infection. Otherwise, Zhou Weiqing wouldn't have exhibited the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger after merging with its inner core. Therefore, as long as he pays attention to retaining and integrating the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger while refining and absorbing its inner core, he would most likely gain the evil and time attributes of the dark demon evil god tiger, coupled with his own holy and spiritual attributes. He would then have gathered all four major holy attributes. However, there's a problem. Merging bloodlines is ultimately different from the previous merging of domains. After all, the two domains were considered part of his original essence, while this involves completely integrating an external element into his essence. Furthermore, Wang Yin was uncertain whether he could successfully integrate the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger, as it seemed that only a six-winged angel could correspond to the dark demon evil god tiger. His two-winged angel didn't seem to be of a high enough rank. In addition, Wang Yin also needed to consider the potential conflict between the existing angel martial soul bloodline and the dark demon evil god tiger bloodline during the integration process. With a successful condensation of holy power, he had found a specific and feasible direction, so Wang Yin entered seclusion. It was better for him to condense holy power himself. After all, Tian Er only had the cultivation of a 9-glory pearl, and the angel martial soul bloodline would likely clash with the dark demon evil god tiger bloodline. The Holy Celestial Tiger bloodline would probably have similar issues when merging, although the conflict might be somewhat less due to both being tiger-type bloodlines. As for the safety of Shangwan Binger, Tian Er, and Tang Xian, Wang Yin was not worried. Although the Haomiao continent and the entire Tianzhu world had a higher cultivation level than Douluo continent, the cultivation level of a 9-glory Pearl Master was by no means low, especially since there were 3 of them in succession. Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu had also been sufficiently suppressed and trained by Wang Yin, so even if he entered seclusion, he didn't need to worry too much. After entering seclusion, Wang Yin cautiously refined the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, forming a combination of matter and energy. He then absorbed it into his body for storage without directly merging it with himself. He adjusted his state to the best condition and, like peeling layers of an onion, did his utmost to separate the combined material and energy of the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger that was sealed within him. Yes, he aimed to separate it and divide it into different parts based on various manifestations he observed, storing them separately. In reality, this separation was not meticulous. It was merely a simple separation of matter, energy, and bloodline carriers. Although it wasn't detailed, it had already pushed Wang Yan's ability of the golden eye, an external spirit bone, to the limit. Without the golden eye, it would have been very difficult for Wang Yin to achieve this with just his mental strength. While observing different manifestations was possible, he wouldn't have the energy left to separate them. After separating them, he would then merge them again. Since Wang Yin wasn't sure which parts would allow him to obtain the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger and gain the 2 holy attributes of evil and time, he needed to repeat the process to increase his understanding of this entity. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about any consumption during the separation and merging process. Initially, Wang Yin was concerned about this, but the combination of energy and matter had a devouring and replenishing effect. After inputting his transformed celestial energy, it would automatically devour, transform, and replenish itself, even showing signs of growth. Wang Yin repeated the separation and merging process more than 10 times, yet there was no substantial progress. His initial understanding remained unchanged after all those attempts. After merging once more, he sealed it and adjusted his state. Due to being in seclusion, Wang Yin had no idea how much time had passed outside, but subconsciously, he hoped not to consume too much time. Once Wang Yin adjusted himself to the best state, he began the process of merging the material and energy combination of the dark demon evil god tiger's inner core, fully integrating it into himself. During the merging process, he still maximized the ability of the golden eye, wanting to observe every minute detail of the merging process. All of this was useful. Even if it couldn't be used at the moment, it might be needed someday, and he didn't want to be unable to find what he needed then. As the combination of matter and energy merged with him, it began to separate, naturally integrating into Wang Yin's body and celestial energy. Soon after, Wang Yin noticed something different, something that hadn't been detected during the previous separation and merging process. An indistinct entity appeared. It was neither matter nor energy, not even something spiritual, nor could it be classified as elemental. However, it exhibited characteristics related to both spirit and elements. Upon careful reflection, Wang Yin confirmed that this should be the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger, the most fundamental essence of a life form. He had encountered a similar essence during the merging of domains. With a sudden roar, it felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. From Wang Yin's unique perspective, when the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger merged with his own essence, a flickering purple lightning-winged angel image appeared within his essence, while the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger manifested as its own image. When the two essences merged, the two images violently collided, entangling with each other. Correspondingly, Wang Yin could clearly feel that his physical body, celestial energy, and even his soul were being invaded by something, splitting and battling within him. He felt as if he were being burned by fierce flames, with every part of him undergoing intense refinement. Mom, my master should be able to succeed in his seclusion, right? Outside, Shangguan Binger and the others sensed the fluctuations of celestial energy, which even extended beyond. However, those further out knew that this was Huyin Alba's place, a master-level, shape-shifting master's location, and they couldn't just rush over, especially since their strength was insufficient to directly inquire about anything. He is your master. You should have some faith in him. Tang Xian's expression only showed surprise when the celestial energy began to fluctuate, but then it was hard to read anything further. From a unique perspective, Wang Yin saw two glowing essences merging together. The image of the purple lightning-winged angel and the image of the dark demon evil god tiger transformed into two extremely complex seals, imprinting onto the merged essence. When he felt all the commotion cease, Wang Yin carefully sensed himself thoroughly. He succeeded. He had successfully acquired the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger, and the four attributes of evil, time, darkness, and wind that the dark demon evil god tiger possessed became controllable for Wang Yin. However, they did not manifest on the pearl, while the lightning attribute seemed to have merged with Wang Yin. When Wang Yin transformed into the heavenly power and manifested the body pearl and the intent pearl, he discovered that he possessed 6 attributes: holy, spiritual, evil, time, water, fire, and thunder. The first 5 could be said to be effects derived from the angelic martial soul and the ice-fire alchemical body. But Wang Yin was unsure where the thunder attribute came from. He could only speculate that it was due to his practice of the divine thunder spell, but he wasn't certain. At this moment, he was still in seclusion. After examining himself, Wang Yin activated the 4 holy attributes he possessed: holy, spiritual, evil, and time. Under the influence of the heavenly power, these 4 attributes formed a silver-white vortex, which gradually became stable and controllable from an initially uncontrollable state. During this process, the energy of heaven and earth surged in like a violent storm, even drawing Wang Yin's own life force into the silver-white vortex. At first, his life force was being drawn into the silver-white vortex, startling Wang Yin. He wanted to stabilize his life force to stop it from being drawn away, but inexplicably, he recalled the situation in the original story where the holy power appeared and the life force of Shangguan Shuer was restored. So, Wang Yin allowed his life force to be drawn into the silver-white vortex. The silver-white vortex automatically stabilized and transformed into a small funnel shape, seemingly drawing in endless energy from heaven and earth above, including Wang Yan's own heavenly power and life force. This led Wang Yan to realize that he could only rely on his mental strength to control the silver-white vortex. After nearly 30% of his life force had been drained, a drop of silver-white energy dripped from the tip of the funnel of the silver-white vortex. After the energy dripped out, Wang Yan absorbed it and found that his life force stopped depleting and his body, soul, and mental strength had all strengthened somewhat. The holy power had successfully condensed. After the successful condensation of the holy power, Wang Yan still had the originally transformed heavenly power within him, which was not pure holy power. Regarding this situation, Wang Yan did not think too much about it and directly channeled his heavenly power into the completely stabilized silver-white vortex funnel, causing drops of holy power to continuously seep out. Wang Yan discovered that if things continued like this, he seemed unable to fully convert his power into holy power, because the heavenly energy he transformed had already condensed into a heavenly Dan, which was composed of heavenly energy. Without thinking too much, Wang Yan directly shattered the heavenly Dan within him, instantly injuring himself severely. The heavenly Dan, like the heavenly core of a heavenly beast, is a source of power that is extremely related to one's cultivation and life, condensed by a heavenly pearl master upon reaching the heavenly king level. However, compared to the heavenly core that appears with a sec-level heavenly beast, human heavenly pearl masters often need to reach the heavenly king level to condense a heavenly Dan. Thus, Wang Yan's instant injury after shattering his own heavenly Dan was no joke. This also showed that his mental control was very high. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a self-explosion. Nevertheless, Wang Yan's injuries were hardly better than when he first arrived in the vast continent, and in fact, they were even worse. Because of Wang Yan's actions, the outside world was in chaos, while the energy of heaven and earth was gathering in one place. It was still possible that some heavenly pearl master had caused a commotion while breaking through at Hu Yin Ao Bo's place, or that Hu Yin Ao Bo had created a high-quality scroll. But now, with the heavenly energy highly concentrated, it was just sitting there, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a pot of heavenly energy soup that had boiled to its limit. If this boiling pot of heavenly energy soup exploded, it would not only flatten the city, but at least cause significant destruction. This made even the powerful heavenly pearl masters start to fear, and the weaker ones had already begun to flee. The trapped heavenly beasts in the imprint palace were also restless, unable to be restrained even by their bindings. At this moment, Wang Yan was multitasking. Most of his focus was on controlling the shattered heavenly Dan's heavenly energy, directing it to flow into the silver-white holy attribute vortex funnel without further destruction. Because of the massive influx of heavenly energy from the heavenly Dan, the rotation speed of the silver-white holy attribute vortex funnel increased significantly, and naturally, the speed at which holy power dripped out also accelerated. The remaining small portion of his mental focus was used to regulate the condensed holy power. Although the silver-white holy power was increasing, so was Wang Yan's consumption. His body, due to the shattered heavenly Dan, was like a broken sieve. If he hadn't been able to barely control it, he would have exploded by now. The holy power, regulated by Wang Yan, filled his damaged body, and a life instinct that was unwilling to disappear began to repair the bodily injuries due to the injection of holy power, ensuring his survival. After being repaired by the holy power, Wang Yan could sense that his body's strength had definitely surpassed the past, as the dazzling golden light he saw upon internal inspection was not trivial. It was a symbol of having transformed into a divine body. Holy power is a purer force than pure elements, formed by the convergence of the four great holy attributes and life energy, and can be said to have reached the extreme level in the lower dimension world. The next transformation is divine power, and one could even say that holy power is, to a certain extent, divine power, although it still has its shortcomings compared to divine power. Such power, when repairing the body, also strengthens it due to its higher energy level. However, Wang Yan's body strength was already very high, and after further strengthening, it naturally reached the level of a divine body. While Wang Yan was delighted that his body had reached the level of a divine body, the people outside were filled with despair, as the boiling heavenly energy soup was still continuously condensing and had begun to show signs of instability. Some people were already afraid to run, fearing that their actions would disrupt the balance of that thing and lead to an explosion. All the heavenly energy within him had been converted into holy power, and this holy power was entirely used by Wang Yin to repair and strengthen his body. However, this also left the energy within Wang Yin in a state of depletion. The silver-white holy attribute vortex funnel would not stop operating under Wang Yin's control, making the vast external energy the best source of supply. To those outside, that vast and boiling heavenly energy soup suddenly seemed to find an outlet and burst forth with a tremendous roar. Those closest, such as Shangwan Binger, Tianer, Tang Xian, and even Hu Yin Ao Bo Feng Yu, could see clearly that the outlet was at the place where Wang Yin was in seclusion. It wasn't that Shangwan Binger and the others didn't want to leave, but their trivial arguments had completely wasted the opportunity to escape, and later they didn't dare to move at all, only able to watch the commotion created by Wang Yin. The boiling heavenly energy soup, capable of completely destroying the entire city, was quickly drained, but a larger range of heavenly energy was attracted, continuously gathering together and then being absorbed, transformed, and condensed by some existence. Once again condensing holy power, and after reaching a certain level, the pure holy power condensed into a heavenly Dan, which was originally referred to by Zhou Weiqing as the star core holy Dan. The power of the holy Dan was comparable to that of a heavenly, God-level heavenly Dan. In terms of the soul cultivation system of Douluo continent, one holy power soul core was equivalent to about 2 ordinary soul power soul cores, or possibly 1.5, as 2 soul cores in the Douluo continent system equate to level 99, which should be at the peak level of heavenly God in the vast continent's heavenly energy system. After the holy Dan was fully condensed, Wang Yin mobilized the holy power to baptize and elevate his soul and mental power, as his body had been enhanced. So it was only logical to elevate his soul and mental power as well. However, it was somewhat regrettable that although his soul had improved, it was only in terms of the quantity of mental power and not in terms of quality. It probably reached a deeper level than Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, still within the realm of mental power, and did not reach the divine level of divine consciousness. The appearance of the holy power heavenly Dan, or star core holy Dan, was different from the ordinary heavenly Dan, which was just a round bead. It had an additional decoration on the outside, similar to the star rings attached to stars. But it seemed that this thing didn't have much of a function. Originally, after condensing the holy Dan and baptizing his soul and mental power, Wang Yin was prepared to stop, but he couldn't help but stare at the star ring of the star core holy Dan, feeling that it seemed a bit superfluous. Looking again at the already stabilized and self-operating holy attribute vortex, Wang Yin had an idea. Why not combine the holy attribute vortex with the star ring of this holy Dan, merging the holy Dan with the holy attribute vortex into one whole? Without hesitation, Wang Yin felt that his thoughts were bursting forth, and it was suitable to proceed directly. If he stopped now, he didn't know if he would still have such motivation to do it again later, and having this drive was very important. Under the powerful control of his mental power, the holy attribute vortex slowly changed its form, transforming from a funnel into a rotating flat ring, then moving towards the holy Dan to wrap around it. The star ring followed the rotation of the holy attribute vortex, and finally merged into one, emitting brilliant and vast fluctuations. Wang Yin felt that his cultivation had soared to a peak. After exiting the retreat, his cultivation surged to a high point in one go, then receded, and with further effort, he managed to push it slightly higher than the previous peak, but it was only a little, not much at all. After going back and forth in this cycle of surging and retreating, Wang Yin's cultivation finally stabilized at the initial peak he had reached. Looking at the unchanged holy pill, Wang Yin knew he had completely reached the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor level, and any further breakthrough would lead to the heavenly god level. Regarding the breakthrough to the heavenly god level, Wang Yin felt that he had a chance of succeeding today, but he wasn't completely confident, so he decided to solidify his cultivation and not push further. The holy power had already been condensed, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly emperor level, ready for a breakthrough at any time. The next step was to focus on cultivation, continuously increasing his foundation, so that he could have an explosive breakthrough into the heavenly god level, ideally directly reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly god level. Wang Yin believed that in the future, he should at least reach the initial stage of the heavenly god level pinnacle to have a better chance of achieving his ambitious plan. There was still a considerable amount of time before the Blood Red Abyss and the Valley of Affection aimed to eliminate all the holy lands in the grand competition, and Wang Yin thought this time was sufficient for him to enhance his foundation, so there was no need to rush. Upon exiting the retreat, Wang Yin felt that the outside was noisy. The previously boiling cauldron of heavenly energy had vanished in a short time, and more heavenly energy was continuously gathering and disappearing at Hu Yin Ao Bo's location. With the danger gone, various thoughts naturally emerged. Given the unusual heavenly energy earlier, the appearance of treasures or the birth of powerful beings was possible, all of which represented opportunities, and opportunities meant he could potentially enhance his strength further. Therefore, many Tianju masters who considered themselves talented or lucky rushed to Hu Yin Ao Bo's place, hoping to see treasures or powerful predecessors. In the past, Hu Yin Ao Bo's title as a master-level condensing master was quite impressive, enough to intimidate those Tianju masters, but after the anomaly in heavenly energy, those driven by greed wouldn't care about Hu Yin Ao Bo. Upon entering, although Feng Yu was a 9-pearl upper body sect, he couldn't stop too many people. After all, he was a 9-pearl upper heavenly sect, and there were so many people that even the 9-pearl upper heavenly sect couldn't manage all these Tianju masters and Yuzhu masters. Indeed, among the many who came, there were both Tianju masters and Yuzhu masters, and their numbers were not small. Because of Wang Yin, Hu Yin Ao Bo, and Feng Yu didn't dare let Shangwan Binger and the other two appear. If something unexpected happened, they couldn't bear the consequences. After all, even the 9-pearl upper heavenly sect couldn't completely guard against those with ulterior motives, and others didn't know who was from the 9-pearl upper heavenly sect. As Hu Yin Ao Bo and Feng Yu couldn't stop the crowd with different intentions, things became increasingly chaotic. Tang Xian, who had a violent temper, couldn't hold back first, and then Shangwan Binger and Tianer followed suit, making things even more chaotic, as there would always be a few who were infatuated when seeing beautiful women. Tang Xian, Shangwan Binger, and Tianer all had 9-pearl cultivation, and with Tang Xian's violent temper, even a small word could lead to an explosion. Just as a fight was about to break out, Wang Yin appeared. What's going on? With a single sentence infused with holy power, everyone felt a moment of clarity in their minds. Wang Yin glanced at several places a bit farther away and laughed. Oh, it seems you've even attracted Heavenly King-level Tianju masters. Master, you've exited your retreat? Shangwan Binger exclaimed with joy. Is someone causing trouble? Agao Yongalbo. It seems your title as a master-level condensing master isn't much. If Hu Yin Ao Bo's master-level condensing master could stabilize the situation, it would be surprising, especially since there were still Heavenly King-level Tianju masters lurking in the shadows. Senior truly values me. Upon hearing Wang Yin say this about him, Hu Yin Ao Bo's expression turned to one of helplessness. Who are you, little pretty boy? When a man is speaking, where do you have the right to interrupt? Someone in the crowd, causing trouble, shouted out, whether out of genuine ignorance or because they had backing and felt unrestrained. If we kill all these people, it seems it wouldn't be good for the situation, so let us just cripple them all. As Wang Yan's words fell, before anyone else could speak, an immense holy power, as boundless as the ocean, enveloped everyone. Although some felt a sense of alertness in their hearts and attempted to turn and flee, it was futile. Even those who had begun to turn and run were instantly surrounded by Wang Yan's holy power, rendering them immobile. In an instant, the cultivation of all those who came to cause trouble was shattered, leaving them with no possibility of recultivation. The celestial energy that should have dissipated was drawn together with their life force by Wang Yan's secret technique and condensed into a mass. This included several king-level figures, with the celestial energy and life force forming a fist-sized energy ball, though it was not solid, but rather somewhat illusory. A small punishment serves as a great warning. I haven't taken your names, so take care of yourselves. Wang Yin clenched his hand, and the energy orb shrank and was held in his palm. Then, his figure soared into the sky, followed by 5 silhouettes: Shangwan Binger, Tianer, Tang Xian, and Hu Yin Aobo with Feng Yu. You too. Are you willing to follow me from now on? After flying a considerable distance, Wang Yin first asked Hu Yin Aobo and Feng Yu this question. I will follow old Hu Yin. Feng Yu replied decisively. Senior, I won't be following you anymore. My skills as a solidification master, while not particularly high, still make me want to find a disciple to pass them on. With this incident happening, it's a good opportunity for me to travel around. Perhaps I can take on a disciple or something. Hu Yin Aobo politely declined Wang Yan's offer. Do as you wish. Take care. No need to see you off. Wang Yin also had no intention of keeping Hu Yin Aobo, even though Hu Yin Aobo had a set of rare gear. However, Wang Yin really didn't have any desire for it. After all, they had just been getting along without any debts to each other. Regarding Hu Yin Aobo's genuine intention to leave, Wang Yin didn't have much of a reaction, as it was merely a mutually beneficial relationship. He truly valued his relationships with Shangwan Binger and Tian'er more. One was his disciple, and the other was the sacred heavenly spirit tiger, which had the power of the nether seal in the nether realm. As for Tang Xian, Wang Yin didn't feel much. My strength has further improved, and I have the ability to elevate you to the king level without harming your potential. The three of you. Do you need my help to elevate you directly? Wang Yin spoke openly without any hesitation, a personality that Shangwan Binger, Tian'er, and Tang Xian had already gotten used to. Really without harm? Tang Xian asked. I have no need to lie to you. Wang Yin didn't answer much. I'll go first. Tong Xiong glanced at Shangyong Binga, undoubtedly worried that if her daughter went first, something might go wrong. Let Tian'er go first. She possesses the two great sacred attributes of divinity and spirit. Wang Yin first condensed a holy attribute vortex for Tian'er, effectively turning the two major holy attributes of evil and time into hidden attributes. He then transformed his celestial energy into holy power, continuously enhancing her cultivation until she condensed a holy pill, reaching the king level. Next was Tang Xian. Wang Yin condensed a semi-holy pill for her. Since she did not possess a holy attribute, the holy pill was not pure, but it still surpassed an ordinary heavenly pill, reaching the king level. Finally, for Shangwan Binger, Wang Yin was willing to invest more resources. He utilized his own origin and, through a not-so-familiar origin fusion, added the four major holy attributes as hidden attributes for her. He also condensed a holy attribute vortex and a holy pill, reaching the king level. Fortunately, the loss of origin and vitality was almost equivalent, so Wang Yin could still recover. Master, where are we going next? After elevating Shangwan Binger and the others to the king level, Wang Yin led the team to continue moving to the next location, a place he had long planned to enhance his own strength. In the Zhongtian Empire, Haomiao Palace. Who dares to trespass on Tianju Island? Stop. Upon arriving in the Zhongtian Empire, before even getting close to Zhongtian City, Wang Yin took Shangwan Binger and the others directly to fly towards Tianju Island. On the way, Tang Xian had mentioned to Wang Yin the guarding forces of Haomiao Palace over Tianju Island. But Wang Yin did not take it seriously and still proceeded with this bold action. Tang Xian, Binga, you two go ahead. I might not be able to take the lead here. Dealing with the guarding forces of Tianju Island was more suitable for Tang Xian and Shangwan Binger. After all, one was the wife of the second master of Haomiao Palace, and the other was the little daughter of the second master. Moreover, Shangwan Binger and her two sisters, Shangwan Shuerer and Shangwan Feier, were indistinguishable apart from their demeanor. I thought you had some other plan. Tang Xian rolled her eyes at Wang Yin. Even if Wang Yin was at the peak of the heavenly emperor level, and her daughter Shangwan Binger's master, she, Tang Xian, was still Shangwan Binger's biological mother. There were hardly any major disturbances, and they smoothly arrived at Tianju Island. As soon as they arrived, they saw Shangwan Tianyue coming over. Binger, you're here. Shangwan Tianyue's first words were directed at Tang Xian with a smile, but what darkened her face was that Tang Xian initially showed no reaction upon seeing her. And after hearing Shangwan Tianyue's words, she directly stepped back 2 steps to stand behind Wang Yin. Binger, you're here too. Although she felt displeased, Shangwan Tianyue did not show any signs on her face, instead looking at Shangwan Binger with a warm smile. However, similarly, Shangwan Binger, like her mother Tang Xian, also retreated behind Wang Yin, but she was slightly better off as she glanced at Tang Xian before apologetically smiling at Shangwan Tianyue and then stepping back behind Wang Yin. What brings you here? And you even brought Shui Ao Tian's daughter with you. Reluctantly, Shangwan Tianyue had to speak to Wang Yin, but her tone was genuinely unfriendly. Were you not taught by your parents or your elder brother? When facing a Tianju master stronger than yourself, your attitude should be more humble, Wang Yin said, releasing his aura completely, but under his intentional control. This aura only pressed down on Shangwan Tianyue. Shangwan Tianyue snorted coldly, and then 11 body orbs appeared in his right hand, transforming into armor that enveloped him. In his left hand, 11 transformed stone cat eyes flickered with 4 colors of light. What? Do you want to fight me? Your strength is still lacking. You should call your big brother to spar with me. Don't say I didn't warn you. My strength has not only fully recovered, but has also improved significantly. Wang Yin showed great disdain, while Shangwan Tianyue was unsure whether to attack or not. During their last encounter, Shangwan Tianyue had just broken through to the emperor level and hadn't had time to fully shape his 11th body orb, which he believed was a significant reason why he felt he couldn't defeat Wang Yin. He thought that a large part of his inability to win was due to his vast and boundless set not being fully formed. As the first and only complete 11-piece legendary shaping set, Its full power was not something a 10-piece set could compare to. Therefore, after completing the entire set, Shangguan Tianyue believed his strength had greatly increased and felt he could regain his face from Wang Yan. However, during the recent clash of auras, Shangguan Tianyue realized he was completely no match for Wang Yan. After donning the full vast and boundless set, Shangguan Tianyue suddenly remembered that he hadn't allowed Wang Yan to use his shaping equipment last time. This thought left him in a dilemma, unsure whether to make a move next, as he knew well that using or not using shaping equipment represented two entirely different levels of strength. Just as everyone's gaze focused on Shangguan Tianyue, he felt the veins on his forehead bulge. Then, with a shout, he raised a vast and boundless sword and struck down towards Wang Yan. Oomph. Wang Yan first let out a light laugh, followed by a cold snort. A circle of platinum-colored light, resembling swirling nebulae, instantly expanded, followed by a layer of dark golden light covering the platinum light. The former is a divine domain, a celestial-level ability that only those with holy power can unleash at the Emperor level, while the latter is the holy judgment domain of Wang Yan's angelic martial soul. The two are quite similar, both manifesting the influence of oneself on the external world. However, due to slightly different world laws, one can only be displayed by an emperor who has reached the celestial level or possesses energy of that level, while the other can be used much earlier. In terms of power, before reaching the corresponding celestial level, the Soul Master's talent domain is not as powerful as the divine domain, as the divine domain is supported by a strong cultivation base. But if the Soul Master reaches the celestial level, then the talent domain is somewhat stronger than the divine domain, as the talent domain is more closely related to the Soul Master. Of course, this is not entirely correct, but that is the general situation. Divine domain, dual divine domain, Shangguan Tianyue, restricted by the dual limitations of the Nebula divine domain and the Holy Judgment domain, had already frozen. It wasn't that he couldn't team move with the complete vast and boundless set. His combat power had at least reached a level comparable to that of a newly entered celestial level being. He was simply shocked by Wang Yan's displayed strength. Come with me. Faced with such strength from Wang Yan, Shangguan Tianyue put away the body pearl and intention pearl, and apart from disappointment, nothing else could be seen on his face. It was as if battle intent and anger had never existed. A couple of years ago, Wang Yan had told Shangguan Tianyue that he would come to the vast and boundless palace, and that he was looking for Shangguan Tianyue's elder brother, Shangguan Tianyang, for some sort of deal. Brother Wang, let's not beat around the bush. What brings you to my vast and boundless palace? My younger brother has vaguely mentioned that you are here for a transaction. What is it about? As soon as he met Shangguan Tianyang, he straightforwardly inquired. This was because Wang Yan had this strength, while Wang Yan and Shangguan Tianyue were confronting each other outside the vast and boundless palace on Tianju Island. Shangguan Tianyang had already observed the real-time situation inside the palace through certain means. If it weren't for Wang Yan demonstrating corresponding strength in another scenario, Shangguan Tianyang would definitely not be acting this way. Tang Xian, Bing'er, you two release your celestial power to the fullest and show your celestial pills as well. Under the curious gazes of Shangguan Tianyang and Shangguan Tianyue, Tang Xian and Shangguan Bing'er released their celestial power, followed by their respective unique celestial pills. Tang Xian's celestial pill was silver-white with a touch of fire attribute red, while Shangguan Bing'er's was platinum with a hint of wind attribute blue. What is this? Shangguan Tianyang carefully sensed it. Although it was only at the king level, the quality of that celestial power was stronger than his own emperor level, leaving a peculiar feeling lingering in his mind. Shangguan Tianyang couldn't help but ask. This is a celestial pill formed from the holy power condensed by the four major holy attributes. Tang Xian only has a holy attribute, so it is just a sub-holy pill, while Shangguan Bing'er has been supplemented with the hidden four major holy attributes by me. So, it is a pure holy pill. Wang Yan introduced the situation. So, what exactly is Wang's brother trying to trade? Shangguan Tianyang didn't know Wang Yan's intentions, but he was already prepared for a significant expenditure. The holy power condensed from the holy attribute. He had only heard that when the four major holy attributes converge, miracles can happen, possibly breaking through to the heavenly transformation level. I can directly elevate Shangguan Shuer and Shangguan Fei'er to the king level without damaging their potential, and condense the holy power pill. If it is a semi-holy pill, I need to practice with the three divine formation masters of the vast palace for a period of time and study all the classics of the vast palace. If it is a pure holy pill, on top of that, I must be allowed to freely choose one item from the vast palace's treasury. Wang Yan spoke up. Elder brother. All right, I agree. Before Shangwan Tianyue could finish speaking and stop him, Shangwan Tianyang directly agreed. Shangwan Binger was conflicted. Elder brother. Although the method for forging the sacred Dan is precious, is it really necessary to go this far? Shangwan Tianyue managed to finish her words. Second brother. You are too influenced by your emotions. Just go down for now, come back when you have thought it through, Shangwan Tianyang said. Shangwan Tianyue was stunned. How could her elder brother side with an outsider? In fact, this was because the conditions proposed by Wang Yin did indeed favor the Haomiao Palace. Following the 3 divine masters for training wouldn't allow them to take the 3 divine masters of Haomiao Palace with them, and they couldn't take any records either. In the end, everything still belonged to Haomiao Palace, so agreeing was just agreeing. As for taking something from the Haomiao Palace treasury, Shangwan Tianyang really didn't think his side would suffer. After all, he knew what was in the treasury. There was no item that could directly yield 2 unscathed potential kings with sacred Dan for Haomiao Palace. Shangwan Tianyue was indeed somewhat swayed by her emotions and acted impulsively. A little thought would reveal that the things Wang Yin could actually obtain and take away were very few. It was just that her 2 encounters with Wang Yin made it difficult for her to calm down and think. Great Palace Master, may I ask, do you choose the sub-sacred Dan or the sacred Dan? Wang Yin also realized that he seemed to have said a bit too little. He should have been more demanding. Unfortunately, at first, he only thought about following the 3 divine masters for training and studying the classics. However, it didn't matter. He had already brought Shangwan Binger along. Wang Yin didn't believe that Shangwan Tianyang and Shangwan Tianyue wouldn't make an effort to bring Shangwan Binger into the Haomiao Palace. As long as they did that, with the title of master and apprentice, they could easily accomplish other things as well. Naturally, it was the holy pill. The treasure trove of Haomiao Palace contained quite a few treasures, and Wang Yin should take his time to choose carefully. Shangwan Tianyang smiled happily because Haomiao Palace, despite being the last to appear, became the leader among the 5 great sacred places, relying on its immense wealth. Even if Wang Yin took one item, it wouldn't make much of a dent in the vast wealth of Haomiao Palace. It would be better to comply respectfully. Wang Yin curled his lips and didn't say much. On the first day arranged by Shangwan Tianyang, there wasn't too much going on. Just a small welcoming dinner in the evening with very few attendees. The people present were Shangwan Tianyang and his wife, Shangwan Tianyue, along with Shangwan Shui, and Shangwan Fei, Shangwan Tianxing and his main wife with a few children, and then there were Wang Yin, Shangwan Bing, Tian, and Tang Xian. Only 4 people in total. If not for Wang Yin and Tian being there, this could be considered a family gathering. According to Shangwan Tianyang, this dinner was actually meant for mutual acquaintance, but he didn't specify what exactly they would get acquainted with. It could be either Shangwan Bing, and Tang Xian, or Wang Yin himself. The next day, Shangwan Tianyang and Shangwan Tianyue brought Shangwan Shui, and Shangwan Fei, to find Wang Yin, as they hoped to quickly help Shangwan Shui, and Shangwan Fei, become like Shangwan Bing, Wang Yin didn't refuse and immediately agreed. After all, they had just arrived and had already discussed it with the 3 divine masters of the Haomiao Palace, stating that Wang Yin could visit them anytime. As for the scriptures of Haomiao Palace, they were all in the library, and Shangwan Tianyang gave him a token with the highest level of access to enter and read freely. Following a similar process as with Shangwan Bing, Wang Yin infused a strand of his own origin into Shangwan Shui, and Shangwan Fei, granting them the latent 4 great holy attributes. Then, he condensed the holy attribute vortex, gathering, absorbing, and refining the energy of heaven and earth, ultimately condensing the holy elixir and breaking through to the king level. It can be said that, thanks to the foundation laid by Shangwan Bing, and the others, Wang Yin felt quite at ease performing the operations for Shangwan Shui, and Shangwan Fei, After all, with more practice, he had become familiar with the process and handled it with ease. Now I'm somewhat injured, as I need to expend my origin to supplement their latent 4 great holy attributes. So, Shangwan Tianyue, do you want to take advantage of my slightly weakened strength to spar a bit? After condensing the holy elixir for Shangwan Shui, and Shangwan Fei, to break through to the king level, Wang Yin suddenly seemed to provoke Shangwan Tianyue, seemingly intentionally enticing her to spar with him. Brother Wang is joking. If you want to spar, my elder brother and I can always join Brother Wang at the martial arena of Haomiao Palace for a match. However, Brother Wang has already depleted his origin, so it's not suitable to fight now. Let us discuss another day. After all, recovering your origin is more important. At this moment, Shangwan Tianyue showed no signs of being influenced by emotions, and appeared quite polite instead. Is that so? Well then, seeing that Shangguan Tianyue didn't take the bait, Wang Yin thought that Shangguan Tianyang must have explained the pros and cons to her, freeing her from emotional influence. Not saying much more, Wang Yin closed his eyes and began to recuperate. Although consuming his origin wasn't a big issue for Wang Yin, as he had ways to replenish it, it was better to recover it in a timely manner rather than letting it drag on for a long time. When Wang Yin opened his eyes again, Shangguan Shui and Shangguan Fei had already left, probably because their cultivation had stabilized to a preliminary level. He didn't know when Shangguan Tianyang and Shangguan Tianyue had left either. Instead, Shangguan Bing was still there, looking somewhat troubled, as if she was thinking about something. Bing, what's wrong? Shangguan Bing was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Wang Yin had opened his eyes. Master, do you think I should join the Haomiao Palace? Upon hearing Wang Yin's voice, Shangguan Bing turned her head and saw Wang Yin looking at her. Her expression first showed joy, then shifted back to a troubled look. Why would you ask me this? Without needing to think, Wang Yin already understood that Shangguan Tianyang or Shangguan Tianyue must have approached Shangguan Bing and suggested she return to the Haomiao Palace. This was because everyone in Haomiao Palace knew that the second palace lord, Shangguan Tianyue, had 2 daughters. But they didn't know he had a 3rd daughter named Shangguan Bing. My father told me he wants me to join the Haomiao Palace. But my mother said my father is not a good person and that I shouldn't join the Haomiao Palace. Well, this also involves the love and hatred of the previous generation. Do you want to join? Wang Yin didn't answer anything, but instead asked Shangguan Bing a question. I don't know. This response was very much like Shangguan Bing. If she hadn't answered that way, Wang Yin would have found it strange. You can join, but after all, you've lived with your mother for so many years. If your father had done nothing wrong, your mother wouldn't have taken you to flee to the Tiangong Empire. So if you do join, it wouldn't hurt to ask for some benefits, such as having your 2 master-level shaping equipments washed away and replaced with at least a 9-piece legendary-level shaping set. Or even asking for a portion of your mother's as well, to see if your father would agree. Wanting to recruit Shangguan Binger into the Haomiao Palace was partly because she was already considered a direct descendant of the palace, partly because she was a king level with a holy Dan, and partly because of Wang Yin. Master, should I help you ask for a pure strength legendary level shaping set? Shangguan Binger was quite filial and thought of Wang Yin for such good things. I don't need it. My body orb shaping has its own plans, and a legendary level shaping set may not be suitable. After things were arranged, Wang Yin sought out the 3 divine shaping masters from Haomiao Palace, or rather, the 3 divine masters, to learn how to make shaping scrolls. Although it was said to be learning alongside them, it wasn't quite the case. To become a shaping master, one must possess a spatial attribute in their body orb, and neither Wang Yan's original angel martial spirit bloodline nor the later integrated dark demon evil god tiger bloodline had spatial attributes. One shouldn't use Zhou Weiqing's original situation as proof of anything. Zhou Weiqing's version of the dark demon evil god tiger's inner core absorbed spatial power while traversing different spaces, endowing him with spatial attributes upon merging. However, Wang Yan's version of the dark demon evil god tiger's inner core had also experienced traversing different spaces, but had always been supplied with soul power by Wang Yan and had never absorbed any spatial power. So there was no way to discuss spatial attributes. Due to the lack of spatial attributes, Wang Yin could only learn how to make shaping scrolls in a straightforward manner. He couldn't perceive the intricate details because of his own lack of spatial attributes, so he used his golden eyes to observe and sense instead. After some time, the 3 divine masters noted Wang Yan's progress with admiration, exclaiming that he was an excellent candidate for a shaping master, but regrettably, he lacked spatial attributes, which fundamentally hindered his potential as a shaping master. If the body orb is an unrefined material, then the shaping masters are the engineers responsible for designing and shaping it. The shaping scrolls are the blueprints for shaping the body orb material, and the spatial attribute is the machine for shaping. Of course, the body orb masters and body orb artisans are not without their roles. They imprint the already designed patterns onto the body orbs, which are then solidified by spatial power into shaping equipment. Wang Yin had already gained considerable insight from Hu Yin Ao Bo, but compared to these 3 divine masters, Hu Yin Ao Bo's level as a shaping master was relatively lower. Therefore, Wang Yin learned more fundamental and comprehensive knowledge about shaping scrolls from the 3 divine masters. During this time, Shangguan Binger also chose to join the Haomiao Palace, disregarding Tang Xian's objections. However, Tang Xian wasn't particularly angry. as joining the Haomiao Palace would indeed help Shangwan Binger in her further development. Originally, Shangwan Binger's 2 shaping equipments were washed away, and Wang Yin also participated in the process of creating Shangwan Binger's shaping set. Shangwan Binger was purely agility-based, and the wealthy Haomiao Palace had accumulated legendary-level shaping sets of various body orb attributes over the years, each with a complete 10-piece set, excluding the Haomiao Wuji set. So, Wang Yin probably had no chance to participate in designing a brand new legendary-level shaping set, but he could still participate in the production of a legendary shaping set multiple times, especially since Shangwan Shue'er and Shangwan Fei'er's shaping sets had not yet been fully completed. Shangwan Fei'er's legendary-level shaping set was a completely new design, as her body orb had mutated into 2 different attributes, and the quantity was still double that of a normal one. This situation was not suitable for shaping a single attribute shaping set, but the new set had already been designed before Wang Yin arrived, so he did not participate in it. Regarding Shangwan Fei'er's set, although it was new, there was nothing that Wang Yin couldn't see. However, Shangwan Shue'er's Haomiao Wuji set had encountered problems. The Haomiao Wuji set was a legendary level set that could only be shaped by the palace masters of the Haomiao Palace throughout the generations. Consisting of 11 pieces and ranked first in shaping scrolls on Tianju Island, also the number 1 legendary level shaping set in the continent today. Such a thing was the Haomiao Palace's treasured inheritance, and Wang Yin was an outsider, with his only close connection to the palace being that he was Shangwan Binger's master. As for whether he could participate in the making of the Haomiao Wuji set, Wang Yin and Shangwan Tianyang made a trade, resulting in Wang Yin being able to participate but not disclose it to anyone, and he was to infuse a holy power into each of the 3 brothers of Shangwan Tianyang. The holy power contained creative attributes. Although it was not as strong as the strongest creation holy power, it was comparable to divine power. Even a single infusion of holy power could benefit a deity level, let alone the 2 emperor level and 1 king level among the 3 brothers. Given that Wang Yin felt a bit at a loss from the previous trade, this trade ended in a rather awkward manner. To allow himself to participate in the making of a legendary level shaping set once more, Wang Yin also encouraged Tang Xian to join the Haomiao Palace. However, Tang Xian's temper couldn't handle that, and she pushed and hit Wang Yin out, who knew he was in the wrong and allowed her to punch and kick him. During this period of learning from the Divine Masters, Wang Yin didn't miss any opportunity, also keeping up with the books in the Haomiao Palace's library. Although the learning process took up a lot of his energy, Wang Yin still made time to read those books, especially some isolated fragments, which he read carefully multiple times. However, Wang Yin didn't forget to train his own disciples, Ten'er and Tang Xian. The 3 of them had their cultivation brought up by him, and due to their prior foundations, they all had varying degrees of inflated strength, which was not the inflation of heavenly power, but rather a phenomenon caused by rapid cultivation that they couldn't fully control. Shangwan Binger was his own disciple, so she naturally needed proper cultivation. Tianer was someone he had intentionally brought over, and since he was from the Snow God Mountain of the Beast Emperor Empire, it was necessary to train and guide him. One shouldn't be too shameless. As for Tang Xian, well, that might involve a bit more. Originally, she had reconciled with Shangwan Tianyue under Zhou Weiqing's matchmaking, but now, it was far from it. If it weren't for Shangwan Binger's matter and Wang Yan's involvement, Tang Xian would definitely have cut off all ties with Shangwan Tianyue. Now, there was a sense of antagonism, and coupled with Wang Yan's previous thoughts, he had the intention to help with Tang Xian's situation. After all, there weren't many people on Tianju Island who weren't from the Haomiao Palace. Wang Yin, Tianer, and Tang Xian were among them, making up a considerable part. As for the matter of going to the treasure vault to take something, Wang Yin had never mentioned it, and Shangwan Tianyang and the others hadn't brought it up either. After all, what if Wang Yin forgot? On Tianju Island, Wang Yin, who was almost always busy with these matters, was not completely indifferent to everything. Sometimes he still kept himself updated on the outside world, such as when he accidentally heard about Zhou Weiqing, who shone with unique brilliance in the Tianju competition. As Zhou Weiqing began to emerge, his information was slightly gathered by the Haomiao Palace, including details like who his parents were, the fact that he couldn't cultivate Tianli at first but later could, his time in the army of the Tiangong Empire, his further studies in the Tiangong camp, his education at the military academy of the Faili Empire, and the Tianju competition that arose from offending the Noble Academy. After Wang Yin reviewed this intelligence, he felt somewhat speechless. He had already altered some of it himself. It seemed there were still many aspects of Zhou Weiqing's experiences that remained unchanged. Wang Yin found some time to chat with Zhou Weiqing for a bit, then guided him in his training and infused him with 3 strands of holy power to let him slowly integrate them, and then he was gone. It seemed that this matter of borrowing luck ended just like that. 141. Training is serious. Shangwan Binger and her 2 sisters, Shangwan Shui'er and Shangwan Fei'er, had all completed their legendary level manifestation sets. When the sets were finished, the 3 divine masters of the vast sky palace also said a few words to Wang Yin. Our skills are limited, and there's nothing more we can teach you. It's a pity you don't have spatial attributes, otherwise. We 3 old fellows might have taken you as our closed-door disciple. You have extraordinary talent. What a shame. In response, Wang Yin ended his learning period under the 3 divine masters and began to focus on studying in the vast sky palace's library. Every day, apart from the necessary activities like eating, drinking, and sleeping, he spent the rest of his time training Shangwan Binger and her 3 sisters, as well as Tian'er Tangxian. Speaking of which, the training of Shangwan Binger and her sisters by Wang Yin started after Shangwan Fei'er saw her sister Shangwan Binger being beaten badly by Wang Yin. Generally, Wang Yin was relatively lenient with Shangwan Binger, as he was with Tian'er and Tangxian. However, compared to Tian'er and Tangxian, Shangwan Binger had some shortcomings. For instance, Wang Yin noticed that she seemed a bit lazy and not focused on her training. Thus, during a sparring session with Shangwan Binger, he didn't completely immobilize her, but she could definitely be described as being battered and bruised. Tian'er initially wanted to intervene, but seeing that Wang Yin seemed to intend it that way, she refrained. However, Tangxian, being Shangwan Binger's mother, was eager to protect her daughter, and since Wang Yin hadn't communicated with her beforehand, she was also beaten badly by him. Shangwan Tianyue wanted to step in, but was stopped by Shangwan Tianyang for reasons unknown. Shangwan Fei'er, with her mischievous personality, was furious to see her sister, who had just returned, and her mother, who had been reluctant to return, in such a state, and directly went to confront Wang Yin, only to be restrained by him, losing all her cultivation and becoming truly immobile. With 1 or 2 like this, there was a 3rd as well. In a not-so-private space, Shangwan Shui'er, confused by her father and uncle's inaction, couldn't bear to watch anymore. So the first sword cultivator of the vast sky palace was repelled by Wang Yan's sword condensed from golden light and was also sealed in her cultivation. The reason Shangwan Shui'er didn't end up like Shangwan Fei'er was that Wang Yin felt it would be a bit troublesome for Tian'er to handle 3 people alone. Afterward, Tian'er asked Wang Yin why, and he simply answered and mentioned a few things about how to make them take medicine, and that was it. However, Tian'er explained the actual situation to Shangwan Binger and the others, prompting Shangwan Binger to correct her attitude towards training. Tangxian grumbled a bit, but let it go, while Shangwan Shui'er decided to learn under Wang Yin, motivated by his swordsmanship and combat skills. Wang Yin had combat skills, having honed them in the City of Slaughter, but when it came to swordsmanship, he admitted he wasn't that good. However, Shangwan Shui'er was quite stubborn and insisted on learning. Wang Yin briefly explained the theories of various swords, but didn't teach much more, yet Shangwan Shui'er frequently came to seek advice. These events occurred while Wang Yin was seriously studying in the library. He had the leisure to manage these matters. If it had been earlier during his studies with the 3 divine masters, he would have been focused and not bothered with so much. Tiana once asked Wang Yin when they would go to Snow God Mountain, reasoning that she had been at the Heavenly King level for some time, and it was time to don the divine spirit suit of the Holy Celestial Tiger. Wang Yin thought about wanting to visit Snow God Mountain in the future as well, so he suggested waiting a bit longer, as it would be easier to condense the spirit beads at a higher cultivation level. After that, Tian'er didn't bring it up again. The vast collection of books in the library of the vast sky palace was indeed substantial. In comparison, Wang Yin felt that the Spirit Hall of Douluo continent couldn't quite measure up, even though the Spirit Hall was the true leader of the Soul Master world. While the vast sky palace was merely a latecomer among the 5 great sacred places of the vast sky continent. Fortunately, Wang Yan's current strength was different from before. His memory and comprehension abilities had greatly improved. Nevertheless, it took him 3 years to read through all the books. 3 years. Shangwan Tianyue was about to reach the mid-level of the Heavenly Emperor rank, and Shangwan Binger and her sisters, along with Tian'er, were advancing towards the high-level Heavenly King rank. Tangxian had improved a bit, but was still lagging, while Shangwan Tianyang was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Heavenly God level. Yet Wang Yin was still stuck at his peak Heavenly Emperor level. It seemed that feeling the rise in strength around him. After finishing all the books in the vast Sky Palace's library, Wang Yin suddenly said, "It's time to enter seclusion and create a set of legendary-level manifestation gear." At that moment, Shangwan Binger and the other 5, who were training with Wang Yin, were stunned. close seclusion to create a set of legendary level manifestation gear? Where did that come from? Wang Yan's words are indeed not unfounded. Watching the vast collection of books in the Haomiao Palace does not consume all of Wang Yan's energy. So while he can read and understand quickly, the rest of his thoughts are occupied with the concepts of body pearl shaping and shaping scrolls. It can be said that for a long period of the past 3 years, Wang Yan has been multitasking. This is also why Wang Yan has a high mental strength, and his cultivation level keeps pace, coupled with the nourishing and enhancing effects of holy power on the soul. Otherwise, it would be remarkable that he hasn't gone mad. Originally, Wang Yan had already seen through the relationship between body pearl shaping and shaping scrolls. Moreover, as a shaping master, he found it easy to grasp these concepts. After 3 years of accumulated reading time, Wang Yan has significantly improved his understanding of body pearl shaping. It is still based on his initial hypothesis, but this hypothesis has been modified somewhat, using the soul and mental power to design and imprint the shape of the equipment, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to replace the spatial power for shaping the body pearl. He aims to achieve a set of shaping equipment. If possible, he would connect the rules of heaven and earth and imprint them on the shaping equipment, making it a true divine artifact, rather than merely enhancing the overall formation to achieve the effects of a divine artifact. Designing the shaping blueprint is not difficult. Having been taught by 3 divine masters and participated in the creation of legendary level shaping equipment, it is still not a problem for Wang Yan to design a set of legendary level shaping equipment for himself, even if it needs to accommodate both the angel martial soul and the dark demon evil god tiger bloodline. Imprinting the design patterns onto the body pearl poses some difficulty, but Wang Yan has overcome it. After all, his powerful mental strength is the best engraving tool, and the creative attributes of holy power have remarkable transformative effects. This step poses no issues for Wang Yan. The only concern is whether the power of heaven and earth he draws upon, or the holy power he envisions, can replace the spatial power to complete the shaping and defining of the body pearl. This issue is the main reason for Wang Yan's closed-door retreat. He brought along some specially prepared items and enough clean water for a full year, and then entered seclusion. Wang Yan had been in seclusion for half a year. Now, Shangguan Tianyang had emerged from his retreat, breaking through to the initial stage of the celestial god level, and had already stabilized his cultivation to some extent. However, very few people knew about this, not even 10. After more than 3 months, a sudden change in the energy of heaven and earth occurred on Tianzhu Island, with dark clouds rolling and thunder rumbling. The phenomena caused by the abnormal energy and thunder made everyone on Tianzhu Island stop their tasks and step outside to look up. Even those who were in seclusion felt their minds shaken and had to come out to see what was happening. As a purple lightning bolt was about to strike down, the sound of a roof cracking echoed across Tianzhu Island, and then a figure instantly met the descending purple lightning. In an instant, a dazzling spectacle unfolded, showcasing immense power that could shatter a king-level being and instill fear in an emperor-level being. Following that, wave after wave of thunder rumbled down, all aimed at the figure standing high in the sky. The power of the purple lightning was astonishing, each strike equivalent to a full force attack from a celestial emperor. Yet, the might of this lightning tribulation kept escalating, with the purple hue growing denser. When the purple reached a level that seemed impossible to dissolve even with the waters of the ocean, golden lightning suddenly appeared. The golden lightning roared down like a giant dragon, recklessly unleashing its power, and then poured down in a torrent. Not only did each bolt of lightning grow stronger, but the speed at which they struck also increased dramatically, showing no signs of leaving any chance for survival, but rather aiming to completely obliterate the existence of the tribulation challenger. A silvery white brilliance shone brilliantly, and even the overwhelming golden lightning could not obstruct this radiant light. An ethereal and untouchable silhouette of a full set of armor appeared in the sky. This was a legendary level manifestation set, and although it had not fully formed yet, it had already surpassed the vast and boundless set of the vast palace. It was undeniably a 12-piece legendary level manifestation set. There was much discussion on Tianzhu Island, but at Shangguan Tianyang's location, he and his sister Shangguan Tianyue and Shangguan Bing'er, along with Tianer, Tang Xian, and several king-level and above powerhouses from the vast palace stood together, including 3 divine masters. They all heard Shangguan Tianyang's profound exclamation. Only those present heard it, and they were all astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They found it hard to imagine what it would mean for a 12-piece legendary level manifestation set to appear. After all, The only 11-piece vast and boundless set was considered a divine artifact. Could it be that the 12-piece set was going to surpass divine artifacts? The last golden lightning bolt transformed into a roaring dragon and engaged in combat with Wang Yin, who was no easy opponent. The purple lightning moved like a divine serpent, while the platinum holy power flowed like a starry nebula. The starry divine domain and the sacred judgment domain unfolded simultaneously, and the angelic spirit and the dark demon tiger spirit emerged behind Wang Yin. The silvery white light of the armor shone even more brilliantly, and another divine domain was released from the armor's light. If even the 11-piece vast and boundless set had its own self-divine domain, then Wang Yan's 12-piece set certainly could not lack one. It needed to be even more powerful. Faced with Wang Yan's full-strength attack, the golden lightning dragon shattered instantly. Under Wang Yan's full-force strike, it crumbled like dry weeds, turning into a torrent of golden lightning that Wang Yan absorbed completely. Was the lightning tribulation over? No, it was not. The golden lightning had vanished, but the dark clouds of the lightning tribulation had not dissipated. The gathering of heavenly and earthly energy had only slightly diminished. An ominous aura of destruction pervaded the void, suggesting that an even more formidable lightning tribulation was about to emerge. The Great Annihilation Heavenly Demon Lightning. That was the Great Annihilation Heavenly Demon Lightning. It was said to have the power to destroy all things in the world, with each bolt capable of making even true deities avoid it. Shangguan Tianyang suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Hearing Shangguan Tianyang's explanation, the listeners split into two factions, one led by Shangguan Binger, with pure and intense worry on their faces, and the other led by the higher-ups of the vast palace, whose expressions were conflicted, hoping Wang Yin could create a miracle while fearing that his success might harm the interests of the vast palace. A gray lightning filled with a sense of destruction shot towards Wang Yin like a spear aimed at slaying gods. The purple, platinum, gold, and silvery lights surrounding Wang Yin converged into a single brilliant divine light, which shot straight towards the gray lightning. Even Shangguan Tianyang, who had reached the celestial god level, had to close his eyes at the moment of collision between the divine light and the gray lightning. The brilliance was too dazzling, and anyone at the king level who looked directly at it would likely risk permanent blindness. Next came 2 bolts of gray lightning, then 3, increasing sequentially. This was not just an increase in the number of gray lightning bolts. Each subsequent bolt was stronger than the last, culminating in 9 bolts of unparalleled gray annihilation lightning rumbling down. With a loud thud, a heavy object hit the ground, shaking the entire Tianzhu Island. If it weren't for Shangguan Tianyang's quick reaction, promptly directing Shangguan Tianyue and the other powerhouses of the vast palace to stabilize Tianzhu Island, it could have led to a catastrophe, considering that thousands of meters below Tianzhu Island lay the largest city of the vast continent, the imperial capital of the Zhongtian Empire. The inherent stability of Tianzhu Island's construction ensured its steadiness. Combined with the efforts of Shangguan Tianyang and others, Tianzhu Island stabilized. The group then approached a pit several meters deep and tens of meters in diameter. At the bottom of the pit lay a humanoid object emitting black smoke. Shangguan Binger and Tianer were the first to rush to the bottom of the pit, followed closely by Tang Xian. Shangguan Shuer and Shangguan Feier hesitated for a moment before following, while Shangguan Tianyang and the others lagged behind a beat before descending. Just as Shangguan Binger and Tianer were about to touch the humanoid object at the bottom, it began to stir, and with a slight movement, it let out a groan that could only come from intense pain. Suddenly, in a moment of surprise for everyone, a sea blue light descended, striking the humanoid object, Wang Yin. What was that light just now? No one knew. Could it be a continuation of the lightning tribulation? It shouldn't be. The person didn't seem to be getting worse. Amid the discussions, Shangguan Binger and the others were filled with unshakable worry, while Shangguan Tianyang and the others hesitated and pondered. Who are you? Wang Yin looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. The young man was strikingly handsome, with blue long hair and blue eyes that were very eye-catching. He wore a blue robe and held a golden trident in his right hand. I am the sea god. Your talent and strength are quite impressive, very exceptional, and at your age, reaching this point is commendable. Are you willing to inherit my divine position? The young man smiled and said, I am not willing. Wang Yin has already guessed who the visitor is. Oh, are you thinking of becoming a god? That's a nice goal, but you may not know that the power you have condensed, while on par with divine power, is heavily restricted and cannot allow you to break through to the divine level. It's even impossible for you to reach the celestial level of this world. let alone condense a divine position. Have you considered this? A hint of surprise appeared in the young man's eyes. No need. Also, you should leave. After this heavenly tribulation, there should be a transformation, but it has likely been blocked by you. Can the deities freely interfere with the world below? Now that Wang Yin has figured out who the other party is, he wouldn't show any good face. After all, the other party has already broken the rule that deities cannot interfere with the lower realm. What an interesting little guy. We will meet again. The young man was not angry, just smiled, and then disappeared. At the moment the young man vanished, Wang Yin felt a vast and magnificent energy enter his body. From the perspective of Shangwan Bing'er and the others, a 9-colored light beam illuminated Wang Yin, and his body quickly recovered. The white wings gently flapped, and the silver armor outlined intricate, magnificent, and mysterious patterns as the light and shadow of the two-winged angel and the dark demon god, Tiger, complemented each other. After the thunder tribulation, a transformation naturally descends, which is heaven's affirmation of passing the tribulation successfully. After the tribulation and transformation were all over, Shangwan Tianyang, accompanied by 3 divine masters, sought Wang Yin for a transaction. This was the first time Shangwan Tianyang took the initiative to approach Wang Yin for a deal. Probably because of the shape-condensing master, the 3 divine masters realized why Wang Yin had gone through the tribulation. Reflecting on the occasional hints Wang Yin had shown in the past, they understood his actions, but they themselves had nothing that Wang Yin valued. So they turned to Shangwan Tianyang. Initially, it was a deal made with Shangwan Tianyang that allowed Wang Yin to learn from the 3 divine masters of the vast palace. Now, it was the 3 divine masters who approached Shangwan Tianyang, asking him to make a deal with Wang Yin, offering some resources to obtain the method of crafting the shape-condensing set. Naturally, the vast palace was not just a middleman responsible for transactions. After all, the 3 divine masters belonged to the vast palace, and the transaction was conducted between the vast palace and Wang Yin. The 3 divine masters could obtain the method from Wang Yin because they belonged to the vast palace. In fact, even without the 3 divine masters approaching, Shangwan Tianyang still wanted to seek Wang Yin for a deal, as what Wang Yin had demonstrated was already a groundbreaking advancement. It is known that crafting shape-condensing scrolls requires spatial attributes, which Wang Yin lacks. Shangwan Tianyang was very clear about what this meant. Now, Shangwan Tianyang only hoped that the wealth of the vast palace could buy out Wang Yin's method. However, the final result was not entirely in line with Shangwan Tianyang's wishes. They did not succeed in buying it outright, but managed to acquire it at the cost of an item from the treasure vault. However, Shangwan Tianyang felt reassured, as Wang Yin also mentioned that his method for crafting these shape-condensing scrolls is something that ordinary people truly cannot learn, and he has no one he wishes to pass it on to. Although it is uncertain how true Wang Yin's words are, at least it provided some comfort. For a certain period, the technology acquired by the vast palace is ahead of other sacred places on the continent. After passing down the method for crafting his own shape-condensing scrolls, Wang Yin proposed to go to the treasure vault of the vast palace to retrieve items. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. Is this guy leaving? This question surfaced when only Wang Yin and Shangwan Tianyang were in the treasure vault. Yes, I am leaving. I will first go outside the vast continent, and after I return, I will prepare to destroy the Valley of Affection and the Blood Red Prison. Then head to Snow God Mountain to complete what might be the last upgrade in this world. After that, we'll see. Oh, by the way, I might need to go to Snow God Mountain first. Shao Tian's Holy Descent suit needs to be equipped. Wang Yin directly used his golden eyes in the treasure trove of the vast palace. Different treasures exhibited different characteristics, which could distinguish their quality. Through the golden eyes, he could identify the most valuable and suitable items for himself. During the transaction, it was also mentioned that Wang Yin could take any item from this treasure trove, and Shangwan Tianyang agreed. However, Wang Yin could only scoff internally, knowing that the most valuable items in the vast palace were definitely not stored here. Even though this was the highest standard, most securely guarded treasury of the vast palace. What is this thing? After finishing his itinerary, while Shangwan Tianyang was still contemplating Wang Yin's words, Wang Yin suddenly spoke up. Shangwan Tianyang looked up to see a jade token. The jade token was shield-shaped, incredibly smooth, warm to the touch, and felt like top-quality warm jade, with no embellishments except for 2 simplified Chinese characters, the Qian, carved on one side. Indeed, it was simplified, just like the characters Wang Yin saw before his initial crossing. Could this be left behind by a certain traveler? But shouldn't travelers always arrive at a time of great fortune in the world? Could it be that this is some opportunity randomly bestowed by a great figure? Wang Yin was mumbling to himself, but because he had too little information, he couldn't figure out the reason. Oh, this jade token. It was obtained together with the initial wealth of my Haomiao Palace. However, this jade token doesn't have anything particularly precious about it, aside from being incredibly hard and indestructible. It doesn't possess any other extraordinary qualities. So this jade token has been stored here all along. Brother Wang, do you want to take this jade token? Shangguan Tianyang briefly introduced the large Xian jade token in Wang Yan's hand. Since it's of no use, can you give it to me? After all, it's just sitting here. It would be better to give it to me as a plaything. Wang Yan tossed the large jade token in his hand up and down, seemingly not afraid of dropping it at all. Brother Wang, it's not a good habit to play tricks with empty hands. Shangguan Tianyang glanced at Wang Yan and then said with a smile, I am Bing'er's master, and we can be considered friends, can't we? Wang Yan said with a hint of shamelessness. Shangguan Tianyang remained silent. How about this? Let me tell you some news. This jade token belongs to me. How about that? Wang Yan changed his words. Let's hear it. This time, Shangguan Tianyang spoke up. You know about the Netherworld, right? It is mentioned in the classics of the vast palace, but not in detail. The true meaning of the Netherworld refers to the Netherworld space and Netherworld beings. Initially, the Netherworld was merely a gathering of energies such as resentment, evil thoughts, and malevolent intentions, which can be considered as destructive energy opposite to life and creation. It can be said that everything has its own meaning of existence. So once the Netherworld energy appeared, it began to exist in the space attached to the vast continent. As resentment and malevolent thoughts increased, the Netherworld grew larger, giving birth to a consciousness known as the Lord of the Netherworld. This consciousness absorbed resentment and other energies to grow, corrupting life into Netherworld beings and becoming more powerful. However, it was sealed by many powerful beings from the dragon race, elf race, and human race at that time. Yet, the Lord of the Netherworld was able to create a breach between the sealed Netherworld space and this world, allowing it to absorb resentment and grow. Now, the strength of the Lord of the Netherworld has reached the level of heaven transformation and is sealed beneath the Snow God Mountain by the descendants of the original sealers. The Blood Red Prison is a place recently corrupted by the Lord of the Netherworld, and the Valley of Affection is influenced by the Blood Red Prison. Currently, the Lord of the Netherworld's strength is among the top tier, even within the heaven transformation level, and it is estimated that it is close to breaking the seal. With only a few years left, Wang Yan spoke at length, leaving Shangguan Tianyang in shock. How could such a disaster occur? After a long time, Shangguan Tianyang slowly uttered a response. Actually, you from the Haomiao Palace are relatively fine, as I have planted holy power here. At least Shangguan Bing'er and her two sisters, along with Tianer, need not fear that nether energy. By the way, nether energy surpasses all attribute powers. Only holy power can contend with it. Tang Xian's type of sub-holy pill can also be effective, but it is relatively insufficient. When facing the true destructive power of the nether, it still falls short. So, what do you think? Can such news be worth this jade token? Wang Yan kindly reminded me. It's definitely worth it, but I'm a bit curious, Brother Wang. It seems like you have been prepared for the upcoming disaster for a while. Not long ago, what Wang Yan said is something that Shangguan Tianyang wouldn't forget immediately. Yes, it's touching, but I originally planned to tell you these things when I was preparing to deal with Blood Red Prison and the Valley of Affection. But now I brought it up early. Wang Yan didn't expect to come across such a jade plaque. It truly was a surprise. Then we should join forces to resolve the disaster as soon as possible, said Shangguan Tianyang. No need to rush. I have a plan. Let's have the Haomiao Palace contact the Snow God Mountain first. While I gather some helpers, we can also try to reach out to the Tianxia sect. I suspect that the evil attribute is actually a way for the world to recycle and transform grievances and ghostly energy. So we might consider making use of the Tianxia sect. However, the three holy places should support each other. And before I mention the destruction of the Blood Red Abyss and the Valley of Affection, we shouldn't reveal too much, or it could lead to unexpected changes. Wang Yan had planned all this since he realized this was the world of Tianzhu. Having you, Brother Wang, in this world is simply a stroke of luck. Shangguan Tianyang didn't ask why Wang Yan knew so much, nor did he question the truth of it. Who knows? For now, we are more focused on improving our strength and then facing the visible disaster with all our might. In the treasure vault of the vast palace, Wang Yan picked and chose, but in the end, he only took 3 dragon crystals. Dragon crystals are the heavenly cores of the dragon race. Compared to the heavenly cores of other beast races, dragon heavenly cores are like the most brilliant gems, and in terms of comparison at the same level. Dragon heavenly cores are definitely the best among beast race heavenly cores. These 3 dragon crystals are all of divine level. Wang Yin didn't know why that was. And Shangwan Tianyang didn't say anything either. After learning the specific information about Yuming and with Wang Yin expressing that the items in the treasure vault seemed not very useful for his strength improvement, Shangwan Tianyang took Wang Yin to the ultimate treasure vault, which could only be accessed by the palace masters of the vast palace throughout the ages. Wang Yin immediately noticed the dragon crystals displayed, and there was none below the high-level Heavenly Emperor grade. Originally, Wang Yin only intended to take 2 pieces of the Heavenly God grade. After all, the trade was just about taking away 2 items. However, after a moment of conflicted expression, Shangwan Tianyang took out another dragon crystal and gave it to Wang Yin, hoping that Wang Yin could reach the peak of the Heavenly God level or even the Heavenly Transformation level. At that time, when facing the underworld, there would at least be a leader on the side of the vast continent. Receiving the 3rd dragon crystal, Wang Yin accepted it directly. This item, why not take it for free? After all, he had long planned to deal with the Lord of the Underworld, and this dragon crystal would just happen to quickly enhance his strength. Even if Shangwan Tianyang had some other intentions, it didn't matter. If he really couldn't handle it, there should still be people from the divine realm to clean up the aftermath. There should be people from the divine realm to take care of it, right? Thinking of this, Wang Yin suddenly felt uncertain. After all, he seemed to have rejected Tang San before. Based on Tang San's nature, having rejected him, he might have already paved the way for his own demise. It should be noted that Tang San promised Zhou Weiqing that if he changed his mind, he could just call out to the night sky. But the result was that Zhou Weiqing called for Tang San for a long time without receiving a response, and, instead, a god of destruction showed up. After taking 3 dragon crystals from the treasure house, Wang Yin was about to set off to Snow God Mountain with Tian'er. Tian'er's sacred descent spirit set should have been equipped long ago, but before leaving, Tang Xian expressed that she wanted to go too. This made Shangwan Tianyue pull a long face, and Shangwan Tianyang also looked a bit displeased. Tang Xian was once Shangwan Tianyue's wife and Shangwan Tianyang's sister-in-law. It was already one thing that she had returned to the vast palace. But Wang Yin had said he would only take Tian'er to Snow God Mountain and then head to the Xintian continent. What did it mean for her to follow along? No matter how you looked at it, Shangwan Tianyang always felt that his younger brother Shangwan Tianyue had a bit of green on his head, and even Shangwan Tianyue himself felt a bit heavy on the head. Unfortunately, Tang Xian not only had a fiery temper, but was also exceptionally resolute, even including Shangwan Binger. No one could dissuade her, leading to Wang Yin borrowing the Sea Emperor's shuttle when leaving, which made Shangwan Tianyang very unhappy. And Shangwan Tianyue looked at Wang Yin with fiery eyes. Fortunately, they were allies now. Otherwise, they would have ended up fighting, and wouldn't he stop until they knocked some sense into each other. After leaving the vast palace, Wang Yin took Tian'er and Tang Xian straight to Snow God Mountain, hardly stopping except for some necessary matters. What do you need the Sea Emperor shuttle for? With your strength, it seems you could reach the Xintian continent without it, right? On the way to Snow God Mountain, Tang Xian asked Wang Yin. The Sea Emperor shuttle is made from the core of a celestial beast called the Terror Demon Sea Dragon, and when used, it can emit a special wave. As far as I know, there should be at least 2 heavenly god-level Terror Demon Sea Dragons in the sea. Wang Yin only said so much. So you want to devour those 2 terrifying sea dragons? After all, you have been training with Wang Yin for several years, and you also witnessed Wang Yin's actions of devouring life force to replenish himself. So Tang Xian immediately guessed Wang Yan's purpose. Yes, by then, there will be 2 terrifying sea dragons, and I may not have the energy to distract myself to protect the people around me. So I didn't bring Binger, and Tian'er is probably left at Snow God Mountain. Wang Yan's meaning in this statement is quite clear. He doesn't want to take Tang Xian along. I am already at the king level, and you haven't considered upgrading my shaping suit. I remember you seem to owe me something. As soon as Tang Xian said this, Wang Yin recalled that he had once attracted Tang Xian's attention in order to participate in the process of creating the legendary shaping suit, and had promised certain conditions. But didn't you already have it? Wang Yin felt a bit helpless. Was this going to be a stubborn act? Well, I won't care. It's clear now that Tang Xian is just being unreasonable. After arriving at Shueshan Mountain, thanks to Tian'er's connections, Wang Yin and the others easily met the mountain master, Shueao Tian. Probably because Shueao Tian only had Tian'er as his daughter, and with Tian'er's persuasion, Wang Yin and Shueao Tian quickly clarified the relevant matters. They even communicated mentally about the nether seal beneath Shueshan Mountain, 1 person and 1 tiger. On the surface, they were having a pleasant conversation, and Tian'er went off to equip her divine descent celestial spirit set. while Shui Tian provided Wang Yin with a place to practice for a few days. Leaving the vast palace was somewhat rushed. The 3 dragon crystals were still in hand and had not been refined and absorbed by Wang Yin. And there was also Tang Xian's shape formation set that needed to be consolidated. Whether it was the 11-piece Vast Infinite set or the 10-piece Holy Descent set, Wang Yin did not mention anything about helping to upgrade them, because in his view, when the real battle came, the actual main force would only be himself. Others wouldn't be able to help much. Teacher, Guing Bing requests an audience. Just as the conversation was nearing its end, this voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ying Bing, Guomin. Shui Tian's eyebrows moved slightly. Teacher, I heard someone say Tian Air has returned. As soon as Guing Bing entered, she bowed to Shui Tian and said, Gugu, I already have someone I like, and we are together now. I was about to tell my father to annul our marriage. Before anyone else could speak, Tian Air had already opened her mouth. Tian Air, stop messing around. The wedding between you and me was arranged by the teacher. It's not something we could just decide on. Moreover, whether others are truly sincere to you is not something you can be sure of. Guing Bing said. Wang Yin and Tang Xian were watching the drama with great interest from the side. Father, please annul all my marriage arrangements with Gugu. I've already agreed with Yin Gu to grow old together. So please understand. Wang Yin didn't expect to see himself in the play, while Tang Xian looked at Wang Yin with a teasing expression. However, Tang Xian also felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart, seemingly feeling unfair for his daughter. Teacher, Guing Bing looked at Shui Outyin. Shui Outyin hesitated. The marriage between his daughter and his disciple was arranged by him. His daughter ran away because of this back then, and when she returned, he thought everything was fine, but now this situation arose again. If it were someone ordinary, it would be fine, as he, the master of Shui Shanshan with his divine-level cultivation, could easily suppress it. However, Wang Yin was of the same cultivation level as him, and due to the existence of that so-called holy power, Wang Yin was also a key player in dealing with the underworld space. Plus, with the mention of the 12 legendary-level condensed sets, he wasn't sure he could handle it, and it seemed difficult for him to take action. Given all this, Shui Outyin truly fell at a loss. What would you do in such a situation? Tang Xian quietly asked Wang Yin, but among those present, only Guing Bing was below the king level, so only she couldn't hear the whisper. Master of the Snow Mountain, if you find it difficult to handle, then don't handle it. I'll give you a choice. Either annul their marriage, or the Beast Empire will no longer have the Sacred Spirit Lion clan. I don't see how there could be such a difficult situation between the Zhongtian Empire and the Haomiao Palace. Wang Yin suddenly changed like a different person. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? Gu Yingbing reprimanded Wang Yin. Who am I? Wang Yin looked at Gu Yingbing. In 12 essence, orbs began to swirl and appear. The 12 body orbs transformed into a solid suit that covered his entire body, and a powerful pressure directly enveloped Gu Yingbing. If he hadn't held back, it was likely that Shui Outyin would have had to take on a few hits for Gu Yingbing. My name is Wang Yin, and Tianer calls me Brother Yin. So who do you think I am? Even if the senior has great strength, this is Snow God Mountain. Gu Yingbing may still be standing, but she is already unable to move. Ask Shui Outyin if I really want to cause trouble. Let's see if he can stop me, and whether the entire Snow God Mountain can hold me back. If I wanted to destroy the Holy Earth Spirit Lion clan, is there anyone who could stop me? You Holy Earth Spirit Lions still want to simultaneously control the Beast Emperor Empire and unify the vast continent with Snow God Mountain? Who gave you the audacity? Wang Yin intensified his suppression of Gu Yingbing. When Shui Outyin wanted to intervene, he heard Wang Yin mention that the Sacred Earth Spirit Lion clan wanted to unify the continent. Shui Outyin was taken aback and chose not to act immediately, allowing Gu Yingbing to be forced to her knees by Wang Yin. Brother Wang, what do you think of my daughter's marriage to your disciple? Gu Yingbing, being his own disciple, eventually made her move and blocked Wang Yan's overwhelming pressure. The marriage proposal was canceled. Young people have their own ideas, and, as parents, it is enough to provide support and guidance. Tiana is grown up now and doesn't need us to make decisions for her. If this kid truly wants to marry Tiana, then let him take action to win her heart. If he can't do that, then it's better to let it go. When Wang Yin said these words, he felt a deep sense of emotion in his heart, as he recalled the original tragedy of Bibi Dong. However, his little daughter should not repeat that tragedy, and Bibi Dong in this world probably no longer existed. Yingbing, what do you think? Shui Tian looked at his disciple. The disciple followed the teacher's arrangement. Gu Yingbing gritted her teeth and said, all right, let's do it, as Brother Wang suggested. Tianer, the marriage is off, so you want to throw a tantrum this time, right? No, I won't. Among those present, except for Guing Bing, everyone else was quite happy. In the next half-month, Wang Yin first refined 3 pieces of dragon crystals, reaching a point in the divine level where he could not progress further. Then, with Shui Aot on support, he refined 2 divine cores from the sacred heavenly spirit tiger, advancing both his spiritual power and body to a complete divine level, or rather, to the heavenly transformation level. After spending about 10 days, Wang Yin upgraded Tang Xian's shape consolidation set. This task was relatively easy for Wang Yin, a unique divine master. Notably, due to the upgrade of the shape consolidation set, Tang Xian's strength actually improved slightly. Wang Yin believed that this enhancement was due to the shape consolidation set utilizing the power of heaven and earth, benefiting her. After finishing these tasks, there was nothing else to do. After all, Wang Yin had privately discussed the matters concerning the lord of the underworld and the united Haomiao Palace's heavenly evil cult with Shui Ao Tian when he first arrived. So, Wang Yin took Tang Xian to the Xiantian continent. When they were about to leave, Tianer expressed her desire to follow them. But Wang Yin told her she needed to focus on her training. And Shui Ao Tian also mentioned that there were some things from the sacred heavenly spirit tiger clan that he needed to teach her, so Tianer could not join them. Upon arriving at the seaside, after determining the direction of the Xiantian continent, Wang Yin and Tang Xian entered the Sea Emperor's shuttle, intending to deal with the 2 terrifying sea dragons in the ocean before reaching the Xiantian continent. They had not spent many days in the sea when the 2 terrifying sea dragons appeared, attacking immediately. Fortunately, Wang Yan's strength was strong enough to completely block their assault, causing no damage to the Sea Emperor's shuttle. Although both terrifying sea dragons were divine-level beings, they were no match for Wang Yin, who was at the peak of divine level and had reached the divine level in both spiritual power and body. At most, it was a bit troublesome because these 2 creatures, realizing they could not win and had no chance of escape, chose to self-destruct without much hesitation. Luckily, Wang Yan's skills were sophisticated enough. He first used his divine-level spiritual power to incapacitate the 2 giants, then decapitated them and extracted 2 massive dragon crystals, leaving them no chance to commit suicide. The corpses of the 2 terrifying sea dragons were not wasted either. Wang Yin directly used the devouring ability obtained after merging with the dark demon Evil God Tiger and the secret technique of the Evil Soul Master to clean out all the heavenly power from their blood and flesh. Using it on Tang Xian, after all, there was no one else around. After this operation by Wang Yin, Tang Xian's strength just reached the peak of the heavenly king level, while the dragon blood, dragon meat, and even the dragon bones of the 2 terrifying sea dragons were rendered useless, devoid of that extraordinary power, with only the dragon scales preserved by Wang Yin, although it was temporarily unclear what they would be used for. See, I still played some role by following along. Tang Xian seemed to remind Wang Yin of something, but Wang Yin merely scoffed, and Tang Xian felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed by Wang Yan's dismissive attitude. The Xiantian continent is much smaller in area compared to the Haomiao continent. Perhaps for this reason, there is only one sacred place, the Xiantian Palace, on the Xiantian continent. And Wang Yan's purpose for this trip was precisely this Xiantian Palace. Wang Yan's main goals in seeking the Xiantian Palace were twofold. One was to borrow or take away the spatial teleportation stone, the treasured item of the Xiantian Palace, and the other was to borrow some high-end combat power from the Xiantian Palace. If Wang Yin was not overthinking, the blood-red prison should have dug up its own sacred place's ancestral grave and used the underworld energy to half-resurrect or transform it into high-end combat power. The combat power of the 3 sacred places on the Haomiao continent might be somewhat inadequate, especially since the heavenly evil cult, being one of the 5 sacred places, was being jointly suppressed due to its evil attributes. Because there is only one sacred place on the entire continent, even if Wang Yin just casually asked someone, they could at least tell him where the Xiantian Palace was and in what direction. However, this made it seem like Wang Yin had not experienced the local customs of the Xiantian continent. Wang Yin took Tang Xian straight to the Xiantian Palace and arrived at the mountain gate of the Xiantian Palace. Who dares to trespass on our Xiantian Palace? Before the guards could say anything, several people flying in the air above the Xiantian Palace spoke up, as Wang Yan's divine-level aura had already reached the interior of the Xiantian Palace when he first arrived. Those below the peak of the Heavenly Emperor level shouldn't waste their time. Let your palace master come out. I have something to discuss with him. Wang Yin flew up with Tang Xian. I am a master of Xiantian Palace. I wonder what brings you to my Xiantian Palace. Are you sure what you say is useful? Of course. All right. I have 2 matters to discuss with Xiantian Palace. The first is to borrow the palace's treasure, the space transmission stone, and the second is to borrow someone to go to the vast continent. Are you not just teasing me? If you can't speak for the matter, then don't waste time with so many words. If not, let that old dragon come out to talk. Can you come inside Xintian Palace for a discussion? Important matters need to be discussed carefully. All right, in the end, it's a miscalculation. Senior, let the Dream Awakening Master, or rather, let Dongfang Hanyue come and talk with me. Upon arriving at the conference hall of Xintian Palace, the middle-aged, beautiful woman had just begun to speak when she was directly interrupted by Wang Yan. You seem to know quite a bit about my Xintian Palace. A stunning woman walked out from behind the middle-aged beauty. She didn't seem too young, but not too old either, fitting exactly the appearance Wang Yan had in mind. I know a bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come directly. The development laws of everything in this world are certain. As long as I obtain all the data from the initial moment of this world, I can easily deduce everything from the beginning to the end of this world according to those laws. Wang Yan felt that he seemed to have wandered a bit off topic. The people from Zhentiangong, including Tang Xian, who was next to Wang Yan, didn't know how to respond, as Wang Yan's description seemed a bit too advanced. Even a Tianbian-level expert might not be able to achieve such things, right? Of course. Sometimes the development of a world from its beginning to its end is like a river, with countless possibilities in the process. Yet it maintains a generally similar direction under certain laws. There might be one or two fish in that river that leap out of the water and catch a glimpse of the past or the future. Wang Yan changed his wording again, but it still felt a bit far-fetched. Senior, let's talk about the space transmission stones and borrowing people, shall we? Dongfang Hanyue seemed a bit impatient. Those are the prerequisites. Then, among all the possible developments in this world, the Lord of the Underworld and the Underworld space have emerged, and the disruption of this world's timeline by their breaking of seals is happening within these few years. There are two events with a very high probability of occurring, and it is for these two events that I came to seek you out. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Wang Yanxin said, finally it has returned. As for Yu Ming, although my Zhentiangong has some records, they're not detailed. I asked the senior to clarify and elaborate a bit. Dongfang Hanyue noticed that Wang Yan wasn't intentionally causing trouble for Zhentiangong, so her attitude softened slightly. Internally, she thought it was quite troublesome. But Wang Yan still explained the origins and dangers of Yu Ming, making everyone in Zhentiangong aware of the implications of the emergence of the Lord of Yu Ming. For instance, the Lord of Yu Ming is at the heavenly transformation level, while the highest levels in the Haomiao continent and Zhentiangong are only at the peak of the heavenly deity level. Furthermore, the Lord of Yu Ming covets the entire world and aims to refine the core of the world to achieve his Yu Ming divine kingdom. The people of Zhentiangong believed Wang Yan's words, but there were also doubts, as these were merely Wang Yan's one-sided claims. If they took it at face value, it would be truly naive after all these years. Dongfang Hanyue and several high-ranking members of Zhentiangong took Wang Yan to meet the Dark Magic Dragon, the true powerhouse of Zhentiangong. After clarifying the situation, the Dark Magic Dragon agreed to the two things Wang Yan mentioned, but finally asked a question. What do you mean by saying that at 1T let Zhentiangong work in vain? How about a dragon crystal from a heavenly deity-level, terrifying sea dragon? Wang Yan did not reveal everything at once. After all, his strength was greater than that of the Dark Magic Dragon, and the Dark Magic Dragon could agree to a certain extent because Wang Yan was stronger than it. Can the dragon crystal of this terror sea dragon be paid in advance? Our Xintian Palace has secret methods that can enhance strength, which will help our Xintian Palace gain more power later on. The Dark Magic Dragon asked tentatively. Sure, but if you want to back out later, I suggest you prepare 2 more Dark Sealing Arrays and find a few more combinations of Xintian Palace Masters and the Dark Magic Dragon. Wang Yan glanced at the Dark Magic Dragon and said while taking out a dragon crystal of the Terror Sea Dragon from his storage soul guiding ring. Rest assured, Your Excellency, the reputation of my Xintian Palace is still reliable. You can be at ease. The Dark Magic Dragon felt a sudden jolt in its heart, and then, as if forcing a smile, quickly replied, I will wait for you here for some time. Once you have completely absorbed this Terror Sea Dragon's dragon crystal, Xintian Palace won't need to send too many. The Heavenly King and Heavenly Emperor levels may not have much effect. Wang Yan seems to not care too much about anything. I will strictly follow your teachings. Even the Dark Demon Dragon is like that, and everyone in the Xintian Palace, including Dongfang Hanyue, has to bow their heads. After all, they can't provoke it anyway. Wang Yan and Tang Xian have been staying at the Xintian Palace for about half a month. During this time, Dongfang Hanyue first broke through to the Heavenly God level, and then the Dark Magic Dragon made some small improvements. When leaving the Xintian continent, Only the Dark Magic Dragon and Dongfang Hanyue followed Wang Yin and Tang Xian. Aren't you afraid that it might be a trap over there, where they suppress the palace master of Xiantian and then launch an attack on the Xiantian continent? Wang Yin curiously asked, "We trust you with your strength alone. You can suppress the entire Xiantian continent. There's no need for any extra effort." When the people from Xiantian Palace who were seeing them off changed their expressions, the words from the Dark Magic Dragon eased their worried faces slightly, but it still made them look a bit worse. Compared to the time spent hunting the Terror Demon Sea Dragon on the way to the Xiantian continent, the time consumed on the return to the vast continent was relatively much less. After all, the only one who was slower was Tang Xian, who was being led by Wang Yin. Upon returning to the vast continent, Wang Yin and the others directly arrived at Tianju Island of the vast palace. After speaking a few words with Shangguan Tianyang, Wang Yin used the methods of the vast palace to enter the light and shadow space, intending to bring the two giant dragons and their children out. However, he was indeed too late. Hui Yao was already dead, Duosi was injured, and their children had been taken away by the Tianju master of the Blood-Red Prison. Faced with this situation, Wang Yin still used the space transmission stone to send the two giant dragons out of the light and shadow space. Because of Wang Yan's arrangements before going to the Xiantian continent, the high-ranking officials of the Snow God Mountain and the Heavenly Evil Sect were already at the vast palace. And Tian-Er was also there. Wang Yin remembered that in the original storyline, it was Tian-Er who resurrected the giant dragon Hui Yao. After exiting the light and shadow space, Wang Yin first healed Duosi and then, together with Tian-Er, resurrected the giant dragon Hui Yao. He then stopped the two giant dragons, who were urgently looking for their children, and said they would act together, assuring Hui Yao and Duosi that their children were fine. In reality, Wang Yin was not certain whether Hui Yao and Duosi's children were safe, but he speculated they should be fine. After all, Zhou Weiqing had been delayed for so long, and in the end, Hui Yao and Duosi had seen their children at the blood sacrifice scene. Now that time had passed significantly, a few more days should be fine. During the 2 or 3 days of waiting, Wang Yin took out another dragon crystal from the Terror Demon Sea Dragon and used it on Shangguan Bing'er and her 3 sisters, as well as Tang Xian, raising them to the initial level of the Heavenly Emperor. However, this also left the Terror Demon Sea Dragon's dragon crystal as just an empty shell, which Wang Yin also collected. At this time, the Snow God Mountain and the Heavenly Evil Sect in the vast palace had completely assembled. Under Wang Yan's leadership, their first target for destruction was the Blood-Red Prison, partly because Hui Yao and Duosi's children were there. In the attacking team against the Blood-Red Prison, the lowest level was the Heavenly King level. Although the total number was not very large, just over 300, nearly half of them were the heavenly beasts from the Snow God Mountain, all of which were equivalent to titled Douluo level beings. Even though the Blood-Red Prison did not immediately notice this team of over 300, they first detected an attack descending from the sky. Even though the attack was blocked at the very moment of its descent, it still caused significant damage. The first attack on the Blood-Red Prison was launched by Wang Yin. After all, such a powerful attack could only be executed by Hui Yao and Duosi together. Aside from Wang Yin, Hui Yao and Duosi were worried about accidentally harming their children. But Wang Yin assured them that their children were very likely to be the main sacrificial offerings for the blood ritual, explaining that they would not be harmed in the first attack. Even so, Hui Yao and Duosi remained very concerned. In fact, it turned out Wang Yin was right, but there was a certain element of luck involved. After all, not everything goes as one wishes. It could be said that the Allied forces caught the Blood-Red Prison off guard, as the initial assault was overwhelmingly one-sided. Wang Yin had repeatedly stated on the way here not to hold back. As long as they could ensure their own safety, they should attack with all their might. Wang Yan's first attack left the top-tier experts of the Blood-Red Prison momentarily stunned. Although there were no immediate fatalities, those with lower strength, while not reduced to half of their power, still lost a significant amount. Following this, the Allied forces launched their attack. The vast palace's vast infinite formation served as the front line and center of the assault, overwhelming the numerous weaker Tianju masters of the Blood-Red Prison, who crumbled upon contact, unable to withstand the assault. The heavenly beasts from the Snow God Mountain and the Tianju masters from the Heavenly Evil Sect dispersed to avoid the direction of the vast infinite formation. Wherever a strong opponent emerged, they would swarm to attack. Shangguan Bing'er and her 3 sisters, along with Tian-Er and Tang Xian, formed a combination. The Heavenly King level was not a match for them, and even the Heavenly Emperor level could barely withstand them, as all 5 had reached Heavenly Emperor strength. With Tian-Er having received the Snow God Mountain's inheritance, Hui Yao and Duosi, the dragon couple, followed the sense of their bloodline to rescue their 2 children first. And then, carrying their children, they unleashed their fury on the territory of the blood-red prison. 2 heavenly god-level experts, if not for being blocked by several heavenly emperor-level beings with a ghostly aura, would have been nearly invincible. Then there was the combination of Dongfang Hanyue and the Dark Magic Dragon, 2 heavenly god-level forces that initially displayed tremendous power but were also intercepted, apparently by the deputy warden of the blood-red prison. Wang Yin directly approached the warden of the blood-red prison, Fun Tian, who had just been the main force resisting Wang Yan's first attack. However, his strength had not diminished much, and when Wang Yin confronted him, his power was rapidly increasing, clearly indicating that he had previously hidden his strength and was now recovering it. Upon finding Fun Tian, Wang Yin did not waste any words. He raised his hand and unleashed a holy light strike infused with holy power. Fun Tian countered with a beam of destructive energy, and the 2 collided and annihilated each other. You are seeking death. With Fun Tian's furious roar, the energy of destruction from the underworld was released, and correspondingly, Wang Yin also unleashed holy power from his body. The platinum and purple-black lights clashed, representing the confrontation between Wang Yan's star domain and Fun Tian's destruction domain, with neither side gaining an advantage. Seeing that the confrontation of the domains could not determine a clear winner, 11 pieces of the underworld destruction set appeared, followed by another surge of domain power. These 11 pieces of the underworld destruction set were added to Fun Tian after a divine master enhanced his strength using the destruction energy obtained by the blood-red prison. Wang Yin was not polite at all. The dark golden holy judgment domain was unleashed, and the 12-piece solidified set appeared alongside it, adding 2 more divine domain enhancements. Suddenly, Finchin found himself at a disadvantage. Whether overall or individually, the coalition had the upper hand, and even the strongest of the blood-red prison, the prison lord Finchin, was being suppressed by Wang Yin. Under normal circumstances, with the blood-red prison and the Affection Valley teaming up, Zhou Weiqing and the others would only have a slight advantage. However, now there was 1 less Affection Valley and 1 more complete organization of the Celestial Evil Cult. Although they lacked the support of the Elven Queen, they had the 2 giant dragons, Huiyao, Dosi. On the blood-red prison side, it was basically difficult to even self-destruct. Even though the blood-red prison had once dug up their ancestral graves to enhance their fighting power, it was ineffective because the opposing side had too many people. On average, 1 from the blood-red prison had to face 2 or 3 from the coalition, and there were still 20 to 30 chasing after those below the Heavenly King level. Total defeat. That was the best evaluation for the blood-red prison side. Finchin didn't even have time to summon the Lord of the Underworld for energy before Wang Yin killed him alone. Then, under the shining holy light, there was not a trace left of his body, only the heavenly elixir in Wang Yan's hand. Similarly, among the many heavenly kings, emperors, and even deities of the blood-red prison, except for those who had been dug up and a few lucky ones who successfully self-destructed, almost all of the heavenly elixirs were excavated by the coalition and ended up in Wang Yan's hands. Although the holy power limited Wang Yin from breaking through to the heavenly transformational level, he felt this limitation might be similar to the restrictions of the Douluo continent, where one cannot reach the heavenly transformation level. Not that it was impossible, but that breaking through is not allowed. Wang Yin wanted to see what would happen if he tried to forcibly break through by accumulating power. After completely annihilating the blood-red prison, the numerous resources were divided among the participating parties. On the way to the Affection Valley, the coalition also dealt with the 2 major empires of the blood-red prison. By the time news reached the Affection Valley that the blood-red prison had been completely flattened, the coalition had already arrived at the Affection Valley. Following an almost identical attack process, what the blood-red prison had experienced, the Affection Valley also went through. However, because the Affection Valley had time and space attributes, although its overall strength was slightly weaker than that of the blood-red prison, the trouble it posed was even greater. And the coalition suffered some losses after attacking the blood-red prison. They did not emerge unscathed. The final price paid by the coalition was within an acceptable range. And in fact, this loss was much smaller than expected, although they felt regret for the loss and injuries of their companions. The joy of eliminating the hidden dangers on the continent came from the depths of their hearts. The fate of the Affection Valley was the same as that of the blood-red prison. Resources were divided, and the Holy Land personnel were completely wiped out. Some personnel outside would later receive strong pursuit and focused care, and the heavenly elixirs of the Heavenly King level and above belonged to Wang Yin. The empires of the Affection Valley were also stirred up by the coalition. After all this was done, things calmed down. The celestial evil cult returned to their holy land. Shui Ao Yin went back with the celestial beasts, but left Tian'er behind. After telling Wang Yin about the sealing place of the elven clan, Shangguan Tianyang also returned with his people, while the three sisters, Shangguan Binger, stayed behind. Dongfang Hanyue and the Dark Magic Dragon did not choose to return to the Xintian continent. You all, forget it, let's go to the elven clan together. The Lord of the Underworld probably won't notice that something is wrong with the Blood Red Prison and the Affection Valley so soon, so there's no need to rush to the Underworld Seal now. Wang Yin initially wanted to ask them why they stayed, but after just 2 words, he thought of a possibility and changed the topic. Accompanied by a group of beautiful women and 5 dragons, 3 large and 2 small, Wang Yan's party arrived at the sealing place of the elves. With his divine sense at the celestial transformation level, it was easy for Wang Yan to lead everyone inside. With the presence of the giant dragon Huiyao and Dosi, Wang Yan quickly struck up a conversation with the Elven Queen. Wang Yan's purpose for visiting the Elven tribe was quite simple: to ask the Elven Queen to take the Tree of Life out to the outside world. The first reason was to deal with the situation at the Nether Seal, and the second was for Wang Yan to see if the Tree of Life could help him in enhancing his strength in terms of the world's original spiritual light. The Elven Queen was very willing to assist with the Nether Seal. After all, the Lord of the Nether is a great disaster. If it were to escape, not only the vast continent and the Xintian continent would be in danger, but even if the Elven tribe hid in the sealing place, it would not be safe. Therefore, the Elven Queen readily agreed to Wang Yan's proposal to deal with the Nether Seal. However, when it came to the second matter Wang Yan proposed, borrowing the Tree of Life to enhance strength, the Elven Queen hesitated. It wasn't just because several elders of the Elven tribe disagreed. She herself was somewhat reluctant. Your Majesty, you can rest assured that borrowing the Tree of Life is not troublesome. I just want to see if I can sense the world's core through the Tree of Life, and then draw upon the world's power to break through from the peak of celestial god level to celestial transformation level. If everything goes smoothly, I believe that in this process, the Tree of Life will also be nourished by the world's power and thus enhance itself. Even if it doesn't work out, I will still use holy power to nourish the Tree of Life, as the energy level of holy power is quite high and might promote the Tree of Life's enhancement. This way, dealing with the Nether Seal will be easier. With these words, Wang Yan laid out his intentions and plans without any reservations. Originally, what Wang Yan was going to do couldn't be hidden anyway. He didn't believe the Elven tribe would be comfortable leaving him alone with the Tree of Life. So, it was better to be open and honest, at least to leave a good impression. This is also why the Elven tribe in the Douluo universe is basically kind and orderly. If it were another universe, Wang Yan might have just gone for a direct grab. After all, the other side was no match for him. Regarding Wang Yan's second request, the higher-ups of the Elven tribe discussed it and ultimately agreed to Wang Yan's proposal. After all, whether it succeeded or not, the Tree of Life would not suffer any losses, so it was better to do a favor. After agreeing, Wang Yan learned that the Tree of Life could not leave the sealing place. After some surprise, he understood that the Tree of Life, which had not yet evolved, lacked the ability to move. So, Wang Yan first infused the Tree of Life with holy power to help it evolve. It is worth mentioning that after the Tree of Life evolved, the Elven Queen also evolved into the Elven Empress, greatly benefiting the Elven tribe. The Elven Empress, along with the 12 elders of the Elven tribe, took the Tree of Life and left the sealing place, accompanied by Wang Yan's party. However, Huiyao and Dosi's 2 children stayed behind with the Elven tribe, as the Valley of Affection had already been flattened and the high-end combat forces had been completely captured. So there was no need to worry about experts from the Valley of Affection ambushing the Elven tribe like in the original storyline. Whether it was the Elven tribe's sealing place, the Dragon Clan's shadow space, or the Netherlord's dark space, none of these could be considered the main world. They were merely parallel spaces attached to the Tianzhu world. Wang Yan wanted to use the Tree of Life to sense the world's core and draw upon the world's power, which needed to be done in the main world. The parallel spaces wouldn't suffice. In an undeveloped, primitive mountain range, Wang Yan sat under the Tree of Life, slowly merging his aura with the Tree of Life, using the Tree of Life which originated from this world to sense the world's core. If the difficulty of sensing the world's core were rated from 0 to 100, even with the blessing of holy power, Wang Yan, as an outsider, would not be as good as the Tree of Life. This involves deeper rules of operation. Although the celestial god level in the Tianzhu world already touches upon some rules, it is merely scratching the surface. Wang Yin calmed his heart and completely merged with the life fluctuations of the Tree of Life, yet there was still a slight difference. This ensured that he could better integrate with the world while exploring the world as core, and at the same time, it guaranteed that he would not be assimilated by the Tree of Life or the world. Although the Tree of Life is the sacred tree of the Elven tribe, it is also special to the entire world, a revered and unique existence. At the dawn of the world, when all things took shape and all spirits were born, the Tree of Life was one of the most top-tier existences because of its close connection to the world in certain aspects. The Tree of Life can be said to be the most favored by the world, being a part of the world's core. It is precisely for this reason that Wang Yin thought of borrowing the Tree of Life to sense the world's core and draw upon the world's power, as it seemed to be the easiest and most effective option. This was a feeling of unity between heaven and man, but it was not something Wang Yin achieved actively. Rather, it was through the Tree of Life that he seemed to have completely merged into a part of this world. And then the fluctuations of the Tree of Life attracted a peculiar existence. This existence seemed to be nothing at all, yet also appeared to be everything. It contained the essence of all things and seemed as if all things originated from it. Wang Yin understood that this is the will of the world's core, or rather, the life fluctuations of this world. If Wang Yin were to achieve unity with heaven and man by himself, he would not be able to sense this, because he is an outsider. Even if he possesses the ability to sense, the will of the world's core and the life fluctuations of the world would not manifest, because they refuse to acknowledge Wang Yin. However, it is different with the Tree of Life. By using the aura and fluctuations of the Tree of Life as a disguise, it is like a shell-covered cannonball. Even if the other party detects something unusual, due to the operation of certain rules, they will actively draw closer. In this way, Wang Yin emits a warm and friendly fluctuation, wanted to take a step further. After all, in this situation, it is impossible to connect with the world's power, let alone use the world's power to break through. What kind of existence is that? In a hazy and mysterious place, strands of various colored spiritual light drift within. These spiritual lights are not anything else but the original spiritual light of this world, the most important elements that make up this world. However, Wang Yin found it strange that although there is a considerable amount of original spiritual light here, it is scattered in thin strands rather than condensed into a mass. Is it because the divine realm suppresses the lower plane world? Or is there some other reason? Wang Yin couldn't understand, but he didn't need to think too much. He just needed to refine a strand of the world's original spiritual light to advance to the heaven transformation level, which was a method of force breakthrough. Although holy power was indeed advanced, it was still insufficient compared to the original spiritual light of the world created by chaotic energy. If holy power was pure divine power without the influence of rule power, then divine power was a weakened version of the world's original spiritual light. The celestial spirit energy of the divine realm was merely a replica of the world's original spiritual light, made from the energy of heaven and earth combined with rule power. While it was of a higher level than the energy of heaven and earth, and could supply divine power cultivation, it was ultimately just a product of postnatal creation, still quite distant from the world's original spiritual light. The only energy that could rival the world's original spiritual light was the chaotic primordial chi. After all, the world's original spiritual light and chaotic primordial chi were different manifestations of the same energy. As for why God-level experts or deities of the divine realm did not directly absorb the world's original spiritual light for cultivation. First, the operation of the world's rules inherently protected the world's original spiritual light, not allowing living beings to refine it. Second, the world's original spiritual light was fundamental to the existence of a world. Once absorbed, it would lead to abnormal conditions in the world, and the consequences could be even more severe, as divine retribution was no joke. Wang Yin was able to achieve this partly because he possessed holy power, which was close to the world's original spiritual light, and partly due to the Tree of Life, as Wang Yin benefited from its influence. Moreover, Wang Yin estimated that there might also be defensive measures from the world itself. The existence of the Lord of the Underworld posed a significant hidden danger to the world, like a tumor that could potentially lead to the world's death, wanting to use Wang Yin to eliminate such a tumor. As for Wang Yin advancing to the heaven transformation level, it was either that the world itself had measures against such a sequence-level transformation, or that during battle, it would intervene to cause Wang Yin and the Lord of the Underworld to perish together. Of course, Wang Yin speculated that there was also a disgusting possibility that the world wanted to make him a permanent constraint on the Lord of the Underworld, competing against each other to promote the world's progress. As for the divine realm, the world would not expect such a cosmic tumor, even if it was a benign existence. Compared to relying on the divine realm for protection, the world preferred to solve problems internally. This was also the reason why the magic soul great white shark in Douluo would say that gods appeared in pairs. Moreover, the divine realm itself was not reliable. Otherwise, the Lord of the Underworld would have been gone long ago. The world understood that relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. Entering the underworld space, looking at this ethereal and inexplicable place filled with the world's original spiritual light wandering around, Wang Yin was quite envious. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Wang Yin tried, he could not attract a strand of the world's original spiritual light. This made Wang Yin somewhat frustrated. What the hell? Having come this far with everything ready, only lacking this final push, and now you're telling me it's not possible? Isn't this just messing with people's mindset? When Wang Yin was feeling upset, a strange sensation spread throughout his entire being, or rather, his entire soul. It was a joy that originated from the depths of his soul. This was a feeling of sublimation, similar to the joy he experienced when he refined his physical body with holy power to reach the divine body, and when he tempered his spiritual power with holy power to attain divine consciousness. A joy that came from the elevation of life from a lower to a higher level. When that sense of sublimation faded, Wang Yin felt that he seemed different from before. The most obvious evidence was that his perception of the world's source of spiritual light had changed. It was a completely different feeling. A sense of rejection suddenly arose. And just as Wang Yin was about to struggle, he found that his consciousness had returned to his body. He unconsciously grasped with his hand, and a tremendous force surged forth. With that forceful grab, a deep void appeared in his palm, created by pure power breaking through space. As Wang Yin had only used his physical strength without any enhancement from holy power. Master, have you succeeded? Have you broken through to the heavenly transformation level? Shangwan Binger stepped forward to ask. No, the core of the world refuses to communicate with me, and I haven't refined the power of the world. However, I think I should have already broken through to the heavenly transformation level. As soon as Wang Yin said this, everyone nearby, whether human, elf, or dragon, was confused. According to what Wang Yin said, communicating with the core of the world and harnessing the power of the world would allow one to break through to the celestial transformation level. But since he clearly had not completed the previous steps, why would he still break through to the celestial transformation level? It was difficult to explain clearly in such a short time, but I should have no problem reaching the celestial transformation level. Even if I'm not as strong as the Lord of the Underworld, I won't be far behind. Even if I enter the underworld space, I would still be able to fight against the Lord of the Underworld. Wang Yin felt very clearly that he had undergone a tremendous change compared to before, but it seemed that this power was something he was born with, as if he was a person who had a treasure mountain but was unaware of it, like a person who had become fat but couldn't control the weight. However, the good thing was that everything Wang Yin had previously mastered was still there. It was just that this suddenly increased strength was not entirely under his control and would require long-term practice to gradually master. Could Mr. Wang show us a bit of his strength? It's not that we don't believe what Mr. Wang is saying. We just want to feel it, the Elven Queen said. Wang Yin was clear that, in the end, he still didn't believe what Wang Yin said. After all, his increase in strength had not affected the outside world at all. The only visible evidence was that Wang Yin had shattered space with a strong grip. Well, demonstrating strength, Wang Yin did not want to refuse such a proposal. The holy power surged, and the holy power within Wang Yin's body operated at an incredible speed. Moreover, Wang Yin could clearly feel that this holy power was much stronger than before. If the previous holy power was like divine power without the power of rules, then the current holy power was stronger, as if it had been mixed with the power of rules, akin to divine power that had undergone the baptism of the celestial aura from the divine realm. Or rather, Wang Yin was like a god without a divine position. Not having a divine position made a difference, but Wang Yin had reached a level where it was indistinguishable from having one. The reason it was considered so was that this power was not something Wang Yin had cultivated and broken through to achieve. Wang Yin estimated that this was definitely not as simple as just entering the celestial transformation level. If the celestial transformation level was similar to the celestial king, celestial emperor, and celestial god, then he should at least be at the intermediate celestial transformation level. From the perspective of the elf queen and the others, once Wang Yin released his aura, it was at the peak of the celestial god level, then suddenly crossed a threshold, reaching an unstoppable realm. If one had to describe it, the comparison between a celestial god like the Elf Queen and Wang Yin would be like rivers to a vast sea. If the celestial god level could exert the power of heaven and earth with every move, then the celestial transformation level was close to the essence of heaven and earth. The reason it was not described as such was that the scale of the celestial transformation level was still much smaller compared to the entire world. However, although the scale of the celestial transformation level could not match the entire world, it already possessed the strength to refine the entire world into its own divine kingdom. If successful, it would likely become the master of the world, and its strength would break through beyond the celestial transformation level. However, if Wang Yin truly wanted to refine the entire world, it was likely he would be reverse refined because his celestial transformation power came from the world itself. On the other hand, the Lord of the Underworld had some potential, as the negative emotions and grievances condensed into the destructive energy of the underworld were highly infectious and destructive to the world itself. Even the essence of the world's spiritual light would be significantly affected by the life force contained within. Enough, stop it, Mr. Wang, we already know. The Elf Queen shouted loudly, appearing somewhat out of control, while others seemed unaffected. The reason for this was that Wang Yin had consciously controlled the sudden surge of his aura, but he had only released an aura comparable to the entire heaven and earth towards the Elf Queen. With all preparations complete, Wang Yin and his entourage headed to Snow God Mountain, as the seal of the underworld was located beneath Snow God Mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, the Snow God Mountain should have been mostly evacuated by now, as Wang Yin could not guarantee that the Snow God Mountain would remain unaffected if they truly encountered the underworld seal. Upon arriving at Snow God Mountain, they saw Shui Outyin waiting. It appeared that the evacuation had indeed been completed, and after some conversation, this was confirmed. Moreover, Shui Outyin also mentioned that the Lord of the Underworld had begun to stir, and that the underworld seal was under great strain. Without further delay, Wang Yin and his companions, along with the dragon tortoise they encountered on the way, arrived at the place of the seal, a hollow area close to the Earth's core. Wang Yin and his team were able to take over positions as needed. Those who were not yet at the divine level, especially Shangwan Binger and her group, entered the sealing formation to use there to alleviate the fatigue caused by the continuous sealing of the celestial beasts. The Dragon Emperor was still considering having Wang Yin take his place and completely seal the underworld space, cutting off the spatial link between the underworld and this world. However, Wang Yin proposed another method. He would break through the space to enter the underworld and fight the Lord of the Underworld. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor and the others would take this opportunity to strengthen the seal. Even if Wang Yin were to be defeated by the Lord of the Underworld, he would still have the ability to prevent the Lord from emerging and return at the same time, given that both were at the same transformation level. Then the Dragon Emperor and the others became conflicted. One option was to continue with the original method, which was safe but only a temporary fix. The other option was risky, potentially leading to a complete resolution of the Lord of the Underworld threat, but also carrying the chance of total collapse. Since you can't make up your minds, I'll help you choose. Before the Dragon Emperor and the others could continue their deliberation, Wang Yin smiled and slapped a crack created by the Lord of the Underworld, opening a passage to the underworld space. The sudden appearance of the crack caught the Lord of the Underworld off guard, and he surprisingly took no action. Wang Yin smoothly entered, and on the other side of the crack, the Dragon Emperor shouted commands to fully reinforce the underworld seal, blocking the crack that Wang Yin had opened. Lord of the Underworld, I have come to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? As soon as he entered the underworld space, Wang Yin attracted the full attention of the Lord of the Underworld, who had not expected anyone to invade his territory. Come and fight me. The Lord of the Underworld did not anticipate that this human would be so difficult to deal with, and Wang Yin was equally surprised by how formidable the Lord of the Underworld was. The entire underworld space was not particularly large, but it was not small either. The destructive energy of the underworld was so concentrated that it almost turned to liquid. If this were the primordial energy of heaven and earth, it would undoubtedly be a better cultivation place than a blessed land, but it had already been refined by the Lord of the Underworld into something he controlled. It could be said that the entire underworld space was the divine realm of the Lord of the Underworld, or that this underworld space was a simplified version of a divine kingdom. Wang Yin is absolutely at a disadvantage in this battle. He has no advantages at all in this away game. If it weren't for the significant boost from the legendary level condensation set, and the fact that the triple divine domain offset the suppression of the underworld space, Wang Yin would have been completely crushed even if he wasn't directly beaten. since Wang Yan's heavenly transformation level was elevated by the core of the world, and he hasn't truly broken through to that level. He merely possesses the strength of a heavenly transformation level without the 13th body pearl and 13th intention pearl that symbolize it. Otherwise, the Elven Queen wouldn't have questioned him in the first place. As mentioned earlier, the condensation set, the Holy Power Star, Divine Domain, and the Sacred Judgment Domain completely negated the suppression of the underworld space. The enhancement from the legendary level condensation set compensated for the cultivation gap between Wang Yin and the Lord of the Underworld. The real difference between Wang Yin and the Lord of the Underworld is now only the level of proficiency in mastering the heavenly transformation level. Thanks to Qian Doliu's merciless beatings in the past, Wang Yin gained considerable experience in defeating stronger opponents and relying on this experience. Even though he wasn't familiar with his own heavenly transformation strength, he still managed to remain undefeated when facing the Lord of the Underworld. At the beginning, Wang Yin was completely at a disadvantage in the battle against the Lord of the Underworld, mainly because he was unfamiliar with his own strength at the heavenly transformation level and couldn't effectively control and utilize it. Additionally, the Lord of the Underworld had some advantages due to its form. The Lord of the Underworld appeared as a massive black crab, but during the battle with Wang Yin, its size diminished. Although the main attack of the Lord of the Underworld came from its two large pincers when Wang Yin used his wings, the Lord of the Underworld also followed suit and employed its legs. Crabs have 8 legs, so as long as it could stand firm, Wang Yin sometimes had to face simultaneous attacks from the Lord of the Underworld's 2 pincers and 4 legs, totaling 6 attacks, while Wang Yin could only manage 4 attacks with his 2 wings and 2 hands, falling short by 2. Fortunately, Wang Yan's combat awareness and talent were quite good, allowing him to improve rapidly during the battle with the Lord of the Underworld. While he may not have completely mastered his heavenly transformation strength, he at least didn't hold himself back. Even though the Lord of the Underworld had the advantage of legs, Wang Yin made some targeted adjustments. While Wang Yin and the Lord of the Underworld fought hard in the underworld space, the Dragon Emperors at the Seal and the main world were also doing their best to reinforce the Seal. Taking advantage of the fierce battle in the underworld space where they couldn't be monitored, the Dragon Emperors completely sealed off the underworld space. With their control over space, they blocked all connections between the underworld space and the main world and added several layers of barriers. Suddenly, during the intense battle, Wang Yin shouted out, prompting the Lord of the Underworld to go on high alert, anticipating that Wang Yin was about to unleash some peculiar technique. However, Wang Yin didn't attack as expected. Instead, 2 beams of light, 1 gold and 1 gray, shot out from Wang Yan's body. The golden light took the form of a 2-winged angel martial spirit, while the gray light resembled that of the dark demon, evil god tiger. The Lord of the Underworld was puzzled about Wang Yan's intentions, as those 2 entities resembling avatars did not attack him alongside Wang Yan. Instead, they appeared to be quite benevolent, which only angered the Lord of the Underworld. The 2-winged angel's ability was purification. Since it was powered by Wang Yan's holy energy, these 2-winged angels radiated an aura not weaker than that of the heavenly transformation level, rendering the destructive energy of the underworld space no match for them. Moreover, the Lord of the Underworld was entangled in combat with Wang Yin and had no time to command the stray energies. Alongside the 2-winged angels, the dark demon, evil god tiger, also emanated an aura not weaker than the heavenly transformation level, as if a real dark demon, evil god tiger had entered the underworld space. Unlike the purification of the 2-winged angels, the dark demon, evil god tiger utilized its devouring ability powered by holy energy, targeting the destructive energy of the underworld space. Both purification and devouring are actions that deplete the essence of the underworld space, especially since the Lord of the Underworld was currently fighting Wang Yin and could not break open the space to absorb the negative energies from the main world. From this moment on, it could be said that Wang Yin had taken the initiative. If this battle continued, even with the Lord of the Underworld backed by the underworld space, it was quite likely that he would not be able to defeat Wang Yin, at most resulting in mutual destruction, as the Lord of the Underworld lacked confidence in his ability to kill Wang Yin and still survive. If Wang Yin had not used the angel's purification and the dark demon evil god tiger's devouring abilities, the Lord of the Underworld might have had some confidence in wearing Wang Yin down. However, that was no longer the case. The Lord of the Underworld had already doubted why Wang Yan's power remained at its peak. Now he finally understood. The tiger was devouring the destructive energy of the underworld space, while the angel was purifying it. The underworld space was not a dead end for Wang Yan. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld became anxious and attempted to incapacitate Wang Yin temporarily, aiming to destroy the two abilities that Wang Yin summoned, the Angel and the Evil Tiger. Indeed, even though the Angel and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger resembled real entities, they were merely manifestations conjured by Wang Yan's holy energy and not true physical forms. However, contrary to the Lord of the Underworld's expectations, he seemed unable to push Wang Yin back or force him to pause his attacks. From the beginning of the battle, Wang Yin had transitioned from a disadvantage to an even match with the Lord of the Underworld. However, Wang Yan's improvement had reached its limit. This was his maximum performance. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for either side to win or lose. Even if the entire underworld space were eventually depleted, it had still been refined by the Lord of the Underworld, who would still have a chance to fight Wang Yin to the death. At that time, Wang Yin might not be able to withstand the Lord of the Underworld's desperate final strike. Human, I admit you are strong. Even I find it hard to deal with you. However, in this space, even a true god would not stand a chance against me. You should just die. In the end, the Lord of the Underworld suddenly unleashed 120 of his power. Upon hearing the words true god, Wang Yin suddenly recalled something and became momentarily dazed, only to be genuinely injured by the Lord of the Underworld immediately after. He had been injured before, but compared to this time, he had to stop and heal, whereas previously he could recover while fighting. Wang Yin was injured and repelled, and without Wang Yan's obstruction, the Lord of the Underworld instantly transformed into its original gigantic form. Then, its two massive pincers faced off against the Seraphim and the Dark Demon Tiger. There was a difference between using skills and the true body descending. With just one strike, both the Seraphim and the Dark Demon Tiger were shattered and dissipated. Fortunately, the purged and devoured underworld destructive energy truly vanished from this underworld space. Human, I will not let you use such skills again. Let's see how you can win. The Lord of the Underworld believed that as long as it ensured that Wang Yan's replenishment could not keep up with the consumption, then it, backed by the underworld space, would definitely win. However, contrary to the Lord of the Underworld's expectations, Wang Yin chuckled. Lord of the Underworld, Giant Crab, thank you for your reminder. If it weren't for your reminder, I might not have thought of this method. Wang Yin was speaking with a smile, and the intricate and magnificent sword-shaped mark on his forehead suddenly emitted a beam of crimson golden divine light, aimed directly at the Lord of the Underworld. After Tang San's affinity with the sea god reached 30%, he was able to independently use the sea god's light, while Wang Yin had far surpassed 30%, reaching 50%. If he still couldn't use something from the inheritance mark of the God of Judgment, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Ultimately, Wang Yan's strength was forcefully pushed up by the world. Compared to a normal god level, his strength actually had flaws. The most fundamental point was that Wang Yan's power was still divine power, and there had been no qualitative change, although this was somewhat related to the fact that divine power itself was relatively advanced. Wang Yin is at the heaven transformation level. Yes, but this is pushed by the world. Wang Yin dares to say that if he makes any moves that are detrimental to the world, his strength will definitely drop to the peak of the divine level immediately, which is much stronger than before his upgrade because during the heaven transformation, Wang Yan's soul also ascended to the divine level. Well, note that the divine level mental power and the ascension of the soul to the divine level are not the same. So overall, the attacks that Wang Yin unleashes are absolute divine level attacks due to the holy power, but also precisely because of the holy power, his attacks still have a gap compared to true gods. For example, the power of rules in true divine level attacks is something Wang Yin does not possess. This point, let alone Wang Yin, even the Lord of the Underworld does not have. The Lord of the Underworld is only showing off with a destructive energy that can rival divine power. The crimson golden divine light cast from the Judgment God inheritance mark in Wang Yan's forehead is similar to Tang San's, but it should be called the Judgment Light. Because of Wang Yan's strength, this Judgment Light activated the true divine power within this divine inheritance, mixed with the powerful energy of the power of rules. The Lord of the Underworld does have defenses, but they cannot withstand this Judgment Light. And this inability to withstand is the gap between divine level powerhouses and divine beings in the divine realm. Unless a divine level powerhouse has high enough talent, comprehends the power of rules, and applies it to every action, there will always be a gap between divine level powerhouses and divine beings in the divine realm, even though both are the same existence. In an instant, the Lord of the Underworld was seriously injured. A large hole was pierced through the huge black crab's body, and this injury was much more severe than Wang Yan's previous one. However, This underworld space is still the territory of the Lord of the Underworld. And with the fluctuation of destructive energy, Wang Yin could no longer see the Lord of the Underworld's figure. However, the Lord of the Underworld may run away, but the temple cannot escape. This underworld space has already been sealed off by the external underworld seal, making it impossible to exit. Let alone the Lord of the Underworld cannot escape. Even if it could, Wang Yin could still chase it outside to fight. Moreover, if the Lord of the Underworld really escapes, the people from the divine realm might have to take action. Whether due to disputes between the gods of the divine realm and the Lord of the Underworld as a deep abyss demon or for other reasons, the divine realm cannot remain indifferent. The outer layer has reached the divine level of the holy judgment domain. When the underworld destructive energy encounters this layer of divine domain, it is as smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter, mainly because this underworld destructive energy is not controlled by the Lord of the Underworld. The inner layer is the star domain, resembling a vortex, where the crushed underworld destructive energy is absorbed by this vortex and then transformed into holy power, which is used by Wang Yin to replenish and enhance himself. The innermost layer is the self-divine domain of the 12-piece legendary level solidified set, which serves as a defense. Wang Yin is also unsure if the Lord of the Underworld will secretly attack him, so having a layer of defense is very important. I suggest you better not completely refine this underworld space. The blue-haired youth whom Wang Yin met once has appeared again, the one who claims to be the sea god. Wang Yin is sure this guy is Tang San. Is he afraid that if this space is refined, it will form a new underworld space again? Wang Yin seemed completely indifferent to the arrival of the other party. It's like this: I didn't expect that the Lord of the Underworld would break free from his seal. I didn't anticipate that this world would have you as an unexpected variable, especially since you actually defeated this Lord of the Underworld, the young sea god lamented. If you're just here to give advice after the fact, you can leave. But if you intend to help deal with the Lord of the Underworld, then don't just stand there talking. Wang Yin knew that this guy wanted to inherit his divine position, but unfortunately, Wang Yin did not want that. Haha, what a little brat who doesn't know how to respect his seniors. The blue-haired sea god extended 8 blue blades from his back like spider legs, and then shot out a divine light stronger than Wang Yin's judgment light. The hidden Lord of the Underworld was caught off guard and was easily eliminated. Seeing this scene, Wang Yin quietly assessed that he still had a long way to go. How about it? If you inherit my divine position, you could be this strong too. The blue-haired sea god looked at Wang Yin. Thank you, but no need to see me off. After saying these words, Wang Yin sat cross-legged, withdrawing the holy judgment domain and the self-divine domain of the condensed form set, leaving only the starry divine domain. He intended to purify this underworld space. Otherwise, another Lord of the Underworld would soon be born. Due to the existence of the Lord of the Underworld, as long as the space wasn't completely refined, the evil thoughts and malice from the main world would still enter this space, condensing into underworld destruction energy. However, without an existence like the Lord of the Underworld, he only needed to purify it regularly, and Wang Yin considered this as removing the accumulated troubles of past years. What a rebellious little brat. Since you are unwilling, let time teach you to seize such opportunities. The blue-haired sea god sighed lightly and then vanished in a thin air. Seeing the blue-haired sea god disappear, Wang Yin took out a jade tablet inscribed with the words Great Thousand, which was the Great Thousand Jade tablet he obtained from the treasure vault of the vast palace. There was too much underworld destruction energy in the underworld space. After purification, the amount converted into holy power would also be substantial. Wang Yin felt that he had already absorbed to his limit, while a large amount of underworld destruction energy still existed. He intended to take this opportunity to refine the Great Thousand Jade tablet. To Wang Yan's surprise, without expending much effort, he easily refined it. After refinement, the Great Thousand Jade tablet transformed into a stream of spiritual light and entered the palm of Wang Yan's right hand, leaving behind a shield-shaped jade tablet pattern that could appear and disappear at will, along with some information entering Wang Yan's mind. This information was about the Great Thousand Jade tablet. There was no specific origin, mainly detailing how to use it. The function of the Great Thousand Jade tablet was quite simple. It could break through the world barrier and traverse the endless chaos. In simple terms, it was a simplified version of a golden finger for traversers of various realms. With such a thing in hand, Wang Yin couldn't help but smile. He originally thought that after finishing the Tianju transformation, he would have to cultivate continuously until he reached the single and even multi-universe level to return to the original Douluo universe where he crossed over. Unexpectedly, he could go back so soon. However, Wang Yin did not rush to return. Although he hadn't spent a long time in this Tianzhu transformation world, it wasn't short either, and it seemed he had formed some indelible connections with many people. He had to arrange things here before leaving. After completely refining the underworld destruction energy and condensing it into a crystal of holy power the size of a human head, leaving an empty shell of the underworld space, Wang Yin stepped out. After all, the underworld seal in the main world would only block the flow of underworld energy from the underworld space. After returning to the underworld seal, Wang Yin began to make arrangements for his departure. The first thing he did was modify the underworld seal, leaving a gap in a door so that grievances could enter the underworld space, allowing later purifiers to come and go easily. Next, he thought of the three sisters of Shangguan Binger and Tianer Tang Xian, as they were Wang Yan's greatest ties to this world. Are you leaving? Dongfang Hanyue, being an observer, caused Shangguan Binger and the others, who had been instructed by Wang Yin, to suddenly realize the source of their unease. Yes, I'm leaving. I still have some unfinished business in my original world that I need to resolve. Will you come back? I should, right? This answer was very hesitant. I will wait for you. An awkward situation occurred when the three sisters of Shangguan Binger spoke to Tianer. Wang Yin was not surprised, but Tang Xian was in trouble, especially after Shangguan Binger exchanged a glance with Tang Xian, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. The presence of the Dragon Emperor and the Fairy Queen only added to the strangeness. As for Dongfang Hanyue, Wang Yin was unsure how things had ended up this way. It was likely due to some hidden thoughts at play. When Wang Yin left some items, he provided similar ones. And he also ensured that Dongfang Hanyue was endowed with all four hidden sacred attributes along with divine power. With a mind for stability, Wang Yin lingered for a while, completely settling matters in the vast continent and the Xintian continent before stepping into a deep black hole in front of everyone and leaving. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's named disciple, Zhou Weiqing, had already fainted in the bathroom, as his original wife had been drawn away by the teacher, and now that the teacher was leaving, he didn't even leave behind any special instructions. Entering the vast world channel opened by the Dakian Jade Tablet, Wang Yin didn't know what to expect. It felt much like being an ordinary person. At least, the divine power and spiritual consciousness he tried to use had no effect. Wang Yin believed the Dakian Jade Tablet was quite useful. While its function was solely to traverse worlds, it was very comfortable to use. Firstly, it allowed for unrestricted and unlimited travel, as long as the user input their desired destination using their thoughts. The Dakian Jade Tablet would automatically match them with the appropriate world. Secondly, using the Dakian Jade Tablet did not require the holder to input any energy. It seemed that all consumption was borne by the tablet itself, and the holder only needed to input their target world. There were also some other minor advantages, but the only significant drawback that Wang Yin cared about was that the Dakian Jade Tablet would automatically match the time of the destination, unless the holder had previously traversed that world using the tablet. This meant that when Wang Yin returned this time, it was highly likely that it was no longer the same time he left. According to Wang Yan's estimation of the Dakian Jade Tablet, he might be sent back to the time when Tang San awakened his martial soul. When he left, Tang San should not have been born yet, and now, upon returning, Tang San was already 6 years old. 6 years had passed, and he hadn't spent that much time in the Tianzhu Bian world. And Wang Yin also had no idea how the world had been altered by the narrative's restoration after he left. He hoped nothing disgusting would happen. Otherwise, he felt he might need to resort to some thunderous measures, as his strength in the early to mid stages was definitely sufficient. In the Stardow forest, next to a half-dead serpent with wings, stood some young people of not much age, along with a short figure possessing 7 spirit rings who seemed to be their mentor. Across from them stood an old woman with a young girl. I dare not. The old woman began, but suddenly an unexpected event occurred, and everyone's gaze turned towards it. Crack! It seemed something could not withstand the pressure, producing a sound that interrupted the old woman's speech. 10 people simultaneously focused their attention on a spot in the air. In an empty space about a meter off the ground, a deep, pitch-black opening appeared in the blink of an eye, expanding to a diameter of 2 meters almost instantly. The 10 people, after synchronizing their gazes, took the same defensive posture against the suddenly appearing dark hole. Where's this? And what time is it? Suddenly, a person leaped out from the dark hole and stretched, appearing somewhat weary from holding a position for too long. What are you all fighting over for spirit beasts? Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Yin. Now, then, who among you is free to introduce your situation to me? And by the way, where is this, and what time is it? The newcomer was Wang Yin, who had returned to the Douluo continent from Tianzhu Bian through the Dakian Jade tablet. His behavior could only be described as somewhat unruly due to considering the worst-case scenario during his journey, which left him feeling a bit displeased. I am Chao Tianxiang. My husband is Meng Shu, and this is my granddaughter Mangaran. We are in the Douluo forest, and the time should be the year 2643 of the Douluo calendar. I wonder if you have been in seclusion for so long that you lost track of time, or if you arrived here by accident. The elderly Chao Tianxiang, feeling that she truly could not see through Wang Yan, chose to take the initiative to be friendly. Oh, I see. The serpent matriarch of the legendary dragon and serpent. And what about you? Although Wang Yan had roughly guessed who the large group was, he still asked. My name is Zhao Wujin, and these are my students. May I ask if you have any particular business for coming here? Compared to the 6-ring Soul Emperor, the 7-ring Soul Sage, Zhao Wujin carefully sensed Wang Yan, confirming that he truly could not discern Wang Yan's background before speaking. Oh, I see. The unmoving king. Wait a minute, Xiao Wu. Where are you running off to? Does your mother know? Wang Yan was thinking about how to get involved and then leave when he suddenly saw Xiao Wu, who was deep in thought. So he shifted the topic and ran over to her. At that moment, Zhao Wujia and the others from Shrek Academy turned their heads to look at Xiao Wu. Did she know this suddenly appeared person? Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang suddenly felt a bit flustered. Could it be that this person who popped up out of nowhere was actually part of Zhao Wujia's group? But it didn't seem like it. Were all these performances, big and small, so realistic? To be honest, Wang Yan was somewhat confused. He could understand the aura of blue silver grass from Tang San, but it seemed like Aunt Ro had avoided a possible tragedy. So why did Xiao Wu still choose to transform and run out of the Douluo forest? What was going on? Did Aunt Ro not take care of it? Or was Aunt Ro in trouble and unable to handle it? You are, stammering and unable to speak coherently. Xiao Wu didn't fail to recognize him, nor did she forget who he was upon seeing Wang Yan. She just didn't know how to address him. What is up? After years apart, you don't even want to call me uncle? The expressions on the faces of the Shrek crowd turned to one of realization. This person was actually Xiao Wu's uncle, whom she hadn't seen in years. Meanwhile, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang felt a bit bitter inside. Although Wang Yan was not in league with Zhao Wujia, there was still a high possibility they would team up next. You are not my uncle. You just want to take advantage of me. Xiao Wu looked displeased. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I see you're about to reach level 30. Let us go. I'll help you out and also assist you in obtaining your 3rd spirit ring, so your mom won't nag me. Wang Yan's demeanor was indifferent to those around him. In fact, he was somewhat surprised inside. Was it that Tang Hao had hidden himself too well to evade his spiritual probe? Or was it that Tang San was not here at all because Tang Hao had temporarily left? Well, fine. Xiao Wu didn't expect Wang Yan to say that. After hearing his words, she was taken aback for a moment, and then thought that she might need to find other reasons to come out alone in the future. It would be better to seize this opportunity to deal with the 3rd spirit ring, since he probably wouldn't let her down. Senior Snake, I am younger than you, so I will still call you Senior. This phoenix tail coxcomb snake is not the most suitable for your granddaughter. How about this? I think my strength is decent enough. So why don't we go look for a more suitable spirit beast together? Moreover, this girl of mine also needs to find a spirit beast for her 3rd spirit ring. It's convenient for us. Giving the phoenix tail coxcomb snake was fine, but the face-devouring spider and 8 spider spear could be considered for capture. In that case, since you have such good intentions, I can't be ungrateful. Coincidentally, my husband saw another spirit beast nearby, not far away. The snake lady thought that Wang Yan was still young. Even if she couldn't compare to him, he shouldn't be too strong, and he likely didn't measure up to her husband. Then, please, Senior Snake. Young brother, please. Xiao Wu followed. Oh, 153. Regarding the thoughts of Zhao Wujing and the others, Wang Yan didn't consider it too much. He even directly ignored Tang San. So how could one expect him to think about Zhao Wujing and the others? Don't joke around. Wang Yan followed Snake Lady Ko Xingxiang, who was with her granddaughter Mangaran, as they sought out the dragon, Duke Meng Shu. After all, they were looking for the dragon Duke, so Wang Yan didn't want to take the lead. However, unexpectedly, Snake Lady Ko Xingxiang couldn't find dragon Duke Meng Shu at their location. The signs around indicated that dragon Duke Meng Shu had likely pursued a soul beast in an attempt to capture it, leading to the soul beast's escape. There was nothing to be done about it. They could only follow the traces left by dragon Duke Meng Shu. According to Snake Lady Ko Xingxiang, the soul beast dragon Duke Meng Shu was trying to catch was a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, which was probably too slippery, hence it wasn't there. Wang Yan didn't have many other thoughts about this. He followed along with Xiao Wu partly because of her, and partly to learn about some matters on the continent through the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady. In Wang Yan's words, he had been in closed-door training for 6 years and only came out to test the results of his training before arriving at the Stardew Forest. Since his training location was quite remote and rarely visited, he knew very little about the happenings on the continent. Although Snake Lady Ko Xiangxiang was surprised that Wang Yin had been in closed-door training for 6 years, she thought it wasn't impossible and didn't ask too much about it. According to Snake Lady Ko Xiangxiang, there weren't many major events in the past 6 years, but that didn't mean there were none. The first major news was that Tang Hao the Haoyin sect had a falling out with the Spear Hall. The specific reasons for the fallout were unclear to Dragon Duke and Snake Lady, but it caused quite a stir, ultimately leading to the Haoyin sect closing its doors after the Pope Qiang Sunji died suddenly. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qiang Sunji, was killed by Tang Hao, and along with this news, it was announced that Tang Hao had become a titled Douluo, inheriting the name Haoyin. The Pope's disciple, Bibi Dong, succeeded as Pope, using the excuse of Tang Hao killing the former Pope Qiang Sunji and the elders of the Elder Hall to attack the Haoyin sect, which ended with the Haoyin sect closing its doors to retreat. Tang Hao was expelled from the Haoyin sect. The old sect master died of anger due to the incident with Tang Hao, and Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao, ascended to the position of sect master. Additionally, many affiliated forces of the Haoyin sect suffered heavy casualties because the sect focused solely on self-preservation during its closure. I didn't care for much else. Besides this series of major events, there was also a significant change in the leadership of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect expelled a young sect master. As for the rise or disappearance of soul masters in recent years or matters concerning the confirmation of the crown prince in the Tiando Empire, those seemed rather trivial. However, the expulsion of that young sect master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is worth mentioning. While a specific name is unknown, he was referred to as a master due to his comments on the top 10 competitiveness of martial souls. This master's remarks could be likened to Tianjin's buns, known for being unremarkable. The reason for his expulsion seems to be related to some internal issues within the sect. These significant or relatively major events generally involve very confidential matters, and with figures like Dragon Duke and Snake Lady, who were considered third-rate on the continent. There wasn't too much they could know, so this was about all Wang Yin could gather. After hearing so much from Snake Lady Ko Xiangxiang, Wang Yin felt that he would need to ask Xiao Donger for the real situation himself. As they discussed these matters, Wang Yin and the group of 4 found Dragon Duke Meng Shu. When they found him, the old elder appeared somewhat flustered. The human-faced demon spider was difficult to capture, especially since its specific cultivation age was hard to determine, and for a soul Douluo like Dragon Duke Meng Shu, being too gentle or too forceful could pose problems. If he was too gentle, the human-faced demon spider would be like a hedgehog, impossible to handle. If he was too forceful, he feared it wouldn't survive long enough for his granddaughter to deliver the final blow. Upon seeing his wife return with his granddaughter, Dragon Duke Meng Shu no longer held back against the human-faced demon spider. With a surge of soul power, he severely injured the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Snake Lady Ko Xiangxiang briefly introduced Wang Yin and Xiao Wu to Dragon Duke Meng Shu, who then exchanged pleasantries with Wang Yin. Meanwhile, Meng Iran had already swiftly dealt the final blow to the human-faced demon spider. Truly, some people are fearless. She dared to absorb a soul beast of such age. Seeing Meng Iran directly absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, and Dragon Duke Meng Shu, who was conversing, turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu, as did Snake Lady Ko Xiangxiang, who was protecting Meng Iran. 2 elders, Xiao Wu speaks her mind. Please don't take it to heart. However, this human-faced demon spider is already over 2,000 years old, which may exceed what your granddaughter can bear. Wang Yin did not expect Xiao Wu to say such a thing. Could it be that she couldn't bear to see Meng Iran die from exploding due to absorbing the soul ring? Oh, little brother, I indeed find it hard to determine the age of this man-faced demon spider. Is there some trick to it? In this era, such things are generally not allowed to be disclosed by various factions. Even if Long Gong Meng Shu is a soul Douluo, there are still some situations he may not be aware of. This is also simple. The cultivation level of the man-faced demon spider is determined by the length of its legs. In this case, with legs exceeding 3 meters, it is clearly over 2,000 years old, while the limit for a soul master at the 3rd ring is generally not more than about 1,700 years. Wang Yin said nonchalantly. So, that means this person's soul ring from the face demon spider has to be given up, since Wang Yin had no reason to deceive them. Long Gong and Sheepa directly believed what Wang Yin said. There's actually no need to give it up. Wasting such a good soul ring would be inappropriate. I have some means that can help the virtuous granddaughter successfully fuse. I wonder if the two seniors would dare to let me give a try? Wang Yin looked very confident. Then, Qiao Shangxiang first glanced at her unwilling granddaughter and then turned her attention to Meng Shu, who hesitated for a moment. Two seniors, rest assured. I won't joke with my virtuous granddaughter's life and future. If anything unexpected happens, I'll be right here. Seeing Wang Yin like this, and considering that the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider was indeed impressive after 2,000 years, and that her granddaughter was not someone who would act recklessly, Meng Shu agreed. Wang Yin stepped forward, first touching the purple soul ring, seemingly taking something out of it, then unleashing a holy power that entered Meng Yiran's body. After that, he signaled Meng Yiran that she could absorb the soul ring, although Wang Yin seemed to do nothing, thinking of his confident demeanor earlier. Long Gong and Sheepa did not ask too many questions. After all, if it didn't work out, they could always give up. It wasn't something that had to be continued after just one attempt. Contrary to Long Gong and Sheepa's expectations, Meng Yiran did not show any signs of being overwhelmed and remained stable. An hour later, Meng Yiran successfully became a soul master. Little brother, what kind of method is this? It's truly amazing. Seeing his granddaughter's success, Meng Shu looked at Wang Yin with eyes as wide as copper bells. It's just a small trick, nothing to mention. However, my wise granddaughter shouldn't push her limits like this in the future unless I intervene again or her physical condition is strong enough. As for the two seniors, let us part ways here. We will meet again. Before Long Gong and Sheepa could say anything more, Wang Yin flew away with Xiao Wu, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 154. Secretly pampering the pet cat and the new disciple, he looks young, but his strength is at least at the level of a titled Douluo. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. The sea cannot be measured by a ladle. Seeing Wang Yin and Xiao Wu soaring into the sky, Long Gong Meng Shu sighed. Who says otherwise? However, the good thing is that we are not on bad terms with him, and we can still obtain a third soul ring that is over 2,000 years old. We have gained a benefit. Sheepa Chao Tianxiang sighed as well. Grandma, why do I feel like he doesn't seem very old? 16 or 17-year-old Meng Yiran looked up at her elders. From his vitality and energy, this Wang Yin indeed doesn't seem very old, even less than your father. He truly possesses exceptional talent. I estimate that even that one from Haotian sect is not his match, Long Gong Meng Shu said. Now that this matter is settled, we should head back early. Sheepa Chao Tianxiang glanced at her granddaughter, then looked in the direction Wang Yin had left, letting out a slight sigh. Wang Yin brought Xiao Wu directly to the place of Deming and Ming. After exchanging a few words with them, he unleashed a holy power to help Xiao Wu reach level 30 without damaging her qualifications. Then Xiao Wu sat down cross-legged to begin condensing her third spirit ring. Once Xiao Wu's matter was settled, Wang Yin began to learn about the situation from Deming and Ming, finding out about what had happened after his sudden disappearance. His sudden disappearance had a significant impact on the entire team, but fortunately, they quickly recovered a lot. The soul ring of the dark demon Evil God Tiger was absorbed by Xiao Donger, and after Aunt Ro reminded Xiao Wu and Deming and Ming, she left the Star Do Great Forest with Xiao Donger and Erlong. After that, Deming and Ming didn't know much more. They only mentioned that during this period, Bai Bai Dong had hunted a soul beast to advance and had met them once. Other than that, it didn't know much, seeming to imply that Aunt Ro and the others were quite busy. There was one thing that Deming specifically told Wang Yin, saying that a few years ago, a 100,000-year soul beast seemed to have voluntarily sacrificed itself, and that special fluctuation could be sensed by any soul beast of a certain strength. The specific situation was unclear, but it seemed to have occurred within human territory. Deming didn't hear too much information, and even some news was less than what Wang Yin heard from Long Gong and Sheepa. As for the special fluctuation from a 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice that Deming specifically mentioned, it should refer to the matter between Tang Hao and Yin. Since Wang Yin couldn't get more information from Deming and Ming, and Xiao had already condensed her third spirit ring, he gave Deming and Ming several doses of holy power to enhance their strength, and then left with Xiao Wu. When he discovered Shrek's Zhao Wuji and the others, he found that they were still wandering in the Star Do Great Forest. After understanding the situation, he learned that Tang Sen had just broken through to level 30 and had just obtained a spirit ring, and he was extremely lucky to have acquired a right arm spirit bone. For this, Wang Yin felt somewhat surprised. Without fighting Meng Yiran, Tang Sen still broke through to level 30. He lost the 2,000-year-old faceless demon spider and the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, but gained a 1,000-year-old right-arm spirit bone. TSK. The luck of the Child of Destiny is indeed remarkable, traveling alongside Zhao Wuji and the others for a while. The reason was to protect Xiao Wu while they exited the dangerous Star Do Great Forest. After they exited, Wang Yin secretly placed a hidden hand on Zhu Zhuqing among the 7 small ones, making this little cat essentially his pet. Before leaving, Wang Yin gave Xiao Wu a dragon scale from the fearsome sea dragon. This scale wasn't particularly special. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that Wang Yin had specially refined it, combining the body bead condensation of the heavens jewel change world with the imprint of the intention bead. After Xiao Wu fused it, a piece of dragon scale appeared on the back of her right hand, which merely concealed her soul beast aura. Taking care of Xiao Wu was due to Aunt Ro, while placing a hidden hand on Zhu Zhuqing was partly to leave a hidden mark and partly because he wanted to raise a pet cat. As for Ning Rongrong, Wang Yin felt indifferent towards her. Regarding the others, during the time he was escorting them out of the Stardo Great Forest, Wang Yin had already utilized his golden eye to see through them thoroughly. There were some peculiarities, but he wasn't particularly interested. As for directly dealing with Tang San, Wang Yin indicated that he had no intention for now. He wanted to see how many times Tang San could resurrect. After leaving Zhao Wuji and the Big Shrek team, Wang Yin did not choose to go to the Spirit Hall, as the situation there should not be urgent. He had other thoughts in mind. On the way, he encountered someone he had seen before, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Initially, Wang Yin didn't plan to take action against him. But after hearing from Tang San that his teacher was Yu Xiaojiang, Wang Yin thought for a moment, turned back, and knocked Yu Xiaojiang out. He then left a hidden mark on him, or rather, in his sea of consciousness, before truly departing. Looking at the direction Wang Yin was heading, it seemed to be towards Tiando City. However, when passing through a certain city, Wang Yin heard news about the Imperial Fighting Team. After considering his current location and the news he heard about the Imperial Fighting Team, he estimated that this should be the Shrek graduates led by Qin Ming heading to Soto City. In Qin Ming's team, apart from Yu Qianheng and Dege Yin, who caught Wang Yan's attention due to their identities, there was only one other person, Yi Lingling of the 9 Heart Sea Butterflies. As for the others, he could only say he had a very vague impression. TSK, the 9 Heart Sea Butterfly spirit, seems to be pretty good. Should I take on a disciple? Having made up his mind, Wang Yin decided to wait for people at the Grand Soul Arena in this city, as it was the location where the news of the Imperial Fighting Team was spread. Yi Lingling, are you interested in having some tea with me? After a team battle, when Qin Ming was about to take his students away, he suddenly heard such a voice. The person who made this sound was none other than Wang Yin. This brother, what was your intention with that remark? Yi Lingling's teammates took a defensive stance, while Qin Ming stood in front of these young people. Oh, my mistake. After all, you are a whole. This teacher and Yi Lingling's classmates, if you don't mind, why not go have a cup of tea together? I have no ill intentions towards Yi Lingling. On the contrary, I feel a strong connection with her. Wang Yin looked like a kind and approachable big brother. This brother. Since you insist, please lead the way. Qin Ming wanted to refuse, but Wang Yin released his overwhelming aura onto Qin Ming, an existence he absolutely could not resist. Feeling like a fish on a chopping board, Qin Ming had no choice but to change his words. After entering a private room in a tea house, Wang Yin directly mentioned his desire to take Yi Lingling as his disciple. However, Yi Lingling hadn't said anything yet, while Yu Qianheng and Dege Yin had quite a bit to say. Qin Ming, who should have spoken as well, seemed just as silent as Yi Lingling. Eventually, Yi Lingling did speak, and her cold words made Wang Yin feel as if he were facing Shangguan Shui'er. The difference was that Yi Lingling exuded a sense of desolation. Unlike Shangguan Shui'er. Although the 9-Heart Begonia was a highly vital martial soul, Yi Lingling, the possessor of the 9-Heart Begonia, seemed more like a messenger of death. Wang Yin revealed a little of his strength, and, after a moment of silence, Yi Lingling agreed. However, Wang Yin only passed down the cultivation method, the golden light spell, and then left, saying he would find Yi Lingling again in the future. After passing on the knowledge to Yi Lingling, Wang Yin left in a carefree manner, not at all worried that this new disciple might encounter problems later on. As for whether Yi Lingling would have any issues practicing the golden light spell, Wang Yin felt it should be fine since he had refined the spell quite a bit, and when he taught it to Yi Lingling, he used very detailed language that a complete novice could understand. After parting ways with Yi Lingling, Wang Yin continued north, heading straight for the city of Tiando. Upon arriving in Tiando City, he inquired about the location of the Li family and then made his way to the center of the Li family. There, He found a very burly old man working at the forge, and although he was said to be forging, it looked more like he was exercising. With a mental attack, Wang Yin quickly intervened to prevent the Titan from nearly falling into the furnace. Yes, the burly old man was the patriarch of the Li family, known in the spirit master world as the Titan. Wang Yin first placed a hidden hand on Titan's soul, completely turning him into his servant, and then instructed Titan to gather all the members of the Li family. Fortunately, most of the Li family members were present in that area, or it would have been difficult. Aside from a few who were working outside and a few studying, nearly all the spirit masters of the Li family, about 200 people, were gathered in a large open space. Wang Yin then left a hidden hand on each of their souls. Although it wasn't as effective as with Titan, it was sufficient. There was no way to know whether Tang San would unleash some unforeseen power. So to be on the safe side, Wang Yin had to do it this way. If Tang San did not oppose the spirit hall, that would be fine. Having or not having such hidden hands would make no difference. But if Tang San really went down that path, then these backup measures would become sharp blades against him. To be honest, Wang Yin did not quite believe that Tang San would not be an enemy of the spirit hall. If Tang San truly did not oppose the spirit hall, Wang Yin would actually have more to worry about. What could possibly cause turmoil in the continent then? Although not everyone in the Li family was affected, it was enough. The strength of that small portion of people wasn't high, and having these measures in place would suffice. It was also a way to leave a line for others. After leaving the Li family, Wang Yin headed to Yuxian. Yuxian was an interesting place. Although it was almost like a noble etiquette school of the Tiando Empire, it was actually a pawn of the Haotian sect. If Wang Yin remember correctly, the owner of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua, should be a very excellent woman. Although her cultivation level wasn't high, her appearance was definitely on par with Bibi Dong, and her temperament was exceptional, especially considering Tang Yuehua's identity as Tang San's aunt and the younger sister of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. If Wang Yan's previous speculations were correct, Tang Yuehua might have some different feelings towards Tang Hao, not just sibling affection. In any case, no matter how one looked at it, there was a strong necessity for Wang Yin to take action against Tang Yuehua, and it was worth putting in significant effort to do so. When Wang Yin arrived at Yuexian, the timing felt a bit off. It was still broad daylight, and Tang Yuehua was giving lessons to some noble students. This situation made it difficult to act, but Wang Yin was not in a hurry. For Tang San to meet Tang Yuehua, he would have to come to Tiando City, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take at least a few months. When night fell and the world was quiet, Wang Yin used a spatial movement technique that was undetectable below the divine level to arrive in Tang Yuehua's boudoir. Yes, it was indeed a boudoir. Although Tang Yuehua was not young anymore, she was still a young girl. Aside from secretly tampering with Tang Yuehua's soul, Wang Yin only used holy power to baptize her, without any other actions. Such delicacies could be enjoyed later. After all, he had already marked her and ensured that no one else could touch his delicacy. After Wang Yan's holy power baptism, Tang Yuehua broke through the bottleneck that prevented her from reaching level 10 of soul power and subsequently passed down a cultivation method. As for delicacies, the more delicious, the better. Even the pet cat had left behind a cultivation method, so future delicacies should also have a record. This cultivation method was not particularly impressive, but it had good characteristics, allowing for rapid and substantial training. However, it was only relatively fast in terms of soul power enhancement, as most of the energy gained from training was used to temper the body and grow the soul, making it a simple life cultivation method. After completing these tasks, Wang Yin went to the treasure vault of the Tiando Empire and took the national treasure, the Hanhai Chinquan umbrella. However, he did not intend to use it. After obtaining it, he just tossed it into his storage soul guide to gather dust. How to describe this behavior? It was like saying, I don't want to use it, but I won't let you use it either. And you clearly referred to Tang San, but could also refer to the members of the Tiando Empire's royal family. In Tiando City, Wang Yin inquired about the news of Lamba Academy, only to find out that the academy did not exist at all. This was very telling. Lu Erlong probably had not returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, nor had she established any academy, and was likely still with Xiao Donger at the Spirit Hall. However, this made Wang Yin a bit curious. Without Lamba Academy, if the gang from Shrek Academy came out of the Tiando Royal Academy, where would they go? On this matter, Wang Yin did not dwell too much. It was not something he should worry about, but rather something for Flander to consider. After all, being able to enter the Tiando Royal Academy required Flander to make the decision. Having finished these tasks, Wang Yin thought for a moment and realized there was nothing else to do. According to the original plan, He should go find Douluo to reclaim the territory of his judgment temple. Back at the ice and fire Yin I, Eru had undergone a special transformation tribulation, causing quite a stir. To occupy the precious land of the ice and fire Yin I, Eru had stepped forward, and the name they used was Judgment Temple. However, due to some other matters, Wang Yin and the others did not stay at the ice and fire Yin I, which led to Douluo occupying the place later on. It is worth mentioning that Douluo had announced later that he joined the Judgment Temple and even became an elder of the temple. How should one put it? Douluo was quite bold and daring, directly impersonating Wang Yin and the others' Judgment Temple. However, Wang Yin estimated that even if Douluo occupied that place, it was merely used as a medicinal garden and a place to alleviate toxin backlash. Wang Yin was worried about another matter, that Douluo was still entangled with the Snow Star Prince from Tiando. He didn't know whether the Snow Star Prince was aware of the details of the Judgment Temple, but there was no need to rush. He would find out soon enough. It seemed that Wang Yan's luck had been quite good since his return. From the Stardow Forest to the ice and fire Yangyin I in the Sunset Forest, his actions had gone smoothly. When Wang Yin arrived at the ice and fire Yangyin I, he happened to discover Douluo, who was suppressing the toxin backlash using the ice and fire Yangyin I. TSK. It was truly a miserable sight. Wang Yin sighed. 156. Take some and leave some. Who are you? After experiencing the backlash of toxins, it was not easy for Douluo to get through the difficult period he faced every day. His condition was not good, and at this moment, suddenly appeared a guy he couldn't see through at all. Despite feeling physically exhausted, Douluo still asked in a hoarse voice, "Who am I?" Douluo. Speaking of which, we have met before. However, if I say that this ice and fire Tuyin I is actually my territory, shouldn't you understand who I really am? Facing the fully alert Douluo, Wang Yin had no intention of doing anything. Although Douluo's poison could definitely rank among the top 3 on the continent, to Wang Yin, it was not much of a threat. Unless Douluo reached the 100th level of fighting the heavens, he would pose some threat to Wang Yin. Otherwise, the current Douluo was not taken seriously by Wang Yin at all. This place is called the Ice and Fire Tuyin I. That name is quite fitting. But you say this is your territory? You really overestimate yourself. Douluo didn't even bother to think about Wang Yan's words. Huh. Borrowing the title of an elder from my Judgment Temple for so long, how is it that my Judgment Temple has sealed this place for you? Don't forget, this is the mountain gate of my Judgment Temple. Wang Yin showed a look of disdain, but it didn't last long. Instead, he seemed more interested in the exotic flowers and plants. The Judgment Temple? Is it you? No. The elder of the Judgment Temple back then was the crimson-eyed Douluo by Ro, clearly a woman. You are the master of the Judgment Temple? The crimson-eyed Douluo by Ro was undoubtedly a titled Douluo, and the one in front of me now as a titled Douluo is someone I cannot see through at all. So I can only guess that this person is indeed the master of the Judgment Temple. At least there's a bit of intelligence. So it's time for the Eye of Ice and Fire to be returned to its rightful owner. Wang Yin glanced at Douluo. Who knows if what you say is true or not? Although my strength is not as great as yours, I am not someone who can be easily trampled upon. Douluo was clearly a bit irritated. Sigh, I wanted to have a good conversation with you, but unfortunately, perhaps my strength and mindset are somewhat out of balance. However, I don't want to say so much to you anymore. It's better to just take action. Douluo looked like he was about to strike, but Wang Yin sighed. The power beyond the level of heaven change, or rather, the strength that surpassed the 100 levels of Do Tian, radiated outward, suppressing Douluo, who couldn't even muster a glance in Wang Yan's direction. He couldn't resist anymore. To be honest, Wang Yin actually appreciated Douluo. After all, the attitude of doing one's own thing and letting good and evil come from the heart was exactly to Wang Yan's taste. But unfortunately, Wang Yin had hardly ever achieved this ideal state. He was either struggling to survive in a reckless manner or behaving almost like a demon after gaining power. At that moment, Wang Yin also realized that someone like Douluo would be very difficult to become his subordinate. Compared to Douluo, who still had some bottom line, Wang Yin probably appeared to be someone without any boundaries. Even if Wang Yin helped Douluo solve the problem of toxin backlash, it was merely a favor to others. Wang Yin himself did not like being constrained by others because of such favors, so he wouldn't control others in that way. Therefore, Wang Yin had made arrangements for someone like Douluo. Like those who had been secretly manipulated, he couldn't make Douluo his subordinate, but he could still have him as a puppet-like servant. Although this approach might be too inhumane, Wang Yin had no choice, apart from such demon-like behavior. He didn't know what else he could do with his almost self-destructive tendencies. After Douluo became one of the people from the Li family, He was another person whom Wang Yin had secretly manipulated in his soul. Even though Douluo saw Wang Yin making a move against him, unknowingly, he still became a puppet-like existence in Wang Yan's hands. I don't need subordinates. In this world, apart from a few people, I only need these servants. And I don't have much attachment to this world. After secretly manipulating Douluo's soul, Wang Yin continued to modify Douluo's body using holy power. Initially, Wang Yin refined the external origin and integrated it into himself, while Douluo's origin was divided into two parts, one large and one small. The larger part remained with Douluo, while the smaller part became the carrier of his martial soul. Now, the person and the martial soul had formed a special symbiotic state. At least they wouldn't be affected by the toxin backlash anymore. After completing all this, Wang Yin felt inexplicably exhausted and gazed silently at the ice and fire eyes, while Douluo quietly stood by as a silent guard, without making a sound. After a long time, Wang Yin shifted his gaze away from the ice and fire eyes. Now, his eyes were filled with various spiritual lights, which were rich in meaning and difficult to decipher, as if the life of an ancient demon was flashing before his eyes in its final moments. However, amidst these complex and unclear spiritual lights, there was also an unyielding determination in Wang Yan's eyes, a divine light that seemed unscathed even after countless eons. Resembling a sharp sword that cut through the fragmented spiritual lights, dispersing all the myriad distractions swirling in his mind. With the opening and closing of his eyes, Wang Yan's gaze was now free of any impurities, only radiating with brilliance, like two great suns shining brightly. In an instant, Wang Yan's eyes, resembling the sun, retracted their divine light. It wasn't that they lost their brilliance, but rather that they became hidden treasures, akin to the concept of divine light retracting and returning to simplicity, as those terms might describe it. Whether Wang Yin had truly reached this state of returning to simplicity was uncertain. But judging from the manifestation of the divine light in his eyes, he should have already attained it. Here, it seemed that only the deep source of the ice and fire eyes could still be of some use to him. However, there was no rush. Even if the source in such a place could greatly enhance him, there was no need to hurry to utilize it. He would wait until he reached the bottleneck of the heaven change level or the Do Tian level before discussing it further. Wang Yin murmured to himself. After dealing with Douluo, he thought carefully that all the opportunities for Tang San in the Heaven Do City, both inside and outside, had been eliminated, at least on the surface. As for those that did not appear in the original plotline, Wang Yin had no intention of digging deeper. If they didn't exist, then it was fine. If they did, they would probably just supplement Tang San's original opportunities, and if nothing unexpected happened, they should still end up in Wang Yan's hands, making it unnecessary to delve deeper. Upon reflection, Tang San's opportunities, or so-called cheats, were basically running low. The items from the Xintian treasure record had already been mostly seen by Wang Yin when he left the Stardo Forest. He hadn't touched the people from Shrek much anyway, as they weren't of much use, and even a little kitten had turned into a pet cat. Then, the ice and fire yin-yang I returned to his hands, and he even had an additional Douluo. It was basically impossible for Tang San to have any other connections here, and Wang Yin wouldn't allow it. The Blue Tyrant Academy was out of the question. The midterm Yuxian had been tampered with by Wang Yin. The later Hanhai Qingquan cover was taken by Wang Yin, and the mid to late stage of the Strength Clan had also been manipulated by Wang Yin. As for the soul bones from the Spirit Hall, the Soul Master competition wouldn't be too late. The Slaughter City was irrelevant. That was casual. The other 4 attribute clans and Gongxin City were necessary to visit, and the remaining ones were probably just Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor seedling. The Soul Beast didn't need to be concerned about anything. Sea God Island could be left for Tang San as a place for growth. It wouldn't be good if he couldn't grow. Therefore, the one closest to Wang Yin should be the Blue Silver Emperor seedling. In fact, Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor were not easy to find, as they didn't need much. A not too large mountain peak was enough for the Blue Silver Emperor to grow and for Tang Hao to hide. Within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, there were quite a few continuous mountain ranges. If Wang Yin were willing to use all his power to find Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor, he could actually do it quickly. However, he didn't want to, because using power that surpassed human limits could easily attract the attention of the divine realm, and becoming a god carelessly would be troublesome. Once he became a god, the time he could stay on this continent would be very short, so Wang Yin intentionally restrained his power. When dealing with Douluo earlier, he also deliberately controlled his strength not to exceed the human limit. It wasn't that Wang Yin was unwilling to become a god. He just didn't want to inherit the position of the Judgment God. The inheritance of the Judgment God's divine position was somewhat suspicious. The Slaughter City was clearly the inheritance place of the Shura God, a god-level powerhouse, yet was taken over by a relatively unknown deity like the Judgment God. Indeed, Wang Yin didn't remember there being such a Judgment God in the Douluo universe, and had no idea where they came from. Therefore, in the face of the unknown, Wang Yin felt it was better to keep a low profile. Anyway, the Judgment God seemed quite laid back, as long as he didn't attract the other party's attention. It was likely that a considerable amount of time would pass before he was remembered. Now that the new era of the Douluo continent had just begun, Wang Yin didn't want to leave quickly. While travelers and protagonists could have a good relationship, there were also many who killed the protagonist. And Wang Yan's schemes against Tang San had already begun. It was best to finish this grand era drama. Moreover, even if the Judgment God was willing to show goodwill to him, it wouldn't work, as the divine realm was not only occupied by the Judgment God. Overthinking might lead to difficulties, but underthinking could certainly lead to pitfalls. Therefore, in the matter of finding Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor, Wang Yin preferred to spend a bit more time rather than expose his strength. After all, with Tang San's current strength, it would take a long time for him to grow, especially with Wang Yin cutting off some of his opportunities without any other unexpected opportunities to supplement them. However, it was fortunate that Wang Yin had calculated the specific location of Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor. After all, in the original plotline, Tang Hao wouldn't run too far after saving Tang San and Xiao Wu in the Spirit City. Using the Spirit City as the center and the time taken for Tang San to walk at the Soul Sect level as the radius, a circle could be drawn. On the side of the Heaven Do Empire, there weren't many places with continuous mountains and primitive forests. During the process of searching for Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor, Wang Yin suddenly remembered that in the original plot line, after the Soul Master competition, Tang San practiced for 2 years with Tang Hao, and that rather primitive blue-silver forest seemed not too far from that training location. Wang Yin felt that his patience was dwindling, while the restlessness in his heart was growing. He slightly revealed some of his strength, approaching the critical point of near-human limits. To the titled Douluo, his divine sense spread across the land like a vast expanse, communicating with the ubiquitous blue-silver grass. Although there was some barrier, Wang Yin managed to break through it with effort. While it was not easy, he still found the trace of the Blue-Silver King. Upon reaching the location of the Blue-Silver King, Wang Yin was unsure whether to deal with this soul beast, as it seemed to have made no significant mistake. Although it had helped Tang San awaken the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, it was actually a mutually beneficial process. The Blue-Silver King assisted Tang San in awakening the bloodline, while gaining an opportunity for a breakthrough of over 100,000 years in the process. It was estimated that the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Blue-Silver King did not originate from the same place. If the Blue-Silver Emperor also came from this forest, there would be no reason for the Blue-Silver King to derive these benefits from Tang San. Forget it. I'll spare your life. It doesn't matter anyway. And that guy Tang San hasn't really used the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit well. Wang Yin let go of the trembling Blue-Silver King. The soul power cultivation system can essentially be said to rely on bloodline cultivation. The martial soul is essentially one's own bloodline, and the essence of the martial soul and bloodline is a manifestation of the laws in the human race. Cultivating this system to its peak relies on the resonance and sublimation of the martial soul bloodline and the power of the laws, thus reaching the realm of level 100 Otion. Similarly, achieving the position of a deity from Douluo is the same, but this step of resonance and sublimation is not easy to accomplish. For example, the sea god relied on the faith of many marine creatures, which can be seen as taking a shortcut at this stage of resonance. Inheriting a divine position means inheriting the control over the laws that the deity who originally condensed the divine position possessed. And this control stems from that deity's understanding and integration of the laws. If one were to become a god through the Blue-Silver Emperor, then the laws being controlled or the condensed divine position should pertain to the aspect of life. However, Tang San went to inherit the divine position of the sea god, and while the two may not be completely unrelated, there is at least no apparent connection. This is why Wang Yin said that Tang San did not utilize the Blue-Silver Emperor effectively. If after becoming a god, Tang San did not deeply study the Blue-Silver Emperor, it is likely that it would just be like that. Wang Yin, on the other hand, was guided by Qian Douluo to master the abilities of the angel martial soul itself, which is essentially a deep exploration of the law power contained within the martial soul bloodline. although this is largely just an application of these laws compared to Tang San, who jumped from the blue-silver emperor to the sea halfway through. Wang Yan's situation is undoubtedly better. Well, having said so much, returning to the main topic. After letting go of the blue-silver king, Wang Yan recalculated the approximate distance, delineated a rough area, and set off again. This time, the range was significantly reduced, as there was only one direction where the blue-silver king's blue-silver forest was surrounded by continuous mountains. This mountain range is not small, but there are not many places with waterfalls and even fewer that are beautiful. Moreover, when Wang Yan looked around, he could see where the natural energy of heaven and earth gathered, which is more suitable for plant growth and cultivation, further reducing the number of places. After passing through a curtain of waterfalls and walking through a dim tunnel, he arrived in a small stone chamber. The stone chamber contained nothing but a small pile of earth and a single golden-patterned blue-silver grass on top of it. This blue-silver grass did not grow large. Could it be that the soil was too little, leading to insufficient nutrients? Upon seeing the young blue-silver emperor for the first time, this strange thought arose in Wang Yan's mind. Moreover, Wang Yan wasn't without evidence. The genius of Hao Yin sect would certainly not plant it without understanding the soil nutrient content. Nor would they know if any organic fertilizer had been added. Cough, let's set that aside for now. Wang Yan didn't find much trace of Tang Hao here, but upon careful tracing, aside from Wang Yan, the presence of others was at least several days old. It's possible that Tang Hao came for a while and then left. However, regardless of whether Tang Hao was present or not, Wang Yan had little interest. The main purpose of his visit was to obtain this blue-silver emperor sapling. The plot-pushing Tang Hao was still busy tidying up, using holy power to nurture the blue-silver emperor sapling and restore its intelligence. Wang Yan disregarded any opposition and dug it out. After acquiring the blue-silver emperor, Wang Yan headed south. Although he passed through Wuhuan City, he didn't stop, continuing south until he reached the territory of the Star Luo Empire. In the Star Luo Empire, Wang Yan first targeted the Yu family. Similar to his actions against the Li family, he struck against the Yu family. But unlike the Li family, the Yu family members were more concentrated and did not have anyone out on errands. So Wang Yan managed to take down every single one of them. Through the information from the Yu family, Wang Yan approached the Min family, a single attribute clan. However, he arrived a bit too early. The Min family's little princess, by Chenxiang, was only about 8 or 9 years old. Although she was a beauty in the making, she was still quite immature. However, Wang Yan didn't mind. This little girl was still quite good, and he could always wait a few more years. There was no rush. Being too hasty could lead to setbacks, although this Douluo continent didn't pay much attention to such matters. Compared to the other 3 single attribute clans, the Min family had very few members because they relied solely on speed, which made their economic situation quite tight. They often depended on the other 3 clans for assistance, which was why their numbers were small. Consequently, like the Yu family, the Min family also fell victim to Wang Yan's schemes. After dealing with the Yu and Min families, Wang Yan targeted the Pa family. Compared to the other 3 single attribute clans, he valued the Pa family more. The Pa family's martial soul was significantly stronger than the others, but it was still quite decent. However, what Wang Yan valued wasn't the Pa soul gun's martial soul ability, but their alchemical skills, or rather, their knowledge of medicinal herbs. Of course, the Pa family was also capable of making poisons. Whether it was harmful poisons or medicinal remedies, the Pa family excelled in both. However, they were perhaps slightly more adept at creating harmful poisons, as their business was built upon this. And they only dabbled in medicinal remedies because they often poisoned themselves while creating harmful poisons. Due to their capabilities, the Pa family had the largest business among the 4 single attribute clans and was also the one that spent the most when assisting the Min family. When Wang Yan approached the Pa family, he did so disguised as a member of the Min family's group. Among the 4 single attribute clans, if the Li family was Tang San's initial foundation, then the other 3 single attribute clans were later developments. While they were important, they weren't as crucial to the story's progression as the Li family. So Wang Yan intentionally aimed to take all 3 of them away. He didn't take them elsewhere, but brought them to the Ice and Fire 2 elemental eye, where the natural energy of the world gathered, making it suitable for cultivation. The Yu family was responsible for building and guarding the entrance to the Judgment Temple. The Min family was on all-day alert, and the Pa family was in charge of cultivating herbs and alchemy. The Pa family had fewer members compared to the Min family, not due to other reasons, but because when the Hao Yin sect went into seclusion, they abandoned many affiliated powers, and the Spirit Hall took the opportunity to strike. The family, known for their powerful spears, stood firm against the Spirit Hall's Soul Master teams. Unfortunately, the Haotian sect paid no attention to this, and one could say the members of the family sacrificed themselves in vain. Over the years, although the time wasn't very long, they hadn't recovered. Wang Yin covertly targeted the souls of the entire clan and, in the process, gained all the knowledge from the family regarding divine-grade herbs and other precious medicinal plants. After thoroughly reading through it, he could identify most of the unique plants in the Ice and Fire 2 elemental. Even if he didn't recognize all of them, he could deduce their medicinal properties. With the Pai and Min families, he regrouped with the Yu family, leading a large group of around 400 people toward the Heavendo Empire. There were indeed people secretly watching, as these 3 single attribute clans were considerable forces, and it was impossible that no one was keeping an eye on them. The Watchers included those sent by the Spirit Hall, those from the Star Luo Empire, and others related to these 3 single attribute clans. The Spirit Hall spies were dispatched by Wang Yin, and as for the others, they wouldn't be leaving after arriving. Reducing the number of Soul Masters could be considered a tangible contribution to protecting soul beasts. On this Douluo continent, Wang Yin ran from north to south alone, then returned north with a large group. During this back and forth, he also acquired a potted plant, which was a somewhat peculiar golden pattern blue silvergrass. Perhaps due to its growth, the golden pattern blue silvergrass had developed a certain level of perception of the outside world, so at first, it was quite restless in the pot. Although it couldn't escape, after witnessing Wang Yin's methods against the 3 single attribute clans, the golden pattern blue silvergrass seemed to lose its vitality. A plant without vitality grows slowly, so, in response to this situation, Wang Yin had to frequently feed it some holy power to ensure it could grow a bit faster without affecting its normal growth. Upon returning to the Ice and Fire 2 elemental things were much livelier this time, as there were nearly a few hundred people. The mountain in the Ice and Fire 2 elemental wasn't small, so it was easy to set aside a large area for these people's living quarters, and there would still be enough room left for planting and breeding areas to secure a basic food source. Douluo also set up a poison formation outside the Ice and Fire 2 elemental but under Wang Yin's instructions, some areas of the formation were modified. After bringing in the 3 single attribute clans, the poison formation underwent adjustments by Yang Wushuang. With Douluo, Yang Wushuang's poison skills, and Wang Yin's combination capabilities from the Heavenly Pearl Transformation Scroll, the effectiveness of the poison formation improved several times compared to before. This was just the initial effect. Over time, it would continue to improve, as this was intended to serve as a foundation for Wang Yin, with the defensive capabilities needing to be well established. After acquiring the knowledge about herbs from Yang Wushuang, or rather the family, the most important thing Wang Yin did upon arriving at the Ice and Fire 2 elemental was to identify medicinal herbs nearby. Even if he didn't know some, he and Yang Wushuang studied them thoroughly. These herbs were completely harvested and then replanted. If all went well, the herbs that would grow in the future would be even more pleasing. After settling these matters, Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin had already returned to Heavendo City with the teachers and others from the Emperor Do battle team. Douluo Yin was brought to the Ice and Fire 2 elemental by Douluo, and after Wang Yin checked her, he found that Douluo Yin was still a fledgling. He was pleased to detoxify her while also manipulating her soul, thus making this poisonous beauty snake his own. Yu Qianheng? He just played by himself. Then he went to meet his little apprentice, and this time the meeting went much better. After all, Yi Lingling realized that her mentor was quite good. At least she wasn't at a loss and actually gained a lot. After giving some guidance to her little apprentice, seeing that there was nothing else to do, Wang Yin headed towards the Spirit City. Inside the Spirit Hall, it had already been over 10 years since he had left and returned, and upon coming back, Wang Yin seemed to dawdle everywhere, not even returning to the Spirit Hall, not even passing by it. After finishing various trivial matters, Wang Yin had nowhere else to linger, and since he still didn't understand the situation at the Spirit Hall, he ultimately had to pay a visit there. When entering the Spirit City, no one stopped him or caused any trouble, but when he approached the Spirit Hall, he was intercepted. However, Wang Yin hadn't discarded his token, which was a standard token for a disciple of the Pope, yet he still couldn't get in. Now, who in the Spirit Hall didn't know that His Holiness the Pope had indeed taken on a disciple, but that was a little girl, not an obvious young man in his 20s. A Pope warrior stopped Wang Yin for a detailed inquiry, while another Pope warrior hurriedly ran inside. After all, having a token of a Pope disciple in the hands of someone who wasn't one could definitely cause problems. Inside the Pope's hall, a cardinal received this report from the Pope warriors and was immediately surprised. Just as he thought about handling it, he suddenly felt something was off. Hadn't a Pope disciple gone missing from the Spirit Hall over a decade ago? Realizing that something might indeed be wrong, the cardinal quickly made a decision, instructing the reporting Pope warrior to bring in the person holding the Pope disciple token, while he himself went to report to the Pope. Hastily arriving at the Pope's office, the cardinal was stopped in his tracks by a woman in red. "What is going on in such a hurry?" The red-clad woman asked coldly. "Your Excellency, the Red Dragon. There's a person with a Pope disciple token who has come to the Spirit Hall. We don't know if they found the token or if it is a former Pope disciple returning." The cardinal intended to show his loyalty in front of the Pope, but in front of the red-clad Red Dragon, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Not to mention that her strength far exceeded his own. Her position in the Spirit Hall was on par with that of the elders in the Elder Hall. Before he could finish, the red-clad Red Dragon suddenly understood something, and with one slap, she smashed the door of the Pope's office to pieces. "Sister, Yingu is back." Inside the room, the Pope was startled, and upon hearing this, he looked up with a dazed expression on his beautiful face. The red-clad Red Dragon rushed to the Pope, pulling her up so quickly that she didn't even have time to put down the pen in her hand before being dragged away. "Right, and Aunt Ro is here too. She misses that rascal." As they were running, the red-clad Red Dragon suddenly stopped and murmured something before dragging the Pope towards the Elder Hall. Just as Wang Yin was peacefully enjoying his tea, he had just set down his teacup when he heard a loud bang as the door opened, and then he couldn't catch his breath. At least he had the strength equivalent to 100 levels of the Heaven Transformation stage. How could Wang Yin not catch his breath? It was just that the embrace was so grand yet constricting, perfectly burying Wang Yan's face within, leaving no room for breath. This welcome ceremony was a bit too enthusiastic, but please come more often, Wang Yin was thinking, and soon it was the moment when Wang Yan's wishes came true. "Donger, aren't you going to see if this person is really Xiaoyan?" A gentle voice sounded. Wang Yan's next feeling was that after finally catching his breath, he was met with a pair of bright, inquiring eyes, and once again he found it hard to breathe. After a while, the person holding him just let go, and he was snatched away by another pair of hands. This time, the embrace was even more grand, and perhaps because of its grandeur, Wang Yin could still breathe. But not long after, that ability to breathe disappeared. Well, it can't be said to have disappeared. It just ran into another grand embrace, which was not much different from the first one. Anyway, it still made it hard for Wang Yin to breathe. "Aunt Ro, why are you so unusually excited like these two little girls?" Finally freed, Wang Yin casually remarked, "I'm just afraid of seeming out of place with the two of them." Aunt Ro smiled beautifully, unlike Xiao Dong and Erlong. Although there were no sparkling glimmers in her eyes, her gentle affection was overwhelming. All right, next is the question and answer time. Although Wang Yin hadn't spent a long time in the Tianjubian world, the time that had passed in Douluo continent was several times that of Wang Yin. So there was a lot to talk about between them. After a heartfelt exchange of words, Wang Yin finally talked about the specific changes over these years with Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Aunt Ro. After Wang Yin disappeared, the soul ring of the dark demon, Evil God Tiger, was absorbed by Bibi Dong. And then without staying in the Star Doe forest, they all returned to the Spirit Hall. However, not long after, an elder from the Spirit Hall sent news that they had encountered a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast, and it was with Tang Hao from Hao Yin's sect. Soon after, conflicts broke out between the Spirit Hall and Hao Yin's sect, with various skirmishes occurring in a relatively short period. The subsequent developments were similar to what Wang Yin had learned, and there wasn't much difference from the original storyline. Perhaps the biggest change was that Qian Xuanji really died in the battle against Tang Hao, rather than being severely injured and then devoured by Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong succeeded as the Pope, while Lu Erlong and Aunt Ro stayed by her side. Over the past 10 years, Bibi Dong had broken through to title Douluo, but she had only added soul rings to her first martial spirit. It's worth mentioning that Bibi Dong's 8th and 9th soul rings were acquired with the help of Qian Daolu, both being of the 10,000-year level. Lu Erlong's strength had also greatly improved. She was now already at the 89th level of Soul Douluo, just a step away from title Douluo, and her soul ring configuration looked even better than Bibi Dong's, as she had started adding 10,000-year soul rings from her 7th soul ring. Aunt Ro might appear to have the smallest improvement, as her strength had just recently broken through to the 97th level, but that was still a significant increase in power. After Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong talked about their changes in Douluo continent, Wang Yin was also asked where he had gone after disappearing. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier to ensure that the divine realm could neither see nor hear the conversation within this barrier. And only then did Wang Yin recount his experiences in the Tianzhu Bian world over the past few years. Although he didn't go into every detail, he was quite thorough, and Bibi Dong and the others were very interested in the cultivation system of heavenly power that Wang Yin mentioned, especially when he talked about condensing the 4 great holy attributes in a holy power. Their eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, does that mean you're already considered deity? Upon hearing that Wang Yan's breakthrough in Tianbian level was equivalent to Do Tian level, Bibi Dong asked, and Aunt Ro couldn't help but listen attentively. Not really. After all, I only have divine level power, but no divine position. If I can merge with the power of rules, I would probably be no different from a real deity. For now, I still have a long way to go. After saying this, Wang Yin continued to share more about his experiences in the Tianzhu Bian world. When he mentioned exterminating the Lord of the Underworld and preparing to return, he inevitably brought up the matters concerning Shangwan Binger, Tang Xian, and the others. Although this would make Bibi Dong and the others feel uncomfortable, Wang Yin thought it was better to say it out loud. After all, if it really came to the point where he had to reveal it, the impact would only be greater. Fortunately, the feelings were still acceptable. Understanding was paramount. And Wang Yan's matters regarding Shangwan Binger and the others were picked up high by Bibi Dong and the others, but then gently set down. After discussing all of this, Wang Yin began to help Bibi Dong and the others improve their strength. When Wang Yin was enhancing the strength of Bibi Dong and the others, he felt a bit dazed, wondering when he had started to enjoy helping others directly increase their power. It was probably after gaining the holy power, as this holy power, compared to the divine power of those gods in the divine realm, lacks much personal attributes and rules, being merely pure and advanced energy. Although it cannot compare to the world's origin spiritual light, it is still quite valuable below the god level. Wang Yin should be relatively generous to his own people. For instance, when he said he would help enhance their strength, he immediately raised them to the maximum level. They must have soul power at level 99, and they should also have a divine body. The first 2 are already in place, and raising their mental power to the divine level is not an excessive request. Among them, Lu Erlong posed a bit of difficulty since Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong had different cultivation realms. She was only an 89 level soul Douluo, and before obtaining the 9th spirit ring, her soul power could hardly be noticed. For this situation, Wang Yin estimated that he could raise her to approximately level 99 and then stop, as it wouldn't be too low anyway, and it should be hard to exceed level 99. One situation worth mentioning is that Bibi Dong's martial soul upgraded. Just before leaving that Tianzhu Bian world, Wang Yin specifically looked for the trace of the Dark Devil Tiger's inner core, which was actually to determine whether he had traveled to the future or to a parallel universe. It turned out that Wang Yin had indeed arrived in a parallel universe, or one of the parallel universes of the Douluo multiverse, meaning he obtained the Dark Devil Tiger's inner core from that Douluo universe. That universe seemed quite good, at least from Wang Yan's observations. It hadn't experienced any reincarnators or reborn individuals, so it could be a place to stir up trouble in the future. After all, utilizing the Great Thousand Jade Plate, it could be considered a vast resource repository. After erasing almost all remnants of the Dark Devil Tiger's soul, Wang Yin used holy power to significantly replenish the essence of this second Dark Devil Tiger inner core. And the evil god power it contained was nurtured to a level just shy of the divine core level of the heavenly transformation. One could say it was a humanly extreme divine core. Achieving this was quite challenging for Wang Yin, as holy power and evil god power are still different. And he also had to remove some of the drawbacks. After a series of operations, Wang Yin exclaimed that this was not something humans should do, but fortunately, he managed to succeed without wasting so much effort. He refined this hard-earned second Dark Devil Tiger inner core for Bibi Dong and completely fused it with her. The final fusion effect was quite impressive, as Wang Yin could see that Bibi Dong's essence had undergone a change. First, it was inevitable that her essence increased and strengthened. And then he observed the changes in her martial soul from the essence she emitted. The martial soul is part of a being's essence, formed through the resonance of the being's essence with the rules of heaven and earth, serving as a recognizable foundation for cultivation. It can be said that any being can follow the martial soul cultivation system, and the manifestation of a being's martial soul reflects the aura of that being's essence. When the essence of a being changes, the martial soul will also change accordingly. For instance, in Bibi Dong's case, after fusing with a top-tier treasure, the Dark Devil Tiger's inner core, her essence increased and strengthened. leading to an evolution of her martial soul. Originally, Bibi Dong's martial souls were the Death Spider Queen and the Soul-Devouring Spider Queen, both of which were top-tier martial souls but only hovered in the mid-lower tier of the top tier. Even with dual martial souls, they combined to only reach the upper tier of the top tier. However, after this enhancement, both of Bibi Dong's martial souls evolved into the Death Spider Demon and the Soul-Devouring Spider Demon. This evolution could be seen as a transition from acquired extraordinary life to innate fantastical divine demon life. Though both are forms of life, their foundational potential and so on are entirely different levels. In comparison, it would be like evolving from magically crafted metal to naturally occurring magical metal. Both are good, but in comparison, the latter is superior. It might seem that cultivation leans towards the nobility of bloodlines, but the actual situation is that cultivation itself is a process of moving from low to high, compared to a perfect, immortal, eternal life form. Any life that cannot achieve immortality and eternity is imperfect, and cultivation is about moving from a state of imperfection to one of perfection. Immortality and eternity may be the highest goals. Thus, starting cultivation from a point closer to this goal is definitely better than starting from a lower point. Bibi Dong's martial soul evolution reflects this, as it evolved from a relatively low point to a higher one, which is a part of the cultivation process. After all, cultivation is about achieving greater perfection, modifying the foundation to approach perfection more easily. This is what cultivation is about. Defying destiny is also about this, although Bibi Dong's martial soul evolution may still be a bit far from that level of defying destiny. Through his own refining, absorption, and fusion of the Dark Devil Tiger inner core, two situations appeared in his essence: the two-winged angel and the Dark Devil Tiger. Combining this with his intuitive understanding of Bibi Dong's dual martial soul situation, along with the substantial knowledge about dual martial souls from the Spirit Hall, Wang Yin felt as if he had acquired dual martial souls later in life, with the second martial soul being the Dark Devil Tiger. However, this situation can be discussed later. After all, if delved into deeply, it seems that one could artificially create dual martial souls, which is quite a remarkable matter. Perhaps because his two martial souls evolved due to the Dark Devil Tiger inner core, there was some commonality and fusion. After Wang Yin enhanced the strength of Eru and Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong demonstrated a thought that Wang Yin had only dared to contemplate and then dismissed: the fusion of her dual martial souls, or rather, a single person's martial soul fusion technique. Martial soul fusion techniques can be described as an incredibly abnormal skill. Two low-level soul masters can engage in level-up battles using martial soul fusion techniques, although the prerequisites for performing martial soul fusion techniques are quite high. The power of this skill cannot be denied. Wang Yin once considered whether it was possible for a person with twin martial souls, especially if these two souls exhibited high compatibility, to achieve a martial soul fusion skill on their own. Initially, Wang Yin believed it was impossible, as one of the fundamental reasons for the benign mutation of twin martial souls is that the compatibility between the two souls is not high enough to fuse into a new powerful martial soul. If the compatibility were high enough, then it should not be twin martial souls, but rather a powerful martial soul that surpasses either of the twin souls in quality. However, Wang Yin did not expect that Bibi Dong actually succeeded in this. After performing her martial soul fusion skill, Bibi Dong's aura instantly broke through to above level 99, reaching a divine level of aura. This commotion even startled the old man Xian Douluo, who had not left the Douluo palace for a long time. Before Bibi Dong's soul power was exhausted, Wang Yin insisted that she should not stop. After careful observation, Wang Yin felt that he might also try to perform his own martial soul fusion skill, as it seemed he met the conditions as well. After enhancing his strength, Lu Erlong still needed a 9th soul ring to truly surpass the titled Douluo level. Wang Yin has a way to help Lu Erlong advance without needing the 9th spirit ring. After all, what a soul sage achieved back then might seem complicated for Wang Yin now, but it is not impossible. However, the additional effects of spirit rings still hold significance. Even if it's not for increasing cultivation rank, the enhancements provided by spirit rings can still boost a soul master's basic attributes. It can even be said that even if Wang Yin creates a spirit cultivation system based on his past experiences that allows for continuous advancement without spirit rings, the hunting of spirit beasts would still continue. This is because the increase in basic attributes can create a significant and even fatal power gap. Unless the system Wang Yin creates cannot incorporate spirit rings, or if spirit rings do not affect the normal cultivation power gap. Oh, and this also includes the influence of spirit bones, Otherwise, hunting spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings and spirit bones is inevitable. Therefore, Wang Yin only improved Lu Erlong's cultivation a bit and did not do much else. As for why Wang Yin did not use that to steadily enhance Lu Erlong's strength, one could say that, well, Wang Yin's mind might not have been working very well at that time, so he did not think of it. Of course, once Wang Yin remembered this later, he applied it for Lu Erlong, and thus Lu Erlong became a title Douluo at level 99 with 8 rings. It seems quite peculiar, and he was on par with Wang Yin back then. However, later on, Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong did not mention adding spirit rings, because Wang Yin proposed to research the creation of spirit rings, as well as the creation of spirit bones and the improvement of the spirit cultivation system. If successful, it is estimated that they could attach powerful spirit rings beyond the 100,000 year level to Lu Erlong's 9th spirit ring and Bibi Dong's 9 vacant spirit ring slots for her 2nd martial soul, and perhaps even complete the spirit bones. However, this success might take a while. First, Wang Yin needs to start from the rules of the Douluo continent and thoroughly study the mysteries of the spirit cultivation system. Secondly, he must be able to create spirit rings and spirit bones, as well as improve the spirit cultivation system. Creating spirit rings and spirit bones is relatively not too difficult, but improving the spirit cultivation system is challenging. A cultivation system is a form of evolutionary path for life, and while changing cultivation methods is important, adapting to the constraints of unique rules after the changes is even more crucial. Wang Yin changing his cultivation method is not a problem. After all, he is already at the divine level. Even if he maintains the saint-level heavenly transformation, it doesn't matter much. Due to various reasons, the impact on him is not significant, but it is not without effect. This is still at the divine level. Even divine beings are affected, not to mention those below the divine level, who will be impacted even more, unless one has the ability to evade the constraints of the rules. However, Wang Yin does not have that ability to interfere with the rules. If creating soul rings and soul bones is merely a superficial use of the rules, then improving the martial soul cultivation system is a deep utilization of the rules, and there is a significant gap between the two. Of course, saying that creating soul rings and soul bones is only a superficial use of the rules is relative to improving the martial soul cultivation system. In reality, it is not that simple. The relatively good news is that Wang Yin's strength is strong enough and high enough, with a certain depth of understanding of the martial soul cultivation system, and he can vaguely see how these rules impose constraints. Don't forget, Wang Yin also has gains from the Tianzhu Bian world, which is also quite valuable for research and reference. After staying in the Martial Soul Hall for not too long, Wang Yin left. On one hand, the Martial Soul Hall is just fine as it is. On the other hand, Wang Yin mentioned that he wanted to train his newly accepted little disciple. Teaching a disciple and conducting research are not conflicting, and Wang Yin feels that there seems to be some barrier between him and Bibi Dong and the others. Although Bibi Dong and the others may not feel this, Wang Yin thinks it is necessary for him to reflect on what is going on. Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Aro did not try to keep Wang Yin, and amid their reluctant gazes and repeated reminders, Wang Yin ultimately headed north. Wang Yin hadn't left Wuhuan City for long when Aro suddenly followed him, saying she wanted to stay with him so that someone could keep watch when he went into seclusion. Wang Yin didn't comment on this, feeling that something was a bit off. Little did he know, Aro was brought by Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong because of something Lu Erlong had said. You have to wonder, would this bad guy end up making his little apprentice or other young girls infatuated with him? When Lu Erlong said this, Wang Yin had only just left, but even so, he didn't hear it. Because of Lu Erlong's words, Bibi Dong immediately became worried, and Aro hesitated a bit. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts, and after some conversation, Aro decided to follow Wang Yin. So, the real reason Aro came along was to keep an eye on Wang Yin, to prevent him from bringing anyone else home. Even though there were only 4 people in the household, including Wang Yin, adding in those from the Tianzhu transformation world would make it 10 people in total. Aro followed Wang Yin at a leisurely pace, as if she had nothing to do, more like she was out for a stroll. When passing through Suatuwa City, Wang Yin heard news that the Shrek 8 monsters had displayed extraordinary strength in the fighting arena. At first glance, it seemed insignificant, but upon reflection, Wang Yin sensed something was off. Shouldn't it be the Shrek 7 monsters? Why has it turned into the Shrek 8 monsters? Wang Yin remembered clearly that when he first encountered Zhao Waoqi and the people from Shrek Academy, along with Xiao Wu, there were a total of 7 of them. Where did the 8th one come from? Suddenly, a small issue arose, and Wang Yin felt that if he couldn't figure out what was going on, the road to Heaven Do City wouldn't be easy. So he decided to stop and wanted to understand what the Shrek 7 was all about. That night, Wang Yin took a row and arrived early near the Soto City Great Soul Arena, buying 2 decent masks, one for himself and the other for Aro. After the Shrek group entered the Great Soul Arena, Wang Yin and Aro followed in, confirming where the Shrek 8 would be fighting in one of the sub-arenas before taking their seats in the audience. The first was a one-on-one soul fight with Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun appearing in turns. Wang Yin did not see the 8th person among the Shrek 7. However, in the subsequent 2-on-2 soul fight, he finally spotted the 8th member. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed a normal 3-5 combination. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong formed the usual 7 treasures glazed tile combination, and Dai Mubai and Oscar were still a regular double-winged white tiger combination. After these 3 pairs, Wang Yin saw the 8th person fighting alongside Ma Hongjun, forming the white jade phoenix combination. Under the host's introduction, the white jade phoenix combination consisted of Baiyu Ru, Yi, and Xiehua Feng Huang, with Xiehua Feng Huang being Ma Hongjun, while Qing Yu Yi was the 8th member of the Shrek 8. Baiyu Ru Yi was his code name. His real name was unknown. At 12 years old, he was a soul master with the cultivation of a 3-ring 31st level, and his martial soul was a white jade Rue that shimmered with the 3 colors of the sun, moon, and stars. According to Wang Yan's view of his martial soul, if nothing was amiss, that martial soul should be the 3 treasures Ru Yi, which was indeed the treasure used by Yuan Shi, Tianzuan in Investiture of the Gods. However, in the hands of this Baiyu Ru Yi, it served a supportive role, and it was unclear whether it could be used for attacks. TSK, this guy. Troublesome? Carefully observing, Wang Yin noted that Baiyu Ru Yi seemed quite impressive, and besides that, the little guy next to Xiao Wu also looked good. During the team soul fight, Aro told Wang Yin this. 8 versus 8 team soul fights do exist, but compared to the minimum 7 versus 17 fights, the number of 8-member teams is less due to the requirement for numbers. However, it is still significantly more than teams with larger numbers. Regarding such team soul fights, the more members there are, the rarer they become. The most common is 7 versus 7, while 8 versus 8, though not many, is not considered rare either. Of course, that little guy next to Xiao Wu is the child of destiny in this era, but whether he can grow up smoothly or to what extent he can grow remains uncertain. Wang Yan's attention was more focused on that white jade Rui at this moment. It's this little guy, so I really need to take a good look at it. Little Wu is usually a bit carefree about these matters, so I need to keep an eye on things. However, why does that white jade Rui give me a somewhat different feeling? This feeling is quite strange. Clearly, something seems off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Aro seemed to have some thoughts about testing her future son-in-law, but as she spoke, she suddenly changed the topic and started talking about that white jade Rui again. That white jade Rui is a variable. Regarding Aro's doubts, Wang Yin only said this one sentence and did not elaborate further. A variable? What do you mean? Although there was a desire to test her future son-in-law. After all, who knows if her role as a mother-in-law and her son-in-law might end up being at odds in the future. Nonetheless, Aro noticed the hint of a sigh in Wang Yan's words. Let's talk about it when we get back. I still need to observe the situation with this white jade Rui, as this is not a good place to discuss these matters. Wang Yin has the ability to isolate others from hearing these things, whether by setting up an invisible barrier, using holy power to transmit sound, or communicating through divine consciousness. These methods can ensure that the exchanged information remains unknown to outsiders. However, with the variable of Baiyu Rui present, it's better to observe this variable more closely. After all, there will still be time to discuss this matter with Aru later. Baiyu Rui's performance in the team battle of Soul Masters is quite impressive. Their support abilities are on par with Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures, glazed tile, martial soul. During the specific usage process, the 3 treasures of Baiyu Rui also possess certain defensive and offensive capabilities, although they may not be very conspicuous. Moreover, Baiyu Rui's martial arts skills appear to be quite good. Wang Yin has also noticed a few things, such as Baiyu Rui likely possessing 2 martial souls. Based on the original aura he observed, it might be the Taiji talisman of the primordial supreme. Additionally, Baiyu Rui practices a specific mental technique that, when in operation, shows some Taoist flavor. Considering the 2 martial souls, it's estimated that this mental technique might be one related to the teachings of the Chan school. As for whether Baiyu Rui has practiced any supernatural techniques, Wang Yin can only speculate and cannot confirm. as he did not see any signs of such techniques being used during the team battle. However, he also wouldn't conclude that the other party doesn't have them. Since this variable has appeared, one cannot be careless. Although some things have not been seen, it cannot be truly considered as not existing. After the team battle, the Shrek 8 monsters returned to their residence. Wang Yan did not go, nor did Aru. Although it had been a long time since they last saw their daughter, Aru felt that her current condition was acceptable, at least passable, so she had no intention of meeting Xiao Wu. Ayuan, you mentioned that Baiyu Rui is a variable. What does that mean? Is it that you didn't see his presence in the future, or what? After returning to their residence, Wang Yan set up a barrier to ensure that the internal situation would not be known to outsiders, and Aru understood that it was time to discuss matters. In the future I did not see the figure of Baiyu Rui. Such a presence that could disturb future developments is naturally a variable. For Wang Yan's plan, Baiyu Rui is also a variable. So, is his appearance good or bad for future changes? Regarding this question, Aru was partly thinking about Xiao Wu's future. It's hard to say, since he has approached the one with fate. There's a high possibility he will be a trouble for me in the future or for the Spear Hall. But it's not certain. After all, the futures we can see are just references and cannot be taken too seriously. You are doing fine now and have not become Donger as Soul Ring, as I previously saw. If Baiyu Rui is just a follower of Tang San and the Shrek team, then it's highly likely he will oppose the Spirit Hall, and naturally, he would also oppose Wang Yan. However, if he doesn't fully stick with the team and instead goes to the Spirit Hall, then he won't oppose the Spirit Hall, but it doesn't mean he won't oppose Wang Yan. Even excluding these two situations, Wang Yan does not rule out other possibilities. If you say that, then how do you plan to handle this variable? Will you eliminate it in its infancy, or wait until it matures before harvesting? Even if this variable truly matures, it shouldn't be a match for you, Ayuan, right? Regarding such matters of direction, Aru was concerned but did not intend to contradict Wang Yan. After all, Wang Yan could be said to be a decisive person. Even trying to stop him would be futile. Thus, Aru was merely asking and did not have many other thoughts. Let us just wait. At this time, the fish is still a bit too small. There's no need to worry too much. In a little over a year, there will be the elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent. Let us see how this fish performs then. By that time, its momentum should be evident, and it won't grow to the extent of breaking through the fishing net, which would be just right. Wang Yan was not worried that he would mess things up. After all, with the Dakian Jade Tablet in hand, if things went wrong, he had a short reaction time, which was enough for him to lead people to escape and continue to survive and develop. Moreover, Wang Yan did not feel any sense of crisis or impulsiveness. This indicated that either the White Jade Rui was not his opponent at all, or the background of this White Jade Rui was too terrifying. Wang Yan did not believe he would be so lucky to encounter such a terrifying oddity. Although he did not think he was lucky enough to meet a terrifying oddity, Wang Yan ultimately did not rush to leave or do anything else. During the day, he calmly explored the world's rules and studied the creation of soul rings and soul bones to modify the cultivation system, while at night, he took a row out for a stroll and then went to the Great Soul Arena to watch the Shrek 8 monster soul battles. It was precisely because he did not leave that one day at the Soul Arena, Wang Yan saw the White Jade Rui using its divine abilities. How should he put it? Perhaps due to the limitations of cultivation, it was not particularly powerful, and Wang Yan observed that divine ability very carefully. The duration of the White Jade Rui's usage was not short, allowing Wang Yan to remember all the details. For almost half a month, Wang Yan and Aru saw the Royal Fighting Team, which was the team of the Tiando Royal Academy, where Yu Lingling was, living in Tiando City. The Tiando Royal Academy had early on formed a team to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, known as the Royal Fighting Team. The last time he heard the name of the Royal Fighting Team in Tiando City was because they were training outside. After all, Tiando City had one of the only 2 martial soul temples on the continent, which was not suitable for revealing too much. It was also because of this that Wang Yan initially thought they would face off against the Shrek 7 monsters. As for the result back then, they simply returned after their training and did not lose to the Shrek 7 monsters as Wang Yan had imagined. However, this time, they would lose to the Shrek 8 monsters. Oh no, it should be the Shrek 8 monsters now. Although 3 of the Shrek 8 monsters were support-type soul masters, and Yu Lingling from the Royal Fighting Team had been enhanced by Wang Yan, it was still hard to say that the Royal Fighting Team would win. Originally, the Shrek 7 monsters had a considerable advantage over the Royal Fighting Team. But with the addition of the 8th member, there was now much more suspense, especially from Wang Yan's perspective, this was a significant enhancement for Shrek. Yi Lingling was suddenly guided by Wang Yan, but he did not directly enhance her cultivation strength. Moreover, judging by Yi Lingling's current situation, the enhancement of the royal fighting team was not significant. It could only be said that because Yi Lingling practiced the Golden Light spell, she had some self-protection ability. If the royal fighting team truly wanted to win, at least all members would need to elevate their strength to the Soul Ancestor level, especially since there were two unreasonable powerhouses in the Shrek team. It could also be 1.5, based on Wang Yan's observations of the White Jade Rui. Its two martial souls and techniques were quite good, but there were some issues with it. If not for relying on team play, it would be quite dangerous now. Even with a good understanding of the plot, it could only be considered half a powerhouse. This meant that the White Jade Rui was not much of a variable. It was indeed a variable, but its overall impact might not be significant and still within a very normal range. The clash between the Royal Fighting Team and the Shrek 8 monsters was ultimately unavoidable, but due to the Royal Fighting Team having only 7 members, Oscar from the Shrek 8 monsters was forced to watch the match. Regarding why Oscar did not get to participate, Wang Yan could only think that it was due to encountering unreasonable powerhouses. After all, as a support-type Soul Master, Oscar was more suitable for logistical support, while Ning Rongrong's support was stronger in such situations, and the White Jade Rui was able to both assist and fight. It cannot be said that Oscar was ineffective. After all, he was a rare innate full soul power food support-type Soul Master, but luck simply did not allow him to have an opportunity to shine. Moreover, Wang Yan noticed an interesting situation where Ning Rongrong seemed to be getting closer to the White Jade Rui. TSK, not only had he lost his chance to participate, but it seemed even his original girlfriend had been taken away. Oscar was indeed having a rough time. The battle between the 7 members of Shrek and the Royal Fighting Team could be seen as 2 battlefields, at least in Wang Yan's eyes. One was between Yi Lingling and the White Jade Rui, which was what Wang Yan focused on the most, and the other was involving the other members. Yi Lingling was covered in golden light, and the attacks from the White Jade Rui, whether punches or the flying attacks of the 3 Treasures Rui, were all blocked by Yi Lingling's golden light. Overall, Yi Lingling was not at all the opponent of the White Jade Rui. She could only rely on the protective golden light to withstand it, not even getting a chance to heal her teammates. It was only because Yi Lingling's soul power cultivation was higher than that of the White Jade Rui that she had not lost earlier. Even so, Yi Lingling would eventually be the first to lose. Her soul power consumption was much higher than that of the White Jade Rui. Even though Yi Lingling had deeper soul power cultivation, she was still the one who ran out of soul power and lost the match first. Before her soul power was completely depleted, Yi Lingling voluntarily jumped off the fighting platform and conceded defeat. This was the last person to lose from the Royal Fighting Team because the others had all been defeated by Tang San, who was overly powerful, which meant they had already secured victory and were quite relaxed watching the White Jade Rui and Yi Lingling exhaust each other. Wang Yan felt that this White Jade Rui seemed to have intentions of its own. While revealing some aspects, it also concealed part of itself. Upon careful reflection, it made sense, as his existence couldn't be said to leave no trace at all. At the very least, the people from Shrek should know that Xiao Wu has a powerful uncle, and Yi Lingling also has some unusual traits. It was very likely that the other party had already sensed his presence through these clues, although it was more probable that they only knew of an unknown individual who might be a traveler, without more specific information. Even so, the White Jade Rui had already begun to be cautious and hide itself. This is the dark forest among travelers. There are indeed situations where travelers help each other, but you can't assume that helping another traveler is necessarily harmless. To ensure one's own safety, the first step is to disguise oneself as much as possible, and then decide whether to extend goodwill or initiate an attack based on the situation of the other traveler. Of course, in many cases, it often comes down to directly eliminating the opponent. Wang Yan and the White Jade Rui have already exposed each other to some extent, but Wang Yan holds a significant advantage, and he is confident that he will not fall into the hands of this White Jade Rui. The second phase of Shrek's special training has ended, and Wang Yan intends to observe the third phase of Shrek's special training, of course, after concealing himself, as it would be impossible for him to observe openly and without caution. After observing, Wang Yan found that the White Jade Rui either truly has something hidden or has nothing to hide at all. At least he did not observe any abnormalities. If it weren't for his cautious personality preventing him from relaxing, Wang Yan would have probably left long ago. In the end, Wang Yan noted the time when Tang San finished his iron forging, and during this period, he did not discover any unusual behavior from the White Jade Rui. leading him to sometimes question if this guy was really just a simple group traveler. Furthermore, by the time Shrek's group set off for Heavendoe City, Wang Yin still hadn't noticed anything, so he eventually gave up on observing. Whatever with this white jade Rui, Wang Yin planned to close in during the time of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Even if the white jade Rui knew about the abnormalities of the Lamba Academy and the missing opportunities of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well, what could it do? Based on the situation of the vast majority of travelers, it would be quite good for the white jade Rui to have a divine level attack as a trump card at that time. More likely, it would have trump cards at the title Douluo level, which are nothing to Wang Yin. Moreover, Wang Yin is almost certain that this is a low-risk group traveler, so there's not much to worry about. He just needs to focus on improving his own strength. When Shrek's group arrived at the Heavendoe Royal Academy, Wang Yin and Aro had already arrived in Heavendoe City and settled into a small courtyard purchased by his Judgment Temple under his command. Wang Yin will further research the methods for manufacturing soul rings and soul bones here, as well as improving the cultivation system, and at the same time, this will also be the place to teach Yi Lingling. As for the concern that this place might be discovered by Yu Rui, TSK, without the strength of a title de law, he won't come. 164. The topic of martial soul evolution during this period, Yi Lingling has been living a fulfilling life. During normal school hours, she studies at the Tiando Royal Academy, working on team coordination with her teammates, etc. Outside of regular school hours, she runs to a small courtyard in Tiando City, where she studies with her master. Although most of this learning is still her practicing alone, this master is really good to her. This is Yi Lingling's true feeling. There's no need to elaborate on things like teaching techniques and guiding cultivation. What truly surprised and opened Yi Lingling's eyes was when Wang Yin used holy power to baptize her 9-heart Begonia martial soul. The 9-heart Begonia martial soul is one of the top-tier support-type martial souls. Although compared to the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul's multi-attribute support abilities, the 9-heart Begonia, even with 9 soul rings, has only a single skill of area-wide healing. Under Wang Yan's holy power baptism, Yi Lingling's martial soul underwent permanent evolution. This permanent evolution is different from Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tile. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tile martial soul is unique to her, and it seems that her descendants did not inherit this martial soul's evolution. However, Yi Lingling's 9-heart Begonia is different. After experiencing Wang Yan's holy power baptism, her 9-heart Begonia martial soul evolved into the undying immortal flower martial soul. The name of the evolved martial soul may not sound as beautiful as before, but the effects of the soul skills after the evolution are truly delightful. The area-wide healing has maximized its healing effects, but it only targets physical injuries on the body. In terms of mental injuries and some effects of continuous damage, the ability of area-wide healing still has some shortcomings and lacks sufficient performance. However, even so, the 9-heart Begonia can still be regarded as one of the top support-type martial souls. The evolved undying immortal flower martial soul, based on the original ability to heal physical injuries, has improved its capability to heal mental injuries to the same level as healing physical injuries, and even greatly enhanced its healing effects for continuous damage. The original life attribute has been elevated to an extreme degree. While it may not be immune to all poisons, at least ordinary toxins will not harm Yi Lingling, and she has also gained a talent soul skill of life radiance, which is equivalent to having an additional soul skill compared to soul masters of the same level, and it is a protective skill that support-type soul masters greatly need. In addition to this, Yi Lingling feels that her evolved undying immortal flower martial soul has some special ability, but due to her own strength limitations, she cannot currently manifest this ability. According to Wang Yin, this ability will likely become the soul skill of her 9th soul ring. Yi Lingling has thought about whether she can become a title Douluo in the future. In the past, she might have felt a bit overconfident, but now she indeed has the potential and strength. Of course, in the process of promoting Yi Lingling's martial soul evolution, Wang Yin also gained a lot. It can be said that he made significant gains when he helped Bibi Dong fuse with the inner core of the dark demon Evil Tiger, leading to martial soul evolution. Wang Yin did not expect such a situation, although he observed it carefully after discovering it. Compared to this time with Yi Lingling, the gains from this time are undoubtedly much greater. As previously mentioned, martial souls are the product of the joint action of the human life source and the rules of heaven and earth. The foundation of this product is the human life source, which serves as the material basis for martial soul formation, while the rules of heaven and earth are more about shaping and forging. The increase in life source may not be obvious in terms of quantitative changes in martial souls, but qualitative changes can absolutely transform a martial soul. Wang Yan's holy power baptism for Yi Lingling is such a qualitative change. And the most similar thing is the communication of the life source with the rules of heaven and earth to undergo transformation, which is also a kind of qualitative change. Compared to quantitative changes, qualitative changes are not only more evident, but also result in more significant improvements in strength. It is precisely because of these differences that we distinguish between quantitative and qualitative changes. Yi Lingling's nine-heart begonia martial soul underwent a qualitative evolution into an undying immortal flower martial soul, and this process reveals the essence of cultivation, exposing many things, such as some mysteries of martial souls, the profound connections between soul rings and soul bones with martial souls, the uniqueness of the soul power cultivation system, and the manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. Although Wang Yin could originally research many things with his strength, this time's gains can be said to have taken Wang Yin a significant step forward on the original foundation. The process of martial soul evolution involves too many aspects. All of this relies on Wang Yan's own strength. If his strength were not so, it is unlikely that he could explore so much, let alone gain so many rewards. To facilitate research, Wang Yin conducted a large number of martial soul evolution experiments on his personnel. For example, Douluo's Biphosphor Serpent King evolved to a very magical level, which could be called the Biphosphor Divine Serpent. Because Wang Yin was willing to invest resources, Douluo's evolution was very smooth, completely eliminating the problem of toxin backlash from the root, and even reaching the level of a super martial soul, surpassing the quality of the Hao Ian hammer if ranked. Not only Douluo's Biphosphor Divine Serpent, but Douluo also evolved from the Biphosphor Poison Flood Dragon to the Biphosphor Poison Dragon. Although it is still slightly inferior to Douluo's Biphosphor Divine Serpent, it is not worse than the Hao Ian hammer or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. In addition, there are others. The armored giant rhinoceros of the Yu family mostly evolved into the more defensive steel-armored giant rhinoceros. The sharp-tailed swift of the Min family mostly evolved into the Fei Lian bird, a martial soul resembling a divine beast. The Break family's Break Soul Lance almost all evolved into the Great Destruction Demon Lance, and the Strength family's Mighty Gorilla evolved towards the Titan Great Ape. To put it another way, the four major single attribute clans have nearly 700 or 800 soul masters, plus some family members or others, totaling nearly 1,000 people. Although the direction of evolution may be somewhat limited, Wang Yan's gains were not. After conducting experiments with such a number of subjects, Wang Yan, whose strength is no longer bound by earthly limits, has almost obtained comprehensive knowledge. Next, Wang Yan also conducted a large number of soul beast evolution experiments in the Sunset Forest and even helped Douluo evolve as well. The results were gratifying, absolutely gratifying. Wang Yan obtained a large amount of data, and his research progressed very smoothly. Not only were the studies on manufacturing soul rings and soul bones and improving the martial soul cultivation system successfully completed, but Wang Yan's strength also received a substantial boost. In the late stages of tidal law cultivation, many things require a sense of realm for transformation and enhancement, and cultivation beyond the divine level requires comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth to improve one's strength, even for divine-level powerhouses who have not yet mastered the power of the rules. Originally, Wang Yan's understanding in various aspects could only be described as average. It was not outstanding. It was only due to his familiarity with the plot, the accumulation of resources, and his daring approach to cultivation that his strength became formidable, and his understanding of realms and laws was adequate. Now, however, Wang Yan could say that his understanding of realms and laws was stronger than others. Just as Wang Yan was telling Aru about his research success, Aru informed him that the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent had begun. 165. Another transmigrator, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is no small matter, and in the entire story of Douluo, the competition occupies a considerable portion. Unfortunately, Wang Yan did not see any significant impact of this segment on Tang San. Perhaps the recognition of the Strength Clan or the combination of hidden weapons and martial souls in the original plot is very important. It seems that little has been seen. So, is it important to reveal some past grudges? This might be somewhat relevant, but it still feels a bit unreliable. Regarding this, Wang Yan didn't think too much. He was more concerned about where the people from Shrek would go without the Blue Tyrant Academy. During his research, Wang Yin didn't inquire or gather much information from the outside world, so he wasn't very clear about the situation outside, even less so than his companion Aro, who had been by his side all along. The C team from the Tiando Royal Academy, as a team with guaranteed admission, began the final stage of coordination improvement, trying to enhance their team's strength. So during this period, Wang Yin couldn't see his disciple. However, according to what Yilingling said and the news Aro heard, the Shrek group went to the Tiando Royal Academy, but due to an avalanche, after certain operations, both the teachers and students of Shrek left the Tiando Royal Academy. This time without Dugabo's involvement. It is said that the Shrek people stayed in Tiando City for a while, but couldn't rebuild Shrek Academy, eventually ending up at a high-level Soul Master Academy located in the auxiliary city of Tiando City. Initially, they intended to kick the door down. Once they showcased their individual and team strength, the pillars of the Academy's students became the Shrek 8 monsters. While the original students who were supposed to participate in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were picked and turned into substitute members of the Shrek team. After that, there were no more news about Shrek. After all, the attention on a matter cannot remain high forever. When the incident with Shrek first emerged, it was under intentional scrutiny, but once the matter faded, so did the news. Aro was quite concerned, especially since Xiao Wu was in the Shrek team. But Aro didn't know much about the situation of the Shrek team. It wasn't that she didn't want to pay attention, but she sensed that a title Douluo was secretly watching over the Shrek group, or rather, one specific individual in Shrek. At first, Aro thought Xiao Wu was being targeted by the title Douluo, but Wang Yan's words reassured her. However, her worries for Xiao Wu increased, as she wasn't sure if Tang Hao would suddenly change his mind. Tang Hao naturally knew about Xiao Wu being a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, as her exposure occurred when Tang San had just gone to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and Wang Yan's cover-up seemed too late. Nonetheless, Wang Yan's concealment actions also alerted Tang Hao in the shadows. There were strong individuals among the soul beasts, at least at the title Douluo level, and they seemed to have a good relationship with Xiao Wu. In this year's Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, without Shrek Academy, there was instead a Shrek team from another high-level Soul Master Academy. Well, perhaps there weren't any significant changes. It was just that the 28 teams in the normal storyline became 27, which didn't have much impact. Although the Shrek Academy team was gone, the Shrek team still encountered the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, and this battle remained the first match of the first round. However, the situation that was supposed to be resolved in 1 minute was gone because there was only Dai Mubai as a Soul Master in the Shrek team, possibly due to the absence of the Ice and Fire Enyang Wells Fairy Grass opportunity. Even so, a team of 1 Soul Master and 6 Soul Emperors faced a team of all Soul Emperors, and the battle scene was one-sided, as if it were a fixed match. The second team of the Tiando Royal Academy faced the Shrek team and was utterly defeated. Someone checked the time, and from the referee's start call to the end of the match, the entire process didn't exceed 3 minutes. This situation marked the first significant upset of the competition. This academy was originally not that impressive, but suddenly news came out about the Shrek team and the troubles they caused in this academy, as well as the history of Shrek Academy. Since the matters regarding soul rings, soul bones, and the improved martial soul cultivation system were already finished. And with Aro interested in watching the competition, the two continued to sit there and watch the subsequent matches after the first match ended. This competition, one wouldn't know until watching, but once they did, it was startling. Originally, the Shrek Academy team was supposed to finish their match in 1 minute, but Chihua Academy revealed a 1-minute finish against their opponent. Originally, the first 10,000-year soul ring was supposed to appear in this competition, but due to Wang Yan, it was gone, while Chihua Academy gained an additional 5-ring Soul King. Among the Chihua Academy contestants that emerged in this match, aside from Baiyu Rui, a team traveler, there was another person who needed to be closely watched. The captain of Chihua Academy was not Huo Wushuang, Fire Dance's brother, but another person, a guy with a 3-legged golden crow martial soul named Jin Yaotian, who was the 5-ring Soul King. This Jin Yaotian had a certain aura, the most evident being a strong sense of defiance and arrogance, a superiority complex. Another variable, in Wang Yan's eyes, this guy named Jin Yaotian was so conspicuous, even more so than Baiyu Rui, and it was very obvious that he was also a traveler. However, Wang Yan couldn't figure out what kind of external Jin Yaotian had. He saw the dual martial souls, one being the 3-legged golden crow and the other resembling the Rui golden hoop, with a very good cultivation method, similar to Baiyu Rui's but more advanced, along with some chaotic elements. Whether it was due to the high-level external aid he possessed, he appeared fearless, and things like the 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared. The most surprising thing for Wang Yin was probably the phrase he shouted when using a skill. It wasn't his soul ring soul skill, but an energy-based attack called Flame Divide Devouring Wave Ruler. TSK. The martial soul leaned towards Chinese mythology and ancient demon novels. The eyes seemed to come from the anime of a lowly nation, while the skills used were things from novels of the internet era. Truly a mix. Even though he couldn't discern what kind of external aid the other party possessed, Wang Yin roughly guessed the type of external aid he had. A system. What kind of system, he didn't know, but it was definitely a system-type external aid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so mixed. And he couldn't see any sign of the other party learning from various worlds. Alas, the traveler by Yu Ru, he hasn't finished gathering his net yet. And now a system traveler has popped up to stir the pot. From the looks of it, this opponent, Jin Yao Tian, also belongs to a chaotic alignment, which is quite a hassle. If by Yu Ru, the traveling team member, doesn't need to worry too much and can take his time, then it's necessary to deal with this obviously system traveler, Jin Yao Tian, sooner rather than later for peace of mind. The fact that Jin Yao Tian hasn't made any big moves indicates that he has enough cards to protect himself, but he can't guarantee his safety indefinitely. Wang Yin realized this and decided to take action. He asked Aro to return first while he sought out a teacher from Songhui Academy, Shernyan. Shernyan, a teacher at Songhui Academy, is well known in the Soul Master world for being ruthless and cunning. He uses his underhanded tactics to defeat enemies rather than confronting them directly, which suits his martial soul that isn't designed for face-to-face combat. In terms of Soul Master development, Shernyan should be a control-type Soul Master, primarily focusing on mental interference with mental attacks as a supplement. Although his methods aren't bad, whether in a direct confrontation or secretly using underhanded tactics, he is quite capable. Unfortunately, it seems that Shernyan has taken a wrong turn. At least from Wang Yin's perspective, he has strayed from the right path. Based on his original storyline, Shernyan has completely leaned towards being insidious and treacherous, which aligns with his character but limits his potential for further development. Under normal circumstances, Shernyan should have reached the level of Soul Emperor, as his development path will be difficult to advance without exceptional talent or some system inheritance. Wang Yin estimates that he has reached the Soul Sage level thanks to a particular head Soulbone's assistance. Wang Yin approached Shernyan, but there was still some distance between them, merely separated by space, and Wang Yin had already placed a hidden hand on Shernyan. In order to secure victory in the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Shernyan not only developed a very good 7-in-1 fusion technique for Songhui Academy, but also discreetly dealt with other academy students who performed exceptionally well. It must be said that Shernyan is indeed a talent. Wang Yin was unclear about the external assistance that Jin Yao Tian had, and he was still uncertain about what kind of trump card he possessed. However, Wang Yin couldn't just run off to investigate himself. He needed someone else to take action, and Shernyan was very suitable for this. Even if Jin Yao Tian was ambushed by Shernyan, he would only suspect that other traversers were secretly probing him. After all, Shernyan's ambush on other academy students would still be seen as a precedent in the eyes of traversers, even if it hadn't happened yet. However, even so, the hidden hand Wang Yin placed on Shernyan did not directly lead to an ambush on Jin Yao Tian. During normal times, the members of the various Senior Soul Master Academy teams would walk together with their teachers. If that were the case, even if Shernyan was a Soul Sage, it wouldn't work. To serve as a guiding teacher for a Senior Soul Master Academy team, one must at least be a Soul King, and Jin Yao Tian's guiding teacher was even a Soul Sage. To ensure a high chance of success, at least in Shernyan's original line of thinking, he needed to find a suitable opportunity, similar to the chance when Tang San returned to the academy alone in the original plot. Under Wang Yan's higher-level surveillance, Shernyan began to intentionally target Jin Yao Tian, ensuring that he would not be discovered by the guiding teacher of the Qihua Academy while being noticed by Jin Yao Tian. Don't think this situation is impossible. There's a high probability of it happening. After all, that teacher wouldn't expect someone to attack their own student, and Jin Yao Tian, as a traverser, would almost certainly be unable to notice it. After a few days, Jin Yao Tian also noticed Shernyan's small movements, and after a match, found an excuse to say he wanted to return alone ahead of time, without letting anyone else follow. Seeing this scene, Wang Yin thought to himself, this guy must be very confident. During the process of walking, Jin Yao Tian seemed to notice the influence Shernyan was secretly exerting, but he did not show any abnormality and instead played along with Shernyan's influence. Arriving at a dense forest outside Tiando City, Jin Yao Tian broke free from Shernyan's illusion, and Shernyan intensified the assault of the illusion. Jin Yao Tian's 3-Tomo Sharingan upgraded to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he used Tsukuyomi to counter Shi Nian's control. You see, if he had taken the route of primarily using mental interference with mental attacks as a supplement, a direct mental shock or something similar would not have left Shi Nian so defenseless. However, it is also uncertain. Traversers are generally quite strong in all aspects. With powerful physical bodies, strong mental powers, high-level techniques, and potent secret arts. Even if Shi Nian followed that path, he would probably only be able to struggle a bit longer, even though he was 2 major ranks higher. After Tsukuyomi ended, Shi Nian was already dazed. Jin Yaotian unleashed the Biming divine skill, devouring Shi Nian's soul power for himself, and finally launched a blue flame infused with a heavy fire aura from his right hand, reducing Shi Nian to ashes. But that is not right. It wasn't completely reduced to ashes, as a piece of head soul bone remained, emanating a dazzling array of gem-like colors, as if carved from crystal. Come out, I know you're watching nearby. Shi Nian's ambush on me is just your test of me, right? The guy who was mixed up with Tang, Senwun Ti have such thoughts. In a situation where Lamba Academy doesn't Ti have it should be your doing, right? Oh, and those celestial herbs from the ice and fire duality, I should also have been occupied by you. Otherwise, Tang Sen wouldn't only have the strength of a 3-ring soul master. Jin Yaotian picked up the soul bone and examined it, then stored it in his storage soul tool. Instead of turning to leave, he stood there and spoke to the seemingly empty forest. You don't think that not speaking and not showing up will solve the problem, do you? You just came here first and seized the opportunity. Let me think, why won't you come out? Seeing that the forest was silent, Jin Yaotian continued speaking. Your strength is higher than mine, but it shouldn't be too much. You might be a soul sage, soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo. However, your golden finger probably isn't that impressive. Otherwise, you would have appeared by now. Are you afraid I'll kill you with my golden finger? After saying this, Jin Yaotian paused, seemingly waiting for something, and the concealed Wang Yin knew very well that he was waiting for himself. We won't get any results like this. How about this? Let us cooperate together. A traverser may face some trouble alone in a world, but 2 traversers might not. From your interference with Lamba Academy's disappearance, you should prefer Lu Erlong over Bai Dong and the others, but I prefer Huo Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. There isn't such a big conflict between us. We can negotiate about the divine position inheritance, and I may not even need a divine position in the future. My golden finger is probably to leave this world. I can take a few people with me and leave the entire world to you as your backyard. No problem. Jin Yaotian looked quite sincere, but he didn't know that Wang Yin's strength had already allowed him to sense certain auras he was emitting. Jin Yaotian's true thoughts were definitely not as he expressed. There have been instances of traversers cooperating, but the vast majority are mutually slaughtering each other. Those who can become traversers, apart from a very small number, are mostly just weaklings with power, arrogant, self-satisfied, greedy, and selfish, with almost all negative personality traits. Can such beings share something with others of the same kind? Don't be ridiculous. Watching Jin Yaotian continue to speak, Wang Yin thought, should I first give this guy a mental attack to test the waters? Or should I directly find a strong guy to probe instead? Let us not mention using Shi Nian to probe. Shi Nian didn't he even make a splash before he disappeared in front of Jin Yaotian. Sigh. Let us try a mental attack first. Wang Yin finally thought of it, and then unleashed a god-level psychic shock towards Jin Yaotian. In an instant, golden light erupted from Jin Yaotian's body, and then shattered simultaneously, stopping after 9 consecutive bursts. TSK, is this an external death replacement ability? 167, erasing a time traveler. Wang Yin knew that Jin Yaotian was more difficult to deal with than by Yuru, but he didn't expect Jin Yaotian to have so many death substitutes on him. With a single strike of mental energy, in that instant, the 9 shattering golden lights represented 9 death substitute abilities. They were probably death substitute talismans or something similar. If there was just one, Wang Yin wouldn't have said much, but there were 9 of them. Who would be so afraid of death to use 9? Yet, Jin Yaotian did it. Friend, your sudden attack is rather unfriendly. Jin Yaotian's face turned cold. As he spoke, Jin Yaotian suddenly threw out something that radiated golden light. Wang Yin was puzzled. This didn't seem like something that could attack based on causality, did it? In fact, this golden light did not attack based on causality, and it didn't even serve to locate someone. However, to Wang Yin's surprise, he ended up revealing his position. It should be noted that Wang Yin was hiding in a spatial rift. Even a title Douluo, let alone a god-level powerhouse, wouldn't necessarily be able to find Wang Yin's exact hiding spot unless they were particularly skilled in spatial abilities. However, Wang Yin didn't come out voluntarily, and he knew that the golden light emitted by Jin Yaotian wasn't meant for locating him. Yet after Jin Yaotian used that thing, Wang Yin automatically revealed himself. It felt as if he was being squeezed out like toothpaste, and using holy power to resist had no effect. It felt more like a force of rules. What kind of ability is this? Wang Yin was somewhat confused, seeing that Jin Yaotian did not take the opportunity to launch an attack. So, Wang Yin looked at Jin Yaotian. Guess. Jin Yaotian sneered coldly, showing no good expression towards Wang Yin. It wasn't that Jin Yaotian didn't want to take action against Wang Yin, but rather he was unsure of Wang Yin's true strength. Was he a title Douluo with spatial attributes? Or was he using some other ability? Sigh, if it weren't for your recklessness, and if you had just stayed as an ordinary person, I wouldn't have thought of dealing with you. What a pity, we should not be from the same hometown. A soul sage-level aura was emitted, and Jin Yaotian withstood it forcefully. This was not surprising, after all. Jin Yaotian had just used the Biming divine art to absorb the soul power of others, to enhance his own cultivation. Even if he had only barely reached level 58, it was not difficult to withstand a soul sage-level aura. With just a mere soul sage-level strength, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? Jin Yaotian's words were quite arrogant, but secretly he was cautious. As a transmigrator, if a soul king couldn't defeat a soul sage, and a soul sage couldn't defeat a title Douluo, could he still call himself a transmigrator? Wang Yin didn't rush to take action. After all, there had just been 9 substitutes, and who knows what other trump cards Jin Yaotian might have. It wasn't appropriate to use all his strength to attack, so it was better to test the waters bit by bit. Fighting at a higher level was just ordinary. What mattered more for a traveler were the trump cards they held, or rather, the golden fingers they possessed. That was the most important thing because you don't know what kind of trump cards I have, and you have no idea what golden fingers I really possess, which is why you haven't made a move yet. Following Wang Yan's train of thought, Jin Yaotian continued, Indeed, so do you have the confidence to escape from me? Wang Yan's tone seemed to suggest he had everything under control, but in reality, he felt a bit unsure. However, he had already arranged the Dakian Jade token. If things went awry, he would send this guy away. Of course, if this guy could come back after being sent away, then he would just take off himself. If he can't win, then run. This is called leaving the Green Mountains, so you don't have to worry about firewood. It can also be called cowardice. There's no way around it. Wang Yan didn't want to die. However, he dared to leave his back to buy Dong, Lu Erlong, and Eru, as well as to Shengwan Binger and Tang Xiantian, but he absolutely didn't dare to leave it to Jin Yaotian, another transmigrator. It seems that you and I can no longer share this Douluo world, but if you want my life, then feel free to give it a try. As he said the last part, Jin Yaotian's tone turned fierce, and the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, sending a massive mental attack toward Wang Yan. Wang Yan also retaliated with a mental attack, neutralizing the Tsukuyumi. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Susanoo. Perhaps he felt that shouting them out would amplify their power? Otherwise, Wang Yan couldn't explain Jin Yaotian's habit of shouting skills before fighting. After a strange, kingly aura pressure surged, a 100-meter-tall, blue energy giant stood there. Wang Yan noticed that a thin layer of golden light formed a bowl-shaped shield covering the area. This meant that whatever was inside this shield wouldn't be seen by those outside. A gigantic palm, imbued with the force of a gale, struck toward Wang Yan, and the power of this slap was comparable to that of a top-tier soul saint using their martial soul's true form. This Susanoo was quite powerful, but unfortunately, Jin Yaotian's strength wasn't enough to fully showcase the might of this skill. Wang Yan unleashed the true form of his martial soul, the 2-winged angel. And then purple lightning flashed, but it only reached a height of nearly 2 meters. Compared to the 100-meter-tall blue Susanoo, the difference was quite significant. Waves of energy howled, creating a wind that cut through the air like a blade, causing the tall and sturdy trees to groan amidst the chaos before being ruthlessly torn apart and shattered, with dust swirling up to obscure the sky. If your strength is only at this level, I suggest you consider sneaking away sooner rather than later. Wang Yan seemed completely unfazed. The current scene was grand and imposing, but in reality, it was only at the level of contra-level combat. 5 times KO Ken. Jin Yaotian shouted again, and then the enormous 100-meter Susanoo instantly transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant, but its strength and presence reached the level of a title Douluo. I've never killed a title Douluo before, so you should just die. Wang Yan seemed to unleash his strongest attack in an instant, overpowering Jin Yaotian in the blink of an eye. The holy light of the judgment sword struck directly at the center of the 10-meter giant Jin Yaotian. Boom! The sword light shattered, transforming into countless sharp energy streams that shot out in all directions, causing immense destruction. However, compared to the current Jin Yaotian, this was nothing. Wang Yin clearly sensed that Jin Yaotian's aura had already surpassed the 100-level Do Tian and even exceeded his own strength by a considerable margin. This exceeding was truly all of Wang Yan's real power. Although he felt slightly anxious inside, his face showed a look of panic. Looking at your expression, you probably don't have any trump cards left to deal with me now, right? So, it seems your golden finger is a bit lacking. Jin Yaotian waved his hand, sending an energy whip toward Wang Yin. Wang Yin used his newly acquired 100-level strength to block the attack, but ended up looking battered and bruised. This won't work either. I thought my signing in system was bad enough. Having signed in for half a year, and the best rewards were just a half-hour Do Zone experience card and a so-called absolutely effective Tiong Luo Di Wang skill card. And you, after being in this world for so long, this is all you have? Jin Yaotian was very angry because he had already used his 2 best signing-in rewards. Yet the person plotting against him had such a level of strength. Well, I'm truly sorry about that. Wang Yin struggled to get up, looking disheveled and seemingly unable to resist due to his lack of strength, with a strange expression on his face. You useless piece of trash. Jin Yaotian shot another energy whip at Wang Yin, who then rolled on the ground like a gourd. You look so ridiculous like this. The sign-in system can be said to be a top-notch system, yet you ended up with these things. It's truly laughable. If it weren't for the fact that my system itself is a defective product, would I lose to you? You'd better kill me right now. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Wang Yin was filled with indignation, looking extremely unwilling. Will I regret it? How ridiculous. I have crippled you, and I will make you watch Lu Erlong become my slave. Unable to seek life and unable to seek death. This is the price you pay for secretly plotting against me and making me waste my Dozong experience card. Jin Yaotian grabbed Wang Yan's head and slammed it hard against the ground. It seems that this Dozong experience card is your strongest trump card. How unwilling you are. But you may have forgotten, I can commit suicide. After I die, I won't care if the floods come pouring down. Wang Yin chuckled, his face covered in dust and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You wasted my Dozong experience card, and you still want to commit suicide? Dream on. Just as Jin Yao wanted to strip Wang Yin of all his power, he suddenly stopped. Not because he wanted to, but because Wang Yin had grabbed his wrist. Are you wondering what's going on? I clearly had no power to resist just a moment ago. So why can I now hold your wrist and make you unable to move? All the filth on Wang Yin disappeared, as if the most pure and holy spirit had descended to the world. Golden light and dark gray light shone and intertwined, and Wang Yan's aura soared from being weaker than Jin Yao Tian's Do Zone aura to a level far beyond it. I really fear that your trump card is not just a Do Zone experience card, but it seems you really don't have any trump cards left. Wang Yin spoke quickly, executing a powerful mental shock that shattered Jin Yaotian's soul into pieces. Wang Yin disintegrated it, then obliterated that true spirit, completely erasing it. After that, he reformed the soul into a single entity, sealed it up, and placed it in his palm. The thin protective shield dissipated, revealing the chaotic scene beneath. While Wang Yin restrained his own power and simply stood there silently. Wang Yin was not just standing there. He was quietly savoring the voice that echoed in his mind when Jin Yaotian's true spirit was ground away. The self-discipline sign-in system has been bound to the host. Please set the daily self-discipline sign-in time. If this self-discipline sign-in system was Jin Yaotian's golden finger, then Jin Yaotian was truly gone. 168, a traverser was gone, and the system queried the list of all users. After obtaining the system, Wang Yin felt no excitement. Instead, he said something that perhaps no other system host had ever said before. Similar to an intelligent terminal retrieving user commands, it began searching for answers. And then there was a flash of blue light, revealing a blue virtual screen that existed only from Wang Yan's perspective. The data showed that this system had previously had 3,762 hosts, all of whom were displayed with gray avatars, indicating that they were all in a state of death. Wang Yin didn't pay attention to who the previous hosts were, but directly scrolled to the bottom. The last gray avatar was someone Wang Yin was quite familiar with. It was Jin Yaotian. Please set your daily self-discipline check-in time as soon as possible. Wang Yin stared at Jin Yaotian's gray avatar for a while. Then the blue virtual screen automatically returned to the initial setup screen. Every day at noon, staring at the blue virtual screen, Wang Yin tentatively said, "Setup complete. Self-discipline check-in time is set for every day at noon, exactly 12 o'clock. The system will remind once 10 minutes in advance before each check-in, and if the check-in is overdue by 30 seconds, it will be considered expired. Please cultivate good self-discipline habits. Looking at the words that appeared on the blue virtual screen, Wang Yin felt that this self-discipline check-in system didn't seem to be specially created by anyone. However, still feeling a bit uneasy, Wang Yin secretly activated the Da Qian Jade Plate, selected himself and Jin Yao Tian, and the Da Qian Jade Plate automatically matched the person for the crossing, with the destination being the nether space of this universe's Tianzhu transformation world. Then, the Da Qian Jade Plate reminded him that one of the crossing individuals, Jin Yao Tian, had died, and his true spirit had been dissipated. Should the remaining crossing personnel continue with this world traversal action? Wang Yin finally believed that Jin Yao Tian, the time traveler, was truly gone. The self-discipline sign-in system seemed somewhat unreliable in Wang Yan's case, but the existence of the Dakian Jade Tablet gave him a sense of security. Jin Yao Tian was unaware of the Dakian Jade Tablet, and Wang Yin used it this time without leaving any traces of exposure. Therefore, while the self-discipline sign-in system might be fake, the feedback provided by the Dakian Jade Tablet would not be fraudulent. As for the devastated forest outside Tiando City, Wang Yin felt helpless. Although after merging with the inner pill of the dark demon Evil God Tiger, he could reverse time using time attributes. He did not want to engage in such a thankless task. After all, the only things affected were some unconscious trees. Wang Yin released a large amount of holy power targeting the damaged trees in the forest. Although he did not want to do anything too laborious, he still made some compensations, as he had a part in the destruction here. While he could not restore the area to its original state, helping it recover quickly and allowing new trees, bushes, and grasses to grow was merely a small effort for Wang Yin. After all, it only required him to release some holy power to aid the remaining roots and seeds in sprouting. As for the mess left behind possibly impacting others, Wang Yin didn't think much of it. Anyways, those affected would hardly trace it back to him, so there was no need to worry. From a strength standpoint, he could afford to disregard those concerns. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy had stirred quite a commotion due to the disappearance of elite students from the Blaze Academy, which was reported to the organizing committee of the Tiando Empire's competition area, causing the entire Tiando City to spring into action. Initially, it was just some petty thieves in Tiando City that were affected, but within 2 days, Songhui Academy also revealed shocking news. A Soul Sage-level team mentor had also vanished without trace. This escalated the atmosphere in Tiando City to a small climax. Just recently, a Soul King-level Genius Soul Master had gone missing, and now, within 2 days, another Academy's teacher had disappeared. Unexpected incidents were happening frequently. The search for the missing individuals made no progress, and the various commotions and discussions grew louder. The atmosphere in Tiando City became tense and uneasy. Despite this, the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy continued without pause. The Blaze Academy's performance still amazed opponents and spectators. Perhaps due to the loss of their leader, they fought even harder, or maybe they were trying to prove something else. In any case, the Blaze Academy played with incredible fervor these past few days, even defeating the Tianshui Academy, which had a considerable restraining effect on them. However, it was a pity that no matter how hard the Blaze Academy worked, Jin Yao Tian was nowhere to be seen. Although the combat performance in Douluo continent was lacking due to rules, the ability to annihilate souls and destroy true spirits was indeed impressive, as many so-called advanced worlds found it difficult to destroy true spirits. True spirit is the foundation of a person. Once it is destroyed, that person completely vanishes, leaving no chance for resurrection. Of course, it is not entirely impossible to resurrect. By reversing time and withstanding the backlash of the river of time and causality to retrieve the destroyed true spirit, resurrection could be achieved. However, being able to reverse time is not an easy task, let alone withstand the backlash of time and causality, which is far more difficult than merely reversing time. Speaking of which, Jin Yaoyan's self-discipline sign-in system is indeed like this. One could say it is not effective, yet it allows one to obtain quite a few things without much effort. On the other hand, while it might seem effective, the rewards given for timely sign-ins are indeed not impressive and are relatively low in tier. In the past few days, the rewards Wang Yin received can't be said to be bad. However, things like the cleansing elixir from the martial arts world, universal coins from certain fantasy world, or a basic magic book from a magical world can't be considered particularly useful to him. After all, Wang Yin isn't a newbie who just crossed over. If he were a traveler between worlds, He should have already upgraded to a higher-level map in a new world, yet the reward from this system are still beginner-level items. The only thing that Wang Yin finds worth paying attention to is that basic magic book, as it represents a different cultivation system, distinct from the martial soul system of Douluo continent and the celestial force cultivation system of the Tianzhu Bian world. However, as previously mentioned, the book is a bit too basic. Wang Yin quickly read through it and completely understood it, even managing to cast spells while reading, with a level of magic that exceeds what is presented in the book. How should one put it? Jin Yaotian was indeed better off dead. Although the items provided by the self-discipline check-in system seem somewhat low-level, they aren't completely useless. Even after thoroughly destroying Jin Yaotian's true spirit, Wang Yin still felt the need to say a few words. Jin Yaotian was a good person. Jin Yaotian, may you rest in peace. Well, good people don't live long and leave behind disasters for 1,000 years. With the good Jin Yaotian gone, Wang Yin, who considers himself similar to a disaster, will continue to wreak havoc in Douluo continent. Perhaps because he eliminated a traveler and gained something from it. Wang Yin started to wonder if he should deal with that Baiyu Rui as well. Although Baiyu Rui seems to lack any systems or special abilities, Wang Yin is not limited to just getting a golden finger. He also managed to acquire the armed color observation color realm king fist from Jin Yaotian's soul after his true spirit was lost. Baiyu Rui isn't entirely devoid of value either. Regarding the disappearance of Jin Yaotian and Xinyan, in the end, the organizing committee of the Soul Master competition for the Tiando Empire issued a response, attributing it to the actions of evil Soul Masters. It was an announcement, and although the specific wording was lengthy, the gist was that Jin Yaotian's exceptional talents caught the attention of evil Soul Masters. During an unexpected return to his residence, Jin Yaotian was attacked by the evil Soul Masters, and a teacher from Tsanghui Academy, Xinyan, happened to discover this incident. Originally, Xinyan intended to intervene, but while tracking the evil Soul Masters, he was discovered, leading to a struggle, after which both Jin Yaotian and Xinyan went missing. A portion of the evil Soul Masters was killed by the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall in the dense forest of Tiando City, leaving the chaotic forest as evidence. If Wang Yin hadn't been involved, such a result would have been impossible. On the surface, the investigation into Jin Yaotian and Xinyan's disappearance seemed to have been suppressed. But behind the scenes, actions were intensifying. Wang Yin frowned. Some matters should just end here. After all, further investigation would only lead to a case without a head or tail, possibly dragging in many innocent people. If someone were against him or posed a threat to his life, Wang Yin wouldn't mind sending them to hell. But when it comes to innocent people, he felt a bit guilty about his conscience. Regardless of whether he has a conscience, since he thought this way, he decided to bring a conclusion to the matter of Jin Yaotian and Xinyan. Wang Yin then wrote a letter and had someone deliver it to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. Accompanying the letter was a token. Although the content of the letter regarding Jin Yaotian and Xinyan was vague, those who read the announcement would understand that the Spirit Hall had some insight into the Holy Will. Of course, it wasn't sent out by the Spirit Hall itself, as the joint investigation team was composed of the Tiando Empire's royal family, the Spirit Hall of Tiando City, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Spirit Hall's Salas forged another letter, which was from the Elder Hall, concerning this incident. Both the Tiando royal family and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were aware that Jin Yaotian and Xinyan's matter was certainly murky. But there were too few who knew the truth, and perhaps all involved had already been arranged, leading to the conclusion that further investigation would yield nothing. Thus, this announcement was born. The dissemination of this announcement unveiled a dark and bloody corner of the Soul Master world. At the same time, the Spirit Hall promoted its glorious image of suppressing evil Soul Masters since its establishment. News of the evil Soul Masters spread, and the Spirit Hall's mission to suppress them became a hot topic, causing a stir not only within the Soul Master community, but also drawing the attention of ordinary people. Seizing the opportunity, the Spirit Hall proclaimed its own righteousness, while the Tiando royal family and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School also made statements about suppressing evil Soul Masters. Subsequently, various Soul Master factions distanced themselves from the evil Soul Masters and firmly declared their opposition to them. In the elite competition of the advanced Soul Master academies across the continent in the Tiando competition area, despite some twists and turns and emerging issues, it continued smoothly in the end. However, Wang Yin noticed that Baiyu Rui among the Shrek 8 monsters had changed significantly. Although he had some fame before, it has now diminished, even as Shrek's reputation rose. Perhaps he was reminded of the reason why his fellow traveler Jin Yaotian had encountered trouble. Regarding the performance of the White Jade Rui, Wang Yan's guess was almost spot on. After nearly a month of competition, the preliminary rounds of the Tiando competition finally came to an end, with the Shrek team emerging as a dark horse, successfully securing the 5th place in the preliminary round standings. To be honest, the overall strength of the Shrek team didn't seem impressive, as they only had one Soul Master. Yet they defeated several teams with multiple Soul Masters, particularly the veteran powerhouse of the Tiando Empire, the 5 Elements Academy's Elephant Armor Academy, achieving 5th place in the standings and only losing to 4 other renowned teams from the 5 Elements Academy, showcasing their impressive strength. The advancement rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were conducted in secrecy, held in a royal hunting ground where, apart from the royal guards, only those related to the competition remained. Ning Fengji and a few members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School gained entry due to their high status. Although the location was concealed, Wang Yin and Eru still managed to watch without any issues. With his exceptional mental strength and the fundamental ability of a god-level powerhouse to achieve unity of heaven and man, Wang Yin brought Eru in to observe without any problem, and no one noticed anything amiss. Since Wang Yin became involved in the story of Douluo continent, the plot following Tang San's entry into Shrek has diverged significantly. It's unclear whether it's due to a lack of narrative cohesion or something else, but while Tang San and his companion's strength progression was notable, it fell short compared to the trajectory without Wang Yin. Although the preliminary rounds were brilliant, they only slightly caught people's attention, and in the advancement rounds, while Shrek's performance was outstanding, it was comparatively ordinary, with no instances of the anticipated 1 versus 7 scenarios. Tang San's romantic fortune was also significantly impacted. Meng Iran and he had only met once, and the impression of Shui, Binger, and others from the Tinshui Academy was merely that he was a decent soul sovereign. Among the Shrek 8, only Xiao was somewhat close to him, while Ning Rongrong kept her distance due to the White Jade Rui, and Zhu Zhuqing was influenced by Wang Yin. However, Hu encountered some issues. Initially, Tang San was merely her defeated opponent, but during the advancement rounds, Hu, a 4-ring Soul Master, was surprisingly defeated by Tang San, a 3-ring Soul Sovereign. Even after Tang San had already been worn down by his encounters with the people from the Blaze Academy. As a result, a hint of the original storyline began to emerge between Wu and Tang San, but unfortunately, the infatuated Feng Xiaotian was not performing well. It might be due to past events where Feng Xiaotian pursued Wu, while Wu was interested in Jin Yaotian, who had defeated Feng Xiaotian. However, what surprised Wang Yin was that Xue Qinghe seemed to show signs of wanting to recruit Tang San, while others were unaware of Xue Qinghe's true identity. Wang Yin and Eru were fully aware. The current prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, was actually Qian Renxue, the daughter of the former pope of the Spirit Hall. Although events from over a decade or 2 ago did not unfold as originally plotted, subsequent developments were not too different. While Wang Yin did not entirely agree with Qian Renxue's plan to infiltrate the Tiando Empire, he happened to be away from Douluo continent when it occurred and found that it had proceeded upon his return without further comment. However, he never expected Qian Renxue to want to recruit Tang San. She knew well about past events, so it was baffling that she would entertain such a strange idea now. Such thinking could only arise from being kicked by a donkey or pinched by a door. In order to prevent someone from making foolish decisions, even putting themselves at risk, Wang Yin secretly transmitted a message after noticing this inclination. Xue Qinghe, it's late at night, and I have something to discuss with you. Suddenly hearing this mental transmission in her mind, Xue Qinghe, or rather Xue Qinghe, immediately looked around, but there was nothing unusual in her surroundings. Qinghe, what's wrong? Ning Fengji, noticing Xue Qinghe's sudden alertness, as if she sensed some danger, was puzzled, as this disciple's cultivation was far inferior to his own. Not to mention the sword Douluo beside him, who hadn't detected anything either. Could this disciple possess some instinct for danger? It must be said that Ning Fengji, due to his martial soul, had developed a vigilance against any potential threat to his life. Master, I think I might have heard something, as if someone was speaking, Xue Qinghe said, feeling that the voice was familiar, suggesting it was someone she knew, but she couldn't recall who it was. Since the other party could identify her identity without exposing themselves, they must be from the Spirit Hall and likely of a higher status than her. But that seemed impossible. While she was puzzled inside, Xue Qinghe did not disclose the truth, as she was currently the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, and not Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall. Hearing things? What kind of hearing? Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised. Xue Qinghe's cultivation wasn't low. How could she experience auditory hallucinations? Even soul masters rarely encountered such situations. Could someone be using mental power to create disturbances? Was it targeted at the Tiando Empire's royal family or the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? A roar echoed, earth-shaking, reminiscent of the legendary Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. This nonsense was evident, but since Ning Fengji didn't know the details, his emotions became unsettled, and various speculations flooded his mind. Is that so? Perhaps you have been busy with the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition, and your body is a bit fatigued. At such a young age, you should take care of your health. Ning Fengji, regardless of his inner thoughts, maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, even comforting Xue Qinghe. Master, I understand. Xue Qinghe replied dutifully. Things have already entered the right track during this period. Nothing major will happen. You should rest for now. After all, health is important. Ning Fengji seemed to never forget to guide Xue Qinghe. Disciple takes my leave. After saying this, Xue Qinghe left, and Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chen Xian watched her depart. Brother Jian, did you sense any fluctuations in mental power just now? Once Xue Qinghe's figure disappeared, Ning Fengji turned to ask Sword Douluo Chen Xian beside him. No, Sword Douluo Chen Xian shook his head. Could it really just be auditory hallucinations? Ning Fengji murmured to himself softly, while Jian Douluo Chen Xin remained silent. It was midnight, the same time that Wang Yin had mentioned during his transmission. Qian Renshua sat by the bed. Not that she wasn't thinking of taking the time to cultivate, but because after leaving Ning Fengji, she remembered whose voice that was. It was someone very familiar. Although childhood memories had become somewhat blurred over time, that big bad guy was still quite impressive in her mind. But wasn't that bad guy missing? How did he suddenly appear? Qian Renshua was unaware that Wang Yin had already returned. After all, her connection with the Spirit Hall was not particularly strong, and if there was no necessity, she could remain out of contact with the Spirit Hall indefinitely. The future absolute high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, undercover in the royal family of the Tiando Empire, and in the identity of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Only a few people knew about it. Too much contact would easily increase the risk of exposure. Moreover, after Wang Yin returned, his actions were quite secretive. Except for the initial encounters with a few people, even when Wang Yin revealed himself among the crowd later, no one paid attention to him at all. Who? Suddenly, another person appeared in the tent, silently, like a ghost, appearing there in the blink of an eye. Me. The newcomer only said one word and didn't say more. At this moment, both inside and outside the tent were not very bright. It was even dimmer inside, but the two people here were not ordinary individuals. Even in the dim light, they could still see each other clearly. Qian Renshua still looked like the plain, yet extraordinary Snow Qinghe. While Wang Yin had not changed in over a decade, Wang Yin could see through Qian Renshua's appearance to her true self. And Qian Renshua also recognized him at a glance as the person from back then. You, when did you come back? After the initial exchange of a single word each, the atmosphere became somewhat dry, but to Wang Yan's surprise, Qian Renshua spoke first. You don't need to worry about that. I think you should ask me why I came to find you. He did not answer Qian Renshua's question. After all, her question was not the reason he came to see her. Why? Hearing Wang Yan's words, Qian Renshua instinctively asked, I don't believe you don't know who Tang San is the son of, and I also heard from Xiao Dong that you are fully aware of how your father died. Even your mother died in the battle against Tang Hao. Do you really think that the grievances of the previous generation shouldn't involve your generation? Although he didn't state it outright, Wang Yan's words were practically equivalent to saying it. Don't you think turning the enemy's son into my loyal subordinate is a much more satisfying approach? Originally, Qian Renshua thought Wang Yan was going to say something else. But unexpectedly, it was this. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Or pinched by a door? Such a naive and childish thought. If your father and mother knew, I think they would rise from their coffins to praise how clever you are. This was basically a direct insult, and it was quite harsh. Who do you think you are? You are merely my father's disciple, and you left for over a decade. When the power struggle in the Spirit Hall was being closely watched by many forces, where were you? Now you come out to say, I did something wrong. Where were you before? The previous friendly words were merely from acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wang Yin and Qian Renshua were familiar, but unfortunately, although they were in the same interest camp, their relationship was not very deep. Do you know what kind of person Tang San is? Do you know how Tang Hao plans to train Tang San? Or, in your eyes, what is the relationship between Tang San and his parents? What are his thoughts and feelings? With these questions, Qian Renshua fell silent. It seemed she indeed hadn't thought about these things, not that she hadn't considered them, but rather that she had thought about them without delving deeply. It seems you really don't know anything. You dare to act without knowing anything. I have to say, you're truly smart and confident. You don't need to worry about me stopping you. I won't interfere. I will support you. Anyway, the arrangements are almost complete. I hope they won't be used, and I wish you success. In the original storyline of Douluo continent, Qian Rinxue didn't look like a 30-something adult at all. Instead, she resembled a petulant child. Whether it was due to a lack of proper guidance in childhood and the accelerated growth while replacing Snow Qinghe, or because of her obsession with her parents that kept her stuck in childhood stubbornness, Wang Yin had no way of knowing. Is the current Qian Rinxue still the same as in the original storyline? Wang Yin cannot make any guarantees about this, at least based on some of his current behaviors. It's hard to say what the reason is. Whether things turn out the same or differently can only be seen in the future. Even if Qian Rinxue's storyline really aligns with the original plot, Wang Yin doesn't care much because the ending won't affect anything. Just as Wang Yin just told Qian Rinxue, the setup is almost done anyway, and how Qian Rinxue's storyline unfolds doesn't affect Tang San's final outcome. It's not that Wang Yin must lead Tang San to a specific ending, but rather that he has a significant wariness towards Tang San. At least he doesn't dare to use him under his command. After talking to Qian Rinxue, Wang Yin left directly, saying more would be pointless. Well, perhaps it wouldn't have any effect anyway, but not saying it makes him feel uncomfortable. The main issue is that Qian Rinxue does have a bit of a rebellious mentality. Saying this much is enough. At this point, Qian Rinxue can reflect on it afterward, and if he says more, he might just become stubborn. The preliminaries of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are about team strength, while the advancing rounds showcase the individual strength of the Soul Masters. The former demonstrates the overall strength of various advanced academies, which can help attract better recruitment, while the latter increases the prestige and influence of the nobles and existing Soul Master forces to some extent. Although it seems that the audience for the advancing rounds is devoid of miscellaneous people, the inside is quite complex. However, no matter what, Wang Yin doesn't care much about it. Bai Rui did not appear in the advancing rounds, which left Wang Yin somewhat disappointed. Tang San performed quite well, and even compared to those at the Soul Ancestor level, he was not lacking at all. However, unfortunately, Wang Yin does not think highly of Tang San. As for the specifics of the advancing rounds, for Wang Yin, it was just so. It was fine to just have a look. What really stuck in Wang Yan's mind was probably the fusion ring used by Huo Wu. Although Huo Wu was defeated by Tang San, that doesn't mean her fusion ring is ineffective. Wang Yin only felt that the fusion ring skill was somewhat useful, as it is a special application of soul rings and soul power, containing certain rules and principles. It's worth noting that at the end of the advancing rounds, 3 members of Shrek almost broke through at the same time, specifically 2 people and 1 beast. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Bai Rui all reached the realm of Soul Ancestor, with the finals in Wuhuan City approaching. The Shrek team split into 2 groups with their mentor. One team followed the public vehicle, while the other went to a nearby forest to look for suitable soul beasts to obtain soul rings for advancement. Tang San and Bai Rui quickly found the soul rings they needed, but there was a bit of an accident when searching for Xiao Wu's soul ring. When encountering a group of underworld wolves, Xiao Wu separated from the others for a while. By the time Xiao Wu reappeared in front of the others, her 4th soul ring had already been added. Wang Yin and Aro watched the situation of Xiao Wu and her group the whole time. And even the timing of Xiao Wu's unexpected departure from the team was orchestrated by Wang Yin. As for why he took action, it was naturally because he spoke up. Of course, Wang Yin didn't act without reason. He had gained something before making his move. What exactly he gained, if not explicitly stated, could be roughly interpreted as a Yi's lipstick being quite tasty. Perhaps feeling that they had come this far, Wang Yan's thoughts became somewhat relaxed, as if he wanted to enjoy the rewards of his past efforts. Although Aro was a victim of Wang Yan's lipstick, that was about all for now. Some better things would be saved for later, when they could enjoy themselves fully, wrapped up together while riding on a horse up a tree. At that time, it would be a fleeting spring night, and the emperor would no longer rise early for morning court, unlike now when they still had to deal with so much. Regarding Xiao Wu's good fortune in finding a 4th soul ring, the others could only express some envy and jealousy. There was nothing to be done if luck was lacking. This time soul ring hunting operation went smoothly, except for Xiao Wu's unexpected detachment from the team due to the ambush by the Hell Wolf pack. By the time the main force of the Heaven Do Empire had not even reached halfway, Xiao Wu and Tang San had already returned to the team. On the way to the Spirit City, Bai Ru had reminded her companions that the Spirit Hall might take action against the Midway, in anticipation of the original story's plotline, where the Spirit Hall sent a large number of people to secretly eliminate Tang San. Bai Ruyi's companions curiously asked her about the reason, but she only vaguely brushed it off. Because of her ambiguous response, although they heard her words, they did not take them to heart. As they continued on their journey, there were no abnormalities, not to mention the spirit hall sending people to cause trouble. They didn't even see a hair. This lack of abnormality, made by Yuru E, who had already chosen to lower her presence, appear somewhat silent, further diminishing her existence. Except in front of Ning Rongrong. Why the spirit hall sent anyone? The hidden traveler was obviously from the spirit hall and should have been confident in eliminating Tang San in one fell swoop. Were they hesitating out of fear of a backlash from Tang San's luck, or had they already deemed him unworthy of concern? Were they setting up a trap in the spirit city? Bai Ru Yi had contemplated some upcoming matters, but unfortunately, due to limited information, she could not guess the specifics and could only take it one step at a time. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition held in the Spirit City proceeded as scheduled, and Wang Yin and Ero returned to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Wang Yin handed over the methods for creating soul rings and soul bones, as well as the improved martial soul cultivation system, to Bibi Dong, letting her figure out how to use and implement them without his interference. Compared to the world of Tianzhu Bian he had visited, the world of Douluo continent was almost just a few final adjustments away from taking on Wang Yan's form. And the original final villain of Douluo continent had now become one of Wang Yan's own. This was much less labor-intensive than the effort required to secure peace in the Tianzhu Bian world. For the final adjustments in Douluo continent, Wang Yan had already planned everything out. He just needed to wait for the right moment and follow the planned sequence. In his spare time, aside from continuing to cultivate and increase his strength, as long as nothing unexpected happened in the divine realm with the god of judgment, Wang Yin could relax and take care of the two cats Bibi Dong was raising. The two Nido spirit cats Bibi Dong raised had grown quite a bit. Although these two female cats had reached the level of 100-year-soul beasts, unlike their wild counterparts, their sizes remained petite, seemingly mutated. Seeing the cats raised by Bibi Dong reminded Wang Yin of his own pet cat, which was a rather unique cat girl. To pair up with his cat, Wang Yin specifically went to see Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyan. She was a pure and flawless cat, worthy of being his pet cat. And he made some arrangements involving Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. As for what happened next, it would depend on Tang San's growth. In the finals of the elite competition among high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, the Shrek team demonstrated exceptionally strong combat power, managing to secure victories even when their apparent hard strength was at a disadvantage. Perhaps this was driven by the power of luck, compared to the preliminary and qualifying rounds. The specifications of the finals may not be very grand, but the severity of elimination has increased significantly. Losing a single match means going home directly, with no chance of a comeback. To return, one must wait for the next elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies in 5 years. It is likely due to the fact that the Shrek team did not defeat them in the preliminary rounds, and because of previous relationships with Jinye Ocean, that the Qihua Academy and Shenkong Academy did not engage in any underhanded tactics. However, this has also led to a somewhat unfavorable outcome for the Tiando Empire in the finals, compared to the Star Luo Empire, which is dominated by competitive and survival of the fittest mentality from the royal family down. The atmosphere in the Tiando Empire has become somewhat complacent. Although the academic trend among the Advanced Soul Master Academies in the Tiando Empire is extreme and has been developing toward team balance, in this competitive situation, the Star Luo Empire still holds the advantage, even if the win-loss record of the Tiando Empire has improved significantly compared to the past. The Spirit Hall is pleased with situations that involve the philosophy of spirit cultivation. The more chaotic the stability, the better it can benefit from it and grow stronger. Wang Yin, on the other hand, does not care about any of this. Regardless of whether the situation is stable or chaotic, the philosophy of spirit cultivation, or the intrigues and underhanded dealings between powers, as long as it does not affect him within a certain scope, he will not pay any attention to it. When Wang Yin first crossed over, he might have needed to consider such matters, as he wanted to develop steadily and needed to take the overall environment into account. However, at his current level of strength, while he still needs to develop, the impact of the external environment has relatively little effect on him. If things really do not work out, Wang Yin can simply use the Dakian Jade Plate in his possession to escape without being trapped in an unfavorable situation. Watching the finals of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies, the performance of the Spirit Hall team can be described as quite impressive. Although there are still only 3 Soul Kings in the team with Wang Yan's appearance, Hulaina's strength has far exceeded that of the original plot, not only surpassing her contemporaries by 6 or 7 levels, but also showing significant improvements in other aspects. all of which are influenced by Wang Yan. Hulaina is a disciple of Bibi Dong, although the original plot's evils are absent. Wang Yan can see that there seems to be a mother-daughter-like bond between Bibi Dong and Hulaina, albeit not overtly displayed. The matters concerning the creation of spirit rings and spirit bones have been validated, with no unusual incidents, proving to be 100% safe and effective. The revised system of spirit cultivation has also achieved initial success and can be tentatively promoted. In Bibi Dong's plans, after the finals of this elite competition, the Spirit Hall will announce its capability to produce spirit rings and spirit bones, while also promoting the revised spirit cultivation system. The timing is naturally chosen based on the Spirit Hall team's expected championship win, and the original reward of 3 spirit bones has been changed to 11 artificial spirit bones. A piece of news that has already spread. On the surface, the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies seems calm, but in reality, there are undercurrents stirring. Originally, the champion's reward was just 3 spirit bones, and various factions were only slightly amazed by the Spirit Hall's confidence and deep foundations. However, when 3 spirit bones turned into 11 artificial spirit bones, this news became quite significant. The final champion's reward of the elite competition is not fixed. It is likely to change if not presented before the finals, as there have been historical instances of the Spirit Hall changing its decisions, though those were not widely publicized. This time is different. The news of 3 spirit bones and 3 soul kings is confirmed, and those at a certain level are aware of this. It is basically not going to change, but suddenly turning into 11 artificial spirit bones truly affects people's mindset. Spirit bones can be said to be the most coveted items by soul masters because they can greatly enhance a soul master's strength and development potential. If one finds a good quality and suitable spirit bone, it is not impossible for a limited soul master to rise to the pinnacle of the continent. Thus, the value of spirit bones is high, and since they are rarer than spirit rings, each appearance of spirit bone will be fiercely contested by various factions. Even a mediocre spirit bone, like the one belonging to the grandson of the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, has reportedly faced multiple near disasters despite being protected closely. Therefore, the value of spirit bones is evident. With the sudden announcement of 3 spirit bones, various factions might have had ulterior motives, but there has been no movement so far, likely because those who reached out had their fingers cut off. However, the 3 spirit bones being replaced as the final championship reward with 11 artificial spirit bones has left various factions utterly astonished, unable to figure out what the Spirit Hall intends to do. The simultaneous appearance of 11 spirit bones is bound to shock the entire continent, especially with the term artificial attached. Although it is only a part, it already foreshadows significant upheaval in the future on the continent, particularly in the realm of soul masters. The higher-ups of various factions are no longer contemplating the authenticity of this news since it is being actively presented by the Spirit Hall, leaving no room for doubt. What they are now considering is whether the Spirit Hall can indeed artificially create spirit bones, and if so, what the method for doing so might be. The finals of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies continue to unfold at a steady pace, but within a few days, many important figures have gathered in Spirit City. During the finals, the Shrek team narrowly defeated the Douluo Royal Academy team, almost losing primarily due to a direct gap in soul power levels. Ultimately, they advanced to the finals, while the other 2 slots were filled by the Spirit Hall team and the Chihua Academy team. The Tiando Royal Academy team, where Yi Lingling is located, was eliminated by the Spirit Hall team, but neither Yi Lingling nor Dugiyan were harmed due to Wang Yan's influence. Compared to the Spirit Hall team, the performances of the Shrek team and the Chihua Academy team were acceptable, but the outcome was already determined. After all, the performances of these 2 teams in the finals did not appear particularly easy, while the Spirit Hall team maintained an invincible demeanor, making it clear that victory was already decided. In the end, without a doubt, the Spirit Hall team emerged victorious, obtaining the dazzling 11 artificial spirit bones. At this moment, the Spirit Hall announces to the continent the sealing of all soul beast forests, strictly prohibiting soul masters from entering the soul beast forests to hunt souls. 173. More than 30 decorations. Due to the different circumstances this time, the final of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was attended by far too many spectators. After the final just ended, there was supposed to be a summary speech from the Pope, but an unexpected event occurred. A summary speech should typically consist of pleasant words, at least not harsh ones. However, this was not the case. Bibi Dong did not say such words, but instead unleashed statements that could infuriate all soul masters. Every soul master, to some extent, has a time to advance in their life. During advancement, they need to go to the soul beast forest to find a suitable soul beast, hunt it down, and then absorb the soul rings produced by the hunted soul beast to complete their advancement. This is a clear advancement process. However, what did the Pope of the Spirit Hall just say? To ban the soul beast forest and strictly prohibit soul masters from entering the soul beast forest to hunt for souls? Is the Spirit Hall declaring war against all soul masters? Those with lower strength or small forces only dare to voice their discontent privately, not understanding why the Spirit Hall made such statements. However, they lacked the strength to confront the Spirit Hall directly and could only continue to listen to see if there would be any turn of events. But this was the case for weaker or smaller forces. Those with stronger abilities or larger forces openly refuted the statement. After all, the Spirit Hall cannot dominate the Soul Master world entirely, and the Pope's words can be seen as opposing the entire Soul Master community and even the entire Douluo continent. Although the Spirit Hall claims to be the strongest, it is not invincible against a united front of other forces. Even in the original storyline, the Spirit Hall needed to incorporate various duchies and kingdoms to unify the continent. BB Dong, what do your words mean? I, the old dragon, have lived longer than you by several decades and can't hear clearly. I don't understand what you just said. The first to speak up was Yu Engine, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who was quite unfriendly in his tone and directly called out the Pope's name. Your Holiness the Pope, please clarify what your declaration just meant. Ning Fengji stood at the same level as Yu Engine, but was positioned differently. Unlike Yu Engine, who stood alone, Ning Fengji was accompanied by two powerful members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Sword Douluo Chun Exine and Bone Douluo Guro. Compared to Yu Engine, Ning Fengji was relatively polite, at least addressing the Pope as Your Holiness. Those who had not spoken yet included people from the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire a bit further away. Those originally friendly with the Spirit Hall, including the lower four sects and various duchies and kingdoms, displayed looks of entanglement. They had allied with the Spirit Hall for mutual benefits. But now that the Spirit Hall made such a foolish move, they didn't know what to do. This scene, the situation, felt like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the second and third sects, were teaming up with two great empires and numerous Soul Master families and forces to confront the Spirit Hall Pope. Today is truly lively. Just as the standoff became increasingly tense, a seemingly frivolous voice rang out in the ears of everyone present. Except for a few who were prepared, everyone else, regardless of their affiliation with the Spirit Hall, shuddered involuntarily. The situation on the field changed as more than 30 people walked out from the Pope's side. Among them were the two guardian elders, Ghost Law and Jute Law, who have always worked under the Pope. Leading the 30-plus individuals was a young man, followed by 7 elderly but youthful-looking individuals, each with distinct but impressive qualities, and then a few familiar elders from the Spirit Hall. In an instant, more than 30 people released their martial souls and soul rings, with at least 270 soul rings appearing. Each person had 9 soul rings, just enough to represent the title Douluo strength level. When more than 30 titled Douluos simultaneously showcased their cultivation, the entire spirit city fell silent. With only the faint sound of the wind passing through, not even a single breath could be heard. Among these 30-plus titled Douluos, 4 particularly special. The first was the young man at the front, who did not reveal his martial soul and soul rings. The second was a young woman standing behind him, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, almost unbelievable. The third special one was half a position behind the young man, with a soul ring configuration of 8 black and 1 red, which was also impressive. The fourth was significantly inferior, with the first 8 soul rings being normal. But the 9th soul ring was red. With this situation unfolding, many were more curious about the young man who could stand at the forefront among the titled Douluos. Who was he to stand in that position? Of course, there were a few who seemed to have guessed who the young man was, but they dared not think or believe that he could occupy that position. Jew Elder, Ghost Elder, someone seems to want to bully my junior sister. She is our Spirit Hall S-Pope. As guardian elders, shouldn't you both be more responsible? The young man was Wang Yan. As these words were spoken, those with good eyesight saw Jew Douluo and Ghost Douluo quickly fly to BB Dong's sides as her guardians. You all are too ostentatious, aside from the 2 dragons. Each of you is of an age. Why be so flashy? Our Spirit Hall is not a place for unreasonable violence. Put away your martial souls and soul rings. In this situation, no one spoke except Wang Yan. His comments left everyone except those Spirit Hall elders speechless. Were they planning this spectacle for the sake of fighting? The elders of the Spirit Hall naturally had no reason to be speechless. After all, this had all been rehearsed beforehand. However, watching so many people appear speechless was somewhat amusing. These elders were all of advanced age, yet they showed a childlike innocence. Your Holiness, what is the situation with the Spirit Hall? Yu Yuanjin's temper was explosive, but he was not foolish. Even for the sake of his sect and family, he could not be reckless. The Spirit Hall suddenly revealing 30 titled Douluos, especially those in special situations at the forefront, made even Yuanjin hesitate to act rashly. I know that banning the Soul Beast Forest and prohibiting soul hunting is opposing all soul masters in the entire Douluo continent. But do you think I would casually make such statements? Next came Pope Bibidong's speech. Although there were some unnecessary words, no one dared to pick faults or speak against her. Did they really think those 30-plus titled Douluos were just for show? I will not say more. The previous declaration was a notification, not a discussion. I ask everyone to work together to prevent any further soul hunting incidents. If there are any soul masters who need to advance, please come to the Spirit Hall for assistance. The Spirit Hall will be responsible for all soul masters' advancement needs. You may have questions about why soul hunting is prohibited and why the Spirit Hall will take responsibility for all soul masters' advancements. It's simple. The Spirit Hall has mastered the technology to create soul rings, whether it be the most basic 10-year soul rings or the top-tier 100,000-year soul rings. The Spirit Hall can produce them all, definitely meeting different needs. Next, the Spirit Hall will conduct a demonstration. 174 copyright patent fee after Bibi Dong finished her presentation. She turned to take a look at Wang Yan beside her. Although the Spirit Hall has now acquired the technology to manufacture soul rings and soul bones, and some soul masters are already able to actually perform the manufacturing, it is still more appropriate for Wang Yan, the founder, to handle the current situation. As the actual developer of the soul ring and soul bone manufacturing technology, I will demonstrate the specific process next. Seeing Bibi Dong looking over, Wang Yan nodded and said loudly, "I will now demonstrate." As he spoke, Wang Yan waved his hand, unleashing a burst of holy power that shot into the sky. Almost everyone present was surprised, wondering what he was doing. Even the members of the Spirit Hall were puzzled. Although they had been informed, they were still unaware of some specific details. The holy power Wang Yan released rose to several dozen meters high before bursting out with a sound, resembling an explosion. But it was not a real explosion. Instead, it formed a shape similar to a light curtain. I will be selecting a few test subjects now. Are there any soul masters present who would like to come up and try it out? There is one requirement. You must be at the stage of promotion. As Wang Yan said this, the majority of people looked at each other in confusion. Normally, when it was time to upgrade their soul rings, they would go directly to hunt for souls. No one would delay that. This is also why the theory proposed by Yu Xiaojiang, that non-attachable soul rings do not affect soul power accumulation, is not taken seriously or even noticed. This does not mean that Yu Xiaojiang's theory is necessarily correct, as the speed of soul power cultivation differs with or without the addition of soul rings. It can generally be said that the cultivation speed after adding soul rings is significantly faster than before. Is there no one? It seems that the Spirit Hall hasn't prepared suitable candidates either. In that case, let's just pick someone at random. Little Fox, come help me out. Wang Yan, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, muttered to himself a couple of sentences before pointing at Hulaina, who was still in the Wuhuan Palace battle team. Me? Hulaina was instantly filled with surprise. With so many people around, how did she get chosen? Isn't it you? Come here. Wang Yan looked as if it was only natural. However, I am only at level 58, not yet at the time to be promoted. Hulaina said this while glancing over at Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong only gave Hulaina an encouraging look and didn't say anything. I can directly help you level up to 60, so hurry up. As soon as Wang Yan said this, almost everyone changed their expression slightly. Helping others directly enhance their soul power? Well, alright. Hulaina wanted to ask whether this assistance in enhancing soul power would have any impact in the future. But then she thought that there was no need for her teacher and this person to deceive her, although her response was a bit unnatural. Following Wang Yan's guidance, Hulaina stood in a position, and her image appeared on the light screen that was suspended in midair. After experiencing the shock just now, the majority of people were drawn to the light screen that displayed her image. Is this a soul skill or a self-created soul skill? Some people thought to themselves. With a casual wave, a holy power was unleashed, instantly raising Hulaina's soul power to the level required for the 6th soul ring at level 60. This scene left many people speechless. The spirit hall seemed to possess the strength to unify the continent. Wang Yan's fingers emitted a spiritual light, but upon careful sensing, it was clearly a fluctuation of soul power. His fingers danced, tracing intricate patterns, and this was just the movement of his right index finger. Meanwhile, his left index finger slid within a very small range, imprinting spiritual light in the air, forming beautiful patterns in the shape of runes. The runes drawn by the left hand fluttered and then combined with the patterns outlined by the right hand, creating something resembling a formation. This seemingly magical display captured the attention of everyone present. Some tried to memorize it, but those who had that thought, or had attempted to do so, found with some helplessness that Wang Yan's movements were just too fast. Even the trajectories of the rune patterns themselves carried special effects that made them impossible to remember. What exactly is the structure of soul rings and soul bones? This is something I cannot conveniently discuss, as it involves too much, and the mysteries contained within offer inexpressible benefits even to titled Douluos. However, the soul rings produced by this method utilize rune formations to communicate between the soul master, the martial soul, and the rules of heaven and earth, and then inject energy. Once the rune formation operates, it transforms this energy into a soul ring that is attached to the soul master needing to advance. While moving his hands, Wang Yan suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear under the impetus of holy power, allowing everyone to hear without it sounding like a loud noise. Soul rings have a certain structure, and this structure is determined by the rules of heaven and earth. This is why hunting soul beasts results in a ring shape. It is a very basic configuration of extraordinary power, capable of storing extraordinary energy in some rune structures. The role of these rune structures within the extraordinary power configuration is to manifest various soul skills. Yes, this is the simplest analysis and explanation of soul rings. As Wang Yan spoke, many people displayed thoughtful expressions. Among them were those with profound cultivation and those with keen intellect. The main body of the rune formation is the extraordinary power configuration of the soul ring, which exists as a basic ring-shaped entity. The energy contained within is the energy provided by the rune formation to assist the soul master in advancing, essentially replacing the soul power produced by soul beasts in the soul rings. However, the rune structures within the soul rings cannot be formed using the rune formation, as the basic rune structures of soul skills contain too many rules and changes of heaven and earth. Therefore, the rune formation communicates the energy and rules of heaven and earth, imprinting rules similar to the martial soul's aura within the established extraordinary power configuration of the rune formation, thus becoming an important component of the soul ring. In this way, an artificial soul ring is formed through the rune formation. Since this soul ring uses the martial soul of the soul master as an intermediary, this soul ring will be the most suitable for that soul master, and refining it will be much easier. While creating the soul ring for Hu Laina, Wang Yan explained some basic concepts about artificial soul rings. These did not involve too many intricate and complex mysteries, but even just these basics were enough to benefit many people. My rune formation relies on my power to exist. If it loses my power to maintain its existence, it will completely dissipate. This seems troublesome, but I have developed a type of soul ring scroll, which is divided into 5 types based on specifications: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, corresponding to different usable lifespans and capable of meeting various needs. This technology for producing soul ring scrolls is unique to my spirit hall. We are not afraid of anyone obtaining the scroll to replicate it, but we will pursue copyright and patent rights. If you have already paid the copyright and patent fees, then that needs to be discussed separately. Is there anyone still doubting the Spirit Hall's ability to help all soul masters across the continent advance? When Wang Yan said this, he had completed all steps, and the soul ring had fully formed without needing the rune formation to maintain it. Hu Laina then began the process of absorbing the soul ring to complete her advancement. Facing Wang Yan's declaration, everyone present fell silent, though the reasons for their silence varied based on their different positions. Those not from the Spirit Hall were silent for different reasons. Some thought little, while others thought more. Those who thought little considered the pros and cons of this artificial soul ring, its differences from soul B soul rings, the cost of the soul ring scrolls, and so on. Those who thought more were considering not just the artificial soul rings and soul ring scrolls themselves, but also their broader implications, such as how the Spirit Hall could likely use this to probe the strengths and weaknesses of various factions and manipulate resources and control people's hearts. as the value of artificial soul rings and soul ring scrolls was immense. Should they discredit the artificial soul rings and collaborate with others to completely destroy the possibility of the proliferation of soul ring scrolls? Upon thinking of this, Ning Fengji exchanged a subtle glance with his two unwavering pillars, indicating a shared understanding. However, it could not be just the seven treasures glazed tile school. This matter was too significant for only them to bear. They had to unite with others. One by one, they exchanged discreet glances with Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the representatives of the two empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, as well as other larger soul master forces, but the results were not satisfactory. Compared to the various stances of those outside the Spirit Hall, the expressions on the faces of those from the Spirit Hall were quite proud. Some were simply because of the Spirit Hall's strength, some because of the technology they had developed, and others thought about how they could further exert their influence and reap benefits. However, regardless of who they were, everyone had their own reasons. After Wang Yin made his statement, they all lowered their heads in silence. Since it seemed that no one had any further questions, I should now speak about the matter of artificial soul bones. Wang Yin noticed the private thoughts of others, but chose not to pay too much attention. In the face of overwhelming strength, any resistance was futile. As for the internal issues within his own faction, some were acceptable, as these matters were unavoidable. Those that were unacceptable would not be easily dealt with, as that would be too lenient for some people. Naturally, they would be dealt with in a harsher manner. Hearing Wang Yin speak again, they were initially somewhat indifferent, as the matter of the artificial soul ring was too significant and required some time to digest. However, Wang Yin insisted that serious illnesses must be treated with strong medicine, since they had just been shocked by a huge piece of news. He needed to present another equally shocking piece of news to ease the tension. Thus, Wang Yin introduced the concept of artificial soul bones. Perhaps this was not the first time those present had heard of it, but it was the first time they had heard confirmed news about artificial soul bones. Almost everyone immediately turned their attention to Wang Yin, eager to see how he would explain the matter of artificial soul bones. Soul bones are extremely rare and valuable items. They can significantly enhance a soul master's strength and potential. Given their preciousness, is it possible to create them artificially, just like the artificial soul rings that were just demonstrated? With Wang Yan's enticing words, too many people recalled something he had mentioned before, that he was not only a developer of soul rings, but also of soul bones. The answer is yes. If soul rings can be artificially created, then soul bones can certainly be as well. The simple structure of soul rings has been explained by me before, and I believe many people have already gained some insights from it, which in turn has led to an increase in their strength. Next, I will talk about soul bones, so please pay attention, and of course, you need to observe as well. Wang Yin continued to speak as he began his actions, and on a huge light screen in midair was the entire process of Wang Yin. First of all, what is the structure of the soul bone? It is a piece of skeletal-like item, which is also the origin of its name. Soul bones possess some special powers owned by soul beasts, based on a part of the soul beast's own body, formed by the laws of heaven and earth. The shape of this item is based on the human skeletal structure. Indeed, the heavens truly favor the appearance of the human race, while the special powers of soul beasts are marvelous. The ability for a part of their body to be transformed into the form of a soul bone is largely due to the creation of the laws of heaven and earth. This special power I call the source of life force, which is the root of life, a special energy relied upon for survival and growth. The process of becoming a soul master, continuously improving soul power, and ultimately reaching the level of title Do, or even the 100-level Do Tian, is about constantly strengthening and transcending one's own life source, that is, the essence of life. At this point, Wang Yin had constructed a new rune magic circle, which differed from the previous soul bone rune magic circle. Although the general shape was similar, it was just that there were too many differences in the details, leading to their divergence. In fact, soul masters themselves cannot strengthen or transcend their own life sources. The enhancement of soul power is merely through meditation and self-training, leading to the enhancement of their life source, thus gaining stronger control over extraordinary energy. As for why soul masters cannot strengthen or transcend their life sources, it is due to the rules of our world, or rather, the limitations existing within the soul power cultivation system of martial souls. The additional soul ring advancement is the fundamental pathway to strengthening and transcending the life source within the martial soul power cultivation system. While the fusion of soul bones is merely a branch of this pathway, one that can only serve as an auxiliary. The soul bones produced by soul beasts are formed after most of the life source power of the soul beast, and the laws of heaven and earth co-create the soul ring, leaving behind another derived form of creation. The life source power combines with the soul power still present in blood, flesh, and bones, communicating with the laws of heaven and earth to form creations, which then transform into a special energy form, containing some soul power and rune configurations. Yes, the principle and foundation by which soul bones grant soul skills to soul masters is the same as that of soul rings. But the differences arise from the distinct processes of fusion with the soul master. Therefore, artificial soul bones and artificial soul rings actually have many similarities. However, due to some relatively special aspects, the technology for making soul bones has indeed invoked pure heavenly energy to replace the function of life source power. Although it has been replaced, there is actually no difference, as ordinary people and soul masters are merely part of the natural world. Life source power is just a special energy that exists within the human body. Artificial soul bones take on different shapes due to the differences in their carriers. For example, the artificial soul bones awarded to the champion of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy on the continent are something I spent great effort to specially condense into a tangible energy form. Although, in reality, the things that truly merge with oneself during fusion are quite limited, much of it is wasted, but what is relatively not wasted is this. Saying this, Wang Yin waved his hand, signaling others to pay attention to the actions he was performing. The energy ball, shaped like a soul bone, merged into the rune magic circle outlined in the void. And then this entire rune magic circle was sealed by Wang Yin into a scroll, which only required a soul master to open it and input soul power to activate it for absorption and refinement. This is the entire process of artificial soul bone technology. Isn't it amazing? Chapter 176. All parties, it's hard to believe. Ning Fengji's face was filled with wonder and admiration, while behind him, Sword Douluo Chan Xin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong looked both satisfied and serious. Compared to Ning Fengji's expression, Yu Yuanjin's face was somewhat unpleasant. The direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were all individuals without combat power, even when it came to hunting souls to obtain additional soul rings. The direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School needed the help of battle soul masters. If artificial soul rings were to become fully popularized, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would no longer need to risk their lives to hunt souls for soul rings. Once the number of artificial soul bones increased, even if the soul rings could not add attacking or defensive soul skills, what about the soul bones? Don't think that the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be insufficient to equip every clan member. The Martial Soul Hall's introduction of artificial soul rings and artificial soul bones would definitely result in a massive quantity, even if not all could be equipped to the highest specifications. Equipping all clan members with at least the most basic set would still be considered extremely extravagant. One could say that the artificial soul rings and soul bones would greatly benefit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School if this continued long-term. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly be greatly influenced by the Martial Soul Hall, being influenced would be much better than the original living conditions. Yes, the living conditions and capabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would improve, but what about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Although the wealth of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is considerable, it is not as much as that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is foreseeable that after the promotion of artificial soul rings and artificial soul bones, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would certainly gain benefits. However, compared to those benefits, Yu Yuanjin saw more of his own and his sect's interest being harmed. Unlike the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Martial Soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul is a top-tier beast martial soul and one of the best among top-tier beast martial souls, with exceptional attack and defense capabilities, making them a formidable force in combat. Although hunting souls carries risks, there are basically no major accidents, and the addition of 1 or 2 soul bones would not affect the overall might of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, once artificial soul rings and soul bones are fully promoted, the Martial Soul Hall's announcement of a ban on hunting souls in the Soul Beast Forest would definitely be jointly enforced. And those martial soul masters with martial souls similar to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon would also have their advantages diminished due to the addition of artificial soul bones. If they didn't integrate into this, first, the hunting of souls to obtain soul rings would be completely cut off for soul masters, but at the very least, they would absolutely be greatly affected. Secondly, Without the addition of soul bones, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul cannot guarantee dominance over other Martial Soul Masters. But if they did integrate into this, how could Yu Yuanjin accept it? The pride and dignity of the Dragon Clan Martial Soul made Yu Yuanjin want to directly rebuke the Martial Soul Hall and Pope Bibidong, to slap that young man to death, and then destroy or truly share the technology of artificial soul rings and soul bones. Unfortunately, Yu Yuanjin could not do that. Not to mention whether those 30 or so titled Douluos from the Martial Soul Hall are just for show, but how many could he actually take on? Just the fact that Yu Yuanjin could not see through the young man's strength made it difficult for him to muster the heart to do anything. It's really frustrating. Yu Yuanjin was filled with a sense of frustration and indignation. He imagined the possible complete decline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in several decades or even 100 years. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul and the Yu family would still be inherited, they would have completely fallen into decline. In contrast to Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin, who were very different individuals, the representatives of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire remained quite silent here. Many second and third-rate Soul Master factions communicated with each other, discussing matters that were not particularly important, whether to unite against a common enemy, compromise, or simply watch from afar. Tang San was still unaware of most of the grievances between his family and the Spirit Hall. Although he felt immensely shocked by the 2 bombs dropped by the Spirit Hall, he still retained his confidence, or perhaps the pride of a transmigrator, believing that everything about the Tang sect could stand tall against the Spirit Hall, despite the impressive technology of artificial soul rings and soul bones, both in appearance and essence. Baiyu Rui, a member of the Shrek 8 Monsters and Shrek team, had gone from feeling cold and anxious at the beginning to now being completely numb and unaware. Initially, Baiyu Rui thought that the Spirit Hall would prepare a grand show to deal with Tang Hao and suppress Tang San and herself. However, upon hearing about the Spirit Hall's development of artificial soul rings and soul bones, Baiyu Rui realized that both she and Tang San had already lost, completely and utterly. The Spirit Hall didn't resort to any dark or unjust means. It was all a straightforward strategy. They were simply strengthening themselves, doing good for the Soul Master world, and providing benefits and progress for the entire Douluo continent. However, it was precisely because of this that various powers, large and small, found it impossible to contend with the Spirit Hall. If such a Spirit Hall could be defeated, then those noble families or Soul Master factions, which were not weaker than the Spirit Hall and contributed little, should be the ones to be toppled instead. Moreover, Baiyu Rui was quite sure that the young man who referred to Bibidong as senior sister was another transmigrator. If Jin Yaotian was not just an identity disguise, he must have been eliminated by him. As 2 transmigrators with different stances, Baiyu Rui found it hard to determine how she could survive in such a clear-cut situation. Should she kneel in submission, or hide away in obscurity for life, or find an ally to overthrow the Spirit Hall and take down that transmigrator? It seemed that none of these choices were good. Baiyu Rui felt somewhat lost. She didn't understand why there was another transmigrator in her world, or why there could be 2 or even 3 transmigrators in one world. However, one thing could be confirmed. The path she had once considered was likely no longer viable. As for others, like Tang Hao, he quietly watched the conclusion of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition from a corner, thinking that the Spirit Hall had angered the masses. Then, the Spirit Hall displayed its strength with around 30 titled Douluo and showcased the revolutionary artificial soul ring and soul bone technology. Such a Spirit Hall would be hard to take revenge against, Tang Hao thought silently, feeling a bit desolate as he suddenly remembered the image of that young man who called Bibidong senior sister. It seemed somewhat familiar. At this point, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition came to an end. The Spirit Hall team won the final championship and rewards, and the announcements regarding the Spirit Hall and the artificial soul ring and soul bone technology entered a phase of negotiation among various parties. After 5 days of discussion and argument, various factions in the Soul Master world agreed that the Soul Beast Forest would be strictly off-limits to any Soul Masters 3 months later. Protective measures would be established outside the Soul Beast Forest to safeguard it and the Soul Beasts, promoting the popularization of artificial soul rings and soul bones within the Soul Master community and advancing the normalization of Soul Masters, all under the slogan of sailing towards the sea and gazing into the distance. Of course, there would also be serious actions taken against the filth within each faction, a directive forcefully pressed down by Wang Yin, who wielded the strength to dominate dozens of titled Douluo. After Wang Yin and Bibi Dong engaged in a series of arrogant maneuvers, the entire Douluo continent suddenly went off course. Although the overall atmosphere remained normal, the rhythm was completely disrupted. Even though the original trajectory of Douluo continent could still be discerned after the operations of Wang Yin and Bibi Dong, it would be difficult for even a transmigrator to change the situation. Once certain matters were completely settled, Wang Yin helped Qian Daolu elevate his strength to the level of 100-level Do Tian, after which Bibi Dong handed over all her power to Qian Daolu, becoming the nominal pope of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu originally did not intend to take over the Spirit Hall, as he had already had enough of being the pope before. Otherwise, how could Qian Xuanji have ascended to that position? However, Wang Yin, along with Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Eru, directly fled, leaving behind a well-planned setup. In other words, Qian Daolu only needed to follow the plan step by step. He did not need to control the overall direction, merely fine-tuning some small details without much effort. Otherwise, it seemed that Qian Daolu would have wanted to let Qian Renshua initiate the plan early, allowing her to take the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Of course, Qian Daolu could sit there securely and manage the Spirit Hall honestly, because Wang Yin had also promised certain things and made some guarantees. After discussing with various medium-sized Soul Master factions, as the various parties left the Spirit Hall, Wang Yin fled with Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Eru, wanting to grasp first-hand information. The Shrek group did not rush to leave Soul City. Thus, after leaving Soul City, it was by coincidence that Wang Yin and his party of 4 encountered a situation where Tang Hao was picking up Tang San for training. This was when the Shrek group returned to the small village near Soto City, the original site of Shrek Academy, to hold a final gathering dinner that was still somewhat perfect. During this time, the students would scatter to develop in different directions, while the teachers would remain there to enjoy their retirement. However, as the saying goes, ideals are always full, while reality is often stark. Although it was just a dinner gathering that was agreed upon, it could still be considered a small ideal, at least somewhat related. Thus, the stark reality doomed it not to be perfect. Tang Hao suddenly appeared in front of the Shrek group, dressed in a dirty, tattered gray robe, his face quite unkempt. If he were a beggar, few would oppose that notion. Because Tang Hao had appeared, Tang San would surely leave, making it impossible for the so-called gathering dinner to be complete. Tang San merely thought about his reluctance in his mind, but he considered more. So despite the reluctance on his face, he ultimately left with Tang Hao. Although Xiao Wu had a good relationship with Tang San, she displayed unusual emotions at the moment of his departure, her red eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and confusion. Tang San asked about her feelings, but Xiao Wu said nothing. Although the gathering dinner was lacking one Tang San, it remained unchanged. After all, there would be another reunion in 5 years, and everyone was expected to be present by then. Aunt Ro, what do you think Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San are right now? Hidden in the shadows, Wang Yin and his group of 4 asked Ro. I don't know. I hope Xiao Wu can figure it out on her own. Ro certainly knew that Xiao Wu would likely feel confused and helpless at this moment, experiencing both love and reluctance, as well as the sadness of feeling deceived. Being so close to Tang Hao, Xiao Wu must be aware that he is a tidal Douluo and as a 100,000-year spirit beast. She is entangled with the son of a tidal Douluo, which would naturally complicate her feelings. It is important to note that Xiao Wu now is different from the original storyline, as Wang Yan's help has concealed her identity. However, before Wang Yan helped her disguise, the situation was different. Once these thoughts crossed her mind, it was hard for her to control her emotions. Yet, due to her relationship with Tang San, Xiao Wu didn't want to think too much, though ignoring it seemed unreasonable, making everything quite complicated. In the end, she could only let out a soft sigh, slightly organizing her emotions, knowing that there were others to deal with. Although Wang Yin and Bibi Dong, along with Lu Erlong, intended to follow Tang Hao and Tang San while secretly plotting against them, Ro wanted to see how Xiao Wu would handle things. So the 3 of them accompanied Ro to observe Xiao Wu for a few days. After all, Wang Yin had marked Tang Hao and Tang San, so they were not worried about losing track of them. A few days later, Wang Yan's group left the people of Shrek, and Ro finally found an opportunity to have an open-hearted conversation with Xiao Wu all night. Xiao Wu chose not to leave with Ro, stating that she had her own path to follow. For her somewhat willful daughter, Ro didn't say much, only reminding her a few times. Although the situation seemed to have become a foregone conclusion, Ro didn't make any hard decisions yet, believing that as long as she was around, nothing else would go wrong, and Wang Yin was willing to leave some trump cards for Xiao Wu. These trump cards were quite powerful. At least 3 to 5 titled Douluos could surround Xiao Wu, but instead of worrying about escaping, she would be able to counterattack. After leaving, following the marks on Tang Hao and Tang San, Wang Yan's group of 4 went after the two. Before Tang Hao and Tang San arrived, Wang Yan's group reached the location where he had once dug up the Blue Silver Emperor, directly entering the stone chamber. During one of his operations, Wang Yan utilized the spatial rules he had comprehended to transform the stone chamber, enlarging its size significantly and reinforcing its spatial strength. At least, a god-level battle could not destroy this modified space, nor would it affect the stone chamber itself. However, what surprised Wang Yan was that when Tang Hao brought Tang San here, they did not arrive at the stone chamber for Tang San to practice the chaotic cloak hammer technique with a forging hammer. Instead, they went to a cliff on the other side of the mountain, where Tang Hao struck a palm and created a stone cave several meters wide and 3 meters deep, and then stayed there. Indeed, although Wang Yan was very familiar with the original plot trajectory, there were still some details he couldn't grasp accurately, such as Tang Hao not coming to the stone chamber. In response, Wang Yan could only subtly influence Tang Hao so that he entered the stone chamber while Tang San was resting. Once inside the stone chamber, Tang Hao did not have time to be surprised before Wang Yan quietly knocked him out, not to kill him, just to incapacitate him. Although he intended to experiment with a certain idea on Tang Hao, Wang Yan refrained from doing so for the sake of future events. He still needed to find that white jade Rui for his experiment. After making some adjustments to Tang Hao's soul, he left the stone chamber, and Wang Yan along with Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and a Ro also departed. While it might have been tempting to observe Tang Hao's powerless resentment and helpless anger, Wang Yan felt he had already become a competent villain and didn't need to perform any extra actions to showcase his evil side, so he let it go. After Wang Yan and his group of 4 left, it seemed as though nothing had happened between Tang Hao and Tang San. One was practicing the chaotic cloak hammer technique under the waterfall with a forging hammer, while the other was quietly meditating in the small cave he had created. In fact, while Wang Yan was adjusting Tang Hao's soul, he also helped him heal his injuries. Tang Hao's injuries were not trivial for an ordinary person. They could last an hour at most, but Tang Hao had endured for 15 or 16 years, relying on his profound cultivation and a strong obsession for revenge to hold on. The injuries Tang Hao sustained during the battle against Qian Xuanji were quite severe at first, but thanks to the sacrifice of the Blue Silver Emperor, he had completely recovered, trading a certain degree of injury for the deaths of the Pope couple of the Spirit Hall. At that time, Qian Xuanji's 2 elder protectors were also seriously injured, with many Spirit Hall experts suffering casualties. However, this level of injury could still be recovered by Tang Hao if he spent some time healing, especially after venting some of his anger during the fight, allowing him to regain some rationality without pushing himself to the limit. What truly made Tang Hao's injuries difficult to heal were the relentless hunts by Qian Douluo in the days following that battle. Unlike the original timeline where Qian Xuanji was merely severely injured by Tang Hao and then devoured by Bibi Dong, in this version, Qian Xuanji was genuinely killed by Tang Hao with the Haotian hammer, and alongside him, Qian Rinchue's mother also perished, which greatly enraged Qian Douluo. Although by the time he was pursuing Tang Hao, his anger had subsided, if it hadn't, Tang Hao would certainly not have survived. Nevertheless, Qian Douluo refrained from directly taking Tang Hao's life, reasoning that forcing him to live would only lead to a fate worse than death. As for Tang San, who was in Tang Hao's arms at that time, Qian Douluo paid no attention, believing that even if this little guy grew up smoothly, the Spirit Hall would not be easily destroyed by just 1 or 2 Haotian Douluos, so he disregarded him. Therefore, Tang Hao's injuries were much worse than in the original plot, and if not for his breakthrough in cultivation due to the pursuit, he would likely have perished long ago. Even with this, Tang Hao would not last more than 3 years, meaning that compared to the original timeline, he would essentially be gone while Tang San was training in the Slaughter City. However, the plot trajectory had already been changed too much, so Wang Yan's intervention was not surprising, even though it altered the storyline once again. Of course, Wang Yan did not forget to tamper with Tang Hao's memories to avoid any inconsistencies. After Wang Yan healed and restored Tang Hao, he suddenly reached level 97. So he modified Tang Hao's memories to center around the recovery from injuries due to his breakthrough in cultivation. Although this still carried some risks, Wang Yan could guarantee that at least for 3 to 5 years, there would be no issues. By then, under Wang Yan's arrangements, Tang Hao would be set to exit the stage. Leaving the mountains and forests, Wang Yan and his group of 4 arrived at Tiando City. The ice and fire yin-yang I was located not far from the Sunset Forest, and his little disciple was also in Tiendo City. So there was no issue with their visit. Upon arriving, they heard news that the first prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, had been assassinated, and the murderer was none other than his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. This incident caused quite a stir. Although Davis and Zhu Zhuqing were not particularly prominent figures in the Soul Master community or on the Douluo continent, their statuses were still significant. The fact that a fiancée assassinated her fiancé and then successfully fled was shocking. In no time, this became a topic of discussion throughout the Soul Master community and across various corners of the Douluo continent. Aside from previous joint statements from the Spirit Hall and major Soul Master factions, originally, such an event should have been kept under wraps, as it was a major royal scandal that would affect the image of the royal family and nobility. Although their image was not particularly favorable and often relied on Soul Master cultivation to maintain appearances, it was best not to let such matters leak out. However, inexplicably, news that was supposed to be hidden started circulating wildly, with rumors spreading like wildfire, notes flying about, reliable sources within the nobility inadvertently leaking information, and so on. In short, before those who wanted to cover up the matter could react, it had uncontrollably spread everywhere. Upon hearing this news in Tiendo City, Wang Yin merely smiled lightly. "Senior brother, did you have a hand in this?" Bibi Dong asked, unable to suppress her curiosity at Wang Yin's meaningful smile. Looking at his sly and wicked smile, it's clear that he must have orchestrated something behind this. Lu Erlong chimed in before Wang Yin could respond. "I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I thought this would only happen after their wedding," Lu Erlong added. "At least I didn't expect it to be now." Wang Yan's tone carried a hint of sigh and surprise. "See, Donger, I told you this bad guy must have been meddling behind the scenes. But I didn't expect this bad guy to possibly be the mastermind." Lu Erlong's reasoning was pretty much on point. "Hey, senior brother, when did you set this up?" Bai Dong thought for a moment and realized she hadn't seen Wang Yin make any moves against Zhu Zhiyun and Davis during the finals of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. The big kitty had already made a move, and the little kitty was probably about to follow suit. However, "Erlong, aren't you a bit too excited? Just because you're close with little Dong, you think you can call me that casually?" Previously, she hadn't felt anything, but just now, Wang Yin had indeed taken notice of how Lu Erlong addressed him. "TCH." Lu Erlong scoffed, then moved to the other side of Bai Dong, using her as a shield. In the city of Tiendo, the four of them arrived at Yi Lingling's home, meeting her parents, a pair of ordinary-looking but very loving noble couple. In Yi Lingling's home, Wang Yin optimized and enhanced Yi Lingling's body and martial soul. Under the use of holy power, Yi Lingling merged completely with her martial soul, raising her cultivation to level 50. Her original 4 soul rings fused into one black life soul ring. From then on, Yi Lingling would no longer need additional soul rings for further enhancement. Her life soul ring would evolve and change as her strength increased. For example, when Yi Lingling reaches 90 level soul power, her life soul ring will transform into a red 100,000-year soul ring. This method of cultivating the life soul ring allowed for the condensation of the life soul ring from the very beginning, eliminating the need for additional soul rings. When the soul ring evolves, it automatically absorbs extraordinary energy due to its extraordinary structure, which is the energy of heaven and earth that enhances the physical body and soul of the Soul Master, as well as the Soul Master's martial soul. As a result, Wang Yin planned to take Yi Lingling away. To make up for it, Wang Yin used his holy power to help Yi Lingling's parents conceive another little life to replace Yi Lingling's position. And it also resolved the issue of the 9 hearts, Si, Tang, only being able to coexist with 2. Although they were very reluctant for Yi Lingling's future, her parents chose to let go and allow her to follow Wang Yin, especially since Wang Yin promised that Yi Lingling would return just to train with him. 179 2 choices. Wang Yin brought Yi Lingling to the Eye of Ice and Fire, extracting some special energy from his own blood, specifically the fiery apricot flower and the 8-pointed ice grass, to condense an ice fire source crystal. He then had Yi Lingling consume it, allowing her to refine it and enter the Eye of Ice and Fire without any issues. Compared to the previous method of directly drinking Wang Yan's blood and then soaking in the Eye of Ice and Fire, this approach was much more convenient and did not require the spring water from the Eye of Ice and Fire for assistance. Once she refined the crystal, the special energy would be able to enhance her body. Yi Lingling's martial soul evolved from the 9-hearted begonia into the undying immortal flower. Although its quality had evolved from the level of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to that of the king of immortal products. The undying immortal flower still belonged to the plant category. The Eye of Ice and Fire was quite friendly to plants. As long as they could withstand it, they would greatly benefit. In contrast, animal type or other categories of martial souls could only be refined using the power of ice and fire in the eye. And unless their attributes matched, it would be difficult for them to harness the energy of heaven and earth for enhancement. Plant-type martial souls, on the other hand, benefited significantly. Overall, while it might seem that the environment at the Eye of Ice and Fire was not suitable for Yi Lingling in terms of attributes, it was actually as good for her as those places rich in wood energy in the depths of forests, and even better than some environments of relatively lower levels. Of course, Wang Yin didn't just leave Yi Lingling in a suitable training place without any oversight. After resolving some of her training issues, he found her an absolutely suitable mentor, Yang Wudi. Among Wang Yan's subordinates, besides Tang Hao and Douluo Bo, Yang Wudi had the strongest combat power. Although his cultivation level wasn't very high, his combat ability was top-notch, and, as he often refined medicines and poisons, he was very knowledgeable about plant characteristics, making him a suitable guide for Yi Lingling. Yang Wudi could help Yi Lingling hone her combat power using the Golden Light spell, while also assisting her in better mastering her martial soul's characteristics. Both aspects would contribute to her improvement. Additionally, Yang Wudi basically stayed at the Eye of Ice and Fire, providing protection for Yi Lingling during her training, although it was unlikely that any unexpected dangers would appear there. Yi Lingling wouldn't feel too lonely training there, as she had her teammate Douluo Yin to keep her company. Douluo Yin was also in a stage of focused training, guided by her grandfather, Douluo Bo. Although Douluo Yin and Douluo Bo's evolved martial souls were quite different, one being a divine snake and the other a poison dragon. They both primarily focused on poison, and Douluo Bo, being at a higher realm, ultimately guided Douluo Yin in her training. In addition to Douluo Yin, there was also Bai Chunxiang at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although she might be the least suited among the three, this was still the place where the energy of heaven and earth gathered most densely in Wang Yan's fundamental territory. While there might not be direct enhancements during training, it was still much better than the so-called simulated training grounds. It wasn't that Wang Yan was unwilling to directly boost his disciples' cultivation levels. Rather, Yi Lingling wasn't suited for it. Even the previous Shangwan Binger and Tianer had to undergo focused training and fully realize their own training paths before Wang Yin elevated their cultivation. As for Yi Lingling, or including Douluo Yin and Bai Chunxiang, while they had made preliminary progress in controlling their sensitive attacks, they hadn't fully determined their training paths yet. Directly enhancing their cultivation would be beneficial for them. As for the others, Wang Yin was simply too lazy to take action. There were so many people. Even dealing with just the main few would be troublesome. It would be better to wait and handle it all together later. As with Wang Yan's strength, directly elevating them to god level wouldn't be too much trouble. Wang Yin originally intended for Bai Bidong, Lu Erlong, and a row to train at the Eye of Ice and Fire as well, since it condensed the essence of creation and the principles of a certain extent, which would greatly help them comprehend and break through the critical threshold of level 100. However, unfortunately, while a row could still calm herself to train, Bai Bidong and Lu Erlong definitely could not. Wang Yin planned to seek the Traverser by Yurui, and both Bidong and Lu Erlong expressed their desire to follow along. Under this pressure, a row also showed some inclination. Thus, Wang Yin continued to lead the three of them together. Perhaps they could take their training less seriously since there would be someone to guide them. Well, the one responsible for leading was Wang Yin. During the time when Tang San had just left Shrek and Xiao was feeling a bit unusual when Wang Yin and the others left, Wang Yin left a mark on by Yurui. Unless one had god-level strength or above, this mark would not be discovered. Following the mark to find someone was quite simple. They just needed to go straight towards it. In an almost direct line, Wang Yin and the others arrived at the place where Bai Yurui was the Qibao Glaze sex residence, Qibao Glaze Castle, on Qibao Mountain. It was on a hillside where young boys and girls were happily playing. It was Ning Rongrong and Bai Yurui relaxing after their training. In a corner, the sect master of the Qibao Glaze sect, Ning Fengji, and the Sordoa Chenexen, along with the Bon Douluo Gu Rong, were watching this cheerful pair. Oh, you two seemed quite happy. Ning Rongrong was running ahead, while Bai Yurui was playfully chasing her from behind when Wang Yin, Bidong, Lu Erlong, and a rose suddenly appeared. Ning Rongrong was startled and fell to the ground, while Bai Yurui was initially startled, but then immediately stood protectively in front of Ning Rongrong. Three of you are here too. Just in time. We have everyone who can communicate gathered, but I only came to find one person today, right? Just as Wang Yin finished speaking, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian came over. and as the three approached, their 3 martial souls and 25 soul rings were already released. However, Wang Yin only glanced at the 3 before ignoring them, instead focusing on Bai Rui, who was guarding Ning Rongrong. "You must be looking for me," Bai Rui suddenly said seriously, not knowing if he had come to terms with it or if he had some confidence that made him unafraid of Wang Yin. "No one here is alone. The only difference is that the 4 of you belong to the Spirit Hall, while we are from the Qibao Glaze sect." Ning Fengji's tone was very firm, and his expression was unusually stern, unlike his usual amicable demeanor. "Master Ning, this isn't our first interaction, but you might not be clear about my character. If you and the 2 behind you take your daughter away, I won't touch the Qibao Glaze sect." Without a doubt, Wang Yin was threatening Ning Fengji, and among those present, only Bai Rui and Ning Rongrong were unaware of Wang Yan's true strength. "He is an inner disciple of my Qibao Glaze sect and my daughter's boyfriend. If you don't provide a reason, although I'm not a match for you or Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, I still want to experience your skills." Ning Fengji unexpectedly stood his ground. "I can't give you a reason, Bai Rui, that's what I'll call you. What is your choice? Leave with me or stay?" Wang Yin didn't even look at Ning Fengji. 180 standard divine weapon. Bai Rui sighed deeply at the 2 choices given by Wang Yin. The specific meaning was not very clear, but that complex feeling was something even Ning Rongrong could sense as unusual. "Can't you let me go? I considered letting you go, but I'm not sure you wouldn't hold a grudge. Human hearts are really too complicated, more often than not. I don't dare to gamble on so-called human nature or possibilities." While speaking, Wang Yin glanced at Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. The 3 of them were still in a state ready to strike at any moment, although their actions might not change much. "That is true. If it comes to the final conflict, if I can achieve victory, I probably won't hold back. It really is quite frustrating." Bai Rui imagined a scenario. "Child, don't talk nonsense. We are still blocking here." Just after Bai Rui finished speaking, before her voice even faded, Ning Fengji spoke up. "Ning Songchu, I've said it before, you can't stop it. Even if I don't take action, any one of them is not something you 3 can withstand." Seeing Ning Fengji's insistence, Wang Yin couldn't help but advise, "I still understand the principle of a rope saw cutting wood and water dripping on stone. I can see the gradual erosion, but you're going too far." The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, or rather, Ning Fengji's cooperation with the Spirit Hall, was not only due to the technology of artificial spirit rings and spirit bones, but also because of Wang Yan's strength. Regarding the future dangers of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, Ning Fengji was not blind to them. But he was currently being suppressed by someone with Wang Yan's strength and couldn't resolve it all. However, what Ning Fengji didn't expect was that Wang Yan would be so anxious. Although Ning Fengji knew that Bai Rui had some abnormal exceptional abilities, he still believed more that this was the Spirit Hall's move to further swallow the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "How about this? I'll spare your life, but for this lifetime, you can only be bound to Ning Rongrong. Moreover, I will leave a mark on Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tower to ensure that you will never become a threat to me." How does that choice sound? Wang Yin thought of another approach, which could be considered a step back. Bai Rui was silent, lost in thought, as if contemplating. "You'd better not think about relying on Tang San to solve my problem. Just be honest and straightforward. I have already made a significant concession, so don't make me develop murderous intentions towards you." Although Bai Rui might not have considered relying on Tang San, Wang Yin still gave a reminder. Who knows what other thoughts this guy might have? "What exactly do you want to do?" Bai Rui was curious about how Wang Yin would implement the new option he presented. "This is my business." Wang Yin did not reveal anything at all. "You shouldn't harm Rongrong and Uncle Ning. Rongrong is just a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul right now, and it won't affect you. Bai Rui is making a request. It's not really a harm. It just needs to borrow Rongrong's martial soul for a while, so you could just watch." "Master Ning, you don't still want to stop me, do you? If so, you would be disappointing his good intentions." Wang Yin looked at Ning Fengji, his expression neither sad nor happy, as if he were an ancient void, dark and deep, making one feel insignificant. "Uncle Ning, let him come, nothing will happen." As Bai Rui spoke, Ning Fengji hesitated slightly and cautiously took 2 steps back. Wang Yin extended his hands and pointed in the air at the white jade Rui and Ning Rongrong's forehead. A surge of platinum-colored holy power flowed, transforming into a brilliant light curtain that enveloped the 2 of them. From the top of the white jade Rui, a phantom figure emerged, identical to the white jade Rui, but it appeared somewhat ethereal. This was the soul of the white jade Rui, a pure soul, with nothing else but this soul. From the top of Ning Rongrong's head appeared a magnificent glass pagoda, which was her martial spirit, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The moment the tower appeared, Ning Rongrong felt an immediate emptiness and weakness throughout her body, but she couldn't show any of it because of the presence of Wang Yan's holy power. Ning Rongrong's feelings were quite normal. Wang Yan had not only extracted her martial spirit, but also all her cultivation. This meant that apart from some knowledge and experience related to her martial spirit, Ning Rongrong had lost all her martial spirit soul power. Beside them, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong had stiff expressions, their fingers pale from clenching their fists too tightly, their bodies slightly trembling, clearly unsettled. Under the platinum-colored holy power, the pure soul of the white jade Rui and the cultivation achievements of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit merged into one under Wang Yan's manipulation, with the energy of heaven and earth surging and converging towards the point of fusion. After a series of incomprehensible operations, with only the flow of platinum-colored holy power, the soul of the white jade Rui completely integrated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and seemingly under Wang Yan's intentional guidance. This Seven Treasures Glazed Tower also became a true entity. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower stood about 1 foot tall, dignified and elegant, luxurious and noble, radiating 7 colors of brilliance. Meanwhile, the soul shadow of the white jade Rui seemed to solidify somewhat, sitting cross-legged about 2 meters above the ground, cradling the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower in front of her chest. Wang Yan's movements began to grow more complex, reminiscent of when he demonstrated the artificial soul ring and soul bone technology at the Spear Hall. His index finger emanated a spiritual light, sketching out a series of glowing runes. However, this time, the runes were not paired with any formations because the foundation this time was tangible, the already solidified Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. The glowing runes interconnected, forming chains that could accurately be described as the divine chains of law and order. Wang Yin constructed a total of 9 divine chains of law and order, and with a wave of his finger, the 9 chains merged into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. In an instant, the tower erupted with 7-colored brilliance, resembling a small sun radiating colorful light. This miraculous scene seemed to benefit the soul of the white jade Rui, as its essence appeared to solidify even further. For reasons unknown, Wang Yan's platinum holy power flowed generously into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, likely amounting to the total soul power of a top-ranked title Da. It seemed to be coming to an end, but Wang Yin scratched his hair and glanced at the white jade Rui soul, which had completely integrated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, and then looked at Ning Rongrong, who was also enveloped in holy power. He waved his hand, sending out a beam of platinum holy light, causing Ning Rongrong's soul to fly out. However, unlike the white jade Rui's soul, Ning Rongrong's soul merely established some kind of contract with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower before returning. Finally, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower emitted a 7-colored brilliance that enveloped Ning Rongrong, as if the two had reached some form of communication, their energies resonating in harmony. As the 7-colored brilliance dissipated, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower settled into Ning Rongrong's hands. Ning Rongrong's martial soul's soul power was considered to be wasted, and she would no longer be able to cultivate, but her martial soul was refined into a fine treasure, a standard divine artifact, with the artifact spirit being the white jade Rui. If Ning Rongrong were to die, this artifact would preserve her soul from dissipating. The specifics of the artifact's functions were well understood by the white jade Rui, and that was that. Are there any other comments from the three of you? When Wang Yin mentioned that Ning Rongrong's martial soul power was wasted and that she could no longer cultivate, Ning Fengji and the other two, Chen Xian and Gu Yong, instantly changed their expressions. Ning Fengji was merely furious, while Chen Xian and Gu Yong were filled with killing intent, their murderous aura rising to the heavens. Unfortunately, although they were titled Douluos, their killing aura was still not on par when compared to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, who had directly evolved into the realm of killing gods at the pinnacle of the human world. Chen Xian and Gu Yong, whose hard power was already inferior, turned pale before flushing red after the clash, staggering back 2 steps, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Yin can disregard the provocations from Chen Xian and Gu Rong, but Bai Dong and Lu Erlong won't be indifferent. According to my initial idea of refining this 7 Treasure Glazed Tower artifact, its main functions should be defense, suppression, and spatial escape, making it quite comprehensive in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities as well as fleeing. This could be another development direction for the Seven Treasure Glaze Tower. If possible, your Seven Treasure Glaze sect could use this artifact to evolve and mutate the Seven Treasure Glaze Tower, perhaps breaking free from its current auxiliary-only status. Though I'm not sure what adverse consequences might arise from it. With my thoughts having made preliminary success, Wang Yin was in a very good mood. He had no grievances regarding the actions of Ning Fengji and Chen Xi and Gu Rong. Instead, he was quite interested in explaining the uses of this newly refined artifact. Well, although Wang Yin is the source of all evil, the current situation is that strength is the ultimate truth, and he didn't take action over trivial matters to tidy up others' household registrations. So in the end, Wang Yin is still a good person. This Seven Treasure Glaze Tower artifact is likely already recognized by Ning Rongrong. Even if we remove its owner-protecting function, it would probably still prioritize protecting Ning Rongrong. As for the artifact's ownership after Ning Rongrong's passing decades later, it will likely still belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. I'm not sure who will be in charge by then, as there will be an artifact spirit and a soul residing within this artifact. In a sense, Ning Rongrong could also be considered a half-artifact spirit and might later transform into an existence similar to the White Jade Rui, becoming a symbiotic artifact spirit. After rambling on quite a bit, Wang Yin couldn't think of anything else to say about the Seven Treasure Glaze Tower, so he paused and switched to another topic. At this point, I can say that my matters with the Seven Treasure Glaze sect are settled. I know that Ning Rongrong and Tang San are very good classmates. And I also know that you are aware of Tang San's father, Tang Hao. However, I hope you can draw a clear line with him. Although the top three sects are connected by blood, the current Spear Hall really doesn't think much of the top three sects. This statement sounds infuriating. But no matter how angry they are, Ning Fengji and the others feel helpless, as Wang Yin is speaking the truth. At least for now, the entire Douluo continent combined might not be enough against the Spirit Hall. I will take the body of the White Jade Rui with me. I have use for it. Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and young Sect Master Ning Rongrong, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. No need to see me off. With a wave of Wang Yan's hand, the White Jade Rui corpse, enveloped in platinum holy power, was collected by him. After saying just a couple of words, he took his companions and left. Who would have thought that someone who had already evoked admiration for their extraordinary talent back, then would now leave people feeling that they were unreachable? Ning Fengji watched as Wang Yin and his group of four vanished in an instant, letting out a sigh. Who could have imagined he would have such a monstrous talent? Bone Douluo Gu Rong said thoughtfully. No, even describing him as a monster seems insufficient. Although he was merely a soul sage back then, achieving such feats after 20 years still surpasses my imagination. Such a person probably has no bottlenecks when it comes to breakthroughs. Sword Douluo, Chan Xian, lost in thought, seemed to see the little guy he had once challenged. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong and the others haven't encountered any major problems. Ning Fengji mentioned this, and Chan Xian and Gu Rong came back to their senses, turning their concern to Ning Rongrong, with the White Jade Rui also receiving attention. Senior brother, why do you still want to keep that person's physical body? Is there something special about it that you want to study? On the way back, Bibi Dong curiously asked, with Lu Erlong and Ah Ro's expressions showing that they were also puzzled. Perhaps there is, but I'm not sure. However, my initial thought was just to make full use of this physical body. Wang Yin thought of some possibilities, but they seemed too absurd. This, though, continent still belonged to a place with normal logic, and those possibilities were simply impossible here. So Wang Yin immediately dismissed the idea. How to utilize it? Lu Erlong casually asked. Extract the origin, and based on the origin, refine this White Jade Rui martial soul into a divine artifact? Before Wang Yin could respond to Lu Erlong's question, Ah Ro spoke up with the possibility she had in mind. Almost completely return its origin to the source, transforming it into a special attribute-less origin. It would be quite good no matter what you do. Wang Yin spoke a bit harshly. If he were to completely return to the original state, one could say that what he obtained would have nothing to do with that White Jade Rui. During the previous refining of the divine artifact, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Wang Yin was initially verifying some of the thoughts in his mind. Not only did he achieve great success, but he also observed more of the operational rules of the world. After all, this divine artifact was not upgraded through divine power, but was personally melted down by Wang Yin. Furthermore, the White Jade Rui itself carried a golden finger, or rather, a form of cultivation inheritance, the Jade Purity Qi refining method. The content was not much, but it was very concise and refined. Yet it was an extremely complete inheritance that Wang Yin obtained from the soul of the white jade Rui while refining the seven treasures glazed pagoda. This time, the smallest harvest from the reaping of the Traverser was probably the physical body of the white jade Rui, and this harvest was somewhat troublesome. First, he needed to use holy power to ensure that this physical body would not die from the loss of its soul. The real gain would still require Wang Yin to take action to refine it. Fortunately, there had been initial success at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so the subsequent work could be said to maintain that level. After returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Wang Yin utilized the Holy Power Vortex to completely return the white jade Rui's physical body to its original state. Once this step was completed, only a tiny bit of divine essence and special high-level energy remained. He split into two parts, then injected the extracted complete breath of the martial soul and the power of the laws into each part. After Wang Yan's painstaking ritual refinement, two more divine artifacts were successfully born, the three treasures Jade Rui and the Taiji symbol seal. Thus, after successfully refining three divine artifacts, Wang Yin finally perfected a skill, which was a method of forging divine artifacts at the time of becoming a deity. This method was inspired by the sea god of Sea God Island. After all, the sea god's trident should have been refined from his original martial soul. In addition, Wang Yin also had the reference of Tang San's soulbone set, which later transformed into divine armor when he became a deity. Although it was a process of exploration, Wang Yin succeeded. However, these divine artifacts were not the true, completed version in Wang Yan's mind. What should a true divine artifact look like? In Wang Yan's conception, a true divine artifact should be one where a god-level powerhouse imprints the laws they have comprehended into it, allowing this weapon to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. Then, the heavens would send down a heavenly tribulation for testing, and after passing the tribulation, one would receive the baptism of creation, thus forging a divine artifact. Of course, it does not mean that the seven treasures glazed pagoda, the three treasures jade Rui, and the Taiji symbol seal that Wang Yin forged are not divine artifacts. For the Douluo universe, such weapons, which have been completely transcended through divine power baptism and are already extraordinary, can also be considered divine artifacts. After all, only god-level powerhouses can fully unleash their power. Although these items are also called divine artifacts, they do not conform to Wang Yan's expectations. According to Wang Yan's expectations, such divine artifacts should be the innate divine artifacts of god-level powerhouses, as they contain the imprint of the laws comprehended by god-level powerhouses, reflecting their divine position and Tao fruit. However, the three divine artifacts forged by Wang Yin are still acceptable. After all, Wang Yin discovered during the forging that these three divine artifacts not only had their own imprinted rules and order god chains, but also exhibited traces of the laws that automatically manifested during the shaping of the artifacts. That was probably the laws inherent in the martial soul itself. The presence of laws in the martial soul confirms some profound insights that Wang Yin had previously explored. Whether it is bloodline or martial soul, these extraordinary things have a certain degree of law manifestation, generally more for the more powerful. After completing the refinement of the three treasures Jade Rui and the Taiji symbol seal, Wang Yin suddenly became quiet for several days, almost like a recluse, hardly speaking or communicating with anyone. Even when others eagerly tried to talk to him, Wang Yin appeared absent-minded, as if he were deep in thought. Douluo and Yang Wudi were not a big deal. After all, Wang Yin had already established the overall strategic direction, and they just needed to slowly cultivate and develop. The rest was just waiting for Wang Yin to operate. However, Bibi Dan, Lu Erlong, and Ero were somewhat puzzled. As they had seen Wang Yin in such a state too few times, it seemed like the first time. They privately discussed whether Wang Yin had some major psychological or cultivation issue. As for Yi Lingling, her disciple, and her two little companions, they were like Douluo and the others, not noticing Wang Yan's anomaly. They were still very diligent in their cultivation, almost reaching the level of being oblivious to outside affairs. One day, Wang Yin gathered his closest people and subordinates and announced something: the ascension to godhood. Once this was mentioned, Douluo, Yang Wudi, and others were silent because Wang Yin had manipulated their souls, but Bibi Dan, Lu Erlong, and Ero were very worried about Wang Yin. As for Yi Lingling, her disciple, she only asked if everything was prepared properly. How could Wang Yin possibly be unprepared? The fact that he could speak about this matter indicates that he has already thought it through and is ready. As for why Wang Yin had already broken through to the celestial transformation level and possessed strength above the divine level, yet now speaks of transcending to godhood. It's because Wang Yan's initial breakthrough to the celestial transformation level was somewhat opportunistic, although he is indeed a standard divine-level powerhouse. When compared to the deities of the divine realm, or according to the true self that Wang Yan envisions, he is still incomplete. Therefore, after thoroughly researching the steps to his own ascension to godhood and taking some time to reflect, along with deep contemplation over the past few days, Wang Yan finally made the decision to transcend to godhood in accordance with the method he has studied. Before transcending, Wang Yan compiled all his insights and findings and gave a copy to Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Ro. Although he didn't believe he would fail the tribulation, Wang Yan thought it was better to leave something behind. He left his disciple Yi Lingling, her companions, and even his subordinates at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang, and took Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Ro with him. All three had been elevated to level 99, and witnessing Wang Yan's tribulation process would greatly benefit their own advancement. He made a detour back to the Spirit Hall, asked Qian Douluo to set aside his current matters, and brought him along to observe Wang Yan's ascension process. Just before leaving the Spirit Hall, Wang Yan thought for a moment and decided to bring along the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, from the Elder Hall. After all, he was a tough character who had reached level 98 through his own cultivation. As for why he chose to bring Qian Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo, Wang Yan couldn't quite explain it himself. It was probably just some emotional ties to the Spirit Hall. In any case, they were only going to observe the process of transcending to godhood, which could also be seen as a benefit for himself. If anything minor arose later, it would be easy to handle, right? Well, although it is basically just a matter of a word now. The place chosen by Wang Yan for his tribulation to become a god is the Sea of Magic Whales, the territory of the deep-sea magic whale king, a million-year-soul beast, and the top of the three dominators in the near sea, a forbidden zone for humans at sea. Here, Wang Yan did not intend to take action against the deep-sea magic whale king before his tribulation. He just felt that this place should be quite suitable. Perhaps there was also a bit of intention to show off to the deep-sea magic whale king, maybe just a little. Arriving at the center of the Sea of Magic Whales, Wang Yan stood alone in the air above the water, while Bibi Dong and the others watching had retreated a bit far, as Wang Yan estimated that the tribulation he was about to attract would be quite large and might affect others. The holy power within Wang Yan, which had already transformed into soul power, was boiling. After returning from the Tianju world, he intentionally suppressed his strength to the 99th level, which was now released. First, his cultivation aura instantly surged, breaking through to a realm beyond the human limit, a level that even the rules of heaven and earth could not suppress. The energy of heaven and earth suddenly began to fluctuate violently, and the intensity of this fluctuation stirred the surrounding air currents, comparable to the full force of a wind attribute tidal law. The center where Wang Yan stood was further shattered by elemental turbulence, with black spatial cracks appearing. Occasionally, black spatial cracks brushed against Wang Yan, but due to his strength suppressing his surroundings, those cracks were also suppressed and then disappeared. The huge commotion above the ocean in the Sea of Magic Whales affected the waters below, and the aura of absolute god-level strength forced the deep-sea magic whale king to come out and see what was happening outside. A whale hundreds of meters long surfaced, resembling a small island suddenly appearing in the water. The whale was quite distinctive. One of its eyes was blinded, leaving only a huge eye socket, while the other intact, eye sparkled with a captivating light, gazing with an uncertain expression at the figure in mid-air, attracting the calamity clouds. The deep-sea magic whale king could be sure that the strength of that figure was nearing its limit, a limit that should not exist in the human realm. Even a newly born god could not reach such a level, yet it had appeared so abruptly. In the deep-sea magic whale king's thoughts, the other figure, and those in the distance, who seemed slightly weaker or even surpassing him, did not have the intention to encircle and kill him. Because if they merely wanted to do that, there would be no need for that person to attract such a heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. Indeed, in the eyes of the deep-sea magic whale king, this kind of thunder tribulation was a heavenly punishment. Even the last heavenly tribulation he had yet to undergo would not be of such difficulty. A tribulation of this difficulty was absolutely a heavenly punishment. The deep-sea magic whale king found it hard to imagine what that figure was trying to do to attract such a thunder tribulation. After Wang Yan's aura broke through the human limit of the Douluo continent, the commotion he caused immediately attracted attention from a certain place. This place, filled with various divine lights and ethereal spirit energy, was the divine realm. a rotating deity in charge of monitoring the divine realm, and its connection with various lower planes focused the surveillance screen on the problematic area, which was the world called Douluo continent, where someone was trying to become a god. Oh, that seems to be the aura of the god of judgment. Is this the inheritor of the god of judgment breaking through the human limit? Is it the god of judgment's intention, or what? This deity had just sent the information to the god of judgment when he received a reply. The reply from the god of judgment was very simple. She said she had been keeping an eye on it, and there was no problem. It seems this little guy has the god of judgment's authorization. However, being able to achieve this step in that world is quite remarkable. If you weren't the inheritor of the god of judgment, I would really want to give it a try. The deity in the divine realm murmured to himself with a tone of appreciation and astonishment, quickly checking to find that there were no anomalies in other worlds, and thus he shifted his focus back to the Douluo world. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine realm, in a clean, simple, yet imposing and deadly place. He actually has such strength so quickly. That's really impressive. Apure. Innocent yet cold and fierce voice faintly echoed and then disappeared. In the Douluo continent, sea of magic whales. At the center of the sea of magic whales, thunder rumbled. Terrifying energy surged, and violent elemental turbulence manifested in an extremely frightening form. Is the tribulation to become a god really this powerful? I feel that if it were me, I probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single thunder tribulation. The second worshipper of the spirit hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo, expressed a doubt, as the power and spectacle of the thunder tribulation before him were too astonishing. He felt that this thunder tribulation would be difficult for even a high-ranking worshipper who had reached god level to withstand. His strength was no longer expressible by god level. If the range from level 100 to 109 is called Dotion level or god level, then his strength is above level 109, higher than Dotion level and god level, which can be called true god. High-ranking worshipper Qian Daolu glanced at the tense Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Eru who were not far away, then shifted his gaze to the thunder tribulation at the center of the sea of magic whales. High-ranking worshipper, didn't he say that the human limit is only level 99? Golden Crocodile Douluo was somewhat puzzled by Qian Daolu's words. Level 99 is the human limit, the limit defined by the laws of Douluo continent, our world. But how high can soul power be raised? I estimate that even the deities of the divine realm are unclear about that, as no one has cultivated to that level. And the greater cosmic laws restrict it. Above level 99 is the level of gods. Qian Daolu's answers to Golden Crocodile Douluo were still derived from Wang Yan. It is truly hard to imagine the vastness of heaven and earth and the exhaustion of laws. Golden Crocodile Douluo sighed, and Qian Daolu also fell silent. Aunt Ro, do you think my senior brother will succeed in this tribulation? Bibi Dong's palms were sweaty, gripping tightly with Lu Erlong, who was also sweating, both oblivious to the pain caused by their excessive strength. He will definitely succeed. Donger believe in him. Although Bibi Dong has asked this question dozens or even hundreds of times, Ero's reply to Bibi Dong has also been the same sentence dozens or hundreds of times. Meanwhile, in another part of the ink whale sea, 3 whales of varying sizes are silently watching the figure undergoing tribulation. Not only are these 3 whales present, but if we were to encircle the area of the tribulation on the opposite side of Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong, there exists a noble and beautiful figure, clearly another powerful being capable of observing the tribulation from a close distance. Aside from Wang Yan, who stirs up storms in the Thunder Sea, there are no other living beings in the Ink Whale Sea. The already sparse life in the Ink Whale Sea has now fled far away. This means that in the entire Ink Whale Sea, only Wang Yan remains, while those slightly further away are the few strong ones capable of watching the tribulation up close. As for the weaker ones, they are too busy fleeing to even think about getting closer to watch the excitement. The water surface of the entire Ink Whale Sea has lowered due to the thunder tribulation. If one could observe the whole scene, they would find that the water surface at the center of the thunder tribulation is the lowest part, at least several dozen meters lower than the normal sea level. And the surrounding water levels in the Ink Whale Sea have also dropped significantly. Above the Ink Whale Sea, there is a complete expanse of Thunder Sea, with various thunder lights flashing, thunder roaring, and lightning howling, all clamoring with terrifying power. Whether it's the chaotic Great Thunder Tribulation, the Yin-Yang Obliteration Thunder Tribulation, the 4 Symbols Divine Beast Heavenly Punishment Tribulation, or the 5 Elements Great Heavenly Tribulation, as well as the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths World-Destroying Tribulation, and the 10 Directions Annihilation God-Killing Devil-Destroying Tribulation, along with the supreme tribulation of all heavens and myriad spirits, and the punishment tribulation of billions of innate gods and demons. All these tribulations are famous across the myriad worlds. It may seem that the ocean is not significantly affected, as this thunder sea with numerous tribulations appears unimposing. But this is actually because the cosmic rules intentionally limit its destructive power on everything nearby. Despite Wang Yan's true strength being insignificant in the vastness of the myriad worlds, even comparable to an ant, it is this ant that has triggered the most top-tier tribulation at his level, a power that can only be invoked by an extraordinary genius. Moreover, Wang Yan is not merely enduring the strikes, but is also gathering all his strength to swing his fists, demonstrating his unique power and distinct laws. A rich, purple lightning that belongs solely to Wang Yan emerges, representing his complete transformation of the divine thunder curse into his embodiment. As he activates this purple lightning, it collides with the numerous terrifying tribulations in the thunder sea. Wang Yan's two martial souls, the light shadow of the two-winged angel and the dark demon evil god tiger, turn illusion into reality, shattering countless thunders amidst this seemingly endless thunder tribulation. It should be noted that Wang Yan originally only had one two-winged angel martial soul, but after merging with the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger, he gained another martial soul that is not quite a martial soul. The two artifacts refined by Wang Yan, the three treasures Jade Rui and the Taiji symbol seal, have also been completely refined into a part of Wang Yan himself, unleashing unmatched power. The Taiji symbol seal circulates the yin-yang energy to shatter the thunder tribulation, while the three treasures Jade Rui transforms into a 3-foot azure blade adorned with 3-color treasure light, showcasing endless sharpness amidst the thunder tribulation. After 3 days and nights of the thunder tribulation sea, Wang Yan radiates an endless brilliant divine light, seemingly transcending to another level. The purple lightning unique to Wang Yan flourishes, with the two-winged angel and dark demon evil god tiger roaring and howling. While the two artifacts that have completely become part of Wang Yan also express joyful emotions. At the same time, the power of the thunder tribulation sea that Wang Yan invoked has directly elevated to another level, still representing the highest tier of Wang Yan's tribulation. After 9 days and nights, the thunder tribulation sea dissipates, and boundless 9-colored spiritual light, filled with endless runes, enters Wang Yan's body. A transformation that only occurs upon successfully overcoming a tribulation. With the immense 9-colored divine light and endless runes merging into Wang Yan's body, he sits quietly in mid-air, emanating boundless misty light. Although there is no trace of any special transformative energy revealed, just this light alone inspires insight in those who see it. If one could gain 1 or 2 transformations, it would undoubtedly be a divine-level opportunity. Aro reacts first, immediately standing guard beside Wang Yan, while Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Xian Daolu also become aware, with Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong standing around Wang Yan, forming a triangular protective formation around the still closed-eyed Wang Yan. Xian Daolu and Golden Crocodile though also recognize what they are on guard against, but they do not show any unusual behavior, stepping back slightly to take a defensive stance against external dangers. Just as Xian Daolu and Golden Crocodile Douluo take their positions, suddenly 2 powerful auras emerge from a distance. One divine and majestic, exuding a vast and overwhelming presence, while the other is simply enormous, surprising in that one can sense the latter's deep resentment towards the former. Upon careful sensing, there are not just 2 auras in the distance, but 2 more exist alongside the massive aura, seemingly from the same source, albeit weaker, with one aura at the level of a 97th ranked title Douluo, and the last aura only at the level of a soul Douluo. The auras in the distance confront each other for a moment before retreating. Not long after, 4 figures approach from afar, 1 flying in the sky and 3 swimming in the sea. The first to greet these 4 is Qian Daolu and Golden Crocodile Douluo, while Bibi Dong and the others remain still. Golden Crocodile cautiously guards against the 3 deep-sea magic whales of varying sizes, all radiating a strong murderous aura, while Qian Daolu converses with the one flying in the sky. The one descending from the sky is an old friend of Qian Daolu, the strongest on Sea God Island. The title Sea God Douluo, a 99th level unparalleled powerhouse, Grand Priest Poseidon. We mean no harm. We simply wish to pay a visit to the recent tribulation survivor. If possible, we have some cultivation questions to ask that individual. The giant deep-sea magic whale king, the largest among them with a million-year cultivation, conveys this information. He is currently digesting the gains from the tribulation, so if you only wish to pay a visit, you may need to wait a while. The golden crocodile Douluo responded this way, as the other party did not seem to be looking for trouble, so the golden crocodile Douluo also did not speak harshly. Thus, in just a few words, the first wave of arriving powerhouses remained at a distance from Wang Yan. Wang Yan, sitting cross-legged in the air, felt his aura continuously rising, and the colorful ethereal light gradually faded away. When Wang Yan's aura reached a peak, the colorful ethereal light completely disappeared. However, what was somewhat puzzling was that Wang Yan, who had fully retracted his aura, did not stand up, remaining quietly seated without moving. At this moment, Wang Yan was conversing with someone in his mind. Along with the 10,000-foot nine-colored divine light and endless runes entering Wang Yan's body, there was also a divine thought. Since there was no threat, and this divine thought carried the familiar aura of the God of Judgment, Wang Yan did not reject it. After entering Wang Yan's sea of consciousness, this divine thought simply said, "You carry on," and then quietly watched Wang Yan consolidate and enhance his cultivation after the tribulation, making no further moves, just observing silently. Beautiful God of Judgment, are you here to have me inherit the divine position? How should Wang Yan describe this goddess of judgment? It's hard to put into words. Wang Yan doesn't know how to describe her because she is exactly like one of the perfect ideals in Wang Yan's heart. Do you want to inherit this divine position? The goddess of judgment, resembling a stunning young girl, asked indifferently. Not really, I have already become a god. Although I don't know what kind of god I should call myself, I don't really care about any so-called divine position. Wang Yan indeed does not have a divine position, but he possesses a crystal of a regular polyhedron. This crystal, akin to the core of Wang Yan, contains not only an extremely complex structure, but also harbors energy several times greater than Wang Yan at his peak, along with a unique imprint formed by all the law runes inscribed with Wang Yan's insights. Wang Yan refers to this crystal as a divine grade, similar to the divine positions of deities in the divine realm and the divine cores of divine beasts, serving a function quite similar to a divine position. If Wang Yan were to erase his personal imprint from this divine grade, whoever could obtain and refine it would become the new deity. Can you tell me everything you know about the Dragon Clan world? Upon hearing the words God of Judgment, Wang Yan immediately froze. What does it mean? What is going on? I'm a bit confused. What does it mean? Wang Yan was a bit confused. I am not actually a person born in this world. Although I do not know much about that world, I am aware that this is a story about crossing into another world. The God of Judgment spoke with a face of indifference, as if discussing something very serious. But Wang Yan felt as if he were being talked down to like a child. Could it be that this was some untrained nightmare trying to fool him? That world does not exist within this universe. Yet I inexplicably found myself in this world. Lord Shura took me in, and I followed him to become a god, while searching for a way to return to that world, in the place of Lord Shura's inheritance. I heard you mention news about that world. The Dragon Clan world? How can you be sure that it is the Dragon Clan world? I remember I encountered a blue-eyes white dragon back then. Oh, right, if it weren't for bringing it up. I almost forgot that I also have a blue-eyes white dragon spirit in my soul ring. It is indeed the Dragon Clan world. When you refer to those infected as Deadpools, you had that kind of expression that suggested familiarity, yet was the first time seeing them. Those infected, or the Deadpools you call them, became that way only after being contaminated by my blood. So your true form is a memory-lost ancient dragon? No, I'm a human. Lord Shura said that I possess two bloodlines, one from humanity and the other a dragon bloodline that is very different from the dragons of this world. That dragon bloodline mutated and infected me, giving my blood a strong infectious quality, and some people accidentally drank my blood and then became infected Deadpools. Is your name in that world Arii? And do you have an older brother named Minamoto Waki? Wang Yan listened to the narration of the God of Judgment and couldn't help but examine the appearance presented by this divine consciousness, which had shiny, smooth, red long hair. In this world, I'm also called Eri, and the brother you mentioned, I have only seen him a few times. What the heck? Is someone playing a joke on me? Wang Yan's mouth twitched, unable to believe the situation of communication in the sea of knowledge. Is the world really this interesting?